Hashtag high-dimensional civilization invades Blue Star. High-dimensional civilization invades Blue Star. And countries are bound to the chariot of national fortune to participate in the Forbidden Land trial. The selected leaders must choose a historical civilization to participate. But Manhwa unexpectedly chose the late Qing in Western Jin, which led to Manhwa suffering 2 catastrophic disasters. This is because all historical records have been erased by a mysterious force, leaving only fragmented pieces of 5,000 years of Huaxia. Just today, the Lord's trial has reopened, and if the Dragon Kingdom fails again, it will cease to exist, and you just happen to cross over, read the rules, and without a second thought, chose the dynasty that is currently recognized as the most useless in Blue Star. The national audience erupted in an uproar, with some believing you must have taken bribes, and even some saying you might as well defect. But you, trapped in a forbidden area, could only smile coldly. However, when the Qin dynasty civilization block was summoned, you were completely stunned. You exclaimed, "Oh my gosh, my charming ancestor actually played so wildly back then." At this moment, in the command room of the Dragon Kingdom, everyone was staring at your information, and the more they looked, the more headaches they got. You are just an ordinary college student, and you only dropped out a month ago due to illness. Without even having learned the basic teachings of the forbidden area, the meeting room fell into a deathly silence, and someone even muttered softly, "Heaven is going to destroy our Huaxia." Just then, the chief general of the military suddenly slammed the table and said, "Everyone, pull yourselves together. Within 10 minutes, simplify the forbidden area teaching materials to under 1,000 words and send them to him." Meanwhile, you looked around at the unfamiliar environment and confirmed that this was not Blue Star. You pull open the Lord panel that only you can see, ready to choose a civilization module. Suddenly, with a ding-dong, the Dragon Country officials used up their weekly communication opportunity. You opened the message, and what caught your eye was the directive from the general of the Dragon Country, Comrade Xin Yang. "For the sake of all compatriots in the Dragon Country, please be sure to follow our advice. The area you are in is the heart of the insect nest, the most difficult birthplace known in the Forbidden Land. Be sure to choose the late Qing dynasty as your starting template, and stop developing after pointing out the isolationist policy. The lower the economy and level, the less likely the enemy will notice you. As long as you survive until the end of the Forbidden Land, you and the millions of compatriots in the Dragon Country can live in peace." The official strategy can be summed up in one sentence: survive if you can. Don't waste time. Everyone understands that this is currently the safest method, because the Dragon Kingdom cannot afford to lose. Failure would mean destruction. In response, you just squinted your eyes and then, under the gaze of the national audience's expectations, chose the Qin dynasty civilization with a backhand. The command center erupted in chaos, with someone exclaiming, "How dare he! This kid chose a Bronze Age dynasty." Quickly checked the records of the Qin dynasty. Historians hurriedly searched for information but could only find scattered records about the Qin dynasty, knowing it was thousands of years away from now, and that even its military technology was still stuck in the Bronze Age, possibly even worse than the Western Jin. Once this analysis was made, the live stream instantly boiled over. Someone commented, "Choosing a Bronze Age civilization to fight the insect race? The insect race's shells probably can't even be cracked. Finished. I shouldn't have listened to my mom and stayed in Manhwa. I should have gone out with my cousin Run long ago." The whole nation sighed in lament. You know nothing about this. After you pull open the building panel, there is only one main base that can be constructed inside. Similar to Warcraft, if the main base is destroyed, it's game over. You find a piece of empty land nearby and click to build. Boom! The ground trembles, the roar of bronze gears meshing echoes through the sky, and steam bursts out from the cracks in the ground. You stare at the rising bronze fortress, even holding your breath, thinking, is this really the Qin dynasty? Moreover, when you walk through the gate, with a hiss, steam sprays out, and the bronze gears on the gate start to turn. You are filled with confusion. Did the Qin dynasty actually master steam technology? You can't help but wonder how much your charming ancestor has hidden. But you don't have time to be shocked. You immediately pull open the panel and start building the second structure, the barracks. Upon detecting the barracks, the large heavy industry characteristic is triggered, and the barracks automatically upgrade to the Imperial Armor Camp, with soldiers automatically upgrading to the Great Qin Imperial Armored Soldiers. Indeed, you are pleasantly surprised. The characteristics of the civilization block are surprisingly powerful. After the barracks are completed, you can't wait to summon the first soldier. With a deduction of 100 command points, the sound of gears meshing rings out again, and the 3 seal characters for Imperial Armor Camp glow red. When the first soldier stepped out, you were almost shocked to your knees. He was covered in bronze exoskeleton, with steam vents hissing at the joints. This was not just exoskeleton armor. It was clearly steam-powered battle armor. You spent another 100 command points to summon another armored elite and began to check the situation in the surrounding safe zone. The current top priority is to solve the energy problem. The power of the armored warriors can only last for 6 hours. And other buildings also need energy support. You quickly open the official documents to analyze the current demand. The energy needed consists of 2 parts, concentrated water and fuel resources. Water is not difficult to obtain, the high-pressure steam pump is ready. And as long as you find a moist area, you can build a water pump. However, fuel resources are a big problem. You look around, and there are no combustible woody plants in the insect nest forest. All around are crystalline mushroom-like plants. This thing can't be burned directly, right? To obtain fuel, the only way is to find ore. At this time, 2 armored soldiers returned from their patrol. The good news is that water resources are abundant. There is biological activity nearby, and food is available. The bad news is that there isn't even a single mine in the safe zone. You felt a sinking feeling in your heart, secretly calling it trouble. In the official live broadcast room, the host, Xiao Xue, excitedly exclaimed, "Shen Yang has successfully installed the steam pump. This is our first resource device." She tried hard to boost the atmosphere. The bullet comments instantly filled the screen. "So cool, mechanical punk is forever the best. I could watch this steam mech all day. I told you my cousin has a narrow view. Which other countries are better than our great dragon country?" But soon someone noticed something was off. Shen Yang's operation is not right. He shouldn't be consuming energy like this all the time. There is no fuel in the safe zone at all. This is just wasting energy. The Imperial armor camp has moved again. He has summoned soldiers again. What is going on? Is he crazy? There was a newbie protection period earlier. Why waste resources to summon soldiers? Summoning so many soldiers in the safe zone to defend against the air? In the shocked gaze of everyone, you led your troops directly out of the safe zone. The Dragon Kingdom player has left the safe zone. The 7-day novice protection period has ended. This prompt appeared, and the barrage instantly cleared. All the viewers fell silent as if their throats were being choked. Xiao Xue's hand holding the microphone trembled uncontrollably, and several old men in the expert seats turned as pale as paper. From any angle, giving up the 7-day safety period was an extremely foolish and self-destructive act. In the military conference room, a major general smashed his teacup into pieces. Constantly complaining about you, he suddenly slammed the table and shouted, "Shut up, all of you." The ceiling lights in the conference room shook, and then a nationwide level 2 emergency response was ordered to be activated. You ignored the warning boxes that kept popping up on the panel and walked straight out of the safe zone. After exploring for nearly an hour, you found nothing. There was no good news in several directions, and 2 paths were blocked by cliffs. The steam power of the armored soldier was down to 76%, and you began to feel a bit anxious. At that moment, a hurried rustling sound came from the dense forest. Strange plants swayed, and something was approaching and beginning to surround you. 2 armored warriors drew their bronze swords, one in front and one behind, guarding you. The sound stopped at a distance, seemingly waiting for the right moment. The only organisms capable of such organized attacks are the native species of the heart of the nest, the tyrannid swarm. From the noise, there are at least 5. You dare not delay and immediately order the nearest armored soldier to provide support. The command was just sent, and a patch of vegetation on the flank was directly shredded. 3 2-meter-tall 6-legged giant insects burst through the leaves, their blade-like limbs glinting coldly as they charged straight at your face. The armored warriors immediately engaged, their jet ports releasing high-pressure steam, tripling their speed. They swung their swords fiercely, steam bursting from below the sword handles, a flash of silver, and one of the insectoids fell to the ground, yellow-green blood splattering everywhere. System prompt, killed a level 1 tyrannid stinger. Dominion value plus 20, achieved the first kill of the entire army. Unlocked the achievement First Blood, Dominion value plus 1000, without waiting for the enemy's reaction. The armored warrior thrust the second sword forward, and in the blink of an eye, another insectoid lost its combat capability. At that moment, a shadow appeared on your face, and the third stinger suddenly flashed into view, with 2 insect blades just 10 centimeters from your throat. Your pupils constricted sharply, and you leaped back with all your strength. Although you had retreated, your speed was simply too slow to avoid it. Just at this critical moment, a crisp clash sounded, and the armored warrior flashed in, using his bronze chestplate to block the blade, sending sparks flying. With a swift backhand sword strike, high-pressure steam erupted, piercing from bottom to top. The insectoid let out a piercing scream, blood plasma gushed, and limbs scattered. You stared at the fallen insect corpse, your heart racing, almost meeting your end here. Fortunately, the combat power of the Imperial armored warriors was unexpectedly strong, and in the meantime, the remaining 2 Zerg had also fallen to the ground. Without waiting to catch a breath, a sound came from deep within the forest again. This sound was not getting closer. but was quickly moving away. You did not hesitate and directly ordered, "Chase!" The armored warriors shot out like arrows, breaking through the dense forest and quickly locating the target. This insectoid was smaller in size, without dual blades, but its back was covered in dense, numerous antennae. Upon sensing the armored warriors charging out, its antennae stiffened and vibrated rapidly at a high frequency. You realized it was sending a signal and immediately ordered, "Kill it!" The armored warriors did not hesitate and threw their bronze swords, with the charge itself enhanced and accelerated by steam. The blade transformed into an afterimage. The bronze sword pierced through the insect race, nailing it to the boulder. System prompt: kill the level 2 Tyran brainworm. Gain 100 domination points. After the brainworm died, a piece of tissue fragment wrapped in white light was extracted from its body. Suyang reached out and the broken pieces entered his backpack. Gained normal E-class drop. Biosignal fragment. Special materials for synthesizing biological radar. Trigger event, reward of the brave. Upgrading of common E-grade drops to rare E-grade drops. The range of detection will be expanded with the synthesized biological radar. Surprisingly, it triggered the incentive event. Su Yang felt a little surprised. Motivating events are contingent situations in forbidden places. Various behaviors such as coming back from the dead, doing more with less, etc., may randomly trigger incentive events. There were also good and bad incentive events, and this time Su Yang bumped into what was clearly good. Look around. All 5 Terran stingers and 1 Terran brainworm died. The battle power of the Terran bugs doesn't seem to be as terrifying as one might think. Su Yang's thoughts flashed as he quickly analyzed the battle process between the two sides. The final outcome was that it wasn't that the bugs were weak, but that the Imperial armor sharpshooters were too strong. Bugs, being a native species, have horrible mobility, and by relying on the cover of dense forests they can come and go almost without a trace. It kills you without you even realizing it. Only a highly mobile unit equipped with battle armor like the Imperial armor riders could resist so stress-free. In other countries' pre-soldiers, they are just flesh and blood even if their firepower is strong. As soon as the bugs close the distance, high-intensity firepower will be ineffective and thus passive. Worthy of being a product of the great Qin heavy industry, the strength of Qin Rueshi equipped with Imperial armor was unbelievable. After analyzing the battle strength of both sides, Su Yang began to check the battle harvest. The harvest from this battle was far beyond his expectations and could simply be described as bountiful. First up is that high unity value reward for killing Terran bugs. The Terran insectoids are native to the heart of the worm's nest as a species. Its powerful combat capabilities are evident in its body structure. 6-pointed footgear are used to move quickly through the soft humus layer of the dense forest. Brilliantly colored case protectors are used to hide in dense forests, as well as being able to fight as an organization in the early stages. Few species native to other regions possess this powerful trait. This is why Heart of the Worm's Nest is known as the hardest opening in the newcomer's tomb. But the high level of difficulty comes with a reward of equal value. The average stat drop for level 1 creatures is usually around 5 points, and the lowest of the Terran bugs, the stinging bug, has 20 points of unity dropped. Not to mention the fact that the brain bug that leads the entire team has a full 100 points of unity value. There are always two sides to things, and the Terran bugs offer high rewards while causing great hardship. Apart from the kill drops, the 1000 points of unity value from the first kill achievement was the most unexpected gain for Su Yang. The first kill achievement was only mentioned once in the official materials of the Dragon Kingdom, and there was no mention at all of the 1000 point unity value reward. Maybe that reward conflicts with their conservative strategy. The first 2 rounds of first kill rewards were taken by Rice in East Japan, and they both lasted until the end of the ban. The high unity value provided by the first kill bonus certainly plays a part in this. 6 Terran bugs plus the first kill achievement reward. Su Yang's unity value directly came to 200 points. An extra 1000 points of unity value in the opening round. A full double ahead of the other lords. This meant he was able to unlock tech faster and develop faster. The strategic significance is immense. Lastly, a rare grade biosignal shard, which can be used later in the synthesis of various detection devices. Detection gear is important for dense forests with complex environments. Just building it would go a long way to avoiding bug sneak attacks. And because of the triggering event, the grade of the prop was also raised to rare, which is a rare and precious item in the early stages. The E rating represents the grade of the drop, from lowest to highest, E, D, C, B, A, and S. Pretrials usually only show A-ranked drops, and the rarity represents the good quality of the drops, from low to high, common, premium, rare, expert, and legendary. The better the quality, the better it will be in every way. As items level up, the difference between high and low quality gets even bigger. Su Yang collected the drops with satisfaction and opened the Royal Armor Ranger panel. The The remaining steam power of the two Imperial Armor sharpshooters is 55% and 57% respectively. A 2-on-5 encounter that lasted less than a minute consumed nearly 20% of the Imperial Armor's fuel reserves. That's a huge energy drain. However, Su Yang was able to understand the exaggerated amount of energy consumption. Being able to use steam power to get heavy bronze Imperial Armor moving was remarkable. It would be really insatiable to go after range again, feeling such high energy consumption of the Imperial Armor. The idea of finding carbon or resources in Su Yang's heart became more and more urgent. It's a good thing that unlocking the achievement gives you 200 new points of unity value, and theoretically 12 more soldiers as a backup fighting force. This greatly relieved Su Yang's pressure and increased his bottom line in searching for carbon ore. In addition to the carbon ore, there is one other point worth mentioning. That is, even though the swarms lost to the Imperial Armor sharpshooters 5-on-2, it doesn't mean that they are weak in battle. The attack that the Imperial Armor sharpshooter had carried for Su Yang went deep into the bronze chest armor, directly consuming 32% of his armor value. Swarms had always won with numbers, and if they increased their numbers any further, the ending of the battle would likely change. The encounter took place not far from the base. In accordance with the nature of the swarm's activity during the daytime would not be far from the nest. I'm afraid the mother lair that produced this bug squad is nearby. Chapter 8, The Mother Lair of the Bug Nest, Lord's Message released. Su Yang couldn't allow a bug nest to exist right around the base. By the time night came, the swarm's activity had intensified, and there was a good chance it would be a threat to the base. Both the main base and the previously established steam water pumps require copper metal to be reparable. Once it suffered damage, there was nothing Su Yang could do with his current resources. That's why searching for carbon resources and bug nests are both at the first priority. In order to speed up the search, he only kept 500 unity value as a reserve. The remaining 700 points were all slammed into the Imperial Armor camp, summoning the soldiers again. Unity value, 700. That's the benefit of getting extra unity values up front to perform tasks more efficiently. At Su Yang's order, all the soldiers went out except for the 3 Imperial Armor sharpshooters who were guarding the house. Conduct a carpet search on the perimeter of the base and around the area where the encounter took place. This time the search was increased to 2 targets, carbon or resources and bug nests. Not long after Su Yang set off again, the Forbidden Land panel popped up. The information about the lords of the 68 countries participating in this event appears on the panel. This is one of the conventions of the Forbidden Land. Once all the lords participating in the trial have completed the establishment of their home bases, the Forbidden Land will make everyone's information public. This is very critical information for all lords, because minus the alien species, the biggest threat comes from the other lords. Theoretically, the Forbidden Land would not restrict the behavior of the lords, and alliances and confrontations could be freely chosen. However, due to some of the mechanics, killing an opponent in a forbidden area will often result in more rewards than allying. When killing another lord or destroying a territory, you will be rewarded with all of the opponent's resources as well as the unity value posted by the forbidden territory. When someone obtains a high-level item or achieves a high-level achievement, the Forbidden Lands will issue a bounty for them. At this time, killing the target will not only get you resources but also a high reward from the forbidden place. And every once in a while the Forbidden Land will also be ranked according to the performance of each country and release the relevant props. Higher ranked lords will receive more powerful props. Under mechanisms such as these, lords are almost naturally hostile to each other. To survive longer, you have to know your opponent. While following the Imperial Armor Rangers as they explored, Su Yang carefully checked up on the information of the lords of the various countries. These could be the enemies he will face in the future. Country, Rice. Lord, MacArthur. Civilization of choice, Cold War Rice. Su Yang saw that the first one was one of the most powerful rivals in the future, Rice. Rice is all-powerful, though it has few optional eras in its history. Combined with excellent development potential, they had successfully passed 2 Forbidden Land trials. Moreover, the selected lord of this Forbidden Land trial is also a well-known hawkish general of the Rice state, MacArthur. Although Su Yang was not too familiar with this person, he knew that he was definitely from the radical faction. Powerful opponent. Very threatening. Su Yang categorized me in his mind as a class. It's turned over a whole bunch of countries since then. The Bear Country, the English Empire, the French Empire, and the Rice Country were listed in the same class as Su Yang. These are impeccable countries from lords to civilizations. The remaining portion was classified by Su Yang as 2nd or 3rd grade, a slightly weaker threat, but not to be underestimated. As Su Yang quickly flipped through the remaining countries, his eyes suddenly rested on a piercing word. Terra Nova. Country, Eastern Japan. Lord, Tojo Incan. Civilization of choice, World War II militarism in the East. Eastern Japan. Tojo Incan. World War II militarism. Seeing these 3 words, Su Yang's eyes gradually glazed over. TOEI had the most aggressive line of development during the militaristic period of World War II. During the second round of the Forbidden Trial, they eliminated a total of 19 lords, placing them at the top of the kill list. It was a fearsome presence in the Forbidden Trial, and in addition to the aggressive civilization, the Lord of the East this time turned out to be former Prime Minister Tojo Inkan. Extremely militaristic ideologists, warmongers. The two together are simply synonymous with killing. In Su Yang's heart, anger and anticipation mingled with each other. Anger at seeing this crime-ridden civilization again, and anticipation of being able to avenge it with his own hands. There was no doubt that Su Yang had put the East Japan into the first queue as well. At the same time, he had ranked it at the top of the execution list. After reading the information from the lords of the countries, Su Yang realized that this was the highest intensity of the 3 rounds of Forbidden Land trials. Trying to get a win from this group of people who are actually in power in reality, the difficulty will be beyond imagination. However, in the face of these opponents, the confidence in Su Yang's heart hadn't diminished at all, because the country he backed was named Qin, the most powerful era of Chinese civilization. However, if he wanted to reproduce the splendor of Great Qin, he himself could not afford to make a mistake. He is currently the first to unlock the achievement, opening with twice as much unity than any other lord. It's important to do more to capitalize on the opening lead in order to pull away. Closing the panel, Su Yang commanded the Imperial Armor Sharpshooters to continue their advance. All we have to do now is to solve the energy problem as soon as possible, and then set up the base defense system. Only when the base is stabilized will it be possible to carry out rapid development and give full play to the advantages of Great Qin technology. Outside the Forbidden Land, the information from the lords of the various countries also caused an uproar. Live streams of the sanctuary are not shared between countries, nor can they be broadcast in any form. The only way the populace can know about other lords is through Forbidden Land notifications, or secondary media coverage. At the same time that the Forbidden Realm-wide released the data of each lord, the media quickly tallied up the information to make a prediction of the probability of passing. On the leaderboard, Rice is in first place with a media predicted 86.31% probability of clearance. Second place goes to East Japan, which also boasts a high clearance probability of 73.12%. The top 6 countries on the leaderboard are high-scoring segments, all boasting a predicted probability of clearance of 60% or more. This is followed by an intermediate zone where the probability of passage hovers in the 40 to 50% range. This round of the Forbidden Land trial has a very large number of countries in the middle section. Because the Forbidden Land trial had reached the 3rd round, all countries had accumulated some experience. As long as the chosen civilization and lords are normal and the official strategy for building is adopted, none of the predicted pass rates will be too low. The middle section of this Forbidden trial surpassed the low-scoring section to become the section with the most countries. This is why this round of the Forbidden Land trials was judged by the media as one of the highest quality and most competitive. After the middle block, there is the low-scoring block where the predicted clearance rate is below 30% and there is a major problem. The Great Qin led by Su Yang was recognized by the media of various countries as the country with the lowest clearance rate in this Forbidden Land. Chapter 9, The Shock of the First Kill. Fuel Crisis. The media in various countries gave the Dragon Nation a clearance rate of 4.33% for this round of trials. Apart from the support score from the media in their own countries, it can be said that no one in all of Blue Star believes that the dragon will be able to pass. The media in various countries gave the Dragon Kingdom the rubric of mediocre lords, backward times, and stupid decisions. Those 3 points put Longwei at the bottom of the rankings with an unquestioned 4.33% probability. Some media even boldly predicted that Su Yang would die on the first day, and that the Dragon Kingdom would suffer the most horrific natural disaster in history, arrogance or ignorance. Day 1 breaking newbie protection. Hilarious. The mainland lord is suspected to be mentally abnormal and broke the newbie protection to seek death. Countdown to destruction. Dragon Kingdom may become the first case of a great nation to be completely overthrown. Underneath the news report about the dragon, netizens from various countries have left messages of mockery. The Dragon Kingdom has run out of steam. It's time for my Goryeo Kingdom to make its debut. I declare the Great Eastern Empire to be the master of this land with immediate effect. The Upper Kingdom of Tianzhu takes in women from the Dragon Kingdom, young and old, without compensation, in the face of overwhelming ridicule, originally preaching that losing is not losing, how to fight for the Dragon Country people, but there is no way to return the favor, because even they themselves felt that Su Yang's behavior was too aggressive. The entire Dragon Kingdom was in a panic. At this point in the game it doesn't hurt no matter what the comeback is, it just makes the heckler even more excited. The people of the Dragon Kingdom were gripped by panic that a disaster could strike at any moment, while being exasperated by comments from other countries. Just when the people of the Dragon Kingdom were angry and afraid, holding a bellyful of pent-up anger with nowhere to vent it, the global briefing rang out. Lord Su Yang of the Dragon Kingdom completes the first kill of the whole game, unlocking the achievement, First Blood. Lord Su Yang of the Dragon Kingdom completes the first kill of the whole game, unlocking the achievement, First Blood. The notification of Su Yang obtaining the first kill achievement resounded throughout Blue Star. Everyone, regardless of current status, will be notified. When the territory-wide notification appeared, all the foreigners who had taunted the Dragon Kingdom were dumbfounded. Everyone is waiting for the Dragon Kingdom to be overthrown and see the joke of the Dragon Kingdom. Who would have thought that what came out would be a first kill notification? The first 2 rounds of the Forbidden Land first kill achievement was reached on the 4th day at the earliest, and Dragon Kingdom Lord Su Yang surprisingly broke the record on the first day. Fake news. How can a Bronze Age civilization complete the first kill the fastest? The first 2 rounds of first kills are medieval artillery period at worst. How could a civilization thousands of years ago do that? Baka Yalu. 1,000 points of unity value for my Great Eastern Japan. While Su Yang's first kill shocked the countries, it also gave the terrified people of the Dragon Kingdom a peace of mind. Either way, this is a world first kill achievement. Catch foreigners surprised this time. The people of the Dragon State can finally voice on the internet. You joke watching villains. There's no way my Dragon Kingdom will die. I believe Su Yang has his own considerations. His behavior doesn't need to be judged by you. Even though the Qin dynasty is ancient, the technology isn't bad at all. Our soldiers have exoskeleton armor. In the face of the dragon's response, the populations of the countries did not buy it. They thought that it was pure luck that Dragon Kingdom was able to accomplish the first kill. Bronze Age exoskeleton technology. Can you believe that when you say it yourself? Birth points are better, I guess. And their enemies must be pretty trashy. But it's just luck picking up the pieces. Soon the prototype will be revealed. It's a pity about those 1,000 points of unity value. It would have been nice to give it to my Great Eastern Japan. Although Su Yang's first kill allowed the people of the Dragon Kingdom to vent their emotions, it was clear in their minds that the crisis had not been lifted. This was only the first wave of encounter with the insect race. As there was no protection, Su Yang would meet countless waves of attack next. If they fail to resist, they will still suffer natural disasters. Eastern Japan Military Headquarters. Baka Yalu. Damn Rokoku people? Stealing the first kill achievement when you're almost dead. The general of the East Japanese Military Department slammed the table and roared. Their plan this time was to surpass Rice and take first place in the trial. Even if Japan has come to be the second most powerful nation in the world today, they do not know how to be satisfied. The people of the East cannot tolerate any power over them. If you want to overtake Rice, you have to be perfect at every step of the way, especially these 1,000 points of unity value in the opening. They had planned to break the protection on the 3rd day for the first kill achievement. I didn't realize, but the dragons had broken the protection on the first day. Have you gotten any intel on their initial troop types yet? And what is this Qin dynasty about? The Eastern general inquired. The technician quickly flipped through the information and reported back with trepidation. The Qin dynasty is indeed an ancient state from 1,000 years ago, and it seems to have some connection with our forefathers, but the specific information is yet to be examined. Intelligence on the Dragon Kingdom's initial troop types is very mixed, with some of it speaking of tech like exoskeleton armor. Thousands of years old building exoskeleton armor? And using bronze? The Eastern general burst into laughter. I'd rather believe it was that kid who was born with godly powers and killed a bugbear on his own. Next time don't fool me with false information. The general of Eastern Japan pulled out a military map as his emotions gradually stabilized. Although TOEI didn't get the unity value, Rice didn't get it either, which is an unfortunate blessing. Don't bother with that group of people who are going to die. Order the entire army to stand by. When the Dragon Kingdom is destroyed, we'll be the first to land and seize the territory. Taking the Dragon Kingdom's territory is the first step towards our hegemony. Forbidden Land. The sun was setting and the sky was darkening. The search in the dense forest was not over. Su Yang tirelessly led the soldiers through the dense forest. It's a good thing the night didn't add to the search activity. The oddly shaped plants in the dense forest give off all sorts of fluorescent light at night. A brilliant bright light illuminated every area of the dense forest, in some places even more clearly than during the day. Su Yang painstakingly plucked away a piece of dog's tail grass that emitted an orange-colored glow. No surprises awaited him. Dogwood after dogwood is still dogwood. A hint of tiredness welled up. He's been following the soldiers in their search for hours on end. Opening the panel, the fuel for the previous batch of Imperial Armor Riders had run out. Fuel residuals averaged in the 30% to 40% range. The fuel remaining to protect Su Yang's 2 Imperial Armor Sharpshooters had fallen below 20%. This was still the result of Su Yang's intentional savings. In a few hours, the first batch of Imperial Armor Sharpshooters will lose power completely. Upon Su Yang's observation, it was only when the sharpshooter used the bronze sword in conjunction with the steam power that he was able to break through the stinging worm's shell just right. Soldiers without Imperial armor power will have a hard time fighting the bugs. If the first batch of Imperial armor sharpshooters loses power, it will have to summon a new batch of warriors. Although there was a backup battle force, there was still pressure in Su Yang's heart. He hadn't realized that humans searching for carbon or resources would be so difficult. Be sure to unlock the prospecting tech after etc. Otherwise you will waste a lot of time in finding resources. As he was pondering, a strange fluctuation appeared in Su Yang's brain. It's like Morse code or some kind of encrypted signal, with regular segments. Su Yang opened his backpack and quickly found the source of the anomaly. It's the shredded bioinformation that the brain bug dropped. Taken out of the backpack, the shattered pieces released a blue glow in Su Yang's hand and continued to rise and fall with the signal fluctuations. It's picking up the swarm signal. Chapter 10, Discovery of Carbon Ore. First Battle. Su Yang looked at the crushed pieces of creatures that kept surging in his hands, and his brain quickly searched through the information coming from the military department. The Terran bugs, like many insect races, have a highly differentiated social structure. Each Terran swarm is led by a Terran mother. Mother worms are usually entrenched in the mother layer of the nest and do not move easily. They are tools that have lost all their abilities and are left with only the roles of reproduction and signaling. The mother bugs will continue to produce a variety of zygotes, which will then differentiate into different functional zygotes according to the appropriate needs. For example, the stinging insects that have already been encountered are the killers responsible for the looting. They have no brain and all their behavior is directed by the mother or brainworm. Brainworms, on the other hand, are soldiers who lose their offensive nature and specialize in command and signaling. The broken pieces of biosignal in Su Yang's hand at the moment should be the organs of the brainworm that received and sent signals. The surge of organs meant that a signal was being received, and it was clear that they had entered the coverage area of the mother bug's signal. Su Yang's eyes lit up as his thoughts flashed rapidly. Theoretically, all one has to do is follow this signal fluctuation to find the bug nest near the base. He took a quick walk around the perimeter with the broken pieces. A direction was quickly clarified by the undulations of the debris and the intensity of the glow. Unsurprisingly, this is the direction of the worm's nest mother lair. The Terran swarms possessed a sense of territory, and only one colony could exist within an area. As long as their nests were uprooted, the dangers around the base could be eliminated for a longer period of time, which would be of great help to the stable development of the base afterwards. Besides being beneficial to the base's development, Su Yang was also worried that the night swarm would have an impact on the search mission. When searching, the Imperial armor riders were scattered, and scattered troops would be very dangerous in the face of the swarm, and could easily be broken one by one. Only after eradicating the bug nests would Su Yang dare to feel at ease and let the sharpshooters continue searching for carbon ore. Troops must be assembled to take the initiative. Su Yang's thoughts flashed and he ordered the entire army. The order was given, and the Imperial armor sharpshooters scattered everywhere quickly gathered towards Su Yang's location. While waiting for the team to gather, Su Yang sent 2 Imperial armor sharpshooters in the direction the signal came from as a scouting force. After about 10 minutes, the soldiers turned back. In addition to bringing back the directions to the worm's nest, it also brought back a pleasant surprise. Carbon ore. The nest of bugs they found was located under a carbon mine. Hearing the news, Su Yang was overjoyed, his eyes glowing. I'm not sure where I'm going to find her, but when I look back, she's laughing in the bushes. After a great few hours of searching, with the first soldiers about to run out of energy, carbon or resources are finally appearing, and it's still with the mother lode. By pulling out the bug nest, we can solve both the base security crisis and the energy reserve crisis. The dawn of the breakthrough was right in front of him. Su Yang hit the ground running and carefully analyzed the intelligence brought back by sharpshooter. Only one entrance was found to the nest, with a 5-unit bug squad on the exterior. The focus of this battle is right at the entrance to the worm's nest. Since the number of enemies inside the nest is not yet known, rounding up at the entrances and exits is the best option. If they were allowed to take up positions on the ground, their side would likely be at a numerical disadvantage. The first step is to take the 5-unit bug squad as stealthily as possible. After that, it's time to quickly surround the entrance to the bug nest and take advantage of the terrain. The strategy is set. After waiting for the entire army to assemble, Su Yang looked in the direction of the insect nest. Depart. Light and shadow are intertwined in the dense forest. The Imperial armor sharpshooters turned their steam units to minimum power and marched slowly. This slows things down, but maximizes stealth. As they advanced, the wet, soft humus layer of the ground began to disappear, and it was clear that there had been some kind of change underground. They've entered the confines of the mine. Su Yang commanded the team to stop and separated 2 sharpshooters to scout. Scouting results in there still being only 1 bug squad on the ground. It's a good thing the ground didn't increase the number, or the danger level would have gone up. The remaining teams were divided into 8 and 6-man squads. When the battle begins, the 6-man team will be the first to deal with the ground bugs. while the 8-man team will head straight for the entrance to the bug nest, pushing aside the last few layers of fluorescent vegetation. A large expanse of exposed carbon ore appeared in front of Su Yang. Energy, lots of energy. Su Yang's eyes trembled. The mineral vein was right in front of him, but to get this large amount of resources, you still need to get through the final hurdle. Giggling, above the carbon mine, a brainworm commanded for stinging insects that buzzed continuously. Slightly farther away, about 3 meters into the ground, the hole in the worm's nest goes deeper into the ground. Success or failure depends on this. Go! Su Yang let out a low gulp. Boom! The steam unit went to full power, blowing up clouds of white mist. 14 Imperial armor sharpshooters shot out of the dense forest like arrows off the string. Hearing the noise, the bugs were quickly alerted. The brainworm's original low-frequency buzzing turned into a sharp stabbing sound. It was sending messages, calling for reinforcements, while 4 stinging insects surrounded it for protection. But it's all in vain. The Imperial armor sharpshooter kills, and the protection instantly collapses. The insect shells were as fragile as papier-mâché before the steam-powered copper swords. Kill a level 1 Terran stinging worm, plus 20 to your defense value. Kill a level 1 Terran stinging worm, plus 20 to your defense value. The defenses collapsed and the brain bugs hiding behind them revealed themselves. The front row of Imperial armor sharpshooters who had completed their kills also sidestepped slightly. The main attacker at the back of the group had a steam acceleration and his bronze sword thrust forward. Giggle. Amidst the high-temperature steam, the bronze sword pierced through the entire body of the brainworm. The stabbing sounds stopped instantly. On the other side, the 8 Imperial armor riders immediately unfolded their formation upon arriving at the entrance of the insect nest and surrounded the cave entrance. Su Yang held his breath and kept himself at an appropriate distance from the Imperial armor ranger. At the same time that the brainworm over there let out a sharp piercing sound, the cave entrance was thrown into commotion. Fine rustling sounds continued to emanate from the mouth of the cave. The insects chirping interspersed with the sound of movement grew louder and louder. The swarm is rapidly approaching. The Imperial armor sharpshooters held their swords in both hands and stood ready. Buzz. Suddenly, 2 insect blades pierced the darkness of the hole and came out. Before Su Yang could come to look at the entire body of the insect race, the standby Imperial armor sharpshooter swung out with a sword. The first stinging insect was cut off at the waist, spilling blood and plasma. Chapter 11 The Gaze of the Abyss. Immediately after the first stinging insect, second and third stinging insects kept coming out. The Imperial armor riders at the entrance of the cave took turns throwing their swords. Steam rolls in and the sword kills. The kill prompts were almost flooding Su Yang's panel. Slaying a level 1 Terran spiny worm gives you plus 20 to your defense value. Kill a level 1 Terran stinging worm, plus 20 to your defense value. Kill a level 1 Terran stinging worm, plus 20 to your defense value. The strategy worked. Due to the constraints of the narrow cave entrance, the bugs only attacked at most 2 at a time. This makes their numerical advantage completely unavailable. After a period of siege, the squad of 6 also arrived at the entrance of the cave. Su Yang began to rotate according to their power stock. Ensure that each sharpshooter has a certain amount of energy reserves to deal with emergencies. The siege at the entrance of the cave continued as the swarm kept charging like deadly soldiers, trying to break through the entrance, but even as loud as they screamed, they couldn't break through. The kill alerts kept ringing out, and the number of kills had come to a staggering 19. If not, people would never have guessed that the party that was slaughtered was the strongest group in the early stages, the Terran insects. The kill count stops when it reaches 22. The swarm stopped attacking, and the sound of bodies sliding down the hole came from within. It's over? Su Yang raised his hand to signal the Imperial armor rangers to wait in place. You can't attack until the situation is determined. Just as his mind flickered and he wanted to send his soldiers to take a deeper look, 2 half-meter-long insect spikes shot out violently from the dark hole. Whoosh! The speed was so fast that normal people could not react. The sharpshooter guarding the front of the cave entrance quickly swung his sword to block one. The other took a direct hit to the chest armor. The powerful impact knocked him back nearly half a meter. Lose nearly 43% of your armor value. Remote attack. Su Yang's eyes flashed as he immediately commanded the Imperial armor sharpshooter to evacuate the cave. Although the cave entrance was extremely strategic, he didn't want the sharpshooters to get hurt. At this stage, there are no copper alloy resources to repair the Imperial armor at all. Whoosh! Dozens of insect spikes shot out one after another, covering the entire cave entrance. It's a good thing they evacuated early, or another sharpshooter would have lost armor. Thoughts flashed rapidly in Su Yang's head. Soon he gave the order for the sharpshooters to split into 2 groups again. A team moved away from the cave and took up a formation to meet the swarm. The other team guarded the back of the cave, targeting those newly emerged bugs capable of launching long-range attacks. Shortly after the withdrawal, there was another sound of rapid movement from within the cave entrance. Sasha Sasha. Sasha Sasha. Dozens of stinging insects poured out of the cave, Forming a swarming squad, they raise their twin blades and emit a piercing insectal chirp, as if to express their anger. The order was then given and the whole group rushed towards the Razorback squad at the front of the cave. Meanwhile behind them, 2 brain bugs followed by 4 new species of bugs appeared. They are between the size of a stinging worm and a brainworm. It is covered in dark brown markings and has short double blades. The back of the body was like 2 scorpion-like tail stings that curved upwards. This is the unit that launches the long-range attack. The moment he saw them, Su Yang ordered a full-scale attack. This time, we're going to crush them in one fell swoop. Boom boom. A dozen steam jets rang out. The frontal Imperial Armor Riders and the Imperial Armor Riders ambushed at the back charged at the same time. The swarms were no match for the Imperial Armor Sharpshooters in the front. And the back of the long-range units lose the distance advantage is also just a knife and fish. Kill a level 1 Terran Stinging Worm, plus 20 to your defense value. Kill level 2 Terran Brainworms, plus 100 to your defense value. Kill level 2 Terran Jet Nematode, plus 50 stat. Kill a level 1 Terran Stinging Worm, plus 20 to your defense value. As the sound of sword swings continued to ring out, the last wave of the bug race's attack was completely dismantled. After another period of waiting to make sure there was no movement in the cave, Su Yang followed the Imperial Armor Rangers troop deeper into the insect nest. Before entering they pulled a couple of pole-shaped glowing plants to illuminate the area. In the light, the internal structure of the bug nest appeared in front of Su Yang's eyes. The bug nest was small, about 5 meters deep and the size of a basketball court. Its structure is also uncomplicated, and upon entering the cave it is a whole large space. The main purpose should be to escape the heat of the daytime environment. On one side of the large space, there are pathways connecting to another space. Su Yang led the Imperial Armor Riders to enter and discovered that this was exactly the space where the mother worm resided. It was a huge, dank cavern, and the air stank of wetness. Numerous glowing mosses embedded in the walls provide a faint glow to the cavern. The Imperial Armor Ranger held up the glowing plant to illuminate the front. Only a huge 5-meter-tall sarcoma was seen hanging upside down above the cave. The fleshy disc was nearly transparent and filled with a dark solution inside. Underneath the sarcoma is a worm-like brain with tentacles. Mother Terran, the swarm maker. They do not have the ability to attack. They are reproductive machines with only the ability to reproduce. Sensing someone approaching, the tentacles on the mother bug's brain trembled madly. Mayday? Too bad there's nothing left to respond to you. Su Yang coldly looked at the mother worm and waved his hand to order. For Imperial Armor Sharpshooters stepped forward and slowly passed the bronze sword into the brain. As the tip of the sword penetrated deeper, the female insect let out a scream and the sarcoma behind it continued to surge. After some time, the screams diminished. The panel's kill alert rang out. Kill a level 3 Terran mother worm, plus 200 to your defense value. With this, the battle to clean up the bug nest was over. Under Su Yang's command, the Imperial Armor Sharpshooters only paid the price of partial armor value damage. Killed 36 stinging worms, 3 brainworms, 4 jet nematodes, and 1 female worm. There were unexpected situations in the middle of the battle, but Su Yang quickly found a way to deal with them. However, the most important reason for reaching an injury-free kill was still the incomparably strong combat power of the Imperial Armor Riders. The high level of locomotion and combat power gives them a big advantage in any one-to-many situation. The only downside is the problem of excessive energy consumption. After a day of search missions and 2 battles, the initial 7 Imperial Armor Sharpshooters had almost run out of power. Energy reserves fell below single digits and only basic movement patterns could be maintained. You can see that the shortcoming of the Imperial Armor Sharpshooters is in the protracted battle. If the bugs had been more numerous, the ending would likely have been reversed. Certainly, energy shortages have been alleviated with access to carbon or resources. The number 1 problem has been solved, and the next step is to develop the base in full force. Closing the panel, Su Yang realized that a dark yellow drop had precipitated out from within the corpse of the mother worm. Reach out and touch it to include it in your backpack. Normal E-class drop. Heart of the nest. Can be used to accelerate scientific and technological research and development. Unlocked achievement, Extermination Specialist, plus 500 unity value. Trigger event, Abyssal Gaze. You have been targeted by the Terran bugs, and the frequency of bug attacks on your territory has increased. Chapter 12, Cracking the Energy Crisis. Going to the new base. Accelerating the pace of scientific and technological research and development? This is good no matter what time of year it is. Scientific and technological research and development are closely related to territorial development and reinforcement of military units. A higher level of technology often means better development and a stronger war effort as well. That's why technological research and development is important in every period of the territory's development. And R&D takes a certain amount of time, in addition to requiring a statistic value. Faster R&D means shorter time, which means faster rate of territorial development. Su Yang put the heart of the swarm away and turned to the event that had triggered this time. Unlike the last incentive event triggered, this one is clearly a negative event. Abyssal Gaze. The bugs will increase the frequency of their attacks on the territories they belong to, but it's not necessarily true to say that this is a completely bad event, though a poorly defended territory can take a devastating blow. But if the defenses were in place, then any more frequent attacks by the swarm would just be a waste of unity values. From now on, the defense of the base is going to be on the agenda. Aside from the heart of the swarm, the richest drop this battle brings is the unity value drop. The swarm dropped a total of 420 unity points, and 500 points were rewarded for reaching the Expert Exterminator achievement. A total of 920 points, nearly 2,000 points of unity value. With this unity value, you can give base development a good boost. A normal opening was only 1,000 points of unity value, while Su Yang had gained over 4,000 points of unity value up to now. This opportunity must be seized to close the gap with the other lords. After checking the proceeds of the battle, Su Yang returned to the ground. There was the most significant harvest of the battle, carbon ore. Look at the blackened, exposed carbon ore on the ground. Su Yang didn't have a trace of revolting emotion. Instead, his eyes were glowing as if he had seen a treasure. In his previous life he probably wouldn't even look at these things, but in the present it was a life-saving resource. Su Yang walked on the vein, stomping 2 feet every now and then to feel how tight the carbon layer was. Right now he only has 2 miners, so site selection has to be perfect. After a period of probing, Su Yang locked onto an area that was far away from the bug nest. He then removed the blueprints and put down the first miner. Miner facility detected. Daqin Heavy Industries trait triggered. Mining machine, steam-powered mining machine. Having triggered the heavy industry trait again, Su Yang's expression shook. What effects will this steam-powered miner possess? Mechanical gears clashed as the garage-sized power miner was built. Like the other upgraded buildings in the territory, the power miners were built with a skeleton of bronze and powered by steam. Boom! Steam-driven. The robotic arm slammed into the vein and got to work. Successful construction of steam-powered mining machine. Miner's base production value, 30 units of coal resources/day. Environmental bonus, increase production by 5 units per day due to the abundance of carbon or resources in the vicinity. Civilization-specific bonus, the Daqin process makes the mining machines work efficiently, 15 units of output per day. Production value after mining machine addition, 50 units of coal resources/day. Su Yang looked at the miners panel rather happily. Worthy of great Qin, the craft alone added 15 units of output, equal to half of the base output, and the miner also eats into the environmental bonus, bringing the total daily output to 50 units. The most important thing is that the power miner is a fully automated miner and does not require workers to operate it. Almost all other pre-civilization mines require units to operate. Power miner. This effect will save Su Yang a lot of labor in the early stages. A single refueling of the Imperial Armor Reaver consumes 1 unit of fuel resources and 1 unit of concentrated water. High-pressure pumps have been set up with a production value of 100 units of water per day. 2 units of water can be compressed into 1 unit of concentrated water in a liquid compressor. That translates to 50 units of water concentrate per day as well. The energy of an Imperial Armor Ranger lasts for 6 hours if you keep moving. Combat and high-speed movement then increases this process. Currently, Su Yang's team possessed 17 Imperial Armor Sharpshooters. 50 units of storage can support 3 rounds of energy replenishment for the entire army. If the bugs conduct an all-day siege, at least there's nothing to worry about in terms of energy. Of course, if there are no special circumstances and the soldiers are operating in their normal state, there are more than enough energy reserves. Looking at the rumbling mining machine, Su Yang was satisfied. Next he placed a second steam-powered mining machine on bare ground not far from the carbon mine. This miner is mainly suitable for mining stone resources, which is an important resource for building city walls and various defense facilities in the early stage. After various additions, the capacity of the quarry miner is 100 units of stone resources/day. According to the information known to Su Yang, this stone excavation speed was definitely not slow, and could even be comparable to some recent modern civilizations. The greatest credit for this goes to the civilized character of Great Qin. The addition of superb craftsmanship gives all facilities an efficiency that exceeds normal levels. Around the carbon and stone mines, Su Yang also established solid resource warehouses. Thus a mine with production and storage facilities was built. The front end's biggest energy headache is perfectly solved. The next step is to get base development on track. For a base, the most important thing must be the capacity and technology level. However, given Su Yang's current situation, base defense must come first. First of all, he broke the newbie protection early and couldn't develop for a week without worry first like other lords. Additionally, he was inflicted with a marker that the bug attack might come faster and harder than expected. so he had to plan a series of defenses for the base before he could really start developing. When it comes to defense, the distance between the main base and the mines is the first problem. The distance between the two is about 10 minutes for the Imperial Armored Ranger, which can be reduced to 4 minutes at full speed. That's not a long time, but it certainly wouldn't be in time if attacked, and it will consume a lot of energy if you split the defense in 2 places in the early stage. So Su Yang's choice was to move. Facilities such as the main base and the Imperial Armor Camp can be retrieved from the backpack and released again. He intends to relocate the Lord's residence and a series of previously erected buildings to the mining area for rezoning. The location of the base is inherently important, and many lords relocate after the novice protection period breaks down in order to choose a territory more suitable for their civilization. Su Yang was able to make his territory site selection in advance because he broke the novice protection in advance. It would certainly put him one step ahead of the other lords again. When the relocation is complete, it's time to build the defenses for the new base. Currently, the only defense facilities Su Yang could build were the city walls and watchtowers. The walls are stone ramparts, each section 3 meters high and 1 meter long. It costs 1 unit of stone resources to build. Watchtowers are buildings that provide a scouting range for the defenders and require 5 units of stone resources to build. According to the current stone production capacity, it is able to build 100 meters of wall in a day, and enclosing a square is an area of 25 by 25. After estimating the total footprint of the building he currently owned, Su Yang decided to enclose a square area of 50 by 50 meters, and 4 watchtowers were built at the corners of the city walls for scouting and defense. This allowed the quarry to operate for a little over 2 days of stone resources to be able to finish enclosing the walls. After waiting for a little while at the mine, Su Yang left behind 4 sharpshooters and led the other soldiers back to the mansion to carry out the relocation work. The next morning, when the sunlight dispersed the fluorescent light in the dense forest, Su Yang completed the relocation of the new base. Chapter 13, Murray's Thousand Mechanisms Tower New Base Establishment. When the new base was planned, Su Yang divided it into 2 areas, the Lord area and the production area. The Lord's residence was established in the Lord's quarter, surrounded by the Imperial Armor Battalion and the Military Battalion as usual, with a large area of open land left for subsequent development. An additional wall is planned to separate the Lordship area from the production area. This will effectively insulate you from the noise of the mining machine and the dust generated by mining. Production facilities in the production area consist of 2 steam-powered mining machines as well as relocated high-pressure water pumps. There are also solid liquid resource depots and liquid compressors. All in all, it is placed in a device that has to do with production and storage. So far, the prototype of the pre-base has been planned. When the walled enclosure was completed, Great Qin's first base would be born. After completing the tedious planning and relocation matters, Su Yang opened the panel to the technology section. Inside lay the research station, the core building of technological production. The lords of each country will have tech buildings, which are the only buildings that are upgraded to unlock tech. Science and technology are the first productive forces. The level of technology largely determines the strength of a civilization. The faster you climb the tech tree, the more advantages you will have over others. This was also why Su Yang had to establish a technological core immediately after planning his base. Detecting the establishment of the research center. Daqin Heavy Industries triggered. Scientific Research Station, Murray's 1,000 kilometers tower. Establishing the former heavy industry trait triggers again. Upgrading the research station to a murky 1,000 towers. Su Yang quickly opened the scientific research panel to check the details. Science and Technology Building, Mozi Chiki Tower. Consumption for construction, none. Maintenance consumption, 5 units of fuel resources/day. 5 units of water concentrate/day. Mozi 1,000 Opportunities Tower. This name really fits the cultural characteristics of Great Qin. Mozi, a famous thinker, scientist, and militarist in the pre-Qin period, founder of the Maoist school of thought. He created a whole set of scientific theories centered on concurrent love. He has outstanding achievements in geometry, physics and optics. Naming the tech core after the Maoist 1,000 mechanisms could not be more appropriate. Su Yang took out the blueprints and constructed the Inc. 1,000 Chance Tower in the empty space that was previously planned in the Lord's District. The blueprints were put down, and segments of metal rods and metal gears were connected to each other, gradually forming the territory's first technological building. It was tower-shaped structure about 5 meters in height, with a wide and heavy base and a globe-like metal device constantly rotating at the tip. The tower, formed from green tongue, glowed with a greenish-gray sheen up and down its body. Like the Imperial Armor Reach, the 1,000 mechanical towers are powered by steam, which requires the consumption of a large amount of fuel resources. So Su Yang did not rush to build it in the early stage. Without fuel, the 1,000 Chance Tower could not play its role. And the carbon ore resource has now been unlocked and is a high-yielding resource at 50 units/day. It's simply more than enough to supply the 5 units of resources/day that the 1,000 mechanical towers require. After the construction was completed, Su Yang opened the 1000 Opportunity Tower panel. Aside from the basic buildings and techs provided for free in the early stages, all future techs and buildings will need to be unlocked in the Tower of 1000 Planes in order to be obtained and used. The center of the panel, which is the main axis of the tech tree, is the main base level. All building levels are limited by the home base level. The current level of his main base Lord's residence was level 1, and everything that could be built had already been built. If you want to upgrade existing buildings or unlock new ones, you must prioritize the level of your home base. Below the center spindle, 5 sub-axes extend. They are resources, defense, troops, technology, and heroes. Each of the first 4 options corresponds to a relevant building or facility. Resources correspond to all resource production facilities of the type Miner's Warehouse. Defense corresponds to base defenses such as city walls and watchtowers. Soldiering is, as the name suggests, about the construction and upgrading of soldier buildings and soldiers. Technology, on the other hand, corresponds to a range of scientific techniques, such as radar detection technology, electricity, and so on. The last heroic branch is currently grayed out and can only be unlocked after home base level 3. Unlocking the heroes option allows you to summon famous hero units from the civilization you belong to. They would play a big role in the later process of the game, and Su Yang was looking forward to it. The Chinese civilization is full of talents, and being able to have the assistance of these talents, the road to hegemony will definitely be smoother. Currently there are very few upgrades that can be made to a level 1 home base. The tech tree is a gray, with only the troop types and techs having highlights. Tap on soldier types and find that level 1 Imperial Armor Battalion allows you to upgrade your soldiers. However, a pre-existing tech, the efficient converter, needs to be unlocked. Science and technology, efficient converters, enough to increase the energy conversion efficiency of the steam plant and reduce energy losses. Unity value, 500 points. Time, 5h. Troops are the only source of combat power in the early stages, and their upgrades are necessary. Su Yang directly invested 500 points of unity value to start the research of the high-efficiency converter. But in addition to the 500 points of unity, the research will take 5 hours of time, precious time in the early stages. Su Yang did not have the mood or time to wait. With a flash of thought, he directly used the Heart of the Worm's Nest that he had obtained earlier. Use of the item Heart of the Worm's Nest to shorten the time needed for research and development by 5h. Once the props are used, the efficient converter is directly researched. He opened the soldier panel again, and he could already upgrade his soldiers. Troop type, Qin Imperial Armored Sharpshooter. Level, 1-2. Effect, increase steam conversion efficiency by 50%. Increase armor mobility by 50%. Unity value, 300 points. A 50% improvement in steam conversion efficiency is a 50% reduction in energy consumption. This means that the Razor can boost its range from 6 hours to 9 hours while in motion. The Imperial Armor Maneuverability, on the other hand, improves the athleticism and combat ability of the sharpshooter. The boost is big, but it also consumes a lot of unity values. That's why the candidates for promotion must be the best of the best. Su Yang chose the first 2 Imperial Armor Sharpshooters to be summoned. Because of his merit in protecting his master, Su Yang also gave them each a name, Chen Wu and Zhao Zhang. With a flash of thought, the 2 Imperial Armor Sharpshooters each received an upgrade. After the upgrade was completed, Su Yang turned his sight back to the spindle. For the territory to go further, it's time to upgrade the Lord's Residence. Home base, Lord's Residence, level 1-2. Unlocked level 2 Resource Facility, level 2 Defense Facility, level 2 Armor Battalion, and more technology branches, required for upgrade. Unity value, 1000 points. Time, 1D. The level 1 base options have all been completed, and the only way to move to the next stage of development is to upgrade your base. Su Yang didn't hesitate to choose to upgrade and once again consumed 1,000 points of unity value. The base and troop upgrades consumed a total of 100 unity points, leaving 320 points left. You should know that the Lord's initial unity value is only 1,000 points, and normally base upgrades will be after a week of newbie protection. And Su Yang finished tapping the level 1 tech tree the next day and started the base upgrade. This is something that other lords would never even dare to imagine. It hadn't been long since they started upgrading the base when an electronic tone sounded. The Lord's Hall has been opened, and the lords can communicate with each other in the hall during the designated time. Chapter 14, Terrifying Heart of the Worm's Nest? The second day of the trial opens the Hall of Lords, as is the tradition in the Forbidden Land. The Lord's Hall is basically the equivalent of a public chat room. The lords can freely exchange information in the hall. Su Yang quickly cut into the Lord's Hall to see if he could obtain some information. The Lord's lobby panel is very simple, with a large chat box at the top and a message sending bar at the bottom. It is worth mentioning that when sending a message you can choose to be anonymous or real. You can post anonymously when you feel that posting something would reveal information about yourself. The sanctuary has no restrictions on this. The top of the chat box showed 68 people online in real time, but not a single person had sent a message since entering. Su Yang nodded slightly. It seemed that everyone was the same. They already knew that too many words would be lost. During the first 2 rounds of the Forbidden Land trial, there were often people talking loudly in the Lord's Hall. If you are targeted by someone with an axe to grind, you are vulnerable to targeting. The Lord's Hall is by no means the harmonious chat room it appears to be. Everyone here is a hunter. Never reveal information about yourself and your territory when exchanging resources, unless you've given up on the round. Lord Theatertooth, I declare that I renounce this trial, give up all resources, and withdraw from all struggle in the hope that some country will come to my humanitarian aid. Aha! The first message is that real names are out of the fray? Su Yang looked at the message from the Theatertooth Lord and couldn't help but guess the reason for his abandonment. No one would normally give up on the Forbidden Land trial. Gaining resources was another matter. Even if you quit the brawl, there's not always someone to take you in until the end of the ban. Keeping a lord of another country is a hidden danger in any case. Lord of the Theater Teeth, I can give all my defense values as long as I'm picked up safely out of my area. Anonymous, what area are you in? Someone's heart is in the right place. The Lord of the Playhouse Tooth pauses for a moment to type out a message. Lord of the Theater Teeth, heart of the nest. The heart of the nest? Su Yang raised his eyebrows slightly. This fellow was born in the same region as himself. Lord Rice, hell of a place. No wonder you quit. Anonymous, 1,000 points of defense is not worth the risk of going to the heart of the nest. Once the location of the heart of the Playhouse Tooth Worm Nest was reported, the lords lost interest in it. Only Su Yang was slightly surprised as he recalled the lords panel he saw earlier. Opera Tooth chose the Renaissance period, which would have been the time when there were muskets. Why would a civilization with thermal weapons be so terrified of the bugs? Lords of England, is it convenient to ask about your initial troop type? Lords of the Theater Teeth, line infantry, armed with flintlock rifles, 1 soldier 25 points of defense value. Lords of England, abandon all other considerations for now, and use all of your command values to summon soldiers. As long as the walls are built during the protection period, 40 soldiers should be able to get through the first wave of bugs. Remember to bring the wave of insects closer to 50 meters before shooting, and be sure to cut down the vegetation on the periphery of the walls to prevent it from blocking the bullets. Lord Theater Tooth, is what you're saying true? Our country really can't afford to fail again. Lord of England, in the name of the Queen, I speak the truth. But really, the hardest part isn't defending against the first wave of bugs. It's escaping from the dense forest of bug nests afterward. It is recommended that you decide on the direction of escape during the protection period, and start relocating your base as soon as you've blocked the wave of insects. No one in the history of the Forbidden Lands has ever truly stepped out of the dense forest of the worm's nest, and Faithful hopes you'll be the first. Lord Theatertooth, your character is commendable. Thank you. After watching the conversation between these two people, Su Yang turned around and looked at the distant entrance of the insect nest cave. Unsurprisingly, the body of the female bug inside had begun to dissolve. Were the bugs I encountered just minions? Su Yang was a bit puzzled, although he knew that the heart of the worm's nest was a newcomer's grave. After 2 encounters, he really didn't feel too much pressure. So much so that in his mind he thought the reason why the heart of the worm's nest had become the newcomer's tomb. It was because the first 2 batches of lords born here were too weak, which gave the bugs a name to brush off. Truly powerful nations shouldn't be too afraid of the bugs. But after the exchange that just took place between the Theater Teeth and the Lords of England, he found that even once glorious civilizations like England and the Player's Teeth treated the bugs with great reverence. Even if it can be defended, there is an immediate option to escape the heart of the worm's nest. Why is one's perception so different from theirs? After thinking for a long time, Su Yang got an answer. I'm afraid I have to blame Great Qin's primary soldiers for being too strong. The first encounter was an easy 2 for 5, annihilating the bug squad. The second battle was even more so when the others' nests were raised, without the terrifying battle power of the Imperial Armor Riders. If it were any other soldier, I'm afraid I wouldn't know how many times I would have died executing this radical strategy. After thinking back, Su Yang realized how bold his previous decision was, and it was not too much to say that it was used as a death sentence. I hope those populace watching live won't be intimidated by me. Su Yang pondered in his heart and decided to be more cautious the next time he faced the insect race. Strategically, the enemy should be scorned, and tactically, the enemy should be emphasized. And apart from the warning, Su Yang also gained a bit of information. That would mean that from a conservative estimate, the combat power of the Great Qin sharpshooters should also be ranked in the first tier. This was undoubtedly good news for Su Yang. Originally, it was thought that the Qin dynasty's advantages would not be realized slowly until after the development of technology. Now it turns out that the early part of the Qin dynasty was not in the least bit weak either. Not to mention the development afterward. After the troop of teeth, the hall was filled with lords chatting about unrelated topics. Rice and a bunch of other country lords classified by Su Yang as the first tier rarely spoke. Only the lords of England were responsive and answered the questions of the other lords in every detail. Su Yang flipped through the lord's information and found that the Lord of England was actually a princess of England's Orthodox royal family, Elizabeth VI, aged 16. No wonder. Su Yang immediately understood what she did after seeing her identity and age. Being from a royal family means she is well educated and has a wealth of knowledge, so she can give good advice. At the same time, the age of 16 is not mature enough to have overly fond fantasies about human nature in the world. The Forbidden Land would soon teach her some lessons. Just when Su Yang felt that there was no valuable information and was about to exit the Lord's Hall, a message was directed to him directly. Anonymous, didn't the Dragon Lords take the first kill achievement? And how come the big guy didn't say a word about it? Anonymous, wondering where the birthplace of the Dragon Kingdom is. And how dare you break newbie protection on the first day? Isn't that a bit too bold? Anonymous, Su Yang-chan must be a very attractive man. Is it convenient to have a private chat for an in-depth exchange? Chapter 15, The Strong Are Not Afraid of Targeting. The object of discussion in the Lord's Hall shifted to Su Yang. Su Yang had no response to this. He would not make any statement without the necessary circumstances. Anonymous, he should be pretty safe here at his birth point, right? Cold warrior soldiers dare to break the newbie's protection. Anonymous, sure. Are a bunch of guys with swords going to cut up stoners and bugs? Anonymous, it's also that kid's luck that counts. I just don't know how long his luck can last. Looking at the speculations and contempt of the lords in the hall, Su Yang expressed his satisfaction. The more these people look down on him, the more opportunity and time they can give him to develop. It would be tough to come up too bright and get targeted by the crowd. Lord Rice, breaking the novice protection is dangerous, but it also leads to more resources and faster development. Since the Dragon Kingdom didn't perish, they're probably ahead of everyone at the moment thanks to the unity value bonus. Lords of the East, Su Yang-kun is a smart man, so don't belittle him. The unanimous mockery in the hall was reversed when the words of the Rice and Eastern lords came out. The lords put aside the previous battle results of the Dragon Kingdom and analyzed them carefully. Su Yang's eyes flickered as he coldly watched the speeches of the Rice and Eastern lords. They're not just being nice and praising and helping to publicize Dragon Nation. Rather, they were afraid that the Dragon Kingdom would threaten their dominance. Su Yang got the first kill achievement and was undoubtedly the current leader among all the lords. In order to nip the first signs in the bud, Rice and the lords of the East turned the winds of the hall in 2 words. It made the lords of the house who had originally despised the Dragon Kingdom to re-emphasize it. Any further outstanding performance by Su Yang in the future would easily be taken as a threat by the lords. These two. Su Yang said a dark sentence in his heart and closed the Lord's Hall. Playing tricks in the Lord's Hall. He was certainly no match for these old foxes. But development is the hard way. Dignity is only above the blade of the sword. And truth is only within range of the cannon. As long as one develops at a speed that surpasses the times and has a battle power that surpasses the times. So what if all these lords joined together? The 6 states had combined to fight against Qin many times, but they still could not resist the iron hooves of Qin. The truly strong are not afraid to be targeted. Giggle. Under Su Yang's control, the steam-powered doors of a barracks slowly opened. 20 refueled Imperial armor sharpshooters stepped out of the barracks. He used the remaining 300 points of his unity value to summon soldiers as well. The territory now has a total of 20 Imperial armor sharpshooters. Among them, Su Yang's personal guard, Chen Wu Zhaozhang, was even an upgraded level 2 Imperial armor ranger. Su Yang decided to send 3 Imperial armor riders to guard his home, while the rest of the Imperial armor riders went out in groups of 3 to search. The resources searched for today are food and copper ore. Food is a necessary resource for development, and hunting is the only way until you unlock the farming facilities. Copper ore, on the other hand, is a necessary resource for the Lord's Mansion once it is upgraded to level 2. All level 2 building upgrades use copper ore almost exclusively. The ideal situation would be to find the copper resources before the mansion upgrade is completed tomorrow. Depart, without any unnecessary nonsense. Su Yang led Xinjiang Zhaowu out of the territory. In order to deal with all the threats that lie ahead, he must keep moving forward. Somewhere in the dense forest of a bug nest. This damn dense forest. Come on, come on, come on. Lord Tanji, Lord of the Theater Teeth, commanded a large number of soldiers working in the dense forest. After getting advice from the Lords of England, he regained his courage to fight the bugs. His initial soldier is a theater-class tooth-line infantry worth 25 unity value. It is important to realize that the most powerful World War II Rice Bear GI in battle was only 40 points of unity value. His line infantry already ranks as the strongest troop in the early stages. But while the soldiers were strong enough, The defenses gave him a major headache. According to the recommendations, he needs to build the walls and cut down the dense forests around the city. To build a city wall you have to dig stone mines. In the early stage without automatic mining machine must be human mining. 20 soldiers digging a mine produces about 30 units of stone ore per day, and will be able to build the wall in about 5 days. On the other side 20 soldiers were responsible for cutting down the dense forest and extending the firing range. This task is much more difficult. It's not even ordinary vegetation in the bug-tied dense forest. They have fat branches and are filled with some kind of viscous liquid. A large portion of the impact of a large knife slashing in will be counteracted by the liquid. This has resulted in extremely slow felling progress. So much so that he had originally sent 5 men to cut down the tree, but later hardened it to 20. However, the current rate is still not as fast as it should be. Plop. Tanji angrily slashed at a mushroom-shaped plant. The knife got stuck and the viscous liquid splashed out. Shot him in his big face. Oh god. This dense forest. Why is it that other people get to go out of the territory and get the first kill on the first day and I have to chop the damn mushrooms? God. Please give me the same simple birth point as the Dragon Kingdom. Giggle. The bronze sword slashed through and the mushroom-like plant was cut in two. The luminescent shell suddenly lost its color and the inner slime gushed outward. Chen Wu opened the way in the front, while Zhao Zhang protected the rear. Su Yang followed the two of them all the way forward. Plants in dense forests possess a glue-like liquid inside that is difficult to cut through. Each of Chen Wu's swords required the assistance of steam power to cut right through. Previously, when he encountered such extremely dense areas, Su Yang would choose to take a detour to save energy. But now that you've unlocked the carbon mine and have a backup energy source, you can spend energy appropriately to save time. After a couple hours of exploring, there have been squads restocking their prey and even a squad encounter with 3 stinging insects. Since the energy was close to half, Su Yang commanded the other squads to go home and resupply. He himself continued to go deeper with Chen Wu Zhao Zhang. They have been upgraded with improved Imperial armor mobility and steam conversion efficiency. This puts their range and mobility a notch above the other level 1 Imperial armor sharpshooters. At the same time, Chen Wu Zhao Zhang led Su Yang all out the farthest distance, and it consumes far less energy than other squads. This made Su Yang feel that the upgrade was well worth it even though it cost 300 unity value. Range is also a part of combatability, and future battles are sure to get longer and longer. Soldiers don't run back to refuel halfway through a fight, so upgrading is necessary. And when the unity value is enough he will slowly upgrade his troops. Your Majesty. In the middle of his thoughts, Chen Wu in front of him suddenly stopped in his tracks. He pushed aside the vegetation in front of him and turned sideways to give Su Yang a line of sight. Just in front of me was a path 2 meters wide trampled out by some kind of creature. Chapter 16 Visions. Discovering the Swarm Ranch. Looking at the dense march-like footprints in front of him, Su Yang's eyes flinched. What is this thing? Bugs? The feet of stinging insects such as brainworms have been seen to be sharp and triangular in shape. It's impossible to make these footprints. Wild animals? The animals in the dense forest of the worm's nest are basically scattered. It is impossible to have such a regular course of advance. What's that? Is there another species in the nest? Su Yang's eyes signaled Chen Wu and the 3 of them returned to the dense forest. Changing direction, the trio pressed on through the dense forest in the direction of the trail. For this sudden appearance of something unknown, Su Yang felt the need to figure it out. The 3 of them moved forward stealthily and traveled a great deal further. The surrounding vegetation gradually thinned out, and hissing sounds were faintly heard in the distance. Getting closer to the source of the sound, Su Yang realized that the sound was very dense, rising and falling. This means that the number of organisms making the sound is exceptionally high. Do we still have to move forward? There was some hesitation in Su Yang's heart. This amount of people would definitely not be able to be dealt with by just the 2 Imperial armor sharpshooters, Chen Wu and Zhao Zhang, if they were hostile forces. In the middle of his thoughts, Su Yang suddenly noticed sharp triangular tracks appearing under his feet. Bug trail. This bug trail is adjacent to the trail and the 2 proceed parallel to each other. At first the dense vegetation obscured the tracks, which only became visible after the vegetation was reduced. Why would bug tracks be right next to the tracks of other creatures? Don't bugs feed on all living things? Su Yang's thoughts flashed as he quickly analyzed the scene in front of him. This is. His eyes lit up as if he had found the answer. It's a lot like a sheepdog herding. In the center are the tracks of the sheep, and on the sides are the tracks of the sheepdogs that guided them along. Do bugs graze too? Su Yang was startled by his own thoughts. Is this swarm too intelligent? With doubts, he commanded Chen Wu Zhao Zhang to move on. As the hissing of the unknown creatures grew louder and louder, they were gradually approaching that unknown territory. Finally they stopped before the vegetation disappeared. Pushing through the last layer of vegetation, the end of the trail came into view for them. There was a huge crater there, and all the surrounding vegetation had been cut down. The pit is about 2 meters deep with a gentle slope going down. It was packed with some kind of sheep with 4 eyes and 4 horns. There's a bug squad outside. A few stinging worms patrolled the perimeter of the pit in the sun, while the brainworms hid under the rock wall to cool off. There was another hole not far from the pothole, the same shape as the one last night, but bigger. Surprisingly, it really is a bug ranch. Su Yang's expression shook as he slowly retracted his body. The low vegetation around this perimeter puts it at risk of being spotted when observed for long periods of time. Su Yang found it a bit unbelievable that the insect race's level of intelligence was beyond imagination. While he was still commanding his soldiers to hunt, the bugs had already learned to keep animals in captivity to go the sustainable route. No wonder he hadn't encountered any wildlife along the way. But it turned out that all the animals in this area had been gotten rid of by the bugs. In the midst of the shock, a thought came to mind. This ranch must be taken down. After most of the day's hunting today, the soldiers didn't really have much to show for it. 6 squads, including his, were sent out and only 2 encountered wildlife. The harvest of these 2 squads was enough to feed all the soldiers for a day. The rewards of going out hunting are uncertain, and the wildlife around the base is sure to dwindle as more hunting is done. At this rate, there will definitely be a food crisis down the road. Without food for a day or 2, the Imperial Armor Ranger can hold out. But if they go without food for a long period of time, all their physical abilities will decline. If they eat well and are in better spirits, their bodies can burst with more energy. Food ultimately affects a soldier's combat effectiveness as well. With no farming skills in the early stages, a steady source of food is necessary. And the Swarm's ranch gave Su Yang the idea to solve the problem. Captive animals instead of killing them outright. This allows you to have a stockpile of food while acquiring a variety of animal resources. But it's definitely too late to catch the animals now. Tame them, and then wait for them to breed. Those who planted the trees before us will enjoy the coolness of the trees after them. Just take this nest and bring all the animals back to the base to have your own ranch. You've fattened up your sheep, but they'll be mine soon. What a help! Su Yang thanked this group of kind neighbors from the bottom of his heart. But taking down the worm's nest is definitely not an option right now. He only brought 2 sharpshooters with him, Chen Wu and Zhao Zhang. There's still a whole swarm of bugs in the cave entrance, so you can't make a move. When he was about to shake the person, Su Yang suddenly realized an important issue. This place is too far from the base. Chen Wu and Zhao Zhang now had 40% of their energy reserves left after the upgrades. If any other soldier had walked here, I'm afraid there would be less than 20% of energy left. That's not even enough energy to take down a nest. To take this swarm ranch, he would need at least a 10-man squad of level 2 Imperial Armor Sharpshooters. Upgrade 8 Imperial Armor Sharpshooters for 2,400 unity points. Looks like it needs to build up a bit first. Although he was a bit tickled, Su Yang knew that now was not the time to make a move. The ranch won't run right here, so I'll wait a couple days to take it down. Su Yang gave a gesture to Chen Wu, Zhao Zhang and the 2 of them, preparing to hit the road back home. It is very dangerous for 3 people to go deep into the enemy camp, and they must be evacuated as soon as possible. Swish! Not waiting for a few people to take 2 steps, an eye suddenly poked out from the vegetation on the left. The eye slowly rose as it saw the trio and more eyes appeared. Sticky tentacles were attached below the densely packed eyes. A brainworm resting in the vegetation. I'm surprised they didn't realize it when they arrived. The corners of Su Yang's mouth twitched and cold sweat broke out on his forehead. Hello! Hiss ah! All the tentacles of the brainworm tensed up in an instant, trembling madly. Sharp popping sounds exploded. Run! Su Yang shouted. Chen Wu's bronze sword was sheathed and steam rolled in. A sword penetrated the brainworm. Then he turned forward and cleaved through the layers of vegetation to make a path. Behind him, Zhao Zhang grabbed Su Yang as he charged forward with his steam power at full blast. The 3 fled through the dense forest as fast as they could. Behind them, the swarm that received the signal was equally frantic. The tentacles of the brainworm trembled madly, emitting a gust of sound waves like a charging horn. A brown-streaked stinging insect rushed out of the cave and flew after the uninvited guests. The frightened sheep buzzed and kept huddling into corners. The vegetation dances with the chase as the mud and leaves fall and splash. The silent dense forest came to life. Chapter 17, Home Base Upgrade, Rich Harvest, Giggle. A stinging insect bursts out of the dense forest. Zhao Zhang returned with a sword. Using the momentum of its charge, a pair of swords pierced through. After passing through a river, the number of stinging insects chasing after them decreased significantly. Because of evolutionary necessity, many of the stinging insect senses are extremely degraded. They track their prey mainly on pheromones transmitted back from the brainworms, and rivers can effectively block this pheromone. Cutting down the last of the stinging insects chasing after them, the squad finally stops to rest. Su Yang couldn't care less about the slime of the crystalline plant and leaned over to gasp for air. The strenuous exercise had deprived his brain of oxygen and his mouth felt like it was stuffed with a piece of rusty iron. Although he was assisted by Zhao Zhang, this long run still cost him half his life. He was just an ordinary college student, and was no match at all for the life-threatening swarms in Great Qin Ruishur. Chen Wu and Zhao Zhang set up their swords in front to defend in case there were still stinging insects that hadn't been dealt with. From time to time, they cast worried glances at Su Yang behind them, fearful that he might not catch his breath at any point. Damn! I'll have to get a set of imperial armor later. Although he was close to collapse, the thoughts in Su Yang's mind were still active. As a lord he shouldn't really be so aggressive. It's just that there are no reconnaissance units yet, and the quickest way to get a detailed picture of the surrounding area is to follow the troops out exploring. Because of the time-grabbing mentality and trust in the battle prowess of the sharpshooters, he made a risky choice. The adventure wasn't without its rewards though. This swarm ranch probably wouldn't have been discovered if you hadn't come on your own. After a chase battle, Chen Wu Zhao Zhang had killed quite a few bugs, which was a way to replenish some of his unity value. However, there was one thing. The level of this group of bugs was clearly a notch higher than the one in front of the house. Su Yang gasped and opened the panel, looking over the kill prompts. Kill level 4 Terran brainworm, plus 150 stats. Kill a level 2 Terran stinging worm, plus 30 stats. Kill a level 2 Terran stinging worm, plus 30 stats. The level 1 and 2 boosts are not really noticeable in terms of combatability, but for a nest of bugs, higher levels also mean higher numbers. Upgrading takes time, and the more time it takes allows the mother bug to produce more children. That's why Su Yang estimated that this ranch bug nest would be a notch higher than the previous one in terms of both number and grade. If you want to take this place without risk, I'm afraid that the previous estimate of 10 level 2 Imperial Armor sharpshooters will not be enough. The stats are a big deal. It's a thing that can't be used enough to exist. After 10 minutes of rest, Su Yang refelt the presence of his limbs. The trio resumed their journey and returned to the main base a few hours later. There were only 3 Imperial Armor sharpshooters in charge of defense in the main base. The other sharpshooters had been resupplied and had begun their second outing of the day exploring. After nearly a day of mining, the territory's quarry resources had come to 93 units. Enclosing the city walls needed to be gotten done at once, and Su Yang decided to wait for 200 units before starting the process. The Lord's mansion is being upgraded and it will take time to enclose the walls. Swarm Ranch won't be able to handle it anytime soon. Now all he could do was wait. Su Yang decided to sleep while waiting. He was too tired. Yesterday he only took a 2-hour nap during the day, and today he experienced a life and death chase. Exhaustion came in like a tidal wave. After letting Chen Wu Zhao Zhang replenish his energy and continue to go out exploring, Su Yang entered the Lord's mansion and fell asleep. Welcome to the official live broadcast of the Forbidden Land Trial Dragon Kingdom. Inside the broadcast room, the host, Yuki, was energetically reading the opening lines. I'm sure everyone is like Snowy, wondering how Su Yang took the first kill reward yesterday. I would like to know the true combat power of the Qin dynasty's initial soldiers, and I would like to know the current development of the base. There is no need to rush. This series of questions will be answered with the start of today's live broadcast. The Dragon Nation netizens were equally excited. After Su Yang took the first kill reward ahead of all the lords, they regained their confidence. With the first kill's unity value reward, our territory will definitely develop faster than the others. Maybe we'll really soar this time and take first place in the trial. No matter what else, I want to see Great Qin soldiers fight. Those armors are just awesome. The screen flashes and the live feed is about to open. The anticipation in the hearts of the crowd was drawn to its fullest, hoping that Su Yang would be able to bring them surprises once again. The live broadcast is on. Welcome our big hero, Su Yang. The screen flickered and the camera was given to Su Yang, who was lying on all fours on the bed. Yuki's face twitched. Is this meditation? Several experts rushed to the screen and carefully analyzed Su Yang's condition. After a period of analysis, each of them had a stunned expression. Forbidden Land Live is usually on during the day, and the safest stage in the Forbidden Zone is also daytime. The Lords generally seize the daylight hours to build and develop. This was the first time they had seen someone sleeping in broad daylight in the Forbidden Land. Unbelievable. According to our analysis, Su Yang seems to have entered a deep sleep. While the experts were careful to analyze this side of the room before they dared to come to a conclusion, the airwaves had already exploded. You're still analyzing a chicken. I can hear the purring. Why is he sleeping in the middle of the day? Coming on vacation. Yell at him to get up. Hey. Central Military Department. All of the Dragon Kingdom's top military officers, experts and scholars in various fields, and senior engineers and analysts stood at attention. After Su Yang took the first kill reward, the Dragon Kingdom officials had new expectations for the battle power of the Qin dynasty's initial troop types. All the experts we could muster were called in today to analyze the Duchin opening. They wished to analyze the characteristics of Great Qin civilization as much as possible, and perhaps be able to give Su Yang help at critical moments. The screen began to flicker and everyone held their breath. Screen switch. Phew. The faces of all the top brass of the Dragon Kingdom stared. The scene fell into dead silence, with only grunts echoing. Su Yang slept until he woke up in the evening. This sleep was unbelievably sweet. All of the Imperial Armor sharpshooters in the main base have returned. With the current reserves of carbon or resources could not sustain them in another outing of exploration. It seemed that the current production of miners still needed to be strengthened as Su Yang toured the territory. If you want to increase the number of exploration batches or increase the number of troops, you first have to increase the miner production. Only one miner can be placed in a vein, until new veins are discovered. Increasing the efficiency of the mining machine is the only way to increase production. The main base upgrade is done tomorrow, so let's see if there's any way to do it. Walking to the front of the barracks, the warriors were processing the prey they had harvested today. Chen Wu had already organized today's harvest in advance and walked up to report to Su Yang. Listening to the report, Su Yang's eyes lit up. I didn't expect to get much out of the day. Chapter 18, Night Raid, Crazy Swarm. Not a bad haul after a day out exploring. First, there are the food resources. With 2 rounds of exploration yielding meat for roughly 3 meals, it can last 2 days on a full stomach. If you eat sparingly, you'll have no problem supporting yourself for 3 days. Although the Swarm Ranch was not yet raidable for a short time, the food aspect would last for a while. In addition to food is the acquisition of unity values. 5 encounters with the bugs in 1 day. All the battles, including the one with Su Yang, were taken without injury. This was the reason why Su Yang had organized a 3-man squad. The average bug squad consists of 5 to 6 bugs. 2 Imperial Armor sharpshooters engaged in a confrontation may be harmed, resulting in Imperial Armor damage. The 3 Imperial Armor sharpshooters, on the other hand, were just about able to settle the fight without injury. While sending a team of 4 Imperial Armor Rangers increases risk resistance, it also reduces the number of squads and shrinks the scope of exploration. So the 3-man squad was the most efficient grouping of squads that Su Yang had decided upon after consideration. After today's observations, this grouping works really well. Several waves of battles with the bugs combined had allowed Su Yang to harvest a total of 120 points of unity value, together with the 20 points left over from before. There are now a total of 1150 unity points. Sure enough, without achievement rewards and massive battles, gaining unity values from encounters is still a bit of a drop in the bucket. Although the harvest of unity value wasn't much, Su Yang had analyzed the intelligence of the bug nest after these battles. Bug squads weren't swiped out of thin air. They were all spawned by the mother nest. The presence of a bug squad means that a nest exists in the vicinity. Based on the number of encounters that had occurred with the Razorbacks, Su Yang expected that there were 2 more insect nests around the base. Then, based on where the encounters had taken place, he had roughly determined the direction of the 2 insect nests. You can't build up your stats fast enough by relying on encounters. If you want to get the fastest level 2 warrior unit, you have to smash the bug nest. With the intelligence, Su Yang decided to lead his troops to attack the bug nest first thing tomorrow morning. Chen Wu's debriefing wasn't over yet. There was one more gain on top of the food and unity value. One squad found a non-bug nest cave with many murals carved into it. Su Yang knew that they had encountered a relic as soon as he heard it. There are some strange places in the Forbidden Lands, and the ruins are one of those places. There is no clear pattern to the distribution of these sites. They are encountered by chance. When a lord personally enters a relic, it triggers a relic quest, and by completing the quest you will be able to obtain the relic. There are all sorts of things that can be opened in relics. Weapons, supplies, high-level drawings, and more. However, Su Yang's enthusiasm for this relic wasn't too great for 2 reasons. Relic quests are of different types, while the difficulty is generally high, and relic drops are completely unrelated to quest difficulty. Some lords fight to the death to complete a quest and the relic rewards are green, while the temptation to open boxes is great. The payoff is too unclear, at least until the pre-base was stabilized. Su Yang did not intend to touch this relic. After listening to Chen Wu's report, Su Yang was still very satisfied with today's harvest. Food and unity value resources, 2 special locations, the ranch and the ruins. It wasn't much, but it was something that the lords who were still on the reserve simply couldn't imagine. The only regret is that there are no clues related to obtaining copper resources. A series of subsequent upgrades will be related to copper mines, and failure to find copper resources will slow down development progress. The current range of exploration was still too small, and the energy reserves of the Imperial Armor sharpshooters limited the maximum distance they could explore. Also, the Imperial Armor sharpshooters are combat soldiers and are not really well suited for map scouting. If you can unlock the scout class, it should solve this problem to a large extent. Exploring resources will also be faster. I also don't know if there were any scouting troop types in the Pre-Qing dynasty. If not, then it was still only hard scouting with Imperial Armor sharpshooters. As Su Yang's thoughts gradually drifted away, a smell of roasted meat pulled him back. The warriors had finished handling the animals nimbly and had already begun to build a fire to roast the meat. Looking at the chunks of meat racked on the charcoal fire, Su Yang's eyes flickered. After not eating for almost 2 days, his stomach had long since begun to protest. Your Majesty. Su Yang turned around and saw Chen Wu offering a thigh meat of some unknown creature with both hands. The thigh meat was charred and tender on the outside, bubbling with oil, and sprinkled with some kind of crushed plant leaves that wafted with flavor. How could they find fragrance-enhancing leaves in this oddly shaped dense forest? Su Yang was secretly staggered. It is true that there is nothing that cannot be eaten in the eyes of my Yanhuang children. If it does, it must be eating the wrong way. Su Yang received the thigh, ignoring the exaggerated appearance of those animals with 4 eyes, and nibbled on it. The bugs were really glad there was wildlife in this dense forest to eat. Otherwise the Great Qin sharpshooter's combat prowess against the bugs would surely have risen another notch. Late at night, the luminescence emanating from the dense forest vegetation illuminated the territory's surroundings. Su Yang had arranged for 6 Imperial armor sharpshooters to be on duty during the night, while the others entered the barracks to recover their strength. The dense forest was awfully quiet at night, with only the never-ending steam miners hammering the ground. Inside the Lord's residence, Su Yang was carving a simple map on the table, because he had caught up on his sleep during the day. He wasn't too sleepy at the moment. The map was labeled with the general zones of various resources around the base, as well as some areas that had yet to be explored. We should go in that direction first thing in the morning. Su Yang carved out a route on the tabletop. The second point. Buzz. Suddenly, a piercing voice rang in his head. It's an alarm signal from the soldiers. What the hell? Su Yang violently bounced up from his chair and rushed towards the outside of the mansion. A sharp chirping sound flooded his ears the instant the metal door opened. Bugs. Countless bugs. The stinging insects went crazy as they traveled through the base, laying siege to the Imperial armor rangers on duty. In the distance jet nematodes stand in rows releasing long-range attacks. The Imperial armor sharpshooters fell into a melee with their swords raised. The siege of the swarm. All hands on deck. All hands on deck. Su Yang's mind flashed and opened all the barracks. The army of Imperial armor sharpshooters gradually awakened. Prioritize mine protection. Prioritize mine protection. Su Chen exerted commands to all the Imperial armor sharpshooters. Slasher. In the midst of the chaos, the 2 stinging insects locked onto Su Yang, who was giving orders, and violently rushed towards the Lord's residence. Code. Su Yang rebuked and quickly retreated back into the courtyard. Off. He fought to tug on the lever and the metal gate slowly closed. Click. Unfortunately a stinging insect rushed right in and jammed the gate. Su Yang quickly retreated and moved away from the doorway. At that moment, a second stinging insect came through the gap. It raised its twin blades high and screamed at Su Yang, its sharp mouthparts constantly dripping mucus downwards. The insect blade glowed cold and silver in the moonlight. Chapter 19. Life and Death. Looking at the stinging bug who held his twin blades high and was able to decapitate 2 of his own heads with a single slash, Su Yang's heart was pounding and he was sweating coldly. The frenzy of adrenaline had his brain running at high speed. 2 lifetimes of experience had taught him that he should never turn around and run away when facing a vicious beast head-on. If you can outrun them, you'll stimulate the other side to launch a direct attack. The best option at this point is not to flee but to deter. Make your opponent misjudge your strength and be afraid to attack. Su Yang's face stared, his legs bent at the knees, and his chi sank into the dantian. Strike the standard pose for scaring a dog in a previous life. Hey, dare to come over and get you killed. Hissy. The stinging worm roared and moved instantly. Charging forward, Su Yang swung his legs and ran. While he failed in his prediction of the effect of the threat, he was right about the other option. That is, there is no escape by turning around and running away. The distance of a few meters was no more than a breath to the stinging insects. To Su Yang it was a huge gulf between life and death. He could already smell the characteristic wet rot of the stinging insects. It's over? Boom! A huge steam gush exploded in his ears. After a swish, the screams of the stinging insects came to an abrupt end. Su Yang turned back. Only Chen Wu, dressed in bronze imperial armor, was seen leaping high off the courtyard wall. It landed between Su Yang and the body of the stinging insect. Bending down, he slowly removed the broad-bladed bronze sword that had penetrated deep into the stinging insect's torso. He scaled the courtyard wall and shot the stinging insects from a distance. With a shiny sound, the bronze sword was sheathed, and Chen Wu turned around and knelt down to do a salute. Forgive me for being late to the rescue. Su Yang gulped and clenched the sweaty palms of his hands. It's okay, what's a little bug to worry about? Giggle. Across the courtyard, Zhao Zhang resolved the stinging insect that was stuck in the doorway and reopened the metal gate. After calming down a little, Su Yang slammed his hands and shouted at the duo. Miners, prioritize guarding the miner. Gotcha. Chen Wu Zhao Zhang Wind also seems to rush out of the mansion. Straight to the mine. All facilities in this territory can be stopped. Except the miner. Mineral resources are concerned with fueling the fighters, and a stoppage in the miners means the fighters are out of action. And mine repair requires copper resources, which is not possible in this current situation. If you can't hold on to the miners, the territory's development will be in great trouble. Whoosh! Whoosh! The long-range attacks of the insect spikes of the jet nematodes shot out like a dense rain. This caused great distress to the defending Imperial Armor Riders. In an offensive stance, a level 1 Imperial Armor Sharpshooter can take care of 2 stinging worms without injury. And if you are faced with more stinging insects surrounding you, you will have to choose a defensive stance if you want to stay unharmed. And the defense stance can only resist a siege of up to 4 stinging worms. The 6 Imperial Armor Riders on guard duty were all being surrounded by a minimum of 5 stinging worms, and a maximum of up to 6. There were also countless jet nematodes in the dense forest outside the field that were letting off cold arrows in between attacks. This caused all of the Imperial Armor Sharpshooters on guard duty to suffer varying degrees of damage to their Imperial Armor. Some are close to collapse. Giggle, giggle. With the opening of a steam-powered door, the refueled squad of Imperial Armor Rangers killed the battlefield. As before, they remained 3 to a team, with 4 teams in total. 2 squads were on fire to support the 6 teammates on guard duty, while the other 2 squads headed straight for the mine to focus on defense. The squad that broke into the battlefield was immediately surrounded by the swarm again after taking care of a small number of bugs from the periphery. In front of the bugs' huge night attack force, the current battle power in the territory couldn't do a frontal defeat. After a short exchange, the battlefield entered a delicate balance. Neither side could break through the other's defense, although the addition of the new fighters eases the pressure on the defense. But since the bugs still had the upper hand in numbers and there were jet nematodes in the dense forest that would shoot at any time, if Su Yang allowed the warriors to enter a combat stance to find a breakthrough, then it would definitely damage the Imperial Armor on a large scale. The damage to the Imperial Armor is unrepairable until copper mining resources are found. Trading injuries for injuries is never advisable. The sound of metal clashing echoed over the territory. The sharpshooters wielded their bronze swords and did their best to defend against attacks from every direction. Jet nematodes hide in the dense forest, catching every loophole in the sharpshooters to unleash their insect spikes. Due to the lack of long-range attacks, the team has no means of counterattacking. How do you break it? Su Yang's eyes flashed. The answer is in the sword. Hiss ah! The screams of the jet nematodes in the dense forest broke the balance of the battle. Steam exploded and a jet nematode fell along with the crystalline plant. Kill level 2 Terran jet nematode. Plus 50 stat. Kill level 2 Terran jet nematode. Plus 50 stat. Chen Wu Zhaozhang arrived. Looking at the panel for the kill prompt, Su Yang knew that his tactics had succeeded. In the middle of the dense forest, Chen Wu Zhaogang powered up to full power, like a vicious wolf pouncing again and again on the jet nematodes that were hiding everywhere. Not long after the new batch of fighters entered the game, Su Yang predicted that the frontal battlefield would reach a stalemate. The enemy's long-range units must be dealt with before a breakthrough can be found, so he didn't let Chen Wu Zhaozhang, the only level 2 warrior, join the front battlefield. Instead, they were told to take a detour deep into the dense forest to intercept the enemy's rear rank. The dense forest provided hiding for the jet nematodes while at the same time becoming an excellent cover for Chen Wu Zhaozhang. Relying on the dense forest, they were able to ignore the long-range attacks of the nematodes and approach them without pressure to complete the kill. Swish! The sound of sharp swords breaking through the air and miserable screams were interspersed in the dense forest. The brainworm let out a sharp, high chirp, ordering some of the stingers to return to the rear of the force. The delicate balance was upset by the slightest withdrawal of these stinging insects from the front line. Su Yang grasped the opponent's disorganization and issued a full-scale attack order. In a flash, all the power units roared and exploded. The sky above the territory instantly exploded with a thick white fog and vapor. The counterattack begins. The sharp swords of the Imperial Armor Sharpshooters, augmented by steam power, stabbed into the insectoid's torso. The insect army was defeated, and heaps of them were chopped into pieces. This was the terrifying finishing ability of the Imperial Armor Rangers. I get a million chances to make a mistake, and you don't get one. Chapter 20 The Deal in the Lord's Hall. Kill a level 1 Terran stinging worm, plus 20 stats. Kill level 2 Terran brainworms, plus 100 to your defense value. Kill level 2 Terran jet nematode, plus 50 stat. Kill a level 1 Terran stinging worm, plus 20 stats. Both sides of the battlefield are open at the same time. Su Yang's panel flashed up with a series of kill prompts, and his unity value increased crazily. In less than 10 minutes, the Imperial Armor Riders had completely flipped the originally inferior battlefield. As the battle entered the closing stage, a crisp beep sounded in Su Yang's head. Successful defense against bug attack. Unlocked achievement, solid as a rock. Defense value plus 500. After the achievement was unlocked and the sounds of fighting in the territory stopped, Su Yang didn't let his guard down. He sent his soldiers to closely search the dense forest around the base to ensure that there was no more possibility of an insect ambush before stepping out of the Lord's mansion. Looking at the patches of insect remnants, Su Yang couldn't help but feel a sense of shock. That's a full army press. For any other Lord's initial army, I'm afraid I'll fall completely under the first wave of attack. Together with the kill prompts, Su Yang determined the scale of this bug attack. The overall kill count was 76 bugs. Of these, 57 were Class 1 stinging insects, 15 were Class 2 jet nematodes, and 4 were Class 2 brainworms. The total number of unity points gained from killing bugs is 290. Combined with the reward for unlocking the achievement, you get a total of 790 unity points this time. The almost 3,000 points of unity value dropped was more than the unity values gained from the previous battles combined. Although this bug raid brought a big crisis, it also brought a huge drop in unity value. With this amount of unity value, you can undoubtedly take your troop strength and territory development a step further. However, while reaping the rewards, Su Yang also discovered the current loopholes in the territory. First is the issue of base defense. The construction of walls is essential. Tonight it was the lack of walls that stopped the first wave of bug defenses. It was only at the first moment that the territory fell into a crisis and went into the disadvantage of being under siege. If there was a wall, even if the bugs sneak attacked, they could still stall for time for the follow-up support to arrive. The stock of quarry will be up to what is needed to build the wall by noon tomorrow. At that time, Su Yang would choose to surround the city wall at the first time to avoid any more such raids. In addition to base defense, another big problem is the force's current lack of long-range offense. It's not every battle that is Chen Wu Zhao Zhang circling the wagons. If you can't unlock remote attacks quickly, there will definitely be unsolvable puzzles in the future. This depends on what troop types will be unlocked in the secondary barracks once the base is upgraded. Su Yang wasn't too worried about this, as Great Qin's troop types would definitely satisfy him. After checking the harvest, Su Yang came to the mine to check the damage. The mining area, because of its distance from the barracks, was the area that suffered the most damage. While the miners didn't shut down completely, they did affect production because of the damage. In one case, the efficiency of the carboner miner was impaired by 40% and production dropped to 30 units per day. The efficiency of the quarry mining machine was impaired by 50%, and production dropped to 50 units per day. Both repairs require 4 and 5 units of copper resources respectively. The copper ore resource requirement was not much, but there was simply no way for the current Su Yang, and the need for copper ore demand doesn't stop there. The imperial armor of the 6 duty sharpshooters was severely damaged. Each requires 1 unit of copper resources to repair. If the imperial armor was not repaired, it would likely be scrapped if it suffered another attack. Copper resources must be obtained in a short period of time. After Su Yang's thoughts turned over, he came up with a feasible solution: trade through the Lord's Hall. The Lord's Hall has a trading bounty function in addition to communication for the Lords. Once both parties have determined the content of the transaction, they can exchange resources on their own. Trading is the best option because the demand is not high and time is short. Tally values are hard currency when trading. Su Yang currently had a total of 440 points of unity value. He believed that at this stage it would be enough for him to buy anything he wanted. Tomorrow the Lord's residence will also be upgraded to level 2, and these unity values can be used to upgrade buildings in addition to trading. Therefore, Su Yang didn't spend the unity value to upgrade his soldiers immediately, instead choosing to wait until tomorrow before deciding how to use it. After a sneak attack, Su Yang was considered completely sleepless. Long Night had to join the soldiers in dealing with the wreckage in the territory. The Lord's Hall has been opened, and the Lords can communicate with each other in the hall during the designated time. Early in the morning, Su Yang stuck to the opening time and entered the Lord's Hall on time. In order not to seem like he was in a hurry, he purposely waited for the other Lords to chat for a while before posting the deal. Transaction. Required items, copper mining resources, traded items, defense value. Transaction initiator, Lord of the Dragon Kingdom. As soon as the transaction information came out, it immediately attracted the attention of the other Lords. They were very interested in the mysterious Lord who took the first kill achievement and didn't say a word. Anonymous, you who? The Dragon Lord finally showed up. I thought he wasn't in the hall. Anonymous, isn't it a little too cold to send a deal at the drop of a hat? Anonymous, copper resources. What's the point of taking this stuff? Anonymous, you think everyone has access to iron? He's still in the Bronze Age. Su Yang ignored all the flirting and quietly waited for interested parties to come to his door. But it's clear that the focus of these people is not on the deal itself, but on him as a person. On the one hand, it is true that copper resources are rarely mined. Most of the Lord's civilizations came after the Industrial Revolution. Highly productive and strong steel has long since replaced copper alloys. They wouldn't be looking for copper even if they were looking for mines. So no one is trading. On the other hand, they were more interested in prying into Su Yang's current development than trading, wanting to determine whether Su Yang would subsequently threaten their position. Lord Rice, it feels like Brother Su Yang is in a bit of a hurry to release this deal. It's not like the technology is being snagged, is it? Lords of the East, now the lords with copper resources can make a fortune. Su Yang Jun is the lord with the most unity value. Lord Tianju, there are copper mines in my territory. Wouldn't I make a fortune digging them now? Su Yang coldly looked at the chat panel with contempt in his eyes. It seems that trading in the Lord's Hall is not going to work, so we must find another way out. Just as he was about to close the Hall of Lords, the lobby panel lit up with a message. Lord of England, I can trade copper resources with you. Chapter 21, No. You're so trenchant? Lord of England, Elizabeth VI. Previously, Su Yang had questioned her behavior of having a request in the hall, but he didn't expect that he was now the object of help. Lords of England, copper mines exist in my territory, but are not currently being mined. If you can wait, I'll run the mine as fast as I can, and we'll do the deal in a couple of hours. Just like you want. Lord of the Dragon Kingdom, yes. Private chat. Su Yang agreed. His needs are not great, and a few hours should be enough time for England to mine the copper. It's more realistic than sending teams out to try their luck at finding copper. When the lords in the hall saw that the two countries had reached a deal, they immediately made a scene. The most precious resource in the pre-lordship period is minerals, and the thing that is most lacking is time. To build a base in a short period of time sufficient to defend against the wave of attacks in 7 days, it would be necessary to get the miners to put in the resources needed to scramble to build up the defense. And now the lords of England are surprisingly willing to put all their mining machines into useless copper resources, paying for precious development time just to trade with the Dragon Kingdom, a territory that is still in the Bronze Age and still needs copper resources. In the eyes of other lords there is no need to establish diplomatic relations. Anonymous, the lords of England are confused. This is a waste of time. Anonymous, although the value of the first stage is not much, it's still enough to use, but the construction of the base can't be left behind. Anonymous, Lord of England, think twice. The Dragon Kingdom is only in the Bronze Age, so there's really nothing to invest in. Elizabeth had a high reputation because she was available in the halls. Numerous lords who had been helped now jumped in to advise her to be cautious, arguing that it wasn't worth wasting her time on Dragonland. Shifting the production resources of a mine can greatly affect the progress of the base. Su Yang paid no attention to anyone. He opened the private chat panel to send a message to Lord England. Lords of the Dragon Kingdom, will the deal continue? Lords of England, continue. How many units of copper ore do you need? Lords of the Dragon Kingdom, 100 units. Su Yang inputs 100 units of copper resources. 50 of those units were used to repair the Imperial armor sharpshooters in various facilities, while the remaining 50 were used to see if they could build some necessary new buildings after the mansion was upgraded. Lords of England, I'm repositioning the miners now. It'll take about half a day. If you're in a hurry, you can trade in 2 batches, once at noon and once in the evening. Lords of the Dragon Kingdom, yes. Price. Lords of England, 500 unity. If you don't have enough unity, I'll accept the debt. I can't believe that I'm accepting money owed to me. Su Yang raised his eyebrows. This guy is just a little too heartless, isn't he? As a short-lived ally, Su Yang intended to say a word. It's not good to be this simple and innocent in the Forbidden Trials. Lord of the Dragon Kingdom, you're not afraid I'll renege on my debt? The Forbidden Land system allows all fraudulent behavior. Lords of England, I believe in the goodness of human nature and the character of the Dragon Kingdom. TSK. Seeing the words sent from across the room, Su Yang was speechless for a while. How else can you say it? With a flash of his mind, he entered 600 points of unity value into the trade box. 500 unity value for 100 units of copper ore. The price given by England is absolutely conscientious. And he gave 500 points to buy copper mines and an additional 100 points to express the intention of establishing diplomatic relations. England's help this time is a solution of sorts. An extra 100 points of unity value is not much. It's an expression of goodwill without going so far as to balk. A territory in the Forbidden Zone. A huge industrial-era mine is rumbling into operation. Dressed in a long beige dress and a mane of blonde hair, Elizabeth was directing workers to change the minerals in the excavation. England's greatest advantage in the pre-industrial period lay in the enormous capacity of the mines. 100 units of copper ore resources would only take half a day for her. Spending half a day building a good relationship with the dragon was worth it in her opinion. Although the Dragon Kingdom is still in the Bronze Age and is far behind in development, but she believed that to take the first kill achievement, there must be something powerful about this new civilization called Qin Dynasty. Lords of England, I believe in the goodness of human nature, and even more so in the character of the Dragon Kingdom. Elizabeth typed this on the screen. The latter half of the sentence was pretty, but the Dragonians did have a decent image in her mind. Another very important reason why she was willing to let Su Yang owe the debt was that 500 unity value really wasn't a small amount in the early stages. Each lord opened with only 1,000 points of unity value, and even if Su Yang took the first kill achievement it would only be 2,000 points. If he cleans up some of the Fae in the last few days, then he might gain some extra unity value, but those certainly don't add up to much, and 500 is already a large percentage of that. And the Dragon Kingdom is still in the Bronze Age and needs development more than any other country. That's why Elizabeth offered to be able to owe the money. She didn't want her request to affect the development of the Dragon Kingdom. She needs living allies, long-term benefits. Ding! The transaction message rang out. Elizabeth opened the panel and her eyes snapped open when she saw the message. The Lord of the Dragon Kingdom has completed delivery. 600 unity value. 600 uniformity value. Is this an input error? Her thoughts flickered and she immediately sent a private chat message. Lords of England, are you mistaken? It says here that 600 points have been delivered. Lord of the Dragon Kingdom, this is what you deserve. Remember to deliver the copper or on time. The private chat channel closes and the system shows the Dragon Lord exiting the Lord's Hall. What? Elizabeth was a little surprised that 600 points of unity value was given in the early stages of the most needed development. Doesn't his territory need to grow? Why read the messages if the 600 unity value is just a small amount for him? That's half of a normal lord's opening stat value. The Lord's Hall. Deal between Rokoko and England completed. The lords saw that the two had struck a deal, and there was a wave of contemptuous voices. Most are saying that Elizabeth made poor decisions and chose the wrong people to invest in. A Bronze Age territory that still needs a copper mine is simply not worth the investment. But some people are sad and some people are happy. Most of the country lords who had been helped by Elizabeth were feeling bad for her. And there are others who are rejoicing behind their backs. Lord Rice, it's good that the first deal was struck, and you should all be happy. Lords of the East, I wonder how much Su Yang Kuan has spent on his unity value. I hope he won't be too stingy and lose the courtesy of our great East Asia. After the panel, the Rice and Eastern lords were beaming with joy. If nothing else, the dragons in England can already kick out their competitors. England shifted its pre-mineral direction for the sake of the deal, which will undoubtedly affect development significantly. And according to this character of Lord Elizabeth, the future would not be much of a threat to them at all. It goes without saying that the Dragon Kingdom was already in a position where they had the advantage of the extra unity value gained from breaking the novice protection. Buying minerals meant they didn't find the copper they needed for pre-development. The necessary resources are insufficient, and it also uses up the only advantage of unity value in the early stages. Add to that the problem of Fey offenses brought on by breaking newbie protection. The development of the Dragon Kingdom is definitely the most sluggish at present. And it is not unlikely that it will come to a standstill in the future. Ding! The global briefing rang out. Lord Su Yang of the Dragon Kingdom is the first to unlock the level 2 base. Unlocking the achievement, civilization begins. Lord Su Yang of the Dragon Kingdom is the first to unlock the level 2 base. Unlocking the achievement, civilization begins. Chapter 22, Level 2 Main Base. Civilization begins. Lord Su Yang of the Dragon Kingdom takes the lead in unlocking the level 2 base. Unlocking the achievement, civilization begins. Lord Su Yang of the Dragon Kingdom is the first to unlock the level 2 base. Unlocking the achievement, civilization begins. WTF. The Rice Lord's eyes were rounded, staring incredulously at the briefing in front of him. It's amazing that a country he just sentenced to death was the first to unlock a level 2 base. How is this possible? If the first kill achievement can still be attributed to luck, then being the first to unlock the base can be a complete symbol of strength. Like the troop of Tooth Lords born in the heart of the worm's nest, the early stages will cost all the unity values just to build the walls and summon the soldiers, not to mention upgrading the base. It's impossible to even upgrade some other tech buildings. Other lords, even if their birthplaces aren't as bad as the heart of the worm's nest, are unlikely to order a level 2 base in the early stages. Unlocking a base means that the territory has an additional statistic value and is able to defend itself against the Fey wave. But how is this possible? It's just a ING bronze civilization. Even his pre-strongest country, Rice, is honestly building walls. How dare he take the lead in upgrading a level 2 base? The Qin dynasty's initial soldiers can't all be friggin' kung fu masters. Baka Yalu. The Eastern Lord sat down on his knees and cut the screen at his side with a single juho. His face was bruised, his muscles spasmed, and his breath was murderous. Not only do you take away the first kill achievement, but you also take away the unlocked base achievement. Dragon Nation steals two of the most important achievements in the early stages. This was all originally an achievement that they had planned to take down in the east. Can't wait any longer. Tojo Incan slowly got up and swung his sword forward. For the sake of His Majesty the Emperor, break the novice protection. This. Elizabeth stared blankly at the global briefing. Before she could regain her senses from Su Yang's behavior of wielding the value like dirt, she was once again shocked by the global notification. Dragon Kingdom. Take the lead. Level 2 building. A territory that had just been trading the most basic copper resources with her was the first to unlock a level 2 base? Thanks to her, she was worried that asking for 500 unity values would affect the progress of the development of the Dragon Kingdom. Now it seems that they are ahead of all the territories in terms of development progress. This time, she had made the right gamble and picked an ally with potential. However, while being happy for Su Yang, Elizabeth was also keenly aware of the hidden dangers of the development of the Dragon Kingdom. It's all unlocked level 2 bases, but you haven't even found the most basic copper mining resources. This proved that Su Yang's birthplace was an area with very few resources. The lack of resources means that development will gradually become sluggish at a later stage. The future depends on how Su Yang solves this problem. There weren't many resource-poor areas in the Forbidden Land, the most well-known being the heart of the Worm's Nest. But the Dragon Kingdom certainly wasn't born in the heart of the Worm's Nest like the Playhouse Teeth. Not only are resources scarce there, but the bugs are a million times more dangerous. The Bronze Age soldiers of the Dragon Kingdom definitely couldn't tackle those bugs. And where would the birth point of the Dragon Kingdom be? The moment the briefing rang out, the Lord's Hall exploded. Anonymous, how can that be? Is there something wrong with my eyes? Anonymous, Shiba-yo. How come everything good hits the Dragon Kingdom? I'm not convinced. Anonymous, is there no Fae at their birthplace? And they can defend themselves with cold weapons. Lord Tianju, Su Yangbra, you know our friendship. The copper mine in my territory is for you. Lord Theater Tooth, God. I want to go to the Dragon Kingdom's birthplace too. These damn bedbugs and plants are driving me crazy. The crowd in the Lord's Hall yelled. Su Yang had absolutely no time to pay attention to them. He was immersed in the joy of upgrading his new base. The Lord's residence has been upgraded and raised one level straight up. It now looks even more grand and imposing than before. But looks are only secondary to the rewards that come with upgrades. The first thing is definitely the achievement for unlocking the level 2 base. The civilization initial achievement is even more exaggerated than the first kill achievement, giving 2,000 unity points straight away. This was an acquisition that greatly exceeded Su Yang's surprise. He hadn't even known it had an achievement unlock when he first upgraded his base. The 2,000 points of unity value credited directly offset the consumption of buying copper ore, and there were 1,400 more points. After the stats bonus comes all the new buildings and amenities that come with base upgrades. The first upgrade brought 2 additional steam miners and a steam water pump. This will further increase the rate of resource acquisition in the territory. Next is the new defensive building, the crossbow turret. The crossbow turret is equipped with a heavy bed crossbow, capable of not only scouting but also long-range fire. Level 2 bases can build up to 4 crossbow turrets. Then there's tech, with upgrades bringing a host of new techs that can be unlocked. Mining machine upgrades, wall upgrades, metal detectors. Lastly, for troop types, Level 2 bases can upgrade the Imperial Armor Battalion to Level 2. The Level 2 Imperial Armor Camp unlocks the very long-range troop type that the territory currently lacks the most, the Great Qin Imperial Armor Crossbowman. This was the part that made Su Yang the most excited. The crossbowman unlock directly made up for the team's current biggest flaw. This is a huge boost to base defense and out-and-out combat. Not bad for a home base upgrade that brings so many new enhancements at once. Su Yang pressed down the excitement in his heart and carefully analyzed the current situation. There are simply too many options to be able to choose to upgrade, and limited resources at short notice, so it must be selectively upgraded in relation to what is currently needed. First, the external environment. There are 2 known bug nests that need to be addressed today, and a bug ranch and a relic a bit further away. The 2 nests will have to wait for the copper to be available on the English side and for the repair of the Imperial armor before setting out on a crusade. Since they had already launched a large force to attack the territory last night, today's resistance shouldn't be too strong. That's why Su Yang would choose to split his army into 2 and end the 2 bug nests together. Also, the bug ranch needs at least 10 level 2 Imperial armor sharpshooters. There's no rush right now. The relics Su Yang did not intend to touch in the near future either. Then there's copper mining, which is basically the copper resource needed for all boosts. The English side can only solve the immediate problem, and a great deal of effort must be put into searching for copper next. In this regard, Su Yang found that there was a new technology related to it, the metal detector. This would be Su Yang's highest priority technology to unlock. Finally, there's base defense. In the afternoon the quarry resources will be up to standard, and soon the walls can be surrounded. As for wall upgrades and defense towers, there is no rush at the moment. With the combat prowess of the Great Qin sharpshooters, the primary wall should be good enough for a while. After analyzing it once by the bar, Su Yang unfolded the Lord's panel. View the attributes of the territory after upgrading. Chapter 23 Great Qin 1000-Mile Scout. Metal Detection Technology. Territorial Panels. Territory, Qin. Lord, Su Yang. Affiliation, Dragon State. Main base level, level 2 Lord's Residence. Territorial buildings, resource type level 1 steam-powered mining machine *2. Level 1 steam high-pressure water pump *1. Solid resource warehouse *1. Liquid resource warehouse *1. Territory building, combat class level 1 Imperial armor camp. Level 1 barracks *20. Combat units, level 1 Dechin Imperial armor ranger *18. Level 2 Dechin Imperial armor ranger *2. Resources, water resources, 332 units. Quarry resources, 176 units. Coal resources, 26 units. Uniformity value, 4,440. Su Yang looked at the panel. The data on it was no longer as empty as when he first entered the Forbidden Land. The level 2 territorial residence has been unlocked and the territory is about to see a huge development. It's a big boost, but it's not a haphazard choice. The various upgrades will require the consumption of existing resources. To maintain your current lead, you must be accurate every step of the way. Upgrading to level 2 of the 1000 Chance Tower requires 30 units of copper ore resources, and the consumption increases to 10 units of coal-burning resources per day after upgrading. Unlocking metal detecting technology, on the other hand, costs 1,000 unity points and takes 6h of time. After that, the production facilities are upgraded, and both the high-pressure water pump and the steam mining machine require 10 units of copper ore resources. After the upgrade, the resource production rate will be increased by 50% directly. Level 2 Imperial Armor Battalion upgrades require a full 50 units of copper ore, and after upgrading, you can unlock the Great Qin Imperial Armor Crossbowman. Summoning an Imperial Armor Crossbowman costs 200 unity and 1 unit of fuel resource per day for the crossbowman. If there is a battle, it will also consume 1 unit of copper mining resources for replenishing the crossbow. After viewing the upgrades required for important buildings, combine them with the external factors previously analyzed. Su Yang's brain was racing to think about the current course of development. First of all, the most needed and scarce resource in the territory at the moment is copper resources. The first step must be to upgrade the murky 1000 towers, pointing out the metal detecting technology on the tech end. Relying on the needle in a haystack search by the Imperial Armor Riders was too slow, and it was necessary to obtain the copper mine as soon as possible. It's not clear how the technique works, but it's the only way to search for veins at the moment. The second point is the most important part of the territory upgrades, the upgrades of the Imperial Armor Camp and the troop types. Level 2 Imperial Armor Battalion will bring a new type of soldier, the crossbow soldier, to the troops, unlocking long-range attacks. As soon as the 1000 Chihuahuas Tower tech is complete, you should upgrade the Imperial Armor Battalion and equip your team with crossbow soldiers. In addition to unlocking the crossbowman, you will also need to level up the level 1 Imperial Armor Sharpshooter to level 2. Set an initial goal of getting all Imperial Armor Sharpshooters to level 2 and unlocking 20 new crossbowmen. This part of the upgrade consumes a lot of unity values and lasts for a long time. Then there is the rate of production, and as more soldiers are added afterward, the consumption of maintenance resources increases. The miners must be upgraded to increase the production rate in order to maintain the territory's growing resource needs. Priority ends with the matter of the various parts of base defense. This part is not urgent and can be completed gradually as the base develops. The development plan is clear, and all that's missing is England's copper resources for startup. At noon, Su Yang received 50 units of copper ore resources in his backpack on time. Finally, Su Yang suppressed his excitement and prepared to start upgrading. The copper that was traded with England was small, but it was an important starter resource. Without these 100 units of copper ore, even if you rise to a level 2 main base, you can't move on. So those 100 units of copper ore are worth much more than 600 unity value. Before he started upgrading, Su Yang first spent 6 units of copper ore to restore the armor of the 6 severely damaged Imperial Armor Riders. With that, he had Shen Wu Zhaozhang each take a 6-man squad and set off in the direction of the insect nest predicted last night. The bugs must pay for the mistake they made last night. After the team departed, Su Yang began to repair the damaged mining machine. In the end, a total of 18 units of copper ore were spent to repair all the facilities for the soldiers in the territory. The production units in the territory were put back into full operation. After that, Su Yang opened the panel to spend 30 units of copper ore resources on the 1000 machine tower upgrade. The blueprints were put down, and the sound of gears mingling and rods running was heard. The tower of 1000 opportunities has become taller than it was. The surface of the metal glowed with a gleam of greenish-white light. After the upgrade was completed, Su Yang opened the technology panel and selected the newly unlocked metal detection column. Technology, metal detection. Unlocking the Daqin exploration technology. Utilizing geomancy and geological knowledge to analyze and find shallow veins. Unity value, 1000 points. Time, 6h. Surprisingly, it was an ancient exploration technique. Su Yang's eyes flashed. Mountain alignments, geologic anomalies, and special plants around mineral veins. Before the advent of modern exploration techniques, it was through a series of natural languages that the ancients searched for veins by summarizing their distribution patterns. You can always trust the wisdom of your old ancestors. Without hesitation, Su Yang directly spent 1,000 points of unity value. Unity value minus 1000. Technology, Metal Detection Research Center. Detected front-end technology research, unlocking the special troop type, the Qin 1000-mile scout. A scout? Ancient scouts. I can't believe you've unlocked a special troop type? Su Yang quickly opened the Imperial Armor Battalion panel. A new troop option appears next to the Imperial Armor Ranger. Troop type, Qin 1000-mile scout. Troop type, Reconnaissance Infantry. Production requirements, Level 2 Imperial Armor Battalion. Description: a reconnaissance unit equipped with light armor capable of conducting a number of long-range and wide-area reconnaissance activities. Unlocking metal detecting technology increases the scout's exploration knowledge and allows for exploration activities for a range of known minerals. Summoning requirements, 300 points. Base consumption, 2 units of fuel/day. 2 units of water concentrate/day. Maintenance consumption, 1 unit of copper/time. Loading consumption, 1 unit of copper/trip. Having really unlocked the scout, Su Yang looked at the panel excitedly. This now has all the basic troops needed for the front end of the force. Thanks to him, he had previously thought that he would have to go around with an instrument to find the mine himself. Now there's the scout's wide-area reconnaissance coupled with specialized exploration knowledge. Finding a copper resource is just around the corner. To get the scout you need to unlock the Level 2 Imperial Armor Camp. Upgrading the Imperial Armor Battalion requires 50 units of copper or resources. The upgrade will be ready when England's second batch of copper resources arrives in the afternoon. 100 units of copper ore is not a lot of resources, just enough to upgrade the most urgently needed buildings. It was just afternoon, and the stone or resources needed to build the city walls had been collected. Su Yang's eyes flashed as he opened the defense panel. After 2 days of waiting, it was finally time to start building the walls. With the walls in place, the bugs bursting straight through the face will be impossible. Chapter 24: Civilized Identity. Miles and miles. Su Yang's mind flashed and placed the blueprints of the city wall around the base at a rapid pace. Sections of 3-meter-high stone block walls rise up. It's a good thing that yesterday, while clearing out the xenomorph corpses, they also emptied the plants around the base in passing. This allowed Su Yang to build the city walls without any hindrance. After placing the city wall for a while, Su Yang looked at the completed part and fell into deep thought. The wall was enclosed, but the height was a bit out of his expectation. The height of the former stone walls was only 3 meters, 1 story high. It looks very rudimentary and the defense is worrisome. The average height of the stinging insects were all 2 meters, and I'm afraid that this 3-meter wall would be difficult to stop them. Walls are the only defense that is uniform across all civilizations, regardless of the era in which it was located. The initial wall was a 3-meter stone wall. A height of 3 meters may be sufficient for lords born in other regions, but for Su Yang, who was born in the heart of the bug nest and had to face a full level of mechanically powered bugs, 3 meters would be a bit inadequate. With Great Qin's technological capabilities, how could it only build a city wall of this level? Su Yang shook his head and continued placing the blueprints. When the last section of the city wall was placed down, a system beep suddenly sounded in his head. Wall construction detected. Triggering civilization trait. Civilizational identity, Great Wall of China. This civilization has excellent city building techniques, and the height and defensive properties of the walls it builds will be increased by 100%. Sure enough, the moment he saw the message, Su Yang was thrilled. The Great Wall of China, which is a miracle belonging to the Chinese civilization. The moment the trait triggered, a thunderous boom resounded through the territory. The already completed wall rose steeply, its original height of 3 meters climbing directly to 6 meters. The stones used to build the walls also became larger and more orderly arranged. What was once a rough and simple wall became heavy and sturdy. As the city walls rose, the sense of security in Su Yang's heart climbed rapidly. Nothing can doubt the infrastructure skills of our ancestors. A 6-meter wall is not at all the same concept as a 3-meter wall, whereas the original 3-meter walls were still visible to the plants outside. Now it can simply be described as airtight. And the upgrades that come with civilization traits go beyond just height. Su Yang ascended the city wall along the treadway, and it was the top surface of the wall that was the perfect embodiment of the craftsmanship of Great Qin. The original wall was narrow and simple at the top, with only a few stone retaining walls around the edges. And now, the width of the top surface has increased to 2 meters, covered on both sides by equal-height palisade walls. The palisades and shotguns used for counterattacks on the palisade walls are all over the place. Even the watchtowers at the corners of the city walls were upgraded into lookout booths dedicated to scouting, although the panel only doubles the height and defensiveness of the walls. However, when combined with the overall view, The enhanced defense power of the wall was definitely more than double that of an ordinary wall. Looking at the city wall, a strong sense of pride surged in Su Yang's heart. Magnificent atmosphere. Lofty as a mountain. This is the wall of my great Qin. I think when the first emperor took the blame for being a tyrant, he insisted on building the Great Wall. So what if we call him ridiculous? So what if we call him tyrannical? The crime is in the present time, but the work is in the future. Carrying the curses of a lifetime and building the achievements of 10,000 generations of descendants. The first emperor is not ashamed of his ancestors, not ashamed of China. Calming down, Su Yang turned inward to get a glimpse of the scenery within the territory. According to his plan, the total length of the wall was 200 meters and the total area of the territory was 500 square meters. The towering walls divide the territory into two main areas, the Lord's area and the production area. The two areas are separated by a wall and linked by a gate. In the center of the Lord area, the level 2 Lord's mansion stood proudly. Sitting in the north and facing the south, the temple is connected to the sky. On either side of the Lord's mansion stood the Mercurial 1000 Mechanisms Tower and the Imperial Armor Battalion. The 20 barracks are equally distributed in all corners of the territory to facilitate the fastest possible support of the Imperial Armor. The production area is located on the western side of the Lord's district and covers a quarter of the total territory. On the carbon mine, various production facilities were running at full speed, providing a constant stream of energy for the territory's development. There is still a lot of empty land in the current territory, and it is expected that the main base will not even need to expand its walls after it reaches level 3. The completion of the city walls and watchtowers meant that the infrastructure of the initial territory was declared complete. From today, Great Qin will be on the official path of development. Ending the wall enclosure construction, Su Yang reopened the panel. The new production building, the construction of which has not yet been completed, has 2 mining machines and a high-pressure water pump. Building these production facilities does not consume resources, but requires finding the corresponding vein. There is currently only one coal mine in the base, and only one mining machine can be built in one vein. Wait until you find a new vein afterward to be able to build a new miner. There is a new technology that must be mentioned regarding the veins outside the territory. Technology, shallow vein migration. Unlocked the shallow vein relocation technology, capable of relocating discovered veins to any location in the territory. Unity value, 1,500 points. Time, 2h. This is also a tech given by the system at level 2 of the main base by the system to reduce the pressure on the Lord's defense in the early stages. Unlocking this tech allows you to migrate or veins back to your home base whenever they are found outside of your territory in the future, rather than having to build external mines to mine them. This upgrade will not be available until after the discovery of the copper mine. The next step is to wait for that other 50 units of copper in England. As soon as the copper mine arrives, work on the Imperial Armor Battalion upgrades. Unlocks crossbowmen and scout units. As Su Yang pondered, a series of kill prompts popped up from the panel. Kill a level 1 Terran stinging worm, plus 20 to your defense value. Kill a level 1 Terran stinging worm, plus 20 to your defense value. Kill level 2 Terran brainworms, plus 100 to your defense value. Kill level 2 Terran jet nematode, plus 50 stat. The team sent out was met by the enemy. Based on this amount of kills, they must have entered the bug nest. Su Yang calmly flipped through the kill records, not having any worries about the sharpshooters entering the bug nest. Last night's battle had consumed most of their troops, and it was estimated that only the females and a few home-guarding xenomorphs remained in the nest. With Chen Wu Zhaozhang leading the team, there was no need to worry about anything going wrong. Even if something goes wrong, you should be able to lead the team out without any problems. After all, they managed to run away with themselves once. Level 3 Terran mother bug detected. Do you want to kill it? A message entered Su Yang's mind. With his last experience, Su Yang knew that killing the mother worm would get the abyssal gaze debuff. But if you don't kill it, there's not much use in keeping it at the moment. The walls have been built and there will be new troop types unlocked soon. Kill as many bugs as come before this kind of city defense. Any negative buff can be twisted into a positive buff for you. Kill. At Su Yang's command, the mother worms of both insect nests were smashed. Kill level 3 Terran mother worm *2, plus 400 stat. Obtained normal E-grade drop. Heart of Worms Nest *2. Can be used to accelerate scientific and technological research and development. Unlocked achievement, Master Exterminator, level 2, plus 1000 unity value. Trigger event, Abyssal Gaze, level 2. Your actions have drawn the ire of the bugs, and a larger and more diverse swarm of Terran insects will crusade against you. Chapter 25, The Old Ancestors' Shelter. The incident escalated. Gaze of the Abyss is upgraded from level 1 to level 2. Territory will be exposed to more swarms. What's with the 2 nests and the rush? It's not unusual for alien attacks to strengthen as the territory strengthens. Su Yan wasn't too surprised by this. But one of the items in this enhanced content caught his attention. A greater range and variety of bugs will join the crusade. As a highly intelligent race with a social structure, the bugs must have branched out into a great variety of species. Only 2 types have been encountered so far on the offensive end: stinging insects and jet nematodes. Jet nematodes had caused some trouble when they first appeared. In the future, as the enemy grows stronger, various types of xenomorphs will surely appear. If you want to survive the bug attack, you have to keep developing and expanding your troops. But all this is an afterthought, and what develops must be taken one step at a time. When you finish upgrading the level 2 Imperial Armor Battalion in the afternoon, you will be able to unlock crossbowmen and scouts. With the presence of crossbowmen and upgraded walls, any number of bugs coming at the current stage would be a death sentence. If he could, Su Yang even hoped that the bug troops would come more often. This will quickly build up the unity value and allow him to start the expedition path. Dragon State Military Headquarters, Conference Hall. Seeing that the Dragon Kingdom was the first to rise to level 2 ahead of everyone else's country, the excitement on the faces of the officers was hard to hide. I didn't expect to. This kid managed to take 2 stage achievements in a row. It's incredible. Su Yang would still be digging stones if he chose the late Qing, as we said. The Qin dynasty is surprisingly so powerful. It's hard to imagine what a strong civilization that must have been 2,000 years ago. As the officers lamented, a panel of experts stood out next to them and spoke. Generals, taking the lead in escalation is not a good thing in my opinion. Combined with our observations from the other day, all Su Yang has chosen so far is to explore outwards. He doesn't seem to put much stock in the territory. In the defense of his base, pre-wall construction is the most extensive project, taking an average of 3 to 4 days to build. With the productivity of an ancient dynasty like the Qin dynasty, it's almost impossible to build the wall today, and by upgrading to a level 2 home base, the territory's influence increases, and the likelihood of being attacked by the bugs increases. Unsurprisingly, it's likely that Su Yang will attack the swarm tonight without the walls blocking him. As soon as the expert's words were out of his mouth, the rare relaxed atmosphere in the conference hall disappeared. The officers looked at each other and pondered the expert's words. Although this is a very distracting statement, this is what experts exist for. It is their job to find out any hidden dangers that may exist in the territory. After a moment's silence, the General-in-Chief of the military department spoke slowly. I think you're being overly pessimistic. Although Great Qin is an ancient civilization, the strength it has shown has already brought us too many surprises. I feel that Great Qin's level of technology and strength of its soldiers can at least be compared to civilizations from the medieval period. With their productivity, the walls have likely already been built. Su Yang looks reckless, but he is actually thinking clearly. He must have thought about how to defend himself against a bug attack before he upgraded his base. The Generalissimo's words were well reasoned, and the crowd nodded after hearing them. Having come this far, they already trusted Su Yang and Great Qin more than they questioned them. Even if the walls are finished, then there are still problems based on my research. The panel had another expert in urban construction to speak. The wall facilities are uniform throughout civilization and are built of stone, which is very rudimentary. A height of 3 meters is very enough to face the bugs. Not to mention the fact that the bugs will attack even harder now. I'm afraid a level 1 wall is too much to handle in the face of a massive bug wave. The conference room fell into silence. The strength of a level 1 wall was indeed too weak. Su Yang had only upgraded his main base today. It was impossible for him to build a level 2 city wall in the evening, without a level 2 wall. ZZ. As the officers fell silent, the big screen began to flash. The live stream was about to open and all eyes were drawn to it. All that is said in the conference hall is conjecture. Only seeing with the eyes will tell you how the territory is really developing. What is the real state of development in the territory? Has Su Yang considered the bug wave attack? Level 1 walls in the end. Buzz. The screen flickered then lit up. Seeing the scene on the screen, the eyes of the crowd all lit up. There's a city wall. Su Yang built it. He really isn't reckless. That's not right. This is a level 1 city wall? Why is it so luxurious? Look at this height. Look at this shape. How can this not be an ordinary city wall? Level 2 walls are made of metal. This can only be a level 1 wall. But it must be a level 1 wall that has been upgraded in some way. The city expert held up his glasses with light in his eyes. Civilization characteristic. Su Yang triggered the civilization characteristic of Great Qin. If the chosen civilization has made outstanding contributions in a certain aspect, the territory will trigger the civilization characteristics when it develops to the corresponding stage, gaining various bonuses. The shape of the walls in the territory is the very same ancient Great Wall that we fully collapsed during the war. The crowd heard the words, and feelings of emotion tumbled in their hearts. Had it not been for the sweat and blood of our forefathers to build the walls, such a strong civilizational identity would not have been triggered today. We were incompetent. We didn't keep the wealth of our old ancestors. And today Su Yang repaired the blood of our forefathers for us. With a wall of this defensive strength, the bug race will never want to set foot in our territory for half a step. Official live stream. After listening to the experts analyze the origins of the high-grade walls in the territory, the populace was all ablaze. Dragon Kingdom is mighty. Huaxia is mighty. It's spectacular. It's hard to imagine how much sweat and blood the ancients had to expend. The walls built by our old ancestors 1,000 years ago still shelter us today. Merit is in the present. Benefit is in the future. Grateful to our forefathers for their contribution. Great Qin is not an ancient and backward dynasty of 1,000 years ago. It is a great dynasty lived by its forefathers. With the old ancestor here, our Dragon Kingdom will not perish. Chapter 26, New Types of Troops, Full Complement of Troops. The sound of mechanical interactions sounded like a musical score as the Level 2 Imperial Armor Battalion was being upgraded. In the late afternoon, 50 units of copper ore from England arrived on time. Su Yang directly started upgrading the Level 2 Imperial Armor Battalion without saying a word. During the escalation, 2 teams of Imperial Armor sharpshooters returned to the territory. A total of 850 unity points were gained from the afternoon battle, plus 1,000 totaling 1850 points for unlocking the achievement. Adding it to the current unity value makes a total of 290 unity points. There are no other places in the current territory that are in dire need of a unity value, so theoretically all those 290 points of unity value are military expenses. All of it can be put into building the army if one wants to. Click here for steam gushes sound as the Level 2 Imperial Armor Battalion completes its erection. The original mechanical structure became more complex and precise. Many vertical grooves and indentations have been added to the exterior to resemble an arrow. Tier 2 Imperial Armor Battalion. The building that is about to give the army a metamorphosis. Su Yang calmed his joy, and his thoughts flashed as he tapped on the soldier panel. Level 1 only has the panel of the Great Qin Imperial Armor Sharpshooter. And at the moment there are 3 types of soldiers to choose from. Great Qin Imperial Armor Sharpshooters, Great Qin Imperial Armor Crossbowmen, Great Qin 1,000-Mile Scouts. Su Yang took the lead and clicked on the Great Qin Imperial Armored Crossbowmen. Crossbowmen as a long-range unit can not only make up for the current shortcomings of the troops, but also has a qualitative improvement in base defense. Their distribution should be prioritized. Troop type, De Qin Imperial Armored Crossbowmen. Type of troops, long-range units. Production requirements, Level 2 Imperial Armor Battalion. Description, a long-range attack unit equipped with a heavy crossbow, capable of long-range offense. Unlocking the crossbow crafting technology allows you to upgrade your crossbowman's crossbow lance, increasing the strength of your long-range attacks. Summoning requirements, 200 points. Consumption, 1 unit of fuel/day, 1 unit of water concentrate/day. Consumption for loading, 1 unit of copper or resource/time, 200 points of unity. Fuel and concentrated water consumption is the same as that of the Imperial Armor Sharpshooter. The only difference is that crossbowmen are the only troop type that currently requires copper resources. Su Yang guessed that this was because the crossbows they used were made of metal, so replenishing them would require the consumption of copper resources. Although there are currently no copper resources for crossbowmen to replenish their ammunition, but the summoned soldiers were full of ammo and would have no problem making it through the night. The ammo resupply will wait until we find the copper mine, and we'll take the defensive battle tonight. Without saying a word, Su Yang directly smashed 4,000 points of unity value into the Imperial Armor Camp. Unity value minus 4,000. Summoning the Great Qin Crossbowman *20. The Imperial Armor Battalion rumbled into operation, and countless steam spurted out. As the metal gates opened, one after another of the Imperial Armored Crossbowmen stepped out from them. Like the Imperial Armor Rangers, they are also covered in bronze exoskeleton armor. The point of difference is that their disc-shaped steam power plant is not in the back, but on either side of the hip bone. Replacing the power plant on the back is a half-man-tall heavy crossbow. The crossbow arm and the crossbow bolt are made of bronze metal, and the construction of each part is exquisite. The crossbow, on the other hand, is made of some special material and is shaped like a curved moon. The firing section has 3 special crossbow strings as well as an optical sight. A small steam power unit is attached to the rear of the crossbow. Like the bronze swords of the Imperial Armored Sharpshooters, the crossbowman's crossbows have a steam power bonus. Below the heavy crossbow, a cylindrical metal quiver of arrows was placed across the back waist area. A bronze crossbow arrow with a special quill in the quiver was quietly displayed, glowing with a cold white light. There was no need to even think about it. The power of this crossbow bolt was definitely at the level of destruction. Boom boom. The sound of the Imperial armor marching stopped, and 20 Great Qin Imperial Armor crossbowmen stood in formation in front of Su Yang. The aura of solemnity greeted us. This is the vigor of the Great Qin soldiers. Looking at the neatly arranged eagle-eyed killers in front of him, the sense of security in Su Yang's heart was practically overflowing. With the existence of such powerful soldiers, not to mention the bug race, the god of heaven would do it for you. Su Yang tapped on the crossbowman's soldier panel and checked up the detailed data. The crossbowmen have the exact same steam energy reserves as the Imperial Armor Rangers. However, their Imperial Armor coverage is lower than that of the Imperial Armor Sharpshooter. Because of the need for shooting, the Imperial armor that defended their chests as well as other parts of their body was largely eliminated. Only the powered exoskeleton that aids in movement is left. This means that crossbowmen have a much lower armor value than sharpshooters. However, because of the reduced Imperial armor coverage, the crossbowman's Imperial armor runs increased in length. They have the marching distance of a second-level Imperial armor sharpshooter at first level. Then there's combat time, which is tied to the amount of ammunition the crossbowmen have. If the crossbow runs out, even more energy remaining won't help. Secondly, although the crossbowmen were equipped with short-made bronze swords, Su Yang would not let them make short work of the enemy as a last resort. Finally, the best part, crossbowmen have an effective killing range of up to 800 to 1,000 meters. The range has reached the level of modern sniper rifles. Is this the power of the great Qin artisan? Forcefully leveling modern technology with ancient techniques. After checking the crossbowman panel, Su Yang couldn't stop his admiration. There are limitations in terms of armor and ammo capacity, but the flaws are there. The Imperial Armored Crossbowman is very strong when placed in a bunch of pre-existing long-range units. 20 Imperial Armor Crossbowmen. Su Yang divided them into 4 groups of 5. 4 walls in the territory, each with a group of crossbowmen for defense. Thereafter, Su Yang spent another 600 points of unity value to upgrade the 2 Imperial Armor Sharpshooters to level 2. This ensures that each wall has a level 2 Imperial Armor Sharpshooter sitting on it. In the end, Su Yang spent the remaining 600 points of unity value to summon 2 Great Qin 1000-mile scouts. Scouts, unlike crossbowmen and sharpshooters, weaken the combat attribute and enhance the scouting attribute. The scout's entire body of defensive Imperial armor is shed. Even the upper body's power Imperial armor is eliminated. All steam power is provided to the waist and legs only. Such a sacrifice in armor is exchanged for the scout's unparalleled mobility and range. A level 1 scout has a travel speed and travel distance that far exceeds that of a level 2 Imperial armor sharpshooter. In addition to the leg power unit, the scout is equipped with a bronze dagger and a bronze rod for detecting earth. Metal detection tech has been unlocked, and the scout now has a full suite of ancient prospecting tech. This is done by observing the mountainous terrain, water patterns, vegetation distribution, etc., along with soil testing. They will then be able to predict the distribution of minerals within a few kilometers. With a specialized scouting species, the efficiency of exploring outwards would definitely be countless times faster than before. The 2 scouts had just walked out of the Imperial armor camp when Su Yang immediately ordered them to go out and search for copper. With their speed they wouldn't be afraid of the bugs even at night. Ending the soldier summoning, Su Yang only had 90 points of unity value left. The quality of the troop's strength is a leap in quality in exchange for the depletion of their unity value. He slowly ascended to mount the walls and put all the soldiers in place. 16 level 1 Qin Imperial Armor Sharpshooters, for level 2 Qin Imperial Armor Sharpshooters, and 20 Qin Imperial Armor Crossbowmen. With such a force present, the xenomorphs will have no return tonight. Chapter 27 Crushing the Swarm. The dense forest is more alive at night than during the day. The strange plant emits points of brilliant luminescence outwards, dreamy as a bubble. However, the beauty is only on the surface. Hidden in the depths of the dense forest is an unpredictable abyss. Great Qin territory. Su Yang stood on top of the city gate with his arms crossed, looking into the distance. Colorful dense forests spread all the way along the land, meeting the blackness at the end of the line of sight. There, the darkness seemed like an abyss swallowing up all light. A chilly evening breeze blew from the depths of the dense forest. In addition to the sound of the wind drilling into Su Yang's ears, there was also the sound of machinery running from time to time. Under his arrangement, 40 soldiers in Imperial armor were equally divided above the city wall and stood at attention. The territory was walled on all sides, of equal length, with watchtowers at the corners at a height of 10 meters. Because the direction of the bug's attack and the number of waves of the attack cannot be determined, that was why Su Yang had placed soldier garrison points on all 4 city walls. Each wall is divided into 4 soldiers, 2 Imperial armor sharpshooters and 2 Imperial armor crossbowmen. They are a fixed defense for each wall and do not change with the battle. That leaves the 4 watchtowers, each arranged with 6 soldiers, 3 Imperial armor crossbowmen, 3 Imperial armor sharpshooters. They are mobile defense and will quickly support the area where the battle is most intense. This arrangement greatly reduces the time required for support and ensures that every wall is defended. Phew! A gust of wind struck, and the fluorescent plants in the dense forest swayed in the wind as if it were a river of stars. Under this beautiful night, Su Yang's brain suddenly tensed up. Coming! The Imperial armored crossbowmen located on the lookout in the southeast corner were the first to spot the bug tracks. True to form, the crossbowman was able to spot the trail from 1,000 meters away against a background that could be described as light pollution. Su Yang's mind flashed and quickly organized his troops. The maneuver units at the southwest and northeast watchtowers departed immediately and took up defensive positions on the south and east walls. Sasha Sasha. Sasha Sasha. The sound of the xenomorphs traveling grew louder and louder. The crossbowmen all had their crossbows and arrows strung, just waiting for Su Yang's command. Considering the effect of the plants on crossbow arrows, Su Yang did not order the attack at the farthest point. He was waiting for the one-strike moment. Sasha Sasha. Sasha Sasha. The xenomorph's footsteps were getting faster and closer. There was also the shrill chirping of brain bugs over the cacophony of marching. Shoot! Buzz! At Su Yang's command, the crossbowmen fired in unison. The strokes of the crossbow exploded and buzzed in his ears. The 2-finger-wide crossbow arrows traced trails in the air like a life-saving evil spirit. The speed of the arrow was undetectable to the naked eye. Su Yang only heard a buzzing sound before the entire column of plants shattered and fell in the distance. Almost at the instant the crossbow bolt was fired, 10 kill alerts appeared above the panel at the same time. Kill a level 1 Terran stinging worm, plus 20 to your defense value. Kill a level 2 Terran stinging worm, plus 30 stats. Kill a level 1 Terran stinging worm, plus 20 to your defense value. Kill a level 2 Terran stinging worm, plus 30 stats. Instant seconds. That's the power of a heavy-powered crossbow gun. Fizzle. The silence of the night was completely shattered by a volley of crossbow fire. The swarm in the dense forest fell into a frenzy and came at the walls even faster. The gears on the crossbow slowly rotated, and the 3 specialized crossbow strings were restrung under a strong mechanical pull. The Imperial armored crossbowman removes his crossbow from his haunches, reloads, aims, and strikes again. Buzz. Another round of flak. This time, Su Yang saw with his own eyes the moment when the xenomorph was shattered by the crossbow. The bronze crossbow bolt spins and shoots at the stinging insect's torso. Enter and stir up everything that touches it. It penetrated and didn't go into the soil behind it. The prickly insects that were hit seemed like puppets with broken strings, collapsing to the ground in an instant. The first batch of stinging insects that rushed out of the dense forest were reduced to wreckage in no time. Another row of kill prompts appeared neatly. Kill a level 2 Terran stinging worm, plus 30 stats. Kill a level 2 Terran stinging worm, plus 30 stats. Kill a level 2 Terran stinging worm, plus 30 stats. The crossbowmen reloaded their crossbows as more swarms broke out of the dense forest, densely packed like a tidal wave coming in wildly. Fizzle. In moments the swarm attacked the foot of the city walls. Unlike last time when they were able to break right into the base, this time the towering walls of Daqin kept them out. They hissed and jumped upwards, attacking the walls with their insect blades. Exhausting the means did not help, and at best, it could only leave engravings on the stone wall. Buzz. The crossbowman finished loading and fired another round in unison. The stinging insects at the foot of the wall were torn to pieces by the crossbow bolts and fell in pieces. The next batch of stinging insects arrived at the same time as the brain bugs in the dense forest let out a sharp chirp. They realized something. The stinging insects at the foot of the wall stopped attacking the wall in vain and started trampling each other. They step on the carapaces of other xenomorphs and leap upwards, stacking on top of each other. The brainworms found the only way to break through the walls, and that was to go over them. But the walls aren't that easy to cross. As the crossbowmen filled it, the Imperial armor sharpshooter stepped forward and stood at the edge of the wall. They held their swords in both hands, and the steam power units in their backs began to build up energy. As the stinging worm stepped on one of his kind, he was about to ascend the walls. The Imperial armor sharpshooters swung their bronze swords violently, shattering their delusions. With the presence of the walls, the Imperial armor riders only had to wait for the stinging insects to rush up one by one to die. There were more and more stinging insects at the foot of the wall, and more stinging insects ascending the wall at the same time. As the pressure on the defense builds, the crossbowmen finish loading and fire again at the bottom. This time it was extremely dense because the stinging insects were stacked on top of each other. Each crossbow bolt can shoot through several xenomorphs. With a buzzing pop, the swarm's newly formed attack was instantly mashed up. Shells, blood, and limbs splattered everywhere, spilling over the entire ground. Countless kill tips poured out, covering Su Yang's entire panel. Chapter 28, Crazy Harvest. All upgrades. Kill a level 1 Terran stinging worm, plus 20 to your defense value. Kill a level 2 Terran stinging worm, plus 30 stats. Kill a level 1 Terran stinging worm, plus 20 to your defense value. Kill level 2 Terran brainworms, plus 100 stats. The kill prompt swiped across Su Yang's panel. Each kill alert was highlighting the horrific killing power of the crossbowman. With a round of flurry, most of the swarm at the foot of the city wall died. With just one more round, the bug attack would be completely dismantled. Whoosh! The sound of insect stings breaking through the air rang out. the bug's long-range attack units are deployed. A group of jet nematodes are hiding in the dense forest and launching themselves above the city walls. Take cover. Su Yang, who had prepared for this, immediately ordered. The entirety of the Imperial Armor Army bent down and hid behind the palisade. The insect spikes were powerful, but when they touched a solid, thick wall, they could only be slightly embedded or bounced off. Su Yang leaned down and hid behind the palisade wall as the insect spikes whistled through his side. It's a good thing that triggering the civilization trait upgraded the walls. There is no cover at all above the normal level 1 walls. They would definitely be in a passive position if they encountered such a situation. Whoosh! The insect sting attack covered the entire section of the wall like a rainstorm. Not stopping for a moment, the jet nematodes seemed to be divided into 3 squads, with one team shooting and going into reload, and then the other team following to replenish their firepower. This distribution ensures that the attack is always constant and doesn't give the enemy a chance to show up and counterattack. It's a very effective tactic, and the bugs that can execute it are really smart. Unfortunately, Su Yang pondered while feeling out the frequency of the jet nematodes' attack. Their enemy was the Great Qin forces with crossbowmen units. Placed before this night, the Imperial Armor Force could only be passively beaten, but now with the addition of crossbowmen, the team will no longer fear long-range units. Shoot! Stuck in the enemy's extremely short attack interval, Su Yang ordered a counterattack. Instead of rising to fire, the crossbowmen returned fire directly through the ports in the walls. Buzz! The rain of arrows surged out furiously, and the dense forest directly facing the city wall was instantly cut down by a large portion. Kill level 2 Terran jet nematode, plus 50 stat. Kill a level 3 Terran jet nematode, plus 70 stats. Kill level 2 Terran brainworms, plus 100 to your defense value. Kill level 2 Terran jet nematode, plus 50 stat. Kill a level 1 Terran stinging worm, plus 20 to your defense value. Accompanied by the screams of the jet nematodes, a second round of insect sting attacks struck, and by now the crossbowmen had turned back to reload their crossbows. All of the bugs' attacks fell short. Not only does the muzzle hold off most fire during an attack, but it also allows the crossbowman to fire more quickly. It was because of the existence of the shooting port that Su Yang was able to allow the crossbowman to make a harmless counterattack. It can be said that every brick and tile on the wall is the wisdom of our ancestors. After this round of counterattacks, the bug's long-range firepower was directly halved. The several waves of attacks launched by the frontline stinging insects were also dismantled by the Imperial Armor sharpshooters. Further back, the bugs simply couldn't organize an effective attack anymore. The battle enters the closing stages. Su Yang ordered the door to be opened, allowing Chen Wu Zhaozhang to each take a squad out of the city to clean up and hunt down the remaining xenomorphs. The battle ended as the last brainworm was killed. This was the largest bug wave encountered since descending into the Forbidden Land. Su Yang couldn't wait to open the panel and check up on tonight's harvest. The number of xenomorphs was at least 150, so how much unity value could be gained? Seeing the final number, Su Yang's eyes instantly brightened. Uniformity value, 6,780. A defense surprisingly gained nearly 6,000 points of unity value. Keep in mind that most of the current lords still only have 1,000 points of unity. Their own harvest in one night exceeded their 6-fold. It's surprising that level 2 home base plus level 2 abyssal gaze brings such a good effect. Sure enough, abyssal gaze is a total positive buff as long as the defense level keeps up. The stronger the abyssal gaze effect, the larger the swarm will be, and the more unity value will be harvested. A new batch of unity values arrived and Su Yang directly opened the panel to upgrade. First is the technology column. Shallow vein migration technology. Ability to migrate veins found outside the territory back to the base. This technique is particularly well suited to the early stages where defense needs to be focused. Just in time to finish researching tonight, so if the scouts find the vein tomorrow they can just migrate back. Uniformity value, 1500. In the study of shallow vein migration technology, the next step after tech points is troop types. Because of the newly added crossbowman unit, food consumption in the territory further increased. If we don't take the swarm ranch tomorrow, the soldiers will starve. The swarm ranch cannot be reached with the marching ability of a level 1 Imperial Armor Ranger, and must all be raised to level 2. With a flash of his mind, Su Yang directly upgraded all the remaining level 1 Imperial Armor Sharpshooters. Uniformity value, 4,800. Level 1 Imperial Armor Sharpshooter in upgrade. Miso miso miso. A series of mechanical collision sounds rang out, and all the Imperial Armor riders in the territory rose to level 2. Smooth. Compared to previous upgrades done 1 by 1 or 2 by 2. Such massive upgrades give the feeling of throwing a lot of money at the problem. The 2 upgrades cost 300 points of unity value, and the unity value that had just been gained was consumed. In exchange, though, was a much stronger force. 20 Imperial Armor Sharpshooters all level 2, plus 20 Imperial Armor Crossbowmen and the 2,000-mile scouts out there. until stronger species of bugs appear. This unit can pretty much run through the bug-tied dense forest, but as the force got stronger, another issue came to light. Inadequate backup supplies. There is currently only one coal mining machine in the territory, maximum production of 50 units of fuel resources per day, and the current consumption of troops has exceeded the rate of production. 2 units of fuel resources per day for the Imperial Armor Sharpshooter unit and 1 unit of fuel per day for the crossbowmen. Not counting the scouts, the troops all need at least 60 units of fuel resources every day. This is still the minimum situation. If there is a battle, this consumption will be multiplied. After that battle just now, 2/3 of the Imperial Armor Sharpshooters and crossbowmen were at the bottom of their fuel, and the crossbowmen located on the south side of the east side involved in the defense had run out of crossbows. There are no copper resources in the present territory, and there is no way to replenish them. Resources are the most important factor in base development. Now we'll just have to see what the scouts can do. Hopefully they'll find a new vein before they attack the swarm ranch tomorrow. Chapter 29, Lord's Ranking. Competition intensifies. The Lord's Hall has been opened, and the Lords can communicate with each other in the hall during the designated time. Early the next morning, Su Yang entered the Lord's Hall on time. Though he didn't like to tussle with people, useful information occasionally appeared in the halls, and it was worth spending some time on. After some daily nonsense, a message detonated the Lord's Hall. Lord Afghan, I have good news for you. We have discovered an oil field, and preparations are underway to extract it. Anonymous, oh my god. What luck is this? Anonymous, seriously, an oil field could be discovered so soon. Lord Rice, friend, send the location. Anonymous, this is going to change. All non-modern civilizations are screwed. Lord Dharma, Lord, you know, we've always been on good terms. I've decided to make an alliance with you. Seeing the news, Su Yang raised his eyebrows. His eyes then became serious. Oil, one of the world's most complex organic compounds, the blood of modern industry. For the many countries that have chosen to start modern civilization, oil resources are a top priority. By choosing a modern civilization, pre-war power is generally not a problem. The biggest problem is access to resources for subsequent development. It's different from needing resources like coal and copper or in the early stages of one's life. If they want to grow, they have to have higher level resources like steel and oil. So in the early days of small scouting areas and lack of resources, most of these countries get stuck with resources, which in turn leads to stunted development. It's kind of a balancing mechanism within the Forbidden Land. If they are given too easy access to high-level resources, their growth rate will be unrestrained and terrifying. Lord Afghan's statement in the hall was tantamount to dropping a heavy bomb. Afghan's reality as an oil powerhouse, the Forbidden Land holds the civilization trait, Oil Tycoon, the ability to build oil drilling wells in the very early stages and have high oil production capacity. Because of this trait, for the first 2 trials, Afuhan was the most sought-after alliance. This time it's surprising to find the oil field within the newbie protection period, which can undoubtedly make all players crazy. Being able to unlock oil resources so far in advance is almost equivalent to taking off without any restrictions. This matter is absolutely unfavorable for yourself. Qin dynasty can't use oil at all in the early stage. Access to oil by other countries would largely add to their own development pressures. As expected, all modern civilized nations rushed to the news. Anonymous, Lord Afghan, I was born in the Goblin Mines. If it's the same, contact me privately. Anonymous, I'm willing to give half of my future earnings in defense value if I can make an alliance. Lord of England, I can provide the iron ore resources needed for early development. If you're interested, talk to me privately. Lord Bear Country, I hope you choose carefully. I don't want to see unnecessary bloodshed. The lords of the nations have been throwing olive branches at Lord Afghan, and a few have been directly pressuring him with threats. In short, the aim of all countries is that if they can't get it for themselves, then no other country can get it. Lord Afghan, this time we, the 6 Middle Eastern countries, will form an alliance on our own, not with any other country, and oil resources will only be exchanged through trade. As soon as Lord Afokan's words came out, all the country lords stopped speaking. Not being allied with any country also means not being at war with any country. All countries must have fair access to oil resources through trade. If anyone opens his mouth to break this fairness, he is affecting the interests of other countries. Su Yan looked at the silent hall, his eyes flickering. If oil will flow out as a traded resource, then it would mean that all modern countries could quickly break through the limitations. The overall development of this Forbidden Land trial would be countless times faster than before. The power of these modern civilization opening countries will also climb rapidly. One must develop moment by moment or one will soon be overtaken or even left behind by other countries. A sense of urgency quietly rose in Su Yang's heart. No one said another word in the hall. Yet the more silent on the surface, the more violent in private. All countries should be having private chats with Afghans right now. Although they say on the surface that they are not allied with any country, privately no one even knows. The 6 Middle Eastern states, led by Afghans, were not considered strong in the later stages of the war. They will absolutely attach themselves to countries with strong war power. After waiting for some more time to make sure that there would be no more news, Su Yang was ready to close the lobby panel. This time it was one of the rare occasions when it wasn't the subject of discussion among the other lords. After all, the resources of the oil field discovered in Afghans are too heavy, and once those countries get oil up front, unlock the restrictions, then a Bronze Age civilization of their own would simply no longer be a match in their eyes. A notification message popped up before closing the Lord's Hall. 3 days left until Advent. On the night of Advent, the novice protection will disappear and the Fey Tide will attack the territories. Lords who successfully survive the wave of attacks will be given the opportunity to participate in the second week's territory ranking. This ranking is divided into 2 parts. One for territory development ranking. The system analyzes a range of conditions such as the territory's orientation, resources, troop types, defenses, technology, alliances, and so on. A comprehensive analysis leads to a territorial development index. The higher the index, the stronger the territory's current development capacity. The system will rank the top 3 lords in terms of development index for this week. The top 3 lords will be rewarded for their dominance, and the first place will receive 2 additional resource miners and resource materialization power. The second part of the ranking is the new exploration ranking for this trial. The system will analyze a series of conditions, such as the value of the territory's defense gained from killing the enemy, and the range of exploration. After analyzing, the system will rank the top 3 lords in this week's exploration rankings according to the development index. The top 3 lords will be rewarded with unity value, and the first place will be rewarded with a special system prop decryption card. The lords' rankings appeared. Ranking is done once a week, and top rankings will be rewarded with great prizes. This was an important mechanism in the Forbidden Land trials, and the main factor that allowed the lords to enter into a competition. After Su Yang quickly checked the notification message, the target in his mind was already locked. Must go all out to take the top spot in both rankings. The first place in the development ranking will not only get a limited number of precious miners in the early stage, there is also the option to directly materialize the resources of the current territory without having to wait until the end of the trial. The Dragon Kingdom had experienced 2 natural disasters, and half of the country was in dire straits. Being able to materialize resources ahead of time will save some of the population from the fire. This was exactly the purpose of his participation in the Forbidden Land trial. The second quest ranking is a new ranking added to this trial, and its rewards are even more crucial. Decryption cards can unlock quests and rewards for relics and a range of other special locations. Getting the decryption card will allow you to crack the hidden relic quests in the early stages. The resources within the ruins are extremely rich and may bring about a qualitative leap in the development of the territory. Development must catch up with everyone. A message alert rang in his ears, and Su Yang closed the Lord's Hall. Reconnaissance unit has discovered the vein. Eastern Territory. Tojo Injin read the system briefing and re-picked up the open panel to enter the private chat channel. Lord of the East, this trial has added a new exploration ranking. You should know the battle power of my East Gladiator in the early stages. I can't guarantee the development rankings, but the top spot in the exploration rankings will definitely go to our great Eastern Empire. If your excellency can be my ally, I'm willing to offer the system props for free. Lord Afghan, we can consider it, but we, the Middle East Federation, will not ally ourselves only with the East. Lords of the East, you've allied with Rice? Lords of Afghanistan, no comment. Lords of the East, I don't care about Rice. We only have one request. There must be no alliance with the Dragon Kingdom and no sale of oil resources to them in any form. Chapter 30, Discovering Copper Mines? The Eye of the Beholder. Tojo Inkin turned off the lobby panel, his mind reeling with thoughts. Getting Afghans to give up being allies with Rice is basically impossible, but it is still simple to get them not to sell oil to the Dragon Kingdom by virtue of their own side's oppression. The Dragon Kingdom only needs to experience one more natural disaster before it completely collapses. At that time, TOEI would be able to acquire its massive territory. That's why hindering the Dragon Kingdom and killing the Dragon Lords to make the Dragon Kingdom suffer from a natural disaster is the #1 goal of the East in this trial. What was thought to be an easy task now has some variables. This kid named Su Yang first chose Qin Chao and then broke the novice protection. 2 more key achievements followed in quick succession. While these don't change the ending, Tojo Inkin doesn't want to see any more variables come into play. Restricting oil would have hindered their ability to unlock modern industry. No matter how fast he develops in the early stages, he's only going to die in the later stages. Tojo Inkin's eyes twinkled, and a smile rose to the corners of his mouth. After being upset by Su Yang a few days ago, today's smooth alliance with Afghan only slightly eased the situation. Keep fighting, he waved in order to the soldier who had just finished his report. Hi, World War II-era infantrymen from the east armed with Type 99 rifles turned and stormed out of the tent. Under his command, a squad that had just finished fighting regrouped and set off towards the outskirts of the territory. They were shaken, each as exhilarated as if they had been beaten with chicken blood. The spirit of Bushido belongs to the civilizational identity of the East. Soldiers in the Forbidden Trial are not machines. They need to rest and eat. So combat, marching, food, and other factors affect the state of the soldier. If you want to make sure that your soldiers are strong in battle, you must give them good rest and better living conditions. This is true for the vast majority of countries, but it's completely different for TOEI. All of the Japanese soldiers in the East during World War II were soldiers who carried out the spirit of Bushido and Jodoism. They have minimal need for living conditions and are able to maintain the highest levels of combat effectiveness even under the most difficult conditions. Fast marching is walking to them. Slow marching is resting to them. The troops under Tojo Inken's command haven't stopped for a moment since they were stimulated to break through the novice defense yesterday. It was the existence of the Bushido trait that allowed the East to leapfrog to become one of the strongest countries in the early period. That's why Tojo Inken is absolutely confident in taking the top spot in the exploration rankings. So what if you break through the defense on the first day? Compared to killing and exploring, no one is better than our Great Eastern Iron Force. Rice Territory. MacArthur took a big drag on the cigar in his mouth. He brought a box of cigars to celebrate before entering the sanctuary. Today was the first one he smoked, and in 3 days he'll smoke the second one. Naturally, the one who will profit the most from Afghans finding oil is rice. Everyone knows that rice is the absolute big brother of Afghans. Just wait for Afghans to extract the oil. Their arsenal could then go into production instantly. The nature of rice's civilization allowed them to unlock the arsenal early on. Arsenal production efficiency and quality are far superior. This was able to equip the rice military far ahead of other countries. This was the key to them taking the first 2 forbidden trials. But the arsenal needs oil resources to function. Until the oil was found and the arsenal was activated, the rice military was not particularly strong. But this round was different. And Afghans surprisingly found oil in the early going. When they have the oil in place and the arsenal is operational, MacArthur is confident he will take both No. 1 rankings in 7 days. The arsenal is activated. And the game that belongs to us has truly begun. MacArthur bit into his cigar and laughed, kicking the Dragon Kingdom off the threat list in his head. The oil resource unlock removes the only limitation to development for these pre-modern civilizations of theirs. This round of trials, all countries that chose non-modern civilizations have been declared out. Exiting the Lord's Hall, Su Yang's mood quickly calmed down. In the Forbidden Trial, a lot of things are randomly incidental. There are simply too many uncontrollable factors to predict. The only thing you can control is the pace of your development. Even if another unexpected situation arises, you can't mess up your rhythm. Moreover, he had chosen Great Qin, whose development potential was by no means weaker than that of any other country. So what if we let them run first? Trials are no fun if your opponent is too weak. Calming down, Su Yang opened the panel with anticipation. Reconnaissance unit has identified a vein. Has copper been discovered? That's not too fast. Mineral, coal, reserve, good. Reconnaissance unit has identified a vein. Mineral, coal, reserves, abundant, 2 coal mines, no copper. Su Yang's eyes dimmed slightly. It's not bad to find coal mines in such a short time. At least it proves that exploration does go faster with scouts than before. You know they only found 1 vein in the first 3 days. After discovering the mineral vein, Su Yang did not hesitate. Directly activate the vein migration technology that has been researched and completed. The 1 carbon mine with rich reserves was transferred to the territorial production area. There are just 3 grades of shallow vein reserves in the former period: ordinary, good, and abundant. All that already exists in the territory is a vein of good reserves. Now this is a notch higher than before. In addition to indicating the amount of minerals, vein reserves also add to the efficiency of the mining machine. Veins with higher reserves can give higher productivity to the miner. After moving the vein into the production area, Su Yang placed a mining machine on it. The current territory is running low on fuel resources, and this miner is just the thing to fill it. Successful construction of steam-powered mining machine. Miner's base production value, 30 units of coal resources/day. Environmental bonus, 15 units of production per day due to the abundance of carbon or resources in the surrounding area. Civilization-specific bonus, the Daqin process makes the mining machines work efficiently, 15 units of production per day. Production value after mining machine addition, 60 units of coal resources/day. Not bad. 10 units/day higher capacity than the previous miner. Su Yang looked at the miner's panel and his mood improved slightly. The capacity of the territory is now fully capable of withstanding consumption. Fuel capacity may even be in surplus as long as battles are not triggered frequently. While placing the mining machine, Su Yang also placed a second steam water pump. Fuel and concentrated water are both necessary resources for the operation of steam power. After placing the mining machine, Su Yang checked the bearing where the two scouts were. They had poked out a long way in both directions. The distance in one night was a full double of the farthest distance Su Yang had previously explored. You haven't found any copper this far out? Chapter 31 The Dragon Kingdom in Deep Water. No copper found this far out? Worry rose vaguely in Su Yang's heart. The heart of Wormtide is already low on resources, and copper is a mineral that is not in high stock. The combination of these two caused difficulties in finding copper. If you're unlucky, you might end up with an entire bug's nest dense forest with no copper ore in it. Then base development will come to a standstill if relocation doesn't take place. Don't want to. Su Yang emptied his thoughts. Don't speculate on things that haven't happened yet. Getting things right in the moment is the right thing to do. He switched to the barracks panel. The most important thing at the moment was to take the swarm ranch and solve the food problem. Food reserves were quickly depleted when a new batch of troops joined in. If we don't take the swarm ranch today, the territory will be in a food crisis. And as long as you take the swarm ranch, you won't have to worry about food for a long time. All Imperial armor sharpshooters have been raised to level 2, and a group of crossbowmen have been added to the ranks. The army attacking the swarm ranch has finished outfitting itself. All that remains is the issue of energy, and last night's battle drained the fuel resources. Half the soldiers still need to be powered up now. In the old days it might have been a long wait, but now there are 2 miners working at the same time. Power is expected to be restored to all soldiers by noon. Another point is the ammunition problem for the Imperial armor crossbowmen. Half of the crossbowmen had run out of ammunition, and the other half had only a handful of soldiers with plenty of crossbows. This problem cannot be solved until a copper mine is found. Su Yang could only choose to average out his soldiers' crossbow reserves before setting off. Have 10 crossbowmen set out with the party and equip them with a more than adequate supply of crossbows. The remaining crossbowmen guarding the home are assigned fewer crossbows. This should ensure taking the swarm ranch. The ammo issue after taking the swarm ranch is a bit of a problem though. If a crossbowman doesn't have a crossbow, it's exponentially harder to defend at night. Are we going to ask England for more copper? But now that the oil resources are unlocked, she will certainly do her best to ally with Afghans. It is unrealistic to expect it to put the plant into copper production again. Find another country? Other countries have. Ding! In the middle of Su Yang's thoughts surging, the message beep sounded. Reconnaissance unit has discovered the vein. Found another coal mine? There's quite a bit of coal in the heart of the Wormtide. Su Yang casually tapped on the message. Reconnaissance unit has identified a vein. Mineral, copper ore, reserves, abundant, copper mining. The official headquarters of the Dragon Kingdom. Mudslides have occurred over a large area of Jiangdong province. Several newly built roads have collapsed, and rescue convoys have been blocked. Because of resource transportation problems, there was a major power outage as several power stations in the Eastern Sea province were shut down. Food stocks are at a premium and the typhoon has affected crop production nationwide. Air transportation methods have been used to deliver supplies to the 4 southeastern provinces. An urgent message from all over the country is gathered here. Personnel from all departments are fully engaged in doing their best to mobilize the country's resources to deal with the disaster. Even though it has been a year since the last typhoon Red. However, the effects of these 2 destructive natural disasters on the Dragon Kingdom were persistent and irreversible. The natural disaster destroyed nearly 40% of the country's farmland and affected more than half of the population. The Midwest Plateau disappeared completely, and the 4 southeastern provinces were salvaged with little effect for an entire year. Landslides, mudslides, torrential rains and a host of other disasters have made relief efforts in the 4 East Coast provinces difficult. After 2 miserable failures, the entire Dragon Kingdom had completely despaired of the Forbidden Land trial. This time they didn't want to get any resources materialized from it. They just wanted to be able to hold out until the end and not suffer any more natural disasters. However, Su Yang's appearance changed the crowd's thoughts and allowed them to see hope. That resourceful materialization of divine power is far more effective than human salvation. If Su Yang were to win the Forbidden Land trial, he might be able to get the Dragon Kingdom out of this deep water. How long until the Forbidden Land is live? The General-in-Chief of the military department squeezed his temples twice hard with his eyes closed. All kinds of bad news in front of him exhausted him physically and mentally. It's about to start. General. The Generalissimo sighed heavily and removed a red-headed document from the side. The EEG naval fleet has assembled off our southeastern coast. This document was sent over a month earlier. The intentions of the Eagles couldn't be more obvious. They were waiting for the Dragon Kingdom to suffer a natural disaster. As soon as the natural disaster comes, the Dragon Kingdom completely collapses. They would be able to land without stress and take large swaths of territory. In the past, Longwei would never have tolerated this stomping behavior. But with the current situation of the Dragon Kingdom, it is simply powerless to start a war. The Ministry of War could only hold its tongue and pretend not to see the moves of the East. Ugh. The generalissimo let out a long sigh and shoved the paper back into place. All hands gather in the conference room. Business is put on hold until the end of the broadcast. The conference room quickly filled up as we approached the live broadcast. For all, the only way to get a little relaxation now is to watch it live. The live feed lit up and a panoramic view of the territory appeared in front of the crowd. One of the highlights is the newly unlocked troop type, the Dachin Imperial Armor Crossbowman. As soon as the heavy crossbow equipped with steam assistance appeared, the eyes of the experts lit up, and bursts of admiration were heard in the conference room. For their part, the resource production specialists note that the mining machines in the territory have come to fore. This means that territorial development is on track. Looks like we resisted last night's bug attack. With the unlocked long-range units coupled with the old ancestors' walls, surely we can resist. In 3 days Advent night we'll see the largest wave of bugs. I hope we can hold it too. He not only guard down, we also want to participate in the back territory ranking. Take him a few places back. The Lord's ranking bulletin was a global bulletin, and everyone in the world got the message. Although the people of the Dragon Kingdom did not dare to ask for it, there was still some expectation in their hearts. Su Yang is gaining momentum right now, so maybe he can actually take the rankings? Not looking for first place, just taking the rank will help a lot in the future. Come on, kid. The General-in-Chief of the Military Department looked at the broadcast. Dragon Kingdom territory. Su Yang's reaction to seeing the copper ore could simply be described as ecstatic. If it wasn't for the soldiers, he would have done something crazy. With the emergence of the long-awaited copper resource, all the problems that plague the development of the territory will be solved. Chapter 32 Expedition to the Swarm Ranch. Successful construction of steam-powered mining machine. Miner's base production value, 30 units of copper ore resources/day. Environmental bonus, rich copper mining resources in the surrounding area. Increasing production by 5 units per day. Civilization-specific bonus, the Dachin process makes the mining machines work efficiently, 15 units of production per day. Production value after mining machine addition, 50 units of copper metal resources/day. With all the bonuses, a copper vein of rich grade is worth 50 units of copper ore per day. It doesn't produce as much as a coal mine in the same rank state, but 50 units/day is plenty. Most importantly, this is a major breakthrough from 0 to 1. From nothing. Being able to produce their own copper gives the crossbowman ammunition as well as various facility upgrades to build. When the first piece of metallic copper was unearthed and entered Su Yang's backpack, a system prompt rang out. Copper metal output detected. New technology tree branch acquired. Acoustic detector, a reconnaissance defense device using a radio device and biosignal fragments. Refined mechanism, improvement of the crossbow's firing mechanism, allowing the crossbowman to load 2 crossbow arrows at once for continuous firing. Terrain mapping, unlock the knowledge of terrain mapping, allowing scouts to draw detailed maps of areas and structures. Gaining the ability to self-produce copper also unlocks 3 new researchable technologies. Just like the last time you unlocked metal detecting tech, you get the scout trooper. The tech shown on the tech tree is not all there is. As the Lord explores and encounters various situations, it is possible to trigger the unlocking of new technologies. This time, 3 technologies were unlocked directly within the Tower of 1,000 mechanisms. 1 for defense and 2 for troop upgrades. With the sonic detector unlocked, the rare ear-ink tissue shredder you get at the beginning will come in handy. Acoustic detectors can listen for acoustic signals within range to detect surveillance activities. With sonic detectors it is possible to spot the bugs at a greater distance and prepare for defense in advance. The other 2 are upgraded techs for crossbowmen and scouts respectively. One of the upgrades of the crossbowman made Su Yang's heart skip a beat. After last night's battle it can be found that crossbows are extremely powerful and have a long range. The only thing that can limit its output capability is the loading time. A vacuum of output occurs as the crossbow needs to be reloaded after each shot. And unlocking new tech will allow crossbowmen to load 2 crossbows at a time and fire them in bursts. This would be a qualitative boost to the output of crossbow troops. The last tech is to unlock the ability for scouts to draw maps. Right now, Su Yang only had a rough impression of the territory's surroundings. Maps can give you a macro view so you can better understand the status of your territory and plan for its development. Secondly, if a scout encounters a nest, mapping it will give him or her general intel on that nest. All 3 new technologies will provide a big boost. There is no tally value yet to determine which one to research. Su Yang decided to take one step at a time and choose the technology to research when the need arose. Time passed, and as the copper ore yielded little by little, it finally filled the ammunition of all the outgoing crossbowmen in the afternoon. Without hesitation, Su Yang set off at the head of an army consisting of 15 Imperial Armor sharpshooters and 15 Imperial Armor crossbowmen. The Swarm Ranch was different from ordinary bug nests in that it was an important strategic point for the bugs, and the situation at the ranch will become even more complicated after the last reconnaissance was discovered. Only when he personally went out to set up the tactics could Su Yang feel at ease. Aided by Qin Wu and Zhao Zhang, Su Yang quickly ran towards the swarm pasture with his troops. Departure time was already in the afternoon and they had to get back to the base to defend it before nightfall. Sending almost the entire force out on an expeditionary crusade against the bugs in the middle of the afternoon was an extremely dangerous move. If anything went wrong in the middle, the remaining 10 soldiers at the base alone would never be able to defend against the wave of insects. If it was placed before the ranking notification came out, Su Yang might have chosen to stabilize his hand and set off the next day. But now the weekly stage rankings have a new quest ranking. Ranking is done by killing enemies and exploring the map. Though one breaks the rookie protection early and theoretically has the advantage. However, other countries will certainly break protection and compete when they learn about the ranking of their territories. Those countries that have a strong war chest in the early stages are likely to come back later. To ensure that you take the number 1 spot in the exploration rankings, you have to explore and fight moment by moment. The first ranked lord will receive a special system prop, the decryption card, which is a very crucial reward. Decryption cards can unlock quests and rewards for relics and a range of other special locations. Earlier soldiers had found and marked a relic. The reason you don't go yourself is because you don't know what quests will be triggered. Relic quests are extremely difficult and have high reward uncertainty. Raiding in the early stages is likely to lead to a total collapse. But with a decryption card you can know the quests and rewards ahead of time, and the risk is greatly reduced. If you compare a relic to a grocery ticket, the decoder card is the ability to see through the coding. If you can get the relic rewards in the early stages, you can definitely increase the development speed of your territory significantly. With the exploitation of oil resources, other territories will enter a phase of rapid development. It has maintained steady growth and is highly unlikely to be surpassed. To stay ahead of the curve you have to incorporate special ways like relics. The Forbidden Trial is a game of strength and luck. If you want to win, you have to do whatever it takes to move forward. It was nearing dusk when the troops arrived at the Swarm Ranch. Dusk is the division between day and night, and the separation between life and death. This statement is well exemplified in the dense forest of the Worm's Nest. The light from the sun dissipated and the fluorescence of the plant was still lit again. This makes dusk the darkest time in the dense forest of the Worm's Nest. The whole world was a dim yellow color, as if it had fallen into a quagmire. The visibility was shockingly poor. The sound of the Imperial armor operating and the steam gushing alternated. The troops slowed down and cautiously moved through the dense forest. Approaching the ranch, Su Yang split the team into 5 6-member squads. A squad of 6 members, 3 Imperial armor sharpshooters and 3 Imperial armor crossbowmen. Each of the 5 squads dispersed and advanced gradually in an arc toward the ranch. And long before the team advanced, Su Yang had already sent a scout to the ranch. When the 2 scouts returned to the territory in the afternoon to resupply, Su Yang took one with him. As a specialized scouting unit, the scouting ability is very strong. The ranch was gathered in a very short time. After listening to the scouts' intelligence, Su Yang frowned slightly. Things are a little strange. After what happened last time, it's amazing that the ranch defense hasn't stepped up at all. Chapter 33, Crisis, New Bug Soldier Type. Surprisingly, there is no enhancement at all. Su Yang was a bit surprised and vaguely felt that something was wrong. He had expected the bugs to make a move after their last reconnaissance was discovered, and now it seems that there is still only one defense team around the ranch. In this way, it is only necessary to follow the method of the first attack on the nest, prioritize the annihilation of the bug squads on the ground, then hold the cave entrance to kill the xenomorphs inside the nest. Despite his doubts, Su Yang let the troops continue to carry out their orders. After all, it was impossible to cross such a long distance and just return without success. Moreover, with the strength of the Great Qin Imperial armor soldiers, they were also fully capable of dealing with some unexpected situations. You don't get a tiger without going into the tiger's den. Before fully launching the attack, Su Yang had the scouts conduct a second reconnaissance. This time the range was extended to the perimeter of the nest. The goal is to check the perimeter for ambushed bugs. After checking around, the scouts found nothing. The Worm's Nest Ranch is like an unguarded vault with free access. As it was getting late, Su Yang stopped thinking about it and directly asked the team to take action. He detached a squad of 6 to snipe at the bug team on the ground. The other 4 squads were merged into one brigade. 12 Imperial armor sharpshooters surround the entrance to the cave, and 12 Imperial armor crossbowmen provide support from the rear. If the ranch is really as calm as it seems, then this battle will be an easy win. Kill! Su Yang ordered in a low voice and followed the troops as they rushed towards the dimly lit pasture. The steam power plant ran at peak efficiency and roared. The Imperial armor soldiers rushed out of the dense forest like beasts, quickly dividing into 2 groups. One team headed straight for the defending bug squad on the ground. The other team killed directly towards the entrance of the worm nest cave. Hiss! Discovering the enemy invasion, the brainworm instantly woke up and quickly shook its tentacles, emitting high-frequency sound waves. The surrounding stinging insects also screamed to meet the Imperial Armor Squad. Though these stinging insects are no longer the lowest of the low, still, there was no power at all to fight back in front of the Imperial Armor Squad. The crossbowmen in the squad fire crossbow shots in high-speed motion. 3 worn-out arrows were fired, piercing the thorny worm's torso with millimeter precision. The remaining 7 stinging worms killed the Imperial Armored Razorback. In combat, a first-level Imperial Armor Ranger can take on up to 2 stinging worms without injury, and after ascending to level 2, the Imperial Armor Sharpshooter will be able to take on at least 3 stinging worms without injury. In front of the Imperial Armor Razor that had risen to level 2, there was no difference between 7 stinging worms and 0 stinging worms. The broad-bladed bronze sword pierced the dimness and lit up with silver light. In less than 10 seconds the squad of stinging insects was disintegrated into crumbs and spilled all over the ground. Subsequent brainworms are not immune. Kill level 4 Terran brainworm, plus 150 stats. Kill a level 2 Terran stinging worm, plus 30 stats. Kill a level 2 Terran stinging worm, plus 30 stats. The brainworms die and the piercing insects disappear. The dense forest was calm again. Yet this piece is the greatest unrest of all. The brainworms have already sent out signals. Why is there no movement at all inside the nest? Su Yang's eyes were heavy as he stared at the entrance of the pitch-black insect nest. According to the last attack on the worm's nest, the inside of the worm's nest responded immediately after the brainworm sent out a signal. This time, the inside of the bug nest was as quiet as a puddle of stagnant water. Where are the xenomorphs? Did they participate in the attack yesterday and all died outside the base? Too unlikely. It's too far from the territory for a level 2 abyssal gaze to attract a nest this far away. After another period of waiting, there was still no response from inside the bug nest. Su Yang immediately mobilized the scout and prepared for him to probe deeper into the bug nest. If things go wrong, there must be a demon, so be sure to find out what's going on before you enter the cave. Just after pondering over the strategy, Su Yang suddenly felt his body rising and falling. It was like standing on one of those bouncy castles from a previous life. Your body rising and falling with the air cushion. What's going on here? Low blood sugar without food? He looked toward his feet. Only the humus-covered, wet, soft ground was seen to be surging like a wave. What is this? Your Majesty! Chen Wu roared and flew to pound Su Yang out. Flying out in the process, Su Yang saw that the place where he had just stood had actually rumbled. The originally flat ground turned into a small hill in no time. There is something in the ground. Su Yang's pupils shrunk like he was struck by lightning. Buzz ow! With a muffled thunderous roar, a dark, huge alien insect broke out of the ground. It is nearly 5 meters long and has a 3-meter long, sharp, hammer-shaped hard object on the length of its head. The body is bloated, with 4 stocky feet supporting the massive body. It's more of an amphibian like a lizard than an arthropod like a stinging insect. Underneath the broken lizard monster was the 2-meter-wide hole that had just been dug out. Sasha Sasha, Sasha Sasha. All of a sudden, the sound of bugs marching was heard. Hissing sounds poured out of both holes at the same time. This lizard monster dug its hole right into the center of the battlefield, allowing the stinging insects to pour out of the middle and avoid the blockade of the soldiers' holes. Sure enough, the bugs were not unresponsive, but had set up a trap based on his tactic of attacking the nest. The hole is just a decoy. After all of your party has surrounded the hole, the lizard monster then opens up at the back of the group and forms a pack with the worm nest. Is this the bugs? The thoughts in Su Yang's head were rushing wildly, constantly predicting the next actions of the insect race. Prioritize getting rid of that monster. At Su Yang's command, 15 heavy crossbows were fired at the same time. The crossbow whistled at the behemoth. The lizard-like monster slumped toward the ground, covering all of its torso with the pointed hammer of its head. Dang dang! Like a shot to the rocks, the crossbow lost all kinetic energy the instant it struck the pointed hammer. Taking advantage of the crossbowman's opening, the lizard-like monster howled and plunged into the ground. It wants to dig more holes and block off the team in all directions. Retreat! Su Yang urgently ordered the team to just abandon the cave. Even if you set up a fight on the ground, it's safer than getting wrapped up. The crossbowman in particular didn't have much armor, and being encircled would surely result in casualties. However, stepping into a bug trap is not something you can back out of just because you want to. Hiss ah! The stinging insects poured out like a tidal wave from 2 holes, one in front of the other. They hiss and roar, vowing to tear the intruder apart. Chapter 34 Elite Class Unit, Terran Giant Worms. Looking at the tidal wave of stinging insects, Su Yang immediately realized that there was no way to retreat. Line up in both directions and guard the entrance to the cave, Su Yang ordered, and the Imperial Armor soldiers instantly took action. The soldiers located in the front hole split off and quickly approached the rear hole to protect the crossbowman team. The troops were divided into 2 curved formations at the 2 cave entrances, with Su Yang as the center. The crossbowmen were on the inner side, and the Imperial Armor sharpshooters defended on the outer side. The The tide of bugs crashed into the queue moments later. Thanks to Su Yang's quick reaction, the crossbowmen did not engage the stinging insects head-on. The outer Imperial Armor sharpshooters powered up to full power, spewing out steam to fill the entire battlefield. The bronze sword danced wildly like a blistering wind, repelling the wave of insects again and again. Su Yang carefully observed the battlefield movements, his mind quickly thinking about all the possible variables that could happen. Although the bugs' tactics were unexpected, there was still a gap in hard power between the two sides. According to this process, as long as it was delayed until the crossbowmen finished filling their crossbows, the situation on the battlefield could be turned around. But the biggest variable right now was the giant lizard-like monster. His presence definitely puts a huge strain on the defense. Boom! The lizard-like monster broke out of the ground just as the thought occurred. Countless clouds of dust rose from the right flank of the group, and a third cave appeared. A group of stinging insects is about to attack from the right flank. Su Yang's face was grave as his eyes stared at the huge beast. A third batch of bugs arrives, and their own forces are further dispersed. The bugs were more numerous, and the situation was going to get worse as this continued. The biggest variable on the battlefield must be dealt with first. Chen Wu, Zhao Zhang, Su Yang ordered, and Chen Wu Zhao Zhang led a squad to kill. Their mission was to stop the creature. Whoosh! The crossbowmen finished loading and 15 crossbows whizzed out. Half of them shot at the lizard-like monster, and half of them supported the defense lines on both sides. The lizard-like monster sensed the danger and immediately bent down to parry the crossbow bolt with its head. Its head bones are extremely smooth and hard. Only a small portion of crossbow arrows could pierce them when they hit, and the vast majority of them were bounced off directly to no avail. But this round of crossbows wasn't meant to kill, it was meant to delay. Su Yang knew that the crossbow could not break through the lizard monster's defense. He was just using the monster's mechanism of dodging crossbow arrows to buy time for the sniping squad. Giggle! The lizard monster rises moments after dodging the crossbow bolt. Chen Wu Zhao Zhang had already killed in front of it with 4 other Imperial Armor sharpshooters. The 4 Imperial Armored riders quickly leaned down and violently drove their broad blades into the ground just below the lizard monster's head. Combined with the mechanical power of the Imperial Armor, it was able to keep it from drilling and escaping. Chen Wu Zhao Zhang, on the other hand, leapt up and stepped on its broad head to advance quickly. Its weakness is in the torso area that it protects with its head all the time. The lizard monster felt death approaching, and its body erupted with tremendous power. It jerked its head up and flung it around. Chen Wu Zhao Zhang was directly flung away, and the 4 Imperial Armor Rangers on the ground were similarly shaken away. The monster's power was strangely immense, and even the Imperial Armor sharpshooter was powerless against it. Buzz! It let out a long whine and reversed course to dive at the ground. It wants to burrow into the ground again. It would be dangerous to let it get away again. Stop him! Su Yang shouted angrily, the moment the lizard monster's huge head crashed into the ground. 4 Imperial Armor sharpshooters swooped in. They plopped down directly at its point of fall and formed a barrier with their bodies. Boom! There was a loud crash and a large cloud of steam came out furiously. The Imperial Armor let out a groan as it crumbled under the force of the massive impact. Mechanisms were scrapped. Armor twisted and deformed. The armor value of the 4 Imperial Armor sharpshooters directly cleared to 0. They paid a heavy price to keep the lizard-like monsters on the ground. Steamrolled as Chen Wu Zhao Zhang killed from the backside. The power unit was running at full speed, and countless sparks erupted from the mechanical gears. High-temperature steam that was extremely compressed erupted from the hilt of the sword. Giggle! 2 silver lights lit up. The 2 hind limbs of the lizard-like monster were directly cut off. It wailed and fell to the side with a loud thud. The sound of steam gushing resumed. The 2 giant swords stabbed straight into the monster. The meter-long sword was all but gone. The attack is not over. Chen Wu Zhao Zhang switched to holding his sword with both hands, tightening his grip on the hilt. He violently spun the sword around inside the monster. The blade sliced through the hard skin, churning out all the vascular muscle tissue and internal organs. Blue-green blood mixed with shredded tissue rolled out of the cut. The huge lizard-like monster completely lost all its strength and fell limp to the ground. The loud wailing faded. Kill level 5 Terran Cryptworm, plus 300 stats. Kill elite level units to unlock the achievement, Fighting is elite, plus 500 unity value. The crypt giants fall to the ground, and the stinging insects of the third cave swarm in. Chen Wu Zhao Zhang's side was still checking the injuries of his teammates. The front row was understaffed, so Su Yang directly split half of the crossbowmen and topped them off, while not fully covered in Imperial armor. Crossbowmen aren't bad in melee combat. The discovery of the copper mine enabled the repair of the Imperial armor, and there was no longer any need to worry about the warriors being damaged. Half of the Imperial armor crossbowmen drew their short, bronze swords against the tide of insects. Although the troops were split into 3, as long as there were no crypt giant worms to stir things up, the Imperial armor force was still at an advantage. As the remaining half of the crossbowmen finished loading and firing their crossbows, the balance of the battle was completely tilted. The insect attack was quickly dismantled. Kill level 4 Terran Brainworm, plus 150 stats. Kill a level 2 Terran Stinging Worm, plus 30 stats. Kill level 3 Tyrannosaurus Stinging Bugs, plus 40 stats. Kill level 3 Terran Jet Nematodes, plus 70 stats. As a series of kill prompts surfaced, the battle gradually drew to a close. Because of the existence of a new bug species, the Crypt Giant Worm. It could be said that this battle was the most tragic one since Su Yang became a lord. The 4 level 2 Imperial Armor sharpshooters were directly scrapped. Fortunately, although the Imperial Armor was scrapped, the warriors were alive. Simply return to your territory and repair your Imperial Armor to return to the battlefield. The battle ended and Su Yang led a small team into the bug nest below the ranch. Chapter 35 Heroic Units. Walking through the damp, cramped entrance to the main cavern, Su Yang realized that the width of this acupuncture point was twice as wide as the one he encountered before. Could it be that as the level of these xenomorphs rises, the construction and scope of the nest increases as well? Walking down the cavern, the main cavern of the worm's nest came into view. The main cavern was also a whole lot bigger than the previous encounter. Su Yang's focus wasn't here as he followed the wall to find the passageway leading to another cave. Mother Worm Cave. Entering the cave is a giant sarcoma hanging upside down like a heart. Beneath the nearly 7-meter-high sarcoma, the tentacle-laden head of a female worm was churning. The air smelled of dampness and decay. White eggs the size of a man's head were piled up underneath the sarcoma. Those were the larvae that hadn't even been born by the mother yet. Su Yang held up the torch and turned around in the cave. This female worm was compared to the one encountered before except that it was a circle larger and had a new appearance of dark purple lines on its exterior. He took a step closer and held up the fluorescent plant in his hand. On the surface of the mother worm sarcoma are large and small holes. As it squirms, some white eggs are slowly being expelled. In the mucus of the sarcoma, Su Yang saw an insect egg of different sizes. The ectoparasites in the eggs are also different from other white eggs. This could be the egg of the crypt giant they just killed. Could it be that if I'm not mistaken? These females are also upgrading as they level up. Upgrading not only allows them to give birth to more eggs, but also to breed new species. And around the mother bug, the scope and size of the nest expands. Why does this pattern feel so familiar? Su Yang secretly said in his heart. If the bugs are viewed as humans, then they seem to be growing and expanding their territory as well. Are humans the only participants in the forbidden trial? Kill, Su Chen ordered, turning around and exiting the cavern to the shrill chirping of the female insects. Kill a level 6 Terran motherworm, plus 500 to your defense value. Rare class drop. Heart of the nest. May be used to accelerate technology development and construction. Unlocked achievement, Master Exterminator, level 3. Unity value plus 1500. Trigger event, Abyssal Gaze, level 3. You've completely pissed off the bugs, and a larger and more diverse swarm of Terran bugs will be on your crusade. Surprisingly, the level 6 female worm was a full 3 levels higher than the previous level 3 female worm. It was no wonder that the other xenomorphs killed were of a much higher level than before. But just one mother bug allowed him to unlock a new class of Master Exterminator achievements and the Abyssal Gaze event. It was 2 whole nests of bugs that were destroyed in the previous boosting of these 2 events. Your Majesty. Walking out of the cavern, the Imperial Armor sharpshooter who was on guard outside carried up a black piece. It's the skull of that crypt giant. Su Yang reached out and touched it. Rare class drop. Giant alligator bone. Acquired pending technology, currently unavailable alligator bone plate armor. Got another new tech that looks to be defense-oriented. Associated with the hardness of that giant insect's skull, Su Yang felt that the plate armor was definitely highly defensive. Not currently in a position to research it though. Might have to upgrade the 1000 Machines Tower later? After putting the giant alligator bone into his backpack, he ordered the soldiers to regroup. The sun had set completely, and now they had to get back to the territory as fast as they could. Under Su Yang's command, one squad opened the way and one squad carried the 4 warriors whose imperial armor was scrapped. The rest of the soldiers formed a circle to guide the most important target of the battle, the sheep in the pasture. These 3-eyed ugly things were scared half to death by the fighting. When first guided, all hunkered down in one corner and refused to move. It was only after Su Yang caught 2 of them and beat them violently that the sheep were scared out. Because of the presence of the wounded and the sheep, the party did not return quickly. The troops were under extreme tension all the way. Now that Abyssal Gaze had reached level 3, walking on the way back could be attacked by a swarm at any time. What's worse is that the territories are also at risk of being attacked on a larger scale. More than once he thought he should kill that female worm another time. Night was too dangerous after all. Fortunately for Su Yang, none of his worries had happened. And after a few hours of marching, the team safely returned to the territory. And the territory was lucky enough not to suffer a swarm attack this night. It wasn't until he walked into the gate of the territory that Su Yang's hanging heart was completely put down. the fighters were running out of gas, and the outcome of a fight on the road would really be unpredictable. It was only when he returned to the territory that Su Yang's work officially began. He immediately refueled all the soldiers and filled the crossbowmen with crossbows for the swarm attack that could happen at any time. After that he divided an area on the west side of the territory for those ugly sheep. There was no hardwood to make a wooden fence, and Su Yang had the soldiers cut down some fluorescent plants to make a simple division. It's a good thing that these sheep are so timid and cognizant that they don't dare to walk around yet. On the way back Su Yang roughly estimated the number of these sheep. Judging by the territory's current population, these sheep won't have a problem eating for a month. Food is the only thing that matters to the people. Solving the food problem made Su Yang's heart much relieved. After taking care of a series of urgent matters, he opened the panel to check up the harvest this time. Although the battle was a bit of a thriller, it turned out well and was quite rewarding. First is the unity value. Nowadays, in addition to being an important resource for upgrading bases, the unity value is also a key factor in competing for exploration rankings. Whoever can capture more unity values will have an advantage in the rankings. The unity value harvested from just killing the enemy in this battle was 3,960 points, plus 2,000 points to unlock the achievement bonus for the unity value. A total of 5,960 unity points were gained. It's slightly less than the last defense against the worm wave, but the worm wave attack is all the worms in range together, and this fight is just one worm's nest gained. It could also be seen that the nests where the level 6 females were located were a notch above the other low-level nests. This was followed by prop acquisition, this time with 2 rare class props. Rare grade worms' nest hearts have an additional ability to speed up construction than normal worms' nest hearts. This means that not only can you speed up research, but you can also speed up building upgrades and remodeling. And the maximum amount of time that can be reduced is 1 day for the common class, and up to 2 days for the rare class. If you're upgrading a level 3 home base afterward, you won't have to wait around for a few days. Another rare item is the alligator bone dropped by the crypt giant. It's unclear what the use is, but it certainly can't be bad given its rarity. And finally the most important takeaway, the food. The battle solved the short-term food problem. However, in addition to the rich harvest from this battle, Su Yang also discovered a hidden danger. That is, soldiers are less capable of fighting elite monsters with very high single combat power. A Terran giant worm nearly reversed the entire battle. Although the battle power of the Imperial armor soldiers was strong, they were still unable to fight against such a huge object. Counting the crossbowmen that were holding back, Su Yang had spent almost the entire 15 soldiers to kill the crypt giant worm. And in the end, it was only resolved at the cost of 4 Imperial armor riders' combat strength being scrapped. What if there are 2 giant bugs, or other more powerful elite-level xenomorphs appear in the future? At that time, if they still relied only on Imperial armor soldiers, the battle would become very difficult. Maybe the territories need to have hero-level units in place. Chapter 36, Level 3 Home Base. The Tower of 1,000 Machines, the central building for base development, is in charge of the 5 major branches: resources, defense, troops, technology, and heroes. Hero branches need to be unlocked after building the appropriate hero building at home base level 3. The hero unit has 3 main categories: military war management, governance and scientific research, responsible for external conquests, logistical services and research management, respectively. All hero units are well-known figures in the history of each civilization. According to the experience of the first 2 rounds of the Forbidden Lands, the hero units of other civilizations are usually generals with great commanding abilities who do not participate in the battle themselves. However, the generals of the Qin dynasty were not just ordinary commanding generals, but fighting generals. In addition to possessing the ability to command, they also possessed an extremely strong ability to fight on their own. This is very normal for the Qin dynasty. After all, many generals started as soldiers, participated in countless wars, and climbed out of the dead. Either that or they have been generals for generations and have been in the military for generations and have received rigorous military training from a young age. History books abound with instances of various military generals being 1 for 10 and 1 for 100. Although there is an element of exaggeration, the fighting ability of these famous generals cannot be questioned. The already powerful single soldier ability coupled with the imperial armor will multiply its combat ability. With a hero unit of this combat power present, the troops would no longer be held back by the elite level behemoths. In the future, as the bugs become more powerful, the size of their numbers will increase while the quality of their individual soldiers will also be enhanced. Ordinary soldier units are used to deal with large-scale and numerous waves of bugs. Heroic units, on the other hand, are used to counter the very strong individual combatants of the worm wave. Now that the Abyssal Gaze had reached level 3, elite units of the giant worm class were sure to be present in the subsequent bug offensive. And theoretically, The weekly Fey attack on last Advent night will be stronger than all the previous offensives. To fend off the last wave you must perfect your base defenses and summon heroic units. The prerequisite for summoning heroic units is to raise the home base to level 3. Su Yang tapped on the Lord's Residence panel to check the upgrade requirements. Home base, Lord's Residence, level 2-3, unlocked Tier 3 Resource Facility, Tier 3 Defense Facility, Tier 3 Imperial Armor Battalion, and gained Heroic Research Branch, new, required for upgrade. Coal resources, 100 units. Copper resources, 100 units. Quarry resources, 200 units. Unity value, 4,000 points. Duration, 2D. The upgrade requirements for a level 3 home base are much harsher than level 2. Various resources are needed in addition to the unity value. Su Yang looked at the panel and did some quick calculations in his head. The coal resource is 100 units. The current territorial stockpile is 32 units. And the production capacity is 110 units per day. If the Imperial Armor soldiers do not carry out their activities during the day, but only defend themselves against the enemy at night, then the net production is 50 units of coal per day. You'll be able to collect all 100 units of coal resources before nightfall on day 6. If there were no necessary circumstances, Su Yang decided not to send any more soldiers out for the next 2 days. Not only because of the need to build up coal resources, but also because it is not currently very profitable to go out. After last night's battle, the swarms within the territory's boundaries had been hit hard. You can't gain more unity value by going out and attacking the worm's nest. Instead, Abyssal Gaze has reached level 3, and the knight's offense is further enhanced. Defending the territory will already reap enough unity value. Then there is the quarry resource. With a current inventory of 132 units and a capacity of 100 units per day, don't worry about the quarry resources. They'll be collected by noon tomorrow. Finally, there is the key copper resource. As the most intense and strategically important resource in the current territory, trying to build up a stockpile of copper is no easy task. The current stock of copper in the territory is 13 units with a capacity of 50 units per day. Assuming optimal conditions, the territory does not consume copper ore at all these days. It also takes until the evening of the 6th day to gather 100 units, but that's almost impossible. The first thing you need to do is to build the crossbow turret out if you want to defend against the worm wave attack at level 3 Abyssal Gaze. The 4 crossbow turrets require a total of 40 units of copper ore resources and require 2 units of copper ore per day for ammunition and maintenance. Then there's the crossbowman's crossbow supply, which will require at least 40 units of copper ore supply if there's a bug wave attacking for the next 2 days. Finally, there is the maintenance of facilities and armor damaged during the attack, which may also require the consumption of 10 units of copper ore. This works out to be a good thing if you can get to the 6th night without going over, let alone accumulating a stockpile. Sharpening the knife must be upgraded to upgrade the copper ore mining machine. Otherwise it is impossible to meet the upgrade requirements for a level 3 base. With a flash of his mind, Su Yang consumed another 10 units of copper ore for mining machine upgrades with only 13 units left. Blueprint data lines are surging through the miners. The sound of gears interlocking and colliding alternated with the sound of steam gushing out. This is the first upgraded miner in the territory. After a short wait, the full extent of the Tier 2 steam-powered miner is revealed. The miner's base is exactly double the size it was at level 1. The top impact hammers have also become more massive, chiseling out more ore with each stroke. Su Yang opened the mining machine panel, and the original 50 units of production value was directly upgraded to 75 units. Counting from now until the 7th night, the miner can generate roughly 200 units of copper ore. Subtracting the consumption that is likely to be incurred in the next 2 days, the projected balance is exactly around 100 units, so you have to be careful about the use of resources on these 2 days. Save what you can, avoid what you can, and make sure you upgrade your level 3 mansion before the 7th night. Time is not an issue as long as you can access the upgrades. Su Yang had a rare grade insect nest heart. Rare grade worms nest hearts can act on building upgrades and can shrink the time by up to 2 days. Level 3 mansion upgrades are exactly 2 days away, and can be killed in seconds straight away with the heart of the worm's nest. Lastly, there is the 4,000 point requirement for the unity value. For other lords guarding their territories, this may be one of the most difficult, but for Su Yang, this was the easiest part. With more than 2 days to go, 4,000 stats is nothing to worry about at all. Settle down to defend against the 2-day bug offensive and unlock the hero unit to get through the 7th night. You'll be able to compete for a place in the Lord's rankings afterwards. As soon as the rewards are earned, the territory gets a huge boost. Not to mention taking the top spot and getting those special system props, if you take the double first. Chapter 37, Crossbow Turret, Mighty War Beast. 3 days left before the Fey invasion. The Lord's Hall has been opened, and the Lords can communicate with each other in the hall during the designated time. Su Yang cut close to the chat interface. Today's Lord's Hall was no longer as lively as usual. Two system rankings appeared, moving the competition between the lords from the shadows to the surface. Basically all the lords will be involved in the pre-ranking competition. The first point is that the lords ranking serves as a systematic reward for stages, although it will continue throughout the trial. However, in the early stages, because of the scarcity of various resources, the rewards of the lord ranking will become more important. For example, the first place in the development ranking will get 2 miners directly, unless there is a civilization bonus. The number of miners is the same in each territory, 2 at level 1 home base, 2 more when you move up to level 2, and so on. Get 2 free miners straight away in the lead up to a shortage of miners. This will greatly increase the territory's ability to acquire resources and speed up development. Also the special props for exploring the rankings, the decryption cards not to mention. This is a prop that can only be obtained from the system and has a price. Another point is that the countries are in their infancy and have not yet stabilized, and there are a lot of factors that affect the rankings. The more you get to the middle and late stages, when the development of the countries stabilizes, the more difficult it is for the weaker lords to compete for places. So they'll take advantage of the opportunities up front and use them to the fullest. Both of these create a highly competitive situation in the pre-lord rankings. Now that most of the nations have yet to form alliances, anyone in the Hall of Lords is a competitor. The crowd naturally spoke much less than before. Lord of the Theater Teeth, God, I saw those bugs last night. Lord Rice, Xenomorphs of the Heart of the Nest? Dharma Lord, my good brother. Buddha bless you. Anonymous, what do those monsters look like? And do they feel like they have a chance of winning? The troop's toothy lord statement caused the calm hall to ripple slightly. There is very little information about the Heart of the Worm's Nest, only a few system profiles. All previous lords born in the Heart of the Worm's Nest died, and none survived. That's why most of the lords were curious about this mysterious area. Lord of the Theater Teeth, what a creature from hell. The most common of them are 2.5 meters, covered in brown markings, like a mixture of praying mantis and spider, extremely fast. The legend is like a ghost in the dense forest. The hall fell into silence after listening to Lord Theater Tooth's account. Su Yang smiled. These lords should all think that the insect race was winning with numbers. Now this 2.5 meter height really shocked them. Lords of the East, 2.5 meters? What an exaggerated size. Lords of Bear Country, this quality of single troops combined with the advantage of numbers suggests you pick a graveyard first. Lord of the Theater Teeth, thank you. I'm already picking. Lords of England, fight with courage. The strongest xenomorph battle is when it is in the dense forest. The defense battle won't be so hard. This Lord of England knows quite a bit about bug tides. Su Yang closed the lobby panel. He wouldn't hear any more useful news today. Carrying through the 7th day of the offensive wasn't too much of a problem for the Theater Tooth Lords, who had never been out of the novice reserve. He should only be facing the lowest level of bug wave, as long as he repaired the walls and emptied the plants around the base as Lord England suggested. With the not-so-bad firepower of the line infantry, it should be successfully defended. The only thing he needed to overcome was fear. The fear of facing death in the face of the bugs. After all, once his soldiers were approached by the bugs, the end would only be death. If it comes to close combat ability, I'm afraid that no troop type in the early stages can compare to the Imperial Armor Sharpshooter. Su Yang slowly climbed up the city wall, after improving the copper ore mining machine for a night. The copper resources in the territory have come to 42 units. It's not the lowest level bug wave he's going to face anymore. If we go by the level of the Abyssal Gaze, he was fighting against a tertiary bug wave. Unsurprisingly, there would definitely be an elite level Terran giant worm joining the attacking team tonight. It's definitely not enough to just build walls plus cut down trees at times like this. Su Yang called up the defense panel and consumed all the newly mined copper resources on the crossbow turret. Giggle. There was a loud spurt of steam. With it came the roar of machinery in motion. Blue data lines surged, transforming all of the original stone lookouts into metal. Eventually the spire of the lookout pavilion was removed and an additional layer was added. Above this open-air layer, a giant mechanical bed crossbow 2 meters wide and 3.5 meters long was being built. This most appalling of ancient war machines will be the protagonist of the defense of the territory for these 2 nights. Until the heroic units come out, solving the Terran giant worms will have to rely on crossbows. If the Imperial Armor Squad was sent out like in the last encounter, it would inevitably leave the other areas weakly defended. And handling giant bugs up close is extremely risky. Relying on crossbows doesn't have that problem. The mechanical roar stops and the construction of the 4 crossbows is completed. Bow arms made of specialized materials bend under tension. Finger-thick crossbow strings connected it to the massive winch at the rear. The winch, in turn, is connected to a series of mechanical drives. In the groove above the crossbow lay a giant crossbow bolt 2 meters long. The mere sight of its glowing green exterior sends shivers down one's spine. If one was shot with an arrow, The consequences could be imagined. Su-yang gently stroked the crossbow and felt the silent hiss of this war beast. Like the ancient city walls, every part of this crossbow is the result of the wisdom of our forefathers. With the presence of these 4 crossbows, not to mention the Terran beast, even the tank Su-yang was confident in shooting through it. With the construction of the crossbow turret complete, the next step was to deploy new soldiers. Because there were Terran giant worms involved in the battle, the fight wouldn't just take place outside the city walls. By then the base will have been hit with a wormhole and there will be an influx of xenomorphs as well. If you follow the previous configuration you won't be able to divide your forces to defend the city against the xenomorphs. Therefore, Su-yang decided to summon another batch of Imperial Armor sharpshooters for the city's defense. After ascending to level 2 Imperial Armor Battalion, the initial level of the summoned Daqin Imperial Armor sharpshooter is level 2. And summoning only requires 300 unity value, which saves 100 unity points compared to summoning a level 1 soldier and then upgrading. Unity value minus 3000. The Imperial Armor Battalion rumbled into operation, and 10 level 2 Great Qin Imperial Armor sharpshooters joined the territory. Base defense construction is complete and staffing has been put in place. Next just wait for the night to come. Chapter 38, Absolute Defense. Rice Territory. MacArthur was a bit surprised by the information provided by the theater's Tooth Lords. Who would have thought that such a race of both quantity and quality could exist? Even for the Rice Army, engaging the bugs in a dense forest was an extremely dangerous option. If he's allowed to be born in the worm's lair, he'll have to wait at least until the armored vehicle is unlocked before he'll let his soldiers go deeper into the dense forest. Not bad for the most difficult birthplace. Descending there even if you can hold the base you can't go any further. God bless Rice. MacArthur mumbled under his breath then opened his backpack. 50 units of oil from our ally Afghans are in place. He grinned widely. From this moment on, Rice will be far behind all countries. Bare rock area somewhere in the Forbidden Zone. Boom boom boom. Soldiers dressed in the uniforms of the Eastern Japan Army lined up to fire at the front. The immense network of fire from the Type 99 rifles was so dense that the creatures hiding behind the rock formations didn't even have a chance to probe. Another squad quickly circled around behind the cluster of rocks and, after a round of firing, charged with bayonets up. Long live the Emperor. The battle was over quickly. Behind the rocks a group of short, stone weapon-wielding creatures littered the corpses. The birthplace of the Toho is the Goblin Mines, and it is the Goblin ones who are dead in pieces on the ground. Eastern Territory. Tojo in gold. Opens the panel. A wave of encounters had just yielded another 460 points of unity. The Great Eastern Warrior with the Bushido trait will not stop fighting as long as he is not injured. The Goblin one, on the other hand, was too weak in the early stages to do any effective damage. This allowed the Eastern Warriors to harvest the unity value without any hindrance. Tojo Inken's eyes flashed as a sharp intent spilled out. The number 1 spot in the exploration rankings is in the bag. Take the first to get the decryption card. Establish an alliance with Afghans, and then get the key oil resources. No one can stop the Great Eastern Empire from advancing. Night, heart of the worm's nest. Because of the need to conserve resources, Su-yang did not let the soldiers go out to explore during the day. All soldiers took turns manning the walls as ordered. Fuel savings also builds up energy for nighttime attacks. The soldiers did not go out, but the 2 scouts remained out exploring. A steady stream of reconnaissance information returned to Su-yang. After exploring during the day, the scouts found 2 more veins. A good grade carbon mine and an average grade copper mine. Not great quality, but at least it was found. Su-yang roughly memorized these 2 directions in his mind. If you take the first place in the development ranking, you will be rewarded by the system with additional miners. When the time comes, these newly discovered veins will come in handy. Unlike exploration rankings which only require killing enemies and opening maps, there are numerous factors that affect development rankings. Even if it's difficult, do your best to get it. After all, first place gets you 2 miners and access to embodied resources. With extra miners you don't have to be so finicky with your life. Your Majesty, Chen Wu, who was patrolling the base, reported to Su-yang. Something's going on underground. Coming? Su-yang's eyes flashed. The entire army is on alert. Crossbows in the southeast and southwest turn around. At Su-yang's command, the entire team lined up to enter a state of alert. 2 crossbows at diagonal corners of the wall were turned to aim at the interior of the territory. Sasha Sasha. A series of sharp insect chirps rang out from the dense forest to the north. The swarm didn't charge the whole way like the last attack. Instead, they chose to conceal their approach before suddenly launching a charge. Through the protective coloring of their bodies, they cleverly avoided the crossbowman's reconnaissance. These bugs have the ability to learn extremely well. Release the arrows. Su-yang ordered and then mobilized the southeast and southwest mobile units to support the northern wall. Whoosh! Crossbows enveloped the tide of insects like a net. The moment it landed, the xenomorphs within range were instantly reduced to sludge. The battle was fought. Screams, hisses, sharp objects breaking through the air, and steam spurts mingled and echoed through the sky. A loud bang came. A Terran giant worm rushes out of the ground and opens a large hole in the south of the territory. They seem to perceive that by sending troops to defend the north, the defense of the south is weakened. A stinging insect flew out of the hole below the giant insect. Hiss ah! The Terran giant worm looked up to the sky, as if making a mockery. Unbeknownst to him, the crossbows above the walls were already pointed toward it. Click, click, click. The crossbowman adjusted the alignment of his crossbow. Tada! Aiming complete. Buzz The crossbow struck with a thunderous clang. The 2-meter-long bronze crossbow bolt thundered towards the Terran giant worm. Put! A dry piercing sound rang out, and the giant worm's roar came to an abrupt end. The crossbow bolt pierced directly through the left side of its skull, piercing through its entire body and lodging in the ground. The giant insect's life instantly faded and it fell to the ground with a loud bang, kicking up gusts of dust. Kill level 5 Terran cryptworm, plus 300 stats. Its massive body pressed above the hole, blocking the swarm that followed. Chenwu led the newly enlisted Imperial Armor sharpshooters to kill to the south of the territory and quickly took care of the stinging insects that entered the territory. The first wave of the insect tide's attack was perfectly neutralized by Su Yang. To the north, with the towering walls and reinforcements gradually coming in, the threat posed by the insect wave offensive was diminishing. The second Terran giant worm of the bugs wants to break this, breaking ground directly at the foot of the north wall, beaten through the walls and beyond. However, the swarms that poured in from the cave entrance still couldn't break through the defenses of the Imperial Armor Legion, and the second giant worm died under the wheeling fire of 2 crossbows from the north. With the death of 2 giant bugs, the bug attack was declared over. Chenwu led the troops of Imperial Armor sharpshooters to kill out of the city, chasing down the remaining bugs in the dense forest. Zhao Shang, on the other hand, led another team to dispose of the swarm's corpses and fill the empty holes dug out by the giant insects. Because of the presence of the 4 new crossbows, the territory came through the attack almost unharmed. After spending 20 units of stone ore to repair the city wall, Su Yang opened the panel. After a night of fighting, a total of a whole 300 points of unity value were harvested. Together with what was left from before, Su Yang's current unity value had come to 660 points. What an exaggerated number. Even after taking out the base upgrades there is still over 4k left. Having so much unity value, Su Yang decided to strengthen his army even further. Chapter 39 Sonic Detector. Future of the Dragon Kingdom. This time, upgrading Su Yang decided to unlock a few of the newly acquired technologies from last time. One is a sonic detector for the defense branch. Technology, sonic detectors. Unlocked acoustic detector technology. Reconnaissance defenses utilizing radios and biosignal fragments. Unity value, 1000 points. Time, 8h. Although tonight's defense went very well without any mistakes, the territory was still breached by the giant insects. Being a very territorial person, he couldn't tolerate something being able to swim underneath his home base as it pleased. By observing the tunnels dug out by the giant bugs, Su Yang realized that the tunnels dug by the giant bugs were not very deep. Giant worms of this class can't break through deeper rock formations, so they're limited to 2 to 3 meters of earth at ground level. And this is a depth that a crossbow is perfectly capable of shooting through if you find the exact location. The question is how to determine the exact location of the giant worm before he burrows out of the ground. Tried before it was undetectable with the naked eye. Giant worms are able to hide earth changes very well by some means, and only observe earth rumbles when they break the surface. Since you can't see it with the naked eye, you'll have to go a little high-tech. The probe, when fused with rare-grade biological tissue fragments, is able to monitor swarm activity over a large area. By capturing race-specific audio, both above and below ground, you can capture it with precision. This not only assists the crossbow turrets in sniping the giant bugs ahead of time, but it also breaks down the bugs' lurking tactics. If I had to say what was a mistake today, it was not realizing that the bugs would lurk around avoiding reconnaissance until the perimeter of the territory and then start charging. Su Yang suspected that although these bugs came from different nests, they all had some sort of connection with each other. They will share their combat experience with each other and continue to evolve from their failures. The level of intelligence of the insect race broke through Su Yang's imagination again and again. But lurking tactics can only go so far. Sonic detectors will give them no place to hide. Another technology Su Yang wanted to unlock was the terrain mapping of the troop routes. Topographic mapping, unlocking topographic mapping knowledge. Science and technology, topographic mapping. Unlocking terrain mapping technology, allowing scouts to map terrain areas, building structures, and biomorphology in detail. Unity value, 1000 points. Time, 12h. The current intelligence passed to Su Yang by the scouts and soldiers was in the form of narratives and words. For many special situations such as nest size, defense configurations, detailed terrain, etc., cannot be accurately conveyed. And after unlocking this technology, the paintings together with the text, the scout would be able to accurately send back some special information to Su Yang. This would greatly enhance Su Yang's control over the territory over the battlefield, thus better commanding. These two techs are required to be unlocked as soon as the territory is current. The fine machineries obtained at the same time as them. Su Yang planned to unlock them next time. The fine machined construction allows the crossbowman to make bursts of shots. Although you can greatly enhance the combat power of your troops, upgrading your troops consumes a large amount of unity value, and the consumption of copper resources increases after upgrading crossbowmen. That's why Su Yang intended to keep this upgrade until after the emergence of hero-level units. The Tower of 1,000 Mechanisms can only perform one technology upgrade at a time. Su Yang prioritized the scout unit and directly consumed a bug nest heart to complete the upgrade. Unity value -1000. Topographic Exploration Science and Technology Research Center. Use of the item Heart of the Worm's Nest to shorten the time needed for research and development by 12h. This Heart of the Worm's Nest was dropped from 2 consecutive worm's nests dealt with earlier. There are currently 2 left in hand, 1 common and 1 rare. Technology unlocked. Su Yang opened the panel to upgrade the scout unit. Troop type, Qin 1000 Mile Scout. Level, 1-2. Effect, unlocks the ability to draw in detail. Increasing detection range. Unity value, 600 points. Spend 200 unity points to upgrade 2 scouts together. The next step is to unlock the sonic detector. There's no rush on this one. Just get it fixed by tomorrow night. Unity value -1000. Acoustic wave detectors under study. Time, 8h. Closing the panel. The warriors return to the territory one by one after clearing the battlefield. The curtain has fallen completely on this night's battle. There was only 1 night interval before the massive nest of insects. What kind of battles will be experienced then? The following day dawned with the completion of the sonic detector study. Su Yang spent 10 units of copper ore to build a sonic detector. In the center of the base, a tower with a huge radio set rises up. With the sonic detector, a new column appears on the defense panel. Sonic detection. Tapping in is a topographical map of various data lines. This is the maximum range that the detector can currently monitor. Su Yang estimated that the detection range reached about 5 kilometers. Construction is complete and the detector is operational. Sonic waves under normal scenarios being earned. Mechanical operations, steam changeover, swaying plants, wind, animal calls. Seeing the workflow, Su Yang immediately understood how the detector worked. First it will capture and record all the sounds in the security scene. These will not trigger an alert regardless of size, presence or absence. And as soon as audio enters that is not recorded as safe sound, the detector reports it. With the fusion of biologically shredded tissue, the detectors are able to more accurately capture the specific audio that the bugs are signaling. Gives bugs that come within scouting range no place to hide. With the combination of probes and crossbow turrets, even the giant bugs could no longer take a step deeper into the territory. Manhwa Military Ministry. High-level conference room. The atmosphere in the conference room today is not the same as it was a few days ago when it was alive and jumping. The faces of the group of officers were covered in concentration. They received an update from intelligence last night. The lords of Afghan have extracted oil and are actively seeking cooperation with various countries. Oil is the bottleneck that limits the development of a host of modern industrial civilizations. It is also because this bottleneck exists that lords who choose a slightly less technologically advanced civilization in the early stages have a chance to catch up. Now that oil was discovered in the first week, a host of modern industrial civilizations such as rice went straight into unrestricted development. This will further increase the gap between the two sides, with the stronger countries getting stronger and the weaker countries getting weaker. What if K up? It's not easy to get on a roll and then this. One officer couldn't help but explode with nationalistic rage. The other officers didn't show it, but in their hearts they were indignant. Originally, he was expecting Su Yang to take a place in the lord ranking. In this way, the Qin dynasty's weak technological shortcomings were exposed. How can we compete with other countries in the future? Where exactly is the future of the Dragon Kingdom? Chapter 40, New Elite Level Bug Unit. Although oil has been extracted from Afghan, production will not be significant in the short term. We were able to fight for 1 or 2 explore ranking spots as much as we could during that time to close the gap. There are too many factors to consider in the development rankings. And with access to oil, rice and a host of other countries will surely be able to upgrade their home bases before the bug wave hits. With the same level of home bases, we definitely can't compare ourselves to other countries. After all, Qin dynasty technology is only in the Bronze Age. There is no possibility of a development ranking, but there is a real chance of fighting for an exploration ranking. We broke through the novice defense on the first day and have been actively exploring during that time. As long as we keep up our strategy of actively going out and exploring in the last few days, we should be able to pick up a spot in the exploration rankings. So the point is to actively go out and explore. The Generalissimo pointed out the point succinctly. Right. According to Su Yang's character, it's not difficult. The Generalissimo nodded slightly. It really isn't that hard for someone who can break novice protection on day one. The screen flickered and the Forbidden Land livestream opened. To everyone's surprise, Su Yang's army was resting in its entirety in the territory at the moment. The crowd was dumbfounded. Su Yang's actions were always out of their expectation. They felt like defending. And Su Yang directly created a break through the novices' protection. They felt like striking out. And Su Yang's entire army guarded their homes and rested. Why? The experts were puzzled. After this period of observation, they had recognized Su Yang's mind. Consider it a strategically minded person with lordship abilities. With his ability, surely he can realize the current need to go out aggressively in order to take the roster spot. But why would he be guarding the house at a time like this? Could it be that he wants to save his soldiers' energies for the insect attack at night? An expert asked. But hasn't he spent a few nights beforehand? He should be able to handle it. Has the bug wave attack escalated? A stronger defense is now needed? If you want the offense to escalate, you have to kill the mother bugs. How can anyone risk going deeper into the tide of bugs in the early stages? The conference room fell into silence once again. Su Yang had chosen the wrong strategy. The crowd felt something slowly draining away. Official live stream. The news that the oil resources have been exploited has not yet spread. So unlike the low pressure in the military department, the public remains excited. They observed the new defenses that had appeared on the territory with glee. Oh my god, a new defense tower. There seems to be a huge crossbow mounted on it. This thing looks incredibly powerful. The crossbow bolts on that are as thick as my arm. It's horrible. With this defense tower here, what's there to fear from the bugs? That one in the center of the base is so cool. It looks like a scouting device. I have to say that although the Qin dynasty was in the Bronze Age, the painting style was simply more high-tech than modern times. Amidst the waves of popular cheering, there were those who noticed something was wrong. With the Lord ranking approaching, why did Su Yang not choose to go out and explore instead of keeping his home? Something's not right. Why isn't the army being sent out? Yeah, many lords have lifted their novice protection. Now is the most crucial time to grab points. Modern civilized countries brush their unity values very quickly. Su Yang must not be careless. No, at the rate he's going, both rankings are hopeless. Forbidden Land, Dragon Kingdom territory. Su Yang sat inside his mansion quietly waiting for the insect tide to come. One day to go until the last night. It seemed that the dense forest environment had all changed because of the proximity of the massive bug wave. The air became more stifling and sticky, as if deep in a quagmire. The reason for the formation of bug tides or all other types of fey tides is mass aggregation. Fey within a certain range will communicate with each other to gather forces to attack the territory. This range depends on your hate value in their minds. For Su Yang, the size of the hate value was the level of abyssal gaze. The greater the hate value, the greater the range of Fey you'll attract to rally, and the more aggressive the offense will be. The point of difference between the Fey tide of the 7th day and a normal bug tide is the scope. It will go beyond the range corresponding to your current hate value and gather troops from a wider range to attack. So even if the current defenses can handle a normal Fey wave, that doesn't mean you'll make it through a stage Fey wave. Previously, in the Forbidden Land trial, many territories had perished because they were unable to resist the wave of stage Fey, and it was the first week of the Advent Night bug wave that destroyed the largest number of territories. After unlocking the scout mapping ability yesterday, Su Yang had received many reports of bug traces one after another. After the scouts were drawn and transmitted through the system, the image could be materialized on Su Yang's panel. Much of the panel's imagery is imprinted with bug action. The bugs have already begun to gather, and they will do so in advance to ensure a simultaneous attack on the 7th day. Su Yang looked at the dense footprints on the way to roughly estimate the number of this swarm. Just as he was flipping through the images, his eyes suddenly glazed over. What's this? Sandwiched in between a host of spiky triangular footprints, there appeared a series of huge spike-like footprints. The footprint definitely didn't belong to any of the bugs he was currently known to have. This is a new category. Su Yang immediately realized, by the pattern of action, this new species has a total of 4 pairs of 8 pedipalps. Again, based on the size of the footprints and the depth of trampling, it was predicted to weigh more than a giant worm. This is the new elite level unit. It seems that tomorrow night's wave of bugs will not only have greater numbers, but will also feature new elite level units. The variables increase further, and to stop a behemoth of this tonnage, a heroic unit must be summoned. All of the quarry, carbon, and unity values are now in place, just missing the copper resource. Hopefully I can finish collecting before the bug wave attacks. Heroic units are imminent. In the midst of his thoughts, the scouting panel suddenly began to flash violently. Su Yang quickly opened it, and the blue panel had turned red as the alarm sounded. And at the edge of the panel, the very edge of the reconnaissance range, a large number of white dots are slowly approaching the base. Amidst the mass of dots, 3 larger white dots flashed. This is clearly a much larger giant worm advancing. The bugs are coming. Chapter 41, Eve of Advent. Hidden Big Brother. Out of Su Yang's expectation, the battle ended with great speed. The bug wave became smaller than the day before. The giant bugs leading the attack were still 2, but the number of stinging bugs, brain bugs and the like was much smaller. And crossbow turrets work surprisingly well with scout probes. The moment he scouted the giant bugs, Su Yang would synchronize the information with the crossbowmen manning the crossbow turrets. The crossbowmen estimate the approximate location of the giant bugs in reality based on a topographical map. Although there would be an error in the actual conversion of the terrain, it was all dissolved by the massive body of the giant insect. The nearly 5-meter-long target was impossible for the crossbowmen to miss even with an error. The crossbowmen fire when the giant bugs reach half the range of the crossbow turrets. This ensures both fault tolerance and crossbow power. Giant bronze arrows struck, and one of the 2 giant insects was killed instantly, while the other was pinned dead in the earth, and then killed by a complementary blow. With the giant bugs dead, the remaining forces of the bugs were simply unable to be a threat to the territory. Su Yang ordered to save the crossbows and only let the crossbowmen deal with the jet nematodes in the rear. The charging stinging insects were all put at the foot of the walls for the Imperial armor riders to settle with their swords. The battle ended quickly, not just because of the reduced size of the swarm, but because of the sonic detectors and crossbow turrets, because he could know in advance from which direction the insects would enter. Su Yang could deploy his troops in advance, and in the past, considering the fact that the bugs attacked in separate directions, they hadn't dared to concentrate their forces on defending one place. Now with the detectors, even if subsequent bugs sneak in from the other direction, they can quickly detect it and redistribute their forces. The information brought by a reconnaissance device gave Su Yang more room to maneuver. And even more so, the base defense went up another notch. In the post-battle count, this last battle before Advent Night brought 3,800 points of unity value income to the territory. Currently, the territory possessed a unity value of up to 10,860 points. This unity value Su Yang planned to distribute it uniformly after summoning the hero units. In addition to the unity value, this battle gained another giant alligator bone. It's a drop from a giant bug, and it's currently unavailable for research. Su Yang didn't think too much about it. He would definitely be able to unlock it afterward anyway. Currently, all the conditions for upgrading the level 3 main base have been met, except for the copper mine. Thanks to Su Yang's saving strategy, the copper mine will also be able to reach its target tomorrow afternoon. It's now only a matter of time before hero-level units are summoned. 16 hours left until Advent. Newbie protection will be lifted in all territories tonight. Good luck to you all. The system notification rang out, signaling the imminent arrival of Advent Night. On the last day, the Lord's Hall was slightly busier than before. The crowd tried to ease the tension in their minds by chatting. For some of the lords who have not yet unlocked their novice protection, tonight will be their first battle. And for the lords who have unlocked their novice protections, tonight will be the strongest battle they've encountered. There is no certainty in life or death. The only certainty is that there must not be 68 more people who will be able to log into the Hall of Lords tomorrow. Anonymous, is it my psychology? Why do I feel like my surroundings have changed? Lords of England, mass gatherings of original creatures are altered to affect the environment in small ways. Lord Rice, it's not just the Fae that gather, but special changes happen on Advent. Theater Tooth Lord, God, those bugs are already gathering outside the reserve. Lord Rice, relax my friend, your biggest problem right now is fear. Lords of Playhouse Tooth, it's the heart of the worm's nest, who can't be afraid. Su Yang stared at the panel as an idea came to his mind. As the saying goes, a distant relative is better than a close neighbor. And this is also true in the Forbidden Land. The lords of the house generally follow the principle of proximity if they want to choose allies, and of course if they want to invade. However, Su Yang adhered to the principle of I will not commit a crime if people do not commit a crime. With the exception of individual countries, he would not be hostile to all of them in the first place. Theater Tooth Lord information he checked was a soon-to-be college graduate. College students, a creature that is less than the top and less than the bottom. They have forgotten all the content of compulsory education and have not yet had the chance to suffer the social beatings. College students nearing graduation. This stage is arguably the most foolish and controllable. Recruiting a stupid ally doesn't necessarily do any good, but it shouldn't do any harm. The heart of the worm's nest was vast in size and scarce in resources, so one more ally would provide more information. And looking at the intel he picks the period of the Theater Teeth Invincible Fleet, which has good potential for growth. Su Yang chose to remain anonymous and started typing in his message. Lord of the Theater Teeth, no intel at all. Except that they're insanely fast. Anonymous, you'll be encountering what should be the lowest level of bug wave. With only 2 species of bugs, the first type of stinging insect, which is extremely fast, uses the double blades in front of it to attack. And the second type of brainworm, which has no attacking ability, is the commander of the stinging insects. Bugs are highly intelligent and highly organized. If possible, kill the brain bug first, which will briefly disable the stinging bugs it commands. When it was almost time, Su Yang stopped inputting. There's only so much I can do to help, after that it's up to him. The moment Su Yang's anonymous message came out, it was as if a bomb had been set off in the hall. Lords of the Playhouse Tooth, my god. Thank you big brother. Thank you big brother. You are my hero. Anonymous, and who is this? I can't believe he knows so much about the heart of the worm's nest. Anonymous, what kind of soldier can you get such detailed intelligence on the bugs in the early stages? Dude, to be hard on the bugs. Anonymous, is this intel really true? Someone really dared to break the newbie protection in the heart of the worm's nest. Rice Lord MacArthur looked at the chat box with considerable surprise. It was uncertain, but he was leaning toward the news being true. If the news is true, it means that this person broke the novice protection early in the heart of the worm's nest, and its civilization has the soldiers to fight the bugs head-on in the early stages. This was a thing that even if it had been given to him, MacArthur, he could not have been so bold. And although the Mii soldiers are strong, they will definitely suffer heavy casualties in the early stages of fighting the bugs in the dense forest. Not only does the other side possess absolute verve, but its civilization also has a strong fighting spirit. This is definitely a very threatening opponent in the future. Who the hell is it? Which civilization is it? Chapter 42 Level 3 Main Base. Heroic Battle Force. Eastern Territory. Tojo Inken couldn't help but raise his eyebrows when he saw that anonymous message. It is this hidden enemy that is the most difficult to deal with than the open competitor. These people are the biggest variables when it comes to events going in the direction you expect. If this message is true, then the publisher is afraid that he has the strongest echelon of soldiers in the early stages. The heart of the worm's nest is difficult, but its return of unity is just as rich. If they mastered the right way to exterminate the bugs, that's not a good idea for the top spot in this quest. Tojo Inken's eyes flickered as his thoughts quickly churned. What country is it? Bear Country? Rice Country? Or France? The competition for the Forbidden Land this time was so much more intense than the previous 2 times. Continue to explore outward, and do not return before sundown. Tojo Inken further increased his exploration. The ranking of this quest is related to his ability to get oil in the early stages. Nothing can go wrong. England Territory. Victorian redshirts are patrolling the humble walls. In the center of the territory were rumbling, steam-spewing industrial plants. The Lord's Castle is located in the southernmost part of the territory. Elizabeth sat in front of the gilt-carved mahogany table examining the panels. An anonymous message seemed like a stone dropped into the water, sending ripples through the layers. The implications of this news are far more than meets the eye. A civilization that can fight off the bugs in the early days has emerged, and in an anonymous form. This will bring panic and suspicion to all the major countries that are not the publishers of the information. It can even affect future alliances or hostile relationships. Unlike the other lords, Elizabeth was optimistic about the news, because the Theater Tooth Lords who were in the heart of the worm's nest were the group of lords most closely associated with her. Since this anonymous lord wanted to help the troop of teeth, they were on the same page. It would be easy to pull the strings of this anonymous lord in the future through the Lord of Theater Teeth. It was an advantage she had over the other great lords. It hadn't gone very well on the Afghan side, but she had her own circle of allies. Making friends and expanding her influence was her strategy up front. Unfortunately, as oil is unearthed, a number of these allies will be phased out of the Forbidden Land. Most typically, the Bronze Age Dragon Kingdom was chosen. While other countries are making the leap with oil, their workers may still be hammering away at copper, with absolutely no chance of catching up. Elizabeth's thoughts drifted away. It's a shame. There would have been a lot of potential in this Qin dynasty. After releasing the information, Su Yang directly exited the hall. He didn't want to know what kind of reaction the message would elicit. The stuff is right here, and it's up to them to judge whether it's real or not. All that needs to be done now is to devote ourselves wholeheartedly to the defense of the territory. Depending on capacity, the level 3 main base could be built out by evening. Afterwards, by summoning hero-level units, territory defense and troop strength will enter a whole new realm. I don't know if it was because the gradually sweltering environment made the heart anxious. Su Yang felt that the time waiting for the evening to come was extraordinarily long. A few short hours, yet it seemed longer than the week. The sun was gradually setting, and the grim wind hissed as it snatched its way back to this land. Unlike in the past when darkness descended, this time along with the gloomy wind came a dense black fog. The plants that used to glow fluorescently at night to illuminate the dense forest were now all ineffective. Darkness enveloped the entire land, barely visible only by the thin moonlight. This was the first real dark night that Su Yang had spent after coming to the Forbidden Land. Is this Advent? I have to say the vibe was really on point. Su Yang pondered in his heart. Darkness fell, and the stock of copper ore in the territory finally reached 100 units. Su Yang directly opened the mansion upgrade panel without saying anything. One more second of hesitation is disrespectful to a heroic unit. Home base, Lord's residence, level 2-3, unlocked level 3 resource installation, level 3 defense facility, level 3 Imperial Armor Battalion, and gained heroic building, new, required for upgrade. Coal resources, 100 units, copper resources, 100 units, quarry resources, 200 units, unity value, 4,000 points, duration, 2D, upgrade. Su Yang's thoughts flickered as he slapped almost 2/3 of the territory's resources into the territorial mansion. Coal, 100 units, copper ore 100 units, quarry, 200 units, unity value -4,000, level 3 Lord's residence being upgraded, time required 2D. The upgrade will take 2 days. Su Yang took out the piece of rare-grade insect nest heart from his backpack. This is what you get for killing that female in the swarm ranch. Not only does it have up to 2 days of reduction, but it also works on building upgrades. It's perfect for use here. Reduce the time required for construction by 2D by using the item Heart of the Worm's Nest. Upgrade of level 3 Lord's residence completed. Straight up seconds. Rare class props are just great. Boom. With the upgrades complete, a drastic remodeling began. Level 3 Lord's mansions no longer increase in height, but expand in footprint. After Su Yang's consent, the mansion was expanded to the north from its previous base, adding an additional entry. In addition to the Lord's room where Su Yang lived, a new row of rooms had been added. Could it be for hero-level units to live in? Su Yang guessed. It is possible that hero-level units are no longer considered troopers and need a separate room. After the construction was completed, a more imposing and magnificent mansion appeared in front of Su Yang's eyes. Not only did the shape change, but the exterior of the mansion was no longer all green-gray bronze. Those emerging materials glowed bright silver in the moonlight. Iron. Su Yang looked at those metals with quite a bit of excitement. If it really is iron, it means that the territory is about to enter a new period, from a bronze civilization into an iron civilization. Although Daqin's research on copper can be said to be at its peak, but even the most powerful process can't make up for the difference in material properties between copper and iron. On the flip side, the great Qin craftsman could even use copper in an extraordinary way. And how much mind-blowing technology will be made when we enter the Iron Age? Calming the excitement in his heart, Su Yang opened the hero panel that appeared for the first time. The development will come later. At this stage it's important to put on some immediate combat power. Chapter 43 Heroic Buildings, General's House. Tap on the Heroes panel to be greeted by 3 newly unlocked buildings. These 3 are the very same heroic buildings that are capable of summoning heroic level units. From left to right, the Foundry, the Astrological Tower, and the Point of View. None of the 3 buildings consume resources to build, but currently you can only choose one of the 3. The 3 buildings, depending on their characteristics, summoned heroes with completely different professions. Su Yang clicked on the 3 building options in turn to check the specifics of what they could summon. Hero Building, Foundry. Occupation of Summoned Hero, Heavenly Worker, Great Qin Celestial Work, Casting all the Elephants, Inherit the Skills of the Ancient Sages, Create the Future of the Chapter. Are all magnificent and majestic works? The splendor of the reflection of the ages. Architectural features. The Foundry is the research and development place of the Celestial Engineering Unit. Unlocking the Foundry will give you access to exclusive weapon research and development, upgrading, exclusive armor manufacturing, modification, and a series of craft-related content. Development strategies, a national priority. Establishment of a school and workshop. Casting of the country's important weapons. Raising the majesty of Great Qin. Shining the light of 1,000 machines in all directions. And prospering for thousands of generations. Strategy effect, reduce all research and construction time in the territory by 20%. Skyworker, a heroic unit summoned by the Foundry. Simply understood to be an ancient scientist-inventor type of role, and a foundry is obviously a large factory. In addition to summoning heroic units, heroic buildings also bring development strategies called Weapons of the Nation to the territory. The development strategy is a country's development strategy, which is a very important factor in the Forbidden Trial and is closely related to the characteristics of the chosen civilization. When the lords preferred to give up the power of modern technology to go back to the old days of picking their most glorious era, it was with the development strategy associated with the chosen civilization in mind. They focused on agricultural production or industrial development, on friendly exchanges or military conquests. Those historically powerful dynasties often possessed a good set of national strategies. A good set of development strategies is even more influential in the middle and late stages. In the case of the weapons of state, the initial effect reduces the research and construction time of the entire territory by 20%. It's not a one-time and one unit only scaling like Heart of the Worm's Nest, but a persistent buff. And as the foundry is upgraded, the buff effect becomes stronger and stronger. Knowing that mid to late stage research starts in days, this effect can save territories tons of time. In addition to the party strategy is the role of the foundry itself, with a range of effects such as exclusive weapon development as well as exclusive imperial armor manufacturing. When he saw the word exclusive, Su Yang wondered if this foundry could also create a set of imperial armor for himself. But with a great enemy at hand, now was not the time to think about that. Toggle option. Hero building, astrological tower. Summoned hero profession, Chizo. The talents of Chizwa, with mountains and rivers as camps, and the stars and the moon as formations, collecting the essence of the universe, controlling the greatness of heaven and earth, strategizing, and showing the way of the future. Architectural features. The astrological tower is the observation place for Kazuna units. Unlocking the astrological tower will give you access to a series of encounter-related contents such as special areas, event foreknowledge, probability prediction, etc. Development strategy, time and tide, star road. The foundation of the country's fortune, the theory of the universe, set up star officials, all the heavenly phenomena, detailed explanation of starlight, unified timing, know the fate of the country, the hope that the wind and rain, and to stabilize the country, strategy effect, all veins, resources, and loot in the territory will be upgraded by one quality level. Like the foundry, the Ascendant Tower has a corresponding function and hero unit. The foundry corresponds to the research aspect of the effect, and the Ascendant Tower corresponds to resource acquisition. Whether it's gaining information about special resources or upgrading the quality of resources you already have, it's an extremely powerful effect. Some of the hidden special resources in the mid and late game almost have a situation-turning effect, and it's scary how much you can anticipate their existence. It goes without saying that upgrading the quality of resources is a real panel boost. Speed up resource production, increase the effectiveness of equipment, etc. If he didn't have a need for battle power, Su Yang wouldn't even know what to choose. After reluctantly exiting the astrology panel, he tapped on the last item. Heroic building, General's house. Occupation of summoned hero, Jinjuan, the army of the state, the foundation of the gods of earth and grain, and the pillar of great Qin. They are armed with hardened soldiers, and they fight in the four seas, swallowing the mountains and rivers, the sun and moon, and shaking the world and the stars and rivers. Architectural features. The General's Palace is a place for summoning town units. Unlocking or upgrading the General's Palace will summon a general unit and allow you to train and upgrade the general's skills. Development strategy, power to the world. Soldiers, the place of death and life. The way of survival, edicts to the four directions. Widely recruited elite soldiers. Hammered military, in order to revitalize the country's fortunes. The might of the four seas. Founder's effect, 20% increase in all unity values gained through kills. Worthy of the Great Qin military strategy. Increasing the unity value gained from killing the enemy is simple and brutal. This can greatly increase the efficiency of acquiring unity values in the early stages. After checking out the 3 heroic buildings, Su Yang's expression shook. Jinjun fights on the front line. Tiangong provides excellent combat equipment, and Chizwa increases the speed of resource acquisition to provide logistics, troops, equipment, and logistics. All 3, when combined, can make Great Qin a tireless machine of conquest. It's hard to imagine how spectacular it will be when the day of molding comes. Suppressing the excitement in his heart, Su Yang stopped at the general's residence option. According to multiple intelligence reports coming back from scouts, it has been determined that a new insectoid unit exists in tonight's wave. And it wasn't just any elite level unit. The new unit was several times larger than the giant bugs that had appeared previously. Both Tiangong and Chizo are developmental and logistics-oriented units. While the effect is powerful, choosing them brings no immediate combat power. The only way to be sure of surviving tonight's bug wave is to build a general's mansion and summon general units. No longer hesitating, Su Yang's thoughts flashed and determined the establishment of the general's residence. Selection complete. General's residence under construction. Putting down the blueprints. A building on the east side of the territory with a footprint second only to that of the Lord's mansion roared to life. Like the Tier 3 Lord's residence, the exterior of the general's residence is made of 2 metals, copper and iron. The 2 materials, cyan and black, blend and reflect each other. Combined with the unique engraving, the whole building ensures grandeur without losing its temperature. Looking at its volume, which was twice as large as the Imperial Armor Camp, Su Yang could not help but expect what kind of existence would be summoned from it. Tap on the general's panel. Chapter 44 Heroic General Li Xin. Marquis of Longxi. General's House Panel. Uniformity Value, 10,860. Jun. General, Li Xin. Type of General, Town Vanguard. Summoning Requirements, 10,000. General, Meng Tian. General Type, Imperial Shield. Summoning Requirements, 25,000. Summoning can be done at Level 2 General's Residence. Upgrade to see more Generals. Li Xin and Meng Tian, two famous Qin Generals. Level 1 Generals can only view the current information. Subsequent levels are required. However, the currently unlocked Generals already satisfied Su Yang. Li Xin, Marquis of Longxi, one of the King of Qin's favorite and most trusted young generals. He had accompanied the army to conquer Zhao and Yan, and pacify Qi and Shu, with outstanding military achievements. He also led the army to go deeper while pursuing the Yan army, and obtained the head of Yan Taizidan, the mastermind behind Jing Ku, regardless of his fighting ability and command ability, or the courage to go deep into the army alone. Li Xin deserves the title of a famous general. Having a general class unit on board will definitely bring a qualitative leap to the force. Thoughts flashing. Su Yang slapped all his belongings into the general's residence. Uniformity value 10,000. Summoning General Li Xin. Boom. The upper part of the general's house sank with a loud boom. A steam gush ensued, and the top half slowly lifted. The entire building began to function like a steel behemoth. The mechanical roar gradually ceased amidst the rolling steam and shaking dust. The heavy iron gates of the general's residence unfolded to either side. Thick white steam surged outward, and a loud marching sound consisting of machinery running and crashing was heard. The sound of violent sword footsteps stopped, replaced by the sound of gears running at high speed and sharp air braking. Phew! The silver light lit up, and the thick white mist was instantly dispersed. Wearing silver imperial armor and holding a mechanical lance, Li Xin, who was nearly 2 meters 5 in height, appeared in front of Su Yang. Li Xin turned the lance in his hand, and some sort of mechanical device triggered. The parts of the lance worked quickly to contract toward the center. In a single breath, the nearly 3-meter-long gun was only 2 palms wide. Li Xin hung the shrunken device at his waist side and removed his helmet in a solemn salute. My lord Li Xin. See your majesty. Li Xin, Marquis of Longxi, iron armor. The roar was so loud that it seemed like thunder that penetrated the soul. Su Yang finally experienced the feeling of an ancient general who scared off the enemy army just by roaring. In front of him, Li Xin was wearing imperial armor just like the great Qin sharpshooters. However, his imperial armor was a full size larger and had an overall silvery white color. Key parts of this imperial armor have been replaced by iron. Iron is harder than copper and has several excellent properties. The breastplate and leg guards used for defense are all replaced by iron plates. There are also some rods that emphasize stiffness that have been replaced with iron products. The advent of iron gave the imperial armor stronger defensive attributes and a higher strength of force. Li Xin royal armor has a higher armor coverage in addition to the iron upgrade. The imperial armor of the great Qin sharpshooters only had armor in the important parts, and some nodes did not have protection because of flexibility considerations. While Li Xin's entire body was almost covered by imperial armor, his joints also possessed protective imperial armor. This undoubtedly meant that Great Qin's imperial armor craftsmanship had gone one step further. In addition to the protective properties, the steam power plant on the imperial armor has been changed. Their constituent material has not changed. It is still copper with excellent thermal conductivity. However, their numbers and distributional positions have changed. The imperial armor Reaver only possesses a cylindrical steam power unit on its back, and Li Xin is equipped with power units, large or small, in his back, haunches, elbows, knees, and feet. With these steam power plants added to the mix, the imperial armor's flexibility and combat power will be qualitatively improved. Is this the heroic troop unit? After admiring Li Xin's imperial armor, Su Yang opened his mouth to inquire. Will the general know his mission? Li Xin didn't hesitate. Open up the borders and expand the land. Bust up the foreigners, and revitalize the might of Qin. Su Yang nodded in satisfaction and then checked Li Xin's panel. Unlike normal troop units, hero-level units will have more thought and self-awareness. While embracing the forbidden land and modern content, they also retain the memories and ways of doing things from their previous lives. General, Li Xin. Troop type, Town Vanguard. Armor, iron steam-powered armor. Imperial armor effect, none. Weaponry, iron mechanically powered silver spear. Weapon effect, none. General skill, ordering Vanguard. Skill effect, increase the morale of all melee-friendly units within a certain range, and increase combat capability by 20%. Energy consumption, 10 units of fuel/day, 10 units of water concentrate/day. Maintenance consumption, 10 units of copper or resources. 10 units of iron or resources. Tap on the LEXIN panel and a series of messages appear. Unlike regular soldiers, general class units have more complex battle panels. According to the panel description, its battle power consists of 3 aspects: wearing imperial armor, holding weapons, and generalship skills, combined with the Tiangong profession's ability to upgrade and transform imperial armor and weapons. Su Yang guessed that the imperial armor and weapons of the subsequent general-level units could be individually built and upgraded to obtain special bonuses. Another general skill upgrade and training can be done directly in the general's house. The bonuses of imperial armor and weapons are biased towards single combat strength, while general skills are more oriented towards the team effect of leading an army. After reading the panel, Su Yang's eyes flickered. It was worthy of being a general class unit. It possesses both strong single-unit combat power and team increase skills. The addition of LEXIN will definitely bring a qualitative leap to the army. In addition to the heroic buildings, the level 3 home base brings with it many other upgrades. But with the bug wave coming, these upgrades will have to wait until afterward to be viewed. Closing the panel, Su Yang re-engaged in the distribution of the units. Excluding LEXIN, the territory currently has 50 soldier units. Of these, 30 level 2 Imperial Armor sharpshooters and 20 Great Qin Imperial Armor crossbowmen. The general arrangement was the same as before, except that the maneuvering support unit was replaced by LEXIN. LEXIN, who has more powerful Imperial Armor and battle strength, is more suitable as a reinforcement. With the defense placement complete, the next step was simply to wait for the swarm to attack. As time passed, the dank rot intensified. The black fog floating in the dense forest is also getting thicker and thicker, almost obscuring all vision. Chapter 45, Black Mist Falls. The last night. It was a long night and a dark fog. In this black fog even the Qin crossbowman could not penetrate the black fog to find the enemy's position with the naked eye. But fortunately, Su Yang had already constructed a sonic detection tower, so he could grasp the location of the swarm even if his field of vision was all gone. From now on, the sonic reconnaissance panel was his eyes. Just sync the location info to the crossbowman and you're good to go. Buzz. A voice snapped in his head interrupting the thoughts. Here comes the swarm. Opening the recon panel reveals that a large number of white dots are emerging to the north. It's too dense to count. All troops in formation. Su Yang ordered and quickly mobilized the defenders to turn towards the northern wall. Just as the thin little white dots advanced rapidly to a position halfway from the territory, 6 large white dots appeared at the edge of the map, traveling forward at great speed. Immediately behind the large white dots are smaller white dots in formation. A whole 6 giant bugs. Su Yang's eyes widened. I didn't expect Advent Knight's offense to intensify so much. A few days ago, there were at most 2 giant insects, but now 6 of them appeared together. There are only 2 crossbow turrets that can snipe giant bugs on one wall. Counting loading time, you can only stop up to 4 giant bugs. This meant that there would definitely be 2 giant bugs breaking through the defenses and entering the territory. Tonight the generals will have to deal with 2 or even 3 fronts. Now it was up to LEXIN's battle prowess to quickly resolve the intruding giant insects. The only way to prevent the bugs from entering from within the territory and distracting your side's battle force is to quickly kill the giant bugs blocking the hole. Unsurprisingly, the direction of tonight's battle hinges on the performance of the elite-level combatants on both sides. The night has come. The plague is upon us. The troops' territory. Protection for newcomers has ended. Sasha. Novice protection ends, and sounds from the swarm's march resonate throughout the dense forest. It was accompanied by a dark mist and an eerie wind that sent shivers down one's spine. The troop's tooth lord gulped, his eyes staring dead ahead. But even though his eyes were open as far as they could go, his vision was still a blur. The thick black fog obscured everything and became the best cover for the swarm. It's impossible to accurately detect their location with just your eyes. The troop of tooth lords didn't expect such a difficult black mist to exist on Advent Night. Cold sweat rolled down his forehead and sweat seeped from his hands. Although the defense has been prepared and also got the information about the bugs in advance. But it's only when you actually come face to face with these natural predators that you realize what oppression feels like. The smell of the wet rot seemed like a breath from death, and the insects were calling from hell. Sasha. The sound of piercing through the trees rang out one after another. The swarm had broken through the dense forest. Here we go. The troop's toothy lord's heart tightened, as if he had been gripped. In the black mist, countless figures flashed quickly like ghosts and gods. The troop-toothed lord held back his inner fear, judging the swarm's distance carefully. The weapons of the theater band tooth line infantry were flintlock muskets with an effective range of 150 to 200 meters. If you go beyond that distance, killing power drops to pathetic levels. And the flintlock takes a long time to load, which makes him very forgiving. Whether or not he gets through tonight all depends on the timing of his order. The chirping of the xenomorphs came closer and closer, and the troop-toothed lord did his best to try and judge their position. However, The black fog greatly affected his vision, making it impossible for him to prejudge through his eyes. Whatever. Come on. God bless. The Lord of the Playhouse Tooth Abandonment of Judgment. Release. Bang bang bang. On the plain stone walls, the soldiers in the first row of the line raised their guns and fired. White smoke rose from the flintlock firing, and a curtain of lead bullets shot into the black mist. Firing completed. The first platoon of soldiers quickly retreated and the second platoon fired forward. There were a total of 40 soldiers in the theater teeth, lined up in 4 rows, taking turns firing. This is a classic tactic of line infantry and the best way to ensure that firepower is sustained. The fourth platoon of soldiers finished firing, and the black fog returned to silence, leaving only echoes in the sky. Finished? The troop's toothy lord stared wide-eyed into the black mist. Hiss! An ear-piercing chirp snapped. The hidden swarm poured out of the black mist and quickly assembled at the foot of the city walls. The firepower just caused them damage but didn't complete the kill. The shells are incredibly defensive, and the power of a flintlock lead bullet simply cannot directly kill a stinging insect. Keep firing. The troop of toothy lords ordered the attack, and the first platoon of loaded soldiers stepped forward to open fire. However, the bugs didn't give much of a chance, and after a round of flurry of fire they leapt directly onto the walls by stomping on their companions. Normal walls 3 meters high were hardly a hindrance to the stinging worms. The 2 soldiers in the front row couldn't retreat in time and were directly cut off by the insect blade directly in front of the 2-meter-high stinging insects. Ordinary soldiers were as fragile as straw. That's how strong the heart of the worm's nest is. This is the newbie grave. Mount the bayonets. Defend the walls to the death. Lord Playtooth ordered. In crisis, fervor drowns out fear in the heart. Buzz. The sound of a sharp weapon breaking through the air rang out, and a bronze crossbow arrow was shot into the black fog. Accompanying the landing of the crossbow was a series of kill alerts. Ordinary insects in front of the heavy crossbow is like paper. As long as the key parts are shot is a second. Although the black fog blocked the crossbowman's vision, Su Yang had been synchronizing their bug bearings for them. The black fog only obscures sight. It doesn't mask the sounds the swarm makes. So with the sonic detectors present, the black fog could barely affect them. But the focus tonight wasn't on the stinging worms ahead. It was on the 6 crypt giant worms. The tide of insects gradually approached the northern wall, and the giant insects entered the firing range of the crossbow turrets. Su Yang immediately synchronized the orientation of the 6 giant worms and ordered the crossbow turrets to fire from the outside in from both sides. Li Xian was placed behind the north gate to defend, which was able to ensure that the remaining giant bugs would definitely be within Li Xian's defense area. Shoot! The moment the giant insects entered the range of the crossbow turret, Su Yang ordered. Steam erupted, and the loud sound of a machine's bracing operation exploded. Giant bronze crossbow arrows shot missile-like into the black fog, leaving 2 thick trails. The large white dots located on the left and right sides of the recon panel stopped moving instantly. 1 hit. Chapter 46, Top Heroic Level Battle Power. Load ammo. The 3 crossbow strings, thick as fingers, were put back into place by the operation of a huge mechanical winch. The bull-sized copper crossbow bolt struck again, shooting into the black mist. 2 crossbow bolts pierced the earth 500 meters in front of the wall. The powerful impact directly blew out a huge crater, and green liquid gushed outward from the crater. Perfectly shot. The crossbow turret manages to take care of 2 more giant bugs. The last 2 remaining giant bugs were not deterred from entering the territory through the ground. Following them was an army of swarms marching underground. At your command, all generals, form up to meet the enemy. Su Yang waved his hand into the air and shouted. Buzz. The Imperial Armor crossbowmen released their arrows in unison, and the densely packed crossbow arrows formed a rain of arrows in the air. The moment it landed, the wave-like swarm of insects turned into sludge. Amidst the black mist, the jet nematode unit took position and began to counterattack. Fine insect spikes shot uninterruptedly at the walls. With the palisade walls and their own armor, the Imperial Armor sharpshooters withstood the attack and continued to kill the stinging insects that surged up the walls. The 6-meter-high reinforced walls towered like mountains between the waves of insects and soldiers. To get on the walls, the swarm must stack 3 or 4 stinging worms. That means that under the wall limit, it doesn't matter how many swarms are outnumbered. Only a quarter of them could participate in the battle, and the rest could only serve as stepping stones. And every time the crossbowmen finished loading to start a new volley, the stepping stones were shot through a sieve. The kill prompts cascaded across Su Yang's panel. Kill level 5 Terran Crypt Giant Worm. Plus 300 to unity value, 20% bonus. Kill level 3 Terran Stinging Worm. Plus 40 to unity value, 20% bonus. Kill level 3 Terran Jet Nematodes. Plus 70 to unity value, 20% bonus. Kill level 4 Terran Brainworm. Plus 150 stats, 20% bonus. Kill level 3 Terran Stinging Worm. Plus 40 to unity value, 20% bonus. It was as if the northern wall had been transformed into a giant worm grinder. The corpses of countless xenomorphs were spread across the land. The sound of steam gushing, Imperial armor operating, shouting, hissing, countless voices intertwined and hovered over this battlefield. Relying on the reinforced city walls, the Great Qin Imperial armor sharpshooters and crossbowmen just need to have enough energy and ammunition. It was impossible for the bugs to attack the territory from the front no matter how many troops they put into it. But they are more than that means. Boom! There was a loud sound of breaking ground. The two giant worms within the city wall simultaneously pierced through the earth and crossed over to the ground. In the cavern beneath them was the sound of countless xenomorphs marching. If the hole can't be filled, the army of stinging insects will go straight inside. At that time, if they were attacked from the back, no matter how strong the Royal Armor Army was in battle, they would be in trouble. Can Li Xin hold his own? Su Yang looked to the north of the territory. Only in the black mist, Li Xin stood against the wind, facing the two giant insects directly. The silver spear in his hand emanated a chilling aura. Giggle. Without any sign, Li Xin instantly started. Back, waist, elbows, knees. The steam devices located all over his body instantly struck, and high-pressure steam spewed out rapidly. Under the tremendous thrust, Li Xin almost flashed in front of the giant insect. A bit of silver light lit up, and then the gun came out like a dragon. With the huge impact force added, Li Xin's silver spear actually stabbed straight into the giant insect's skull. After stabbing in, he turned the silver spear in his hand. Various gears on the gun began to run rapidly. Numerous tiny cutting blades popped out of the originally slender and smooth body of the gun. Shaking the gun around, all the blades began to spin around the gun. The entire silver spear began to transform into a drill from the tip. Giggle. High-pressure steam erupted from Li Xin's elbow and gun body, constantly increasing the impact, accompanied by a loud buzzing. The silver spear unexpectedly directly penetrated the giant insect's incredibly hard skull. The giant insect wailed and fell to the ground with a loud thud. Without the slightest hesitation, Li Xin drew his gun and turned. The steam device was once again in operation, stabbing directly at another giant worm that was trying to burrow and escape. Put! The blow hit it directly in the torso from the side. The tip of the gun rotated at high speed, churning its body into meat from the inside. The organs that had shattered into mush flowed out of the body along with the thick green blood. The last of the giant bugs fell to the ground before it could wail. Behind it, a group of stinging insects had rushed out of the cave. Li Xin turned his lance around and swung it twice in succession. Instantly decapitating the 7 stinging insects that surrounded him was as easy as killing a chicken. He then reached into the giant worm with his left hand and yanked back violently. The full-body steam power plant whirred, pulling the massive giant bug directly over the wormhole and blocking the opening. At this point, all 6 giant bugs had been resolved, leaving only the bugs attacking the city outside. Su Yang was watching the whole thing with his mouth open. The battle was simply breathtaking. If you let the Imperial armor soldiers handle it, you'd have to send out at least 10 warriors for a single giant worm. And there's no guarantee of no injuries. And handing it over to Li Xin, it only took 10 seconds to resolve the 2 giant insects. Easily written. Is this the battle power of a hero-class troop unit? As expected, a unit summoned at a cost of 10,000 unity points was too powerful. Su Yang quickly calmed down and his sight returned to the frontal battlefield. After dealing with the giant bugs, the battle was pretty much over. Next, just use. While he was thinking about it, a large white dot appeared on the scouting panel, speeding towards the territory. What is this? Without waiting for Su Yang to think, a ball of lavender orbs descended from the sky and smashed down on the city wall. Boom! The 5-meter diameter sphere exploded, and the dark purple liquid within it instantly gushed outwards. The liquid was some sort of strong acid solution that corroded a large crater in the city wall in no time. Corrosion releases thick white smoke and a pungent odor. Fortunately, the Imperial armor soldiers located in that section of the wall reacted in time and were not directly hit. But just touching a little bit of the solution in their escape also corroded all of their corresponding parts of the Imperial armor. New species of bugs. It's the one mentioned in the scout troop intel. Su Yang opened the panel, only to see that far beyond the range of the crossbow turret stood a white dot that was 3 times larger than the giant worm. It's amazing that you can attack from such a distance. Bug siege units. Su Yang's eyes trembled. The crossbow turret is the unit with the longest range in the territory. And if you can't even shoot the crossbow turret, there's even less you can do with the other units. I'm afraid the addition of this insect giant cannon will turn the tide. Chapter 47, Fearless Dead. Follow me to kill the enemy. The North Wall. The corrosive solution had dissolved the walls to a height of nearly 2 meters. Soon the bugs will be able to kill the territory through that gap. Soldiers can't touch the corrosive solution, but bugs can pass through without injury. If that siege unit was allowed to keep attacking, there would be more and more gaps in the walls, and the pressure on the defense would increase. A sniper squad must be set up. Su Yang looked towards Li Xian in the center of his territory. His thoughts flashed and he began to deploy his troops. Soon, the sniper squad was formed. Li Xian served as the vanguard, and Shenwu Zhaozhang led 6 Imperial Armor sharpshooters to provide cover. This was the most elite fighting force under Su Yang. Your Majesty is relieved. We will present the head of the enemy general. Li Xian made a solemn salute. Then with a wave of his hand, he led his troops to charge toward the east gate. They were going to exit the territory through the east gate, and with that, travel all the way north through the swarm to snipe that giant bug cannon. Open the gates. The east city gate opened, and Li Xian led the Imperial Armor Squad straight out and into the black fog. Boom! Another bug shell meteorically crashed down on the city wall. 3 soldiers couldn't evacuate in time and their armor was directly cleared. In the cover of the black fog, it was difficult to anticipate this insect shell in advance. A smashed wall in front of it had dissolved, and countless stinging insects poured in from it. Su Yang urgently ordered the soldiers to abandon the city walls and retreat to defend the 2 gaps. At the same time he concentrated the soldiers stationed on the other 3 walls and defended the north with all his might. The walls were breached, and the Imperial Armor soldiers were the last line of defense until Li Xian succeeded. Steam surged and silver light flooded the black mist. The sniper team was moving at full speed through the dense forest, constantly swinging their weapons to kill the incoming bugs. Li Xian led the way in front of him. The silver spear danced in a circle, sweeping away all obstacles in front of it. There were Shenwu Zhaozhang led by the Imperial Armor sharp soldiers while defending the left and right sides and the rear. Even though they were deep in the enemy's camp, the group was not at all disorganized and moved forward at a rapid pace. Su Yang kept releasing real-time positions to them through the panel and adjusting the direction. Allow the team to confirm their direction even in the dark fog. Getting closer and closer to the bug giant cannons, the resistance they encountered became more and more tenacious. The incoming xenomorphs around the perimeter came in like a sea wave, and they were clearly there to protect that giant cannon. Just as the team's speed was slowed down by the swarm, Li Xian raised his arm. Fearless dead. Follow me and kill the enemy. Shake the enemy's guts and raise our country's honor. As soon as Li Xian roared, the sword swings of the Imperial Armor sharpshooters surrounding him steeply accelerated. General skill, ordering vanguard. Skill effect, all melee-friendly units within a certain range will have their morale boosted, increasing their combat ability by 20%. With the buff boost, the team regained forward speed and was unstoppable. Soon, the xenomorph that fired the corrosive shells appeared in front of everyone's eyes. It was a behemoth, as much as 3 times larger than a giant worm. The back carries a huge beetle-like black armor. Stored just below the armor are the corrosive shells it fires out. 6 shells were stored throughout the back, 3 of which had already been fired. The 4th dorsal armor was now slowly opening, revealing the expanding sarcoma within. A 4th corrosive shell is being fired. Around the behemoth surrounded uncountable stinging insects, with jet nematodes constantly firing insect spikes in the rear. Apparently this is an important strategic unit for them, so they send a lot of troops to defend it. The squad didn't flinch in the face of waves of enemies. Li Xian killed to the forefront under the cover of all the soldiers. With that, he leapt high against the insect sting attack from behind, leaping over the wave of insects blocking the way in front of him. Brightening his lance, he aimed it at the insectoid's head. Like projecting a javelin, the silver spear was projected out. Giggle. Steam erupted and the silver spear shot into the insectoid's head like a stream of light. The tip of the gun spun at high speed and the sharp blade churned the head all over. Brains, blood, and bug shells flew out in a mix. The dark purple flesh tumor on its back instantly lost its color and turned into pitch black stone. Life is flying by. With a loud boom, the giant bug cannon collapsed to the ground, shaking up countless dust. Kill a level 6 Terran Crusader, plus 500 to your stats. Countless sharp chirps rang out as the surrounding swarms fell into a frenzy and surrounded up. Withdraw. Li Xian took his gun and shouted, leading the Royal Armor Squad back. Su Yang had already issued an order for them to return to the defense of the territory. As Li Xian returned with his troops, the soldiers in the territory were in the midst of a bitter battle. 3 large holes were bombed in the northern wall and the swarm swarmed in. Without the walls as the first line of defense, it was difficult for the Imperial Armor Riders to deal with the swarm quickly. Only until the crossbowmen were loaded could the attack be eased slightly. The gradual decline into a disadvantageous situation ended with Li Xian's return at the head of his troops. Purge the foreigners and defend the territory. Li Xian shouted into the air, and the general skill was activated. All Imperial Armor sharpshooters in the territory gain a morale bonus. A 20% battle boost may not be much to work with on one person, but when applied to a force, the effect will be staggering. Receiving encouragement, the Imperial Armor sharpshooters who were originally struggling to defend immediately launched a counterattack. Li Xian also led his army in support. spraying nematodes straight into the enemy's back row. He picked his gun alone and killed the enemy. Steam surged and silver spears were waved, killing the swarm. The troops at the front managed to stop the swarm's attack, and the crossbowmen at the back finished loading in time. A wave of 20 Imperial armor crossbowmen fired in unison, directly eliminating a large portion of the stinging insects in the territory. The swarm attack completely disintegrated. Only at this moment did Su Yang's heart completely relax. Luckily, he chose to summon Li Xian before Advent Night. Otherwise, what to do with that Terran Crusader will be a big problem. With Li Xian leading his troops to retake the gap in the wall, the battle came to an end. They held the gap to disintegrate the last wave of swarm hordes. With that, he rushed out of the city gates and chased down those remaining rabble. After half an hour of fierce fighting, the Advent Night battle was finally over. There were corpses and broken limbs everywhere, both inside and outside the territory. Advent Night lived up to its reputation as the battle with the highest mortality rate, and the attack was truly ferocious. Moreover, Su Yang didn't even expect the new soldier type of the bug race to be a siege unit. As future battles become more complex, the bugs will become more difficult to attack. Must take all the time you need to upgrade. Taking advantage of the time when the soldiers were clearing the territory, Su Yang sat down in silence to organize the problems and gains of the night. Chapter 48 Unexhaustible Unity Value. Bulk Upgrade. Theater Teeth Territory. The Lord of the Theater Teeth collapsed onto the wall, gasping for air. In front of him was a large body. There are line infantry of their own as well as stinging insect corpses. It was a fight he paid dearly for. If not following the advice given by the anonymous bigot to kill the brainworm first, he might not even last the offense. Looking at the appalling corpse of the stinging insects in front of him, a wave of fear ran through the heart of the troop's tooth lord. I wonder what kind of soldier the big guy who released the news about the bugs was, to be able to fight such a horrible monster. The black fog gradually dissipated, and the lords of the theater teeth snapped out of their panic and began to count the casualties. He lost a total of 19 soldiers in tonight's battle, killed 26 stinging insects and 5 brainworms. Basically, you have to pay 2 soldiers as a price for every 3 bugs you kill. The heart of the worm's nest is predictably difficult. I wonder if Big Brother's side will last through Advent Night. Stingers and jet nematodes at all levels number over 400, plus special units such as brainworms, giant bugs, and crusaders. Su Yang opened the panel. He had gained a total of 19,650 points of unity value by killing the enemies tonight. However, this was not all. Because of the presence of the power to the world formula, these unity values also gain an additional 20%. After the addition, the unity value came directly to 23,580 points. A total of 20,000 points of unity value were harvested from one battle. That's the effect of an offensive square strategy paired with a high-powered combatant. In the future, as the war power grows, the effect brought by this formula will be more and more horrible. This is the significant boost that hero-level buildings bring to a territory. And not only is the square strategy buff, but there are also strong general units like Li Xian. Defend against the giant bugs alone, lead the team in sniping the Terran Crusaders, and then finally lead the team in winning the counterattack. Without Li Xian's presence, even a pass tonight would have been costly. And now, there were no casualties at all in the force, except for a few soldiers whose armor had suffered corrosion. It wasn't for the appearance of the Terran Crusaders, and it was even possible to get through the night without injury. If there were statistics, that battle loss ratio would be absolutely frighteningly high. The battle damage ratio indicates the difference in battle strength between the enemy and us. According to the current situation, even if the Abyssal Gaze level has reached level 3, the Imperial Armor unit also still has a huge lead over the bugs. Especially with the addition of the general unit Li Xian, you will have a greater advantage in the future, both in encounters and defensive battles. Moreover, thanks to the powerful mobility and protection of Imperial Armor soldiers have greater survivability than the initial soldiers of other countries. From the time they entered the Forbidden Land until now, the number of casualties among Su Yang's troops was 0. This is an extremely inflated number. It was important to realize that there would be casualties whenever there was a battle, let alone if it was still in the heart of a bug nest. Other lords have struggled to achieve 0 casualties in other safer areas. Surprisingly, there's not an achievement coming here? Su Yang secretly said in his heart. Just as the thoughts fell, there was a ding in the back of his head. No casualties for a week. Achievement, don't cut me if you are a brother. Unity value plus 2000. Successfully repelling the Fey Tide and surviving the Night of Advent. Achievement, Rookie's First Flight. Unity value plus 2000. Defense of 5 consecutive waves of Fey. Achievement, Solid as a Rock. Defense value plus 2000. Trigger event, Cathay Pacific. Your territory is safe. The people are at ease with their labor. and all production facilities receive a 100% increase in production, duration 2D. A series of achievement alerts popped up. Su Yang was overjoyed. What was said came true. There were so many achievement rewards. In addition to the unity value gained from killing enemies, the achievement reward now gave another 6,000 points. A total of 29,580. Nearly 30,000 points of unity value. It's simply a wave of fat. An event incentive was also obtained, with production facilities receiving a 100% production boost for 2 days. It was important to realize that upgrading the main base and the Advent Night battles had almost drained the territory of its resources, and the series of upgrades after upgrading the main base are even more horrific in terms of resource requirements. Getting a capacity boost at this time of year is simply the best bang for your buck. This not only quickly fills the resources consumed in battle, but also builds up stock for subsequent upgrades. After checking out the massive harvest, Su Yang directly started upgrading. First, there are the troops, and the most obvious shortcoming that emerges from this battle is the excessive loading times of the crossbowmen. Although the heavy crossbow was powerful enough, the interval between attacks was too long. To solve this problem you have to upgrade the crossbowmen. The next problem was the number of Imperial Armor Warriors. Whether defending a city or going out on a crusade, they will always be the unit that stands on the front line holding the enemy at bay. As the bug population grows, their numbers must rise with it. The firepower of the crossbowmen and the number of Imperial Armor sharpshooters need to be bolstered. In the past, such a large-scale upgrade would definitely encounter the obstacle of insufficient unity value. But right now, the last thing Su Yang lacked was unity value. Unlock the appropriate tech for upgrading crossbowmen in the Tower of 1,000 Machines first. Science and technology, fine mechanical structure. Improvement of the crossbow firing structure to allow the crossbowman to load 2 crossbows at once for continuous firing. Unity value, 1,500 points. Time, 12H, 1,500 points of unity value. Too cheap. Su Yang directly determined and used the last bug nest heart. Uniformity value minus 1,500. In the study of the fine mechanism structure, use of the item heart of the worm's nest to shorten the time needed for research and development by 12H. Research completed. Open the Imperial Armor Battalion panel. Troop type, Dachin Imperial Armored Crossbowman. Level, 1-2. Effect, improvement of the heavy crossbow's mechanism, allowing it to be fired in bursts. Unity value, 400 points. 400 points of unity value. Too cheap. Without saying a word, Su Yang directly tapped in 8,000 points of unity value to raise all the crossbowmen to level 2. This was followed by an increase in the size of the Imperial Armor Force. Soldiers summoned by a level 2 Imperial Armor Battalion are directly level 2, saving the summoning cost of level 1. Summoning a second level Imperial Armor Sharpshooter is 300 points. A second level Imperial Armor Crossbowman is 400 points. And a second level Scout is 600 points. Too cheap. Su Yang once again tapped in 8,200 points of unity value and summoned 10 Sharpshooters and Crossbowmen each and 2 Scouts. The force's combat strength now comes to 40 level 2 Imperial Armor Sharpshooters, 30 level 2 Imperial Armor Crossbowmen, and 4 level 2000 Mile Scouts. The number is further boosted and the whole crew is upgraded to full level. All upgraded to full level at once. This has the grandeur of the unity value. After such a sweeping upgrade, Su Yang was still left with 11,580 points of unity value. There's more than enough to go around. Su Yang kept flipping through the panel, searching for upgrades that could be performed using only unity values. Unhelpfully, most of the upgrades in the territory are lacking in resources, except for the troops, whether it's a mining machine, or a defense facility such as a city wall. In particular, all of the new buildings that come with a level 3 home base require iron to build. To find iron ore quickly you must order the iron ore exploration technique in the Tower of 1,000 Machines. The iron ore exploration technology requires level 3,000 Machines Tower to be researched. And the pitiful thing is that upgrading level 3,000 Machines Tower even requires iron ore. That means at this stage you either have to take your chances with finding iron ore, or you have to find someone to buy it. Su Yang had always disliked taking chances, and uncertainty made him feel unmanageable. The best option is to just buy it, as the unity value is in overflow at this stage anyway. After deciding to purchase it, Su Yang opened the panel to migrate a copper mine back to the main base. The Tier 3 home base provided 2 more steam-powered mining machines. One is kept for subsequent iron ore and one is used to boost copper production. The vein moved back and Su Yang put down the copper mining machine. This vein is only of good quality, but it has also reached a copper production of 45 units/day after being augmented by Dachin technology. With this miner down, there are 5 miners in the production area. 1 quarry, 2 carbon and 2 copper. 5 mining machines and other production setups rumble. This is coupled with a 100% production boost from the incentive event, Cathay Pacific. A steady stream of resources pouring into the warehouse. Chapter 49 Lord Ranking opens. Eastern Territory. Tojo Inkan swung his katana into the sky. Warriors who fought for the emperor. May your souls rest in peace. As the words fell, a soldier stepped forward and set the pile of bodies on fire. The flames burned brightly and all the soldiers bowed their heads in silence. The loss of 13 soldiers during the night of the Advent was a costly one. It was mainly the sudden black fog that obscured the view and allowed the enemy to find a breakthrough. But even though there were many casualties, Tojo Inkan didn't feel sad. It's normal that people die in wars. Besides, the gains of Advent night were far greater than the loss of a few soldiers. As the soldiers observe a moment of silence, Tojo Inkan points the panel open. 6360 unity points. 6,000 points of unity value were harvested in a single Advent night. 6 times the initial unity value. Other than him, the Great Eastern Empire, who else would be able to capture 6,000 points of unity value in a single battle? Tojo Inkan looked over at the tutelary value and grinned wildly. The value of these 6,000 points of unity value was not just as simple as it appeared. It will assist TOEI in steadily taking the exploration rankings and obtaining the decryption card. Then with the decryption card to get access to Afghan's oil supply. It's a clean sweep. All countries will then be trampled under the feet of the Eastern Empire. Rice Territory. MacArthur gleefully looked at the upgraded Level 2 administration building completed in front of him. As soon as he received the oil supply from Afghan yesterday, he started upgrading the main base without stopping. Spend a day building in time for the Lord's ranking. At the same level of the main base, Rice's technology will be far ahead of the rest of the world, with points for technology, allies, etc. It's currently impossible for any country to have more development points than Rice. Rice will surely take the top spot in tomorrow's development rankings. First place will get 2 extra miners, which in turn will further speed up resource production and widen the gap with the rest of the world. Fighting a war is all about national power, and pre-fighting makes no sense at all. When the arsenal was erected, with endless resources and absolutely powerful military technology, Rice will crush any country that dares to resist. Ugh, MacArthur smiled inside. So boring. England Territory. Elizabeth is sending private chat messages to major allies. She was making sure these allies made it through Advent night. The bad news is that 3 lords have already failed to respond to just a few of the messages that have been sent. All 3 of those lords also owed money for deals they had made with her. And if they were destroyed, all those resources would be lost. Because of the need to execute diplomatic strategies and make alliances with other countries, Elizabeth spends the vast majority of her pre-production resources on trade. And, with the exception of the Dragon Kingdom, all other countries are more or less in arrears. An important piece of the development rankings is allyship. The higher the number and quality of allies, the more development points will be provided. Elizabeth had hoped to get a place in the development rankings with this, and now it looks a little critical. It seems the allies I've aligned with are still too weak. Elizabeth looked at the unanswered private chat messages with a bleak gaze. Lord of the Dragon Kingdom, 200 units of iron or resources. How long will it take? Lords of the Dragon Kingdom. Elizabeth's eyes lit up. The Dragon Kingdom made it through Advent night without incident. Although the Dragon Kingdom is not considered strong and offers few development points, it is one of the allies. Elizabeth was glad from the bottom of her heart that her ally had made it through Advent night. No, wasn't the Dragon Kingdom trading copper mining resources a few days ago? Why are you trading iron ore today? Are they growing that fast? Pressing down her doubts, Elizabeth typed in the message. Lords of England, give me all night and I'll give it to you tomorrow at noon. Although the territory's iron production was large, it had been pretty much consumed after the pre-war preparations and trading with other allies. Lords of the Dragon Kingdom, yes. Unity value? Elizabeth froze when she saw Rokoku ask about the unity value. At the current average market price, 100 units of iron is roughly equivalent to 700 to 800 points of unity value. 200 units is about 1,500 points of unity value. But iron ore is not scarce for England, a major producer. The price she gives to her allies is generally 500 unity points per 100 units of iron ore. But now, because of the many allies lost and the fact that most of them are trading in arrears, they are not providing the unity value in time. This has led to a lack of value in England's unity and slow development progress. Ask for more from the Dragon Kingdom? Elizabeth's thoughts reeled. Lords of England, 1,000 points of defense value. In the end she didn't ask for more. It was a move that would destroy the alliance. Besides, the Dragon Kingdom was in a period of catching up with other countries, and the demand for unity values and resources was high. If one pits him, Lord of the Dragon Kingdom has completed delivery, 1,500 unity value. This still paid the original price. Elizabeth laughed and shook her head. Apparently Su Yan also believed in the principle of mutual benefit just like her. Elimination list announced. Cambodian walled city, territory destroyed. Natural disaster, flood, extinction level. Just fruit, territory overwhelmed. Natural disaster, drought, extinction level. Nephi, Lord dead. Natural disaster, earthquake, extinction level. Colombia, territory destroyed. Advent is over. Welcome to week 2. The Lord's Hall has been opened, and the Lords can communicate with each other in the hall during the designated time. Lord Rice, I can't believe 13 countries were exterminated at once. This Advent night is really tragic. Anonymous, who'd have thought there'd be a black fog on the first Advent night? It's disgusting. Lords of the East, this forbidden land has many variables and is extremely dangerous. Lord Goryo, I can't believe there's no Theater Teeth on the list. That kid even made it through Advent night. Lord Theater Tooth, it's really thanks to Big Brother's info. I would definitely be on the list without the bug info. Su Yang quietly viewed the crowd chatting. Unlike yesterday, the number of people online on the chat box has gone to 55. 13 territories were wiped out last night, and with them, I fear, the countries to which they belonged. An extinction-level natural disaster is not something these small countries can withstand. The Forbidden Land trial was just like that. Cruel to the extreme and unforgiving. What surprised Su Yang was that the Theater Tooth Lord had survived. It was expected that the black mist would lead him to despair, which would lead to overthrow. It's good to be alive, so you can slowly make contact later. The Worm's Nest dense forest was huge, so maybe something good would exist around the Troop's Teeth territory. As Su Yang was thinking freely, a system prompt rang out. The first week is over. The Lord's rankings begin now. Chapter 50, The Furious Lord of Eastern Japan. The first week is over. The Lord's rankings begin now. The Forbidden Land Bulletin was sent out, sparking a heated discussion within the Lord's Hall. Geranium Lords, it's finally starting. Guess how many places I can get. Lord Bear, are you hallucinating from drinking too much Ganges water? Lord Goryo, this time it's going to be the turn of our great Goryo warriors to make an appearance. Su Yang did not participate in any discussion as per his previous habits, just keeping a close eye on the chat box to see the status of a few key competitors. One of the biggest threats to yourself in the exploration rankings is the East. Because of the Bushido trait, the Eastern soldiers were almost tireless. With their perpetual motion machine-like characteristics, they can quickly build up their stats in the early stages. Next is the traditional military powers of France, Rice, and Germany, all of which are somewhat threatening. But in the end none of these threats are big enough to have full confidence in exploring the rankings themselves. The battle began on the first day when the novice protection was broken and continued until the final night of Advent. If this could still be countered, then one's loss would be convincing. Compared to the exploration ranking, the development ranking was what Su Yang was more worried about. This is because after the emergence of oil, a series of technological powers, led by Rice, were able to develop very quickly, and with an already established network of interests between them, alliances can quickly be formed to gain ally points. His own allies are only two at best, England and Theater Teeth. And Theater Teeth's side may not be much use yet, because the current situation and alliances of the countries are not known. The development rankings are completely unpredictable. Do your best. One has accomplished all one can do, and the rest is up to fate. The panel flickered and a cold mechanical voice read out the subtitles. Discovery ranking begins. The system will rank the top 3 in the first week based on the statistics of each territory's scoring conditions, such as the value of unity gained from killing the enemy, the scope of exploration, and the acquisition of props. The top 3 lords will be rewarded for their unity value, and the first place will be rewarded with a special system prop decryption card. Prioritizing the exploration ranking, Su Yang held his breath. The many lords who had a chance in the Lord's Hall were similarly silenced, leaving only some completely hopeless lords to discuss anonymously. Anonymous, it's not easy to say how this one will rank. That guy from Longwa broke protection on the first day and messed up the situation. Anonymous, there must be a lot of countries that follow him and break the protection, and they can still sneak in and swipe the monsters without notification. Anonymous, it's best to stir things up so that there's a chance for us small countries. Exploration rankings, 3rd place, Bear Country, gained 3,000 bonus points of unity value. Trigger incentive event, Pathfinder, 10% increase in the value of unity gained from killing the enemy for 3 days. 3rd place was announced for the Bear Country, which has a strong pre-existing military. Anonymous, sure enough, there's a Bear Country. I guessed it right. Geranium Lord, my good brother. Congratulations, Lord Bear Country, congratulations ****. What a bull ***** ranking. How can I only be 3rd? The 3rd place was the Bear Country, which was expected by Su Yang. The Maoist soldiers of the Soviet era were very bloodthirsty, but 3rd place doesn't matter. 2nd place is next. As long as 2nd place isn't yourself, then you're pretty much a lock for 1st place. Who will be 2nd in the discovery rankings? Su Yang's eyes flickered as he quietly waited for the result. At this point in time, the Eastern Territories. Tojo Incan smiled at the sight of the Bear Country Lord's statement. The Maoist GIs were indeed brave, but still lacked a bit of brains, and were not aggrieved to be ranked third. Who will be in second place? Tojo Incan's eyes showed curiosity. Being able to follow closely behind him in the Great East must have good strength as well, and is an opponent to be wary of in the future. The panel flashes and the rankings are released. Exploration ranking. Second place, the Eastern Empire. Gained 6,000 bonus points of unity value. Trigger incentive event, Pathfinder, level 2. 15% increase in the value of the enemy's defense for 3 days. Nanny! How is this possible? Seeing the rankings, Tojo Incan leapt up from the ground. His forehead veins bulged and his eyes protruded with spitting fury, as if he was going to eat someone in the next second. How is that possible? How could anyone possibly surpass him in the quest rankings? The Great Eastern Warrior has been fighting without sleep for 4 days. There is absolutely no way that any army is stronger than them. Baka Yalu. Tojo Incan swung his sword violently, slashing the square table in front of him. Without the first one you can't get the decryption card and you can't strike a trade to get oil from Afghans. This will have a great impact on the development of the East. Exactly who? Just who stole the number 1 spot in the East? Tojo Incan was trembling with rage. He couldn't accept such a big failure. Whoever appears in the next briefing will be a mortal enemy of the East. Second place Eastern Japan. The biggest competitor is out. Su Yang was secretly happy in his heart. This could really put the number 1 in the bag. He stared intently at the panel, waiting for the final pronouncement. In the hall, the crowd was having a heated discussion about the first place belonging to the first place. Lord Tianju, my god, the first place isn't even Eastern Japan. There's someone else who can fight better than them. Anonymous, this first name is a big bull. The preliminaries are even better than brushing the monsters than the East. Anonymous, this trial is truly divine. Something unexpected happens every time. Anonymous, so who's gonna be in first place? Rice or Germany? Anonymous, too hard to predict. Any modern civilized country has a fighting chance. As the discussion was going on, the briefing went off for the third time. Exploration ranking. First place, Rokoku, gained 10,000 bonus points in the value of unity. Trigger incentive event, Pathfinder, level 3. Increase of 20% in the value of unity gained from killing the enemy for 3 days. Acquisition of system special props decryption card. All rewards are now being distributed. Lords, please check your earnings. Development rankings to be issued next. The dust has settled. Su Yang smiled at the corner of his mouth and opened the panel. 10,000 unity points and Pathfinder buff have arrived. Most importantly was the decryption card that was quietly aging in the backpack. This is a crucial pre-prop that will have an unpredictable impact on the development of the territory. The long-awaited rewards finally arrived. Su Yang's mood could no longer be described in words. Let's just say it wasn't in vain for the fierce battles that had brought him to the brink of death several times over the week. Calming his excitement, Su Yang reopened the Lord's Hall. The next step is to develop the rankings, and it would be great to get a ranking. At this moment in the Lord's Hall, the lords who saw the briefing had all gone into a frenzy. Chapter 51, Double Ranking Number 1. Take all. Once the briefing was over, the hall completely fell. Anonymous, huh? Anonymous, huh? My eyes are broken. Anonymous, is there any mistake that it's a dragon country? Anonymous, I thought they'd just jump around a little bit up front, but I didn't realize there was drama now. Lord Tianju, you know our relationship. The people of Tianju will always stand with the Dragon Kingdom. Anonymous, this is a bronze civilization. How did they kill their way to first place? Don't tell me they can build mechs and cannons. Anonymous, I'd love to see the faces of the lords of those great nations. Ha ha ha. Eastern Territory. Seeing the word Dragon Kingdom appear on the panel, Tojo Incan's reddened face instantly turned white. His lips trembled and his eyes were full of incredulity. This first place can be given to any country, even to Rice. But the only thing that could not be given to the Dragon Kingdom was the last situation he wanted to see. In addition to surviving this Forbidden Land trial successfully, an important goal was to suppress the Dragon Lords. Make it impossible for the Dragon Kingdom to obtain resources from the Forbidden Land, or even suffer another natural disaster and a total collapse. This will help the realistic Eastern Army to enter the Dragon Kingdom. The worst thing that could happen is not losing the number 1 spot, but the dragon taking it away. Now not only did the suppression not work, but they were in turn suppressed. Humph. Just wait. Tojo Incan sneered twice, grimness creeping over his entire face. He sheathed his sword, waved his hand to restore the table, and resumed sitting on his knees. Dragon Kingdom. Su Yang. Rice Territory. MacArthur almost dropped the cigar in his mouth. Dragon Nation. It's the Dragon Kingdom again. Whenever you ignore him, he jumps out and makes a big deal out of it. they've gotten almost all of the important resources for each stage. From breaking newbie protection to taking first place in the exploration rankings, once or twice can be said to be chance and luck, but successive successes can only be achieved by strength. In addition to the first out of the new hand protection, the descending ground is simple and other factors. Its pre-soldier strength is also definitely in the top tier. It's amazing that Bronze Age warfare is comparable to modern civilization. Sheen, what kind of dynasty is this? As he was shocked, the panel flickered. Development ranking begins? The system ranks the top 3 territories based on a series of conditions such as their current location, resources, troop types, defense, technology, and alliance relations. The top 3 lords will be rewarded with the value of their command, and the first place will receive 2 additional miners and the power to materialize resources. MacArthur quickly pulled his emotions back. Exploring who the number 1 ranking goes to isn't really important to him. More than exploration rankings, development rankings are Rice's home turf. Decryption cards can only work on special places such as ruins, which are not easy to discover up front. Compared to that, 2 miners are a much better reward than a nebulous decryption card. Then troop strength. Tech not up in the early stages can make a wave, but more than development, no one can shake the number 1 belonging to Rice. The screen flashes and the panel pops up. Development ranking, 3rd place, Yanaguni, 5,000 bonus points in defense value. Trigger incentive event, Enterpriser, level 1. 10% increase in resource output in the territory for 3 days. What the? MacArthur cracked his mouth and slammed the cigar in his hand on the floor. The Lord's Hall was once again in an uproar. Anonymous, messed up. All messed up. Rice is only 3rd? Anonymous, so who would the top 2 be? It's too strong. Anonymous, this is definitely the most unexpected Lord ranking ever. I can't believe Rice only came in 3rd? Su Yan looked at the panel and fell into thought. Theoretically, with oil resources to add to the mix, Rice should grow quickly. Coupled with its central position in the major alliances, the ally power should also be strong. And even then it's only 3rd? What about the top 2? Su Yang's eyes flashed. Is there really a chance? After all, it's likely that you're the only one who's reached level 3 home base right now. Also, the Qin dynasty's technology score rises as it enters the Iron Age. So much so that it really seems to be able to break bread with modern civilization. Not to mention first place, just taking second place would be a blood moneymaker. Development ranking, 2nd place, Empire of England, gain 10,000 bonus points of unity value. Trigger incentive event, Enterpriser, level 2. 15% increase in resource output in the territory for 3 days. Gets an extra resource miner. England in 2nd place? This was somewhat out of Su Yang's expectation, but it made sense if you thought about it carefully. Victorian England would have been the country that started the Industrial Revolution. The pre-industrial level is extremely high, and this is also evident in the rate of resource production. Plus Elizabeth has been actively pursuing a diplomatic strategy. Tech coupled with ally scoring to take 2nd place isn't a stretch. It's good for allies to get a roster spot. It further solidifies the alliance. Now it's down to the last country. Who will it be? Another first place finish would be a perfect end to the first week of the trials. Su Yang took a deep breath and his eyes were firmly fixed on the panel. Lords of the Playhouse Tooth, congratulations to the Queen of England. Well deserved. Lord Rice, MS. Elizabeth is playing very well, and she's not losing anyone at all. Anonymous, England and Rice can only be ranked 2nd and 3rd. So the first is too strong. Anonymous, it can't be Dragon Country again. Every time I can't think of anything it's Dragon Country that pops up. Anonymous, Longwa took the first place in exploration because the protection was broken early, and the development ranking depends on the hard power. Goryo, how can it be the Dragon Kingdom? They are okay with a bit of tactics, but playing for real is a waste. Anonymous, indeed, development rankings can't pick up the slack, and I'll eat it directly if Dragon Nation wants to be number 1. Development ranking, 1st place, Rokoku, gained 15,000 bonus points of unity value. Trigger incentive event, Enterpriser, level 3. Increase resource output in the territory by 20% for 3 days. Acquisition of 2 additional resource miners with current resource manifestation powers. All rewards are now being distributed. Lords, please check your earnings. The first week of the Lords ranking is over. Please continue to try to survive. The moment the panel information came out, Su Yang's eyes instantly lit up. First, surprisingly, they did take 2 firsts. Although he had expected it, he never thought he would be able to take 2 firsts so well. The 2 rewards total 25,000 unity points, a Pathfinder buff, an Enterpriser buff, 2 miners and a relic decryption card. By taking these resources, the development of the territory would definitely ascend to a new realm. What's more, There are also resource materialization powers that can immediately alleviate the current predicament of the Dragon Kingdom and save the people from the fire. Chapter 52 Resource Materialization. Role of the decryption card. The Lord's Hall completely exploded. Anonymous, what? I can't believe it's the Dragon Kingdom again. Anonymous, that dude can start eating now. Lord Rice, ensuring territory development while going out to explore? Is that possible? Lord of Theater Teeth, 2 lists, 6 rankings, not a single duplicate from any other country. And the Dragon Kingdom surprisingly takes 2 first places in a row. Lord Tianju, Master Su. You know our relationship. Don't forget brothers when you have benefits. Lords of the East, to take 2 first places. The strength of the Dragon Kingdom is absolutely indisputable. So all of you should pay attention. Lords of England. Elizabeth looked at the 10,000 points of unity value and extra miners in her backpack and fell into deep thought. Because of the failure of negotiations with Afghans, she did not get an oil grab. So she didn't even think she could take a place in the Lord's rankings. And now it's surprisingly stepping on Rice's head to take second place. Originally she found it unbelievable and even thought that the system had gotten it wrong. It wasn't until I saw that the first place winner was Rokoku that my mind was cleared. It was the Dragon Kingdom that took first place by virtue of its toughness, and itself received a high ally score bonus as its ally. With this extra bonus, he was able to take the second spot in the development rankings himself. Old doubts are solved and new ones appear. How exactly did Su Yang operate to take the number 1 development ranking with a Bronze Age civilization? Why were they able to reach miraculous achievements time and again? And was the Qin dynasty really just an ancient civilization from the Bronze Age? Countless doubts tumbled through Elizabeth's mind. Along with the joy came many mysteries. What is the true strength of the Dragon Kingdom? She couldn't see through Su Yang and the civilization he had his back against more and more. They seem a bit out of the ordinary, taking first place in both rounds. Not only did the Hall of Lords boil over, even Su Yang's private chat channel was bombarded in turn. Samba Empire, my birthplace is Wildwood, and I hope to work together in the future. Goryeo and Dragon Kingdom were originally civilizations of the same origin. Your harvest today also has the contribution of our Goryeo forefathers. How about giving face to an alliance? Lord Tianju, Su Yangbra, don't forget our agreement on the banks of the Ganges River. A pact on the banks of the Ganges? It's more or less heavy-handed. Su Yang threw all of one private chat into the recycle bin. Basically all of them will be nonsense. Either begging for an alliance or brushing off a favor. Su Yang's philosophy was that allies were in essence not in numbers. A group of people with no power gathered together can only be a rabble. And the world is all about profit. Allies made under such momentum are bound to lack sincerity. They will gravitate to you because you are strong, and they will backstab you because you are weak. In the process of quickly deleting the private chat, a message caught Su Yang's attention. Lord of the East, to Su Yang, the relics are difficult to find and extremely risky in the early stages. If you do not intend to explore the relics, I am willing to exchange the decryption card for 8,000 unity values, and I pray for an early reply from your friend, Tojo Injin. TOEI wants to change the decryption card? Were relics found as well, or were they used for another purpose? Su Yang's thoughts churned. Don't look at the surface of this East Ing guy peacefully, do not know how many calculations behind the scenes. And Tojo Incan was the most fanatical and shrewd of the group in the East, sophisticated to a fault. His original plan must have been to take the first place in the exploration ranking to get the decryption card, but I didn't realize that I had disrupted the plan halfway through, so he can only go the next best thing in trade in his unity value. All of this indicates that the decryption card is of great use to the East. The corner of Su Yang's mouth curled up slightly when he thought of this. Lord of the Dragon Kingdom, yes. The decryption card is of little use to me, and will be shipped when the unity value is called in. Lords of the East, thank you, Mr. Su Yang. If you send me the decryption card first, I will immediately transfer the value of my unity. Su Yang coldly grunted and raised his hand to slip. Tojo Injin and his pretentious private messages were packed up and thrown into the recycle bin. Too bad the pit can't get to this old fox. After dealing with the private message, Su Yang directly closed the Lord's Hall. He had too many things to deal with right now to bother with all the gossip. First and foremost is the allocation of production facilities. Now with the 2 newly acquired miners, there are a total of 3 miners on standby in the territory. It is important to analyze the resource needs of the territory and then allocate the production facilities as soon as possible. With the double buffs off Cafe and Aggressor to accelerate resource production. Every second these 2 miners are on standby is a huge loss. This is followed by new buildings and the use of unity values that come with a new base at level 3. After unlocking the level 3 Lord's Mansion, Su Yang had currently only constructed a heroic building and a mining machine. There are also numerous new buildings, technologies, and upgrades that I haven't had a chance to analyze. Once England's iron ore resources are in place, It will be necessary to gradually upgrade and unlock these new areas in accordance with the territory's development direction. What technologies can be unlocked in a level 3 home base? What powerful new types of soldiers will be available for the Iron Age? All of this made Su Yang incomparably expectant. The 25,000 unity points from the Lord's ranking arrived, and the unity points in the territory had reached 34,580. Su Yang believed that with so many unity values in hand, he should not worry about the next various upgrades. The last thing you need to do is to use the decryption card to get the details of that relic. If you're lucky, the rewards after clearing the relics will also be very rich. However, this point Su Yang was not in a hurry yet. Now that the territory had just gone through a big battle, neither the resources nor the generals were in too good a state. He planned to wait until all the resources were in place and the soldiers had been upgraded and rested before heading to the ruins to use the decryption card. In addition to the above matters to be accomplished, Su Yang had another matter in his hands that needed to be decided immediately. Let the system count the resources produced and acquired in the territory during the week and then materialize into reality. After counting, the resources of the territory in this week could probably satisfy the needs of a prefecture-level city for a year after 100-fold materialization. All Su Yang needed to do was to choose an area on the map of the Dragon Kingdom where he needed to materialize resources. He opened the map of the Dragon Kingdom and selected a prefecture-level city located in the southeastern disaster-stricken province. It was remembered as an industrial city with a series of plants such as a thermal power plant. Restoring the city can benefit the surrounding area as well. Thoughts flashing, Su Yang determined the choice. After that it was time to think about upgrading the territory. A level 3 home base brings a host of troop and tech upgrades in addition to hero buildings. Get these upgrades done and the territory will be on a whole new level again. Chapter 53, The People's Appreciation. Territory Upgrade. High-level conference room of the Dragon Kingdom. This is an emergency broadcast. Following the flooding in Cambodia, an unforeseeable earthquake with a magnitude of over 10 has struck your territory in Nepal. The collapse of more than 100 kilometers of Himalayan mountains, which is expected to flood 1 trillion tons of mountain rocks into the territory of Nepal. No official response has been received from Nepal. Tentative extermination. As many as 13 countries have been affected by this Advent night and no news of any survivors has been received. An eye-popping story of the disaster flashed across the screen. Last night, almost every few minutes, a country was wiped out by a natural disaster. The entire population of the Dragon Kingdom stayed up all night. Having experienced it twice, they knew how terrible a natural disaster could be. If there is a slight mistake in the Forbidden Land, the Dragon Kingdom will also fall into a desperate situation. Luckily, Su Yang did not disappoint the expectations of the people, and the Dragon Kingdom successfully passed the first Advent night. But although there were no more natural disasters, the aftermath of the previous ones had not yet passed. The 4 southeastern provinces are still in the midst of the disaster. Massive power outages, collapsed road networks and struggling ground rescue teams. The top management of the Dragon Kingdom has to deal with mountains of disaster incidents every day, making every effort to mobilize resources for rescue. In the midst of the hustle and bustle, an intelligence officer darted into the conference room. He waved the papers in his hand, his face heaped with surprise and joy. A large part of the road network in Jiangnan province has been unblocked. Many thermal power plants have resumed operation, and large quantities of supplies have appeared out of thin air. The officers in the conference room listened in awe, feeling like they were dreaming. The General-in-Chief of the Military Department reacted the fastest. Resource materialization. Su Yang took the first place in the development ranking and gained the power of resource materialization. When these words came out, the officers instantly woke up, and then their eyes widened. Is this really true? Hasn't Rice always been sitting firmly at the top of the development rankings? Su Yang snatched the first place from the Yanks. Is this really possible? But there's no other possibility of materializing resources at this stage other than taking first place. Thoughts tumbled through the Generalissimo's mind as he too struggled to digest this information. Though unbelievable, this is really the only possibility that exists right now. As the crowd was surprised, the Forbidden Land livestream opened. This was followed by a briefing on the results of the Lord's rankings. First weekly Lord's Ranking Bulletin. Ranking of Territorial Development. First place, Rokoku. Second place, Empire of England. Third place, Rice. Territory Exploration Rankings. First place, Rokoku. Second place, Terra Nova Empire. Third place, Xiongwa. The moment the briefing lit up, the eyes of the people in the room almost shot out of their sockets. First on the double list, Forbidden Dragon Nation never made the list in the first 2 rounds. And today, Su Yang unexpectedly ascended to 2 consecutive lists and took first place in all of them. In the conference room, not to mention the ordinary staff, even a group of officers exclaimed, "I'll be damned. I'm so sorry. Number 1 on the double list. or stepping on the heads of rice in eastern Japan to take the number 1 spot on the double list. Good job Su-young. This little ing day. I'm super. The general-in-chief of the military department couldn't sit still either and got up from his chair. Double list number 1. This is usually a situation that occurs only after a certain country is extremely powerful in the later stages of a great period of time. In the early stages, due to the different periods of strength and development focus of individual countries, it's rare to be on both charts at the same time, not to mention being number 1 on both charts. Now Su-young had surprisingly overpowered his strong opponents and pocketed both first places. How can this not be inspiring? The screen flashed, and the dragon territory appeared before everyone's eyes. The most conspicuous is the doubled expanded Lord's Mansion. A group of experts saw the new territory and their eyes lit up. Su-young actually rushed to build a level 3 main base before Advent Night. What's by the Lord's Mansion? The shape looks so shocking. It's a hero building. A level 3 building that can only be unlocked by a level 3 home base. Look at that new breed of soldier in the army. He's wearing what looks like iron armor. Military type hero unit. His armor has been fully upgraded. Iron. All the new buildings that have appeared have metal iron material. The Qin dynasty has entered the Iron Age. The shock of the new territory is not at all worse than the first of the double list. Experts cheerfully analyze every new thing that comes out of the territory. The general-in-chief of the military department looked at the screen with quivering eyes. Not only did he take the Lord's ranking and save the populace, but he also managed to enter a new era. The gift Su-young brought this time is really amazing. Official live stream. The news of the Dragon Kingdom's hegemony list Lord ranking caused the populace to completely boil over. The new base and the appearance of the heroic generals brought the atmosphere to a climax. Su-young is awesome. Qin Chao is awesome. The military generals of other countries are all commanders. But the Qin dynasty is even a military general. Tai cool. This martial arts general's imperial armor is just too cool, isn't it? No. Is the Qin dynasty some kind of leftover alien civilization? This technology feels more advanced than any modern civilization. Full armor only in the early stages. I shudder to think what monsters will appear later. As the people cheered, Host Snowy interjected into an important message. With Su-young's help, all the important roads in Jiangnan province have been opened up and electricity is gradually being restored. A large number of people affected by the disaster have benefited as a result. So let's thank Su-young for his efforts in the Forbidden Land. I'm from the rescue team. Without Su-young's help, we wouldn't have been able to enter the disaster area. Thank you brother Su-young. My grandmother and I didn't eat for 3 days. He saved us. Su-young is working hard. The country is working hard. Brothers and sisters, don't give up. The future will be good. Forbidden Land, Dragon Territory. Thank you for everything you have done. And on behalf of the entire military and civilian population of the Dragon Kingdom, I would like to thank you. After checking the information from the military department, Su-young closed the panel. Rescuing the people from their plight was supposed to be his goal and his duty as a citizen of the Dragon Kingdom. There is no need to be thankful for this, as any other dragon would be. In order to better assume this responsibility, all he could do was to do his best to grow his power and let Great Qin's iron hooves tread all over the Forbidden Land. England's 200 units of iron ore have been deposited, and now it's time to start the full upgrade. Su-young couldn't wait to find out what kind of enhancement the level 3 main base would bring to the territory. Chapter 54, Exploration of Magnetic Fields. Iron Age. Su-young opened the territory panel. Before the upgrade begins, the current stock of resources in the territory and the rate of resource production also need to be counted. Upgrading required a lot of resources, and what Su-young needed to do was to use the limited resources to reach the optimal upgrade route. And this can only be accomplished by counting the specific values of the resources, excluding the 3 new miners that are not yet operational. There are 5 miners operating in the territory. A level 1 quarry machine produces 100 units/day, and with the double buff bonus of Cafe and Enterpriser, the efficiency is increased by 220%, and the production comes to a staggering 220 units/day. The combined output of the 2 Tier 1 carbon miners is 110 units per day, with an additive output of 242 units per day. The combined output of a Class 2 copper miner and a Class 1 copper miner is 120 units per day, which after additions is 264 units per day. It's been almost 12 hours since we upgraded our home base last night. The stock of quarry in the territory has reached 363 units. The carbon ore produced a total of 168 units, which were consumed directly after resupplying the Imperial armor soldiers. While Su-young was frantically upgrading his army, his consumption of resources was also growing exponentially. Level 2 Imperial armor sharpshooter and Imperial armor crossbowman both consume 2 units of energy/day. 40 Imperial armor sharpshooters and 30 Imperial armor crossbowmen, combined, will consume 140 units of carbon or resources per day. Level 2 scouts consume 4 units/day, and 4 scouts combined require 16 units of carbon or resources per day. Lastly, there is Li-Xin, which requires 10 units of fuel resources per day. This large Imperial armor force requires 166 units of carbon or resources per day. This number would increase in the event of a large-scale and prolonged battle. Although the Imperial Armor Battalion does not limit the number of armies that can be summoned, this does not mean that unlimited bursts of troops are possible. To maintain a strong army you must have strong logistics. Otherwise, the logistical supplies cannot keep up, and the army cannot function even if it is large in number. Though with the buff bonus, the territory can produce 242 units of carbon ore per day. However, the buff bonus is time limited, and the capacity goes back to 110 units when the bonus wears off. This value will certainly not sustain the consumption of the army in the long run. Priority must be given to upgrading the base capacity of territorial fuels. Currently the only two options for increasing base capacity are upgrading miners and building new miners. Su Yang directly used the vein migration technique to migrate back to a carbon mine that the scout had previously marked. The quality of the carbon ore is rich, and the base production capacity is 60 units per day after the establishment of the miner. With that, Su Yang started upgrading. Upgrading the mining machine from level 1 to level 2 required the consumption of 10 units of copper ore resources. Between last night and today, the miner has produced 186 units of copper ore, and consumed a total of 64 units repairing Imperial armor, filling ammunition, and so on, with 122 units of copper remaining in the territory. It is considered wealthy. With a wave of his hand, Su Yang directly upgraded all the level 1 miners. Mining machines upgraded to level 2 are able to gain a 50% increase in capacity. After the upgrade was completed, the total base production capacity of the 3 level 2 carbon or mining machines soared directly to 255 units per day. After the buff bonus it even comes to 561 units/day. It's doubled right on top of the original. This was the end of the territory's energy problem, so even if there were new troop units joining, there was no need to worry. The base production value of 2 two-stage copper mining machines came to 180 units per day. After adding up to 396 units/day, the same substantial boost was gained. Now Su Yang didn't have to be as frugal as before when it came to mech maintenance and crossbow resupply. In a word, life is richer now. With such a strong logistical backing, Su Yang's next upgrades all became more grounded. The centerpiece of the series of upgrades are the 1000 Chance Tower and the Imperial Armor Battalion upgrades. The Tower of 1000 Machines controls many key technologies, including iron ore exploration. The Imperial Armor Battalion, on the other hand, is able to unlock more powerful troop types. The 1000 Machines Tower consumes 30 units of copper ore and 50 units of iron ore to level up to 3. The Imperial Armor Battalion upgrade, on the other hand, requires 50 units of copper ore and a full 100 units of iron ore. It's a good thing the territories have a lot of capacity and stock right now. Otherwise it would be hard to unlock just those two. Without hesitation, Su Yang directly tapped the resources in. The sound of machinery rumbling into operation rang out, and the 1000 Machine Tower and the Imperial Armor Battalion began their upgrades at the same time. Thick white steam erupted over the territory, and the two buildings deformed rapidly. After a flurry of changes, the 1000 Machine Tower and the Imperial Armor Battalion presented themselves to Su Yang with a brand new look. Because of the addition of iron, the appearance of the building has changed a lot from what it was before. Instead of the green-gray color of the bronze surface, the building became silver-white, and the whole became brighter and cooler. Structurally, their facades became more complex, with a dazzling array of precision instruments. Among them, the 1000 Chihuahuas Tower has even become a double tower from the original single tower. On top of the thick tower base, there are now 2 spires. What's that supposed to mean? Is it now possible to research 2 technologies at once? Su Yang guessed in his mind and then opened the level 3000 Chance Tower panel. Appearance is only skin deep. It's the upgrades that matter most. When I opened it, the panel was definitely different from before. 2 screens appear on the 1000 Mechanisms Tower panel, which is apparently the ability to conduct 2 studies at the same time. This made Su Yang doubly surprised. According to the experience of the first 2 rounds of trials, all countries' research laboratories could only conduct 1 research at a time no matter how much they were upgraded. Later technology is numerous and time-consuming. The dual-threaded effect of the 1000 Chance Tower will greatly enhance the efficiency of the territory's scientific research. With joy in his heart, Su Yang quickly flipped through to the resources section. Predictably, iron will be an important resource in the next phase. That's why the iron ore prospecting tech is the first tech that needs to be unlocked. Science and technology, magnetic field studies, in-depth understanding of the properties of metallic iron and the use of metal detectors to accurately capture the location of ore veins. Unity value, 3000 points. Time, 12h. Without hesitation, Su Yang directly tapped in 300 points of unity value. Unity value, 3000 points. Science and technology, magnetic field research study in progress. The metal spire on the left side of the tower of 1,000 machines began to run up. Countless high-temperature steam gushed out along with the mechanical roar. This is the first step for Great Qin to step into the Iron Age. And a brand new chapter is about to open. Chapter 55, a new troop unit, Great Qin Heavenly Fire Guard. Unfortunately, the heart of the worm's nest had run out and could not be utilized to speed up research. Now that I think about it, using the heart of the worm's nest before was too much of a luxury. Normal grade worm's nest heart is capable of shrinking up to 1 day, and one mostly uses them on 6H or even lower time tech. Hopefully in the future there will be technology to break down the heart of the worm's nest and divide it into several periods of time from a full day. This is how you can not waste the acceleration time of the heart of the worm tide. But while there is no heart of the worm's nest, a level 3000 towers can support dual tech development at the same time. This eliminates the need to wait for the magnetic field to be researched before choosing the next one, which is a huge increase in efficiency. After ordering magnetic field exploration technology, Su Yang continued to flip through the panel. He was pleasantly surprised to find that the level 3 main base had not only unlocked iron or exploration, but also a new vein. Technology, nitrate detection. The art is explosion. In-depth understanding of the properties of saltpeter. Access to the distribution pattern of saltpeter veins. Unlocking the saltpeter mining technology. Unity value, 3000 points. Time, 12H. Nitrate. The raw material for gunpowder. The essential substance that ushered in the age of hot weapons. I didn't realize that the Iron Age and the age of thermal weapons would come at the same time in the Qin dynasty. With the support of the Qin heavy industry, Su Yang could hardly imagine what kind of black technology would appear next. New resources are the basis for the next series of upgrades, and you can't go wrong with prioritizing them. Su Yang mobilized his panel and invested 3000 unity value to activate the other spire of the 1000 Opportunities Tower. Unity value, 3000 points. Technology, nitrate detection research in progress. Detected front-end technology research, unlocking special troop type, the Qin Heavenly Fire Guard. Sure enough, triggering new units and prioritizing unlocking resources is really the best option. But what kind of troop unit is this Heavenly Fire Guard? Just by looking at the name, Su Yang couldn't even guess the type of soldier. But since it's an unlocked nitro open troop and has fire in the name, it must be an explosion-related troop. Su Yang couldn't wait to open the level 3 Imperial Armor Battalion panel and slid to the last column. Troop type, the Qin Heavenly Fire Guard. Troop type, Heavy Artillery Unit. Production requirements, Level 3 Imperial Armor Battalion. Prerequisite technology, nitrate detection. Description, an artillery unit equipped with heavy armor capable of long-range artillery support. The artillery of the Heavenly Fire Guards has 2 modes. The first of which is capable of throwing a large number of small explosive stones to deliver a covering blow to a designated area. The second one can throw a huge stone or a huge explosive stone, which can cause a lot of damage to a defense facility or a single unit. Summoning requirements, 2000 points. Base consumption, 5 units of fuel/day. 5 units of water concentrate/day. Maintenance consumption, 5 units of copper/time. 5 units of iron/time. Charge consumption, 3 units of coal/round. 2 units of quarry or 2 units of saltpeter/round. Heavy artillery units. Qin Heavenly Fire Guard Heavy Artillery Unit. After checking the Heavenly Flame Guard panel, Su Yang was beaming with joy. A combination of covering strikes and single-point strikes. Not only does the firepower cover a wide area, but it is also capable of a single point of attack. This undoubtedly brings a great increase in combat power for both external combat and base defense. It would be less dangerous when attacking a bug nest or bug stronghold in the future. Go straight to Skyfire Guard first for a fire coverage or heavy artillery to break the city. After that, the Imperial Armor Legion can be used to reap the spoils, which is not only efficient but also extremely low risk. Not to mention the base defenses. The Skyfire Guard's wide-range heavy artillery is devastating to the worm wave. Summoning the Heavenly Fire Guard required the consumption of 2,000 points of unity value, which wasn't much for Su Yang. The focus is on energy consumption, which is 5 units of fuel per day for basic maintenance. Then the exaggeration is that Skyfire Guard's ammo consumption is per round. Each shot of artillery or heavy stone consumes 3 units of fuel and 2 units of saltpeter or quarry. That energy consumption is more or less insane. Summoning an army of Heavenly Fire Guards for fire coverage was indeed cool, but after the coolness must come precarious logistical supplies. The horrific energy consumption destined the Skyfire Guard to not be the team's main force. A better strategy than mass manufacturing would be to produce small batches and use them as strategic units, although energy constraints prevent the grandeur of an artillery wash at this stage. However, Su Yang still felt excited to have such a powerful soldier join him. This was an important point in the beginning of the era of thermal weapons in Great Qin. In addition to the Skyfire Guard, The unlocking of iron mining and saltpeter tech brings new upgrades to the Imperial Armor Legion. Troop type, Sheen Imperial Armored Sharpshooter. Level, 2-3. Effect, the Imperial Armor is fully upgraded and equipped with an iron shield, improving the overall defense attributes. Unity value, 600 points. Prerequisite technology, iron making technology. Troop type, Sheen Imperial Armored Crossbowman. Level, 2-3. Effect, the Imperial Armor is fully upgraded, and 2 new types of arrows for different units are acquired. Unity value, 800 points. Prerequisite technologies, iron making technology. Gunpowder research. Troop type, Sheen 1000-mile scout. Level, 2-3. Effect, the power unit is fully upgraded. The exploration range is increased and the ability to explore iron and saltpeter mines is unlocked. Unity value, 1000 points. Prerequisite technologies, magnetic field research. Nitrate exploration. All 3 types of Imperial Armor soldiers can be upgraded by unlocking the appropriate technology. It goes without saying that scouts are currently the most important type of soldier. He would upgrade immediately when the 2 current technologies were researched. Also, the 2 upgrades for the Imperial Armor Sharpshooter and the Imperial Armor Crossbowman look very useful. First up is the Imperial Armor Ranger, who not only gets a full upgrade to his Imperial Armor, but also gets a shield. In the face of the Worm Wave, the Imperial Armor Riders assumed a defensive role most of the time. They were mainly responsible for stalling the swarm and waiting for the crossbowmen in the rear to fire. In the previous battle they could only rely on their bronze swords or armor to carry them hard, and with the upgrade, they would be able to just use their shields to block, which would greatly increase the margin of error for the sharpshooters topping the front lines. The Imperial Armor Crossbowman upgrade is a way to gain 2 new types of arrows for targeting different units. This will certainly help a lot when encountering new bug species later on. However, these upgrades were not yet in a hurry, and the territory would not be lacking in combat power for a while after Li Xian joined. The top priority is still summoning new units and upgrading important tech in buildings. Closing the Imperial Armor Camp, Su Yang continued to check the other panels. The next upgrade surprisingly surprised him even more. Chapter 56 New Regional Salt Marshes. After the upgrades of the 1000 Chance Tower and the Imperial Armor Battalion come the other buildings. The most conventional is the upgrading of production-type facilities. All production buildings can be upgraded to level 3. Which consumes 20 units of copper ore and 40 units of iron ore and has the effect of increasing production capacity by 50%. This is because of the excessive consumption of iron and the current rate of resource production in the territory. That was why Su Yang had prioritized this upgrade lower. Next up are the defense-type facilities. Level 3 territories bring with them iron city walls and a new defense facility, the Skyfire Tower. Currently, the territory city wall was only at level 1, and Su Yang intended to prioritize raising it to level 2. Tier 2 bronze walls will increase in height from the Tier 1 walls and are divided into 2 tiers, and more firing holes can be set up on the walls to facilitate the output of long-range units. Each section of the copper wall consumes 1 unit of copper resources and 1 unit of quarry resources to upgrade, and iron walls require 1 unit of iron and 1 unit of stone ore per section, a staggering consumption. So at the current stage Su Yang would only raise the city wall to level 2, and would consider level 3 walls later. As for the Heavenly Fire Tower, Su Yang would choose the time to build it based on the swarm's attack. If the swarm attack was not enough to pose a threat in a short period of time, then using the Heavenly Fire Guard as a defense would be enough. The last item that can be upgraded is in the Hero Building General's Palace panel. In addition to being able to summon general-level units, the General's Mansion can also be upgraded to learn general skills. Li Xian's Horned Vanguard will be able to be upgraded in the General's Mansion, which will allow for stronger effects. And in addition to upgrading skills you can also learn new ones. However, right now, Li Xian's General is at level 1 and cannot be upgraded or learned yet. According to the effect of the Order of the Vanguard, the General skill should be a ranged skill that works on the whole team, more than single upgrades. General skill upgrades can bring great instantaneous boosting effects to the team. There are times when the triggering of a General skill can do wonders to turn a situation around. When the General's house was upgraded in the future, Su Yang would definitely focus on it. All known enhancements from a level 3 home base are now viewed. While waiting for the scientific research time, Su Yang took out the special system prop, the decryption card, from his backpack. It's time to see what effects that relic possesses. Did you use the decryption card to get information about the relics? Yes. With a flash of thought, the decryption card body began to become transparent. Decryption card use detected. Relic information decryption in progress. Blue star third round of forbidden trial. Forbidden site no. 517314 #C. Name of relic, Abyssal Legacy. Relic no. Swarm Secret 009. Relic mission, Sleeping Slayer. You've trespassed on the sacred land of the Terran bugs. and your ignorant behavior has triggered a mechanism that has awakened the guardians buried beneath the land. Mission objective: kill the awakened swarm and destroy the nesting mothership underneath. Mission difficulty: highest level 3 swarm. Trigger condition: the Lord can trigger the quest by entering the ruins himself. Note: relic quests, once started, will not be aborted and cannot be withdrawn. Mission reward: Fey experiment station. Special research building capable of conducting research on alien organisms. Currently unlockable xenotechnologies, biomass fuel, alligator bone armor, network vision sharing, Fey experiment station. Special research building. Seeing the quest reward, Su Yang's eyes lit up for a moment. Quest rewards for relics are not set in stone, and it's possible to complete an extremely difficult quest only to open up a cockamamie reward. So opening a relic reward was like opening a chest, and Su Yang had obviously opened gold. The Fey experiment station, as the name suggests, is an experiment station that specializes in research on the Fey. Being able to do research on alien creatures to create something that doesn't belong in the human tech tree. The first biomass fuel technology, for example, sounds useful by name. If I'm not mistaken, this technology should be able to turn bug corpses into fuel. At that time, after killing, the insect race is not afraid of the lack of fuel. Directly to their corpses a burn fuel clunk to come. Consume fuel to kill bugs to get fuel, and the cycle repeats itself, feeding the war. There was also the alligator bone that Su Yang had previously obtained that had never been used, and it was estimated that it would be developed in the Fey experimental station. All in all, this reward is very useful and totally worth the risk. However, the difficulty of the mission was the highest level of third-generation swarms, so going there rashly would definitely be dangerous. The strength of the swarm varies from nest to nest, and is largely dependent on the level of the females in the nest. The swarm can then be divided in evolutionary generations based on the level of the mother bug. Swarms with a mother level of 1 to 2 are referred to as generation swarms. Mother bug levels 3 through 6 are referred to as second generation. Levels 7 through 10 are referred to as third generation, and so on. Generally, individual units of the swarm do not rank above or below the generational interval. For example, the second generation swarms have all monads between level 3 and 6, while the third generation is between level 7 and 10. The Terran Crusader that descended on the night attack base was level 6, meaning it was produced by the highest class of second generation females. The highest grade third generation mother bugs in the relic quests were also grade 10 mother bugs. And the swarms led by this grade of mother bugs were definitely not bad. It's a good idea to raid a third generation nest before triggering the quest so that you know its true strength. Closing the panel, Su Yang organized the to-do list in order in his mind. The first thing you'll want to do when the 1,000 towers are finished with their research is to upgrade the scouts and have them search for resources. Iron ore and saltpeter are two of the most crucial resources at the moment, and the sooner they are unearthed, the better. After that, it was time to summon the new troop type, Heavenly Fire Guard, and test their combat style and battle intensity. Then point out iron crafting and gunpowder research to prepare for the upgrading of the Imperial Armor Force. When resources are available, gradually upgrade level 2 walls, miners, and build Skyfire towers. After raiding at least one third generation bug nest to determine its strength, adjust your troops to trigger the relic mission. Su Yang very much enjoyed the process of gradual planning. He liked this sense of control. If you follow the plan step by step, you will never fall behind in territorial development. Nightfall is 2h away from unlocking 2 techs in the Tower of 1,000 Machines. Since the upgrade had to be reached in the territory, Su Yang recalled all 4,000 mile scouts. The scouts returned to the territory with a great deal of information. This includes the exact location of 2 second-generation bug nests, as well as the location of numerous veins. One of the most crucial pieces of information was that one of the scouts had found areas suspected of being saline, since he had already reached the maximum boundary, and there was no fuel to return any deeper. He had to simply mark it. Hearing the word saline land, Su Yang was immediately energized. Salt flats are exactly the kind of area that tends to produce saltpeter. Acquiring saltpeter will allow the territory to enter the age of thermal weapons. Chapter 57, Positive Showdown. Highest second-generation swarm. Arriving along with the saltash orientation information is new intelligence on the bugs. The scouts have spotted a new bug squad near the salt flats. Su Yang received the image of the scouts painting to view it. The image is of a creature that resembles a stinging worm, but has a larger and more complex body structure than a stinging worm. Their footgear was thicker. The sharp blades in front of their bodies for attacking were larger, and they had changed from 2 to 4. Its appearance was also no longer the yellowish-brown pattern of the stinging insects, but a large grayish-brown stripe. However, despite the change of vest, Su Yang was still quick to confirm that this was the stinging worm. But this is no longer the original stingers, but an evolved unit of stingers. The Forbidden Fae, including the bugs, have been in a constant state of evolution, just like humans. Bug evolution is a constant metamorphosis on an individual basis, combining with the environment to produce increasingly stronger units. The front bugs are actually leveling up, though it's not very visible. This upgrade, on the other hand, was a qualitative leap, and even the physical form was greatly transformed. The stinging insects that occur in saline areas are apparently no longer second-generation species. Su Yang's thoughts flickered. The saltpeter region was rich in saltpeter production. By taking the salt flats, the supply of gunpowder will be directly solved. This is a strategically important area and more relevant intelligence must be obtained. Once the scouts have been upgraded, they will be sent to the salt flats to fully scout the enemy and explore the saltpeter stock. Until then, there's a little bit of work to be done on the home front. In addition to the salt flats, the scouts circled the exact locations of 2 second-generation bug nests. In the current range of the abyssal gaze, these should be the last 2 bug nests left. As a good neighbor, how can you not go and say hello? Su Yang immediately summoned Li Xian and told him to gather his troops. Soon 30 Imperial Armor sharpshooters and 20 Imperial Armor crossbowmen were assembled. Led by Li Xian, the team took advantage of the night to set off towards the bug nest in the northeast. Even though it's night, you don't have to worry too much about swarms attacking the city until Abyssal Gaze upgrades. The current swarms within the range of the Abyssal Gaze had basically been consumed in the siege of the previous days. In just a few days, Mother Worm couldn't pull a decent team even if it played hard to get. Su Yang mounted the northern city wall and watched Li Xian and the Imperial Armor troops leave the city. Rolls of steam spewed into the sky as the troops moved. A full level 2 Imperial Armor Legion plus a heroic unit commander. This current full complement of troops gives a full sense of security just by marching. Looking at the troops gradually disappearing into the dense forest, Su Yang couldn't help but lament that it was only now that he felt a bit like a lord. With the appearance of Li Xian, a general level unit, he finally didn't have to run to the battlefield himself. Only need to give Li Xian the general direction of the goal. The specific how to implement to Li Xian personally command. Unless there was a situation where it was necessary, he would never take another risk before getting himself a set of battle armor as well. It could be argued that the only way the territory could fail now was if he was stabbed by Jing Ku. Shortly after Li Xian led his troops into battle, the 2 technological researches of the 1,000 mechanical towers were completed. With the 2 front technologies unlocked, Su Yang opened the Imperial Armor Camp to upgrade the scouts without saying a word. Unity value 4,000 points. After a short wait, 4 scouts came out of the Imperial Armor Camp. The power rods located in their legs were all replaced with iron from copper, and 2 new rectangular fuel tanks were installed on either side of the dorsal steam unit. This allows the scouts to carry more fuel at a time and get a larger search area. In addition to the Royal Armor upgrade, Su Yang also discovered that there was an additional armor-like device on his left arm. Inside the open lid was a precision instrument with a constantly shaking pointer in the center, which was supposed to be a device for detecting abnormal magnetic field conditions. Su Yang tapped on the Scouts panel to check further. Troop type, Qin 1000-mile Scout. Type of service, Reconnaissance Infantry. Production requirements, Level 3 Imperial Armor Battalion. Description, upgraded the Royal Armor, greatly increased the exploration range, and gained the iron ore and saltpeter or exploration skills. Unlocking metal detecting technology increases the Scout's exploration knowledge and allows for exploration activities for a range of known minerals. Summoning requirements, 1,000 points. Consumption, 8 units of fuel/day. 8 units of water concentrate/day. Fuel consumption reached 8 units/day. Just about catching up with Li Xian. But considering how far the Scouts had traveled in a day's action, it made perfect sense. Without wasting any more time, Su Yang sent the upgraded Scout units to the Saline Land area. He was going to get as much information about that area as he could. How big the range is, the size of the swarm, the markable route, the exact distance, etc. In addition to the salt flats, of course, there is the search for iron ore. However, having unlocked the tools for iron ore exploration, Su Yang believed that the scout beacons would soon find the iron ore. Technology changes lives. It's not the beginning of the time when you had to look hard by human labor in the naked eye. After sending out the scouts, Su Yang once again opened the 1,000 Opportunities Tower and ordered the iron refining process and gunpowder research. These 2 crafts are the prerequisite techs for upgrading Imperial Armor soldiers and summoning Heavenly Fireguard. To upgrade your troops you have to point them out first. Science and technology, iron making process. Do the hard stuff, acquire a process for processing raw iron ore and acquire a range of technologies for upgrading and modifying iron equipment. Unity value, 4,000 points. Time, 16H. Science and technology, gunpowder research. Dancing with fire, unlocking knowledge of gunpowder and access to a range of combustion and explosive technologies. Unity value, 4,000 points. Time, 16H. A total of 8,000 points of unity value. each requiring 16H of time. Unity value 8000. Technology, gunpowder research study in progress. Science and technology, iron-making process research in. After completing all of this, Su Yang returned to the Lord's residence. The ministry explored and explored, conquered and manned the watch. It's perfectly reasonable for him to catch up on his sleep a little as a leader. Giggle. In the midst of the fluorescent glittering dense forest, Li Xian led the Imperial Armor Troop to keep advancing. According to the directions of the bug nest given by the scouts and the specific marching route planned, they soon arrived at the target location. Unlike the previous encounters with bug nests, this one was not located underground, but within a mountain. Grimy holes perched below the mountain. Swarm squads busily moving in and out. They carry large chunks of minced meat dripping with blood in their mouthparts, as if to feed on something. Li Xian directly led his troops out of the dense forest and advanced straight to the entrance of the worm nest cave. No tactics were laid out and no sneak attacks were necessary. It's a titanic head-to-head matchup. The brain bugs outside the cave entrance detected the enemy and immediately let out a shrill chirp. The swarm is starting to surge. Chapter 58, Crazy Firepower. Unstoppable swarms. Sharp brainworm chirps echoed over the dense forest. Dense sounds of swarming action emanated from the mouth of the cave. As the swarm was rapidly deploying their war effort, Li Xian stood at the back of the troops, and the Imperial armor warriors and crossbowmen in front of him were already in good formation. The formation was nothing special, just a roughly divided single file, then staggered back and forth for easy firing. There were no tactics of flanking holds or surprise attacks to take advantage of the enemy. Li Xian had his troops line up in position and quietly waited for the enemy to deploy. This was not because Li Xian was gullible, but because he knew that this enemy did not need to be taken seriously at all. Before he set off, Su Yang had already told him about all the troop types the second-generation bug nest possessed and the tactics he could possibly execute. In turn, the scout's detailed reconnaissance provided him with the approximate swarm size and surrounding terrain. That means he knows all about the swarm's war effort and the tactics it might execute. The battle strengths of both sides were too disparate, and all he had to do was set up a formation and wait for the swarm to send him to his death. It was a fight with a doomed ending. Sasha. As expected, the swarm swarmed out by the hole. At the same time, two raised routes appeared imperceptibly on the ground. Li Xian waved his hand and the Imperial armor crossbowman fired the first round of crossbow arrows. Whoosh! The sound of the machine's bracket rang out, and the crossbow shot out like a phantom. The naked eye could not see the trajectory of the crossbow arrows in the air, and could only see the swarm of insects that had just poured out of the hole all fall to the ground. The powerful impact caused the crossbow itself to suffer deformation, not to mention the stinging insects under attack. The crossbow bolts fired at high speed spun into the stinging insects, spinning wrist-sized holes in their torso areas. Green blood spurted out of the hole, and in an instant the stinging insect collapsed to the ground. The first batch of stinging insects was all but wiped out, and soon a second batch came charging back. Whoosh! Without any interval, the crossbowman's second round of firing began. After moving up to level 2, the mechanism was improved and crossbowmen could now load 2 crossbows at a time. That means that for the same loading time, the level 2 Imperial armor crossbowmen doubled their firepower. The force of crossbowmen is divided into 2 columns, one shooting and entering the fill while the other unfolds its fire. Nowadays, with proper distribution, it's hard to have a loading vacuum like before. Under the unceasingly powerful firepower, waves of swarms rushed out of the hole then collapsed into waves of wreckage. The Imperial armor sharpshooters at the front of the line didn't even have a chance to touch the stinging insects. As the crossbowman went on a shooting spree, Li Xian, who was at the very back of the group, moved. He removed the cylindrical device at his back waist and pressed it with his hand. Miso. Under the operation of the mechanical parts, various gear rods continued to extend outward, and soon transformed into a lance. Li Xian pressed again and the front end of the lance went into a high-speed spin. He raised his lance high, and power units began to build up at various points in his joints. Aim at the ground, get your bearings, and slam down the pitch. Boom! The lance went straight through the ground and stabbed the crypt giant worm that was swimming in the soil. The lance stabbed inside the giant worm and kept spinning, and miserable screams rang out. Li Xian gripped the barrel of his spear and thrust it downward, coaxing the giant insect to sleep, and then drew his spear and turned around quickly. Behind him, a giant worm that had burrowed out of the ground fought the lance. Giggle! The screams quickly ceased as he opened his mouth. Li Xian took out his lance and shook the blood from the shaft. At the same time he finished dealing with the 2 giant insects. The battle outside the cave entrance had also ended. The bodies of the stinging insects were piled up in pieces in front of the cave entrance, looking unusually miserable. Under the insane firepower of the level 2 crossbowmen, they didn't even have a chance to engage the enemy. This is battle crushing. When the gap between the two sides' combat power reaches a certain level, using any strategic techniques is futile. Pushing aside the corpses in front of the cave entrance, Li Xian directly led a small team into the insect nest. There were still xenomorphs within the tide of insects ambushing in the shadows, wanting to play alleyway warfare. But unfortunately, with the battle power of Li Xian's caliber in front to open the way, all ambushes seemed ridiculous. Killing into the mother worm room, a freshly spawned crusader was still lying on the floor. The crusader is nearly half a meter large in its larval stage and looks appalling. Li Xian followed Su Yang's instructions to wipe out all the creatures within the wormhole. The second-generation bug nest that had originally caused trouble for Su Yang had no power to fight back against the Imperial armor troopers at this moment. After destroying the mother lair, Li Xian did not continue his conquest of the second insect nest. One is that the second nest is located in the southeast of the territory, a long way away, and fuel is in short supply. The second was that Su Yang had specifically instructed that the second bug nest was to be used as a testing ground for the new breed of soldiers. Take the heart of the worm's nest. Li Xian returns to China. When Su Yang woke up the next day, a fresh insect nest heart was already lying in his backpack. He opened the panel and looked through the record of last night's battle. The entire battle had no twists and turns as the Imperial Armor Legion led by Li Xian directly crushed the swarm. Very well, after today's test of the Heavenly Fire Guard's combat prowess, the next step is to launch an attack on the salt flats. The heart of the worm's nest had arrived, and it was time to see the might of the Great Qin Heavenly Fire Guard. Su Yang shuffled to the front of the Imperial Armor Camp and tapped the panel. There are 10 hours left in gunpowder research, and you can't summon the Heavenly Fire Guard without unlocking it. But to wait those 10 hours would be a waste of time. Waste nothing but pre-development time. Su Yang no longer hesitated and slapped the heart of the worm's nest that could shrink for 24H into the 1000 Machines Tower. Use of the item heart of the worm's nest to shorten the time needed for research and development by 20H, shrinking the time by 20 hours. Su Yang's eyes rounded and he hurriedly opened the panel. It was found that both technologies, gunpowder research and the iron-making process, were completed. The heart of the worm's nest is to accelerate research throughout the 1000 Mechanisms Tower. So by investing in the heart of the worm's nest, all technology within the 1000 Mechanisms Tower will gain a time reduction. The 1000 Machine Tower had this effect after upgrading, which was a surprise that Su Yang had not expected at all. Originally, they were all ready to waste half of the heart of the worm's nest, but I didn't realize that there was almost no waste because of the mechanics of the level 3000 towers. This is too comfortable for the Chinese, who have the fine quality of economizing. With joy in his heart, Su Yang opened the Imperial Armor Camp panel. Great Qin Heavenly Fire Guard, the territory's first thermal weapons unit. Just how powerful will it be? Unity value -4000. De Qin Tian Huawei summoned in. Chapter 59 Great Qin Heavy Industry Might. Mighty Heavenly Fire Guard Mecha. De Qin Tian Huawei summoned in. Empty. The unity value tapped in, and the Imperial Armor Camp rumbled into operation. I don't know if it was because he was overly excited or what, but Su Yang felt that this time, the Imperial Armor Battalion was making more noise than before. It was no longer pure white vapor coming from above the building either. There was a lot of black soot mixed in. Gunpowder technology? Su Yang guessed in his mind. Soon, the Imperial Armor Battalion stopped functioning and the entire territory fell into silence. Giggle. The heavy metal gates slowly opened to both sides, and gusts of black smoke filled the air from them. The Imperial Armor Battalion also changes considerably in form when it is raised to level 3. Chief among these is the widening of the building, with the front door almost exactly twice as wide as level 2. Boom, boom. Heavy footsteps sounded. If it wasn't for the sound of the machinery touching the ground, Su Yang would have thought that a giant elephant was walking. Accompanied by the sound of footsteps, Skyfire Guard slowly stepped out of the black smoke. The moment he saw the Heavenly Flame Guard, Su Yang realized why the level 3 Imperial Armor Camp purposely widened the gate. This guy's size isn't even a normal troop unit. With a height of nearly 3 meters, Skyfire Guard had surpassed Li Xian, who was wearing a mech. What's more is that the width of its Imperial armor is already close to 2.5 meters. A soldier was likewise at the controls within the Skyfire Guard. But this was no longer the kind of exoskeleton mechs that were attached to the human body and focused on body movements like the Imperial Armor Rex. It was a pure war mech, in which the soldier only acted as a manipulator. The armored portion of the Heavenly Fire Guard is made entirely of iron material pieced together, with tight armor protection at all joints. The entire body of the mech appeared grayish-white and looked thick and heavy. However, the major protective areas are outlined in a striking orange-red color like flames. This added a warm and passionate beauty to the cold and majestic Heavenly Fire Guard. And the most anticipated part is hidden behind the massive mech. Heavenly Fire Giant Cannon. It was a heavy artillery gun that was 2 meters long and had a muzzle diameter of half a meter. The tail section of the cannon is connected to the back of the mech by a fine mechanical structure. On the right shoulder of the mech's spherical shape, there is a sliding rail. When the giant cannon is in standby mode, the muzzle faces vertically upward, as if it were a large chimney, and entering combat, the Skyfire guard pulls on the lower grip of the giant cannon to turn it forward on the right shoulder rail. The guide rails allow the giant cannon sight to be rotated nearly 90 degrees from a perpendicular to the ground condition to a parallel to the ground condition mounted on the right shoulder, and the giant cannon that slides on the rails can be locked at any angle, whereby the soldier can choose the best firing elevation. At the end of the gun is a full set of firing mechanisms. Unlike the elastic potential energy converted to kinetic energy in previous crossbow guns and crossbows, the shells of the guns were fired by explosion, and at the end was a complete set of ignition striking devices. The gun's barrel was also more than just a simple gun tube. Inside the tube were coils of copper wire used for heating. After looking at the artillery craftsmanship, Su Yang could only describe his feelings as breathtaking. The ancient kind of plain artillery has been transformed by Daqin technology to become so science fiction. I'm afraid the technical complexity of this is nothing less than that of modern weapons such as bazookas. It's hard to imagine that this is a unit of soldiers that can be summoned just after unlocking gunpowder R&D. Isn't that a bit of a stretch? Calming down, Su Yang continued to check. On the left back of the mech was an ammo bay of comparable caliber to the cannon, but slightly shorter in length. The ammunition compartment was divided into 3 tiers, each containing a giant shell. According to Skyfire Guard's introduction, the name of these shells was known as bakusher. This is ammunition made from a mixture of common stone and saltpeter and a range of substances. A loading tube connected to the gun through the ammunition compartment provides direct access to the rear of the gun. At the end of the gun, the bursting stone would be filled with different doses of gunpowder in different parts depending on the firing needs. In the case of a ranged attack, the burst disintegrates into smaller bursts before it reaches its target, which then explode. If it's a single attack, the blasting stone will either explode upon touching the target, or just impact without exploding. Different attacks require different ingredients. It's crazy. Su Yang rubbed his fists and instantly summoned Li Xin. He told Li Xin to gather the same size team as yesterday and set out for the second bug nest. This time, he was going to personally go and get a glimpse of the power of the Heavenly Flame Guard. With the current level of abyssal gaze, going out of the base wasn't considered dangerous. Not to mention the fact that there was still Li Xin escorting him, and you have to be the Lord himself when triggering the relics. This time it'll be a simulation exercise and doesn't really go against what was said yesterday. However, saying so much was actually an excuse. Su Yang simply wanted to see the power of the Heavenly Flame Guard. Caliber is justice. Turret is truth. He really didn't want to miss the debut of Skyfire Guard. And this bug nest was the one he had purposely left behind to test the artillery. Because this bug nest was on low ground. Standing at the high point could clearly have a god's perspective. Watching the entire process of the swarm collapsing under a rain of fire is as exciting as you can imagine. Li Xian's execution was a godsend. And in less than a minute he had gathered his troops at the east gate. Depart! With a wave of Su Yang's hand, the east city gate opened. At the front of the procession, arrays of Imperial armor warriors opened the way. It was followed by Su Yang and Great General Li Xian, as well as a force of crossbowmen. At the end of the line, there were the 2 giant Heavenly Flame Guard mechs that were constantly spewing out black smoke. The Imperial armor force set off again, marching in great numbers toward the dense forest. The official live broadcast of the Dragon Kingdom. Host Yuki kicked off the show with a passionate start on stage. Yesterday Su Yang took the first ever double list first place. I wonder what surprise he will bring us today. The crowd in the live room was also passionate and incredibly excited. Su Yang's double firsts put the entire Dragon Kingdom in a state of exhilaration. Being able to take the first place on the double list is definitely hard power. This really slapped those little hacks in the face. Indeed. And don't take a look at those Imperial armored armies. What other country besides the Qin dynasty can build mechas now? Stop it. Stop it. It's been almost a week and I haven't seen a single battle. Dude is itching to get out. It can't be helped. Bug activity time usually happens at night. It's hard to see the battle when we broadcast live during the day and can only lock onto Su Yang's viewpoint. I really want to see how that mecha army fights, and what kind of battle power is actually capable of overpowering those post-industrial period countries. Whispering, little brother Li Xian is so handsome. I want to see more of him. Give it up. I, Li Daqiang, would trade my life without a girlfriend for the battle footage of the Imperial Armor Force. Chapter 60, The Artillery Wash and the People's Floods. ZZ. The screen flashed and the live feed opened. This time, it was no longer the Great Qin territory that appeared in the picture, but a dense forest of bug nests filled with all sorts of strange plants. In the middle of the dense forest, a legion of Imperial armor was marching rapidly, white steam and black smoke mingling and spewing overhead. Seeing this scene, the live broadcast room directly exploded. I'm super. Is this going to be a war? You can't really see the battle scene. It should be. There's no escape. Su Yang is personally leading the troops. There must be a big move. My god. The Supreme Lord. And the Queen Mother. We've really bumped into each other. Big John Lee, thank you for warming the seasons. Quickly. I hope we can start the war before the live broadcast ends. Rise up Su Yang. Rise up Dragon Kingdom. Thank you strong for what you do. You are our hero. Hey. I actually like guys to come. High-level conference room at the Ministry of War. Seeing the marching procession appear on the big screen, a procession of experts rose straight to their feet. Another new soldier. The TM experts were keenly aware of the new Skyfire guards in the ranks. A group of experts disregarded the image and sprinted 100 meters to the front of the big screen, and began to analyze the heavenly flame guard on the screen at once. With full iron armor, weapons suspected to be cannons, and exhaust gases that are no longer thick white steam, the new unit is likely to be a heat weapon unit. Absolutely. Qin Dynasty steam devices don't emit black smoke. The only source is the burning of gunpowder and other substances. Not only did Su Yang lead the Qin Dynasty into the Iron Age, he also unlocked gunpowder technology, a cannon muzzle of half a meter in diameter. This is too much. Those famous caustic cannons and Krupp cannons in history had a caliber of only 20 to 30 centimeters. And while cannons of this caliber are usually only fixed to the ground, this mech can actually carry them around. The muzzle is so thick and big. I love it. So excited to see it in action. Professor, drooling on my shoes. While the experts were frantically exclaiming, the generals of the military departments sitting at the back were similarly shaken. As a soldier, of course, I know what cannons mean. As the saying goes, caliber is justice. And with enough firepower you can set things right. Caliber doesn't mean everything, though, and this gun's barrel is too short for accuracy. And it's only just unlocked gunpowder tech, so the explosive power and such will have to be seen in real life. The officers stared at the big screen with dead eyes, and despite their concerns, the hot blood in their chests continued to surge. War boils a warrior's blood more than anything else, not to mention that this is the first time the war has been broadcast live. This round of the Forbidden Land. Boom! Su Yang waved his hand and the entire team stopped instantly. He took out the map drawn by the scouts and determined that at his feet was the target location. The location they were on was on a cliff with a height drop of nearly 100 meters below. According to the detailed map drawn by the scouts, the second insect nest was hidden in that endless dense forest. It's almost time for the show. Su Yang commanded the soldiers to make way for the two heavenly flame guards to come to the forefront of the group. Bang bang! Su Yang knocked on the mech, and Skyfire's thick faceplate opened upwards. Thick white steam gushed out as Su Yang handed the detailed drawings to one of the soldiers. Ballistics is an extremely specialized discipline, especially for parrying cannons like the Skyfire Mega Cannon. It requires not only extremely specialized theoretical and technical support, but also extensive experience. After giving the map, Su Yang retreated to the side and waited quietly. Soon, the two heavenly fire guards were ready. The thick armor jolted and the entire fuselage sank half a meter down. Several iron rods in the legs stabbed into the soil, anchoring the entire fuselage to the earth. With that, Skyfire Guard raised his mechanical arm to grip the giant cannon grip. Kala, accompanied by the sound of heavy gears twisting, the huge cannon with its muzzle vertically upward slowly rotated along the shoulder rails. Giggle. Steam erupted and the muzzles of the huge cannons were fixed. A blasting stone traveled down the loading tube into the rear of the gun, and all was ready. Is there an attack? Su Yang received an inquiry from the Heavenly Flame Guard in his mind. So soon? He was a little surprised. Wouldn't it be a complicated task to estimate distances, measure elevation angles and such? Oh, Su Yang quickly responded. Usually the first shot is a test shot to see roughly where it lands. After corrections, the second gun is the one that is really going to hit the enemy with the kill shot. Then wouldn't the first shot be wasted? Su Yang was a little bit needy. It's a necessary attrition, though, and modern artillery needs to operate that way without precision guidance. After getting ready, Su Yang turned to the direction of the insect nest. Come on, let's take a shot first to try the power. Fire! Boom! The moment Su Yang waved his hand and gave the order, thunder exploded in the ears of the crowd. The firing mechanism triggered, only to see a flash of fire and bursts of stone flying straight out along the chamber. Under the tremendous impact, the thick and heavy body of the Heavenly Fire Guard all jolted backward. The gas wave caused by the ignition explosion rolled out and raised countless dust. Su Yang only felt a huge impact hit him, and then there was only a buzzing sound in his ears. The power of the Heavenly Flame Guard was far beyond his imagination. Even the strike explosion was so terrifying. Unable to care about the lack of senses, Su Yang stared wide-eyed into the distance, looking towards the place where the explosive rocks fell, only to see that the blackened explosive stone had already flamed all over under the heat of the ignition device inside the barrel. The blazing blaster fell to the ground in a graceful curve. The moment it was halfway down, the large burst disintegrated, splitting hundreds of smaller bursts. Small bursts of rock rained down like meteors, hurtling towards their destinations. Just moments after falling into the dense forest, an explosion of fire lit up. Countless flashes of light lit up, and the fire from the ensuing explosions engulfed everything within 50 meters of the drop point. Boom! An explosion rang out, and a huge shockwave spread outward, sending the entire dense forest rippling like a ripple. The power of this. Su Yang's eyes widened. This power definitely exceeded most of the modern man-portable missiles. As the buzzing in his ears gradually eased, the fire and dust from the distant explosion dissipated, only to see the landing area of 50 meters range of the land was blown over. The flame will be all the vegetation burned out into a puddle of black water. And in the middle of that explosion area, a bug nest was exposed. The remains of the swarm, blown to bits and ablaze, were all over the side of the cave. Chapter 61, One Shot to Clear the Scene. High-level conference room of the Dragon Kingdom. Seeing the burst of rocks split and then fall to the ground moments later in the big screen, the experts and officers on the scene were all shocked speechless. After a brief silence, loud cheers rang through the room. This might, this power, this is something that can be made just after unlocking gunpowder technology. Is that a bug nest right in the center of the scorched earth area? And I can't believe I got a perfect hit in one shot, close to 5,000 meters away right on target. That's an accuracy I really don't know how to achieve. What's even more terrifying is the power of this shell. A devastating blow to a nearly 50-meter area. Completely scorched earth, not to mention the shockwave and debris killing range. It's horrible. The explosive yield is definitely at the level of a ton of aerial bombs. It's definitely more than a ton of aerial bombs. Our ton bombs can only make craters of about 15 meters. And excluding soil differences, I'm afraid the yield would be more than 10 tons. The last time I chose the Western Jin this time of year they were still sending workers to dig for coal. And the Qin dynasty has already come out with tons of artillery units. What the hell is this Qin? Is it really an alien civilization? The officers and specialists cheered and were in disarray. Only the general-in-chief of the military department was left still sitting firmly in his chair. He looked at the big screen with constant emotion. The weight of the country. The weight of the country. If we could have this kind of technology in the first 2 rounds, we wouldn't be in the predicament we're in today. Even the officers' conference room was in disarray, not to mention the live feed. The pop-ups on the big screen had swiped up and blocked the host's entire body. It's so cool, it directly toppled the bug's lair. This isn't blowing up on the bugs, this is blowing up in my heart. Man, you're telling me this is an ancient civilization? How come it feels like technology has surpassed modern civilization? Would love to know what the other countries are doing right now. They are going to be absolutely gobsmacked when they see this. I can't tell you how much better this shot would have been if it had gone into the Little Day territory. Can't stand it. One more shot, please. One more shot. Kill level 4 Terran stinging worms. Plus 50 to unity value, 40% bonus. Kill level 4 Terran brainworm. Plus 150 stats, 40% bonus. Kill level 3 Terran stinging worm. Plus 40 to unity value, 40% bonus. The panel was instantly filled with kill prompts, and exploding flames kept flashing in Su Yang's eyes. Holy, such horrible power? Full accuracy. Devastating strike in a 50-meter area. Shockwave kill range of hundreds of meters. You're telling me this is something a civilization that just discovered saltpeter could build? My old man, isn't this hanging on too much? Will this thing blow the brains out of the bugs? Su Yang's expression shook, and the line of sight that looked at the heavenly flame guard once again gained a few more points of respect. Does it continue to hit? The soldier sent an inquiry. It has to be fought. How can a real man have just one shot? Whimpering. The giant cannon's gun position vibrated up and down as a blaster was loaded once more. This time Su Yang didn't choose to split, but directly chose the single-point blasting mode. Happiness delivered to his home. He's going to dunk the pop rocks right into the bug nest. The tail of the cannon kept rotating and with a stopping sound the second burst of stones was ready. Release. Boom. Another blast of thunder and dust. This time, Su Yang learned from his last experience and covered his ears and opened his mouth wide. This maneuver is said to be effective in reducing the possibility of tympanic membrane injury in the event of a loud noise. After a personal test, the action does work. No more tinnitus, just a mouthful of dust. With a popping sound, the burning bakelite plummeted to the ground like a fiery meteor. A shot to the hole with precision. After an instant of silence, only huge tongues of fire erupted from the mouth of the cave. It was as if the area around the cave entrance had been lifted off the ground, and the entire ground was blown up into the sky and then landed on the ground. The soil layer in the area of nearly 100 meters all collapsed indented, and countless thick smoke rolled out from the ground. The shot collapsed the entire nest. burying it deep beneath the earth with no chance of survival. Kill level 5 Terran Crypt Giant Worm. Plus 300 to Unity value, 40% bonus. Kill level 3 Terran Jet Nematodes. Plus 70 to Unity value, 40% bonus. Kill level 5 Terran Stinging Worm. Plus 50 to Unity value, 40% bonus. Kill level 5 Terran Stinging Worm. Plus 50 to Unity value, 40% bonus. Kill level 4 Terran Brainworm. Plus 150 stats, 40% bonus. Kill a level 6 Terran Motherworm. Plus 500 to your defense value. Rare class drop. Heart of the Nest. May be used to accelerate scientific and technological development and construction. Unlocked achievement, Master Exterminator, level 4. Unity value plus 2000. Unlocked achievement, all familiar, kill 100 units of enemies using artillery weapons, plus 2000 stat. Trigger event, Abyssal Gaze, level 4. You have become the #1 enemy of the bugs, and the mad Terran swarms will hunt you down indefinitely. Note, the current probability of being attacked by swarms during the day has increased significantly. With a single blast, the kill prompts and achievement prompts went straight to the screen. This cannon directly lifted the entire bug nest, and the bugs died out without even seeing any of them. Su Yang's eyes shook and flickered. His mind was full of thoughts that this was also too horrible. Originally, he had said that he would go down to clear out most of the bugs with this shot, and then he would let Li Xin lead the team down to finish the final finishing touches. I didn't expect Skyfire Guard to clear the field with a single shot, and what a remnant force. Even the mother bugs blew him over. Not to mention the need for any finishing work. This gun even dug them a good grave, which is also considered to be in the ground and return to their roots. If I had to give the Skyfire Guard a one-word rating, it would be strong. Unreasonably strong. How else to describe over-the-horizon strikes in the Cold War era but strong? Right now, Su Yang's only thought was to get the saltpeter or resources as soon as possible, so that the Heavenly Flame Guards could realize the freedom of artillery at an early date. All known bug nests are dealt with and the Abyssal Gaze level is upgraded again. Tested the Heavenly Fireguard power and got 2 more achievements. The journey was a successful one, and the next step was to see the strength of the scouting force. Hopefully, they will soon discover iron ore and explore the saline areas to bring the territory to a new stage of development speed. Just as the thought fell, a ding sounded in Su Yang's mind. Reconnaissance unit has identified a vein. Chapter 62 Iron Ore in Hand. Territory Expansion. High-level conference room at the Ministry of War. The live feed has been pinched for a few minutes, but there are still experts looking at the screen for a long time. There were waves of discussion in the conference room, expressing the shock in their hearts. If I'm not mistaken, this artillery seems to have 2 modes. One is a large explosion similar to an incendiary bomb, and one is a single explosion similar to a rocket. Both seem to fire the same kind of shells, the difference being that the first will disintegrate during landing. Is it controlled by the amount of incendiary gunpowder injected? Or something else? What an amazing idea! The civilization traits of the Qin dynasty are definitely related to technology and architecture. And I'm really curious what kind of civilization could have gained the ability to leave behind traits related to technology in that era. We should change our thinking. The Qin dynasty is not at all the ancient and backward civilization we thought it was. Su Yang didn't choose wrongly. With the existence of this kind of technology, this trial will surely turn around the plight of the Dragon Kingdom. Official live stream. Although the live stream pinched off, the pop-ups on the air didn't stop for a moment. Too shocking. Too powerful. Great Qin is mighty. I didn't see the Imperial armor soldiers fight, but the artillery really gave me a good look. Clearing the field with a single shot. Lifting all 9 clans of the bugs. What could be better than that? Ha ha ha. Bugs, slight weightlessness. While other lords are still playing with infantry, we already have 5,000 meters of artillery. There's artillery now. I can't even think about it any further. It won't come out as some kind of annihilator. I hope Su Yang makes good use of his opportunity and stays ahead. It's our turn to crush the other lords this time. Reconnaissance unit has identified a vein. Say what comes. Su Yang tapped the panel. Mineral, iron ore. Reserves, abundant. Can. Right off the bat. Fine iron ore. And the highest quality iron ore at that. Although iron ore is theoretically more widely distributed and easier to find than copper, it was still possible to find it so quickly thanks to the magnetic field research that was ordered first. With this technology present, finding iron ore and whatnot is a snap. Only one iron mine has been found so far, and finding another one will use up all the miners. It is foreseeable that iron ore will be important for a long time. The remaining 2 mining machines, Su Yang intended to use all of them to dig iron ore. When you get back to the territory, you immediately do a mineral migration to place the miner, so that the iron miner eats the last day's buff bonus. The test explosion ended and Su Yang ordered to return. Under the command of Li Xin, the Royal Armor Army immediately moved. Successful construction of steam-powered mining machine. Miner's base production value, 70 units of iron ore resources/day. Environmental bonus, abundant iron ore resources in the surrounding area. Increasing production by 15 units per day. Civilization-specific bonus, the Dachine process makes the mining machines work efficiently, 15 units of production per day. Output value after mining machine addition, 100 units of iron ore resources/day. The first thing Su Yang did when he returned to the territory was to establish an iron ore mining machine. After the miner was built, Su Yang directly upgraded it to level 2, tier 2 iron ore mining machine coupled with the double buff. The production of iron ore came directly to 330 units/day. This is still the effect of one mining machine. Another mining machine will be even more amazing production. After releasing the miner, Su Yang opened the complete territory panel to check the stock of each resource. Territorial panels. Territory, Qin. Lord, Su Yang. Affiliation, Dragon State. Main base level, level 3 Lord's Residence. Territorial buildings, resource type level 2 steam-powered mining machine *7. Level 2 steam high-pressure water pump *1. Solid resource warehouse *1. Liquid resource warehouse *1. Territorial building, science and technology level 3 Mojave Thousand Towers. Territorial buildings, combat class level 3 Imperial Armor Camp. Level 2 barracks *70. Level 3 barracks *4. Territory building, defense level 1 stone wall, characteristic enhancement, *200. Level 1 crossbow turret *4. Combat units, level 2 Great Qin Armored Ranger *40. Level 2 Great Qin Armored Crossbowman *30. Level 3 Great Qin Thousand Mile Scout *4. Level 1 Great Qin Heavenly Fire Guard *2. Hero unit, level 1 General Li Xin. Resources, water resources, 1. 363 units. Quarry resources, 786 units. Coal resources, 351 units. Copper metal, 253 units. Iron metal, 50 units. Territory gain/degain effect, level 1 Cathay, duration, 1623. Level 3 Enterpriser, duration, 47 to 56. Level 3 Pathfinder, duration, 47 to 53. Level 4 Abyssal Gaze, duration / uniformity value, 21. 360. The level 3 Lord panel is very rich in all information, and has a ton more stuff than the plain to name only panel at the beginning. In just 1 week, I didn't realize that so many buildings and facilities had already been established. Su Yang slid the panel up and down, browsing quickly. Although there is a lot of information, the most important thing is the stock of resources. After 1 day of production, the stock of copper metal has reached 253 units. Raising all of the walls to level 2 consumes 200 units of copper and 200 units of quarry. But it wasn't just a matter of upgrading the walls anymore. The territory needed to be expanded. After upgrading the level 3 main base, the upgrades to the various buildings in the territory basically increased the footprint. Coupled with the increasing number of summoned soldiers, the additional barracks were almost filling up the entire Lord area. The production area is no better, with 7 veins moved in to crowd the already less affluent production area. Taking advantage of this upgrade of the walls, it's the perfect time to expand the territory once more. 2. Based on the detailed topographical maps drawn by the scouts, Su Yang could now be said to know the territory's surroundings like the back of his hand. The territory was surrounded by dense forests of bug nests on all sides, with the north and east being the main directions of the swarm's attack. To the south was the site of the nest that had just been dealt with. The terrain there was uneven, with a great difference in height, and very few swarms entered. The west side is the safest direction of the entire territory, and a few kilometers away is a cliff with a difference of 100 meters in height. There is a section of waterfall at the cliff that falls into the river below. Su Yang's main task in this expansion was that he intended to expand a barracks area. By adding a new wall to the north and a new wall to the east, the new wall and the old wall naturally separate an area to which all barracks can be transferred. This not only creates a double defense on both sides where attacks are frequent, but it also frees up the Lord's zone. The south side was left untouched, while the west side pushed the walls directly outward to expand the production area. After the planning was completed, Su Yang immediately started construction. The Abyssal Gaze has been leveled up, so maybe we'll get a bug wave tonight. Chapter 63, Level 2 City Wall. Powerful upgrade of Imperial armor troops. It took a total of 2 hours to expand the territory and transfer the buildings. Both the north and east walls were extended outwards by 20 meters to enclose 2 new 20 by 50 areas. The southern wall was left untouched and the western wall was flattened outward by 10 meters, expanding the production area into a large 30 by 50 area. Establishing a new level 1 wall cost a total of 200 units of stone ore, and for the subsequent upgrades Su Yang chose to give the outermost circle of newly built walls an upgrade. The total length of the outer walls is 300 meters, and the upgrade requires 300 units of copper ore and 300 units of stone ore. When the stock of copper ore reached 300, Su Yang invested all the copper resources into upgrading the city walls. Copper ore 300 units, quarry 300 units, level 2 copper walls being upgraded. The upgrade began, and the sound of mechanical operations resounded throughout the territory. The level 2 walls not only expanded upwards from the level 1 walls, but also added metal casing protection to the perimeter of the stone walls. When the remodeling sound faded and the upgrade job was complete, the system alert sounded. Wall upgrade detected, triggering civilization trait. Civilizational identity, Great Wall of China. This civilization has excellent city building techniques, and the height and defensive properties of the walls it builds are increased by 100%. Level 2 city walls could also trigger civilization characteristics. Su Yang looked towards the city wall. Sure enough, with the civilization trait bonus, all the level 2 walls began to transform again. They were raised again from their original base, and the height of the walls came directly to 12 meters. This was in addition to the addition of steam-powered elevators at key points in all the walls for rapid transportation of ammunition and troops. The remodeling is complete and the walls have become even more majestic than before. Su Yang came to the foot of the city wall, where the copper elevator was attached to the wall through metal rails and chains. The lift bay was spacious, and it was estimated that a trip could transport at least 6 Imperial armor sharpshooters. Pull down the metal lever and the door slides open quickly. Walk in and then toggle the internal lever and the metal door closes. A steam unit rumbled into operation on one side, and the lift pod hurtled upward under the pull of its hinges. Su Yang felt a strong sense of overweight. This speed was not at all comparable to the kind of landscape elevator in his previous life. Within a few breaths, the elevator reached the top floor. It took less than 5 seconds to reach the top from startup, which is ridiculously fast. Stepping out of the elevator pod, the eyes were greeted with an even wider view, as if the entire dense forest of the insect nest was underfoot. In the distance, the clouds of the great mountains met the endless gorgeous dense forest, and the breeze and birdsong came in an intertwining pattern. Su Yang walked to the wall and looked down. The 12-meter height does not only provide a higher view, it will be a moat that will be difficult for the swarm to cross. It would be a bit of a pipe dream for stinging insects at this height to try to climb up again by stepping on each other's stacks. And the metal walls aren't all solid, the 12-meter walls are actually 3 stories. Every 4 meters there is a combat layer, and the combat layers are equipped with firing holes that can be switched on and off automatically. This allows soldiers to snipe enemies from high up with a higher field of view, in addition to doing penetrating damage from low, flat shots. This means that level 2 walls not only increase the defense attributes, but also allow soldiers to counterattack more freely and more powerfully. The elevators added by the characteristics of the Great Qin civilization also ensured the quick movement of soldiers while the height of the city walls was raised. Su Yang expressed his great satisfaction with this transformation of the city wall. The walls were upgraded and the iron miner went into operation without incident. Then the next step will be to upgrade the army and prepare for the crusade against the 3rd generation of bug nests. According to the intelligence, the stinging bug units of the 3rd generation bug nests have received new upgrades. From the looks of it alone, its defense and offense have definitely been enhanced. Then the Imperial armor soldiers who will be going head-to-head with it will definitely need to be fully upgraded. The unity value has 360 points left after various tech unlocks and 2 rounds of kills. The keynode techs have been ordered, and all of these unity values can be used for troop upgrades. Level 3 Imperial armor soldier upgrades are equally critical and will greatly increase the combat power of your troops. Su Yang opened the Royal Armor Battalion panel and checked up on the various upgrades in detail. Troop type, Qin Imperial Armored Sharpshooters. Troop type, Melee Infantry. Production requirements, Level 3 Imperial Armor Battalion. Description, a melee unit with new iron armor, equipped with an iron shield, and possessing powerful melee offensive and defensive capabilities. Unlocking the front technology can improve the attack and defense ability of Ruishur and increase the strength of the front row. Summoning requirements, 600 points. Consumption, 3 units of fuel/day, 3 units of water concentrate/day. Maintenance consumption, 3 units of iron/time, 3 units of copper/time. Troop type, De Qin Imperial Armored Crossbowmen. Type of troops, long-range infantry. Production requirements, Level 3 Imperial Armor Battalion. Description, equipped with 2 new types of arrows, with powerful killing power against different enemies. Unlocking the pre-science technology allows you to upgrade your crossbowman's crossbow, increasing the strength of your long-range attacks. Summoning requirements, 800 points. Consumption, 3 units of fuel/day, 3 units of water concentrate/day. Maintenance consumption, 3 units of iron/time, 3 units of copper/time. Loading consumption, 2 units of iron/trip, 1 unit of saltpeter/trip. The current city walls had been upgraded and 2 new heavenly fire guards had been added, and there was no lack of defense. That's why the focus should be on going out and fighting. and furthering the ability to fight encounters. In complex and varied encounters, the Imperial Armor Sharpshooter is more versatile than the Crossbowman or Skyfire Guard. Upgrading them not only enhances the team's combat power but also improves risk resistance at the same time. After thinking for a while, Su Yang chose to upgrade 20 Imperial Armor Sharpshooters and 10 Imperial Armor Crossbowmen based on his needs. Unity value 20,000. Level 3 Dachin Imperial Armor Sharpshooter in upgrade. Level 3 Dachin Imperial Armor Crossbowman in upgrade. 20,000 points of unity value were smashed in, and the selected soldiers entered the barracks to complete their upgrades. The upgrade ended quickly, and when the brand new level 3 Imperial Armor soldier walked out of the barracks, Su Yang's eyes lit up. This upgrade was very scary for the Imperial Armor soldiers. Almost everything from Imperial Armor to steam devices to weapons received upgrades. Level 3 Imperial Armor Sharpshooter's entire body armor is upgraded to Iron Imperial Armor, and the new Imperial Armor further improves the armor coverage of the Sharpshooter. And some of the areas that were not originally covered by the Imperial Armor have been supplemented. The silver-white Iron Armor glowed with a cold white light, as if showing off its powerful defense, and removing the armor. More importantly, the Sharpshooters had all received upgrades to their weapons as well. Chapter 64 Crossover Escalation. That can't be an explosion. Weapons first. The weapons of the Imperial Armor Sharpshooters. The broad-bladed bronze sword is fully upgraded to a broad-bladed iron alloy sword, and its attack power is further improved. The steam power unit at the end of the copper sword was transferred to the lattice, and the one-way jet was transformed into a four-way jet. This gives sharpshooters a powerful steam-powered boost in all kinds of sword strokes, whether they are swinging, stabbing, or slashing. After the sword is said and done is the most important part of this upgrade, the shield. Unlike the heavy shields of the ancient soldiers that had to be held in their hands or carried on their backs all the time, the shields of the Imperial Armor Sharpshooters were iron hand shields located on their left arms. When the shield is not activated, the shield shrinks to a diamond-shaped device resting on the left side of the arm. Once activated, the iron shield immediately unfolds to a size slightly longer than your arm. The enablement of the shield can undoubtedly make a big leap in the defensive attributes of the Imperial Armor Sharpshooters. Previously, the Imperial Armor Sharpshooters could only defend themselves by blocking with their swords or carrying them hard with their armor. Such a defense has very little tolerance for error in the face of a dual attack by melee and long-range units. Now that you have the shield, you will be able to face both melee and ranged with ease when you go into a defensive stance again. Su Yang was very satisfied with this upgrade and circled around the two Chen Wu Zhaozhan to admire them several times. A touch here and a touch there made both juniors shy. After looking at the Imperial Armor Sharpshooter, on the other side the Imperial Armor Crossbowman is upgraded in leaps and bounds, without going into the full upgrade of Iron Imperial Armor. The most important thing for Crossbowman is firepower. Upon ascending to level 3, all of the original copper crossbow bolts and arrows are upgraded to iron. The changes to the crossbow gun aren't that big of a deal, most notably the crossbow upgrades. Crossbowmen can now unleash 3 types of crossbows depending on the situation. One type is an ordinary iron crossbow that does not consume gunpowder. The other 2 both require the consumption of gunpowder, but produce different effects. One type is an armor-piercing arrow with a super small explosive stone mounted on the end of the crossbow. When a crossbow bolt is fired from a crossbow gun, the bursting stone detonates, energizing the arrow once more and turning it into a high-speed armor-piercing arrow. Can be used to face high armor units or in situations where a penetration effect is needed. The other is the explosive arrow, where the arrowhead of the crossbow is fitted with a super small explosive stone. When the crossbow hits an enemy, the explosive stone located at the arrowhead detonates, causing a small explosion of damage, used when facing large targets or in situations where ranged damage is needed. 2 trait arrows, one for single and one for multiple. In the future, they might not even be able to use Li Xin against units like the Crypt Giant Worm, and the crossbowman would be able to deal with them directly. This upgrade also improves crossbowmen by leaps and bounds, and the level 3 home base lives up to its name as an era-spanning upgrade. Whether it's hero buildings, iron or in saltpeter, various technologies or troop units, each upgrade brings very powerful effects. Now just have to finish upgrading the whole crew and get the saltpeter mine. What is there to fear from that highest 3rd generation bug nest in the ruins? After completing the various upgrades, it was getting dark. Soldiers mounted the new city wall under Li Xion's command to man it. The upgradable part of the territory was almost complete, and his mission was over. The next step is to wait quietly for intelligence from Saltash and launch an attack on the swarm. Su Yang left the city walls to return to the Lord's residence and opened the Lord's Hall to check it out. I didn't click on the Lord's Hall during the day today because I was afraid I'd miss some important information. A quick flick through the pages for a while didn't reveal anything of importance. The only thing that matters, other than the daily crap, is that the overall situation is now a 3-legged race. All surviving lords slowly formed an alliance around a few core nations. The most powerful of these panels is the coalition led by Rice. Rice, with its great military power and the assistance of Afghans, enlisted almost two-thirds of the countries. The second major league is the one led by England, including itself. Most of these countries were those that had suffered hardship in the earlier period and had received help from England, and were not strong overall. The third alliance was a coalition led by Eastern Japan and Germany. This was a gathering of old teammates. Su Yang's eyes flashed. This alliance has few members, but the countries are all very strong, and the lords are all warmongers. They will absolutely go on a rampage against non-allied nations in the course of the rest of the process. Right now there was only one on Su Yang's must-kill list, but as long as the other countries were effectively allied with the East, then he wouldn't mind adding a few more. In addition to the three major alliances, there were also a few powerful countries led by the Bear Country that did not choose to form an alliance and belong to independent camps. In fact, Su Yang wasn't really an ally. He just had trade dealings with England. Allies are in the fine print, and at this stage having an England and a neighboring troop of teeth is about as good as it gets. That being said, when it comes to theater teeth, the dude's statement did cause a discussion in the lobby. Su Yang clicked on that paragraph to flip through it carefully. Lord of the Theater Teeth, do you guys have a situation where there's suddenly a loud murmur on my radio intercom just now? Dervish Lords, radio interference still not normal? Co-frequency interference, cosmic radiation, thermal noise, even birdsong. Theater Tooth Lord, not that kind of accidental. It's 2 times at intervals, and the same form of interference. Geranium Lords, 2 identical disturbances in a row? If it's not you taking the wrong medication then it's most likely human factors. Lords of England, infrasound? If it's man-made, infrasound has a wide range of transmission. Lord Rice, the distance between territories starts at 100 kilometers. An infrasound transmission over such a wide area can only be a large-yield missile explosion. Lord Goryo, that's ridiculous. What's the point of having missiles now? Geranium Lord, say, isn't there another anonymous bigot in the heart of the worm's nest? How do you know there isn't? Lords of Goryo, large yield. Large yield. 100 kilometers is at least a ton of missiles. Can build such a bull how the Lord's ranking does not take the name, but also by the Dragon Kingdom snatched away? Siba old mother. Lords of the Dzud, all your dog. Little scumbag waiting to die. Lords of Goryo, little Siba. You lizards. Su Yang closed the panel and compared it to the time when the troop's Tooth Lord spoke, and it did coincide with the time when he blasted the insect nest. It's a bit of a coincidence that the explosion was detected by a radio device, but for the moment it didn't look like these lords suspected him. The group had defaulted to the simple fact that the dragon's birthplace was simple, so they couldn't connect him to the anonymous bigwig in the heart of the worm's nest. After all, no one would believe that the opening Bronze Age nations could whisk away the Terran swarms. This would give him 2 identities in the Hall of Lords. A Dragon Lord and a Worm's Nest bigwig. The dual identity will definitely help in the follow-up. Closing the panel. Su Yang received a piece of information sent back by the scouts. Designated area has been explored. Request to return. Chapter 65, Weird Swarm. The conquest begins. Near midnight, the scouting party returned. With them came back a great deal of intelligence about the saline. First, the scout force provided 2 viable routes of march. One road is long but flat and the other is slightly shorter but rough. Considering the flexibility of the Heavenly Flame Guard's movement, Su Yang decided to choose a path that was slightly farther away. And whichever path is chosen, there is a question at hand. That's the issue of fuel reserves for the soldiers. The location of the salt flats was so far away that it would cost the soldiers nearly half of their fuel just to get there. After the combat exertion, it is certain that most of the soldiers will lose their Imperial armor power on the way back. The journey from the loss of power to the return to the territory will become very dangerous. There are no battlefield fuel resupply units yet, and no transports to carry soldiers to the front lines. Soldiers can't grow their fuel reserves indefinitely, and in the future, as the conquests get farther and farther away, how to transport soldiers will become a big problem. A solution can surely be found in the future, but there is no way to do it now. Su Yang could only choose to take the risk. After all, the nitrate resources had to be taken. Coming in after geography and environmental factors is a detailed description of the enemy. The main force at the front of the 3rd-generation swarm is the newly evolved 4-bladed stingers. They are faster and more aggressive than lower-rank stinging insects. There's no way to test the bug shell, but it's certainly enhanced visually as well. The stinger worm is followed by the jet nematode, and the swarm's only long-range unit is upgraded. The insect spikes on their tails changed to 3, and their attack power gained a further boost. And they have a red protrusion in the center of the tail, which has not yet been found to work. That was all the scouts had to report about the swarm. The evolutionary forms of several other bug species were still unknown. Apart from the troop types, the next part was the one that surprised Su Yang the most. That's where the mother lode of this saline swarm is built beneath the saltpeter mine. Unlike the previous nest of bugs at the carbon mine, these bugs seem to feed on saltpeter ore. The scouts observed that these bugs don't eat anything else but saltpeter. It seems that this swarm of bugs has evolved to be able to feed on inorganic matter. What kind of evolutionary direction is this? Why is it like bacteria? Su Yang was surprised by this. And will eating saltpeter give birth to species that can utilize it? Exploding bugs or something? It would be horrible to have these unafraid bugs turn into self-exploding trucks. Thinking of this, Su Yang's heart once again ignited his vigilance towards this third-generation insect swarm. It was imperative to use the Skyfire Guard to destroy as many of the swarms as possible before they arrived. After listening to the intelligence, Su Yang immediately made preliminary plans for tomorrow's crusade. With Li Xin as the great general, he led 30 Imperial Armor sharpshooters, 20 Imperial Armor crossbowmen, 2 Heavenly Fire Guards and all 4,000 Mile Scouts. Because this bug nest was located on top of the saltpeter mine, it couldn't be directly bombarded by the Heavenly Flame Guards, or else the entire vein would be blown up into the sky. Units must be available to draw the swarm out to a location where bombing can take place. This task can only be performed by the fastest moving scout soldiers. On top of that, the scout soldiers would also be tasked with scouting around and contacting Su Yang in real time. The expedition was risky both in combat and on the way back. Therefore, Su Yang did not intend to go there. If there was an accident to protect him, he would waste his battle power. The strategic direction of the battle at the scene was adjusted in real time by Su Yang based on the reports from the scouts, while the specific details were handed over to Li Xin to personally command. After laying out the strategy, Su Yang told all the soldiers who would participate in the battle tomorrow to return to their barracks to rest, leaving only the duty team behind. Tomorrow's battle is not only the first encounter with the third generation of swarms, but also a key battle for acquiring nitrate resources. It's up to the fighters to get 100% rest and give it their all tomorrow. Estimated distance 10 kilometers. Are we going into slow march? Yes. Su Yang answered the scout's inquiry in his head. The soldiers had a good night's sleep last night with no swarms attacking. Just at daybreak, Li Xin assembled his team and set out for the salt flats. Along the way, the scouts kept reporting to Su Yang about the position of the troops and the distance to the enemy camp. The troops have just entered the 10-kilometer zone of the nest. As soon as you enter this area, you run the risk of being discovered by the bugs at any time. That's why it's necessary to go into slow march mode and approach the nest slowly. Although it was a slow march, the speed was actually not that slow compared to ordinary people. Without waiting too long, the team had stopped 5 kilometers from the bug nest. This is the bombing range of the Heavenly Fire Guard, and all targets in this area can be bombing targets for the Heavenly Fire Guard. Formation. Li Xin waved his hand and sent out 4 scouts to perform luring and scouting tasks respectively while having the Imperial Armor soldiers wait in formation. The 2 Skyfire Guards set up their cannons in the center of the group, with the rest of the soldiers' crossbowmen inside and sharpshooters outside in a circular formation around them. This was a formation that focused on protecting the Heavenly Flame Guard and could respond to enemy attacks that appeared from any direction. While Skyfire Guard has great over-the-horizon firepower, his shortcomings are just as obvious. As a strategic unit, he is protected by heavy armor but has almost no melee capabilities. If surrounded by a swarm of insects, there was basically no ability to fight back. Just like a tank being close by a squad of engineers was generally helpless. Therefore, Su Yang's formation was to protect the Heavenly Flame Guard. Only after the Heavenly Flame Guards had finished pouring out all their firepower would they shift their formation to meet the enemy with full force. Whoosh! In the middle of the dense forest, the level 3 scout soldiers flew forward. Steam power units on the backs of the legs constantly spew out power to maintain forward speed. As scouts, they have minimal presence in the force and rarely show up, but low presence doesn't mean unimportant. On the contrary, they are almost the prerequisite for the whole territory to be able to develop properly, and they are also the hardest working soldiers. Scout troopers are either exploring new areas, searching for veins, or on their way to explore new areas, searching for veins. Because of the urgency of territorial development and Su Yang's oppression, they never rested in the barracks. All resting took place in the field, but for the sake of Great Sheen's strength, they were willing to do all this. These trials and tribulations have also resulted in their strong wilderness abilities. Shine. The scout soldier flashed his silver-white iron dagger and slowly approached a grayish-brown stinging insect in front of him. Giggle. Steam erupted and he took a fish leap out of the grass to the feet of the stinging insects. The dagger was handed out and stabbed the torso with unbiased precision. The grayish-brown stinging insect let out a scream as its 4 insect blades swung wildly. The scout dodged from side to side, narrowly avoiding 2 jabs, and quickly rose to his feet to continue his charge out to the front. His mission was to attract as many swarms as possible and then lure them to the target location. Then let the Heavenly Flame Guard blast them all to cinders. Chapter 66, Tactical Failure. A new bug unit with awareness. The level 3 scout weaved frantically across the salt flats, the swarm following him gathering more and more. Although the stinging worm after evolution had been strengthened in all aspects of its attributes, it was still a pipe dream to compare its speed with that of a scout. Worm nests in the saline region no longer have only one opening like previous nests. Wormholes are scattered throughout the salt flats, and every one of them has the potential to flush out xenomorphs. Sharp insect chirps echoed in the sky as more and more stinging insects poured out of the cave, and they wanted to tear apart the intruders. Seeing that the wave of insects was gradually taking shape and was about to form an encirclement, the scouts were no longer slow and returned directly to bring them to the bombing point. Swarms of stinging insects hissed after the scout, burying their 4 insect blades under their chests as they bore down to charge. These are natural killers, and when you actually face them you can feel the unbridled terror. Of course, provided there is a chance to meet. If you are too far away you will likely not feel it. Like right now. Approaching the agreed-upon bombing zone, the scout soldiers powered up to full power and surged forward. Target unit has entered the bombing zone. Request artillery support. Copy that. 5 kilometers away. The 2 heavenly flame guards had been ready for a long time. Skyfire rounds ready to fire. Boom! A powerful ground-shaking sound rang out as a burst of rock shot into the sky, leaving a fiery red trail in its wake. Hiss ah! The swarm of stinging insects continued to charge without a clue as to what was going to happen. The thought in their minds was to tear the enemy in front of them apart. Completely. Suddenly, explosions rang out, and countless burning bursts of rock scattered across the sky, falling as if they were trees of fire. The stinging insects that kept charging seemed to notice something unusual, but they couldn't think enough to tell what it was. In an instant, the burning rain of fire landed, perfectly covering the wave of stinging insects. Boom! Violent explosions exploded and everything in the bombing zone was covered in flames. The powerful shockwave kicked up countless sand and rocks, and the few remaining plants at the junction of the saline field and the dense forest were uprooted. Flames shot up as the blasted and charred carcass of the stinging insect was blasted out again by the shockwave. Various pieces of debris were spread out on the ground in a radial web centered on the bombing point. Kill level 7 Terran stinging worms. Plus 50 to unity value, 40% bonus. Kill level 7 Terran stinging worms. Plus 50 to unity value, 40% bonus. Kill level 7 Terran stinging worms. Plus 50 to unity value, 40% bonus. With a single blast, the kill prompts instantly lined up all over Su Yang's entire panel, and this blast killed nearly 50 stinging worms. It seemed that even the evolved stinger bug units had no answer to the bombardment of the Skyfire Guard. Continue as planned. The first round of bombardment ended, and another scout unit hidden near the nest re-entered the nest in preparation for a new wave of luring monsters. Shortly after entering the nest this time, he found a new bug unit. It was an enlarged version of a stinging bug unit that stood almost 3.5 meters tall. The 4 arthropod-like footgear changed to 2 stubby legs, and the insect blades changed to claws more similar to arms. He has 2 crescent-shaped tentacles growing from his head, and his right paw holds a giant bone blade. Just as the scout emerged from behind him, the new type of bug turned his head to look over. It had 2 rows of 6 compound eyes on its face, staring dead at the scout. The scouts did not dare to be slow and approached cautiously, and were quick to record the various characteristics of the other party. This is important information for His Majesty. The neo-insect stood still, with only the tentacles and eyes on its head twitching continuously. The scout moves around the perimeter to attract the swarm to gather while taking quick notes. Just as the recording was finished and the swarm was almost gathered, the neobug pointed at the scout and let out a low drink under his breath. Boom! The scout only felt his feet sink, and half of his body was swallowed by a large mouth. Giggle! The lower half of the Imperial armor was damaged by the pressure, and hot water vapor gushed out. Giant bugs. Evolution exporters giant bug. The scout secretly said that it was not good and immediately transmitted the information about the new insect race in his mind to Su Yang. The giant bug that had bitten him leapt out of the ground and flung him in front of the neobugs. The tall neobug unit looked down at him, its 6 compound eyes constantly turning as if sizing up playthings. Suddenly, another scout rushed out of the jungle. He flashed quickly around the perimeter, trying to draw the swarm's attention away. At first there were a few other stinging insects around the perimeter that tried to attack him, but with a whisper from the new insectoid, all the insectoid units stopped paying attention to the scouts who came to seduce them. The new unit of bugs grabbed the scout on the ground as if it were a toy and turned in the direction of the incoming fire. His tentacles continued to twitch as if giving commands. The giant worms burrowed back into the ground. Units of stinging worms spread out to charge in every direction, and batches of jet nematodes poured out of the ground. The scouts carried in the hands of the new bugs kept uploading the intelligence they saw. Elite-level new units have appeared in the bugs. Lure tactics have failed. Massive swarms are spreading out and advancing. Cryptic giant worm units have evolved exporters. Surprisingly, he saw through the luring tactics so quickly. Su Yang's eyes flashed. The Terran bugs are an intelligent race, able to constantly learn from battles to complete their evolution. The lure tactic definitely wouldn't work all the time, but Su Yang didn't expect to be recognized by the insects just the second time. This newly emerged elite-level bug unit did not kill the enemy directly after capturing it, and it recognized the luring tactic in just one round, dispersed its troops to avoid the Skyfire cannon's wide-range bombardment, and was able to command the entire swarm. This was clearly no longer an ordinary bug race. It was primed with consciousness. Su Yang's mind churned with thoughts, constantly improving his tactics based on the current stage. The swarms were scattered and the Skyfire cannons were unable to inflict effective kills. It's best to aim for the enemy's back row and minimize the swarm's long-range units as much as possible. Scout units assist the Skyfire guard in bombarding the enemy's back row. If still possible, draw the enemy in on the flanks to minimize frontal pressure. The other soldiers maintain their formation and hold their ground. All troops in formation, prepare to meet the enemy. Su Yang gave orders to all the generals and at the same time gave a separate order to Li Xin. Rescue the scout unit from the enemy general. Chapter 67 Blood Battle Insect Swarm. Upgraded powerful battle force. Although ordinary soldiers didn't have a very strong consciousness like Li Xin, they were also flesh and blood people. If there was a chance, Su Yang would not give up any of his soldiers. Boom, boom, boom. Guided by the other 3 scout soldiers, the 2 Skyfire guards fired all of their remaining shells in the form of Skyfire bombs. Fire spread across the entire sky, and a sandstorm kicked up by a powerful shockwave rolled in. Kill level 5 Terran Jet Nematodes. Plus 80 to unity value, 40% bonus. Kill level 6 Terran Jet Nematode. Plus 85 to unity value, 40% bonus. Kill a level 7 Terran Stinging Worm. Plus 70 to unity, 40% bonus. Kill a level 7 Terran Stinging Worm. Plus 70 to unity, 40% bonus. Although the swarms were scattered in all directions, 3 consecutive wide-range artillery attacks took a heavy toll on them. Swarms located in the center of the bombardment are crushed outright, while swarms located in the periphery are also violently damaged by the shockwave. After a round of artillery cleansing, Su Yang decimated the lives of nearly 70 more xenomorphs. There was also a large group of bugs that had been shocked by the shockwave, resulting in mutilated limbs that didn't kill but were about as dead as they could be. Although the bugs had a good coping strategy, the firepower of the Skyfire Guard was simply too much. As the saying goes, lack of firepower is the only source of fear, and with enough caliber, the gods will take a hit. Sasha Sasha. Sasha Sasha. After the buzzing from the explosions gradually ceased, all that was left was the chirping of the swarm. Although a large portion had died, the number of bugs in this group was still staggering. With all 2 Skyfire Guard cannonballs fired, the rest of the battle was left solely in the hands of the Imperial Armor Force. As the swarm's footsteps got closer, Li Xian took out his lance from his back waist and violently shook the ground. All generals listened to the order to bust up the foreigners until death do us part. General Skill Order Vanguard is activated. The morale of all melee units is increased by 20%. As soon as Li Xian's words fell, patches of level 7 stinging insects killed out of the surrounding dense forest. The angry ranks of stinging insects hissed and growled, eager to tear apart all the enemies before them. Explosive arrows, release. Li Xian waved his hand and the ready crossbowman opened fire. Whoosh! A small burst of rock-exploding arrows whistled out of the head. The arrow explodes immediately after hitting an enemy, and units within a 3-meter diameter centered on the hit target will be directly crushed by the explosion. Although the swarms were scattered and rushed out, the closer they got to the circular formation, the distance between them would become smaller and smaller. This allowed the explosive arrows to be fully effective, taking at least 2 stinging insects with each blast. 10 level 3 crossbowmen, 2 rounds of shooting, 20 explosive crossbows instantly disintegrated the first wave of the swarm's attack. As they reload, 10 level 2 crossbowmen fill in the output. The problem arose when a volley of copper crossbows was fired at the enemy. The copper arrows that were originally a one-hit kill were now unable to penetrate the thorny worm's torso. The evolved worm shell is able to dissipate most of the copper arrow output, allowing it to only pierce shallowly. 10 level 2 crossbowmen, 2 rounds of flurry fire, barely inflicted a kill, just held the enemy at bay. Giant shield to meet the enemy. Li Xian waved his hand, and the Imperial armor warriors guarding the outermost perimeter flung their arms violently. The iron shield unfolded at once, protecting the front of his right arm. Boo! The high-speed charging stinging insects slammed head-on into the human wall made of iron shields, and the strong impact made them instantly dazed. With that, the sharpshooters used their shields to bounce off the stinging insect blades and swung their swords violently forward. Steam erupted, and the alloy iron sword completed its slashing action in an instant with the new power unit. The stinging insect in front of the crowd of soldiers was directly split open diagonally, and blood spurted out from its internal organs. The level 3 Imperial armor sharpshooters repeated this action over and over again, methodically handling the waves of insects that rushed up. Even the stinging worm, which had been upgraded and possessed 4 worm blades, was helpless against the iron shield defense of the upper level 3 sharpshooter. However, the level 2 Imperial Armor sharpshooters that were mixed in with the 20 level 3 Imperial Armor sharpshooters didn't fare so well. Since there was no shield, they could only block with their bronze swords. Facing the 4 insect blades of the stinging insects, they were simply too tired to defend, and it was hard to find a chance to counterattack. Their bronze swords were no longer sharp enough to face the evolved shells of the level 7 stinging insects, and the power assist when they swung their swords was not enough. Even if you find the occasional opportunity to counterattack, you simply can't do effective damage. Luckily, there was Li Xin sitting in the army, and whenever there was an area with unfavorable defense, he would step in to assist. After surviving 2 charges, a new round of arrows from the level 3 crossbowmen is ready. This time, because the battle line had drawn closer to their own team, they could no longer use explosive arrows. All the crossbowmen switched to armor-piercing arrows, and with Li Xin's order, they all struck. Accelerated by the ultra-small explosive stones, the iron crossbow is given more power. It can penetrate at least 3 stinging insects in a row, and although the rear stinging insects may avoid hitting the vitals, broken arms and legs are inevitable. Buzz! 2 rounds of silver-white armor-piercing arrows were fired, and the swarm fell in one big swath. Not as effective a hit as explosive arrow, but the ripple is large enough. The first swarms that were directly hit by the armor-piercing arrows died outright, and the swarms that followed up with the attack were toppled to the ground one by one. Just as the 2 sides exchanged blows, a brand new bug unit slowly emerged from the back of the swarm. It stood 3 meters tall and held a huge bone blade in its right hand, and in its left hand, it carried a scout soldier whose imperial armor had been scrapped. Li Xin frowned slightly. It seemed that this was the new bug unit that His Majesty had ordered him to deal with. The 2 columns of 6 compound eyes of that new insect race quickly locked onto Li Xin, while at the same time the tentacles on its head began to tremble continuously. Li Xin similarly looked toward the neo-insect, both sides looking away from each other across their respective soldiers. Li Xin was at a bit of a disadvantage. His opponent had 6 eyes and he was a bit unable to see. Hiss ah! The neo-bug unit raised the scout in its hand above its head and let out a shrill chirp. It looks like a provocation. Li Xin's right hand twisted violently, and the silver spear in his hand began to spin rapidly. As a general of great Qin, how can we let such rats run wild? Boom! Just as Li Xin was about to strike, 2 giant insects leapt out of the ground behind him. They opened their huge mouths full of barbs and pointed directly at Li Xin. Chapter 68 The Puzzled Terran Warrior. The first battle. Attracting himself in the front and creating opportunities for the giant insects in the back to attack. It was surprising that the monster kept the scouts to attract attention. Sensing the approaching danger, Li Xin did not turn back, because there were 2 other large men behind him, and because his current mission was to save the scout soldiers. One step too late, and the monster had no idea what it would do. Hiss ah! The 2 giant insects opened their mouths and were about to bite Li Xin. The heavenly flame guards located on both sides of the group took large steps forward and hardened their chest armor to carry the attack. Despite the lack of melee means, the Skyfire Guard's armor was solidly beaten and sturdy, for knowing that the heavenly fire guard is behind them and trusting them 100%. So Li Xin didn't even look at it, directly half-crouching to store up his strength, and then leapt violently, crossing the circular formation to fall into the swarm of insects. Chen Wu Zhao Zhang, lead the team to charge with me. Li Xin waved his lance and flung back a swarm of insects. Behind him Chen Wu Zhao Zhang each ordered 3 level 3 Imperial Armor sharpshooters to join the breakout team. Led by Li Xin, the breakout team moved forward frantically, pointing straight at the new insectoid unit. In the center of the group, the large mouths of 2 giant insects jammed into the chest armor of the Skyfire Guard. He couldn't bite or escape, and was finally taken from a weak spot by the Imperial Armor sharpshooter. After killing the giant insects, the 2 heavenly flame guards also chose to join the frontline battlefield in order to make up for the absence of Li Xin and the Imperial Armor Squad. The swarm's sharp blades could only leave shallow indentations when they landed on the thick iron armor, while they could knock out the stinging insects with a single punch. With their exaggerated tonnage and heavy mechs, the Skyfire Guards were transformed from important strategic units into front-row meat shields. The heavenly flame guard was having a blast flipping through the swarm, and the Imperial Armor soldiers were given cover to reduce the frontal pressure. The only one who was injured was Su Yang, as he had to spend resources to repair the mech for the Heavenly Flame Guard afterwards. The addition of the Heavenly Fire Guard made the already large advantage of the frontal battlefield even more unstoppable. As the swarm's numbers dropped, their offense became weaker and weaker. Just to be conservative, the soldiers didn't spread out the team to take a pursuit mode, otherwise the swarm might have already dispersed. On the contrary, at the forefront of the battlefield, it was Li Xin and the Royal Armor Squad's battle that was even more difficult. From the time they reached the midway point, An attack of jet nematodes began on both sides of the dense forest. After the bombardment of the Sky Fireguard, these are the only jet nematodes left in the swarm. That neo-worm monster had actually placed them at the end as an ambush. He guessed that Li Xian would come out to meet him. The Imperial armor soldiers raised their shields to block the insect spikes that kept shooting out from both sides. There are more of these bug spines and they are faster than before they evolved. The bottom line is that nematodes are able to create explosive bug spikes similar to explosive crossbow bolts by driving red crystals in their tails. Although much less powerful, it produces a small shockwave that makes it difficult for the team to move forward. Watching Li Xian and the Imperial armor squad struggle to advance under the offensive, that new insectoid unit actually looked up to the sky and opened its mouthparts, quacking and laughing. Hiss, 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 hiss. Laughing, it slammed the scout to the ground and stomped on it. The insectoid raised his hand and waved, causing all the nematodes ambushed in the dense forest to stop attacking. It then extended the middle one of its 3 insect claws and was about to swing. Li Xian suddenly turned on the steam power of his entire body and violently jabbed forward. The insect race's ugly face visibly stalled, panic showing in its 6 compound eyes. In its haste it tried to strike a stance, but it couldn't stand still because it had something under its feet. Giggle. In an instant, Li Xian killed in front of him. The long spear thrust forward, directly knocking it back. It was followed by a flash forward and a sweep like a curved moon. Before falling to the ground, the bug's 6 compound eyes blinked frantically, trying to signal his men for support. But it was too late. Li Xian's silver spear had already blasted down. The spinning tip of the spear churned up all the connecting parts of the head and torso. An ugly, hideous head flew out with the horizontal sweep, green blood arcing gracefully through the air. Kill level 7 Terran warrior, stinging bug variant, plus 700 to unity value, 40% bonus. The Terran warriors were killed in battle, and the surrounding stinging insects and jet nematodes were apparently in a daze. They don't understand why the officer who was pushing his luck just a few moments ago just died. Li Xian didn't give them a chance to react at all, and the moment he cut down the Terran samurai he gave the order to go on full offense. While the swarm was still frozen, the Imperial armor soldiers had already launched a counterattack. 3 The Imperial armor sharpshooters led the charge, flushing out the last of the swarm's ranks, while the crossbowmen followed behind them to keep replenishing their output. The already inferior swarm was completely defeated at this moment. Out of Li Xian's surprise, the first time these remaining swarms came back to their senses was not to counterattack, but to flee. All of them began to flee in the direction of the nest, as if they had lost all desire to fight. However, under the attack of Li Xian and the Imperial armor soldiers, running away would only speed up the time of death's arrival. Kill level 5 Terran jet nematodes, plus 80 to unity value, 40% bonus. Kill level 7 Terran stinging worm, plus 70 to unity, 40% bonus. Kill level 7 Terran stinging worm, plus 70 to unity, 40% bonus. Soon the swarm's formation completely disintegrated, and one by one, they were transformed into the unity values on Su Yang's panel in the distance. The battle ended, and Li Xian led a small team straight to the mother worm in the wormhole. After completing the kill, Li Xian also reported the entire battle to Su Yang. Su Yang looked at the battle that Li Xian had sent back and then roughly deduced the battle process based on the panel information. This first battle against the 3rd generation of bugs ended in victory. There were little twists and turns during the period, but it never changed the ending. Although the 3rd generation swarm had evolved to be powerful, the upgraded Imperial armor soldiers were not afraid. The only thing that made this battle seem difficult was the fact that the enemy had built their home on a saltpeter mine. Otherwise, with the Skyfire Guard's firepower directly bombarding the bug nest, this battle would only be easier. What Su Yang found most hilarious was the bug unit called the Terran Samurai. This dude is really kind of puzzled. From the looks of this battle, it seems to have taken the place of the brainworm as the sole mastermind of the entire swarm. So after his death, all the xenomorphs went into a computer-like downtime. What Su Yang didn't understand was that the front line was clearly at a disadvantage, and the rear had managed to suppress the enemy with great difficulty. How could it stop its fire and initiate a single fight instead of taking advantage of the opportunity to extend its advantage? Where did you learn that tactic? Kill a level 8 Terran Mother Bugmaster and get plus 800 to your stats, 40% bonus. The Mother Bug's kill alert rang out, and the battle was completely declared over. Finally counting the loot session, the first achievement made Su Yang smile. Sneak attack on Terran warrior unit when it initiates single combat. Achievement, no martial virtue. Unity value plus 2000. Chapter 69 Vision Sharing. The meaning of upgrading. One achievement after another sprang up, and Su Yang kept scrolling down. Kill level 8 Terran Mother Worm. Statistic value plus 800, 40% bonus. Rare A-class drop. Heart of the Swarm. Can be used to accelerate scientific and technological research and development. Specialist E-class drop. Swarm Brain. A series of devices such as vision sharing and bioinformation recognition can be unlocked at the Faye Experiment Station. There are currently no buildings to unlock. Discovery of new area, sulfpans. Discovery of new insect group, tufts. Achievement, the world is a big place and I want to see it. Unity value plus 3000. Launch a sneak attack on a Terran warrior unit when it initiates single combat. Unlocked achievement, no martial virtue. Unified defense value plus 2000. There aren't a lot of achievements to unlock this time around, but there's a lot of information. First up is the Swarm Brain, an expert drop you get for the first time, capable of synthesizing a range of devices such as field of view sharing and bioinformatic recognition at heterogeneous experimental stations. It goes without saying that vision sharing is nothing short of a lordly artifact. It was the mother bug's powerful vision sharing ability that allowed her to maneuver her troops over such a long distance. Once he gained this ability, he would no longer have to rely on the verbal reports of the scouts. The effect of being physically present on the battlefield is gained through the vision of a scout or other unit. This could greatly improve Su Yang's ability to command remotely and control the situation. Another biometric device clearly has a reconnaissance role. It's not clear exactly what it does, but the effect is certainly very powerful as well. Worthy of being a special building produced by a relic. The Faye Experiment Station was more powerful than expected. Su Yang's thoughts flashed, and the desire to attack that relic grew stronger in his heart. Apart from the Swarm Brain, the following achievement also caught Su Yang's attention. That's the discovery of a new insect population, the Greystones. It turns out that bugs are not all one big group. They seem to evolve in different directions depending on whether they are in different environments or for some reason, which in turn creates group differences, whether the different races are cooperative or whether they will attack each other. These cannot be considered at this time. In short, the bug species is nothing like it seems. It's a complex group of highly intelligent creatures. Except for that Terran warrior just now. Closing the achievement panel, Su Yang tapped on the kill record. The first battle with the third-generation swarm had earned him a total of 19,630 unity points. After another 40% buff bonus, the kill gains 27,482 unity points. Together with the 5,000 points for unlocking the achievement, it was surprising to have gained 32,482 unity points in one go. It was more than the unity value gained from killing a massive wave of bugs on Advent Night. Prioritizing the unlocking of the General's house is definitely the best choice. And the square strategy it brings provides a lot of extra unity value in the early stages. A large amount of unity value means that unlocking tech to upgrade your troops will become smoother. In turn, troop upgrades and unlocking technology will increase the combat power of your troops, which will lead to more unity values. Such a positive cycle will keep the territory moving. Speaking of soldier upgrades, this battle perfectly illustrates the importance of upgrades. Su Yang had also considered whether it was better to upgrade high-level units or summon more low-level units. Two ways to think about it. One is to consider the ability to fight alone, and the other is to adopt a man-on-man approach. Previously, Su Yang couldn't determine which one was better, and today's battle gave him a clear answer. That's prioritizing the quality of soldiers, followed by the quantity of soldiers. When today's upgraded level 3 soldiers are put together and compared with the non-upgraded level 2 soldiers, the difference is obvious. The copper arrows of a level 2 crossbowman were no longer able to cause effective kills to the evolved bugs, even if they were outnumbered. They couldn't stand up to a level 3 crossbowman with multiple means of offense. The Imperial Armor Sharpshooter was even more so, and the significance that an iron shield brought was just too great. Without the iron shield, the sharpshooters would be at an absolute disadvantage against the stinging worms that had evolved 4 insect blades, not to mention dealing with nematodes that could unleash exploding insect spikes, which could not be fought without an iron shield. As the bugs continue to evolve, the combat power of their own individual soldiers must rise with them. When the technology is high enough and the single combatant is strong enough, there will be no more fear of the bug-C tactics of the bugs. When the troops return, they will upgrade all the soldiers, and after resting they will go and take the relics to get the Faye Experiment Station. Then after that it's time to consider all the things that go into upgrading a level 4 home base. The powerful battle force brought about by the Heavenly Fire Guard allowed Su Yang to further realize the power of technology. Technology is the first productive force. Whether it's the powerful artillery of the Heavenly Fire Guard or the upgraded and powerful battle power of the Imperial Armor Corps, they are all products of upgrading the main base to unlock technology. So now Su Yang's strategy was to start thinking about the next level of main bases as soon as each level of main bases had finished upgrading their troop types and most of their combat technologies. Production facilities and defense buildings do not seek to catch up with the level of the main base. Just enough. Such a quick rise tactic can give the territory a powerful battlefield beyond its current stage. It may lead to uneven development, but everything is fine as long as there is enough battle power. As soon as Su Yang's side finished analyzing, Li Xian's side also finished the final inventory of the battlefield. This salt flat is not extensive. almost the size of a small village. There are 2 saltpeter mines in the range. One has been chewed up by the chert species and is only of average quality. The other is fairly well preserved and of good grade quality. Su Yang ordered Li Xian to return while relocating the better quality saltpeter ore back to the newly established production area. With a flash of intent, the last mining machine was established on a vein of saltpeter. Successful construction of steam-powered mining machine. Miner's base production value, 30 units of nitrate resources/day. Environmental bonus, increase production by 5 units per day if the surrounding saltpeter reserves are good. Civilization-specific bonus, the Daqin process makes the mining machines work efficiently, 15 units of production per day. Production value after mining machine addition, 50 units of saltpeter resources/day. After the mining machine fell, Su Yang directly upgraded it to level 2, raising its production to 75 units per day. The total production of saltpeter is 75 units/day. Crossbowmen consume 1 unit per load, and Skyfire guards consume 2 units per shell. If you don't trigger a fight, you'll have a daily surplus. And it's hard to say what happens when you trigger a fight, but as long as you're not letting the Skyfire guards bombard you mindlessly, odds are you won't run out of ammo. Although the buffs of Cathay Pacific are gone, the effects of the Enterpriser are still there. It is safe to say that there will be no shortage of gunpowder anytime soon. After solving the logistics, the next step is to upgrade the troops and consider attacking the ruins. Chapter 70, Terrifying War Machine. Level 4 Lord's Residence. At night, Li Xian led his team back to the territory without any problems. There were no attacks along the way, but the scout soldiers sensed tracking, and it's likely that the ones doing the tracking are bug scout units. They have such a strong sense of smell and counter-surveillance that scouts can only pick up the trail, not track down the target. Su Yang wasn't too surprised that the insect race had evolved a scouting unit. The insect race was always in the process of evolution. However, the current gap in strength between the two sides was no longer something that a few scout bugs could make up for. And with the presence of level 2 walls and upgraded Imperial Armor Legions, it was useless for these bugs to scout through their heads. As he thought about it, Su Yang put the unity value into the Imperial Armor Camp. Regardless of the swarm's level of evolution, the highest priority was still to improve their own strength. Upgrading the remaining 20 Imperial Armor Sharpshooters and 20 Imperial Armor Crossbowmen requires a total of 28,000 unity points. The current total unity value is 33,842, and there are exactly 2 additional Heavenly Fire Guards that can be summoned after the full upgrade is complete. Simply perfect distribution. Unity value 32,000. Level 3 Daqin Imperial Armor Sharpshooter in upgrade. Level 3 Daqin Imperial Armor Crossbowman in upgrade. The Great Qin Heavenly Fire Guards are being summoned. The unity value is invested and the upgrade is completed quickly. 40 Level 3 Imperial Armor Sharpshooters, 30 Level 3 Imperial Armor Crossbowmen, and 4 Great Qin Skyfire Guards. The Imperial Armor Corps has reached its current full rank. With all of them fully leveled, a sense of fulfillment surged out of Su Yang's heart. With the army upgraded, the next step is to set off for the ruins and take this mouthful of temptation. However, considering the swarm's current level of intelligence, it was necessary to upgrade defenses in advance. The defense building that comes with the level 3 main base is the Skyfire Tower. Unlike the crossbow towers built on the city walls, the Skyfire Towers are standalone buildings. It takes 80 units of iron ore resources and 30 units of copper ore resources to build a Skyfire Tower. Su Yang tapped on the resource panel to check in detail the current stock and production rate of each resource in the territory. The Cathay Pacific buff disappeared last night, and now only the 20% bonus from the aggressor remains. Territorial resources. Water resources, stock, 763 units. Production rate, 300 units/day, 20% bonus. Quarry resources, stock, 456 units. Production rate, 180 units/day, 20% bonus. Coal resources, stockpile, 563 units. Production rate, 255 units/day, 20% bonus. Copper metal, stock, 269 units. Production rate, 180 units/day, 20% bonus. Metallic iron, stock, 286 units. Production rate, 150 units/day, 20% bonus. Nitrate resource, stock, 21 units. Production rate, 75 units/day, 20% bonus. According to the panel, the current resources in the territory are above the subsistence level in both stock and production. It's a favorite situation for lords to see, with a strong army in front and plenty of food in the rear. With a flash of thought, Su Yang invested 80 units of iron ore and 30 units of copper ore to establish the Heavenly Fire Tower. Just from the resources invested, the Skyfire Tower was definitely a big guy. Iron ore 80, copper ore 30, Tower of Heavenly Fire being built. Boom! The blueprints were set up and the sound of machinery running rumbled. A metal turret rose from the ground. The base of the Skyfire Tower is a 5 meter by 5 meter metal pedestal. Upwards a cylindrical metal barrel of varying sizes nested into each other. The upper barrel tapers off overall, but then ends up being slightly larger in the muzzle section than the center section barrel. The muzzle diameter was even larger than the one on Skyfire Guard's shoulder. Almost 1.5 meters. The massive vertical gun barrels were attached to the largest cylindrical metal at the bottom by a dozen horizontal metal rods. These rods could be telescoped to reorient the muzzle. And on the outside of the cylindrical metal table were 4 massive ammunition chambers. The attack of the Skyfire Tower is no different from that of the Skyfire Guard, both projecting cannonballs. The shell types are also exactly the same. Ranged Skyfire shells and single-point high-explosive shells. The only difference between them was in the caliber, with the Skyfire Tower firing bursts of stone a full 3 times the size of the Skyfire Guard. Each shot has more than twice the killing range and consumes more than 4 times the fuel. It's a terrifying beast of war and an equally bottomless pit of fuel. It is best not to activate this Skyfire cannon for non-essential situations. Skyfire cannons have a range of 3,000,000 meters, with limits on the farthest and closest. The furthest limit is when the range reaches the upper limit, and the closest limit is because it is less than 3,000 meters, and the shell explosion affects the buildings on your side. As with the crossbow turret, a specialized gunner is necessary to use the Skyfire Tower. That is, in order to activate the Heavenly Flame Tower, one must ensure that a Heavenly Flame Guard is present. Looking at the huge body of the Skyfire Tower, Su Yang could imagine what a spectacular scene it would be when it fired its cannons. He had thought that the shock brought to him by the Heavenly Flame Guard was fierce enough, but he hadn't realized that the truly ruthless stuff was still behind him. Su Yang felt that this thing was no longer as simple as sending the bugs to meet the tits. If necessary, he'd have no problem knocking the Taiyaki off the sky to meet Sunworm. After feeling the shock of the Heavenly Fire Cannon, Su Yang once again opened the panel and switched to the Lord's Residence option. With all troop and combat tech upgrades finished, it's time to put a level 4 home base on the agenda. Home base, Lord's Residence, level 3-4, unlocking level 4 resource installations, level 4 defense facilities, level 4 research buildings, level 4 Imperial Armor battalions, and acquiring new hero buildings, required for upgrade. Coal resources, 500 units. Copper resources, 500 units. Iron ore resources, 1000 units. Quarry resources, 1000 units. Unity value, 20,000 points. Duration, 4D. The biggest temptation that the level 4 main base had for Su Yan was the new hero building. Both the foundry under Tiangong and the astrological tower under Chizo can give the territory a big boost. The foundry, in particular, unlocks weapon development, upgrades, and exclusive Imperial armor modification crafts. Su Yang had been eyeing this effect for a long time. Once unlocked, you'll be able to modify and customize weapons for the Imperial armor monolith. When the time comes, you can build yourself a set of Imperial armor to increase your safety and reduce your dependence on other soldiers. Mostly, though, it's about revamping Li Xian and other general level units. Ordinary humans even said that Li Xian's physical abilities were limited. But as long as technology continues to develop, the capabilities of the Imperial armor are limitless. By constantly remodeling and upgrading components, it is possible to create an absolute one-man war effort with no upper limit. Chapter 71 Bug Ruins. Wake Up Service. The first step to unlocking new hero buildings is still upgrading the Lord's Mansion. There are now 4 full days until the second week of Advent Night. Although the upgrade conditions for a level 4 Lord's Residence were even harsher at level 3. With the current rate of resource production in the territory, there was no problem in upgrading the Lord's Residence before Advent Night. There might be a shortage of 1,000 units of iron ore, but the shortage of iron ore could be traded with the Lords of England. The price wasn't too expensive. It was even a bit cheap for Su Yang. As for the unity value in time, it's not a problem at all. The current Imperial Armor Legion was tens of thousands of unity points for a random strike. Time, on the other hand, can be squared away with a high-level Worm's Nest Heart. After planning, Su Yang ordered all non-duty units to return to the barracks to rest, recover your mental and physical strength, and tackle tomorrow's Relic Crusade with all your might. There are only 2 options for the Relic Quest, success and death, and there is no room for error. Early in the morning, before the mist in the dense forest cleared, the Imperial Armor Legion was already neatly arranged in front of the city gates. 30 Imperial Armor Sharpshooters, 20 Imperial Armor Crossbowmen, 4 Great Qin 1000-mile Scouts, 3 Heavenly Fire Guard mechs and General Li Xian. The full Imperial Armor Corps is ready. This was the strongest expeditionary force that Su Yang could currently come up with. After reviewing the team, Su Yang gave an order. The thick, metal-clad gates slowly opened under the traction of a mechanical device. All hands on deck. Boom, boom, boom. The sound of the Imperial Armor Legion's march continued to echo through the dense forest, shaking up a patch of flying birds. A mixture of thick white steam and black smoke from the gunpowder blast spewed into the sky. For scouts were scouting from positions on the flanks and in front of the group. Scouting the enemy with the team was their first priority until new strategic materials became available. Su Yang was in the middle of the line, moving along with the troops at an even pace. The Lord himself must be present to open the relic, or he will not choose to come out. Walking through the dense forest that had already been reclaimed as a path, Su Yang couldn't help but recall the time when he had just entered the Forbidden Land. At that time, he was accompanied by only 2 soldiers, Chen Wu and Zhao Zhang, and it was very difficult for him to travel in the dense forest. Now he had a whole party with him, and the road ahead was all avenues that had been cleared. The rapidity of the territory's development is evident in these small comparisons. Walking alone is still a bit lacking though, and unlocking transportation would have saved a lot of time on the road. As the destination of the conquest moves further and further away from the territory, longer and longer distances will become a big problem. Long distances not only consume a lot of time and fuel, but also take a toll on the energy and morale of the soldiers. Yesterday's third-generation swarm crusade, for example, took nearly 12 hours on the road, one way or the other. Without transportation, future crusades will only get longer. However, it was a pity that at the moment, Su Yang hadn't found a place where he could unlock the transportation tool. The most promising so far is the foundry. Can a foundry that combines mech weapon modifications also do transport construction? While thinking about it, the information from the scouts came in. The front is about to enter the range of the ruins. Discarding the thoughts in his mind, Su Yang began to carefully observe the changes in his surroundings. The kind of splendid plants in the dense forest gradually disappeared when they entered the range of the ruins, replaced by countless columns covered in green moss. The ground was also covered with green moss, no longer a grayish-brown humus floor. The area seemed to have received some kind of influence, independent of the entire dense forest. Continuing deeper, the rows of green moss uprights around the perimeter become progressively more regular. From afar, Su Yang saw a circular altar in the center where the columns were pointing. There was a hole in front of the altar that was the remains left by the swarm. Just enter and you'll be able to trigger the relic quest. But, Su Yang's thoughts suddenly flickered. What's the difference between getting the decryption card and not getting the decryption card if you just trigger it yourself straight away? Was it just for a mission presentation? What makes the decryption card special is that it certainly brings more than that. Su Yang looked at the lush ground, and his mind suddenly recalled the decryption card's introduction to this relic. You have trespassed into the sacred land of the Terran bugs, and your ignorant behavior has triggered a mechanism that has awakened the guardians buried beneath the land. Mission objective: kill the awakened swarm and destroy the mother lair underground. Sleeping guardians of the underground. This swarm of xenomorphs was lurking in the ground for some reason, and as soon as the Lord entered the ruins it would trigger the mechanism and the swarm would come pouring out. If he just walked in and triggered the mechanism, and these bugs broke out and surrounded him, he would be finished. If he himself was surrounded, the Heavenly Flame Guard would definitely lose his role and could only let Li Xin and the Imperial Armor soldiers fight hard. The swarm of the Relic Quest was the highest grade 3 swarm, which meant that the Mother Worm was grade 10, and it was even more powerful than the grade 8 Mother Worm in the Saline Ground. Deprived of artillery support and surrounded by the enemy, the soldiers had to be distracted to protect themselves. It's really hard to say how it will end then. This relic is a complete trap. Su Yang's thoughts flashed. Since I already know that the swarm is underground, why did I use the relic organs to trigger the battle? Creatures in forbidden places don't just appear out of thin air, and these xenomorphs must be located underground just as the decryption card information describes. Stop! Su Yang waved his hand and shouted to stop the entire team. The Imperial Armor Legion slowed to a halt, and the scouts returned one after the other. Your Majesty? Li Xin was puzzled. There was an ambush. Su Yang's words were 3 words short and concise, and Li Xin instantly gathered his team to exit the relic area as instructed. When he retreated to the limit distance of the Skyfire Guard's artillery, Su Yang once again ordered to stop and had the Skyfire Guard set up their cannons. Why do you have to use a machine to wake up the swarm? Isn't it better to have a sky cannon in hand than a machine? Fire! Boom! At Su Yang's command, the Heavenly Fire Guard opened fire into the sky. He wanted to exterminate the swarm before entering the ruins. A loud impact sounded as a blazing high-explosive bomb shot into the sky. Boom! After a long time, the ground shook as high explosives landed in the relic area. After the loud explosions died down, the dense forest returned to silence. Sleeping like that? Or was the bomb in the wrong place? Su Yang waved his hand, allowing the Heavenly Flame Guard to reload. The goal this time remains the same as last time. One way or the other. Boom! The high explosive shells rose into the air again, falling in a perfect arc into the deep crater they had previously blasted. Boom! A strong sense of shock hit the room, and with it a fine buzzing sound. Su Yang's eyes flickered. This power. Not to mention the swarm. The dead could even be scared awake. Chapter 72, Kind Su Yang. Terrifying relic mission. Your Majesty, there's a xenomorph ambush underneath the ground. The scout nervously reported to Su Yang. Su Yang nodded his head slightly. There was no need for a scout. He could hear the current situation under the ground himself. After the two cannons landed, the entire underground seemed to boil as if it was boiling and began to emit a constant stream of sound. Exactly as he had expected. The sleeping swarm was located underground and could be awakened in other ways. The creators of the relics probably never imagined that their carefully designed ambush would soon become a one-sided massacre. Soon, a line of sighting information came back from the scout unit. The swarms of bugs coming out of the ground had surrounded the entire ruins. The corner of Su Yang's mouth lightly grinned as he raised his hand and waved it. Fire the cannon. 5 kilometers away. The entrance to the ruins. The originally lush and vibrant ruins green revealed its hideous face after taking 2 shells. A dozen or so evolved crypt giant worms rose up from the ground, followed by a dense army of countless 4-bladed stinging worms. This swarm was prepared, and the moment it broke ground it was ready to charge towards the ruins. If Su Yang had rashly led his troops into the ruins at that time, now it would be in the desperate situation of being surrounded by an army of hundreds of stinging insects with no artillery support. This is the Forbidden Land. This is the dense forest of the insect nest. The strength is strong again. One wrong move may also lead to a total loss. But now that Su Yang had recognized the ambush, the original desperate game had directly turned into a super smooth game. The ruined greens, which had gathered countless xenomorphs, would become an excellent bombing zone for the Skyfire Guard. Phew! Without giving the swarm too much of a chance, 3 burning Skyfire bombs were already fired. They are centered on the entrance to the ruins and evenly distributed at 3 points around the perimeter. Striving for the maximum range and highest efficiency kills, one shot completely paralyzes the swarm. Boom! The first small explosion went off as the shell reached its highest point. The 3 heavenly fire bombs disintegrated into countless small explosive bombs in the air. Small bursts of burning flames filled the entire sky, covering the entire center of the ruins. The flames had overpowered the morning light and made the whole land a fiery red. Boom! The rain of death fire landed, and the entire center area of the ruins was instantly covered in flames. The simultaneous bombardment of 3 bursts turned the entire green field into a sea of fire. A huge shockwave from the explosion rolled around the xenomorph's carapace and blasted out, knocking down all the surrounding pillars. The impact from the powerful shockwave could be felt even by Su Yang and the Imperial Armor Army who were 5 kilometers away. And together with the shockwave, there were also kill tips that appeared on Su Yang's panel like a waterfall. Kill level 7 Terran Crypt Giant Worms, plus 500 to Unity, 40% bonus. Kill level 8 Terran Stinging Worms, plus 80 to Unity, 40% bonus. Kill level 6 Terran Jet Nematode, plus 85 to Unity value, 40% bonus. Kill a level 8 Terran Crypt Giant Worm, plus 550 to Unity, 40% bonus. Kill level 8 Terran Stinging Worms, plus 80 to Unity value, 40% bonus. The kill prompts were going crazy one moment at a time, and the Unity value was going crazy one moment at a time. Looking at the ever-increasing Unity value, Su Yang even had the feeling of brushing monsters in the game without any double. The 2 Skyfire guards that still had ammunition were loaded, and according to the scouts' guidance from the front line, the Skyfire bombs were once again overhead, bombarding the area that had not been covered by that first wave. Boom! Explosions rang out, and another series of kill prompts came in like a tidal wave. After a slight pause to give the swarm a little breathing room, a 3rd round of bombardment landed. It was still Skyfire bomb, still a wide range coverage, giving the swarm the final blow. Boom! Kill level 8 Terran Jet Nematode, plus 95 to Unity value, 40% bonus. Kill a level 7 Terran Jet Nematode, plus 90 to Unity, 40% bonus. Kill level 8 Terran Stinging Worms, plus 80 to Unity value, 40% bonus. Kill level 8 Terran Stinging Worms, plus 80 to Unity value, 40% bonus. The last wave of bombardment ended, but the kill prompt on Su Yang's panel hadn't finished rolling. If the bombardment power and range increased again in the future, Su Yang was afraid that if the insects didn't die in one shot, the panel would collapse first. After waiting for the aftermath of the explosion to dissipate, Su Yang ordered the entire army to advance. This time, when we entered the relic area again, the scenery was completely different from the last time. After 3 rounds of bombardment, what was once a vibrant green field had been turned into pitch-black scorched earth. The surface layer of soil was all fried, as if it had been put in a pan and stir-fried a dozen times. Thick smoke wrapped in blazing heat continued to rise from the ground, and the blasted remains of the xenomorphs flew in all directions. The xenomorphs in the area that had managed to remain alive were also almost all down to half of their bodies, crawling meticulously on the ground. Su Yang couldn't see such human suffering and sent his soldiers to give them pain, then tearfully received the unity value. Stepping forward on the soft, loose ground, the entrance to the ruins gradually became visible. Even after 3 rounds of bombing, the general structure of the entrance was not damaged. This was the result of Su Yang's intentional adjustment. He was afraid that if he blew up the relics, he wouldn't be able to open the relic quest again. The reason why all 3 shells use Skyfire rounds is the same reason. The killing range of Skyfire bombs is mainly concentrated on the surface, with little impact on underground structures. Coming to the entrance of the relics, Su Yang asked Shen Wu Zhaozhang to lead a group of soldiers to stay up there. Let Li Xian lead the rest of the troops to follow in deeper. There are still some bug units inside the ruins that made it inside before the bombardment. These scattered xenomorphs couldn't form a battle force at all, and Li Xian led the team to take care of them all in 3 tries. Along the tunnel came a hall, in the center of which was a stone 3-pronged pillar engraved with seals. After observing that there was no danger in the surrounding area, Su Yang walked up under Li Xian's escort. The moment he placed his hand on the prismatic table, some sort of mechanism touched it. The prism tabletop popped open and 3 holes were exposed. At the same time, a sentence surfaced on the panel. You have entered the bug ruins. Follow the instructions to start the ruins quest. According to the guidelines, Su Yang inserted the middle 3 fingers into the 3 holes and slowly rotated the central triangle. Kata. The triangle gets stuck when you turn somewhere. The mechanism is triggered, and the whole relic begins to function as if it were alive. A loud, heavy electronic sound came on. Lord Su Yang, you have committed an unforgivable crime by contaminating the bug's holy land. The guardian who has been sleeping for thousands of years is about to awaken. Feel the wrath of the swarm and die in despair. Chapter 73, The Unawakened Bug Army. Civilization Fragments. Down in despair, dead in despair. Mechanical sounds like the whispers of an ancient god constantly hovered within the hall of the relic. The mechanisms on the ancient building kept moving and soon 2 canals located at the top opened. 2 brain bugs topped with fat brains fell. The tentacles on their exposed insect brains all stood up, followed by a scream. Eeyore! The incomparably ear-piercing insect chirps rang out, and Su Yang felt like his eardrums were going to be pierced through. The sharper the sound, the more penetrating it is. Their purpose seems to be to awaken the army of bugs that sleeps under the ground. Su Yang didn't directly let the soldiers make a move, but endured the high pitch that could extinguish the world to watch them perform. After the 2 brainworms had been roaring for almost half a minute of selling, they seemed to realize that something was wrong with the situation. Where are the bugs? The brainworm stopped screaming and stretched its tentacles to unleash its senses. Although these 2 things didn't have faces to make expressions, Su Yang did feel dismay from them. Eeyore! After feeling it for a few seconds, the 2 brain bugs started screaming again as if they couldn't believe it. This time their cries became sharper and more shrill, completely missing their previous submissiveness. Boom! 2 exploding arrows shot into their large heads, sending something that was not sure if it was brain matter or blood splattering everywhere. The screaming stopped abruptly. Scream! Why don't you? Su Yang looked down at the broken pieces around his feet and said. He asked sincerely, but Shatter didn't respond. Soon after determining that no more foreign bugs survived, Su Yang led the team into the organ tunnel directly in front of them. At the end of the tunnel, a huge mother bug hung upside down in the air. This was more massive than any mother worm Su Yang had seen before. Countless dark purple fleshy tissues protruded from the mother worm's body and attached themselves to the surrounding stone walls. There were many murals carved into the stone walls, but the images on them were not of Terran worms, but of more human-like creatures. Why would a relic inscribed with murals of other races become a holy place for the bugs? Su Yang looked at the mural and pondered for a while, and really felt that he didn't have much of a clue. So he let Li Xian stab the mother worm with a single shot. Poof ball. The mother worm exploded. Kill level 10 Terran mother worm. Plus 1000 unity value, 40% bonus. Rare class drop. Heart of the Swarm. Can be used to accelerate scientific and technological research and development. Obtained a normal D-rank drop. Mother worm will fragment. A branch on the Terran bugs can be opened in the Fey Research Station. Completed relic quest, Sleeping Slayer. Mission reward, Research Building, Fey Experiment Station. Special props, Fragments of a Lost Civilization. Set foot on a relic and complete the relic quest. Achievement, Dissecting the World's Surface. Unity value plus 3000. Using artillery weapons to kill 500 units of enemies. Unlocked achievement, Sevenths. Unity value plus 3000. Class D trophies. In a long list of achievements, Su Yang accurately captured this information. This is the first time he's ever hit out with D-grade loot. The appearance of D-ranked loot meant that the enemy's strength had risen to a new level. Su Yang tapped on its details. Dropped item, Mother worm will fragment. Quality, ordinary. Grade, D. Information, a drop from the highest mother bugs. from which the power of the Terran bugs can be gained. Function, open a branch of research on the Terran bugs in the Fae experimental station. Opening a research branch? Is there a different branch of research on bugs? Maybe like the Thousand Towers. The Fae experiment station is divided into something like resources, weapons, etc. or something like that. Roughly confirming that it worked well, Su Yang began to check the other information. One of the civilization fragments also obtained from completing the relic quest attracted him once again. Tap the detail panel. Dropped objects, fragments of lost civilizations. Quality, no rating. Rating, no rating. Message, a fragment of a lost civilization. Cracked to gain instant access to part of the world's truth. Function, decrypting in historical research stations to obtain background information on the relevant races. Shards of civilization? The truth of the world? To put it simply, it's a scrap that can't currently be turned into an effective combatant. Su Yang turned his hand and threw the civilization fragment into his backpack. The first priority at the moment is development, and it is not yet time to study these things. Besides, there are no historical research stations or such devices yet, so it's useless to make wild guesses on your own. It's no use trying to get what you can't get. What comes will come naturally as the game progresses. He hated wasting his energy by guessing wildly without a clue. In addition to the 2 quest rewards, the next achievement is the one that increases the value of the Unity. This Worm's Nest Crusade had gained 360 Unity points from kills alone. After the 40% buff bonus, it comes straight to 304 points, plus the 6,000 point achievement Unity value reward, for a total of 304 Unity points. Together with some fragmented Unity values left over from earlier, the total Unity values came to 146 points. The total value of the Unity is close to 40,000 points. Looking at the overflowing Unity value, Su Yang had a feeling of having an ample waistline in his heart. If money in the real world was a person's bottom line, then in the Forbidden Land that bottom line came from the Unity value. The Qin dynasty's powerful troop units allowed Su Yang to barely consider the issue of Unity value. Unlocking the Heavenly Fire Guard has even made the process of gaining Unity value easier. If this momentum continues, I'm afraid that Great Qin's technology will soon be unrivaled. Closing the panel, Su Yang looked around. Humanoid species on murals, pieces of civilization in backpacks. This relic exploration had arrived with a whole bunch of hidden secrets in addition to great rewards. It was good that Su Yang was not a person who liked riddles, and in his eyes the best way to solve a hidden secret was artillery. With the right caliber, even the most god-awful thing has to speak. Successfully completing the relic quest, the next step was to establish the Fae experiment station and upgrade the main base. Hit the road. The Lord's Hall has been opened, and the Lords can communicate with each other in the hall during the designated time. The Lord's Hall opened, and before the Lords had a chance to speak, an announcement appeared on the screen. Lord Su Yang of the Dragon Kingdom successfully completes the relic quest, unlocking the achievement, Dissecting the World's Surface. Lord Su Yang of the Dragon Kingdom successfully completes the relic quest, unlocking the achievement, Dissecting the World's Surface. Chapter 74, Strength Exposed? 10,000 Kingdoms Competition. Lord Su Yang of the Dragon Kingdom successfully completes the relic quest, unlocking the achievement, Dissecting the World's Surface. Lord Tianju, dig go. The Dragon Kingdom is either not saying anything, but when it does, it's a big move. Anonymous, worthy of the Dragon Kingdom. This should be the fastest to take the relic quest in the history of the Forbidden Land. Lord Goryo, what's so rare? They took the decryption card last time. This time taking a relic is not simple. Give it to me and I'll take it too. Anonymous, yeah. Who's as good as you guys in the first state of the universe? Lord Goryo, Konishi Hachi. My great Goryo army will beat you up and you won't even recognize your mother. Lord Rice, since we got the relic rewards, Brother Su Yang might as well come out and share them with everyone. Lords of the East, the Dragon Kingdom, like us in the East, is all about Yamato. I'm sure Su Yang Kuan will tell us. Su Yang said nothing as he watched the message from the Rice and Eastern Lords. These two old sows wearing bras. One set, trying to pry information away from him. Delusional. He would never take the initiative to expose his resources and strength if he didn't have to. As soon as it is exposed it will be studied and targeted. The more strength you hide and the more cards you have in your hand, the safer you are. That's what it takes to survive in the Forbidden Land. Ignoring the words of the other lords, Su Yan was a little surprised by the Forbidden Land briefing. The fact that the system can send out a notification proves that the relic quest is also a key achievement. Maybe the hidden parts of history that I didn't pay much attention to are hiding something big in the future. Just as he was thinking, another system notification popped up on the panel. 3 days left until the end of the second week. This week's event on Lord Ranking is the Tournament of Nations. From midnight of the 5th day until midnight of the 7th day, All surviving participating lords will participate in the Tournament of Nations. Each lord will lead a party to travel to a region other than his own to fight the Fae of other regions. Countries that have successfully fought off the Fae tide in other regions will later participate in the Lord's ranking. There is only one ranking in this Lord's ranking, Scramble ranking. After completing the Tournament of Nations, the system will analyze a series of factors such as the unity value gained from the kills of each troop, the battle loss ratio, and the degree of mission completion. After the comprehensive analysis of the Territorial Rivalry Index, according to the Rivalry Index ranked the top 5 lords of the week, the top 5 lords will be rewarded for their dominion, and the first 2 will receive special rewards and resource materialization power. Note, the Tournament of Nations will be broadcast live and uninterrupted to all lords and citizens of all countries. Lords of various countries will enter the battlefield in random order to challenge them. The lord's troop level must not exceed the threat level of the magical creatures in the descent area. Excesses will be suppressed and high-level barracks output units will be restricted from participating. When you enter the battlefield, you will have 20 minutes to prepare, after which the Fae tide will attack. All the statue values gained in the battle zone will be doubled in the total statue value of each lord. The scale of the Fae wave is the highest scale of the current threat level in the Advent region. Death in the competition will also be considered as elimination, and the country will suffer disaster. The Dark Night is approaching. Good luck, lords. The Tournament of Nations. Su Yang quickly found the relevant information in the officially provided materials. Like the Advent Night Fae Wave, the Tournament of Nations is a forbidden event that often appears at the end of each week. It also consists of fending off a wave of Fae, but being transported to other areas to fight other Fae. This model would go a long way to filling in the inequities in the initial descent zones of the lords. There are countries with low Advent zone difficulty, where the early soldiers can start well even if they are not strong. Some countries have a high difficulty of descent zones, and even if their soldiers are strong in the early stages, they can't get very good resources, and the Tournament of Nations randomizes them in disorganized rows, allowing the lords to feel the intensity of the different regions, and the lords are ranked by score, so that those lords who had a bad start have a chance to get the advantage back in a session. And in addition to the rewards of lord ranking and some resource acquisition, there is another important role of the Tournament of Nations, diplomatic role. The Tournament of Nations is a live stream open to everyone. The strength of each civilization's soldiers, the strength of its science and technology, and the ability of each lord's command and tactical level will all be observed and judged by everyone without exception. If a civilization has a high strength of soldiers and a strong lord, then allies will surely flock to it afterwards. But with opportunity comes risk. If a country is exposed to shortcomings, then he is also likely to suffer from the cold shoulder of other countries. In short, the Tournament of Nations would be a major reshuffle of the still shaky alliances within the Forbidden Lands. Su Yang's mind was filled with thoughts. His brain was running fast. He was not thinking about safety. The Imperial Armor Legion could even defeat the bugs, and naturally crush them in all other regions. He was worried about the exposure of the live broadcast to his own strength. To send troops into battle, powered exoskeleton Imperial armor would certainly not be able to be hidden. By then, other countries would have a new understanding of the Qin dynasty's war power, and hostile forces would adopt stronger and more direct targeting strategies. This is where exposing strength can be a bad factor. However, there was one rule that allowed Su Yang to not reveal too much of his strength. That is, the level of the band cannot exceed the threat level of the Advent Zone. Threat level is the level of hatred the Fae have for the lords in each region, which in the heart of the worm's nest is the gaze of the abyss. If someone descended on his area, they would have to face a siege of abyssal gaze level 4 bugs. Based on past experience, most of the areas in the second week will have no more than level 2 abyssal levels. If they descended on a level 2 area, they would only be able to take the sharpshooters and crossbowmen out on the battlefield, and the heavenly flame guards that belong to the level 3 main base as well as Li Xin would not be able to participate in the battle, and the level of the Great Qin sharpshooter and crossbowman will also be suppressed at level 2. This is the system in order to be fair deliberately make all people uniform starting line. With this rule in place, one would expose some of one's battle power, but not completely. As long as the enemy doesn't know the extent of their development, then there are still cards to hide. After carefully analyzing the situation, Su Yang decided that the advantages of the Tournament of Nations outweighed the disadvantages. Trading some of your strength exposure for ranking rewards and a solid alliance is a profit any way you look at it. Su Yang's eyes flashed. As long as there were no surprises, the first place in the Lord ranking should be taken this time. As long as you play steadily and take every Lord ranking, then you will be able to hold the advantage firmly in your hands. With just over a day to go before the scramble, it will be impossible to operate on territories once you've entered the scramble, so it's important to upgrade the Lord's Mansion before the tournament starts. Chapter 75, The Qin Heavy Industry Characteristics Trigger. Shinnon Creation Institute. Lords of the East, I can't believe the Tournament of Nations is out so soon. Lord Rice, it can't be that the East is developing too fast, and the Forbidden Land is purposely making a move to balance things out. Lord of EGL, you're too kind. With Rice, the world's #1 power, and the Dragon Kingdom, EGL, can't even be ranked. Lord Yanaguni, you're too modest. Prime Minister Tojo, Lords of Playhouse Tooth, Forbidden Land strikes a balance? Will the Forbidden Land still intervene in the development of the Lords? Lord Rice, this stupid kid really doesn't know anything. Dharma Lords, I'm afraid you're not here for a laugh. Lords of England, it is a proven conjecture that the Forbidden Land is targeting the powerful based on current developments. The Forbidden Trial seems to prefer to see a balanced and fierce competition between each other. And when one force becomes too powerful, it triggers the balance mechanism of the Forbidden Trial. The Tournament of Nations, the Cataclysm, and the high bounties placed on powerful nations, the resource blockade, and many other such events are the balancing mechanisms of the Forbidden Land. Lord Theatertooth, that means there is now a certain country that is too powerful and has triggered the balance mechanism of the Forbidden Land in advance? Lords of England, most likely, but not absolutely. There's no such thing as 100% certainty in the Forbidden Land. Surprisingly, Su Yang was a bit surprised. It was also the first time he heard this statement. Dragon didn't last long in either of the first 2 rounds, and may not have had time to spot the pattern. But is this really a target? Su Yang was a bit puzzled, because on the surface, it looks like the Tournament of Nations won't be able to do anything to suppress him. Could there be a deeper reason? Su Yang's brain raced and quickly found the key point, the unity value. The Tournament of Nations lasted 2 full days, with only 1 defense battle over the 2 days, and the rest of the time was spent watching the live stream. And this battle he would most likely descend into a level 2 zone. Even if the battle gained double the statistic value, it would still be nothing compared to an encounter at the Worm's Nest. Defense battles in low-level zones are simply minimal for the current level of Dachin, but not for other countries, who at worst enter the same level zone, and with a bit of luck can even enter the advanced zone. After that, doubling the unity value will give them a huge gain if they get through the game successfully. And the more unity value you gain from defending in the advanced zone, the more advantageous it will be to participate in the subsequent Lord ranking. If someone can survive his threat level 4 bug wave, it's a bit difficult, but if they pass, then the first place in the Brawl ranking is surely a nail in the coffin. So while the Tournament of Nations didn't suppress the strongest countries, he limited them to 2 days and gave the lagging countries at this stage a chance to catch up. It's not all bad though. At least you can see what other countries are really capable of and get a better idea of current positioning. The discussion in the Lord's Hall continued, and the conversation turned back to the Dragon Kingdom. Lord Rice, it's good to be early. I can't wait to see the soldiers of the Dragon Kingdom. Lords of the East, the Dragon Kingdom warriors have always been brave, and I would like to see just how terrifying the warriors under Brother Su Yang's command are. Geranium Lord, my good brother, I know best. Their fighters are absolutely wow. Lord Goryo, what else can you do but kiss ass? What can a bronze civilization do? I'll shoot him and he'll be quiet. Lord of the Theater Teeth, people are ranked #1 in exploration, which is not as bad as you say. Lord Goryo, you're also a one-shot affair. Lord Rice, Lord Goryo is a bit excited. Lord Koryo, you too. One shot. Lord Rice? Lord Goryo, sorry, I typed fast. I'm Siba. Anonymous, I still like the way you just looked. Lord Theater Tooth, don't be too arrogant. You'll suffer when you descend in the heart of the worm tide. Lord of the Goryo Kingdom, if you've survived this long, what am I afraid of? The heart of the nest? Heart of the fart nest. Anonymous, don't ever let me go to the heart of the lair. Not at any level. Anonymous, yeah, I'd like to take advantage of this brawl to brush up on my unity value. Lords of England, what is the threat level of the heart of the worm's nest up to now? Lord Theater Tooth, my sight is still level 1. Not sure about the other divisions. Overlord Rice, if the noise you detected earlier was indeed a shell explosion, I'm afraid the level will be exaggerated over there. Eastern Lord, does Mr. MacArthur have any ideas to try? Lord Rice, old people first. Anonymous, don't even dare to fight Rice in Eastern Japan? How powerful should the bigwigs in that area be? Lord Goryo, awesome cock. 2 shots from me. Su Yang closed the lobby panel. The next are all gags. Nothing nutritious. All in all, there was more anticipation than fear for the brawl. Not only can you take the opportunity to brush up on your unity value, but you can also check out the true strength of other lords. Su Yang estimated that the one these lords wanted to check their strength the most would be him. They must have wondered how an ancient civilization took down one key achievement and ranked #1. Since you want to know so much, let the Imperial Armor soldiers show it off this time. Strength can't be hidden forever, and showing a little bit of it has its place. After exiting the hall, Su Yang also followed the soldiers and successfully returned to the territory. The first thing he did when he returned to the territory was to set up the Fey experiment station. as a special building acquired by relics. The Fey experiment station brings with it certain texts that can never be obtained by normal means. After finding a good location in the Lord's area, Su Yang put down the Fey experiment station blueprints with a flash of his mind. The moment he put it down, a system beep sounded in his head. Special research building detected. Daqin heavy industry trait triggered. Xeno experiment station, Shinnon Creation Institute. In addition to the original xenobiotics experiment pathway, a new xenobotanical research pathway has been unlocked. Special buildings can also trigger the heavy industry trait. Su Yang's eyes flashed. This was a surprise that he hadn't expected at all. Shinnon, also known as Yendi, is an ancient deity alongside Fuxi and Nuwa. He tasted all kinds of herbs and used them to cure the people's diseases. He invented slash-and-burn farming and taught the people to cultivate the land. In later times, he was honored as Shinnon Dadi, also known as Wu Gui Shinnon Dadi. The Chinese people call themselves the children of Yen Huang, in which the word yen is taken from Yen Di, Shennon. This is no longer just a characteristic of Great Qin. This is a characteristic of the entire Chinese nation. Suppressing the joy in his heart, Su Yang clicked on the panel of Shinnon Creation Institute. Chapter 76, Exclusive Plugins. Network Vision Sharing. Special Science and Technology Building, Shinnon Genesis Institute. Description: special technologies are acquired through the study and analysis of alien organisms. Note: special research buildings that cannot be upgraded, and all upgrade routes can only be obtained through drops. Opening the Genesis panel, there are currently two main branches. One for the xenobiotic research that comes with the Xeno experiment station. There are almost countless branches to be unlocked below this main branch. Su Yang currently only had one unlocked: Terran Swarm Research. It's reasonable to assume that those other branches to be unlocked are various types of Fey from other regions. This seems like it would be possible to unlock relevant techs in the Fey experiment station by traveling to other areas to kill Fey in the future. There are three different routes below the only branch currently available: Swarm Intelligence, Biological Armor, Symbiotic Weapons. Literally, the three articles should be in the categories of technology, defense, and weapons. Su Yang tapped on Swarm Intelligence, and there were a total of two technologies that could be unlocked at the moment. Science and Technology, Network Vision Sharing. Your eyes are my eyes. Analyze swarm vision sharing and command capabilities. Learn and mimic them. Function: gain vision of all units under your command within a certain range and switch between them at will. Pre-existing technology, none. This is a mysterious phenomenon that does not make scientific sense. Unlocking consumption. Complete Swarm Brain *1. Uniformity value, 10,000. Time, 1D. Science and Technology, Biometrics. Layer by layer. You will be disrobed, a detailed study of the racial information, activity patterns, and social structure of the Terran insect race, and a regular structural generalization of the swarms. Functions: use bioelectric wave to scan Terran units to get their type, level, social position, special mutation, group, etc. Pre-existing technology, radar technology. This is a very scientific technology. Unlocking consumption. Complete Swarm Brain *1. Uniformity value, 10,000. Time, 1D. Not bad for a reward given by a relic quest. Su Yang couldn't hold back his excitement when he saw the first piece of technology. Vision sharing. On the battlefield, the importance of frontline information and vision to the commander-in-chief cannot be overstated. In previous war movies, it was not uncommon to fight to the death to protect intercom devices, protect telephones, or blow up telephone lines. This is because the most important thing on the battlefield is real-time information, and only with this information can the soldiers follow the command. The importance of battlefield information also has a lot to do with its difficult-to-access nature. Even in modern warfare, commanders wanting to get information from the front lines are mostly limited to intercom and getting text messages. Anything more than putting drones to get some information from the sky, with extremely limited access to information. And if you unlock vision sharing, it's the equivalent of unlocking the world's best commander plugin. No walkie-talkies, no drones, just by virtue of vision sharing, you can get the command effect of being physically present on the front line. Everything the soldiers see, hear and perceive can be transmitted to the commanders. This allowed Su Yang to perfectly control the battlefield situation and gain an unimaginable advantage. While the other lords were still shouting with their pretentious radio intercoms, Su Yang could already give orders without delay or error, and he could even pinpoint the orders to each soldier if he wanted to. What's more, this is a swarm exclusive trait. Other regional lords can't get vision sharing even if they get a Fey experimental station, an exclusive plugin that is exciting just to think about. The other tech is Bioinfo Probe, which scans for detailed information about the bugs. Once unlocked, even when encountering a new unit, the scout can scan it for detailed attributes, and not just a portrait, as is the case now. Both technologies Su Young found very useful. But the second technology also required front-end radar technology. Radar technology is currently unlocked, so we'll have to put this tech on hold for now. And there's only one swarm brain in the territory right now, at most one unlocked. Without much hesitation, Su Young directly put 10,000 points of unity value into the vision sharing research. Consume swarm brain *1. Uniformity value 10,000. Bio-network horizon shared research in. Time required 1D. A whole 10,000 points of unity value. The same as what was consumed to summon Li Xin. This was the most expensive piece of technology Su Young had researched so far. However, he thought it was worth much more than 10,000 points of unity value. As future wars become larger and battlefield situations more complex, the benefits from this technology will increase. The research will take a day to complete, just in time to get it done before entering the contest. After tapping on vision sharing, Su Young tapped on another branch, Bio Armor. This branch has one pending tech to be unlocked and another symbiotic weapon yet to be unlocked. Tap for details. Technology, Alligator Armor. Iron Headboy, dissecting and disassembling the head bone of a crypt giant worm and utilizing its excellent mechanical properties to modify the Imperial Armor. Function, modification of soldiers' armor by disassembling alligator bones to increase armor defense and resistance to blast and acid corrosion. Pre-existing technology, iron making process. This is a very scientific technology. Consumption, 1 alligator bone per 10 transformations. Unity value, 500 unity value / per transformation. Time, 5 seconds. Alligator bone armor, which can further increase a soldier's defense. And it's different from the Imperial Armor Battalion's soldier upgrade. This upgrade has no restrictions on level. Entering the scramble will force the soldier's level and equipment down to the Advent Zone threat level. If you enter a level 2 zone, then both the level 3 Imperial Armor Sharpshooter and Crossbowman drop to level 2. And the Iron Armor Iron Sword and Crossbow Lance go back to the Bronze period. However, there is no level limit for Alligator Bone Armor. So even if you go back to the Bronze Age, the Alligator Bone defense is still there. Tier 2 zones definitely don't have a lot of unity value. So if you want to compete for the Lord rankings you have to minimize battle damage and aim for high quality. Alligator armor is just enough to make up for the lost armor value of soldiers losing their iron armor and iron shields. Moreover, it has two kinds of properties, explosion-proof and acid-proof. And its defensive properties may be better than iron armor. There are 2 alligator bones in the backpack, capable of upgrading 20 Imperial Armor Sharpshooters. With a flash of his mind, Su Young invested his unity value. Chapter 77, Farming. Chinese Gene Awakening. Consumption of alligator bone *2. Uniformity value 10,000. Michael Reese's armor is being reformed. The remodeling begins when 20 soldiers are selected to enter the barracks. Soon, the barracks opened and 20 transformed Imperial Armor Rangers walked out of the barracks. It could be clearly seen that the iron armor was covered with an alligator bone femur skeleton. The dark gray skeleton adds a bit of warmth to the silver and white gauntlet, making the overall look more comfortable. Of course, the effect can be more than just looking good. Bone armor is not as hard as iron or bronze armor or the like though. However, its natural bone structure provides excellent shock absorption and cushioning, and is more resistant to strong acids than metal. It can be said that the alligator bone armor enhances the all-around defense of the Imperial Armor Sharpshooter. After upgrading the alligator bone, Su Young finished selecting all the upgradable options for the Fey Creature branch. After that, he opened the other main branch unlocked by the Great Gene trait, the Alien Plant branch. It is worth mentioning that plants are also theoretically organisms, and the main reason for distinguishing the two here is that xenobiotics refer to organisms with hostile population structures. Alien plants, on the other hand, refer to organisms that have no sense of aggression and no population structure, and play a major role as producers in the alien ecology. There are also countless branches to be unlocked below the main alien plant branch. The only ones currently lit up are fluorescent crystalline cell species. This was the first time Su Young knew the classification and names of these plants. It's amazing that people actually name these contraptions. Su Yang felt a little surprised. As with the xenobiotic side, there are 3 more branches below the fluorescent crystalline species: plant science, production cultivation, pharmaceutical research. The 3 branches correspond to technology, production and medicine. It's obviously a lot more elegant over here than next door with all the fighting and killing. And when he saw that there was a production planting option in the branch, Su Yang's soul was shaken. Some kind of genetic awakening. A certain gene engraved in the bones of the Chinese nation has awakened. Who would have thought that in such an intense minute-to-minute forbidden land trial, there would be such a leisurely option as farming? Sure enough, it is a Chinese trait to realize that farming is a business engraved in the bones of Chinese people. And a large portion of those monstrous sheep caught from the ranch last time had been consumed. Food that was previously expected to last a month shouldn't last more than the next week as the population increases. I don't know what it's like to farm in the Forbidden Land, but if it's really feasible, farming can provide food much more consistently than hunting. Unfortunately, there are currently no relevant texts unlocked, and several branches are all blank. This made Su Yang a bit puzzled as to why the Fey side had collected information, but not a single one on the plant side. A prompt pops up. To unlock the alien plant branch, you need to bring back the plant sample in its entirety. Rare plants have a greater probability of unlocking technology to be brought back in one piece. Oddly enough, Su Yang knew where the problem was. Although he had touched a lot of plants before, he usually cut them directly. If it wasn't for this genesis, who would have thought those plants could be useful? But according to the hints, normal plants are difficult to unlock tech even if you bring them back in one piece. Only some rare plants unlock tech. Rare plants. Looks like we'll have to have scouts pay extra attention to plants from now on. After looking at the plant classifications, the current area that Shinnong Creation can explore is over, and the following areas will need to come back later. Su Yang guessed that the special building would bring a lot of things, but didn't guess that it was such a huge technology system. The biotechnology system brought about by the Shinnong Creation was completely comparable to the main technology system represented by the Mozi Thousand Mechanisms Tower. There's even a presence beyond the main tech tree in some ways. Only then did Su Yang realize just how rich the rewards of this relic exploration were. Shinnong Creation Institute is simply a treasure trove. In his excitement, Su Yang opened the Lord panel. After feeling the shock from the biotech, the next step is the main quest, upgrading the level 4 Lord's Mansion. Territorial resources. Water resources, stock, 793 units. Production rate, 300 units/day, 20% bonus. Quarry resources, stock, 582 units. Production rate, 180 units/day, 20% bonus. Coal resources, stockpile, 493 units. Production rate, 255 units/day, 20% bonus. Copper metal, stock, 392 units. Production rate, 180 units/day, 20% bonus. Metallic iron, stock, 372 units. Production rate, 150 units/day, 20% bonus. Nitrate resource, stock, 36 units. Production rate, 75 units/day, 20% bonus. Uniformity value, 19,146. Upgrading a level 4 Lord's residence requires 500 units each of coal and copper ore, 1,000 units each of stone ore and iron ore, and 20,000 points of unity value. With a day and a half to go before the Tournament of Nations, coal and copper ore could meet demand at the current rate, but there will be a difference between the iron ore and the stone ore, which should then have to be purchased from England. Buying resources requires unity values, and the current unity values are somewhat insufficient. So if you want to upgrade the Lord's Mansion, you have to fight the swarm again. If there's no wave of bugs tonight, then we'll have to take the initiative tomorrow during the day. Closing the panel, Su Yang sent all the scouts out to explore, with the other units on standby at all times. Go out and kill the bugs as soon as you spot them. Outside the Forbidden Land, the news of the 10,000 Kingdoms competition spread to all the countries. The Tournament of Nations is a much more exciting event than Advent Night. The former was directed at a single country and its population, and the event took place at night and was not broadcast live. And the Tournament of Nations encompasses all countries, broadcast live in real time throughout, and with all the lords swapping areas, the uncertainty and spectacle is all drawn out. You can watch your own lord's command troops and kill the enemy, as well as scout out the war efforts of other nations. It's safe to say that every single game of the Tournament of Nations, which lasted 2 days, was crucial. The higher-ups of the Dragon Kingdom's military department had already organized 2 batches of top experts, ready to statistically record the battle power of all the countries in the contest in batches. These data can be passed to Su Yang next week after analyzing and counting for reference. The upcoming scramble has everyone doubly anxious. Anticipation and apprehension swelled in the minds of the experts and officers. There's no need to worry about Su Yang's strength at all. The Great Qin Legion going to those low-grade regions is simply a descending blow. What we are worried about is exposing our strength too early, which will cause a joint targeting by other countries. Chapter 78, 4 Threat Level Zones. I'm on the same side as the bugs? In the face of the experts' concerns, the General-in-Chief of the Military Ministry expressed his understanding. Exposing too much power in advance, causing those powers to panic, and making them feel threatened will likely lead to a multi-alliance blockade against them. However, the current situation was that Su Yan wasn't going to expose too much of his strength. The Generalissimo spoke after a long moment of silence. As long as Su Yang descends in a level 2 or below area, he will be restricted in level, and his strength will not be exposed too much. In my opinion, showing some of your strength now isn't necessarily a bad thing. A partial show of strength will not make other powers feel overly threatened, but it will also release strong signals to non-hostiles and solidify and draw in allies. After listening to the analysis, the experts nodded their heads. It's true that there are specialties, and the perspective of the military generals is just not the same as theirs. They only see the downside of exposing their strength, not the positive effects it brings. Showing toughness is also a strategy in diplomacy. Soon, the experts presented a speculative report on the threat level of each territory. This is a rough speculation based on the intelligence that has been searched and the pre-war power of each country. Based on speculation, there are currently 55 lords in 55 areas. 10 level 1 threat areas remain, 38 level 2 areas, 6 level 3 areas, and 1 level 4 area, with the exception of the level 4 regions identified. The specific figures for the other regions may fluctuate, but the overall percentage change will not be significant. The probability of landing in a level 1 and 2 area is 87.28%, and the probability that we will only have to expose some of our strength is high. Even if you land in a level 3 area, as long as Su Yang doesn't bring all his soldiers, you can still achieve the effect of displaying some of your strength. This scramble won't give us a lot of substantial rewards, but it will help a lot with diplomacy. The experts were quite excited looking at the data report, and things were indeed much better than they had anticipated. You don't know until you list it, and then you realize that we seem to have let off a cliff. Indeed, our threat level is on the verge of breaking 4, while the first tier powers are still at 3, almost a full notch ahead. That said, if a lord lands in our area, wouldn't a 4 threat level bug wave would be a tough battle for Suyan without artillery units, let alone other countries. Yeah, low level zones will limit troop levels, but high level zones won't pull up the levels, and the odds are that the lords descending here will have to use level 2 troops to fight a level 4 bug wave. Descending to us is basically dead. The general-in-chief of the military nodded silently. That was indeed the case. The dense forests of the worm's nest that once brought them great fear will now be a nightmare for other lords. Official live stream. The populace was in a completely different mood than the higher-ups, and they had only anticipation and excitement for the 10,000 Kingdoms contest, without any semblance of worry. Woohoo! I can't believe it's coming so soon. The Tournament of Nations. It's so cool. After watching the artillery wash last time, I wondered what the other lords and nationals would look like if they saw us in this battle. I didn't realize it was coming so soon. The odds are that we'll be suppressed in rank, but even if we don't have artillery units, relying on the Imperial Armor Army will be enough for them. Ha ha ha. Let the unseen foreigners see what is the true strength of the Dragon Kingdom. The Imperial Armor Army. The Imperial Armor Army. Who would have thought that we'd have perfected exoskeleton technology that we haven't even mastered in modern times? Hurry up. I can't wait to launch just thinking about it. Don't be too contrary upstairs. While you guys are still excited, I've already started a moment of silence for the lords who entered the Great Qin region. Indeed, we're a 4 threat level bug wave. What the hell are we going to fight with? Su Yang is an improper person who only cares about his own leveling and doesn't care about the other lords. Dog head. I hope the little day comes to us and just decimates them. I don't know why, but it feels like siding with the swarm. Yeah, and don't shame the Terran swarm, chew their asses hard. Having gotten wet yourself, you're going to tear up someone else's umbrella and throw another bucket of water on it. Go Su Yang. Cheer up little bug. I haven't slept for the past 2 days. Early on the morning of the 5th day, the night faded and the fluorescent light dissipated. Another night without a bug wave attacking. Su Yang felt as if the swarm intelligence had been significantly boosted after Abyssal Gaze reached level 4. The second week never saw another death rush like the previous one that gave away stats. And according to the scouts' reconnaissance yesterday, it wasn't as if there were no enemies outside the territory. They had been able to spot swarm tracks. There is an organized and disciplined swarm of insects that are eyeing the territory from outside. As for the reason for not attacking, Su Yang was still unclear for the time being. However, based on the trail reports coming back from the scouts, it was certain that it was a swarm led by Terran warriors. Only a Terran warrior with consciousness and the ability to manipulate the swarm could make a swarm that acted on instinct so disciplined to hide. It didn't matter if they didn't attack. Su Yang could take the initiative. After yesterday's reconnaissance, the scout beacons have found another small swarm ranch. That's why Su Yang sent Li Xin to lead the team early in the morning. This time, he scaled down the expeditionary force, leaving more soldiers to defend the territory against an attack from that swarm around the territory. As his troops were on an expedition, Su Yang tapped on the private chat and initiated a trade with Lord England. Lord of the Dragon Kingdom, 200 units of stone ore, 400 units of iron ore. How much unity value? Lords of England, iron mines pay 4,000 defense points. Stone mines are free and do not require additional defense points. Not only did he give away stone mines, but he also refused to pay more for his unity value. Looks like Lord England is the type to be strong. Su Yang's mind flashed and he inputted 4,000 000 points of unity value. Originally, he hadn't planned to pay more for the unity value this time. The reason for paying more for the unity value in the early stages is because the war power is not yet formed and you need to use the benefits to make allies. Now that the strength of the Dragon Kingdom had been recognized, relying on that name to make allies, the allies that came to befriend him in the future would be afraid that they would pay for the benefits themselves. The Lord of the Dragon Kingdom has completed delivery, 4,000 unity value. Lord of England has completed delivery, 500 units of iron ore, 300 units of stone ore. Hey! Su Yang didn't expect Lord England to give him more resources in turn. Lords of England, last time the Lord's ranking took the second place. The ally points provided by the Dragon Kingdom played a big role. This is a little token of appreciation. I'm very curious about the Qin dynasty's pre-existing military types, and I look forward to your performance in the tournament. Chapter 79, The Rivalry of Nations opens. Savage Mountain Range. After taking the resources provided by the Lords of England, all the resources for upgrading the level 4 main base had been gathered. The next step was simply to wait for Li Xian to lead his troops to take down the Swarm Ranch and get the unity value up to par. Didn't have to wait too long for the kill alerts to start appearing on the panel around noon. This ranch is guarded by a small team and has no female insect leader. A battle harvested 320 points of unity value, which after adding up became 584 points. The Pathfinder and Aggressor buffs have disappeared and now only have the 20% bonus from Fong strategy. With these 584 points, the territorial unity value has been reached. With all the resources in place, Su Yang opened the upgrade panel. Home base, Lord's residence, level 3-4, unlock level 4 resource installations, level 4 defense facilities, level 4 research buildings, level 4 imperial armor battalions, and gain new hero buildings, required for upgrade. Coal resources, 500 units. Copper resources, 500 units. Iron ore resources, 1000 units. Quarry resources, 1000 units. Unity value, 20,000 points. Duration, 4D. Level 4 Lord's Mansion. Another whole new stage. Su Yang's mind flashed and invested all his resources. Coal, 500 units. Copper ore, 500 units. Quarry, 1000 units. Iron ore, 1000 units. Unity value, 20,000. Level 4 Lord's Residence being upgraded. Time required 4D. The upgrade will take a total of 4 days. It was not possible to operate during the Tournament of Nations, so Su Yang intended to let time pass naturally. Wait for the brawl to end, then use a rare tier bug nest heart for the rest of the second. As the blueprints were placed and the upgrades began, the anticipation in Su Yang's heart slowly rose. What tech and what troop types does a level 4 home base bring? Specific practical uses for foundries? Are there any other new building facilities? Although there were many doubts, Su Yang still resisted the idea of using the heart of the 2 insect nests for a direct second. A man has to learn restraint. In the evening, Li Xian led his troops back to the territory, bringing back food that would last another week. Although this battle was short, it took a long time on the road. The round trip took almost 10 hours. Su Yang hurriedly told all the soldiers to enter the barracks to rest and recover their physical strength in preparation for the upcoming 10,000 Kingdoms competition. Night falls, vision sharing is researched, and the Tournament of Nations event opens right on time. The Tournament of Nations opens and is now in the preparation stage. All lords are requested to return to their territories and ensure that your troops are within them. At the end of the preparation phase, a barrier will be raised around the perimeter of the territory, making it inaccessible to units located outside. The tournament opened, and the lords in the Lord's Hall were active. Anonymous, it's on. It's on. Why do I feel more excited than Advent Night? Anonymous, because there's so much randomness. No one has complete certainty. Geranium Lords, I don't know where it's going to come down. And it mustn't be the heart of the nest. My bra. Lord Goryo, ch. Bang bang 2 shots. Lord Theater Tooth, God forbid. Let me go to a good place this time. Not too good. Just the same as the Dragon Kingdom. Su Yan looked at the troop of Tooth Lords speechless. This wish is not Xing Mesa, buddy. However, it was a good thing that the Playhouse Tooth's birthpoint was also the heart of the worm's nest, so it was unlikely to be in his area. End of preparatory phase. Start of distribution phase. Randomized distribution in Advent. A rotating weight sign appears on the panel. Soon, the distribution results were shown on the big screen. You're coming to the Savage Mountains. Regional threat, level 2. All technologies and troop types produced from level 2 home bases and above will be disabled, and team size will not be limited. A group of ferocious orc races are entrenched in this mountain range. They take pleasure in killing, and have different bonuses in different environments. Take up arms, summon soldiers, and feel the call of savagery in wave after wave of attack. The Savage Mountains? Su Yang's eyes opened slightly. This copy was familiar to him. This is the first round of forbidden places in the Dragon Kingdom, choosing the point of birth in the late Qing dynasty. That time the late Qing seemed to last a month before being completely overrun by orcs. Orc units are moderately powerful in the early stages of battle, mainly because of their high single soldier attributes. Their strength is stacked on a variety of environmental bonuses, such as Werewolf Knight enhancement and the like. The strength of the orc units will continue until the middle of the game, and then lose their advantage later on as human tech gets progressively stronger. Against this kind of melee unit that didn't have much intelligence and relied solely on brute force, Su Yang didn't have any pressure at all, because it was unlikely that anyone would be a match for an Imperial Armor Ranger in terms of single combatant melee ability. The good news is that even though it's a level 2 area, the tides of orcs don't give too low of a stat value. There's still a chance to compete for the Lord's rankings as long as you keep your battle losses down. After viewing the Advent Zone information, a new caption appears on the panel. Completion of the distribution phase in preparation for the opening of Phase 2. All lords are requested to choose their teams within the time limit. The Imperial Armor Battalion panel opened automatically, and all the soldiers' levels were transformed into level 2, while the Heavenly Fireguard option went straight to black. Without much hesitation, Su Yang directly mobilized the entire Imperial Armor army. Today is about a no-harm fast pass. Selection of troops completed. Level 2 Qin Imperial Armor Sharpener *40. Level 2 Qin Imperial Armor Crossbowman *30. Level 2 Qin Imperial Armor Scout *4. Participating soldiers have been selected. Level 2 Main Base Technology and Building Modules loaded. Civilization Specific Feature Module loaded. Preparing for the end of Phase 2, which is entering the Field of Nations. Territorial Protection Barrier opens. Live streaming of the Forbidden Land opens. Live streaming of the whole area opens. In the order of entry. Once the selection was complete, a purple-black barrier descended from the sky and surrounded the entire territory. Immediately after that, the entire world turned into nothingness, and Su Yang felt himself becoming illusory as well. It was as if he had turned into a wisp of consciousness floating toward the sky. Soon, the finish line appears. Against the backdrop of a sprawling universe, a three-dimensional real-world image appeared ahead. Many disembodied figures emerged from all directions, gradually surrounding the real picture in a circular pattern. The illusory feeling disappeared and Su Yang's vision gradually became clearer. Only 54 other lords were seen floating in a levitating position like him in a space similar to outer space. At their feet was the field of the Tournament of Nations, into which the lords present would next enter in order to complete the challenge. Hello Mr. Su, I am the Lord of England, Elizabeth. A female voice in my ear. Chapter 80 Lumpy Clouds. League Ranking. The purple-black barrier fell. The entire territory instantly disappeared into the dense forest, leaving behind only a large piece of empty land. It wasn't long before the territory disappeared, and a thin rustling sound rang out from the dense forest. There was no figure to be seen, only the crystal spores swinging along the way. Afterward, several blurry figures appeared in front of the last row of crystal spores. As they walked out of the dense forest and stepped into the clearing around the territory, those blurry figures gradually became visible. The brilliant color of the crystal-like spores on their bodies quickly faded, revealing dark brown shells. Walking at the front was a Terran warrior that stood almost 3.5 meters tall. It has a spiked hammer-shaped head, and the tentacles on the top of the head used for commanding and giving down communications have been replaced by something resembling a data cord. Those finger-thick data lines kept flickering and growing like hair on the back of his skull. At the front of the head was a row of shark-like teeth, jagged and full of blood. Hiss! It extended its huge, jagged bone blade and pointed at the empty territory, then turned with a low growl to look behind it. Behind it was a group of spider-shaped insects that were no more than half a meter in size and also had a head full of data lines. They let out a similar low growl in response to the Terran warrior at their head. Hiss ah! Getting a response, the Terran warrior slammed 2 slashes into the ground and then roared into the air. 2 rows of blood-red insect teeth glisten in the moonlight. The Field of Nations. Hello Mr. Su, I am the Lord of England, Elizabeth. Hearing the voice, Su Yang turned his head to look, and there was a girl suspended beside him. She had blonde hair and a dress, and was reaching out to herself. This is the Lords of England? Looks younger than his age in the photo. It's hard to imagine that all the mature and steady speeches in the Lord's Hall came from such a girl. Hello, Dragon Kingdom Lord. Su Yang. Su Yang stretched out his hand to shake her hand, and the 2 palms intertwined. It seems that none of these bodies are solid, but some kind of soul or projection of consciousness. After a brief greeting with Elizabeth, Su Yang gathered his expression and began to observe the surrounding without moving. Although he was a bit curious about entering this space for the first time, he was now representing the Dragon Kingdom. As a lord of a country, you must show that you are in control and that you are strategizing, especially in such a big scene. The slightest mistake can tarnish the country's image. Oh my god. God. It's so cool. I want to take a picture and send it to my grandma. The troop of Tooth Lords hovering to Su Yang's right was screaming one after another, out of place with the sedate scene. Thanks to him, the eyes of all the lords were cast this way. After they finished despising the theater Tooth Lord, their eyes naturally projected onto Su Yang's body next to them. In an instant, dozens of lines of sight shot over. Su Yang kind of wanted to strangle the dude next to him. I was going to watch in secret, but now I'll just have to watch under pressure. Su Yang raised his head slightly and looked around at an even pace. Doesn't skip anyone or have stops for anyone. This is to express that in my eyes there is no difference between you. Looking around the room, he got a rough idea of the situation. Site locations are lined up according to current alliances. Directly across from him with a cigar in his mouth was 5-star General MacArthur of the United States. MacArthur was leaning on his side with a coalition team headed by him. In the middle of the camp on the left-hand side stood an old man in a samurai uniform and a middle-aged man in a military uniform with a mustache, respectively. It was an alliance led by the East in Germany. The right-hand side camps are independent countries that have not yet joined any alliance. The big man in the center with the tiger's back looked like a proper Maoist. Good evening, lords. MacArthur, who was located directly in front of Su Yang, was the first to speak. Hear the word speak as if the sound wave is not attenuated by the medium of propagation. Even from the furthest distance, Su Yang could clearly hear MacArthur's voice. I didn't expect Ms. Elizabeth and Mr. Su Yang to be so young. MacArthur waved them off and Elizabeth gave a courtesy nod. It's when young people have the most drive. Unlike us old guys, who have no drive at all. Tojo Inken, who was on the left side of the group, smiled and spoke. He was all smiles as he spoke, and from the outside he looked every bit the kindly old grandpa he was. But Su Yang would not be fooled by his appearance. The people of eastern Japan are like a dense forest of insect nests, and hidden underneath the appearance of amiability and friendliness is an extremely twisted and dirty human heart. Without giving the lords much of a chance to exchange pleasantries, the Forbidden Land prompt appeared once more. Rules of the Tournament of Nations. Each round, randomly selected lords into the field of universal struggle. Lords need to resist the fate tide in the field of struggle. To complete the task, during a battle, other lords may provide reinforcements at any time, and the reinforcements will be under the command of the battling lord. Note, all units can only be used once, and if you provide reinforcements for other lords, the reinforcements cannot be used in your own combat. Similarly, if your unit is already in combat, it can no longer be used as a reinforcement unit. Soldiers will be returned to their lord when providing reinforcements, and will be judged dead if they die while providing reinforcements. When a lord is eliminated, points will be deducted for the camp he belongs to. Lords without camps are considered as one alliance. After the tournament, in addition to the ranking of the lords, the ranking of the alliances will also be counted. The surviving lords of the last two alliances will suffer a reduced effect for 1 week. After reading the new information, thoughts immediately turned over in Su Yang's head. Surprisingly, it's not a purely individual battle. There's also a team battle. Everyone in a team battle is weighted equally, and it's hard to win or lose on your own. That lasts for a week of mitigating buffs would surely be tough to eat. In the midst of his thoughts he turned his head silently and locked eyes with Elizabeth beside him in silent agreement. Both of them knew in their hearts that the league standings were stacked against them. First of all, they have the most people in their alliance and there is no benefit to being outnumbered in this team fight. All alliances have the same initial points, and the same points are deducted for each lord killed in battle. This means that leagues with larger numbers have a higher probability of making mistakes. The same 100-point paper has 10 points deducted for a wrong question. Other people only have 10 questions, and getting all of them wrong is a 0, and they have 20 whole questions, and getting all of them wrong is a negative 100%. Additionally, their alliance lords are the weakest of the 4 on paper. Because of Elizabeth's pre-Elizabethan strategy of undifferentiated diplomacy, it has led to many currently slightly weaker nations hugging their heels with them. These two factors combine to put your own coalition at a slight disadvantage. However, Su Yang felt that all of this could still be overcome. The Imperial Armor Legion is completely crushed when they fight the orcs, and they can leave some of their troops behind to support their allies. There was only one thing he feared now, and that was a difficulty that simply could not be overcome. That would be the heart of the worm's nest, raised by itself against the big daddy of the road. Threat level 4. If someone on your side descends into the zone as a level 4 bug nest, then it's over. He only had level 2 Imperial Armor Legion in his hands now, and even if he sent troops to reinforce him, there was simply nothing he could do. Do we have any lords here who drew the heart of the worm's nest? Elizabeth turned to the other lords within the alliance and opened her mouth to ask. The lords shook their heads, and some even opened their panels to make sure again before shaking their heads. Su Yang also opened the panel and looked at it, then shook his head. Elizabeth, who had gotten a reply, nodded slightly. The only good news so far is that there are no Eurocrats in their league. Su Yang also breathed a sigh of relief. Descending there was truly unplayable. After Elizabeth's inspection, the pressure came to the other 3 leagues. Tojo Incan and Lord German make eye contact with the lords in the alliance. And no one on the Bear Country side D of the independent state communicates at all. Dare to be independent are confident in their own strength. Any advent zone they will not be afraid. MacArthur had a laid-back look on his face, grinning as he held his cigar. If I get the chance, I'd actually like to go to the heart of the worm's nest and have some fun. Unfortunately, we have the least number of people, and the probability of drawing the heart of the worm's nest is so low that we have to give it to that. I'm the heart of the worm's nest. Suddenly a sentence drifted in lazily, causing the smile on MacArthur's face to freeze. He snapped his head back, only to see the Goryo Lord wilting in holding up his hand, his face pale. Chapter 81 Desperate Goryo, Defensively Broken Rice Lords. You? MacArthur looked to the Goliath Lord, half of his face twitching slightly with his cigar in his mouth. Goryo nodded, with a soulful, lifeless expression. No dude. Where's your gun? Bon kill it. The Celestial Lords who had a dispute with the Goryo Kingdom went straight to the mouth. The other Alliance Lords were also happy when they saw such an expression on the arrogant to the core Goryo Kingdom Lord. However, out of lordly demeanor and Rice's strength, none of the other lords said anything like the Tianju Lords did. Su Yang's heart was heavy, desperately suppressing the corners of his sad mouth. He was glad that his camp was all as steady as he was, and did not taunt the embattled Goryo Lord. Ha 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 ha. Are you trying to kill me with laughter? Before it was 2 shots for 1 in Nezabesaba. Now it's only Simi did call Mama-san? Without waiting for Su Yang to react, the Theater Tooth Lord standing beside him directly opened his mouth and unleashed a merciless taunt at the Goryo Kingdom Lord. Put! Su Yang covered his mouth and silently lowered his head. So close, almost lost control of my emotions. This kid curses and curses. What's the whole rhyme? Beside her, Elizabeth turned her head with a puzzled look on her face. What's wrong with you? Su Yang didn't look up, just waved his hand. It's a bit sad. Elizabeth instantly understood that the 2 countries, Dragon and Goryo, were neighbors to each other and presumably had a strong friendship. Immediately she raised her hand to signal the troop's toothy lord to stop his taunting. On the opposite side of the room, Lord Rice quickly regained his expression. As the world's #1 power and the reigning 2-time Forbidden Land champion, Lord Rice, he absolutely could not lose his temper. The heart of the worm's nest is just a normal descent zone even though it's difficult. So what do we have to fear since there are people who can survive there? By the looks of you I don't think you're in that level 1 area of Theater Teeth. What level are you in? He waved his hand to signal the Goryo Kingdom Lord to relax, his face on cloud 9. Heart of the nest, the highest difficulty area in the early stages. This early stage is a prerequisite that cannot be ignored. Now the lords have basically all gotten to the point where they've risen to a level 2 home base, and some have even finished pointing their tech. So they've long since gotten through the preliminaries, and the difficulty of the heart of the worm's nest has dropped. Level 1 is nothing to worry about at all, and level 2 can handle it. Even if it's most unfortunate to be a level 3 area, he can defeat even if he throws his troops in. How can he not defeat a mere bug? While the heart of the worm's nest made defense more difficult, it wasn't a big problem for their alliance. As the league with the least amount of countries and the highest quality, they are a definite favorite in this round. 4. Level 4. The Lord of Goryo said. Doubt flashed in MacArthur's eyes. I'm a little deaf. Say that again? Level 4. After a few brief seconds of silence, MacArthur suddenly burst out laughing. Ha 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 ha. I request that Goryo be kicked out of the alliance. The Lord of the Goryo Kingdom was directly dumbfounded. Request denied. Current affiliate cannot be changed. Preparations for the Tournament of Nations are complete, and the live broadcast of the entire region has begun. The first challenge Lord, Mayo of the Argentine Empire. Advent area, Wuthering Heights. WTF. Did you hear me? Lord Rice shouted as he pointed overhead. How do you fight a level 4 bug nest? How can there be a level 4 bug nest? I request a recheck of the threat level. Request denied. I protest. TM, how can there be a level 4 zone? Protests not valid. Rice Lord MacArthur has been banned. Participating lords, please get ready. Without giving MacArthur a chance to continue his antics, the Forbidden Land directly opens up the Tournament of Nations. Su Yang slapped his stiff face and his expression gradually became serious. High-level conference room at the Ministry of War. At midnight, the Forbidden Land livestream began on time. What appeared on the screen was information about all the lords and the descent zone they were randomized to. The first thing the officers and experts looked for was Su Yang's descent area. The Wild Mountains. Isn't that the birth point of our first round of Forbidden Land? That's the one. I'll never forget those damn werewolves. Great. This time Su Yang must avenge us. The moment they saw the Wild Mountain range, Everyone in the conference room was instantly filled with righteous indignation. Just a month after the first round of trials, the Blood Moon event triggered. All the wolves received an extremely strong increase, and in one round of attack, the Qing dynasty territory was completely destroyed, causing the Dragon Kingdom to suffer its first natural disaster. That said, we happened to be at threat level 2 when we were destroyed, and the 8 banner soldiers fought very hard at that time, so I wonder how the great Qing sharpshooters are doing. The 8 banners army each with suck the same as a single. Far from the hit cannot be hit. Close to the fight. The great Qin Rui sure have imperial armor protection. Close combat is certainly not a problem. The best thing about orcs is that they eat environmental buffs to gain an increase. As long as they don't gain enhancements, I think the great Qin sharpshooters will definitely be fine. The general director of the military department concurred with the experts' analysis, though they had only seen artillery, not imperial armor soldiers fighting, but they're confident in this army that can stand up to the bugs. I'm going. Koryos hit the jackpot. Suddenly, someone exclaimed, and all eyes were drawn over to the Goliath message. Lord, Goryoguk Parkdos. Advent, Heart of the Nest, Threat Level, 4. Ha! Happiness comes so fast it seems like a tornado. The panel of experts looked at each other without speaking, but with an unusually wide range of expressions on their faces. As people of the Dragon Kingdom, the joy in their hearts needed no introduction. But in the spirit of humanitarianism, it is not right to laugh at a situation that would result in a catastrophe of annihilation. The atmosphere in the conference room was eerily quiet, and everyone looked in the direction of the Generalissimo of the military department. He shook his head helplessly. If you want to laugh, just let it out. This stuff is out of humanitarian control. As soon as the words left his mouth, the room went into cheers. Asterisk 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 in stick. We sent a fake message of condolence when we were first hit. For the second time it probably felt like we were totally screwed, pretending not to be, and the country had a 3-day, 3-night celebration. Most of all, they also sent an invitation to the Generalissimo. This is simply not human. It's a bunch of shady cockroaches. How many little tricks they've pulled behind their backs over the years. It's not the Eastern draw, but it's not bad to get these guys killed. It's fortunate that Su Yang has knocked up the bug threat level. Otherwise, with Rice interfering, it's hard to say whether or not we can end them this time. Too good to be true. 4 threat level. Unless the whole alliance is raised, Goryo is in trouble. Chapter 82. The first match of the competition. The most terrifying tribe. After a short period of excitement, the Generalissimo pulled the crowd back into the mood so that they could begin to carefully analyze the current situation. Now it's not just individual tournaments, but team tournaments that encompass the entire league. And Su Yang's alliance was the weakest in terms of strength at the moment. This leads to the fact that he must divide his forces to support some of the weaker countries. Who to give support troops to, what troops to support, and when to support them. All of this needs to be carefully considered. The order in which you enter the challenges is completely randomized as to whether or not you want to send troops to support them before you enter the challenge yourself. What is the limit on the number of troops that will be sent that will not have an impact on your challenge? The Chief General will immediately have the Expert Corps compile all the information on the 2 threat level Savage Mountains. The only communication with Su Yang this week was a talkback to Su Yan's resource figurations and did not consume communication opportunities. There was one more chance for the Dragon Kingdom's senior management to initiate a dialogue with Su Yang, at which time he would pass all the prepared information to Su Yang. Su Yang had to judge the general strength of the Savage Mountains through the information before he could calculate how many troops he had available for support. The official live broadcast of the Dragon Kingdom. As the universal live stream opened, the excited populace swiped pop-ups all over the screen. And when they saw that Goryo had drawn the level 4 insect nest heart, the atmosphere of the broadcast room was directly detonated. It's so cool, finally got to get these guys for once. Ha ha ha, like to steal things, and this time they even stole our birth point. The most fun I've ever had being stolen. I hope the sticks get along with the Terran swarm. It's too good to be true. Not only can we watch the Great Qin Legion help us get revenge, but we can also watch the stick get abused. I'll never close my eyes once in these 2 days. The mitigating effect of the alliance ranking must not be taken. Su Yang must allocate his troops wisely. Believe in them. Go Su Yang. Go Great Qin. Forbidden Land. The Field of Nations. The final countdown ended. And Mei Yu, the Agontan Lord of the Rice Camp, faded into nothingness. As the figure vaporized at the same time, a suction force appeared, sucking it directly into the universal contest venue at the feet of the crowd. The scene within the battle arena changed rapidly, changing from an ordinary forest to an icy sky and snowy land. The disembodied body of Mayuyu soon appeared in the scramble field. Lord Agathon has successfully completed his descent. Advent area, Wuthering Heights. Threat level, 2. As the first match of the competition started, Su Yang composed himself and carefully observed all the information that might be useful. Entering the scramble grounds, Lord Agonton receives the quest and immediately begins to surround the walls. While enclosing the walls, he simultaneously sent his soldiers outward to widen his field of vision and to police the area. The Fae of Wuthering Heights is the Snow Slave, a diminutive creature extremely adept at camouflage. They hide in the overwhelming snow and sneak up on those passing units. Xenu are not very strong. They can be seen as a race that favors assassins. The biggest advantage is ambushing soldiers out exploring in the snow, but with the sieges that brawl fights, they're almost hard to build on. Things were developing just as Su Yang had predicted. Immediately after Lord Agonton built the level 2, 6-meter high copper wall, he hunkered down in the wall and waited for the attack. At the end of the sanctuary countdown, a wave of Fae made up of snow slaves attacked the territory. These creatures, less than half a meter in size, stood at the bottom of the walls and fought to throw their icy prisms upwards. For Su Yang, who had seen the attack of the insect tide, the intensity of this attack was simply playing house. That's too easy. Do you know what kind of offense I faced in the heart of the worm's nest? The Theater Tooth Lord gestured with his hands as he spoke to Su Yang. Last Advent night, that tide of bugs was almost a sea. They're each 2 meters tall, and my level 1 walls are a matter of one jump for them. If it weren't for Big Brother's strategy and my superb command, I'm afraid I wouldn't be the one standing here today. A wave of fear washed over the Playhouse Tooth Lord's face, and it seemed that the insect tide had indeed given him a great shock. I can understand you. Su Yang laughed. The troop's toothy lord shook his head. Those born in the land of plenty can never comprehend the horrors of the worm wave. You'll be able to see when you get to the heart of the worm's nest later. What is the most terrifying creature in this forbidden land? Fey tide is over. Please kill all Fey creatures in the current area. The Forbidden Land prompt brought Su Yang's attention back to the brawl. Not only do you have to defend against a wave of Fey, but you have to clear the area of all enemies? Su Yang immediately recalled the rules of the competition in his mind. Each round, randomly selected lords into the field of universal struggle. Lords need to fight off the tide of Fey in the field of struggle. To complete the task, this time he found out the end of the rules, and that there was a mission to be completed after fending off the Fey tide. This means that fending off the Fey tide is fixed for each lord, and an unknown quest has to be completed subsequently to pass the level. Sure enough, forbidden places just don't spell everything out, and some have to be discovered as events go on. Throughout the defense, the Argontan soldiers were virtually unharmed, but now out of the territory it's on the home turf of Xenu. They lurk motionless in the snow, waiting for the soldiers to leap up and stab them as they approach. Suffering from a lack of reconnaissance equipment, the Argontan soldiers could only shoot around at the snow, but the chances of such a shot were so low that many of the soldiers walked into the face of the Xenu then got stabbed right in the face. Luckily, there weren't many snow slaves left, and the Argontan soldiers cleared the last of them almost at the cost of a life for a life. Seeing this, the Lord of Theater Teeth began to shake his head and sigh again. With that intensity, in the heart of our bug nest, that stinging bug travels through the dense forest like a ghost. Not only is it fast, but one life can kill several of your soldiers. The first round of the scramble ended amidst the emotions of the Theater Tooth Lords. The Lords of the Argontan managed to pass the level at the cost of half of their forces being lost. Damn it! I can't believe I have to go out of the city to fight. Mei Yu, who had returned to the sky above the battlefield again in the form of a virtual shadow, cursed as the surrounding lords from the Mi camp continued to comfort him. Several lords from each camp went up next. The Advent Zone levels are all 1 or 2 and not very difficult. No one was killed in action and no reinforcements were sent. Soon a new round of challenges opened and the challenge lord information appeared on the screen. Lord Elizabeth VI of England. Advent, Goblin Mines. Threat level, 3, Chapter 83 England Crisis. 3 threat level Goblin Mining Cave. Level 3 Zone, Geode Cave? This Lord of England took the level 3 Advent Zone and didn't even say a word? The fake creatures of the Goblin Mines are quite obviously the Goblin ones. This race is exceptionally trashy in the early stages, and is basically the type of race that can bully anyone. Although their individual strength was weak, their intelligence was definitely a first-tier existence in the Forbidden Land. As the threat level increases, they soon master the use of various weapons and even technological development. And the node of level 3 is the node where they undergo a qualitative change in strength from weak to strong. Reaching threat level 3, the Goblin ones gain technological advances and a great increase in strength. The first 2 rounds of lords born in Goblin Mines have had lords overthrown at this node. England picked the Victorian era, and the red shirts had about as much firepower as a troop of dental troops. And with Elizabeth's early route of producing resources for allies, the troop level is definitely not strong. This battle was definitely a bad one for her. Upon seeing Elizabeth's panel message, many members of the alliance let out a sigh of lamentation. They all knew what a level 3 Goblin Mining Cave represented. which was basically an existence second only to a level 4 insect nest heart. Ah! How can England be a level 3 goblin mining cave? What's going to happen now? England is going to be gone. And we're going to have to break up this league when we go back. The troop of toothy lords who couldn't hide things next to them started wailing straight away. Tojo Inken, who was standing on the left side, smiled and exchanged a glance with the mustachioed man beside him when he saw this. The goblin mining cave was his birth point, and he was well aware of the current strength of the goblin clan. They have invented heavy siege weapons that are extremely powerful in both siege and field warfare. England's Elizabethan army was absolutely unstoppable, and the support of those other weaker nations was a no-brainer. Those people can't even protect themselves, so how can they talk about supporting others? And even if support is in place, there's nothing those crap armies can do about it. The key now depended on whether Su Yang would make a move or not, but even if he did, the battle power of the goblins wasn't that easy to deal with. Taking out England would not only dismantle this coalition of the weak, it would also interfere with the development of the Dragon Nation. It's just a shame about this Elizabeth. Pretty good looking. Tojo Inken had a smile on his face as he coldly looked at the English alliance crowd. Guys, as the crowd lamented, the Lord of England spoke. This battle will be tough, but I, the great British warrior, will not back down. If there are lords who can support the troops, England will always remember. But before supporting your troops, make sure you calculate your own strength and the strength of the Advent Zone to ensure you can get through. Finally, if I fail in this event, I ask that you not leave the alliance. The president of the alliance will be forwarded to the Lord of the Dragon Kingdom. Facing the other powers, the only way to unite is for us to get out. Elizabeth's body began to vaporize and slowly floated towards the universal battlefield. The lords within the alliance at the scene were all in great shock without exception. At the moment of Elizabeth's speech, it was as if standing in front of the crowd was not a 16-year-old girl, but the real queen of that sunset empire. She's only 16. How can she be so subdued? I peed myself last time. What should I do? I can't support it at all. My soldiers can only fight themselves. In the midst of the troops' tooth lords babbling, Su Yang sank down to think. The loss of an ally, especially one like England, affected him greatly. While one does not need support in terms of combat, one very much needs it in terms of resources. It's fair to say that England gets a lot of the credit for their own lead right now. Take the most recent one. Without trading with England, there is no way to upgrade a tier 4 home base until you enter the battlegrounds. England is by far the most valuable ally, and if the battle gets into a disadvantage, be sure to send troops to support it. But how many soldiers? Thoughts surged in Su Yang's mind as he tried to recall the information of the orcs in his mind. Only by judging the strength of the orcs can you allocate your troops. How you distribute your troops is important. If it is not properly distributed, it can lead to a waste of troops in light cases, or even outright death in serious cases. Ding! The system beep sounded in Su Yang's mind. How can there be news at a time like this? Tap the panel for a message from the top brass. Tapping on a page densely written with all sorts of information, the panel appeared in front of him. And the information that tops the page at the very top is exactly what the Orc clan has to offer at the level 2 threat level. It's almost like a worm in the stomach that knows what I want. Su Yang's eyes lit up. This information came at the right time. The field of nations begins to change rapidly as Elizabeth enters. The entire site was transformed into a jagged mountainous terrain full of strange rocks. Like all the lords, Elizabeth had her soldiers line up and then began to build the walls around the city straight away. All of the resources for city building are readily available and do not need to be mined. Level 3 Threat Zone. Elizabeth built a 9-meter-high iron wall directly. There were also a full 8 smoothbore front-loading cannons mounted on the walls. This gun was the standard cannon until the mid-19th century and was capable of firing solid shells or shrapnel. The general drawbacks of these guns were their short range, lack of firepower, and poor accuracy. Aside from the cannons, it's England's iconic red shirts. Unlike the line infantry with flintlock rifles in the theater teeth, they should have gotten an upgrade. With guns upgraded to percussion rifles, not only do these guns have higher accuracy and firepower, they also fire significantly faster. After seeing the English army appear, Su Yan was slightly relieved. That's not too bad. At least it upgrades the troops. Soon, the construction of the wall was completed and all the soldiers entered the territory to defend it. Elizabeth herself stood on the main city waiting for the Fey Tide to attack. The countdown ends and the level 3 Goblin clan attack begins. It wasn't a tidal wave of attacks or artillery assaults that kicked things off. Instead, it was a row of barrels hurled from a distance. A row of about 20 or so barrels, rotating and projecting over the walls. Release! The soldiers opened fire at Elizabeth's command. Boom! The explosive barrels exploded instantly when hit by the bullets, and the ignited yellow liquid poured out of the barrels, setting fire to the entire city wall. Several of the soldiers namely scrambled to get the blackened Elizabeth out of the fire and then turned to put it out. Before the flames could be extinguished, another row of barrels sped by. This time the soldiers didn't shoot, but let the barrels crash down on the walls. Boom! The barrel crashed against the wall and shattered, and out of it gushed no longer a yellow liquid, but a horde of heavily armed and screaming goblins. Chapter 84, The Red Shirts Who Live Toward Death. Sending reinforcements. Barrels stuffed with some kind of shock-absorbing substance and gnomes exploded. Each barrel contained 3 goblins, more than half of which fell into unconsciousness or died outright due to excessive damage from the landing, while the surviving goblins screamed and rushed out of the barrels to fight the red shirts on the walls. Yee! These gray-green skinned creatures wore some sort of thick leather armor that was capable of greatly absorbing bullet damage. They wield a wide variety of weapons. Short swords, prongs, spikes, hammers. They're fast and furious. The red shirts' guns were still in the single-shot era, and as long as the soldiers didn't settle the fight with a single shot, they were instantly killed by the close-in goblins. And goblins are so heat-resistant that they can pass through walls full of flames without a hitch. In contrast, the red-shirted soldiers had their greatest long-range advantage erased and were subject to the limitations of flames. Hundreds of soldiers were retreating under the flames and dozens of goblins. The upper viewing gallery of the scrimmage arena. The lords of the nations were deeply shocked at the sight of the goblins' powerful offense. What kind of hardcore airdrop is this? Kill the enemy 1,000 times and hurt yourself 800 times. This goblin clan has really become refined. A wave of fire attacks to cover and a wave of life-sacrificing attacks. Is this the battlefield of a level 3 threat zone? The difficulty is too high. Level 3 is the metamorphosis node for goblins, where they become more human-like and master a vast array of technologies and tactics. It's over. It's over. These dwarves are fighting so well. Should we throw in the towel? Lord Playhouse Tooth shouted from the sidelines. The other lords within the alliance were similarly anxious. No one had expected such chaos right off the bat. Originally, by virtue of the walls, the defenders' initial battles would have been advantageous. The situation will only slowly tip over if several attacking sides keep increasing their forces and offenses. Battles like this one where the defense is breached right off the bat and the formation is disrupted are very rare. In this case, the end of the battle was almost certain. While the crowd was anxious, Su Yan looked at the battlefield calmly. The battle had only just begun. And although the situation was chaotic, England was not yet routed. The total number of red shirts was around 400, 100 per wall. It was now only a localized loss of ground, and the disadvantage would soon be reversed by virtue of sheer numbers. The biggest gap between the two sides at the moment is not in battle power, but in tactical level. If it was the first time you fought a goblin, whoever else would have suffered from this offense. The most important thing now is how to adjust quickly and find the breaking point. Elizabeth was very calm in the face of the sudden attack. She quickly ordered the soldiers on the southern wall to retreat, leaving the fire and distancing themselves from the goblins. The soldiers were ordered to abandon the entanglement and quickly withdraw to both sides of the wall. Soldiers supporting from both sides formed a human wall and shot the pursuing goblins in the rear. The soldiers quickly withdrew from the southern wall, but the goblins in the rear did not continue to pursue. Phew! Phew! 2 more rows of barrels were projected from the sky, and the butterfuel inside the barrels gushed out, turning the entire wall into a sea of fire. Amidst the monstrous flames, the soldiers saw 4 cannons fall off the walls along with the burning goblins. Buzz! As the cannon hit the ground, a horn sounded. Dense swaths of goblins appeared in the stone forest. The general attack by the goblin forces has begun. In addition to the short goblins in the vast tide of Fae, there were other soldiers with various weapons and different heights. Mixed in with the army were 2 huge ladders. Pushing the ladder was a group of supergiant goblins that stood at 1.5 meters tall. Seeing this scene, Elizabeth realizes the goblins' true intentions. Their goal was not to breach the walls, but to destroy the 4 cannons on the walls. That's the only weapon capable of destroying the ladder of ascent. The most critical thing for both sides now is the ladder. The Goblin one's current weapons had no power over the level 3 iron walls, and they could only rely on ladders to ascend the city. By destroying the ladder, we can hold this attack against the walls. Elizabeth's eyes flickered with a fierce look, and with a flash of her mind, she immediately assembled 2 teams of 100 men. She had her soldiers attack the 2 ladders from the east and west walls out of the city. Sticking to the walls only delays death. Taking the initiative is the only way to find a silver lining. For the glory of the British Empire, hundreds of red-shirted soldiers rushed out of the walls in arrays, charging towards the Fey army. Observation deck. The lords gasped at the sight of Elizabeth sending troops out of the city. Send troops out of the city. We can't even beat them by guarding the city walls, but we can still do it without them. Why go out of the city to die when there's still a few hundred men holding the pass that won't do the job? Massed guarding of the walls is vulnerable to fire bucket attacks, and the advantage of long-range fire is lost if they are breached in close quarters. Breaching the ladder is the only solution, and Lord England's strategy is fine. The corner of MacArthur's mouth curled up in the viewing gallery and he took his cigar back up. If England loses, then its league basically sits at the bottom of the table. Next, just take down the less united League of Independent States and your side will be in the safe zone. That way even if one Goryeo dies it won't matter much. On the other side of Tojo Incan's mouth held the same cold smile. He had the same idea as MacArthur, that as long as the English lord died, then his side of the alliance would be in the safe zone. And he was more certain than MacArthur of one thing, that the 200 soldiers in England would be absolutely overwhelmed. The tactics of the Goblin ones were not only aimed at attacking cities, but their ability to fight in the field was equally terrifying. That's the kind of combat power that can't be touched by red shirts with single-shot muskets. Donjo Injin slowly looked towards the expressionless Su Yang in the distance. That's a serious look. What's going on in that pretty little head? Is it scared? Should we send troops to support it? What kind of soldiers could a Bronze Age civilization produce? Today I will let you know that the warriors of the East are the strongest warriors, and you are just little thieves who stole the first place by a fluke. I've been looking at you 20 times a minute. You've got a crush on me, don't you? Su Yang pretended not to care, but his eyes actually took in everyone's movements. The distance between the two sides on the battlefield was getting closer and closer, and the English army was about to engage head-on with the Goblin forces. Su Yang sweated for Elizabeth in his heart. It's a risky move with no way back. After rushing out of the city walls, the 200 soldiers would face the Goblin army head-on without the walls to stop them. If they could resist the pressure to destroy the latter, then the remaining English soldiers could hold the walls in death. But if they didn't fail to complete their mission all but wiped out, then the remaining English soldiers would have to wait in the city to be slaughtered. It's all or nothing, worthy of the heir to England's Iron Maiden bloodline. Su Yang stared tightly at the field. The first exchange of situations between the two sides could determine the winner of the battle. It also decides whether or not you want to send reinforcements. Chapter 85, Great Chin Sharpshooters. Come to reinforcement. Disperse. Boom. Another row of barrels fell into the midst of the red-shirt troops, and liquid gushed out. Soldiers covered in butter were required to withdraw from the line immediately and were forbidden to shoot. Once they fired their guns, the sparks from the strikes would ignite themselves. These soldiers were not dead, but they were also completely incapacitated. Each round of oil barrels slammed down, depleting large swaths of red-shirted soldiers. Elizabeth looked away from the battlefield with a very grave expression. A quarter of the 200-man force had already been lost before the battle had even begun. And these goblins weren't even the type of creatures to charge blindly. The moment they realized the red shirts were out of town, they stopped advancing on all fronts and turned to oil barrels for consumption. They know they are on the superior side and don't have to rush at all. Buzz. The mellifluous sound of trumpets sounded. The enemy was finally about to make a move. Form up to meet the enemy. Elizabeth hissed the order. Her eyes twitched and she clenched her fists in death. This is the final showdown. Deep in the stone forest, the red-shirted soldiers finally met the front lines of the Goblin forces. They immediately formed a line and opened fire on the front. The simultaneous firing of hundreds of muskets. The bullets formed a net of bullets that blocked the entire stone forest, and the Goblin team could only hide behind the stone pillars. The red-shirted soldiers kept up their array and firepower and kept moving forward, the intense firepower making it impossible for the Goblins to fight back. And just as the soldiers were steadily advancing, the earth suddenly trembled, dust rustled down from the stone pillars, and fine gravel continued to jump on the ground. The whole world seemed to tremble. The goblins hiding behind the stone pillars began to shout frantically, as if to greet something. Buzz. A roar that resounded through the heavens and the earth rang out from the depths of the stone forest, and a huge figure 5 meters tall rushed out. It has only one eye, and its body is covered in hard olive green skin. In his hand, he holds a giant wolfsbane, and an equal iron-clad shield. Elite Goblin clan monsters, trolls, concentrate fire. All the red-shirt soldiers concentrated their fire on the giant monster. The trolls raised their giant shields as they charged. It was a solid oak shield nearly half a meter thick, with iron wrapping around the perimeter. Red-shirt bullets were either bounced off the iron or deflected by the thick oak. Even if all the firepower was concentrated, it couldn't have the slightest effect on the troll's charge. Above the walls, the light in Elizabeth's eyes faded. She had forgotten that forgetting the 3 threat level was going to unlock elite level units. The moment the trolls show up, it's all over. Observation deck. My goodness gracious. There are trolls. How can this not be machine gunned? It's over. The gap is too wide. Lord England did his best. This goblin is also too terrifying. It feels like it will be even harder to fight than the worm's nest. England is overthrown, and their alliance is almost over. Look no further. Prepare the next lord. The moment the troll appeared, the crowd of lords on the viewing platform directly sentenced England to death. The faces of all the lords within the alliance were all ashen, and all of them dismissed the thought of support in their minds. Sending troops to fight goblins has a chance. Fighting this kind of elite monster is a total death sentence. The Lord of the Theater teeth scratched his ears in anxiety. What to do? What to do? Don't want her to die. Someone save her. The smiles on the faces of MacArthur and Tojo Incan on the other side of the room could barely be suppressed. The battle is over and England will be off their threat list forever. To say that the biggest mistake she made was that she shouldn't have allied herself with a bunch of loser countries. A bunch of losers huddled together won't become strong. They'll just become bigger losers. Waste will never survive in the Forbidden Zone. The Dragon Kingdom requests reinforcements. Suddenly, Su Yang's voice rang out from the viewing gallery. The voice was not loud, but resolute and strong. The entire viewing gallery was instantly quiet. This was the first time a lord had been reinforced. Application approved to determine the number and type of reinforcements. 6 Great Qin Imperial Armor Sharpshooters. 6 Great Qin Imperial Armor Crossbowmen. Hearing the number of soldiers Su Yang chose to reinforce, all the lords stared with wide eyes, filled with incredulity. Single-digit reinforcement units. Did I hear right? What is the meaning of this? Sending a few soldiers down to bury her? I thought there was something big going on. Is this the strength of the Dragon Kingdom? Funny, 12 soldiers aren't enough to stuff a troll. 12 infantry? This is the ally that England has exchanged its heart for? The dragons are human and animalistic. They must have sucked England's blood to take the double first. All the other lords within the alliance looked at Su Yang incredulously, their eyes filled with contempt. No, dude, you? To the side. The Lord of the Playhouse Tooth was also a bit confused by the situation. Reinforcements confirmed, teleporting soldiers in, selecting landing site. Su Yang ignored all the stares and quickly chose the descent point according to the system's instructions. Descent point selected. Are you sure about the descent? Okay. Su Yang's reply was decisive. Buzz. In an instant of certainty, Su Yang's body lit up with light. At the same time, dozens of pillars of light fell from the sky and landed in the center of the battlefield of the contention zone. MacArthur and Tojo Incan frowned at the same time. What the hell? They didn't believe that Su Yang would do something pointless. But why? Why did the reinforcements only send a dozen soldiers? Is it possible to try to turn a battle around with that amount of numbers? That's not possible. Howl. The troll's roar resounded throughout the stone forest. No amount of bullets can stop it from moving forward. The red shirts on the front line continued to fire. And even though they were not half effective, they did not retreat. Because they knew that they were the last line of defense standing in the way of the queen. And they couldn't back down. Elizabeth on the city wall was pale. And the hope of turning the tide was completely gone. She stopped being nervous and stood on top of the walls with her chest back up, to die with grace and dignity. She had already failed the people of England and could not afford to jeopardize the glory of the English Empire. Buzz. Suddenly, without any warning, 12 pillars of light descended from the sky, landed in the center of the battlefield, between the trolls and the redshirt array. Are these reinforcements? Elizabeth's mouth was slightly open and her entire body froze in place. She didn't know what to make of the scene before her. Giggle. The pillar of light disappeared, and a puff of thick white smoke poured out over the battlefield. A voice rang out in his head. I, Chen Wu, have come to provide reinforcements at the behest of His Majesty. Chapter 86. You call this the Bronze Age? Where is this smoke coming from? Steam? What's this? How come I don't remember reinforcements having special effects out of the gate? Seeing the steam over the battlefield, the lords were puzzled. But soon, the steam drifted away. 12 Dichin Imperial armor soldiers wearing bronze exoskeleton armor appeared before the eyes of the lords. Steam gushing sounds rang out, and the 6 Imperial armor sharpshooters located in the front row rushed straight out, pointing directly at the trolls. The speed of the sprint was as fast as 6 lightning bolts. All the lords were dumbfounded, completely unable to believe what they were seeing before them. Old Mother Sheba, something rushed past. What is this thing? My God, is that an exoskeleton mech out here? Bronze can build exoskeleton mechs. Steam propulsion, exoskeleton mechs. And you're telling me this is the Bronze Age? This Qin Dynasty soldier is also too damn handsome. They're practically superhuman. Reinforcements from the Dragon Kingdom? Hearing Chen Wu's words, Elizabeth finally reacted. But why are there only 12 reinforcements? And where does the steam come from? Without waiting for her to think more, the steam dissipated and the front row of 6 Imperial armor riders streamed out to kill. What? Elizabeth's eyes snapped open. Giggle. Steam surged as Chen Wu led the charge. The soldiers split up and charged the trolls from both sides. As they were about to kill the troll, the 6 crossbowmen in the back pulled their triggers. Crossbow strings and steam provide power at the same time, and the arrow breaks through the air. Buzz. Copper crossbows were the first to kill, shooting at the troll's large feet that were exposed below his shield. Pust. The spinning arrows broke through the hard skin and pierced right through both of its footboards. Roar. The troll let out a hiss of pain as the shield in his hand became dislocated, revealing part of his body. Buzz. The crossbowman seized the close call and fired a second volley. The exposed body parts were filled with crossbow bolts in an instant. 2 arrows in quick succession in the left leg at the knee. The crossbow bolt not only tore through the hard epidermis, but shattered the entire kneecap. Roar! The troll's legs could no longer support that massive body. It let out a despairing wail and flopped to the ground head-on. Boom! The massive body fell to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. Before the smoke and dust dissipated, Chen Wu, who had long been prepared, led his team to kill. Back of the neck, heart, spine. 6 Imperial Armor Sharpshooters. 6 powered bronze swords. Stabbed the troll in the back from both sides at all lethal points. Giggle. Steam propulsion. Precision stabbing. Rotating hilt. There was no lag. And the set was flowing. The screaming stopped abruptly. 5 meters tall. Elite demonic creature of level 3 goblin mining cave. A behemoth that hundreds of soldiers couldn't stop. It didn't even last 10 seconds in the hands of the Imperial Armor Squad. Put. The Imperial Armor Ranger drew his bronze sword and killed deeper into the stone forest. The goblins hiding behind the stone pillars nearby all stared with wide eyes. They looked at the backs of the Imperial Armor Riders who were speedily disappearing, and then at the sleeping trolls on the ground. The stone forest once again resounded with the frantic cries of the goblins, but this time it was no longer cheers of excitement, but shouts of terror. Elizabeth on the walls was dumbfounded, her expression managing to go completely out of control. Growing up learning noble etiquette, she had never been so out of her element. This is so surprising and shocking. Su Yang had sent only 12 soldiers to defuse the soldiers she was completely unable to cope with. What kind of soldiers are these? And what kind of civilization was the Qin dynasty? To be in the Bronze Age and yet have such skillful exoskeleton techniques. Is this a miracle? On the spectator seats, the lords who had watched the entire process of Imperial Armor Sharpshooter killing the trolls were all dumbfounded. This isn't a Fey challenge. This is a Fey survival challenge. Hey, that's too much. Isn't this soldier a bit overmodeled? No, you call this the Bronze Age? Who has bronze swords with steam propulsion? No wonder there are only 12 of them. I'm afraid a few more won't even close the copy. Invincible in close combat, with long-range power comparable to a sniper rifle. Is this the team that took the top spot in the exploration rankings? Su Yang brah. I just played a few small jokes with you. Our friendship is still alive. Su Yang Oba. Can you support Simi when I fight later? While the small country lords were still able to smile and praise the great Qin soldiers, the large country lords were completely unable to smile. The combat strength of these 12 soldiers had completely demonstrated the strength of the Dragon Kingdom. Everyone could feel that the biggest threat had appeared in this round of the Forbidden Land trial. After watching the battle of the great Qin sharpshooters, MacArthur loosened his collar slightly. I don't know why it's a little hot and I'm sweating a lot. On the side, Tojo Incan's face was grave, and he no longer had the sneer he had before. As a lord born in a goblin cave, no one could understand the strength of trolls better than him. When this elite monster appeared, he used 2 machine gun squads to successfully resolve it. The machine gun squad was already his current strongest combat force, while these soldiers sent out by Su Yang seemed like they were still just basic units. No wonder he fought day and night for 4 consecutive days yet still lost the quest ranking. How are you going to win a fight with a monster force like this? What kind of monsters did this damn Qin dynasty study? No, buddy. The Theater Tooth Lord looked at Su Yang with eyes that became extremely complicated. How is it that throwing a dozen soldiers at random reverses the situation? The last time he had seen this kind of scene was when he was watching cartoons in 3rd grade. The Theater Tooth Lord's brain was completely overloaded and his speech system was completely out of whack. It was with great difficulty that Su Yang was able to obtain a brief moment of quiet. The red shirts in the scramble arena are regrouping under the leadership of the crossbowmen and are steadily advancing. And the Imperial Armor Sharpshooters bypassed the goblin hordes and bypassed the ladders to head straight for the deepest part of the stone forest. The Imperial Armor Sharpshooters who had been fighting the bugs all day long bumped into these little gnomes, and it could be said that it was a descending blow. A swarm of goblin hordes swarmed up trying to surround the Imperial Armor Squad, but they were far too slow to keep up with the rush of the Imperial Armor Riders. Even a 6-legged one can't run, let alone these 2 short legs that are less than 20 centimeters. The proud speed and melee ability of the goblin troops was bull ***** in front of the Imperial Armor Riders. It's fine if they can't catch up, but if they do, it's easy to put your life on the line. The 6 Imperial Armor Riders were like nobody's business, and they roared all the way to the rear of the goblin troops. That's exactly where the goblins have their home base for projecting different kinds of barrels. Chapter 87 Unstoppable Imperial Armor Army. Su Yang's debut. The red-shirted soldiers were able to overwhelm the goblin hordes by forming arrays and pulling back. The only place it went wrong was in the rear where the oil drums were thrown. The oil drums were able to easily break down the red-shirt arrays, making them so that they let not be able to form an effective fire network. Therefore, when Su Yang assigned Shen Wu a task, the first target was the trolls. followed by the rear-throwing army. 6 Imperial armor sharpshooters killed the Goblin catapult unit, their targets being the Goblin troopers with goggles directing the throws. Like the Heavenly Fire Guard, the operation of a stone thrower requires specialized soldiers. Simply killing them is equivalent to destroying the position. Soon, the Goblin specialists in the pitcher position were killed off by the Imperial armor sharpshooters. By the time the front row of Goblin hordes returned screaming, all that was left for them was a trail of broken limbs. By now, the big picture was set, and all means of counterattack by the Goblin forces had been destroyed. Elizabeth moves another 100 units of redshirt soldiers from the territory to join the fight. The combined forces, with the redshirts as the main force and the Imperial Armor Legion as support, steadily advanced, eliminating the Goblin hordes almost harmlessly. Lord England completed the challenge successfully. Inside the viewing platform, the lords sighed in awe as they were overwhelmed by the mighty battle power of the Imperial Armor Riders, straight across the entire battlefield from the front. How can you fight a war around the back like this? It's not reasonable at all. This speed, this close combat ability, it's totally special forces. What kind of special forces can do this? This is a superhuman force. This is the elite troop type of the Dragon Kingdom, isn't it? Surely it can't be a basic unit? The light flickered and the scenery in the brawling arena began to change as Elizabeth resumed her place in the viewing gallery. Seeing Elizabeth's successful return, the faces of the lords within the alliance finally regained their blood color. At the same time they had a renewed perception of the strength of the Dragon Kingdom. Previously, because of Dragon's terrible record in the first 2 rounds and the choice of ancient civilization, even if Su Yang took the first place in the double list, these people did not recognize the true strength of the Dragon Kingdom. It was only after seeing the Imperial Armor Sharpshooters fight today that they finally recognized it. It was no accident at all that Dragon took first place, but the inevitable result of strong strength. Thank you. England will always remember this day. Elizabeth solemnly made a nobleman's salute to Su Yang. That's what being an ally is supposed to do. Su Yang nodded in response while turning his attention to the other alliances. Now the faces of these lords were truly wonderful. Although lords such as MacArthur and Tojo Incan tried their best to hide it, they could still detect anxiety in their expressions. England's smooth passage will absolutely shatter what these people would have expected. The fight for supremacy continues. So what's next for these guys? High-level conference room. The crowd of officers and the panel of experts were overwhelmed by the battle prowess of the Imperial Armor Army. Beautiful. Turning the tide of battle with just one squad. The battle power of the Imperial Armor soldiers is simply terrifying. Almost pulling up the human body's functions by more than 3 times. The effect of this exoskeleton Imperial armor is just too strong. Who would have thought that melee units could be so powerful in an age of hot weapons? Su Yang's response was also excellent. Whether it was the number of support troops, the timing of the support, or the choice of priority kill targets, it was perfect. The General-in-Chief of the military nodded equally appreciatively. Su Yang's strategy of choosing to support England was also very correct. If England was destroyed, the entire alliance would be greatly affected. And the display of combat power was just right. While the Imperial Armor Squad easily disposed of the Goblin Force's strategic units, the mainstay of the subsequent battle was still the Redshirt Force. This creates the illusion to the other lords that the Qin dynasty's forces are elite but not numerous, and is able to make them feel threatened but not so much so that they remove the barriers that separate them from each other to jointly target us. Right. They'll never guess that what we're showing is still just the most basic unit. We've gotten through the biggest hurdle, so we'll see how the other alliances respond next. International Forbidden Places live. WTF. The soldiers of the Dragon Kingdom are also too scary. It's so handsome and strong. It's a good thing we're in an alliance with the Dragon Kingdom. Isn't this Iron Man? Is Su Yang's English name Tony Starr? Thank you, Dragon Lords, for your help, which the people of England will always remember. Dear neighbors, please send a message for Su Yang to support us as well. And the people of Goryeo will always remember. You bear in mind that you code. Official live stream. The people of the Dragon Kingdom who had seen the Imperial Armor soldiers strike for the first time had all boiled over. The strength of these Imperial Armor warriors was far beyond their imagination. It's so cool. A real man wants to play melee. Ooh, our Goblin army is just too cardless. Blazing Kobold applies for battle. Please stomp me hard. When will it be Su Yang's turn to appear? I want to see the Imperial Armor army bloodily wash the orcs. What's there to see in a crushing game? I want to see the Goryeo Kingdom lords wet their pants from the swarm. Yeah, I want to see it too. 3 threat goblins are so tough. How scary 4 threat swarms should be. The scramble continued as the chosen lords entered the scramble field one after the other. Su Yang struck twice more after England. Same single-digit troops. Same crushing battles. As long as Su Yang made a move, everyone knew that the battle was over. And it's not even a victory that counts. It's a completely injury-free victory. Starting from Su Yang's first support, Support was mobilized by people from all subsequent alliances. The troops they put in could only augment firepower and could not accomplish strategic objectives as directly as the Imperial Armor Squad. And the troops they support take casualties just like regular soldiers. However, Su Yang's Royal Armor Squad had never experienced any attrition from the start of the battle, and even injuries rarely occurred. What's great isn't being injury-free. What's great is being injury-free over and over again, because it means that its strength is already much higher than the current level. Another lord completes the challenge and returns to the viewing gallery. So far, only the Eastern Alliance had lost a lord from each alliance, and none of the other three had suffered any losses. Surprisingly, there was a coalition of independent countries, all of which fought alone and without support. But surprisingly no one has been killed in action so far in the fight, and 2-3 threat level areas have been cleared. The screen flashes and a new round of challengers appears. Lord, Rococo Suyang. Advent, Wild Mountains. Threat level, 2. Chapter 88, Wild Mountains. Speedway Show. It's finally my turn. Suyang moved his neck. Although this body was only a projection of consciousness, levitating for a day would still cause fatigue. The moment Dragon Country appeared on the screen, he could feel dozens of gazes shooting over. These gazes were no longer the skepticism or disdain of before, but anticipation mixed with hostility. Good luck, Elizabeth said. Big brother Suyang, I'm watching you, the Theater Tooth Lord shouted. Ever since he saw the battle power of the Imperial Armor Sharpshooter, he had changed his name to Suyang from Buddy to Big Brother. Suyang nodded slightly and selected 16 Imperial Armor Sharpshooters and 12 Imperial Armor Crossbowmen with a flash of his mind. Again, the picks were accurate to the nearest digit, the result of his careful analysis based on high-level information. The only other Fae in the level 2 Wild Mountains are pigmen and werewolves, with Fae waves numbering between 30 to 50. This configuration is not even comparable to a worm nest that can reach 150 units at level 2. With the added strength of the city walls, Suyang actually felt that sending out so many troops was a bit much, but considering it's your own downfall, it's better to err on the side of caution. The light lit up and Suyang saw his body transform into an illusion once again, followed by a suction force. He felt like he was being sucked into the scramble field like a pumping toilet. The scene in front of him quickly switched, and soon became grassland terrain, with endless prairies and countless tall mountains in the distance. It's clear that the terrain is highland. Seeing the familiar grass, Suyang suddenly felt a trace of affection. All day long he was confronted with those strange crystal spores. He had almost forgotten what a normal plant looked like. Landing on the ground without procrastination, he summoned his soldiers and began to build the walls. Although the enemy is not strong, it should still be taken seriously. Everything in the Forbidden Land requires stability. Rumble. Soon, a circle of 3-story copper walls, 12 meters high, rose from the ground. For giant crossbows at the corners of the walls and a sonic detector in place in the center of the city, the Imperial armor troops quickly ascended the walls with the steam-driven lift pods and took up their positions. Suyang didn't climb the city walls with the soldiers, but stood leisurely next to the Lord's mansion and turned on vision sharing. He selects a crossbowman, and the moment the share opens, a vast and clear view is instantly spread out before him. The crossbowman's powerful vision was comparable to a sniper's scope, surprisingly allowing him to see enough to make out the small rocks on the field a few hundred meters away. You don't have to move yourself. You can get detailed information in any direction just by switching between different viewpoints. This ability is unbelievable, Suyang exclaimed in his heart. The lords on the battlefield seat began to doubt their lives once again when they saw Suyang's territory. If I remember correctly, the walls are supposed to be uniform? This thing is almost twice the height of my city wall. No one cares. This city wall construction technique is too professional. Right. The battlements, firing holes, watchtowers, all the configurations are complete. Their soldiers can still ride steam ladders. I feel like I'm just in the Bronze Age, using low-grade materials but being able to build high-tech products. Is this Qin Dynasty open? As Qin Dynasty technology was displayed one by one, the faces of MacArthur and Tojo Incan became more and more grave, obviously using primitive materials and primitive fighting styles. Yet they were able to create such powerful technology and battle power? What exactly is the civilizational identity of this Qin Dynasty? Roar! With the roar of the Hogman army, the wave of orc attacks began. The common height of a pigman is around 2 meters, and his body is covered in heavy fat. A larger Hogman leader stood on the hillside and roared. Its roar caused all the pigmen to gain acceleration buffs to madly rush towards the base. Orcs fight by crushing their enemies with their strong physique and various buff bonuses. They are hardly tactical and violently push across anything they come across. The pigman leader roared madly, his entire body reddening from head to toe. The wall looked a little high today, but it was confident that if the roar was loud enough, the pigmen would be able to bulldoze through it all. Pigmen, never a slave. The pigman leader let out an angry cry and was about to continue unleashing his skills when he saw a flash of black shadow in the distance. Howl! Boom! The giant crossbow bolt struck, toppling the entire hill on which the pigman leader stood. Dirt and turf flew everywhere, and the powerful impact shook all the surrounding pigmen. One hit and a second. The lords in the viewing gallery once again stared in disbelief. It's a crossbow. I thought it was a missile if you didn't tell me. The pigman leader definitely counts as the most thick-skinned unit in the early stages, and it was instantly killed in seconds. I remembered that this monster still has the bloodless berserk skill. Who knew that Su Yang wouldn't even give the bloodless a chance? The crossbow charge fell through the mud, and the pigmen that had been flushed around the perimeter stopped rolling and stood up. They scratched their heads and looked around, not realizing what was happening, pausing for a moment before opening their charge again. Was that pig man just talking? Su Yang watched the moment the pigman leader was shot through the crossbow soldier's viewpoint. These creatures are just horribly stupid. No strategy, no tactics. 20 or 30 pigmen just charged straight at them, letting out strange grunts and drying the walls with their bare hands. Their only advantage is their toughness, and on average it takes 5 arrows from a crossbowman to kill them completely. Physique didn't make up for intelligence, though, and the crossbowmen attacked for just a few more rounds before the pigmen were all shot. After defeating the wave of pigmen attacks, it was time to head out of town to destroy the werewolf forces in the forest. Werewolves are slightly smarter than pigmen, know how to work in groups, and have good melee abilities. However, the time Su Yang entered was not night, and they could not eat the additions. Its offense is really sharp, and it is more difficult to deal with in single combat than the stinging worm. However, its attack landed on the sharpshooter wearing the alligator bone bronze armor, which was still somewhat painless. In the end, the werewolf forces were wiped out at a much faster rate by the Imperial Armor Riders. The challenge is over. From being selected to completing the challenge, Su Yang only spent 15 minutes. Almost 3 times faster than the other lords. Such quick and efficient abuse put all the lords to shame. When Su Yang came out of the scramble arena, the eyes of many small country lords looking at him turned into awe. Is this some kind of 2-week speed dating show? 15 minutes. Level 2 Wild Mountains, is that trashy? It's simply a crushing level battle, and those soldiers will surely die if they fight in melee. It feels like they're going the one-man development route, so they're not really going to develop some kind of Superman slashing through tanks at a later stage, are they? To be scientific, what do you think the myth is? This level of single soldier is already at the top. Chapter 89, Final Battle. 4 Threat Level Bug Nests. Su Yang returned to the viewing seat with a relaxed expression, as if he hadn't expended any effort at all. And with Su Yang completing the challenge, the strength of the Dragon Kingdom, or at least all the strength that a level 2 main base could have, was displayed. The veil of mystery was finally lifted, and the crowd finally had an idea of Qin Dynasty's battle power. The Lords of Rice, Eastern Japan, and the other great powers were calm on the surface, but their minds were reeling with thoughts. The Dragon Kingdom's forces are shocking at first glance, but when you think about it, they're full of holes. The first is numbers, and the number of troops is a very important indicator. With the number of people Su Yang sent out today, there were no more than 100 at full count. That number of people is simply not enough in the eyes of a modern state. The second is the way the fights are fought. A couple of fights look like they're basically just a straight-up charge. This kind of tactic is okay for brainless Fae. Once faced with a human machine gun position, there is only a dead end. Modern machine guns are obsolete even for cavalry charges, let alone these infantrymen with swords. The final conclusion is that at this stage the Qin dynasty, by virtue of the ability of a single soldier, is indeed a broken existence. But when the countries later unlocked modern technologies such as airplanes, tanks, and artillery, the Qin dynasty would pay the price for the wrong technology tree. After Su Yang returned, the competition for supremacy continued. New round of Lords opens challenges. High-level conference room of the Dragon Kingdom. This is too easy to win. Does it feel like it's showing too much strength? Yeah, I don't think we should have built crossbow turrets. It's a bit of a stretch. I really can't blame Su Yang. I can only say that the strength is too strong for a casual display to go overboard. The Chief General of the Military Ministry spoke. Actually, this is just right. Although the Imperial Armor soldiers are strong, they have also exposed some problems. Number 1, we are far outnumbered, and number 2, our fighting style and tactics are basically the ancient infantry charge model. The other lords will absolutely see those 2 flaws and misjudge us. The experts nodded their heads in agreement that demonstrating strengths while exposing some shortcomings is the optimal presentation situation. Official live stream. This is too strong. This wasn't the scene when the 8 banner soldiers of the Qing dynasty fought the pigmen in the first round. I remember the night it was breached. The pigman chief knocked on the gate against dozens of fire rope guns. It's too much. When the 8 banner soldiers fought it, they thought the pigmen were simply devils. And now that the Imperial armored sharpshooters are done fighting, they think they're still a little more like pigs. That was awesome. Loved the fat spiking around when the crossbow shot into the pigman. Dude's too heavy, right? The fight was so good. It wasn't worth the sleep I've been getting. Quickly. I want Park to Worm's Nest romp next. This rally is going to be brutal. Underage get off the air. It's a good halfway through. And the highlights are coming up. The Field of Nations. The scrimmage was organized. Since Su Young, none of the next battles had been overly difficult. Fei and 2 threat level areas have largely not gained prime and will not be too strong. Normally developing modern nations are able to successfully accomplish the challenge. Even the Playhouse Tooth Lords crossed over into a level 2 zone. Upon his return he nearly burst into tears. I originally thought the Worm's Lair was hard, but after hitting the other level 2 areas, I realized that the Worm's Lair is no place for a human to be. Su Yang could understand him. His own soldiers were crunching and killing in other level 2 zones, but he couldn't even get out of the springs in the Worm's Nest. Who to talk to about this? But this time, he had a good brush with the double unity value bonus, and he should be able to replenish his army when he returned to the Worm's Nest. Su Yan looked at the scoreboard in the sky. The time had already come to the 7th night, and the process of the competition was nearing its end. A bunch of powerful countries such as Rice and Eastern Japan had already come down to complete their challenges one after another. Among them, the East and the Meg have already unlocked the machine gun, and both battles show a crushing stance. It's worth noting that the area Tojo Injin got is none other than the one threat-leveled heart of the Worm's Nest in Theater Teeth. When challenged, his machine gun units showed absolute suppression of the Worm Wave, with almost no injuries in defensive battles. Only some soldiers were lost in the subsequent clearing of the remaining swarms in the dense forest. And in addition to Rice and TOEI, Bear, Germany, and France were just as strong, taking the fight without any pressure. But while they were also crushing without pressure, none of them were able to close in on their own clearance records. And even the fastest East took over 20 minutes. After a day of fighting, the situation on the field remained unchanged. Still, only the Eastern Alliance lost its only lord, and none of the other alliances produced casualties. There are only 3 lords left in the viewing gallery who have not participated in the challenge, and these 3 will determine the final outcome. And the most critical of the 3 is the Goliath who drew the 4 threat level bug nest. If Goryo is overthrown, the Rice Alliance will fall directly into the danger zone. If Goliath succeeds, they'll still be able to fight through the battle damage ratio. The originally dispensable Goryo state is now the one that must be rescued. Su Yang looked at MacArthur with some curiosity. Will they save it? The panel flashed and the penultimate challenger appeared. Lord Goryoguk Parkdos. Advent, Heart of the Nest, Threat Level 4. Finally, Su Yang's eyes flashed. The battle to decide the final alliance ranking was here. Seeing the panel light up, the Lord of the Goryo Kingdom shuddered and let out a long breath. He and MacArthur exchanged glances, then turned into light and entered the brawling arena. MacArthur looked around the room, sneered, and took his cigar back up. He knew what these people were thinking. It's nothing more than waiting for the swarm to overthrow Goliath and then bring him. Rice, down with it. At first he did think it was hopeless as well, but the battle between the East and the bugs gave him hope. The heavy machine guns of the East formed a perfect suppression of the swarm, and the defensive battle was almost harmless. This made him realize that although the swarm was horrible in the early stages of battle, as soon as he unlocked the heavy firepower, any higher threat level, any larger swarm size, is just an experienced baby used to brush up on unity values. While there is no information about it, it is unlikely that swarms will gain mutations at a certain level like goblins do. Goblins, no matter how disgusting they are still considered fetal mammals and must have some intelligence and ability to learn. And bugs are nothing more than a bunch of predators that hunt by instinct and can't possibly have a brain. So much so that he deduced that the reason why the heart of the worm's nest had been brushed to such a high level of 4, it is its lack of significant subsequent upgrades and medium-term weakness misses. Performance. A single means of offense eliminates the need for the lords of that region to think about tactics. It's easy to harvest a bug wave with just increased firepower, which in turn increases the threat level quickly. He therefore deliberately left 2 heavy machine gun squads and a mortar squad. The swarm will then be able to show the swarm what the power of technology is. Chapter 90, Specialized Bug Squad. Sudden attack. Late night. Park 2S descended into the scramble arena and was greeted by brilliant crystalline spores that glowed with fluorescence. He recognized it as one of those oddly shaped plants from the Descent of the Eastern Lords, except they didn't glow in the daytime. The Advent site is surrounded on 3 sides by glowing plants, and the whole area is brighter than daylight. The open area on the other side without glowing plants appears to be a salt flat. Dense forests on 3 sides and open areas on 1 side. This birth point is better than the daytime eastern one. Based on the daytime battles in the east, the swarms only fought in dense forests. They don't dare to attack from the open. Without the cover of dense forest they would be living targets. So the bugs could only choose 3 sides with dense forests to launch their attack. so that he only had to defend 3 sides compared to Tojo Injin. The opening advantage is huge. Park To-see didn't dare to slow down and immediately began to surround the city wall. At the same time he sent soldiers to begin clearing the surrounding fluorescent plants. These plants are large and can draw a lot of firepower to the swarms that travel through them. Because the scrambled defense had unlimited ammo and the soldiers could be resupplied by simply returning to their barracks, Park To-see ordered the soldiers to blow up directly with grenades. The killing range of the fragmentation grenade was around 10 meters. Because of the powerful buffering effect of the liquid inside the crystal spore, this killing range was reduced to 3 meters. One soldier is equipped with 3-man portable grenades, and about a quarter of the nearly 200 South Korean GIs are armed with grenades. Their strategy is to bomb through with fragmentation grenades before allowing soldiers without grenades to deep clean with tactical daggers. It's a good method, and the cleanup is even more efficient than the Eastern Army. Boom, boom, boom. The sound of fragmentation grenades rang out from all parts of the dense forest, the explosions standing out in the late-night silence of the dense forest. As a grenade exploded, the crystalline spore plants fell in large swaths. The GIs have cleared nearly 10 meters or so of crystalline spore, and Park To-see is nearing completion of the walls. Looking at the magnificent 6-meter-high walls, his heart burst with pride. The walls of East Japan are just 3-meter level 1 walls because they focus on offense and don't point defense. However, with a level 1 wall, they were able to completely destroy the swarm, so their level 2 wall would be as solid as gold? Park To-see was a bit proud of himself. The city wall was an emergency upgrade that he had made before entering the brawl, in order to improve the defense of his territory. I didn't realize that the upgrade was just right and almost saved my life. Only the last section of the wall remains, and after it is built it is time for the soldiers to return. Boom, boom, ah. The moment Park reached the point where he lowered the last section of the wall, he suddenly felt the sound of screams being heard. What's the situation? Squad leaders count their members. Park To-see yelled into his communicator as he ran towards the territory. He was a bit flustered, and he didn't dare make a fuss at this point. All of 1st Squadron, all of 3rd Squadron, Squadron 4, pust, zip, fizzle. What a sound! Park To-see's face was filled with horror. He had just been so scared that he almost threw his communicator away. Something's wrong. Can't stay out there. He grabbed his communicator and yelled, "All hands withdraw to the territory! All hands withdraw!" Bang! Bang! No sooner had he spoken than chaotic gunfire rang out in the dense forest. How? The Forbidden Land hasn't even been hinted at yet, so how come the bugs are here? All hands on deck! All hands on deck! All searchlights on the walls were lit and the guards with submachine guns were put on full alert. Park To-see rushed up the wall and looked in the direction of the gunshot. Suddenly he saw that at the edge of the dense forest, a soldier who had just rushed out was directly cut across the waist without warning. The spurt of blood was stopped in midair by something that outlined an unrecognizable structure. See, Siba, what's that? What's that thing? Chaotic gunfire and screams rang out in the dense forest, from which not a single soldier escaped again. Suddenly, Park To-see felt a chill traveling from the top of his head all the way down to the soles of his feet as despair and coldness surged through him like falling into an ice cave. That thing seemed to look at him. In the viewing gallery, the lords all stared in disbelief, not knowing what was happening. An attack on an area that was thought to be safe to build a wall? And they didn't even see the attacking creature. What was it? What launched the attack? Did anyone see it? The mission hasn't even been released yet. How come the wave of attacks has started? This isn't an attack wave. It's like they've met a wild fae. What about the fae? Before even getting a good look at the fae, the Goryeo kingdom has already lost a dozen soldiers. The last soldier, his blood spilled on something. What is this? MacArthur frowned. A dozen dead before the fight even started. And no idea what started the attack. Tojo Inkin's eyes were glazed over. He could sense something was wrong. This 4-threat level bug nest is nothing like what you fought during the day. On the other side of the viewing platform, Su Yang himself frowned. This feels familiar. It wasn't as frightening as Park To-see, but he had felt that way. That feeling of being watched by something. It was the bug squad at the entrance to the territory. While the Forbidden Lands will wait until the countdown is over to turn on the Fey wave, the rules never say that building the walls is a safe time to do so. It was Park To-see who saved the day by opening up the road with a grenade and drawing that bug squad in. Combined with the situation in front of him, Su Yang finally knew why the scouts hadn't been able to scout that team. That team must have had some sort of mimicry or some sort of technology that allowed them to be completely invisible in the dense forest. Park To-see is really hitting the jackpot. This is the first time even he's seen a special bug squad. The official live broadcast of the Dragon Kingdom. The sudden attack on the livestream directly ignited the pop-ups. I'm super. People are killing without even seeing them. What kind of bugs are these? Look at Park To-see that way. His face is all white. This is really shocked. This is so exciting. No one told me they still show horror movies at night. All the other areas are brushing monsters for a cool movie. But this level 4 bug nest of ours has turned into a horror movie. It's true that it's a bit scary. I really can't imagine that Su Yang faces such horrible creatures every day. You are watching him fight like this. How can our great Qin Rueshi even return the favor? Of course you're terrifying by substituting yourself for the stick. We're great Qin. How can we be afraid when we have Li Xin and the Heavenly Fire Guard? But I'm so looking forward to what's going to happen next. The attack wave is going to be so spectacular if they kill them and lose their souls before the attack wave even starts. The most anticipated episode is here. Hurry up and send the choreo stick home. Chapter 91 Terrifying Insect Wave Offensive. M1917 Heavy Machine Gun. The unknown bug race's pursuit stopped at the edge of the dense forest, and all of the subsequent Goryo soldiers returned to the territory. Park 2S took a slow breath, gradually detaching himself from his panic. Soldiers entering the territory gave him a renewed sense of security. No matter what kind of bugs you have, you can use firepower to suppress them as long as you get distance from them. The dozen or so that just folded were just low-rank units with Garand M1S. All senior infantrymen armed with grenades and submachine guns returned safely, and with his barracks built right at the foot of the walls, the soldiers had quick access to ammo supplies and were guaranteed almost unlimited firepower. With this kind of combat power, as long as they don't fight an encounter, several levels of bugs don't have a chance of winning. Countdown ends. Bug wave attack begins. Phew. The moment the countdown ended, something was actually thrown out of the dense forest and smashed down at the gate of the city wall. Park Tasi took a look and his face turned blue. It was half of a Goryo soldier's body. How dare this damn insect race provoke him? Shiba, a bunch of dog bastards. Come on if you dare. Park 2S grabbed an M3 submachine gun and strafed the dense forest. Mutation. Siba. He was completely enraged. The sudden attack in front of him showed the world that he, Park 2S, was scared out of his wits. That humiliation was all turned into anger at this moment as the bullets poured out. A shot was quickly fired, and Park TOS, who was ready for another, suddenly heard a thin sound coming from him. Sasha. The bugs are coming. The footsteps were like the prelude to a death rattle. Park 2S saw, far away, an unending sea of gray-brown in the dense forest approaching him. Sigh. Siba. Park TOS swallowed, his anger dissipating. The scale of this is not even in the same league as the daytime Eastern ones. Mutation. Without waiting for Park to react, the other wall was the first to encounter the enemy. Park 2S immediately shifted his line of sight, and the moment he saw swarms of xenomorphs pouring out of the dense forest, his heart directly went cold. They were grayish-brown xenomorphs that were larger than they were during the day, with a full 4 sharp blades on their chests and even harder shells. Meeting the bullets, the swarm didn't simply collapse like it did during the day. The network of fire slowed them down only slightly, but could not stop their advance. Unless it hits a vital point, the bullet basically only embeds itself in the shell of the bug, causing no actual killing. Mutation. The tide of insects came out on all 3 sides, and all the soldiers on the walls began to shoot. The wave of insects actually linked up and attacked from 3 directions. Grenades. Park TOS growled the order. Rows of grenades were hurled and exploded in the swarm. Boom. For dense waves of bugs, explosive attacks with ranged kills are the best option. The grenade detonated, and the tide of insects that kept advancing forward was finally silenced. But the suppression was too short, and the raging tide of insects didn't give Park 2S a chance to catch his breath. Soon, 3 rounds of grenades were thrown and the tide of insects continued to advance. Park 2S suddenly realized that there was one thing he had thought wrong. That is, while defense warfare theoretically has unlimited ammo, you must have time to resupply. And at the moment there was no way for him to get his soldiers down to the walls to resupply their ammunition. Once the firepower on the walls was reduced, the xenomorphs would soon break through. 3 rounds of grenades have been used up. The tide of insects is closing in. It's only a matter of time before the territory is breached unless there is more firepower. Feeling desperate, Park arrives to look up at the sky. The viewing gallery. Is this a level 4 swarm? Just looking at it makes one's scalp numb. What a disgusting creature. Not only is it strong on its own, but it's more numerous than you can count. I can't believe someone brushed this up to level 4. What the hell kind of soldiers do you have to use then? Su Yan watched the progress of the match as thoughts surged in his head. The Gen 3 Stinger bug shell has indeed evolved to such an extent that even normal bullets can't penetrate it. I'm afraid that the Great Qin crossbowmen wouldn't be able to inflict effective kills if they didn't have armor-piercing arrows and explosive arrows unlocked. However, the biggest gap between this group of soldiers compared to the Imperial Armor Legion wasn't really in long-range firepower, and in that they don't have front-row fighters that can both defend and kill the enemy like the Imperial Armor Sharpshooter. They had too little margin for error against a wave of insects and had to keep their distance. The Imperial Armor Legion, on the other hand, is completely unafraid of swarms bursting into their faces, and the Legion is at its most powerful when the sharpshooters and crossbowmen are attacking at the same time. Su Yang looked up at MacArthur. If Rice doesn't support it, the battle should be over in no time. A 6-meter wall is but a small slope for a third-generation bug wave. As long as they burst to the foot of the city wall, Goryo will no longer have any chance of resistance. Rice requesting backup. MacArthur's voice rang out from the viewing gallery. Application approved to determine the number and type of reinforcements. 2 squads of Browning M1917 heavy machine guns. When they heard the reinforcements from Rice, the lords couldn't help but widen their eyes. Rice himself had used 4 light machine guns when he came off the field. At that time, the lords had felt that it was exaggerated, because the East Japan that could be separated from the Rice Kingdom had only used 2 light machine guns, and Rice is surprisingly 4 at a time. It can only be said that it is worthy of the military-industrial powerhouse. Never poor weaponry. But what the crowd didn't realize was that this wasn't the upper limit of Rice's power. Surprisingly, they still had 2 machine guns left, and they were heavy machine guns. In the daytime, the East had crushed the swarm with light machine guns, let alone the current heavy machine guns. Browning M1917. Su Yang's thoughts flashed, recalling the information from his previous life. Heavy machine guns of the Rice Army during World War I and the Pacific War. 7. 62 mm ammunition. Water-cooled barrel. Theoretical rate of fire is 400 to 600 rounds per minute. The muzzle velocity is 854 meters per second and the maximum range is 3,000 meters. Palm-length bullets with a firing rate of 600 per minute. A proper superkiller. Su Yang didn't expect the MiG to put in the blood and throw 2 heavy machine gun squads in. That's a direct loss of 2 heavy machine guns if you haven't fought. In this time period, even for Rice 2 heavy machine guns were an important resource. The light lit up and a dozen pillars of light fell into the brawling arena. Each of Rice's 2 heavy machine gun squads took up position on the most heavily attacked wall. Su Yang's eyes flickered. This battle could show the result of normal development against the insect race. A third-generation bug shell can't stand up to heavy firepower, and a machine gun squad can definitely disrupt a bug wave attack. But the third-generation swarm's offense is more than just a sea of bugs. Chapter 92, All Out. 2 Browning M1917 heavy machine gun squads from Rice deployed. A standard machine gun squad has a total of 10 men. The observer, who reconnoiters and directs the firing. The principal shooter, who fires. The second shooter, who loads and cools the barrel. The ammunition man, who replenishes the ammunition, as well as 2 cover men and a host of reserves. These men will ensure a fire dump that the heavy machine guns can maintain under all circumstances. Seeing the 2 heavy machine gun squads deployed, the light in Park Ta's eyes reappeared. This is a heavy machine gun. This is an M1917 heavy machine gun that can shoot through light armored vehicles. The swarm was a paper toy in front of it. Shoot the bastards. With a click, the chain loaded. The shooter pulled the trigger, and countless bullets spewed out. The heavy machine gun, the mighty weapon of the age. The ultimate killing weapon to make the cavalry completely extinct. The death of mankind's own handiwork. Chug chug chug. The primers burned. The barrels vibrated. The shells recoiled, and the roar of the heavy machine gun resounded throughout the dense forest. The icy machine gun transformed into a merciless beast, spewing out machine gun bullets in a straight line through the air. The palm-length bullets easily shattered the shells of the insects, and the rate of fire of 100 rounds per minute instantly reduced the target to mush. The tide of insects disintegrated in an instant where the muzzle of the gun was pointed. Mother Seba! Park TOS roared frantically. Nothing would give him more pleasure than to see the damn swarm turn to mush. With the 2 walls where the heavy machine guns were located, the bug wave attack instantly receded. Park TOS shifted most of his troops to the 3rd wall for full defense. At this point, the 3-sided defense was established, and the human firepower completed full suppression of the swarm. Come on, Seba, keep coming. Park TOS roared for a moment. Seba, come and me to death. Me to death. Boom, boom. Park arrives to roar when some flying object shoots the wall and explodes, blowing him right out of the sky. Boom, boom, boom. Rows and rows of red spike-like substances shot out of the dense forest, causing a series of explosions on the walls. The soldiers were unprepared and many of them were blown right off the ground like park toes, while others escaped by hiding behind the walls. Park TOS struggled to rise from the ground, his left arm bleeding profusely as something penetrated his shoulder blade. He saw things constantly blowing up on the walls, and the soldiers had to cower behind the walls to avoid the explosions. One of the heavy machine gun squads had ceased firing when attacked, and another had just resumed firing when it was hit again by an explosion. The bugs also have long-range units. How could the bugs, who clearly went with the insect sea flow, have such precise long-range units? Does this community have any other weaknesses? The viewing gallery. I thought I was going to win. They even have long-range units. Even level 3 goblins only have melee units. This swarm is too unbelievable. How are we going to fight this? The attacks are all coming from deep in the dense forest. The machine guns can't even sweep in. Rice requesting reinforcements. As the crowd gasped, MacArthur let out an angry cry. He had a slightly grim expression, as if he had made up his mind. Reinforcement unit, M2 mortar squad. When the reinforcements were spoken, the lords once again let out a gasp of surprise. Who would have thought that having come to this point, Rice would still have a backhand? Su Yang was also a bit surprised. It seemed that it was no fluke that Rice was able to take first place in the Forbidden Land twice in a row. The characteristics of their civilization were indeed very powerful, and it was surprising that they were able to create so many types of equipment in such a short period of time. Even if you don't get much of a bonus up front, unlocking mortar at this point in time is definitely overdevelopment. The mortar is a curved fire artillery piece, capable of shooting perfectly at covered targets, and couldn't be better for the current situation. It's amazing how the situation can be reversed. Application approved. M2 mortar team in deployment. Inside the brawling arena, the already despairing Park TOS saw another pillar of light fall from the sky. The pillar of light landed and a mortar squad carrying two 60mm M2 mortars appeared, landing in the center of the territory moments later. They used the intercom to talk to the heavy machine gun squad observers to get information about the bombing zone. Once the information was obtained, they immediately began deploying and adjusting the mortars. Load firing elements. Azimuth 03-00. Angle of fire 06-08. Release. Put. Seeing the two shells go up in the air, Park 2S forgot about the pain in his body. MacArthur's own father actually unlocked the mortar. 60mm mortar. Blast those bugs straight up and don't even recognize the code. Siba. I Siba you old mom. Mama. Park TOS, who was about to cheer at the sky, suddenly froze. He saw a red meteorite-like object falling from the sky. Asaba. Boom. The shells burning like meteorites landed in the center of the territory with a huge explosion. Flames rose to the sky, and countless black oils gushed out from the center of the explosion, turning the entire territory into a sea of fire. The powerful shockwave slapped all the surrounding soldiers against the wall, and the fire was interrupted. The long-awaited stinging worms swarmed the 6-meter walls, rendering them completely useless. The insect blades tore through the soldiers' bodies without mercy, blood and entrails spraying and limbs splattering. In a short period of time, the territory was transformed into a bloody slaughterhouse, a miserable hell on earth. The screams of desperate agony are endless. The viewing gallery. All the lords had their mouths wide open without saying a word. They really didn't know how to describe the scene in front of them. MacArthur's eyes dimmed and froze as he stared at the screen, and if he hadn't been in his psychic state he probably would have collapsed to the ground long ago. Elizabeth turned her head away from the hellish image. Tojo Incan and a group of other great country lords had their brows furrowed, not knowing what was going on in their heads. The troop of Tooth Lords all stopped shredding, and the entire viewing gallery fell silent. Even Su Yang was a bit surprised by the insect's final blow. It was a Crusader's shell, but evolved from the acid from before. This was clearly an evolution that happened after fighting the Skyfire Guard. The swarm's ability to learn was even more exaggerated than he had imagined. Inside the scramble arena, the charred and blackened Park TOS lay twitching at the foot of the wall, still breathing his last, almost drenched in blood in sight. A huge insectoid slowly appeared. Chapter 93, Level 4 Main Base Unlocked. More Powerful Battle Force. It was a Terran warrior. He stood as tall as 3.5 meters and held a giant bone blade in his hand. Blood dripped slowly from his shark-like jagged fangs. He stood silently in front of Park 2S, confusion in his eyes. After sizing up Park 2S, he slowly stepped forward and picked him up off the ground in front of his eyes. A ho-ho wail escaped Park 2S's lips, and dirty blood trickled down from the corners of his mouth. Fear flashed in the eyes of the lords in the viewing gallery. It's ing buggy. That artillery is almost as good as a modern missile. Is it really the lords among us fighting them? How can this be one? It's not for nothing that the heart of the worm's lair is known as the hardest descent zone. With the worm's abilities in all areas almost point blank, is Parktus face the same bug race that launched the attack in the first place? And they even have stealth abilities? What is it doing? Why doesn't it just do it? Is it going to toy with the Goliath Lord? It feels a little scary. Just as the lords were discussing it, the Terran warrior inside the brawling arena ripped Park 2S in the center with one hand directly. Blood spurted and sharp screams rang out violently and disappeared in an instant. After tearing through Park to the Sith, the Terran warrior crushed his head as he did so. It held its shattered skull aloft, letting the bright red metallary fluid flow into its mouthpiece. Just moments after drinking the brain marrow liquid, the Terran warrior snapped his head up and looked straight through cosmic space at the viewing gallery. Hiss ah! it roared into the air. The 2 rows of jagged fangs were constantly twitching. The scramble field screen jumps and the Forbidden Land prompt appears. Lord Goryo died. Challenge failed. The next round of challenges will begin in 5 minutes. As the last scene of the image disappeared, the lords directly exploded. Oh my Christ Jesus, did it just look at us? Yes, it's a coincidence, isn't it, that the bug's intelligence can point that high? What the hell was that last scene doing? It felt so creepy. This bug race is something a human can fight. It feels like they have a higher IQ than even I do. Seeing the last scene, Su Yang frowned slightly as thoughts tumbled up in his mind. Although he didn't know what had just happened, he could feel it. The Terran warrior seemed to have locked onto him in some way. What he just did was a declaration of war. It seems that what was written in the level 4 abyssal gaze that it has become the number 1 nemesis of the worms is not just a random statement. It was truly a bit outrageous that one could be locked by them even if one transformed into a consciousness and became a projection. What happens when you get caught? Could it be that he would be attacked by a wave of insects as soon as he returned to his territory? Su Yang guessed in his mind. One of the things he also has to thank Park Tu and MacArthur for today. If they hadn't held out for so long, he wouldn't have been able to get such a clear picture of the swarm's means of attack. If he had to face the swarm next, he should be able to prepare some countermeasures in advance. With the overthrow of Goryo, the Rice Alliance will fall into the same danger zone as the Eastern Alliance. The next 2 battles were not in doubt and could not affect the situation. Unsurprisingly, the East and Rice Alliances will suffer from the mitigating effects that will last for a week. That was an unexpected result. It's amazing that the 2 most powerful leagues on paper both lost. Let's just say that in the Forbidden Land, nothing is certain. Wait 2 more games to determine this week's Lord's ranking placements and this scramble will come to an end. High-level conference room of the Dragon Kingdom. Even his own advent zone. Even after dealing with the bugs for so long. Still, the crowd of officers and specialists was somewhat taken aback. My god, it's hard to believe that Su Yang can still survive fighting these things every day. This swarm is strong today. It feels like it can fight our troops. The evolutionary ability of the insect race is particularly horrifying. When they meet strength, this state of theirs today is probably tempered by Su Yang. That means they learned from their experience after being poisoned by Su Yang and then poisoned the Goryo Kingdom lords? This is a blessing for the lord of the Goryo Kingdom. He can't escape even if he wants to. This time, in fact, not only has it struck the Goryo nation, but the Rice nation will certainly be greatly implicated as well. Yes, Goryo is just overthrown, but Rice has committed 2 heavy machine gun squads and a mortar squad, which will have a big impact on their developmental tempo. Dragon Nation live. Woohoo! It's so cool. Worthy of a Terran bug. This means of attack is just too much and too rich. There's simply no defense. The other Fae are not even on the same level of creatures as the bugs. This cannonball is too terrifying. Any stronger and it would have caught up with the heavenly flame guard. Pity our neighbors. It should be okay to suffer a natural disaster, right? It's just a little scratch. The kind the state wipes off the map. Brothers are so inappropriate. I think Su Yang took the Lord ranking to hurry home and develop. It feels like you can't slack off at all in the heart of the worm's nest. Indeed, it feels like the speed of the swarm's evolution is a bit exaggerated, and we could be overtaken if we stop developing a bit. Just cheer, believe in Su Yang, believe in Dichin warriors. The Tournament of Nations is over, and the system ranking will now begin. League rankings: first place, Independence Alliance. Second place, League of England. Third place, Rice League. Fourth place, Terra Nova Alliance. The last 2 are the League of Rice and the League of the East. Mitigating event triggered by the country of origin, turbulence, reduction of all resource output in the territory by 15% for 1 week. Battle ranking: first place, Rokoku. Second place, Rice. Third place, France. Fourth place, TOEI. Fifth place, Xiongbo. The first place will be rewarded with 20,000 points of unity value, an incentive event, military power, level 3, and the power to materialize resources. Second and third place will be rewarded 15,000 points of unity value, incentive event, military power, level 2, resource materialization power. Fourth and fifth place receive awards 10,000 points of unity value, incentive event, military power, level 1. The ranking ended. The universal battlefield dissipated, and Su Yang's consciousness returned to the territory. The moment he returned to his territory, Su Yang had Li Xin gather his troops and all of them boarded the city to enter a state of defense. The swarm that had just fought Goryo was not to be underestimated, and vigilance had to be raised. While letting Li Xin lead his troops to board the city, Su Yang opened the Lord's residence panel that was still undergoing upgrades. It couldn't wait any longer. The swarm's war effort had caught up. The territory must have a stronger group of warriors. Chapter 94, Steel and Oil, the true power of Great Qin Heavy Industry. Su Yang tapped on the Lord's Residence panel. Level 4 Lord's Residence being upgraded. Time remaining, 1D, 23H. There's still more than a day, close to 2 days left to use exactly one rare grade worm's nest heart. With a flash of intent, he threw in a heart of the worm's nest. Reduced the time required for construction by 2D by using the item heart of the worm's nest. Level 4 Lord's Residence upgrade complete. As the message that the upgrade was complete appeared, a clash of mechanical parts rang out. The Level 3 Lord's Residence began to be continuously upgraded and remodeled according to the blueprint's direction. With a loud boom, the remodeling of the Level 4 Lord's Mansion was completed. The Level 4 Lord's Residence remains unchanged in terms of footprint and height, but changes dramatically in appearance. Buildings that were originally formed from large areas of iron were now transformed into smoother-looking metal. Steel? Su Yang quickly guessed what kind of metal it was. The upgrade in materials for a Level 4 home base is from iron to steel. Steel, the backbone of modern industry. Steel and iron are essentially one and the same thing, the main material being iron. But steel is lighter and has better tensile strength than iron while having more strength. Secondly, steel also has better corrosion resistance, high temperature resistance, and more flexibility to adapt to the transformation of various components. Unlocking the industrial steelmaking technology means that the territory's civilization process has begun to move towards modernity. Although it wasn't an epical material upgrade like going from copper to iron, the leap that steel brought to the territory was definitely not smaller than iron. It's the same old story. Technology is the basis for all upgrades. The first thing to do after upgrading the main base was naturally to upgrade the 1000 machine tower. Unlike iron ore, a mineral that can be obtained even without unlocking the relevant exploration technology, steel is impossible to obtain without the relevant technology. Luckily, this time, the 1000 tower upgrade didn't require steel, only 100 units of iron ore and 50 units of copper ore. Su Yang was glad that the system had finally gotten the hang of it and didn't pit people like before when he used iron ore to unlock iron ore exploration. Resources were invested, and the level 4000 chance tower was quickly upgraded. Like the Lord's Mansion, its exterior has been transformed into a smoother and brighter steel. Su Yang didn't hesitate to directly open the 1000 Opportunity Tower panel and check out the brand new technology brought by this upgrade. The first and most important thing is of course the resources, which are the basis for determining all upgrades. There were two resource technologies this time. The first one was steel, which Su Yang had guessed. The second item, to his surprise, was a fuel source with epical significance. Oil. Steel and oil, two technologies that are the bedrock and bloodline of modern industry. Unlocking them is the equivalent of opening the door to modern industry. Previously bronze and steam, while powerful, were not out of the true power of this feature of the Great Qin Heavy Industries. After entering the present industrial era of steel and oil, the power of Qin Heavy Industries will gain further expression. The era belonging to Great Qin has just begun. Su Yang was the first to click on the steel column. Technology, steel casting, pure man. Acquire modern smelting and casting technology. Unlock building steel mills, and unlock a range of technologies for upgrading and modifying steel equipment. Unity value, 8,000 points. Time, 24H. As a newly unlocked material, steel will definitely be a prerequisite requirement for numerous upgrades at the level 4 main base. So Su Yang didn't even think about it and directly pointed it out. Unity value 8000. Technology, Steel Casting Research Center. The 1000 Machines Tower now supported two technologies to be researched at the same time. So after ordering the steel, Su Yang shifted his sight to another crucial technology. Science and technology, petroleum industry. Have a drink. It's on me. Access to oil extraction and a range of processing technologies. Unlocking building refineries and unlocking a range of oil-powered and raw material technologies. Uniformity value, 8000. Time, 24H. The blood of modern industry oil. Whether it is the internal combustion engine, which generates power from its direct combustion, or the rubber and plastics obtained from its processing, it is an extremely important technology that is vital to modern industry. Su Yang likewise did not hesitate to select it into the research panel. Unity value 8000. Science and Technology, Petroleum Industry Research Center. After selecting the two core technologies, Su Yang directly used up the last rare grade insect nest heart. Use of props to shorten the time needed for research and development by 48H. The rare grade worm's nest heart can shorten the time by up to 2 days, which is just right for use here. At the same time as the research was completed, a system alert sounded. Detected front-end technology research, unlocking special troop type Qin Fire Dragon Guard. The new unit is here. Su Yang's eyes flashed. Ever since enjoying the explosive increase in killing efficiency brought about by the Heavenly Fire Guard, Su Yang had high expectations for the subsequent new units. With anticipation, Su Yang tapped on the Imperial Armor Camp panel and slid to the last column. Troop type, Dachin Fire Dragon Guard. Troop type, Heavy Infantry Unit. Production requirements, Level 4 Imperial Armor Battalion. Prerequisite technologies, steel casting. Oil industry. Description, a special infantry unit equipped with heavy Imperial armor capable of wide-range fire attacks. The Fire Dragon Guards are equipped with heavy flamethrowers capable of spewing out fiery flames to devastate enemies within their range. Summoning required, 3,000 points. Base consumption, 5 units of fuel/day. 5 units of water concentrate/day. Maintenance consumption, 5 units of copper/time. 5 units of steel/time. Loading consumption, 3 units of petroleum fuel per load. Heavily armored flamethrower units. Su Yang's eyes were glowing. From the first time he saw the insect tide, Su Yang had always had an idea in his mind. With such a massive and dense wave of bugs, how awesome would it be to get a shot with a flamethrower? And now the Fire Dragon Guard perfectly fulfilled Su Yang's imagination. Compared to the Heavenly Flame Guards who performed long-range targeted bombardment, the Fire Dragon Guards were able to perform wide-range attacks at close range. Moreover, as an infantry unit, the Fire Dragon Guard has a more flexible attack method and a wider range of attack targets. Taking a shot with a flamethrower at a dense tide of bugs was soothing just to think about. If in the future, the Fire Dragon Guard could be placed by the Ministry of the Legion, then even a large-scale insect tide could only be immediately burned to a crisp. The Fire Dragon Guard's combat power was unquestionable, but the biggest problem at the moment was the oil resources. The current unlocked tech is his oil industry, not oil detection. That means that I'm afraid that Dachin's tech tree doesn't include this technology. And there's another serious problem. Oil is generally located in deserts, gulfs, etc. It is difficult to determine the presence of oil in a tropical-like area such as a dense forest of insect nests. And even if oil exists in such areas, its reserves are by no means abundant. Scarcity of oil resources will be a major problem. Chapter 95, Triple Trigger Trait, Powerful New Buildings. How to solve the problem of oil scarcity. Su Yang held his arms and thoughts churning in his mind. Petroleum resources may not exist in the heart of the worm's nest, and even if there are reserves, they are definitely not abundant. It's unlikely to be as self-sufficient as coal or iron ore. The only way to get oil in the future is to trade with other lords. But the only one who could trade steadily with himself now was England. England hasn't even extracted its own oil yet, and even if they did they would only be able to produce enough for their own use. Other than the Afghans and those few countries in the Middle East, the other countries can only produce enough oil to satisfy themselves at best. And everyone knows that the Middle East alliance is firmly in the hands of rice, and to put it bluntly they are rice's oil bin. Trying to get oil resources from them would certainly be costly, and unlike England, taking oil from this group is tantamount to revealing one's weakness. In the future they will be able to intervene in their actions by controlling the price of oil. I wish I could take this group down. The Forbidden Land rules place no restrictions on fighting between lords. When you defeat a country, you gain access to all of its production facilities and resources after capturing the territory. Su Yang now somewhat understood the thinking of a certain mustache guy. When resources in the economy are constrained in every way, there is really no other way but to go to war. With their current strength, without taking into account rice support, trying to push across these countries can be almost effortless. But the problem itself was that one didn't know where they were, and even if one did, the army couldn't transport them. With the distribution pattern of the forbidden territories, the distance between neighboring territories was at least 100 kilometers to start with. Right now, he hadn't even discovered his neighboring troops' tooth territory yet, let alone any other country. Does a level 4 home base unlock transportation class tools? The question that suddenly popped up interrupted Su Yang's thoughts. As the scope of exploration grows, so does the importance of means of transportation. Right now, not to mention attacking other countries, even clearing the bug nests back and forth would take a day. Distance will have a big impact on territory development if transportation is not unlocked again. Thinking of this, Su Yang stopped thinking about how to obtain oil. It's not something that can be solved by just standing around thinking about it. The most important task at hand is still to see through the various boosts to the level 4 home base. Finally, it will focus on summarizing the problems that have arisen, the resources that are needed, and deciding on the way forward. With the 2 highest priority techs already ordered, the next step is building upgrades and construction. The level 4 main base provided 2 new mining machines as before, and Su Yang decided to build them on demand afterward. In addition to the production facilities, the next level 4 new building made Su Yang's eyes light up again. Chariot Factory. The name looks like a factory that unlocks armored vehicles and tanks of sorts. Su Yang excitedly clicked on the factory panel, and suddenly a system beep sounded in his head. Chariot Factory building detected. Dachin Heavy Industry feature triggered. Chariot Factory, Kung Fu Heavy Weapons Battalion. All the instruments produced will be modified by machine arts to have more powerful performance and more comprehensive functions. Surprisingly, he triggered the characteristic upgrade. Su Yang's eyes flashed. Mahist organs, wood and stone walk, bronze openings. Ask the public. Gong Tu Ban, also known as Lu Ban, was a master of the organ art during the Spring and Autumn and Warring States periods, along with Mosey. Unlike Mosey, who advocated both love and non-attack and was good at defense, Lu Ban is best at offense and has built many famous siege equipment. Since they dared to take the name of Gong Fu, the creations in this heavy weapon camp could be imagined. Su Yang suppressed the anticipation in his heart and tapped on the heavy weapon camp panel. Production of buildings, public transportation and heavy weapons battalion. Description: unlocking the construction of large-scale factories for a range of transportation and combat machinery. Consumption for construction, 100 units of steel, 50 units of copper. The moment he saw the function introduction, Su Yang's heart was steady. As soon as the heavy weapons battalion is constructed, then the problems with transportation will be solved. The Daqin tech tree will never fail to meet your expectations. Building a heavy weapon battalion requires 100 units of steel and 50 units of copper ore. If you want steel, you have to melt it yourself. Su Yang immediately scratched the building panel to the end, coming to the last two columns. These are the two new buildings unlocked by completing steel casting and oil industry. Steel mills and oil refineries. These two plants were to further process and treat iron ore and oil respectively. Both units have the same build requirements of 100 units of iron and 50 units of copper ore. The good thing is that the current stock of each resource in the territory is abundant. During the period of the Tournament of Nations, all resources consumed are out of the system. There was no consumption, so all the resources in the territory had accumulated a fierce wave in the past 2 days. Without hesitation, Su Yang directly invested his resources in building both a steel refinery and an oil refinery. Build instantly. A beep sounded in his head. Steel mill construction detected. Daqin heavy industry trait triggered. Steel mill, Daqin smelting center. Unlocking a series of metal casting techniques to make metal materials more powerful. Refinery construction detected. Daqin heavy industry trait triggered. Oil refinery, Daqin chemical center. Unlocking the underlying principles of oil refining and being able to refine any oil. Double trigger traits again. 3 consecutive triggering characteristics. What other country's trait triggers so often? Su Yang's eyes flashed. Joy written on his face. Sure enough, and the more content of the technology, the more pronounced the bonus effect of the Daqin heavy industries feature. And the trait is almost omnipotent, with any building that has anything to do with tech construction getting upgrades. This is just horrible. At the sound of whimpering and clinking parts stopping, 2 huge buildings rise up. Su Yang tapped on the panels of the 2 buildings to check the specific functions. Resource building, Daqin smelting center. Building characteristics, place for smelting various types of high-grade metals and forging metal castings. Currently smelt metal, refined steel. Yield, for every 2 units of iron ore consumed, 1 unit of refined steel can be smelted. Consumption, 1 unit of fuel resources per unit of refined steel produced. Capacity, 200 units of refined steel per day, maximum. Resource building, Daqin chemical center. Construction features, refining of various types of crude oil to produce petroleum fuels and various derivatives. Crude oil in current territory, none. Production, none. Consumption, none. Capacity, no. All kinds of crude oil. Isn't oil an essential resource? Su Yang's gaze was instantly caught by the chemical center's introduction. Chapter 96: A Way Out of the Oil Dilemma? Heroic Building Foundry. Various types of crude oil? Su Yang's brain raced. Literally, it means that there is not just one type of crude oil that can be used for refining to produce fuel. Petroleum crude. And what else can be refined into a combustible liquid fuel? Su Yang hugged his arms and thought. The memories related to the past few days flashed back at a rapid pace. Liquid fuels, combustion, xenobiotics. Suddenly a certain thought flashed through, connecting all the images to a conclusion. Liquid fuel resources like oil are not unique or even scarce in the middle of the Forbidden Land. At least it wasn't unique to him who had the Shinnon Creation Tower. The flying barrels used by the goblins during the battle with the Lords of England were some sort of yellow liquid fuel. That's not some goldfish 1:1:1 blend, but some kind of excellent fuel with combustion properties comparable to petroleum. Then there's the other image of the evolved Crusaders' game-ending shot during the Goliath Lord's fight. Unlike the Skyfire Guard, which was scorched earth directly after bombing, the explosions of the Crusader shells were on the small side, but the explosion of the shells spewed out some kind of black liquid fuel, and it was that kind of fuel that incinerated the entire Goryeo territory. Both of these images are strong evidence of the presence of other liquid fuels with excellent combustion properties in the Forbidden Zone. So where does this fuel come from? Su Yang's mind flashed through the example technology that the system used when it gave an introduction to the Fei experiment station as he thought. One of these exists in the form of biomass fuels. Utilization of biorefineries. Up to this point, Su Yang's thoughts opened up at once. Soybeans and peanuts and Chinooks can extract oil. Why can't bugs? If his conjecture is correct, the seemingly unsolvable oil problem will cease to exist. Oil resources are few and far between, but the bugs have an inexhaustible supply. If they could really refine oil from worms, the Middle East Alliance would have to call themselves the Prince of Oil. To test this conjecture, you must first unlock biomass fuels. The tech tree in Shinong Genesis is not linear nor regular. Everything is triggered by chance. In all likelihood, the key to unlocking biomass fuel lies with the incendiary shell-throwing crusader. After thinking about it, Su Yang opened the sonic detector panel, expecting traces of bugs to appear on it. Too bad Speak of the Devil didn't show up. Su Yang, who had been a little worried about that swarm attacking before, was incredibly looking forward to their arrival at this moment. How about throwing a couple grenades? Su Yang recalled Park 2's operation in his mind. It was a bit humorous, but it taught him a thing or two. Take care of the upgrade matters first, after which the swarm will be drawn in with the Skyfire cannon if it hasn't already come. Su Yang thought as he looked at the troop type column. Now only troop type upgrades remained. Tier 4 Imperial Armor Battalion requires steel in order to be upgraded and will have to be put on hold for now. The Level 2 General's residence is similarly in need of steel to upgrade Li Xin, and the task of summoning Meng Tian will have to be put on hold. The current upgrades that don't require steel have largely been ordered, leaving the full board with only one last upgrade that can be performed. Heroic Architecture. A new heroic building can be unlocked after leveling up to a level 4 home base, referring to the changes that Li Xin brought to the troops before. The new hero building can surely greatly improve the battle power of the territory as well. The two remaining heroic buildings are the foundry for the Skyworker profession and the astrological platform for the Chizo profession. Two buildings, one related to industrial manufacturing and one related to resource production. Su Yang didn't think much about it and chose the current most needed heroic building. The Foundry. Hero Building, Foundry. Occupation of Summoned Hero, Heavenly Worker, Great Gene Celestial Work, Casting all the elephants, inherit the skills of the ancient sages, create the future of the chapter. Are all magnificent and majestic works? The splendor of the reflection of the ages. Architectural features. The Foundry is the research and development place of the Celestial Engineering Unit. Unlocking the Foundry will give you access to exclusive weapon research and development, upgrading, exclusive armor manufacturing, modification, and a series of craft-related content. Development strategies, a national priority. Establishment of a school and workshop. Casting of the country's important weapons. Raising the majesty of Great Qin. Shining the light of 1,000 machines in all directions. And prospering for thousands of generations. Strategy effect. Reduce all research and construction time in the territory by 20%. The Foundry was about exclusive Imperial armor and weapon modifications, and he had wanted to build it back at the level 3 main base to see the results. Unfortunately, a great enemy was at hand and the general had to be summoned. Now it's been elected to make up for the expectations of that time. Su Yang's mind flashed and selected the Foundry. Selection complete. Foundry under construction. A location was chosen. The blueprints were put down, and the Foundry began construction immediately. The Foundry covers an area and height almost as large as the general's house. With a crisp sound of machinery operating and metal clashing, the construction of the Foundry was completed. Like all level 4 buildings, the Foundry has a silvery white exterior composed of steel. The whole is heavy and calm, and the details are a combination of various sophisticated components, complex but not without order. Buildings made of steel materials are more competent and technologically advanced than the appearance of buildings from the copper and iron era. With anticipation, Su Yang tapped on the Foundry panel. As soon as you click on it, all sorts of complex modules and options pop up. This was one of the most complicated panels Su Yang had ever seen since he descended into the Forbidden Land, not knowing it to the point where he thought he had clicked on a game from Peace Society. But while there are numerous modules and options that pop up, most of them are currently unlocked. Su Yang turned off those modules that were not yet usable, leaving only the currently operable parts. Foundry panels. Name, Iron Power Armor. Wearer, Li Xin. Quality, Ordinary. Loadable Skill Module, 1. Skill Modules loaded, 0. Power Core, Steam Power. Upgrades available, Internal Combustion Engine Drive. Modification Effect. Complete replacement of the power core to improve engine propulsion effect. Consumption, 20 units of steel, 10 units of iron ore, 5,000 units of defense value. Battle Armor Body, Iron Armor. Upgrades available, Iron War Armor. Modification Effect. Comprehensively improve armor protection attributes and increase flexibility. Consumption, 30 units of steel, 20 units of iron ore, 20 units of copper ore, 8,000 units of defense value. Mounted Weapon, Silver Iron Lance. Upgrades available: Steel Lance, Modification Effect, Change Power Unit, Increase Rotational Torque, Increase Damage and Armor Piercing Attributes. Consumption: 20 units of steel, 10 units of iron ore, 5,000 units of defense value. Completion of the full set of upgrades can upgrade the armor to Iron Power Battle Armor, with no quality upgrade. Battle Armor Evaluation: a soulless assembly line battle armor, recommended to be replaced as soon as possible. A battle armor without a soul. Rated so sharp? Is there some kind of battle armor with a soul? Su-young quickly digested this massive amount of content and then continued to scroll down. Chapter 97, Extreme Warfighter, New General Class Unit. After quickly flipping through the Foundry panel, Su-yang's face revealed an incomparable expression of surprise, because the amount of content in it and the modification ceiling was beyond his imagination. The current Lord's Rivalry trial is mainly based on the Murray Thousand Towers tech tree as the main tech tree, and Su-young thought that the Foundry's tech tree could fully support a new trial. If the Imperial Armor Battalion, Heavy Weapon Battalion, etc., are upgrades summoning large-scale forces like armies, then the Foundry is a modification of the warfighter's strength with little to no cap. A normal set of battle armor will be able to upgrade 3 parts: the power core, the mech body, and the fitted weapons. And this was only the part of Li Xian's body that could be upgraded with the most common battle armor. There are many other parts that current battle armor doesn't have that look more exaggerated one than the other. Defense force fields, propulsion systems, special loads, strong colonization systems, psychic projection. At the beginning a few could still guess the role, to the back basically all beyond Su-young cognitive technology. In addition to upgradable parts, the armor is also able to load skill modules. The higher the quality of the armor, the more skill modules can be loaded. Skill modules allow the battle armor to be more powerful than imaginable, and can be replaced and paired. Skill modules are acquired completely randomly, and the current known way to get them is to kill special Terran warriors. This set of battle armor on Li Xian's body that could only load one skill module was evaluated by the system as soulless. As for the battle armor with a soul, Su-young had not seen the introduction and did not know the way to obtain it. As for what a battle armor with a soul meant, Su-young reasonably suspected that it was likely to be literal, melting the souls of whatever creatures die into steel and then building battle armor. In short, this system of the Foundry is extremely complex and certainly not in a condition to be understood in a short time. It was a good thing that Su-young didn't intend to figure it all out. A lot of things were just like that, and now he might know half of it. It is only after a period of time of acquiring some information and then looking back that one can gain insight into the truth of it. Currently the only upgradable option at the Foundry is the Li Xian set of battle armor. However, Su-young thought that Li Xian's current battle power was sufficient and upgrading his battle armor was not cost effective. Having just upgraded the main base, there were many places that needed to use the unity value. He decided to keep it for now and distribute it as he saw fit. After looking at the Foundry panel, all of the known upgrades that come with a level 4 home base are viewed. There was a complete upgrade in materials with steel and an epical breakthrough in fuel with oil. New troop types are also unlocked: heavy weapon battalions for building carriers, and foundries for upgrading and modifying battle armor, as well as a series of basic upgrades to the Imperial Armor Battalion, the General's Palace, the mining machine, the city wall, and more. It can be said that the variety of upgrade categories brought about by this home base upgrade is simply more than the previous two combined. The wide variety of upgrades is a double-edged sword for lords. More upgrade options mean that the territory is about to receive a significant increase in combat power, but it also means a huge drain on resources, time, and unity values. If the Lord does not allocate the current resources in hand wisely and plan the optimal program, then the collapse of resources and disruption of development due to haphazard upgrades will occur. Distribution is always at the heart of real-time strategy games. Planning the best and strongest development route with limited resources is a must for all lords. Based on the situation, Su-young believed that the two upgrades that were most needed in the short term were the upgrades to the General's Palace and the Imperial Armor Battalion. That swarm led by special Terran warriors is already quite powerful in battle, and they will evolve again after the battle with Park to the Sith. If the team were to engage them in their current configuration, there could be large casualties. So whether it was to take the initiative or passively meet the enemy, Su-young believed that the first goal was to improve the team's combat power. The way to boost your team's combat power is to upgrade the Imperial Armor Camp and the General's House. Upgrading the General's Mansion enables you to summon the second general level unit, Meng Tian. Since he had to defend against the insect tide, Su-young's top priority was to upgrade the General's Palace to summon Meng Tian. Meng Tian was a famous general in the history of the Qin dynasty, fending off the Huns and building the Great Wall, known as the Great Qin Shield. The xenomorph species in the swarm that now poses the greatest threat to the territory is actually the evolved Crusader, with the power of that artillery. Even if they were only hit by the blast once when defending against the insect tide, the consequences would be unimaginable. Prioritizing upgrading the general's house will allow you to check out Monty's ability to see if he can effectively defend himself against bug artillery. After upgrading the general's residence is the Imperial Armor Battalion. Upgrading the Imperial Armor Battalion in addition to upgrading and summoning new units. Su Yang had another goal this time, expanding the army. This week's gained buff after taking the Lord's rank is a Tier 3 military power. Ability to reduce resource consumption by 30% for all military units summoned, upgraded, and remodeled. This is a buff specifically for bursting soldiers. In order to fully utilize the UBFF, Su Yang expected to at least double the size of his team during the 3 days that the buff lasted. At this point, 2 short-term targets have been confirmed. To reach these 2 short-term goals, the most important thing is resources of all kinds. Both the construction of buildings and the summoning of units require a lot of resources. The first is steel. Upgrading the general's house and the Imperial Armor Battalion requires a total of 200 units of steel. And it's not just these 2 buildings, but the subsequent Heavy Weapons Battalion and a series of upgrades will certainly not be able to do without steel. Next is the unity value, the most crucial resource for summoning general-level units. Upgrading troop types and expanding troops is the unity value. Only when you have the right amount of command value can you summon a large number of soldiers and increase your territory's combat power. Su Yang tapped on the resource panel to glance at all the resources in the current territory. Territorial resources. Water resources, stock, 1,123 units. Production rate, 300 units/day. Quarry resources, stockpile, 393 units. Production rate, 180 units/day. Coal resources, stockpile, 683 units. Production rate, 255 units/day. Copper metal, stock, 313 units. Production rate, 180 units/day. Metal iron, stock, 171 units. Production rate, 150 units/day. Nitrate resource, stock, 231 units. Production rate, 75 units/day. Territory strategy, level 1 power to the world. Level 1 weapon of the state. Territory gain/degain effect, level 3 military power, remaining time, 71:26. Level 4 gaze of the abyss, duration/uniformity value, 27,232. After reading the panel, Su Yang frowned slightly. The stock of key resources were not optimistic. Access to resources is the most urgent need of the hour. Chapter 98, Level 2 General's Palace, Imperial Shield. It goes without saying that the current scarcest resource is the iron ore stock, which has fallen to its lowest level after the construction of 2 new buildings, with almost all subsequent upgrades requiring steel. This stock is simply too dangerous, and the ratio of iron ore melted into steel is 2:1, with 2 units of iron ore to melt 1 unit of refined steel. This time, if you want to upgrade the general's house and the Imperial Armor Battalion quickly, you still have to find England to trade resources. Apart from iron ore, the stock of unity values is not optimistic. Not a lot of unity values were gained in this round of the Tournament of Nations. Even with the double experience boost and multiple trips down to support, the unity value that Su Yang had gained through the battle had only just managed to break through 20,000. Together with the unity value issued by the final lord ranking totaled 40,000. After ordering 2 important techs, there was just under 30,000 left. This unity value is definitely not enough to support a lot of subsequent summons and upgrades. It could be said that this was the shortest unity value since Su Yang entered the Forbidden Land. They need to fight. They need to fight on a massive scale. The wave of bugs led by the special Terran warriors must be found. Defeating that wave of bugs will not only earn you a large amount of unity value, but you may also gain access to the key tech that unlocks liquid fuel. After combining the current situation of the territory's resources, Su Yang roughly planned the direction for these 3 days. First, you need to obtain iron ore to smelt steel, and then step by step, you need to summon general units, new types of soldiers, and upgrade and expand your troops. Intersperse battles with the bugs as appropriate, and do your best to explore alternatives to liquid fuel. The rest of the more demanding upgrades such as Heavy Weapon Battalion and Foundry are placed after these upgrades for now. After the planning was done, Su Yang directly opened the Lord's panel and sent a private chat message to Elizabeth. Lord of the Dragon Kingdom, I need to trade 500 units of iron ore. Soon after, Elizabeth replied to the message and called in the iron ore. Lord of England has completed payment, 1,000 units of iron ore. Lords of England, this is a free gift on behalf of the people of England to thank the Dragon Kingdom for their assistance during the contest. Ah, Su Yang was somewhat taken aback. 1,000 units of iron ore. For free. Isn't that a little too generous? He clicked receive without saying a word before replying. Lord of the Dragon Kingdom, 1,000 units of iron ore is not a small amount. Are you sure you want to give it all away? Lords of England, it's true that it's not a small amount, but resources can only be maximized in the Dragon Kingdom. Lords of the Dragon Kingdom, thank you. Su Yang knocked down 2 words on the panel after a little thought. He actually stepped in to support England, not to save England or anything. The main purpose is still to prevent yourself from taking the mitigation buff. Of course, he knew that this 1,000 units of iron ore from Lord England wasn't all thanks. Its main purpose should still be to further solidify the alliance between the two countries. After showing strong battle power in the Tournament of Nations, many lords in the alliance bypassed England and started sending him messages. Elizabeth could certainly have predicted this. So 1,000 points of iron ore was nothing but gratitude or an indication of the benefits that could be gained from a solid alliance with England. In fact, if she didn't give it away, Su Yang wasn't interested in the other lords either. What he wanted for his alliance was not to befriend strong people, but to befriend resources. There aren't many countries with explosive capacity like England, and those few lords are ambitious. The England kind is just right, neither posing nor ambitious, the perfect ally at this stage. After reluctantly accepting 1,000 units of iron ore, Su Yang realized that his originally scarce resources had become rich all of a sudden. This was a whole 1,000 units of iron ore, which would take at least a week if he were to produce it himself. It seems like the investment put in up front is paying off. After getting the iron ore, Su Yang didn't stop and directly put 600 units into the smelting center. The current smelting efficiency of the smelting center is a maximum of 200 units of steel per day. Start melting now, and you'll produce 100 units of steel by nightfall. At that time, you will be able to upgrade your general's house and check out Monty's skills. Although it was the second time he had summoned a general-level unit, Su Yang's expectations for Meng Tian had not diminished in the slightest. I wonder what kind of reinforcement this general, known as the first Chinese warrior, will bring to the territory. The iron ore was put in and the smelting center started operating immediately. Rumbling and humming sounds continued to emanate from it. Su Yang closed the panel and pinched his temples. The 2 consecutive days of not closing his eyes for the Tournament of Nations, coupled with the intense thinking he had just done, had caused his brain to begin to become foggy. I also wonder if an AI can be unlocked in the future to handle this stuff. Seeing that the sky was getting cooler, Su Yang lifted the state of alert of the territory and asked Li Xin to bring the soldiers back to the camp to rest. It looked like the swarm of bugs weren't going to come, so let the soldiers take a rest first, and then fight them to the death after summoning Monty at night. Li Xin led the large force back to camp, leaving only some of the defenders on the city walls. While that special Terran warrior could avoid detection through his stealth ability, the insect hordes could not. Once they launch a full-scale attack, they will surely be scouted by the probes first. After explaining some more matters to the defenders, Su Yang returned to the Lord's residence and prepared to take a nap. A sleep of 12 hours passed, and the sky turned from slightly bright to slightly dark when Su Yang stepped out of the Lord's mansion again. The sky, faintly lit, you sigh softly. After taking a nap for 12 hours, Su Yang only felt refreshed and the whole person was full of energy. The current version of himself carries 2 knives to the front line and might be able to mow down 2 bugs as well. He sang as he took a large leg of lamb that was roasted and moist with oil from Chunwu. Chenwu's eyesight was still good, and he picked the biggest one for him every time. As Su Yang nibbled on the leg of lamb, a new problem popped up. That is, after expanding the force, the food reserves in the territory must still keep up. There is now just under 2 weeks of food left in the territory, and that number will be shortened if the force is to be expanded. It was time for the scouts to look for more special plants to see if they could trigger the planting tech in the Divine Farmers Creation Institute. If farming is productive, you won't have to worry about any food issues in the future. After spending a quarter of an hour gnawing on the leg of lamb, Su Yang came to the front of the general's residence and opened the panel. It's time to get down to business. With a flash of his mind, Su Yang directly invested the newly produced 100 units of steel into the general's residence. Steel 100 units, copper or 50 units. Level 2 general's residence being upgraded. What skills will Imperial Shield Monty have? Chapter 99 Meng Tian's debut. Long-lost worm tide. With the cessation of the fine mechanical roar, the upgrade of the general's residence was complete. The silver-white glowing steel exterior looks extremely dominant. Su Yang didn't hesitate and directly opened the general's panel. General's house panel. General, Meng Tian. General type, Imperial Shield. Summoning requirements, 25,000. Summoning can be done at the second level general's residence. Upgrade to see more generals. Meng Tian, who retreated from the Xiongnu, recovered Hunan province, built the Great Wall, and defended the border for decades. Known as the first warrior of China, defender of the Great Wall, shield of China. What skills will such a fierce general possess? With a flash of his mind, Su Yang put 17,500 points of unity value into the general's palace. Because of the policy of a Tier 3 military power, 30% of the cost of summoning, upgrading, and remodeling all combat units is reduced. This changes the original 25,000 points needed for the summoning directly to 17,500. A cheap 7,500 points of unity value. This was the reason why Su Yang had decided to expand in the past few days, being able to save a large amount of unity value. Uniformity value 17,500. Summoning General Meng Tian in. The unity value was invested, and the upper part of the general's residence suddenly sank with a loud boom. Then the sound of mechanical operation sounded, and the upper part slowly lifted up. The entire building began to roar like a steel beast. The heavy steel doors of the general's residence unfolded to either side the moment the mechanical roar stopped. Thick white steam erupted, and a loud marching sound consisting of machinery running and crashing was heard. The footsteps were heavy, ringing like muffled thunder, and the movement was the same as when the heavenly flame guard showed up. Bang! With a tremor in his footsteps, the surrounding thick white mist was instantly dispersed. Wearing a black and white alternating steel battle armor with a height of nearly 3 meters, Meng Tian suddenly appeared in front of Su Yang. In his left hand, Monty held up a heavy shield wider than his battle armor, and in his right hand, he wielded a steel warhammer of equal height. Because Meng Tian is set as a town general, in order to fit the image and not to conflict with Li Xian's charging function, the heavier warhammer is set as a weapon, followed by the realization that people weren't too happy with the warhammer as a weapon. But since there was already a plot related to the warhammer weapon, it was hard for the young author to change it. But don't worry, this is only the first set of Monty's battle armor. There are many subsequent upgrades. There will be a variety of weapons appear. The small author will meet everyone's expectations. Seeing Su Yang, Meng Tian put his warhammer towards the ground, and the warhammer landed in a gust of dust spurting out. With that, he would hold his shield in both hands and shake it violently, the giant heavy shield deforming and shrinking inward. After contracting, he slung his shield towards his chest and pressed it. With a whimpering sound, the giant shield then transformed into a heavy chest armor. My lord Meng Tian, see your majesty, shield of the Empire Monty Python. Meng Tian made a salute to Su Yang, his voice as majestic as a dragon's roar. Su Yang greeted Meng Tian and then tapped on his panel. General, Meng Tian. Troop type, Imperial Shield. Armor, Steel Hybrid Battle Armor. Imperial Armor Effect, Imperial Shield, absorbs shockwave and blast damage when attacked, preventing it from expanding outward. Weapons and equipment, Steel Warhammer. Steel Heavy Shield. Weapon effect, none. General skill, Great Wall Guard, passive effect. Skill effect, reduce consumption by half when building and upgrading walls, and double the length of walls. General skill, firm as a wall, active effect. Skill effect, all melee friends within a certain range increase damage resistance by 20%. Energy consumption, 15 units of fuel/day. 15 units of water concentrate/day. Maintenance consumption, 10 units of iron and steel resources, 20 units of iron or resources, 10 units of copper or resources. After checking out the Meng Tian panel, Su Yang's eyes lit up. Li Xian has only one general skill when summoned, and Monty has 2 general skills as well as a battle armor passive effect. The active general skill is a Team Buffon the defensive side. The effect of the passive skill is very suitable for Meng Tian. With this skill later to build the Great Wall of China does not seem to be a problem. The last thing was the Imperial Shield effect of the Meng Tian battle armor, which was the ability that Su Yang needed the most at the moment. Ability to absorb some of the damage from explosions and shockwaves when defending against attacks. When reading the skill introduction, Su Yang was thinking that Meng Tian wouldn't be able to resist the Crusaders' artillery. If it really can resist the artillery of the Crusaders, then the defense is indeed a bit amazing. It's useless to speculate now. An actual combat is the only way to test combat power. The means of defense have been acquired, and the next step is to meet the wave of insects, to get as much unity value as possible before the Imperial Armor Battalion is upgraded. After resting throughout the day, Su Yang and the generals were now very energetic. He'd had enough of the petty fights of the Tournament of Nations. Attacking the bug wave was what real men should do. Su Yang ordered all the soldiers to take their positions. The defending General Meng Tim led most of the troops onto the city wall, for Skyfire guards were also in position above the walls, pulled by steam-powered pods, while a small team led by Li Xian and Chenwu was left by Su Yang under the city. They could act as a surprise force when the battle started. After everyone was ready, Su Yang waved his hand and ordered. Both Skyfire guards opened fire at the same time, and 2 blazing high explosives shot up into the sky. Boom! The high explosives landed with a loud boom. Su Yang switched to the Heavenly Flame Guard viewpoint and could clearly see the fire light up in the distance and the dust spread out in all directions. Although he didn't know what principle, Su Yang could feel it. Setting off a bomb in the middle of a dense forest can piss off that Terran warrior. The 2 shells landed, and Su Yang borrowed the Heavenly Fire Guard viewpoint to stare deathly into the distance. Come on, Su Yang murmured in his mouth. He was now in dire need of the unity value provided by the insect wave. Nearly minutes passed between the two blasts, and there was no movement in the distance. Su Yang raised his hand and waved it, preparing to give another order when the sonic detector issued a warning. He immediately opened the scouting panel, only to see that to the north of the territory, a large swath of extremely dispersed small white dots were coming in at a rapid pace, scattering troops just after entering the reconnaissance range. Su Yang was a bit surprised. If it wasn't a coincidence, it was the fact that the bugs had scouted out the attack range of the probes and the Skyfire Guard. Quite capable. These bugs. Fire the cannon. Su Yan once again waved his hand and ordered. So what if it's decentralized? Both saltpeter and coal are now abundant in the territory. There's no need to even think about hit rate or kill efficiency when you have enough ammo. Su Yang directly granted the 4 heavenly flame guards unlimited firing rights. Shoot continuously without having to conserve ammo. Blow over the damn swarm. Boom, boom, boom. The 4 heavenly fire guards were on full fire, and one after another heavenly firebomb exploded to produce a loud noise. From above the walls it looks like a fireworks show in the middle of a dense forest. A Skyfire bomb landing is a scorched earth of a densely forested area. The powerful force of the explosion lifted the crystal spore vegetation up by its roots, and mixed with the remnants of the swarm, they were swept up into the sky. In less than a minute, the northern densely wooded area was almost lifted off the ground. Large swaths of what had been brilliantly colorful dense forest were reduced to scorched earth. The panel's kill prompts kept churning. Su Yang closed his eyes and enjoyed the shell explosions that made up the musical score. The symphony-like sound was a welcome relief to him. What do you call an artillery wash? This is called an artillery wash. Chapter 100 Hardcore Interception. Monty's Fighting Style. Kill level 8 Terran Stinging Worms. Plus 80 to Unity, 20% bonus. Kill level 7 Terran Stinging Worms. Plus 70 to Unity, 20% bonus. Kill level 8 Terran Stinging Worms. Plus 80 to Unity, 20% bonus. Kill level 7 Terran Jet Nematodes. Plus 90 to Unity, 20% bonus. A series of kill prompts lit up on Su Yang's panel. Although the bug tide had learned to be smart and used scattered charging tactics, it couldn't hold up to the covering firepower of the 4 heavenly flame guards. Waves of exploding air and monstrous flames paved all the way for the advancing tide of insects. If the bugs had a history, perhaps they would describe the dragon territory as a meat grinder. The only thing that limits the firepower of the Skyfire Guard right now is the reloading that takes place when each round of ammo is shot. While the towering walls of the city gave the Skyfire Guard an excellent view, it also made resupplying ammunition extremely troublesome. For this reason, Su Yang specially arranged a small team to be responsible for transporting ammunition to and from the top and bottom of the city walls for the heavenly flame guards. But even so, there's still an influx of swarms every time you replace ammo. Add to that the portion that entered from the uncovered area, and there was already a sizable wave of bugs on the verge of hitting the city. As they approached the walls across the hard and dangerous, deadlier and more accurate shots awaited them. Whoosh! The shooting holes at the very bottom of the northern wall opened up, and a team of Imperial armor crossbowmen poured fire into the swarm from it in a frenzy. Since the swarms that had been washed round by the artillery were not dense, the crossbowmen all used armor-piercing arrows. Armor-piercing arrow tail bursts detonate one by one as they are shot, giving the arrow even more kinetic energy. Even for the stinging worms after evolution, such an armor-piercing arrow would be able to penetrate 3 of them in a row. Countless silver lights flashed by, and the rain of life-threatening arrows made up of armor-piercing arrows was like the Grim Reaper, accurately harvesting the surviving swarms. Su Yang shook his head as he looked at the stopped swarm. What's the point of serving appetizers when you're already an old friend? Let's just go straight to the hard stuff. As he wishes, 10 large white dots appeared side by side on the scouting panel the instant the thought fell. Following them was a much larger swarm. Su Yang's eyes flickered. Wanting this, Li Xin. Su Yang raised his hand and ordered. The evolved crypt giant worms advanced at a surprisingly fast speed, and the crossbows running at full speed could only stop 4 of them. If you want to stop them from moving away from the territory, you have to get Li Xin out of town to snipe them. All generals, follow me to kill the enemy. Li Xin led the order and turned to lead Chen Wu's squad to kill the city gates. A silver-white battle armor glowed silver in the moonlight. Anyone who looks at it has to say handsome in their mind. Unfortunately, there was just no war horse. Su Yang lamented in his heart. It would be perfect if the heavy weapon battalion or the foundry could make any kind of machine beasts. Sasha Sasha. Sasha Sasha. A new wave of bug attacks has arrived. The noise unique to the swarm's march resounded through the dense forest. The bombardment of the heavenly fire guard did not stop for a moment, and the muzzles of the cannons were already burning red. The 2 crossbows also went into action to start sniping the crypt giants in the ground. Phew! Just as Su Yang was commanding his troops to snipe the giant insects, a round of red and black meteorite-like shells rolled in from the sky. Crusader! Su Yang's eyes flashed as the biggest threat came. Cannonballs slid down from the sky, pointing directly at the 4 Skyfire guards on the city walls. With such a long distance to pinpoint, the bug artillery units were also horribly accurate. Monty, the Skyfire guard, couldn't evacuate in time, and the only one who could stop the cannonballs was Monty. Su Yang cast his gaze above the city wall. What would Meng Tian do? As the cannonballs crashed down, only Meng Tian put his warhammer away behind him and rushed straight towards the area where the Heavenly Flame Guard was located. The hybrid battle armor was fully powered up, countless thick white vapors gushed out, and flames spewed out from the exhaust holes behind it to accelerate its progress. No one could believe that such a huge steel battle armor could have this kind of speed if they didn't see it with their own eyes. As Meng Tian charged with all his might, he stood with both hands in front of his chest and pulled violently, taking out the shield that was transformed into a breastplate. The moment he took it out, the giant shield of steel unfolded outward in his hands, and in an instant it transformed into a giant shield that was wider than a battle armor. As the cannonballs came in, Monty staged a leap against the giant shield, and the propulsion device on the bottom of his feet spewed out countless flames. Boom! In mid-air, the cannonball collided with the giant shield with a loud boom. Shells exploded, flashes of fire flashed, and shockwaves set off waves of air that spread through the air. The Crusader shells detonated in the air, the explosion affecting no one, but the burning liquid fuel still spewed out in all directions. In the midst of the raining fire, Meng Tian landed steadily on the ground with his burning giant shield raised. Giggle! The steel giant shield shook violently, spewing out waves of steam and air that instantly extinguished the entire flame. You're really tough on shells, aren't you? Su Yang couldn't believe his eyes. It was definitely the most hardcore way to intercept a shell he had ever seen. That giant shield had the effect of absorbing explosive energy in shockwaves, and the shells exploded in the air with at least half the power of the one from Park Taz. Although the fuel fire rained down anyway, the buildings in the territory were all cast in steel, and all the soldiers had imperial armor. As long as it is extinguished in time, it will have no effect on the territory at all. Well done. Su Yang let out an exclamation of praise to Meng Tian. Your Majesty is too kind. It's just a matter of lifting a finger. Monty responded quietly, as if what had just happened was as rare as buying a grocery in the morning. Worthy of being a general who can guard the borders of Great Qin for decades, he is steady and reliable. As Su Yang praised Meng Tian, a smile appeared on his face. The bugs had scouted out the range of the Skyfire Guard, so they would definitely deploy the Crusaders out of artillery range. And with their learning ability, a large number of troops would also be deployed around the Crusaders' perimeter for defense this time, so as to avoid another situation of having their home stolen by Li Xin. But no matter how much they scouted, they couldn't find out what was going on inside the walls. Su Yang waved his hand and gave the order. Heavenly Fire Tower, activate. Upon receiving the order, 2 Heavenly Flame Guard soldiers entered the Heavenly Flame Tower. Buzz, buzz, buzz. As it activated, the barrel was heated in a circle and the entire turret turned red. Although out of scouting range, the Crusader had revealed his position with that shot. The offense and defense are different. Skyfire Tower deployed. Sky Burning Bomb loaded. Target calibrated. Requesting launch. Chapter 101 The Real Sea of Worms. Target calibrated. Requesting launch. Su Yang's eyes flashed, comparing whose is bigger. Release. Boom. It was as if a muffled thunderbolt had exploded in the center of the territory. The barrels of the cannons contracted. The earth trembled, and huge waves of air rolled through the territory. The Heaven Burning Bomb, which was close to 1.5 meters in diameter, roared into the sky, making a fiery red trail. Luckily, this time Su Yang took the lead and moved away from the turret. Otherwise this cannon could have directly shaken him off. As the cannonballs rose into the air, Su Yang immediately switched to the viewpoint of the city wall defenders, only to see the blazing incendiary bomb rising to its highest in the air and then falling sharply. Finally it dropped into the dense forest almost at the end of its sight. Monstrous flames rose to the sky, and the huge shockwave shattered all the surrounding crystal spores. Boom! It took several breaths before the explosion reached the territory, accompanied by a strong ground tremor. Kill a level 10 Terran Stinging Worm, plus 100 to Unity, 20% bonus. Kill level 9 Terran Stinging Worm, plus 90 to Unity, 20% bonus. Kill level 10 Terran Burst Crusader, plus 900 to Unity, 20% bonus. Kill level 8 Terran Jet Nematodes, plus 95 to Unity value, 20% bonus. Kill level 8 Terran Cryptids, plus 160 stats, 20% bonus. A series of dents as a tidal wave of kill prompts poured out from the panel. The Crusader was reduced to ashes along with its defense force. Kill Terran Burst Crusader. Normal D-class drop. Fuel conversion bag. Converting biomass to biomass fuel unlocks biomass fuel technology in the Xeno experiment station. Along with the kill prompt came a loot drop prompt. Seeing the hint, Su Yang's eyes flashed. It really was just as he guessed. Bursting Crusaders could unlock key technologies. Pressing down his curiosity to check the specific information, Su Yang shifted his sight to the frontline Li Xin. Despite the death of the Crusaders, the swarm is no longer capable of turning the tide. But the battle wasn't completely over, and it wasn't time to be careless. When the viewpoint switched to the frontline battlefield, Li Xin had already disposed of 4 giant worms, 2 more to deal with at the end, and a crossbow turret will take care of all the giant bugs. As long as the giant bugs were stopped, the rest of the swarm was no longer a threat. Boom buzz. Sasha. Switch to Li Xin's perspective to realize what it's really like to be on the front lines of the battlefield. Explosions, alien bugs screaming, waves of air churning, all sorts of sounds mingled and poured into the ears. Explosive air waves, flying dirt, blood and body parts. Various images flashed before his eyes in a chaotic manner. Li Xin led Chen Wu's squad as they flew through the dense forest. The squad members were responsible for dealing with the xenomorphs that were pouring out from all directions, while Li Xin focused on sniping the giant worms under the ground. According to Su Yang's instructions, Li Xin quickly looked for and locked another crypt giant worm. The power unit operated, and the Iron Lance went into a state of charging and storing power. Li Xin finds his bearings and throws a shot to the ground. When, instead of stabbing into the earth as Li Xin had expected, the iron spear ran into something halfway and was directly bounced off. Giggle. An ear-piercing clash sounded, and a half-finger deep indentation appeared in Li Xin's chest armor out of thin air. Being attacked, Li Xin's eyes flashed as he held his lance in the air and pulled back with the force of the impulse. A Terran warrior who can be invisible. Su Yang immediately reacted. This attack was also too strong, and the slash nearly broke through Li Xin's battle armor. Hiss ah! With a low roar, the Terran warrior with a spiked hammerhead and data wires hanging from the back of his head appeared in front of Li Xin. He wielded a giant bone blade with 2 rows of exposed fangs that constantly chattered. After appearing, it slowly raised its hand and extended an insect claw. The onrushing xenomorphs behind him immediately ran around Li Xin towards Chen Wu's squad behind him. Another one-on-one? No wonder this thing is called the Terran Samurai. Stall him. Su Yang gave orders to Li Xin and then switched to the city wall view. When Li Xin was blocked, the 2 giant bugs behind him leaked out and had to be sent on defense. Cutting back to the viewpoint, Su Yang was about to ask Meng Tian to lead his team down the city wall to defend the swarm. Suddenly, he realized that the 2 giant insects had actually stopped in front of the city wall. What do you mean? Boom! 2 giant bugs broke through the ground at the north gate of the city. Following them, a series of brainworm-like bugs poured out. Unlike ordinary brainworms, these brains are larger and covered with dark purple cracks. It looks like a sarcoma just like the mother bug. Aren't brainworms not offensive? What's the point of sending it to the front? Whoosh! The crossbowman wouldn't let them get stuck in the doorway, and a rain of arrows fell in moments. The dark purple brain of the brain bug was shot and instantly burst like a watermelon. Purple brain matter splattered, and with it came countless arm-sized xenomorphs. The bugs rushed towards the gate like mad dogs, screaming and gnawing away. Their mouths contain some sort of acid that gnaws right through the metal gates with each bite. The dozen or so brainworms that poured out of the hole burst one after another, each of them gushing out dozens or hundreds of smaller worms. Soon, the densely packed bugs filled the entire gate area. The crossbowmen on the walls quickly switched explosive arrow fire. Ranged explosions kill dense enemies, but don't do much against these little buggers. The heat from the explosion kills some of the bugs, but the impact damage is counteracted by their hard shells. The heavenly flame guard couldn't bombard the doorway, and Su Yang surprisingly couldn't think of any way to deal with them for a while. In less than half a minute, under the gnawing of hundreds of tiny insects, the metal-clad stone gate, which was half a meter thick, had actually perforated. As if on command, the surrounding army of stinging insects began to converge on the gate. No wonder the giant bugs were breaking ground in front of the gate. They were going to chew through the entire gate to allow the swarm to pour in. We have to move the Imperial armor Sharpies down to defend it. If the gates are breached, the difficulty of defense will skyrocket. Su Yang's mind flashed and he instantly ordered. And in time for his order, Monty had taken the lead. All generals listened to the order. Quickly follow me to defend the city gates. After saying that, Meng Tian did not have any hesitation and stored up his strength to actually leap down from the sky above the city gates. The dorsal propulsion unit was on full blast, and bursts of fire erupted. A steel battle armor that is 3 meters tall, up to 5 meters wide, and weighs at least 10 tons. Under the acceleration of propulsion, it smashed into the tide of insects, like a meteorite crashing to the ground. Boom! Ha! Su Yang's eyes snapped wide open and his person was confused. Chapter 102 New Bug Unit. Biomass Fuel. Without any sign, without any questioning, it just jumped straight into the tide of insects. That's a tough way to make an entrance. You're not allowed to jump. Seeing this, Su Yang hurriedly gave the order. Fearing that the Imperial Armor sharpshooter would really follow Meng Tian and jump off the city wall. Their Imperial Armor is no better than Monty's. Boom! On the other side Monty landed with a bang, and all the swarms within a meter were shaken away. A mere bugbear. How dare you be reckless? Meng Tian let out a furious cry and danced his warhammer with both hands to blast around in the swarm. The warhammer was like a cannonball accelerated by the rear-side propulsion device, and a single hammer landing could crush dozens of xenomorphs into pieces. Monty's landing attracted a large number of xenomorphs, and the swarm of insects that surged like a sea tide directly overwhelmed it. They opened their acid-laden sharp teeth and crazily gnawed on Monty's steel battle armor. It was good that the steel battle armor was stronger than the bronze iron gates, allowing Monty to last longer. Monty used himself as bait to draw fire from a large number of small insects. This caused a lot of delay in getting the Imperial Armor forces into position. After the troops were in position, Su Yang directly ordered the city gates to be opened. The swarm poured into the territory like a stream of water. Whoosh! The assembled crossbowmen switched to explosive arrows and kept firing. There were more people involved in the firing and more firepower this time than on the walls. The fire from the explosions continued to blast through the swarm. After a round of bombardment, the entirety of the Imperial Armor riders similarly killed the sea of insects. Monty violently raised his foot and shook it, stomping several xenomorphs to death while unleashing his generalship skill. Firm as a wall. All Imperial Armor sharpshooters gain 20% damage reduction. After gaining the bonus, the sharpshooter chooses to trade wounds for wounds, and the offense becomes even more potent. Monty was even going all out, using all parts of his body while swinging his warhammer. Foot pedal, hand pinch, joint jam, even burn with a propeller. Kill level 1 Terran Iron Eater. +1 to unity value, 20% bonus. Kill level 1 Terran Iron Eater. +1 to unity value, 20% bonus. Kill level 9 Terran Crypt Giant Worms. +600 to unity, 20% bonus. With Meng Tian and the Imperial Armor Riders almost fighting for their lives in combat, they were finally able to withstand the Iron Eater's attack. After clearing out most of the Iron Eaters, Monty led his troops to fight the influx of stingers and eventually recaptured the gate. At Su Yang's command, the gate with 1,000 holes slowly closed, keeping the subsequent swarms out once again. With the walls, the crossbowmen managed to repel the following wave of insects and the crisis was lifted. Swarm, this Iron Eater's offense is simply terrifying. Su Yan looked at the metal gate full of empty holes with a palpitating heart. When he saw the densely packed iron-devouring insects rooted on the gate and gnawing madly, goosebumps rose all over his body. Compared to that, those few stinging insects weren't even considered a sea of insects attack. This was what was called a sea of insects attack, and this was still the iron-devouring bugs brought by the 2 giant bugs. If there were a few more iron-devouring bug armies, I'm afraid that they would really miss. Luckily, there was Meng Tian who used his body to attract the Iron Eater's attack in the opening scene. Otherwise the gate would have been directly scrapped. Whether it was carrying cannonballs hard or leaping directly into the tide of insects, Meng Tian's seemingly reckless actions had played a key role. Right after they recaptured the gate, the swarm that was still coming seemed to give up and started retreating on all fronts. This was something that Su Yang didn't expect, and it was the first time he had encountered a retreating swarm of insects. After letting Meng Tian redeploy the defense of the city wall, Su Yang immediately switched to Li Xian's viewpoint. Dozens more scars appeared on Li Xian's battle armor, while the Terran warrior opposite him was covered in blood. This one-on-one fight was surprisingly so intense. Su Yang was a bit stunned, but it looked as if the Terran warrior no longer intended to launch an attack. It hissed in a low voice, the data lines on the back of its head flickering. The remnants of the swarm's forces darted around it and withdrew backward. Sure enough, it was this Terran warrior who initiated the retreat. Make sure to kill it, Su Yang ordered. Li Xian received the command to kill again. However, the Terran warrior had no desire to fight as it grabbed something with a grip out of thin air and threw it at Li Xian. Li Xian stopped and stabbed. The silver spear penetrated something and blood splattered. A small insectoid that breaks its invisibility ability shows up on the silver gun. When he looked up again, the Terran warrior had fled stealthily. There's no way. This stealth ability can't be cracked at the moment. Su Yang cursed and immediately sent out all of his scout troops to track down those fleeing insect clans. You can't run away from the monk. Sooner or later these things will have to die under him. Thus, the first defense battle since returning from the Tournament of Nations ended. Although Su Yang had already prepared himself to defend against the Crusaders, he was still caught off guard by the newly appeared army of iron-devouring bugs. Let's just say that in bugs are indeed the strongest Fey unit, and the rate of evolution is simply outrageous. However, excluding the iron-devouring bug attack, the other parts of the defense were very satisfactory to Su Yang. Although the abyssal gaze level had yet to be raised, this swarm likely belonged to the 4th generation of the bug wave, and the territory has only just reached level 4. and none of the many warfares about level 4 have been unlocked yet. It's good enough to fight a battle like this and still get such a record. And the most significant takeaway from this wave of bugs is the information on biomass fuels. This made Su Yang certain that there was indeed something in the dense forest that could replace oil. In addition to the biomass information, there were also massive rewards of unity value. And compared to these rewards, some of the armor losses of the Imperial armor sharpshooters were not worth mentioning. When the battle ended, Su Yang asked Li Xian and Meng Tian to lead all the soldiers out of the city to clean up the battlefield. This time, instead of incinerating and disposing of the xenomorph corpses, they were all collected. These carcasses are likely to be the raw material for biomass fuel. While the soldiers were collecting the corpses, Su Yang returned to the Lord's residence to check out this harvest. Even though they ended up letting the Terran warriors run away with the remnants of their forces, the gain in unity value this time was not at all small. Although there was no achievement reward, this was the largest and highest individual level bug wave since entering the Forbidden Land. A battle gained 35,650 unity points purely from kills, which came to 42,780 unity points after a 20% bonus. 40,000 points of unity value at a time, almost twice as much as in previous battles. Apart from the unity value, it was the biomass fuel that Su Yang was most looking forward to. Monty's battle armor was already a hybrid, relying on fuel for all of its propulsion and acceleration. Predictably, all level 4 soldiers and the soon-to-be unlocked heavy weapon battalion machinery will need to be fuel-powered. Solving the fuel problem is extremely important for the development of the territory. Su Yang's mind flashed and opened the panel of the Divine Farmers Creation Institute. A new tech bar has emerged. Chapter 103, Descending Ground Exposure? Level 4 Imperial Armor Camp. The tech bar appears, but it's not lit up yet, so obviously there are still conditions yet to be met. Su Yang clicked on Terran Swarm Research under Alien Biology Research, then clicked on the Swarm Intelligence sub-branch. Science and Technology, Biomass Fuels. Beware of mold, analyzing the process of biomass fuel conversion by insects and obtaining the secrets of biomass fuels. Function, gain access to a biomass smelting station, unlocking the ability to convert fake corpses into biomass and then into fuel. Pre-existing technology, none. This is a life activity beyond human comprehension. Unlocking consumption, alive and intact female insect, for generations and above, *1. Fuel conversion bag *1. Uniformity value, 20,000. Duration, 2D. Sure enough, bug corpses can be converted into biomass fuel. Then through the refining of the Great Sheen refinery, you can get a fuel that is as effective as oil. Su Yang's brows stretched, the hanging hearts finally put down. In this way, they are also able to produce fuel themselves, perfecting the bottleneck that almost all countries get stuck in. And with as many bug corpses as you want, I'm afraid there will hardly be a fuel shortage as long as the fuel unit goes into operation. Looking at the panel, there should be 2 processes for biomass fuel conversion. One is converting bug corpses into biomass, and then converting the biomass into fuel. Although Su Yang didn't know the exact composition of the biomass, the process was enough to make the modern world boil. It is important to know that the formation of ordinary oil requires at least 1,000,000 years of evolution, while the bugs are afraid to complete this process does not even need a day. The Terran bugs, terrifying as they are. Su Yang sucked in a breath of cool air and flipped open the resource panel. Steel reserves are down to only 13 units after upgrading past the General's house. Whether you want to unlock the Imperial Armor Battalion or the Heavy Weapon Battalion, you'll need to wait until tomorrow. But there was no need to rush this point. The scouts were still tracking the fleeing swarms along the way. It would take at least until tomorrow to get information on the exact location of their territories. Previously, when reviewing the normal battle, Su Yang once had a headache over how to deal with the iron-devouring bug, until it occurred to me that there were still unlocked fire dragon guards. The Iron Eater's shell was harder than a normal stinging insect, but it was afraid of high temperatures. In this way, the fire dragon guard fitted with fire breathers and possessing the ability to make wide-range attacks is simply their real father. Just thinking about that scene, Su Yang seemed to smell the smell of burnt feathers permeating the air. When I unlock Fire Dragon Guard tomorrow, I'll immediately go kill that lot of bugs. If you violate my Qin territory, how can you retreat in one piece? But besides wiping out the swarm, there was another important task. To unlock the biomass fuel technology, you also need a living and intact mother bug. This means that you must unlock the Heavy Weapon Battalion and build carrier units before you can bring back the mother worm. The specifics waited until tomorrow depending on the situation. Su Yang closed the panel. The most important task at the moment was to collect all the bodies of the xenomorphs. Some bugs are dead, but they are still alive. Now these things can be extremely valuable strategic resources. The Tournament of Nations has ended. Welcome to Week 3. The Lord's Hall has been opened, and the Lords can communicate with each other in the hall during the designated time. Early the next morning, the Hall of Lords opened. In fact, yesterday was only the first day, but after the high-intensity battles of the Tournament of Nations, the system defaulted to the fact that all the lords were still sleeping on the first day, and didn't open the Lord's Hall. The first time he entered the hall, Su Yang was checking the number of people in the hall. After the Tournament of Nations, the 55 in week 2 is turned into 53. The lovely Lord of Goliath left this world forever. With him went the entire Korean peninsula. An earthquake sank all of Great Goryeo civilization, which had claimed 10,000 years, to the bottom of the sea. The other to leave was Lord Etheliel, who lost to a 3-threat level fire lizard horde in the scramble. The territory of Eretz Yisrael, on the other hand, has suffered from cataclysmic volcanic eruptions and geothermal warming. The people of the whole country were roasted, and the grease spread over the whole country like melted soap. As we all know, Forbidden Land natural disasters are localized disasters controlled by some kind of power. The larger the country's territory, the more times it can withstand natural disasters, like the Dragon Kingdom has withstood 2 and still exists. That's why many countries have begun to engage in annexation wars in order to improve their chances of survival. Eretz Yisrael happened to be waging an inhumane war against some country during the contest, and the slaughter of the civilian population was at hand. Originally they were all about to succeed and take over the country in its entirety. There was no help for the natural disaster that came and stole their home outright. Su Yang expresses his sad condolences to the 2 lords who passed away this week. Anonymous, I didn't realize I was leaving 2 countries with decent war chests this week. Lords of the Rice Country, mourning for the dead lords. Lord Tianju, Goryeo is arrogant and narcissistic. It's only a matter of time before it perishes. Anonymous, the Eretz Yisraeli powers are strong, but the country is so small that it could all collapse in one fell swoop. German lords, God has finished our unfinished business. Anonymous, Etheliel may be evil, but Germany is no better. German lords, I will find you and I will tear you apart. After a bit of yelling at each other, the conversation came back to the regular program in the Lord's Hall. The Dragon Kingdom and the Worm's Nest. Anonymous, I just want to know if that lord in the heart of the Worm's Nest is okay? Is it still able to handle a 4-threat level bug wave? Lord Theater Tooth, my comm device buzzed all night yesterday. I thought it was broken. Anonymous, no way. A knight of cannons? How is that possible? Lord Rice, we can't rule out a bug artillery unit, which is already capable of affecting electromagnetic wave equipment. Lords of the East, which country is fighting the bugs? What a warrior. Anonymous, how can I guess? The Tournament of Nations is the Dragon Kingdom's fiercest. Ha! Tianju Lord, you have to learn to look at the essence through the phenomenon, young man. The soldiers of the Dragon Kingdom are obviously strong in single combat. Against the strongest single stone people is their field. Against the tide of insects does not have the advantage at all. Lord of Theater Teeth, if my big brother was in the nest, he would have come to protect me long ago. How could he let me suffer alone? Lord Tianju, ha, Suyangbra. Don't blame me if I accidentally guessed your territory correctly, haha. Anonymous, a bunch of son of a stupid waiting to be ed over by the Dragon Kingdom. Geranium Lords, Aliu. Su Yang closed the Lord's Hall, and the next words were almost all curses. As the rival alliances gradually stabilized, the lords became less polite to each other. He had thought that there would surely be many lords who suspected that he had descended into the heart of the worm's nest after the contest, but judging by the situation, there weren't too many obvious suspects, and there were even a few that covered for him. In fact, exposing or not exposing the birthplace now had little effect on the territory, and one's key enemy had turned into a swarm. As long as we can defeat the swarm, we can definitely defeat other countries. Whether these lords were skeptical or not, all they had to do was to continuously improve their battle power in fighting the swarm. In the middle of his thoughts, Su Yang opened the Royal Armor Camp panel. Steel stock has come to 132 units and it's time to give the team another upgrade. Chapter 104, Great Qin Fire Dragon Guard. Level 2 General's Palace. Steel 100 units. Copper 50 units. Level 4 Imperial Armor Battalion upgrade in progress. The sound of whimpering and mechanical modifications rang out, and the Imperial Armor Battalion was rapidly undergoing changes guided by the blueprints. The surrounding construction became more and more complex and precise, and the original basalt-colored appearance gradually brightened. Giggle. With a loud bang, thick white steam and black smoke erupted together, the sign of a hybrid. At the Level 4 Lord's Mansion stage, almost all installations are hybridized. That is, the steam drive is responsible for usual actions, such as walking, daily running and such. Fuel drives are then used for emergency consumption, accelerated construction, or hasty propulsion. The sound of transformation stopped and a brand new Level 4 Imperial Armor Battalion appeared in front of Su Yang. With a flash of intent, he opened the Imperial Armor Battalion panel. Surprisingly, none of the Imperial Armor units have been shown to be able to upgrade yet, combined with previous experience. This should be the reason for not yet having fuel resources. However, while other units have yet to be unlocked for upgrades. The Fire Dragon Guard that comes with the level 4 Imperial Armor Battalion can be summoned directly. The most lacking thing against that 4th generation bug wave was the close quarters, wide-range combat power of the Fire Dragon Guard. Without hesitation, Su Yang directly invested his unity value to summon 4 Fire Dragon Guards. Uniformity value, 16,800. Summoning the Great Qin Fire Dragon Guard. The original consumption of 24,000 points was directly saved by 7,200 points of unity value because of the military power buff. Giggle. Black and white intertwined smoke erupted as the gates of the Imperial Armor Camp slowly opened. 4 super heavy mechs of a type similar in appearance and style to the Heavenly Fire Guard were revealed in the smoke. Great Qin Fire Dragon Guard. The same heavy mechs operated by soldiers, the difference being that their gun barrels were not on their backs, but on their arms. The mech's stubby little arms had been converted into 2 heavy flamethrower guns with muzzles the diameter of a basketball and a ring of incendiary devices surrounding the barrels. There is a fuel reservoir on the left and right sides of the back, and connected in the center is the fuel delivery line and pressurization unit. The fuel injection distance can be adjusted by adjusting the pressurization unit, and can even reach an impressive range of up to 200 meters. No wonder it's called the Fire Dragon Guard. This spray is simply a fire dragon, right? Su Yang's eyes flashed as if he had already seen the fire dragon spewing out. With the Fire Dragon Guard, there was absolutely no need to worry about the Iron Devourer's Insect Sea attack. The Heavenly Fire Guards are responsible for long-range bombardment, and the Fire Dragon Guards are responsible for countering the dense sea of melee bugs. The Imperial Armor Unit is then responsible for sending the units that survived the 2 attacks to the west. After summoning the Fire Dragon Guard, Su Yang opened the General's Palace panel again. The Level 2 General's House allows Li Xin to make upgrades. General's House, General, Li Xin. Level 1-2. Effect. Skill Order of the Vanguard, increase morale by 20%, increase morale by 30%, increase morale by 30%. Strategy Power to the World, 20% increase in the value of the command value gained in battle, 30%. Unity value, 15,000 points. Required level of generalship, level 2. Upgrading Li Xin not only improves his skills, but also increases the Fong strategy bonus to 30%. The sooner this effect is upgraded, the more you gain. Su Yang's mind flashed and invested his unity value to start upgrading. Unity value 10,500 points. General Li Xin is upgrading. General Li Xin conquers the 4 seas. His ability to control soldiers is improved, and the Vanguard is upgraded. A section of words crossed over, and Li Xin quickly finished upgrading. Su Yang nodded his head in satisfaction. All the current upgrades had been completed. It was time to depart. Last night's scouting force had already scouted the location of the bug nest, and the specific information was also reported in detail. It was basically the same as he had guessed. This was a 4th generation bug wave, and the size of the nests was extremely large, far beyond the normal range. This piece of information excited him. The bigger the nest meant more xenomorphs, and the more xenomorphs the more fuel and unity values. Without any further hesitation, Su Yang directly approached Li Xin and asked him to lead his troops to set off. Although the heavy weapons camp had not yet been unlocked, it was about time for Li Xin and the others to go. It was now necessary to seize the moment and take advantage of the swarm's great defeat before their energy was full, and directly lift their lair. Soon, Li Xin ordered up 30 Imperial Armor Sharpshooters and 20 Imperial Armor Crossbowmen, plus 2 Heavenly Fire Guards and 4 Fire Dragon Guards to assemble at the city gate. After being reviewed by Su Yang, the team marched directly to the north. Meng Tian had not been sent by Su Yang because he had exhausted his fuel from last night's battle. Still, Monty can only maximize his advantage when he's in the territory. Because of the passive effect of the Great Wall Guard, Su Yang directly handed over all the tasks of territory expansion and planning to Meng Tian. With his commanding ability and defense experience from his many years of stationing at the border and presiding over the construction of the Great Wall, this kind of task was a piece of cake. After receiving the order, Meng Tian immediately led a group of soldiers to start exploration and research around the city wall. With all the tasks assigned, Su Yang returned to the Lord's mansion in peace to check up on the first view of the crusade led by Li Xin. After obtaining the swarm's vision sharing, he had the feeling of being in the field himself every time he fought. Every time he substituted into Li Xion's perspective to weave and kill in the swarm, Su Yang would have the illusion that he was a supreme expert. Or maybe it wasn't an illusion? Walking out of the territory, there was no longer a single piece of intact crystal and spore-dense forest in the surrounding area, all of which had been blown into scorched earth by the heavenly flame guards. And on the piece of scorched earth closest to the territory, the collected xenomorph corpses had been piled up into a small mountain. The process of collecting corpses was extremely tedious and consumed a lot of energy, especially with this kind of insect wave that spread out its attack. Last night, Li Xian and Meng Tian had spent a lot of time and energy collecting troops with them. And Su Yang tossed and turned for 30 seconds before he was able to fall asleep because he was thinking about it. While lamenting the hardship, Su Yang suddenly remembered a big problem. It's so much work to collect the corpses around the territory. What should we do with the corpses from the crusade? It's absolutely impossible to rely on soldiers to transport them back one by one. You have to unlock the transporter, but there is definitely a limit to how much the pre-hauler can carry at one time as well. Repeated shipments back and forth surely consume a lot of time and are very taxing on fuel. Don't you want it? Su Yang is a little heartbroken, but now just started, so a large batch of energy do not really pity. However, he suddenly remembered. Of course an ordinary transportation vehicle couldn't carry so many things, but this was a great Qin transportation vehicle. It's definitely going to be unexpected if nothing else. Chapter 105, Mi Realliance. Ambush. MacArthur looked at the panel's temporarily turbulent debuff with complicated eyes. He had a cigar in his mouth that had a torn papier-mâché end. Came with 7 cigars and said he would smoke one when he gained an advantage. By the time the 7 are smoked out, Rice will surely be far ahead of the rest of the world. As long as Rice is allowed to take the lead, then no other country will ever be the same again. The imagination is fertile. The reality is that only one has been lit so far. And that time it was still halftime champagne and the follow-through didn't even gain an advantage. This second cigar is melting in my mouth every day and I haven't had a chance to light it yet. This time it was compounded by a debuff. Son of a hasn't come yet. Lords of the East, long time no see. Oh, here we go. MacArthur sat up straight. This time he pulled a private chat to seek cooperation from the Eastern Alliance. This time it was just their 2 alliances that got the debuff. And that wasn't going to cut it. Lord Rice, it hasn't been a long wait, has it? So let's get right to it. Lords of the East, yes. Old friends are supposed to give up unnecessary foreplay. MacArthur spat. Who's ing best friends with you? Lord Rice, my friend. Can you be sure there are no Lords of the Heart of the Worm's Nest in your alliance? Lords of the East, my friend. I'm 100% sure. Lord Rice, then our opponents should now be determined. The Dragon Kingdom and the countries in the Independent Alliance that may be located in the Worm's Nest. Lords of the East, could these 2 countries be one? Lord Rice, I don't think it's very likely. This Qin dynasty's tech tree is very strange. It feels like it favors mono and melee. And we have a micro-expression expert in our team. She said. Su Yang showed a puzzled and surprised look when facing the bug-tide. Apparently for the first time. Lords of the East, is the expert really credible? So she saw what I was thinking? Lord Rice, most of the time it's just wanting to go to the bathroom. And she says you're constipated. Lords of the East, it doesn't matter who's who. These 2 should be done together anyway. Lord Rice, that's exactly what I mean. I mean a total resource blockade against them. Starting with oil. Lords of the East, I can't say for the Independence League, but it's definitely effective against the Dragon Kingdom, which is all poor. Lord Rice, then we will do our best to expand the scope of reconnaissance and find their territories as soon as possible for joint raiding. Lords of the East, Blitzkrieg. My friend will like it. High-level conference room of the Dragon Kingdom. In the second week Su Yang's figurative resources restored the entire Jiangdong province to basic functioning. The next step is that we can use Jiangdong province as a transit in accelerating the post-disaster reconstruction work in the other 3 provinces. The General-in-Chief of the Military Department nodded and took the relevant documents handed over by his men. Soon another document was handed over, this time by a panel of experts. Generalissimo, after much examination, we have discovered a major problem. The current strength of the insect race is growing too fast. If Su Yang continues to surge forward at such a speed, or there is a possibility of the swarm overtaking technology. Let's wait until this round of Forbidden Land Live opens to see Qin Chao's equipment before we make any conclusions. The Generalissimo put the document away, a helpless look flashing across his face. The group of experts had either been punched in the face or were on their way to being punched in the face with their comments. And this time he was going to wait and see what happened. It's absolutely true this time. Generalissimo. The expert immediately became anxious when he saw that the Generalissimo didn't believe it. Su Yang's base doesn't even have the technology to defend against the bug race's cannons right now. If it continues to develop with the bug race at such a fast pace, something is bound to go wrong. Generalissimo, be sure to send a message to Su Yang to slow down and steady. The frenzied pundit was ushered out of the conference room by the guards. At the same time the big screen flashed and the Forbidden Land live stream opened. Appearing in the screen was Li Xian's squad that was marching. I'll go. There are 6 Heavenly Flame Guards this time. That's not the Heavenly Fire Guard. It's a new troop unit. No guns on your back. And the weapons are those 2 things in your hand? Is it a howitzer? Or machine guns and flamethrowers? A flamethrower would be awesome. I've always wanted to set these bugs on fire. How does this new unit not look like normal iron armor on it? Looking at the steadily marching soldiers of Great Qin on the screen, The Generalissimo silently threw that expert document into the trash can. The official live broadcast of the Dragon Kingdom. The appearance of the troop's new soldier type directly attracted everyone's attention. Hey, new heavy mech. What unit is it this time? It's got a barrel. It's got a muzzle. It's got a scope. It's a sniper. Is this a crusade? Is there another battle to watch today? I believe that the master's hand will be a life of destruction. Not right, eh? How come there's no Su Yang in the team today? Isn't our live broadcast locked to Su Yang's perspective? I'm going. Why are you even cutting the perspective? What is this? Like a first-person view, eh? Whoa. Amazing. What's going on here? Do we have a guide now? Quickly. I want to cut the bugs. I want to get into Master Shin's first view. I want to get into Master Shin's view. I want to get into Master Shin. Why is it cutting again? Is this our territory? It feels like there are so many more new buildings. I rely on and cut. Have not seen all. Guide, hurry to find a factory to work. Forbidden land. Dense forest of insect nests. Boom. The Imperial Armor Corps moved steadily through the dense forest, the footsteps of several heavy mechs echoing overhead. They had traveled a long way, and were about to reach their limit if they took the return trip into account. Suddenly, Li Xian waved his hand to signal the crowd to be quiet. All the generals of the force immediately stopped, leaving only the sound of the power systems operating. Your Majesty, I think there is something perverse. Su Yang frowned and quickly switched the viewpoints of the 4 scouts and asked them about the reconnaissance situation. The 4 scouts had been scouting on both flanks since joining the army and had not found anything unusual. Su Yang switched the viewpoints of the 4 scouts on the fly twice more. After making sure there was no mistake, he cut back to Li Shin's view. Confirm no anomalies. Proceed forward. Before Su Yang finished speaking, a thumping sound rang out. Seen only in Li Xian's eyes. Rows and rows of crypt giant worms rose up from the ground and surrounded them all. Countless foreign bugs rushed out behind him, their shrill chirps resounding throughout the dense forest. I can't believe I was ambushed. Chapter 106, The Fire Dragon Guard Strikes. The Red Earth is 1,000 miles away. The murmur of voices in the dense forest rose suddenly. A series of a dozen earth-breaking sounds exploded around them. The originally silent dense forest was instantly enveloped by the hissing of the insects. The sound of the giant bugs digging would be scouted by the scouts and Li Xian, so they were ambushed here well in advance. Moreover, these giant worms chose just the right distance. Neither would they be stabbed by Li Xian with a single shot to block the hole, nor were they too far away to allow the crossbowmen to have room for output. It was clearly a well-orchestrated, well-prepared ambush. Su Yang's thoughts flashed. It should be that yesterday's tracking by the scouts was discovered by the insects. Then they in turn set up an ambush in advance. It's amazing how tactical these guys are getting. Bang on. The sound of giant bugs leaping out of the ground continued to explode, and countless troops of xenomorphs poured out from it. The main road of travel was filled with stinging insects, while the dense forest hid countless squads of nematodes for cover. Li Xian immediately ordered the team to form a circular array, with the Imperial armor sharpshooters defending on the outside and the crossbowmen outputting on the inside. However, it happened so suddenly that there was no time for the soldiers to react, as countless explosions rang through the ranks. The Imperial armor sharpshooter was too late to defend himself, and numerous crossbowmen took damage from the blast. The heavenly fire guards could not be used at this distance, while the fire dragon guards were suppressed from firing. The Spitfire can easily cause a large explosion if it fires hastily and is hit by an exploding bug sting. A wave of anger churned in Li Xian's chest, being ambushed 3 times, which made him as a general very unhappy. He wanted to kill out and tear the bugs apart, but he couldn't help that the terrain of the dense forest was complicated, and rushing in and not being able to cause a quick kill would lead to more serious consequences. Southeast by south, 2,000 paces. Li Xian. Whoosh, a silver light lit up as Li Xian leapt out of the array and flew in a southeastern direction. Chen Wu leads the team. Southwest, 500 paces. Zhao Zhang due east, 700 paces. Su Yang flew through the ranks and switched viewpoints, identifying several of the enemy's densest fire points. Passive defense is never a good idea. Advancing against fire is the only way to break the game. Li Xian and a group of soldiers who received the order immediately rushed out of the group to kill the dense forest. The rest of the Imperial armor riders held out against the surging tide of stinging insects to the death. Soon, under Su Yang's precise report point, Li Xian and the soldiers killed into the back row of the enemy army. The nematodes either fled or were killed, and the frontal firepower was instantly diminished. And once the firepower is reduced, the Fire Dragon Guard will be able to free the battlefield. In this narrow terrain, the Fire Dragon Guard's attacks were devastating. The 4 Fire Dragon Guards at the front and back of the group stepped out of the array and topped the first line of the group. Uncountable stinging insects surged up, and several brainworm variants carrying iron eaters also appeared in the dense pile of stinging insects. they exploded in the tide of insects, and countless small iron eater insects erupted like a wave, densely spreading over the entire ground. The original wave of stinging insects was dense, but because of the large gaps between their individuals, they could still see the ground, and the moment the iron eaters appeared, they directly filled up all the places where they could still land. It was raging like a tidal wave, and it was overwhelming. The audience watching the live broadcast in the live room were all dumbfounded. They saw Lee Xin lead his team to cut into the back row and take down the bug's long-range units. Just as he was about to celebrate the crisis being over and taking the encounter without a scare, he saw the scene in front of him. A sea of insects surged from the sky. Especially Su Yan still used the frontline soldier first view. That was even more so as the entire field of vision was full of xenomorphs, covering the sky. Oh my god, what kind of bug is this? What to do? What to do? Swarms can still ambush. How the hell does that make it fun? This team is gone. Let's just let the Skyfire Guard blow up a cannon and blow themselves up. Finished. Finished, come to someone's rescue. Giggle giggle giggle. The Fire Dragon Guard at the forefront of the group had white steam rising from his body. The two flamethrower barrels gradually turned red, shifting from a silvery white to a molten color. Preheat complete. Fuel loaded. Gear 3. Requesting ignition. Ignite. Boom. The moment Su Yang ordered it, 8 100-meter-long pillars of fire erupted from the front and back. The blazing flames instantly blocked off all the passageways for the insects to advance, and the entire dense forest was set ablaze. Su Yang, who had substituted into the first perspective of the Fire Dragon Guard, only saw extremely deep red and even whitish flames instantly rushing all over the entire field of vision. It was like being thrown right into the core of the sun, with fire, heat, explosions, everything surging before his eyes. Su Yang only looked at it for a breath and then immediately withdrew from the Fire Dragon Guard's first viewpoint. If he looked at it any longer, his eyes would definitely suffer irreversible damage. Hiss ah ah ah. The miserable wails of the alien insects resounded continuously in the dense forest. The Iron Eater turned into coke the moment it touched the flames. The stinging insects, on the other hand, are much more heat resistant and can sustain themselves for a short period of time, but they couldn't move an inch under the onslaught of the columns of fire, just adding to the wailing and agonizing time in vain. 800-meter pillars of fire swept through the dense forest as the Fire Dragon Guard twisted. Wherever the flames go, the living are in ruins and all things are silent. Countless hit alerts appeared on the panel. Kill level 10 Terran stinging worms. Statistic value plus 100, 30% bonus. Kill level 1 Terran Iron Eater. Plus 1 to unity value, 30% bonus. Kill level 1 Terran Iron Eater. Plus 1 to unity value, 30% bonus. Kill level 10 Brain Breeder, variant. Plus 500 to unity value, 30% bonus. Kill level 8 Terran Cryptids. Plus 160 stats, 30% bonus. As the wailing sound diminished more and more, the swarm within a 100-meter radius completely died out. The battle, which still had a decent amount of crisis in its opening, was over in less than a minute as the Fire Dragon Guard struck. Giggle. The Fire Dragon Guard ceased fire, and countless thick white vapors rose from all parts of its mech. This is the water cooling unit that is using cold water to cool the body, and the water vaporizes into water vapor the moment it hits the hot body. The Fire Dragon Guard is equipped with a complete water cooling device, without which the barrel can be melted by prolonged baking. The flames ceased, the battle came to an end, and the Imperial Armor sharpshooters who had formed a circular formation immediately disbanded and began to hunt down those remaining troops. In the middle of the dense forest, Lee Xin engaged the stealthy Terran warrior again. The angry Lee Xin beat the Terran warriors back this time. At first, the Terran warrior was barely able to fight, but as the frontal Fire Dragon Guard struck, his battle spirit instantly disappeared. When the frontal force was completely annihilated, it gave up its resistance and allowed Lee Xin to pierce its chest. Chapter 107, Gongju Heavy Weapon Camp. Twin Mother Bug Nests. The official live broadcast of the Dragon Kingdom. The moment they saw the Fire Dragon Guard spewing fire, all the people went crazy. Throw Ray Rao somewhere. This is too cool. That's too powerful and wide-ranging. My ass. It's like barbecue. I can smell it already. This picture is so shocking. 10,000 times more shocking than a movie or something. High-level conference room. The Fire Dragon Guard breathed fire for a split second, nearly blinding numerous specialists with cataracts completely. And even against the possibility of blindness, they didn't want to miss the shocking scene. It's too spectacular. The Qin dynasty's creations are just too exaggerated. The principles are the same. But why did the Qin dynasty build something so much better than us? Qin dynasty craftsmanship. Trustworthy. While the outside of the Forbidden Land was cheering madly, the battle inside the Forbidden Land was already coming to an end. The battle came to an end as the soldiers killed off the remnants of the bug forces. Lee Xin dragged the thoroughly cold remains of the Terran warrior to Su Yang. A string of accomplishments bubbled up. Kill level 12 Terran Stealth Raider, Samurai variant. Plus 1500 to unity value, 30% bonus. Acquired Specialist E-Class drop. Heart of the Nest. Significantly increase the speed of scientific and technological development and construction. Specialist E-Class drop. Swarm Brain. A range of devices such as bioinformatic identification can be unlocked at the Xeno Experiment Station. Rare D-rank drop item. Mimic Armor. Mimetic Armor can be unlocked at the Fey Experiment Station. Armor that activates mimetic abilities. Short for, Radical Mimetic Armor. Total kills exceeded 2,000 units of bugs. Unlocked achievement, Master Exterminator, level 5. Unity value plus 4000. Using artillery weapons to kill 1,000 units of enemies. Unlocked achievement, it's time to start dinner. Unity value plus 3000. Killed an elite hidden unit. Unlocked achievement, a man's dream ability. Unity value plus 3000. Trigger event, Abyssal Gaze, level 5. Your atrocities resonate throughout the forest, and the Terran worms have vowed to take your head. Note, the current swarm's attacks are day and night, and may occur at any moment. A series of kills and achievement prompts lit up, causing Su-yeon to be a bit confused. Isn't this just killing a Terran warrior? How did the heart of the worm's nest explode? Did the mother bug kill herself? How can it kill itself? It was too late to clean up the battlefield. Su-yeon directly asked Lee Xin to lead his troops to the bug nest. The goal this time was to bring back a live female bug. If the female bug died, it would be a wasted trip. After nearly an hour of rapid marching, Lee Xin led his team to the bug nest. Since the third generation of the worm's nest, the worm's cavern no longer has only one opening. Dozens of holes of various sizes were scattered across a large area in front of them. Because he wanted to capture the mother worm alive, Su-yeon didn't dare to let the fire dragon guard spray fire directly at the cave entrance. He had Lee Xin lead a scouting unit into the nest and quickly found the mother lair. The moment he entered the mother's nest, Su-yang felt that his perception was once again refreshed. It's amazing that there are two females hanging out in this mother lode. Twin mother bug nests. With his current knowledge, the insect race had an extremely strong sense of territory, and it was impossible for two insect nests to appear within a certain range. And now the two nests are not only within the same range, but even their mothers live together. No wonder the scouting said this nest was exceedingly large. At that time, Su-yang thought that it was a fourth-generation bug nest that would just get bigger. But now he realized that it was too connected together. Two large female insects shaped like sarcomas hung upside down above the dark cavern. The one on the left is slightly smaller. The one on the right is bigger and is pushing 10 meters in height. The left one of them had dried up and was no longer surging, so it was obviously dead. The right one was still pulsing, with dark purple light constantly flowing on its surface. It was good that one was still alive. Su-yang breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. If we don't bring back a live female bug this time, it's hard to tell what will happen next. The next nest would only be farther away, and by then the fighters would have used up most of their fuel just catching up, not to mention any fighting. Seeing that the mother worm was still alive, Su-yang immediately asked Lee Xin to organize a team to protect it firmly. I was afraid that this mother bug would rather die than give in and summon a few small soldiers to stab herself to death. It could be said that right now he was the most faithful guardian of the mother bug. Only after doing a good job of securing the mother bug did Su-yang slowly calm down to sort out the doubts in his mind. First, there was the twin mother insect nests, and it was obvious to the naked eye that the combined battle power of these twin mother insect nests was quite a bit stronger than even before. From the very beginning of scouting the territory and defeating the combined forces of Koryomakoto, to last night's attack on the territory and this ambush, the swarm was somewhat surprisingly powerful in terms of both quantity and quality, as well as tactical level. In his past battles with the bugs, he could clearly feel that these swarms were learning to imitate humans, like the Terran warrior who had to tell his men to stop shooting to engage in single combat when he was clearly at a disadvantage. It has a partially humanoid mind, but not all of it, and when fighting this swarm, he almost felt like he was playing against humans. Especially since this Terran warrior had actually organized a great retreat, an ambush, and exuded desperation in defeat. It's important to realize that the bugs are a group of creatures driven by their hunting instincts. The thoughts they show are generally either I'll eat you or you'll eat me, and there is rarely any escape or fear. And why when Li Xin stabbed the Terran warrior to death, along with the mother bug, if it wasn't Lee Xin who developed the law of karma weapon, it was a special connection between these two things. It seems that the secrets of this swarm are deeper than imagined. Su-yang shook his head. He hated the puzzle-solving session the most. It was too brain-consuming. It's still a little more stress-relieving and nicer to get together with everyone and fight each other and kill people or whatever. He shook off the doubts in his head and ordered the soldiers to start clearing the battlefield. Now the bodies of the xenomorphs were also a resource, and should not be wasted at all. The living mother bug had arrived, and all that was needed next was to ship it home to solve the problem of the oil supply once and for all. Adjusting his mood, Su Yang opened the panel. The steel stockpile has reached 143 units, and it's time to look at the transportation units of Great Qin. Resources were invested and blueprints for camp heavy weapons appeared in front of us. The heavy weapon battalion covered an extremely large area, and there was no more room in the territory. Su Yang directly placed it on the outside of the territory. The blueprints were placed, and the construction began. Steel 100 units, copper or 50 units. Public transportation heavy weapons camp under construction. Chapter 108 Civilization Characteristics. Qin Qi Dao. Public transportation heavy weapons camp under construction. Rough mechanical smashing and hitting sounds rang out as the heavy weapon battalion gradually formed under the guidance of the blue dateline. This 30 by 20 meter square behemoth was almost half the size of the original territory. What kind of monsters could such a majestic factory produce? Boom! A final smash rang out, and countless black smoke and steam erupted. Construction of the public transportation heavy weapons battalion is complete. The moment the construction was completed, a prompt rang out in Su Yang's mind. Carrier factory construction detected. Unlocking a new branch of the technology tree. Road construction, unlocking the technology of paving basic roads to increase the speed of vehicle operation. Petrochemicals, acquisition of the ability to reprocess petroleum to produce chemical products such as rubber, asphalt, etc. And triggered new tech? Su Yang put the two new technologies aside and prioritized opening the heavy weapon battalion panel that was on his mind. There are two branches as soon as the panel opens. One for the machine tool and one for the machine beast. Heavy weapon battalion panel. Machine, heavy armored vehicle. Machine type, transportation vehicle. Power drive, hybrid. Production requirements, Level 1 Public Transportation Heavy Weapons Battalion. Prerequisite technology, petrochemicals. Description, a transport vehicle with both transportation and storage and collection capabilities. Capable of carrying out long-distance material transportation and recycling. The space above the basalt car can hold 100 units of soldiers, and the compressed space below can hold 500 units of various resources. Summoning required, 5,000 points. Maintenance consumption, 10 units of steel/time, 10 units of copper/time. Base consumption, 10 units of fuel oil/trip, 5 units of fuel/trip, 5 units of water concentrate/trip. Note, machine gun units traveling in off-road terrain will suffer fuel consumption and movement speed penalties, the value of which will depend on the condition of the road surface. Machine animal, 1000-mile blazing colt. Org type, multi-terrain vehicle. Power drive, hybrid. Production requirements, Level 1 Public Transportation Heavy Weapons Battalion. Prerequisite technology, none. Description, a machine beast made of steel. A multi-terrain transportation unit suitable for use by a single soldier. Summoning required, 1000 points. Maintenance consumption, 5 units of steel/time, 5 units of copper/time. Base consumption, 5 units of fuel oil/trip, 5 units of fuel/trip, 5 units of water concentrate/trip. Note, a blazing colt can carry 1 general or 3 soldiers. Surprisingly, there were really organ beasts. Su Yang was somewhat surprised. He had long wondered if he could equip his generals with war horses. After all, as a Chinese martial artist, it always felt like something was missing when there were fewer war horses. I didn't expect that the organ beast would really appear, which was considered to fulfill a wish in Su Yang's heart. But while the organ beasts are handsome, they don't just add to the general's vigor. He serves an important purpose, as does the basalt car. First of all, the basalt wagons are proper modern transport units, capable of transporting large numbers of soldiers and resources at once. The conditions under which it travels are particularly harsh, though it uses more fuel when not on the road and has a speed penalty. The blazing colt, which is used as a single transport, can only carry a small number of units, but is extremely fast and adaptable to a variety of terrains. Excellent for scouting, support, and opening maps when the road is poor in the early stages. Upon seeing these two units, Su Yang immediately thought of a way to quickly travel to the target bug nest. Monty is able to build infrastructure like walls and roads instead of himself because of his passive ability. There is no speed penalty as long as he is allowed to get on his horse and build the road in front of him while the basilisk drives behind him. This allows you to get to your destination as fast as possible. Saying that he would do it, Su Yang opened the 1000 Opportunity Tower panel. Li Xin and the others were still organizing the battlefield, so it was just the right time to take advantage of this to get there. Now you also need to unlock road building and petrochemicals to get on the road. Technology, road construction. Mondo goes wherever he wants, gain knowledge of basic topographic mapping surveys and unlock level 1 road construction techniques. Unity value, 2000 points. Time, 12h. Science and technology, petrochemicals, asphalt, tires, and chewing gum. gaining the ability to reprocess oil to produce tires, asphalt, and a host of other important chemical products. Unity value, 10,000 points. Duration, 2D, the two techs total 12,000 unity points, reduced to 8,400 by the buff. Petrochemicals are extremely important modern technology and take 2 full days. The basic road construction technique, on the other hand, is relatively simple and takes only half a day, adding up to a total of 2.5 days. Soo-young directly used the expert-level insect nest heart he had just obtained in seconds. Expert level could minimize the research and construction time by up to 3 days. Because of the time urgency, Soo-young couldn't care less about wasting it. A system alert popped up as the tech research was completed. Road research detected. Triggering civilization trait. Civilizational identity, Shinshido. This civilization has advanced road construction techniques, and the roads it paves are doubled in width and increased in speed by 50%. Civilizational identity, Qinshi Road. Soo-young's eyes flickered. Qin dynasty can really trigger civilization characteristics in anything. Shoot, as the name suggests, refers to a high-speed access road, which is also known as a modern highway. And Qinsh Road is not just any high-speed road, it even has wooden tracks laid on it. The distance between the sleepers of the Qinsh Road is precisely calculated, and the spacing of the rails is in tune with the horse's gait. Horses run on the track when the self-excited oscillation occurs. It will not be able to stop and gallop forward. Gu Ming Qin Qidao. The principles of Qinsh Road are almost indistinguishable from modern railroad track technology. Who could have imagined that orbital technology, which has yet to be mastered by many modern countries, would have been researched by the Qin dynasty thousands of years ago? And a well-developed road network allowed Qin to move supplies quickly and launch large-scale operations of hundreds of thousands of people, an important factor in the unification of the 6 kingdoms. After the unification, Shi Huan even built kairos throughout the country and established a network of tracks connecting the whole country. We can say that the foreigners in World War I and World War II learned the tactic of build roads wherever the war is fought, as well as the modern rail transportation network. All of it is left over from the beginning emperor's play 1,000 years ago. The roads are uniform across the Forbidden Land, as are the walls. And again, Soo-young was given double width and 50% speed boost directly from the start. What started out as a strategy wargame with a tent in the tent has turned directly into a cross-promotion thrill ride. How else can anyone play? Soo-young wanted to cry, and had the feeling of being force-fed by his old ancestor into his mouth. Again, they are all spelling ancestors. Is their own family a bit too capable of fighting? Chapter 109, Xian Iron Heavy Armored Vehicle. A new era begins. After the tech upgrade was completed, Soo-young summoned Meng Tian to the front of the heavy weapon camp. With a flash of intent, the unity value was invested, and the heavy weapon battalion began construction with a loud rumble. Uniformity value, 4,200. Summoning a heavy armored car of Basalt Iron Star. Summon 1,000-mile Blazing Colt *2. The summoning price of the 1,000-mile Blazing Colt has been changed to 1,000 unity points. Giggle. There was a blast of steam and black smoke coming out at the same time. Extremely heavy pounding sounds came from within the heavy weapon camp. It was louder than the sound of the Imperial Armor Camp or any other building, as if it were a burst of thunder. Thick black smoke continued to spew high into the air with the giant chimney at the top of the heavy weapons battalion. Rumble, rumble. The last 2 bursts ended and the heavy weapon battalion stopped working. The huge steel gate slowly opened, and countless steamy fumes poured out from it. Boom buzz. A dull engine sound came out of the smoke, as if dozens of black bears were growling low in unison. As the engine roared, the Basalt Iron Heavy Armor Vehicle slowly pulled out. It is a giant fully armored truck, 25 meters long, 2 meters wide and 6 meters high. The entire vehicle is covered in heavy steel armor, and each side has 6 filled solid blast tires nearly 3 meters in height. The upper half of the body was a carriage for carrying soldiers, each capable of carrying 100 ordinary soldiers. The height of the carriage was over 3 meters. Transporting heavy mechs like the Skyfire Guard was no problem at all. 2 large fuel storage tanks are loaded underneath the car as well as a compression collection chamber. The front of the vehicle is fitted with a large, cast steel, snow-like shovel unit for collecting ground material into a compressed collection chamber. The maximum capacity of the compression collection chamber is 500 units of any substance. The overall body for the dark silver color scheme. The huge body with a calm color scheme is like a steel beast. Soo-young stood in front of the Xian Iron car that was almost as tall as 2 of himself even with its tires, and a sense of oppression came over him. Now that's a Daqin heavy industry trait. Soo-young's eyes flickered, and the praise couldn't stop flowing out. Immediately following the basalt car came another hiss of steam simulation. Turning his head to look, 2,000-mile blazing flame colts that stood nearly 3 meters tall and were made of steel walked out of the heavy weapon battalion. With advancing feet and breath, a stream of thick white vapor erupted from his nostrils. This time, before Su Yang's eyes lit up, Meng Tian next to him seemed to have placed 2 searchlights in his eyes, and bright lights spurted out. Good horse! Good horse! Seeing that Meng Tian liked it so much, Su Yang didn't wait any longer. Directly, he was told to ride the blazing colt all the way to the spot where Li Xian was laying down the road. Thank you, Your Majesty. After thanking Su Yang for the reward, Meng Tian rolled over and mounted his horse. The moment he rolled over and mounted his horse, his entire aura became a bit more majestic. Meng Tian in a suit of steel battle armor with a blazing colt made of steel, a mighty and magnificent rush to the sky. Hiya! Meng Tian stomped his legs like a motorcycle, and countless vapors erupted from the blazing colt. It hissed, and the propulsion units on all 4 legs struck at the same time, ejecting straight out with a buzz. In just a blink of Su Yang's eye, the only thing left in the picture was the black smoke mist, and the blazing flame colt spraying running horse's ass. The blazing colt is a multi-terrain vehicle, capable of moving quickly even in dense forests with complex terrain. As the blazing colt ran, Monty quickly paved the way along the road. As a general who had commanded the construction of the Great Wall of Qin, he knew all about infrastructure matters. Roads, like walls, are uniform across all civilizations and are triggered only after a carrier is built. Level 1 roads are stone paved. 1 unit of quarry can pave 100 meters. The road is 5 meters wide, and the durability is generally low. And at this moment, the road laid by Meng Tian was added by the Great Qin characteristics, and the width came directly to 10 meters. And although the same stone pavement, but Qinshi road from the foundation treatment to the pavement structure are visible to the naked eye more fine and practical. As Monty got farther and farther away, a wide, straight road stretched from the north side of the territory all the way into the depths of the dense forest. Having such a road would greatly reduce the time spent on the road for subsequent outings. In the Forbidden Land, time is life and time is development progress. The time saved will then further accelerate the development of the territory. Not long after Meng Tian left, Su Yang followed up by ordering the Xian iron cart to depart. After a section of humus ground, the basalt car rushed off as soon as it hit the road. The original powerful power coupled with the addition of Qinshi road surface makes a heavy armored car drive with the momentum of a sports car. Buzz The muffled thunderous roar of the engines rang out over the dense forest, as if announcing the dawn of a new era to all. Deep in the dense forest, Li Xian led a small team to guard the mother insect, while the remaining Imperial armor soldiers were led by Chen Wu to carry the xenomorph corpses. It was an extremely tedious and difficult task, first collecting the remains of the xenomorphs from all parts of the dense forest and then transporting them to a centralized location. The whole process is both labor-intensive and time-consuming, and more importantly, fuel-intensive. The location of the twin mother's nest is the furthest one yet, and it took almost 7 hours just to get here. During this time another encounter was fought and another body removal was carried out. The fuel reserves of all Imperial armor soldiers have fallen below the 20% danger line. Chen Wu was a little worried that this fuel reserve would not be able to sustain them until they return to the territory. If they run into the bugs when they run out of fuel, they will have no chance of winning. However, this was His Majesty Su Yang's decree, and it was not questioned by General Li Xian. Then it must have been a correct order, and as a soldier he just had to carry it out. Hiya! Suddenly there was a spurt of steam and the sound of stomping on the ground from a distance. Chen Wu looked alertly and saw from afar that deep in the dense forest, Meng Tian was galloping on a steel warhorse. General Meng Tian, Chen Wu exclaimed. Since when did General Monty have a horse? Phew! Monty shouted phew, but actually manually released the throttle of the blazing colt himself. Giggle! With a puff of steam, the steel-built blazing flame colt supplemented with ochre decorations stopped in front of Chen Wu's eyes. General Monty! Chen Wu gave a military salute to Meng Tian. Monty rolled over and landed with a thud. Take your men and stand down. The basilisk is coming. Genghis Khan. What Genghis Khan? Could it be His Majesty's new creation? Chen Wu was puzzled in his mind, but he quickly led the squad members to retreat to the side. Only Monty waved his arm and laid the distant avenue directly into the dense forest. Boom buzz. Chen Wu felt the entire dense forest tremble as he heard a muffled thunderous sound ring out. Soon, he saw a silver-colored machine beast whistling from the place where General Meng Tian had come from. Xuanjia car. This is the Xuanjia car. The steel behemoth was seen speeding all the way to their eyes, slowing down and then turning on the 1000 machine device that was like teeth in front of its body. Boom boom boom. It opened its mouth wide, its sharp steel teeth cutting rapidly, crushing and inhaling all the bug corpses they had collected. After sucking up the small mountain pile they had collected, the behemoth sailed back into the dense forest to keep crushing and absorbing. It's absorbing the bodies of the xenomorphs. Originally, they needed to spend time and energy picking the bodies out of the land and transporting them to a designated area. And behemoths don't even have to go to that trouble. It sucks everything in with one gulp, then spews unwanted plant dirt out of its flanks. and it didn't need to carry the bodies, because all the corpses were already lying in its stomach. What a strong organ beast. Chapter 110 Great Qin Strong Period. Level 4 Imperial Armor Soldier. That's the power of technology. Su Yang brought in the first perspective of the Xian Tai car driver all the way. The Xian iron car moved forward at full speed, and the dense vegetation on both sides retreated rapidly into a shadow. Who would have thought that in the dense forest of bug nests where the terrain was so complicated, there would be something that could reach such a fast speed? The Xian iron car with full power, and then after the Qin Shidao buff edition, it only took less than half an hour to arrive at the twin mother bug nest. The same distance took Li Xian a full 7 hours to lead the Imperial Armor Force during the day, and their return will take longer because of fuel, at least 15 hours or more round trip. The basalt car takes less than an hour to complete. That's the power of technology. And saving time isn't even the most important point of the basilisk. It is the explosive increase in exploration distance that is the greatest asset that the basalt wagon has brought to the territory. According to the speed of the basilisk car, it is estimated that the twin mother bug nests are about 60 kilometers away from the territory. The basilisks cost 18% of their fuel reserves to run this distance. Considering the increase in fuel consumption after traveling to and from and loading soldiers, as long as there are roads, the current basalt wagons should be able to allow soldiers to reach areas up to 150 kilometers away without any exertion at all. The Blazing Colt has an even greater range, being able to reach areas up to about 250 kilometers away. This means that the current maximum crusade distance of the territory is 200 kilometers, and the maximum reconnaissance distance is over 300 kilometers. The influence of the territory gained exponentially because of the heavy weapon battalions and carrier units. A greater scope of exploration means more resources, more opportunities. It can only be said that the front are still just warming up. The Qin's strong period from entering the modern industry only officially opened. Su Yang was excited about the new progress in the territory, and his heart surged a little. He immediately ordered the Xian Tai car to start collecting the xenomorph corpses once it reached its destination. Compared to the Imperial Armor soldiers who relied on manpower to sort and collect corpses from all over the place, the collection process of the Xian iron cart was a complete example of machines eliminating manual labor. There is no need for sorting at all. A powerful absorbing and cutting device at the front of the vehicle draws in the carcasses along with the surrounding impurities. The impurities are then expelled through the substance recognition function in the body, leaving the target substance behind. The whole process is quick and swift, many times faster than manual collection. After speedily clearing and cleaning the battlefield, the Xian Tai car rushed back to the twin mother bug's nest. Li Xian was instructed to lead the team to strip the huge mother worm from the top of the cave. Dozens of Imperial Armor sharpshooters then entered and dragged the mother worm out of the wormhole with great effort. Originally, Li Xian was wondering why His Majesty had left this female worm behind and how such a large female worm should be transported back, until he saw an even larger steel behemoth parked not far from the cave entrance. No wonder His Majesty had the confidence to transport the mother worm back. So there is such a giant beast. Li Xian's eyes flickered as he looked at the Xian iron cart with admiration. And just when he was in an agitated mood, he suddenly saw Meng Tian standing aside, as well as the equidistant 1,000-mile blazing flame colt behind him. Good horse, Li Xian exclaimed. But although the mouth praises, the heart inexplicably welled up a few points of despondency. Huffing and puffing. Suddenly, the door of the compartment behind the basalt car slowly opened. Huge steel door panels elongate and tilt to fall to the ground, creating a gentle slope. Su Yang's voice sounded in Li Xian's mind. Rally the troops and go home. Receiving the order, Li Xian led his troops to secure the mother bugs behind the door panels, and all of them entered the basalt carriages. There was a huge amount of space inside the wagon. Not only did it fit all the Imperial Armor soldiers, but even the 6 heavily armored mechs were able to enter. All packed up, the loud engine of the basalt car sounded. Under the strong power, the huge female worm was easily dragged. Meng Tian returned on the blazing flame colt, while Li Xian and his generals rode on the Xian iron chariot. The compartment doors were left open, and the deck dragged the still surging females. Li Xian looked at the rapidly receding scenery while recalling the back of Meng Tian's departing on his warhorse. General Meng Tian has only been following His Majesty for 2 days, and he has acquired a warhorse. While thoughts churning, he tilted his head to the side and stopped thinking. It's just, an organ horse. Just a dead thing. Li Xin, don't care. Good horse. Thank you, Your Majesty, for the gift. Li Xian made a salute to Su Yang, and then he was overjoyed as he surveyed the warhorse on his side. After the Xian iron chariot returned to the territory successfully, Su Yang then bestowed another warhorse to Li Xian. Prior to that he had also put the warhorse into a casting camp for cosmetic modifications. After unlocking petrochemicals, the casting camp has an additional paint spray. In order to match Li Xian's battle armor, Su-yang blended the appearance of the blazing flame cult into a silver and blue color scheme and renamed it the Absolute Shadow Cult. Su-yang was glad that he was equipped with 2 war horses. Or else with that grumpy little look in Li Xian's eyes when he got off the bus, he would probably sulk for days without a warhorse. When the army returned to the territory, Su-yang asked Li Xian to demobilize his soldiers to rest and recuperate, while Meng Tian led the team to continue the work of expanding the city wall. He himself returned to the Lord's residence and opened the Shinnon Creation Institute panel. The mother bug in mind is in place and the fuel problem is about to be solved. Open the panel. Science and technology, biomass fuels. Beware of mold, analyzing the process of biomass fuel conversion by insects and obtaining the secrets of biomass fuels. Function, gain access to a biomass smelting station. Unlocking the ability to convert fake corpses into biomass and then into fuel. Pre-existing technology, none. This is a life activity beyond human comprehension. Unlocking consumption. Alive and intact female insect, for generations and above, *1. Fuel conversion bag *1. Uniformity value, 20,000. Duration, 2D, without hesitation. Su-yang invested 20,000 points of unity value into the Shinnon Creation Institute. Unity value, 20,000. Science and Technology Biomass Fuel Research Center. Remaining research time, 1D23H. Finally started the fuel unlock, but it will take 2 days until the research is over. Su-yang didn't intend to wait out these 2 days honestly. With the carrier, the exploration of the territory is further enhanced and finding the nests is not difficult. That was why he planned to have the scouts go out and search for the insect nest, preferably obtaining the heart of the insect nest before the basalt cart ran out of fuel. ZZ. When the biomass fuel technology began to be researched, the system prompt sounded in Su-yang's mind. Fuel preparation unlocked. New tech tree branch detected. Su-yang's eyes lit up. Tier 4 Imperial Armor Soldier units are unlocked. Chapter 111 Difficult Technology. Escalation of War. Fuel preparation unlocked. New tech tree branch detected. Su-yang clicked on the panel, and this time, he even directly unlocked 5 branches. 1 tech branch for all units, and 4 others on level 4 Imperial Armor Soldiers. Technology, Mobile Hybrid Units. Lolita, unlock the Mobile Hybrid Power Unit and upgrade the drive systems of all troop units. Unity value, 6,000 points. Time, 24H. Upgrading the power systems of all units at once is a good thing. The power system controls the overall capabilities of the gauntlet, and how well the gauntlet performs depends almost entirely on the power system. And oil-driven is superior to steam-driven in every way. Unlocking the hybrid is what gives the Imperial Armor unit a full upgrade in terms of movement speed, range, and fighter performance. It could be said that even without the next troop upgrades, the battle power of the upgraded power system Imperial Armor troops was still much higher than before. After looking at the technology, Su-yang opened the Imperial Armor Battalion panel again. Technology, Fuel Chainsaw Sword. Shudder. Heretic, unlocking the unilateral chainsaw sword allows the Imperial Armor Sharpshooter to equip a chainsaw weapon capable of shredding armor. Unity value, 6,000 points. Time, 24H. Technology, Rapid Fire Transmission Structure. Ways to say hello to your neighbor. Improvement of the crossbow firing structure and equipping crossbow magazines to allow crossbowmen to fire 10 shots in a row. Unity value, 6,000 points. Time, 24H. Technology, Man-Portable Reconnaissance Device. Shu, there's movement, sophisticated sonic detection suits that enable scout units to detect biological activity within a certain range. Unity value, 6,000 points. Time, 24H. Technology, Gelatinized Liquid Fuel. Drinking more hot water enhances the damage of explosive stones and splashes a large area of gelatinous fuel oil after the explosion, creating a sea of fire that cannot be extinguished. Unity value, 8,000 points. Time, 24H. After reading all the upgrades, Su-yang sighed helplessly. I was going to watch and pick it up. After reading it, goodness, I want them all. All unit upgrades are very necessary and there are no such thing as ineffective upgrades. Fuel Chainsaw Sword. Steel Chainsaw Sword plus the propulsion system. Su-yang didn't even dare to think about how powerful that would be. After ordering this upgrade, swarms that crash into the Imperial Armor Sharpshooter's defenses will be crushed outright. The repeating crossbow gun, not to mention the fact that it has been upgraded from firing twice in a row to firing 10 times in a row. What man wouldn't want that kind of upgrade? 10 explosive arrows in a row or 10 armor-piercing arrows in a row. Just thinking about it makes me feel sad for the bugs. Then there's single scouting, giving scouts the ability to range detect creatures as well. The equivalent of a mobile sonic detection tower. This was extremely helpful for both scouting the enemy and finding the bug nests, and would undoubtedly greatly enhance the scouts' reconnaissance capabilities. Lastly, there was the gelatinous fuel of the Skyfire Guard. so you can imagine a shell going down 1,000 miles of bare earth. A large-scale sea of fire can not only quickly kill enemy troops, but also block a large area, with a strong strategic significance. While every upgrade is desired, choices have to be made based on current needs. Before today's crusade, there were only about 12,000 points left in the unity value. The swarms in this crusade are fewer in number than in the last keep, although there are more elite units. A total of 660 unity points were gained by killing the enemy, which was about 2,000 points less than in the battle to defend the city. However, after Li Xion's 30% bonus after upgrading, it came to 980 unity points, countering the defense battle. There are also 12,000 points of unity value gained from unlocking various achievements. Adding it all up, the current total of unity values is 69,592, nearly 70,000 points. This number of points may seem exaggerated, but for the current consumption of upgrades in the territory, a little carelessness will bleed through. The Ink 1000 Chance Tower could choose a maximum of 2 upgrades, and Su Yang had to choose between the many available options. After thinking about it for a while, Su Yang prioritized the mobile hybrid unit and the single reconnaissance unit. It goes without saying that hybrids boost the overall strength of the force and must be upgraded. The man-portable reconnaissance device, on the other hand, was chosen by Su Yang based on the needs of the troops. Throughout all battles, encounters in the field are generally more dangerous than defenses. Leaving aside the absence of walls and various defenses, the main thing was that the troops didn't have a device to scout the enemy's position in advance. For example, in this ambush, if the scout unit had been equipped with detection devices, the enemy's ploy would not have worked at all. The other 3 upgrades, while providing a significant increase in combat power, do not solve the key problem. That's why Su Yang ended up choosing the Scout's one-man reconnaissance device. Equipped with the device, Scouts are not only protected against similar ambushes, it can also expand the scope of reconnaissance and improve the efficiency of exploration. Without any further hesitation, Su Yang selected 2 technologies and let the 1000 Machine Tower start operating. Because of their relevance to war escalation, these 2 technologies also receive military power reductions, and the upgrade time has been reduced to 19H because of the Foundry Square strategy. It's nearing evening now, and the research will be almost complete by tomorrow morning. Uniformity value 8400. Technology Mobile Hybrid Unit Research Center. Scientific and Technological Man-Portable Reconnaissance Devices under study. After letting the tech buildings all go into operation, Su Yang placed the 2 miners given by the level 4 main base. One was used for quarry excavation and the other for iron ore. Because of the paving of the highway and the expansion of the city walls, the demand for quarrying was stretched at once. More roads will be paved in the future because of traffic and transportation needs, and the production of quarry is very important. And needless to say, iron ore will be the most important resource for the territory for a long time to come. After completing a series of operations, Su Yang quieted his mind to contemplate his next goal. Biomass fuels such as these are already being researched, and the territory's most pressing problems have been solved. The next step is to finish the troop expansion before the military power buff ends. Tomorrow is the last day of the military power buff, and it is important to capitalize on what is left. Now that the carrier has been unlocked, scouting range and efficiency have increased exponentially. Discovering and crusading 2 or even 3 nests in a row in one day is not a problem. After thinking about it, Su Yang directly summoned 2 more 1000-mile blazing flame colts. Piloting a blazing colt can greatly enhance a scout's ability to explore. After equipping the blazing colt, the 4 scouts left the city in the night. Watching the scout disappear into the dense forest at a rapid pace, Su Yang once again marveled at the power of the carrier. With the Shin Iron Chariot and the blazing flame colt joining in, both the speed of searching for the insect nests and the speed of waging war would be multiplied and quickened. Together with Abyssal Gaze, which has been raised to level 5, I'm afraid the intensity of the war will reach a new stage. Chapter 112, Battle of the Souls. Day 3. Forbidden Land. Goblin Mines. Mutu Mutu. The motorcycle's diesel engine made intermittent jerky noises. Tojo Inkan sat in the sidecar on the side of the Type 95 motorcycle. These triangular sidecar motorcycles were so stable that they were widely used by the Japanese during World War II. The driver sped on his motorcycle over the not-so-gravelly, stony road. Off to the side, sitting in the sidecar, Tojo Inkan shakes up and down with the car. Although the motorcycle's damping system isn't great and it's as if you're riding a rocker, but that didn't affect Tojo Inkan's mood at all. Because of the alliance with Rice, the East managed to break through the oil blockade. Not only did you successfully upgrade your main base, but you also built an arsenal. Although there was no systematic division of the Forbidden Trial, all lords defaulted to a sign that they had entered the middle stage of development. That's the time period when the arsenal is built and the carriers are summoned. Once the trial reaches its midpoint, the speed of its development is completely unrecognizable from the same. The emergence of carriers and roads is a true zeitgeist. With roads and carriers, a nation can gain access to resources several times faster than before. Not only will you have a greater range of exploration, but you will also have the ability to gain stats faster. In the early stages, there is a possibility for a country to catch up if it falls behind in its development progress, but this will become less likely as we enter the medium term. The sooner we get to the middle stage means the sooner we get to the rapid development stage. The key buildings into the middle stage, the arsenal and the carriers for transportation purposes, all require a key resource: oil. It was because of the alliance with the U.S. that East Japan managed to break through the oil embargo and enter a high rate of development. This is by no means a late point in time, and is among the first countries to enter the middle period. And after entering the middle stage, the powerful battle strength of the Eastern warriors can play a huge role again. Tojo Inkan was confident that even if he entered the middle stage later than the others, he would be able to make a comeback with the battle power of the Eastern warriors. Matu Matu. The motorcycle reaches a new node, and Tojo Inkan lifts his hand to lower a section of Class 1 stone pavement. Following the motorcycle was a train of Type 94 automatic trucks, with an overall length of 5.3 meters and 6x6 drive. One vehicle is capable of carrying 10 to 12 soldiers. This was one of the best performing and adaptable group of World War II wagons, capable of transporting not only people but resources as well. With these war giants that rode the battlefields back then, TOEI will fulfill its predecessor's mission of co-prosperity in Greater East Asia. Tojo Inkan grinned. In fact, it wasn't the fact that Tojo was entering the middle of the period that really made him happy. Rather, it's a combination of two things: the Dragon Kingdom not entering the middle and the East entering the middle. As for why, it was determined that the dragons didn't enter the midterm, because there was no way that Rice and the coalition led by him would supply oil to the dragons. And no news of an alliance with the Dragon Kingdom has yet been found on the side of the Independence Alliance. The countries within their alliance were all small and weak, not worth mentioning at all. All of this adds up to a slim chance that the Dragon Kingdom has oil or a sufficient amount of it. So what if they have some weird troop units up front? Without an adequate supply of oil, they will be stuck forever until the midterm. As he was floating around, suddenly the Forbidden Land panel sprang to life in his mind. 4 days left until the end of the third week. This week's event on Lord ranking is the Battle of Souls. Advance notice is given because it concerns the Heroes unit. Alliances are asked to ensure that their country has at least 3 hero units by the end of the week. Beginning on the 7th day, all surviving lords will enter the Soul Simulation battlefield. The lords are organized in alliances, and each alliance fights all other alliances in a battle of souls. Each side will send at least 1 hero unit to command each battle, and the remaining countries that do not send hero units will provide troop support. After the battle, heroes and alliances will be ranked according to the winners and losers of the battle. The system will analyze each commanding battle hero's battle victories and defeats, command ability, and strategy level. The system will rank the top 5 hero units of the week according to the hero index. The lord corresponding to the hero unit will receive a system bonus. The top 5 corresponding lords will be rewarded for their unity value, and the first and second places will be rewarded with special prizes and the power to materialize resources. The system will also rank the alliances according to the victory or defeat of the alliance war, and the alliance in the last place will be penalized with a reduction. Note, the Battle of Souls will be broadcast live and uninterrupted to all lords and citizens of all countries. Each alliance will be randomized to fight against each other, and if no hero unit is in the battle will be decided as a direct loss. All units will be out of the control of the lord after entering the Soul Simulation battlefield, and the hero unit will directly gain the command of all the soldier units of this camp. Each lord starts with 100 units of summoning value. The summoning value required for a troop type is related to the level, and the lord will allocate the number of units to be put into each battle at his own discretion. Heroes simulating the battlefield will not generate deaths, and all unit deaths will be passed out of the battlefield and healed. Mental effects cannot be reversed. The Dark Night is approaching. Good luck to you all. Yoshi. Tojo Inkan was overjoyed, and his eyes lit up directly. The Battle of the Souls is, in short, a tournament in which the hero units of each country lead their troops into battle. As soon as the number of hero units from each alliance exceeds the number of alliances, the Forbidden Land opens this event. Since ancient times, TOEI has been a warlike nation, a warlike people. When it comes to leading an army into battle, no one can be more courageous than the generals of the East. In the first 2 rounds of the trial, the hero units of the East have recorded remarkable battles and gained a great advantage for the development of the East. This is simply a tailor-made event for the East, which will then sweep away the gloom of the last week and regain its majesty. Tojo Inkan grimaced. This was truly his lucky week. Not only did you break through the bottleneck smoothly into the middle, but you also caught the hero event. The big picture. About to be reversed. Battle of the Spirits. After reading the system prompt, Su Yang was slightly surprised. He didn't even know that there was this event in the Forbidden Land before. After digesting the information about the match for a little while, Su Yang turned his head to look down at the city wall. Li Xin, who helped Emperor Shi Huang to unify the Six Kingdoms, and Meng Tian, who led an army of 300,000 men to defeat the Xiongnu, really let them command? Chapter 113, No Generals in the Dragon Kingdom? The Division of Steel Strikes. The appearance of a new event, the Battle of the Souls, has created another wave of discussion in the Hall of Lords. Su Yang tapped on the chat interface and quickly browsed through it. Anonymous, Battle of the Souls? It's coming so soon. There's no mistaking it. Anonymous, I've only just gotten to a level 2 home base. Why is someone unlocking hero units? Lord Rice, this round of the Forbidden Land trial process is simply amazingly fast and deserves to be the highest quality round. Lord Tianju, sorry everyone. We, Tianju, have taken the top spot in the Battle of Souls, and you'll never guess how powerful our heroes are this round. Bear Country, Sukaber, are you trying to crush us with an army of motorcycles? Anonymous, I wonder if the heroes summoned by the Dragon Kingdom are as powerful as the soldiers. Anonymous, generals look for command ability. You tell me how ancient generals lead modern troops? Anonymous, indeed. Modern wars are still to be seen in Rice, Germany, Bear Country, Eastern Japan, England, France. Oh no, don't read the last one. After reading the discussion of the lords, Su Yang could not help but sigh at the pity of the lost history. Now there were people who doubted the level of the ancient generals of the Dragon Kingdom. You know, back when countries around the world were still pulling hundreds and thousands of people to fight village wars, the scale of wars in the ancient Dragon Kingdom had long since reached hundreds of thousands of people, and there had even been great battles with millions of people. Commanding an army of a few hundred or a few thousand men is simply not the same dimension as an army of a few 100,000 men. The Dragon Kingdom's ancient famous generals who had been trained in battles of this scale could almost be considered the top group of generals in human history. As for the difference between commanding modern and ancient armies, there is but not much. The main gaps are in the level of technology, such as the emergence of heavy machine guns that did make cavalry charges a thing of the past, and various artillery long-range firepower and such. However, the difference in technology is easily resolved for generals like Li Xin and Meng Tian, who only need to see it twice to understand its role and make a response. And with the current level of technology in the Great Qin territory, the other country's generals were the ones who needed to learn and revise their perceptions. The other factor is tactics, which has even less impact. In recent times, what blitzkrieg, island hopping tactics, and wolf pack tactics, all are things left over from the Dragon Kingdom generals games. With the presence of famous generals like Li Xin and Meng Tian, Su Yang could be said to be very relieved about this event. And there seems to be no home base level restriction this time. All troop types can be lifted upwards. With the current level of technology in the Dragon Kingdom, I'm afraid that there aren't many places where Li Xin and Meng Tian's command will be used. As he was thinking about it, a private chat message came through. Lords of England, Mr. Su, the Dragon Kingdom should have unlocked the hero level units, right? Lord of the Dragon Kingdom, yes. Lords of England, now there's a problem. I haven't inquired about any other countries in the alliance that have unlocked hero units other than England and the Dragon Kingdom. If we don't have 3 hero units as commanders, then we have a battle that will be judged a direct loss. Lord of the Dragon Kingdom, if you have 1 hero, that's exactly 3 hero units. Lords of England, what? What other country has unlocked the hero unit? Lord of the Dragon Kingdom, no, I have 2 hero units. Lords of England, huh? When Elizabeth was done being shocked, Su Yang discussed some more specific details about the Battle of Souls with her. The discussion ended and Su Yang closed the chat panel. The Battle of the Spirits is still 3 days away, so there's no need to think about it in a hurry. The main task at the moment is still to brush up on the unity value to expand the team. Last night the scouts scouted 2 bug nests in a row. One is a 3rd generation nest and one is a 4th generation nest. Early in the morning, Su Yang first sent out Meng Tian to build the road. The current transportation network in the territory has a cross-shaped skeleton. From the territory to the north the twin mother layers are connected by a road of about 60 kilometers. It then extends northward another 10 kilometers or so, using the twin mother bug nests as a staging point, and an east-west road was built perpendicular to the north-south road for a length of about 40 kilometers. This is the limit of the road network that can be built with the current stock of stone mines in the territory. The areas within this cross-network are now quickly accessible to the Imperial armor teams via basilisk carts. In the future, as the road network continues to expand, so will the territory's influence. Suddenly a system alert sounded. The 2 techs about power and scouts from yesterday had been upgraded. Technology mobile hybrid power unit research completed. Power system replacement available for all troop units. Research on the technology of single scout unit is completed, and the level 4 scout unit can be upgraded. Su Yang immediately assembled all the troops and had them enter the barracks for transformation. Soon, the barracks chamber erupted in gusts of thick white steam and black smoke. All soldiers have had their steam power systems modified and upgraded to hybrid power systems. The Imperial armor was fitted with fuel propulsion in various parts of the body in addition to the disc-shaped steam power plant, where the steam system still exists as the main power, such as for daily marching and maneuvers. But once you enter a combat situation, when you make a high-speed burst or a vigorous swing, the fuel power system then kicks in, giving the Imperial armor more explosive power. Upgrading the power system can be said to raise the overall combat power of the troops all by a notch. During the team's transformation, Su Yang opened the Imperial Armor Battalion panel. Troop type, Qin 1000-mile Scout. Type of service, Reconnaissance Infantry. Production requirements, Level 4 Imperial Armor Battalion. Description: equipped with a man-portable acoustic detection device capable of providing insight into biological activity within a certain range. Unlocking the exploration technology increases the scout's knowledge of exploration for a range of known minerals. Summoning requirements, 1. 200 points. Consumption, 10 units of fuel/day. 10 units of water concentrate/day. Because the other 4 scouts were still out there and couldn't come back to upgrade, so Su Yang directly summoned 6 new scout units. As the territory grows, the scout unit's mission is no longer limited to finding minerals. Their reconnaissance skills are also important for field encounters. For the current territory, 10 scout units is just the right number. After summoning the 6 scouts, Su Yang summoned 3 more blazing flame ponies to assemble them. Fitting a blazing pony scout unit will allow you to spot various resources faster, which is a necessary investment. Uniformity value, 7,140. Great Qin 1000-mile Scout *6 in summoning. 1000-mile Blazing Colt *3 in summoning. When the summoning ended, Su Yang tapped on the 1000 Machines Battalion panel again. This time he chose to upgrade the fuel-fired chainsaw swords of the Imperial Armored Reaver and the rapid-fire drive structure of the crossbowman. As the main fighting force of the unit, the sharpshooter and crossbowman upgrades are crucial. Uniformity value -7,000. Tech fuel chainsaw sword upgrade in progress. Technology rapid-fire transmission structure upgraded in. After completing all the pending matters, Su Yang asked Li Xin to gather up the troops for the expedition. The locations of the 2 nests are in the southeast and northwest corners of the crossweb. The southeastern corner is a 3rd-generation nest, 40 kilometers in a straight line from the territory. The northwest corner 4 nest is more than 60 kilometers away from the territory in a straight line. Su Yang planned to have Li Xin lead the team to decapitate the 3rd-generation bug nest before decapitating the 4th-generation bug nest. 2 consecutive battles across a distance of 100 kilometers was an impossible task before unlocking the carrier. And now if the process goes well, it can be done in half a day. At the northern gate of the territory, the Crusade team had already assembled. The great general Li Xin rode the Jade Shadow Colt at the forefront of the group, followed by the massive steel behemoth Xian Iron heavy armored vehicle. On either side of the basalt car were the Imperial armor troops waiting in formation, as well as the artillery troops. Lastly, there was the newly summoned scout troop on blazing ponies. Su Yang stood above the north city gate and looked at it, and he could not help but sigh in admiration in his heart. The beginnings of the Iron Force are already visible, and in the future this will become a huge division of steel. Su Yang waved his hand around. All hands on deck. Chapter 114 Efficient Extermination. Discovering new areas. At Su Yang's command, the Imperial Armor Force quickly responded. All infantry soldiers enter the basalt wagon and take their positions. Under Li Xin's command, the huge roar of the Xian Iron car rang out, and rolling steam and thick smoke poured out at the same time. Depart! Li Xin took the lead, the Jedi Shadow Colt shooting out like streams of light, and the Xian Iron chariot following closely behind. Of the other 6 scout units, 2 set out after Li Xin's unit, while the remaining 4 set out towards the east and south respectively. Su Yang's exploration strategy was to gradually carpet outwards, trying not to miss any resources on the map. The area to the north from the territory to the twin mother bug's nest has been roughly explored, while the east and south have yet to be explored in depth. One of the southern areas has a height drop of nearly 100 meters from the territory, and that side is almost blank except for one crusade. This made Su Yang curious about that area. And now in addition to killing enemies to gain stats, you also need to find crops that can be used for planting. Food reserves in the territory are already tight, a problem that will become more pronounced as the force expands. Areas such as salt flats have occurred to the north and are not suitable environments for crops, and to the south down the drop is a water-rich plain terrain with a greater chance of crops. The last day of the military power buff. Su Yang wants to see just how much unity value the Imperial Armor Force can take. Boom! The Xian Iron chariot roared as it whistled through the dense forest. swirling up countless sand and dust. The first third-generation bug nest was about 40 kilometers from the territory. Though the Chinch Road did not extend all the way to the target location, the Shin Tai car went straight into the dense forest after descending the Chinchi Road, utilizing the crushing device on the front of the car to open up the road and move forward. While the Shin Tai caravan suffers a movement speed penalty in dense forests, it still cuts down on marching time by nearly 80% overall. 3 kilometers from the target area, the Imperial Armor Unit disembarked for tactical deployment. The two accompanying 1,000-mile scouts were the first to probe deeper into the situation in their blazing Colts. Through the sonic detectors, it was locked that the swarm troops were basically located inside the nest. Heavenly Fire Guard prepare. Li Xian ordered the two Skyfire guards, one loaded with high explosives and the other with Skyfire bullets. This was the most effective shell configuration that Su Yang had researched for the characteristics of the bug nest. 2 shells, high explosive for blowing up the nest structure and getting most of the swarm to surge out of the ground. Wait for the swarm to pour out of the ground before you wash the ground with a shot of Skyfire. The double cannon barrage puts most of the xenomorphs into a deep sleep before they even have time to react. Painless and very humane, the Nobel Peace Prize is recommended. Load complete. Target calibrated. Request to fire. Fire Dragon Guard prepare to depart. High explosive bombs fired. Li Xian ordered. A tremor sounded as the high explosive was thrown up high and then landed precisely into one of the largest holes in the nest. Boom! The earth shook as countless flames and black smoke poured out of the worm nest's hole. The white dots of the xenomorphs displayed in the level 4 scout detector were instantly reduced by a third. Hiss ah ah ah. Sharp growls rang out as the xenomorphs emerged simultaneously from a dozen or so densely packed holes. Boom! All the holes were enveloped in the explosion of the Skyfire bomb as it landed. The xenomorphs that had just rushed out of the hole instantly turned into ashes, and white smoke continued to emanate from the land that had been turned over. After the Skyfire rounds landed, the swarm took advantage of the swarm plowing through buried holes and organizing a new attack. For Fire Dragon Guards arrived at the entrance to the worm nest cave. Preheat complete. Fuel loaded. Gear 3. Requesting ignition. Light the fire. Boom. The 4 heavenly flame guards ignited at the same time, and the 100-meter fire dragons rushed straight in towards the worm nest cave entrance. All the swarms that escaped the bombardment of the heavenly fire guard would undergo a hellish baking of flames. Wild surges of flame burrowed through holes at the bottom and out of other holes that had not yet been buried. The rest of the blocked holes will be transformed into swarm purgatory, and the xenomorphs inside will have nowhere to run but into charcoal. Their proud homes are now transformed into giant furnaces that melt them. Kill level 7 Terran jet nematodes. Plus 90 to unity, 30% bonus. Kill a level 7 Terran stinging worm. Plus 70 stats, 30% bonus. Kill a level 8 Terran stinging worm. Plus 80 stats, 30% bonus. Kill level 7 Terran crypt giant worms. Plus 500 to unity value, 30% bonus. A series of kill prompts flashed on Su Yang's panel. Across a viewpoint, Su Yang could feel the terror in the wormhole. However, it is known that xenomorphs have no sense of pain, so this is not against humanitarianism. After nearly 30 seconds of Fire Dragon Guard's fire to collect the juice, the xenomorphs inside the nest were almost dead. Even the mother bugs located in the mother lair were not spared. Kill level 10 Terran mother worm. Plus 1000 unity value, 30% bonus. Rare class drop. Heart of the Swarm. Can be used to accelerate scientific and technological research and development. Played and wrapped up. With a rare level worm's nest heart in hand, Su Yang now valued the heart of the insect nest extremely highly. I used to spend it as I went along, but now that I have more technology one realize how good the heart of the worm's nest is. A third generation bug nest gains a total of 630 unity points, which are added to 319 points. A battle took less than 15 minutes from the start of deployment to the end, and 30,000 unity points were in the bag. This was the tragic and unimaginable way of exterminating insects invented by Su Yang. However, the biggest disadvantage of this approach is that it consumes too much resources and is extremely troublesome to deal with. The consumption of saltpeter by the Heavenly Fire Guards and the consumption of fuel by the Fire Dragon Guards were both very alarming. With continuous combat like this, the logistics will certainly not be able to keep up. In addition, because most of the swarms died deep in the nests, the subsequent collection of corpses was inconvenient. The corpse recovery rate is only around 40%. It's a lot of bad, but it's really fast. For Su Yang, who was in a hurry to accumulate his unity value, this was the best way to fight at the moment. Once the scorched earth had cooled a bit, the basalt wagon moved in to collect the surface corpses. After doing the final cleanup, the Imperial Armor team got into the car and headed directly to another bug nest located in the northwest corner. At this point in the past, the Imperial Armor army hadn't even gotten halfway there yet. This is the powerful addition that carriers bring to the force. As the Imperial Armor Corps traveled to the second 4th generation Nest Crusade site, reconnaissance information about the nest came back. This was the second generation 4 nest that the troops had encountered after the Twin Mother's nest, and according to the scouts' information, the area in which this insect nest was located was somewhat unusual. Chapter 115 New Bugs. Army Expansion. This is a new landform in the direction of the Salt Flats. Su Yang discovered through the scouts' first viewpoint that there was likewise no crystal spore plants growing in the area. The landscape is essentially a large expanse of bare rock, with the surface densely veined in pale blue. Unlike the previous bug nest located underground, this one was rooted in the mountain. A dozen or so small caves were spread out at the bottom of the mountain, with some light blue crystals around them. Unsurprisingly, these crystals should be new types of minerals. In the Forbidden Lands, steel was far from the upper limit of materials, and many substances could enhance steel. Therefore, Su Yang was very interested in these crystals. Perhaps this was the material to further enhance the strength of the Imperial armor. Soon, Li Xian led his team to arrive at this new area. Because it is a bare rock area, the basalt car travels faster through it than in the dense forest. Also at 3 kilometers from the target area, Li Xian led his troops out of the vehicle. Unlike the previous 3 generations of bug nests, this time it was impossible to use Su Yang's humanitarian tactics. The Skyfire Guard was a parrying artillery piece and could not put shells into vertical holes. So this time Su Yang planned to attract the swarm out and then finish them off at the cave entrance. Skyfire Guard deployed and a high explosive round lifted off. Boom! The shells landed at the entrance of the worm nest cave, and fire and smoke poured out at the same time. When the smoke and dust gradually cleared, the situation in front of him surprised Su Yang a little. A round of high explosive that had both explosive and impact damage points full went down, and all of these worm nest holes were unharmed. At most, the church sections crumbled, and those reinforced with light blue crystals were virtually undamaged. In the case of an ordinary worm nest cave entrance, not to say that all of it collapsed, at least half of the bottom was going to collapse. There is only one way to describe the situation at hand, and that is that this crystal is incredibly strong. Sasha. The insects were awakened, and countless thin walking noises came out of the cave. A stinging insect with a light blue shell emerged from the hole. The Grey Rock clan that he had met last time. Su Yang's eyes flashed. This particular race is able to strengthen itself by feeding on inorganic substances. Boom! As a large number of stinging worms poured out of the cave entrance, a skyfire bomb fell, and explosions and fire covered the entire cave entrance area. How was the effect? Su Yang stared tightly in front of him. Before the smoke cleared, light blue stinging insects rushed out, heading straight in the direction of the Heavenly Flame Guard. It turned out that the Heavenly Fire Cannon, which could be described as destroying the heavens and the earth, had failed to inflict an effective killing, except for the incapacitated stingers that landed directly within the blast range. The rest of the stingers were virtually undamaged, and besides the poor effect of the blast shockwave, even the flames didn't do much. These light blue bug shells have excellent blast and flame resistance. A large swarm is coming. Prepare to meet the enemy. Su Yang ordered the Imperial armor sharpshooters to form a line formation, and the crossbowmen all switched to armor-piercing arrows. Skyfire Guard switches high explosives and Fire Dragon Guard holds on the flanks. Artillery units were of minimal use this round, and the battle returned to a pattern of short, hard fights with the bugs. After deploying the team at the same time, Su Yang quickly cut out of view and used the heart of the worm's nest that he had just obtained to spike the 2 techs, with the artillery units disabled. I fear this battle will be a stalemate. Reinforcements must be sent. Use the item Heart of the Nest to shorten the time needed for research and development by 2D. Technology Fuel Chain Saw Sword research completed. Level 4 Imperial Armor Sharpshooter units can be upgraded. Research on the structure of the rapid fire transmission has been completed, and level 4 crossbowman units can be upgraded. After the technological research was completed, Su Yang directly opened the Imperial Armor Battalion panel. Troop type, Qin Imperial Armored Sharpshooter. Troop type, Melee Infantry. Production requirements, Level 4 Imperial Armor Battalion. Description, a melee unit with a full body of steel armor, equipped with a fuel-driven chainsaw and iron sword, capable of quickly crushing enemy armor. Unlocking the front technology can improve the attack and defense ability of Ruei and increase the strength of the front row. Summoning requirements, 800 points. Consumption, 4 units of fuel/day. 4 units of water concentrate/day. Maintenance consumption, 4 units of steel/time. 4 units of copper/time. Filling consumption, 1 unit of fuel/trip. Troop type, Qin Imperial Armored Crossbowman. Type of troops, long-range infantry. Production requirements, Level 4 Imperial Armor Battalion. Description, improvement of the crossbow firing structure, equipped with a continuous fire transmission device, capable of firing up to 10 consecutive shots. Unlocking the pre-science technology allows you to upgrade your crossbowman's crossbow. Increasing the strength of your long-range attacks. Summoning requirements, 1000 points. Consumption, 4 units of fuel/day. 4 units of water concentrate/day. Maintenance consumption, 4 units of steel iron/time. 4 units of copper/time. Loading consumption, 2 units of steel/trip. 1 unit of saltpeter/trip. 1 unit of fuel oil/trip. A 4th level Imperial Armor Crossbowman has high armor piercing ability, and a 4th level Imperial Armor Crossbowman has several times the firepower increase. Troops must be expanded as soon as possible to reinforce the front line. The current unity value totaled 371 points. Su Yang's mind flashed and invested in the unity value. Directly summon 70 level 4 Great Qin Imperial Armor Sharpshooters and 50 level 4 Great Qin Imperial Armor Crossbowmen, plus in Xian Iron Heavy Armor Cart. This is the maximum army expansion that can be done with the current command value. Uniformity value minus 77,700. Summoning level 4 De Qin Imperial Armor Sharpshooter * 70. Summon level 4 De Qin Imperial Armor Crossbowman * 50. Summoning Basalt Iron Heavy Armored Vehicles. Tweets. The gates of the Imperial Armor Camp kept opening and closing. Steam and black smoke gushing out as batch after batch of Imperial Armor soldiers stepped out from them. This is an extremely large expansion, after which the number of Imperial Armor troops will be 3 times as large as before. The new Basalt Iron Heavy Armored Vehicles were deployed, and 60 level 4 Imperial Armor Sharpshooters and 40 level 4 Imperial Armor Crossbowmen quickly boarded the vehicles and took their positions. With an order, Monty set off at the head of the supporting troops. The roar of engines was heard as the support units rushed to the front line at a rapid pace. On the other side, the wide-range Skyfire bullets didn't have enough armor-piercing damage, so the 2 Skyfire guards had to switch to high explosive mode to pour out the last of their firepower. Boom! The last 2 high explosives landed with enough damage but not enough kill range. After 2 rounds of bombardment by the Heavenly Flame Guards, there were still a large number of stinging insects surviving, and there was still a steady stream of foreign insects pouring out behind them. Phew! As the swarm came into range, the 4 fire dragon guards on the flanks of the team fired at top gear. Raging fire dragons roared out, forming a high-temperature inferno in the center. However, the army of xenomorphs was only slightly hindered and soon broke through the fire blockade. This group of xenomorphs is extremely heat-resistant. Chapter 116 Reinforcements arrive. Level 4 Imperial Armor Army's battle power. Li Xin swung his lance around. Meet the enemy. Whoosh! The moment the swarm broke through the line of fire, a rain of arrows from crossbowmen with armor-piercing arrows struck. The armor-piercing arrows were accelerated by the bursting stones, and their penetrating power was increased to an astonishing degree. The first batch of stinging insects had experienced the blast impact, and a number of cracks had appeared on their shells. The crossbowmen fired several rounds in unison, finally shattering their defenses. The light blue shell of the insect shattered, and the armor-piercing arrows penetrated deep into it, shattering the vitals. But this was only the first batch of stinging insects, and more of them followed. As the crossbowmen changed ammo, the line of stinging insects pushed forward quickly and soon rushed to the front of the force. Boom! The army of stinging worms slammed into the human-shaped great wall formed by the level 3 Imperial Armor Sharpshooters with their iron shields. A long overdue head-to-head confrontation between the Imperial Armor Army and the swarm appeared. The Imperial Armor Sharpshooters used their iron shields to easily block the sharp-edged attacks of the stinging insects, and then swung their swords to counterattack. It was only when the broad-bladed iron swords were fitted with the shells of the stinging insects that the sharpshooters sensed the specialness of the enemy this time. Their light blue insect shells were extremely hard, and the iron sword with the upgraded fuel propulsion chopping attack could not directly break through the shells. Unable to effectively crush the swarm, the Imperial Armor Riders could only raise their shields in defense and wait for the crossbowmen to attack. Whoosh! It was only after another round of armor-piercing arrow attacks that the stinging insects at the forefront were finally crushed. This is the last of the stinging insects after 2 rounds of bombing. They also went through a round of sharpshooter chopping before finally being taken away by a crossbowman's flurry. And after them, there were countless waves of fully armored stinging insects. This swarm was by no means the same species that had been chopped up by the Imperial Armor soldiers before. Shattered shells are already so difficult to deal with. Stinging insects with intact shells will be even more difficult to deal with. Only level 4 Imperial Armor Sharpshooters and crossbowmen were able to withstand the onslaught. It was now impossible to retreat, and they had to carry on hard to the end. Su Yang quickly switched between the front line and support troops. It'll be some time before the support troops arrive. If a way is not found, the frontline troops will be crushed by the wave of insects before support arrives. Suddenly, Li Xian's shout rang out. On the orders of the generals, switch from slashing to stabbing. Great Qin warriors, die fighting without retreat. After roaring out 2 words, Li Xian held his silver spear and killed the insect tied alone. The general skill was activated, and all the sharpshooters gained a 30% morale bonus. while they also switched their swings and slashes to stabs at Li Xian's command. Boo! A second wave of stinging insects with their armor intact crashed into the Razorbacks' defenses. This time the sharpshooter switches stabs, and the time it would have taken to swing twice can be used to unleash 3 stabs in a row. After a further morale boost, the Imperial Armor Riders were surprisingly able to puncture the shells of the bugs with cracks in the first round of collision with the swarm. The crossbowmen then aimed 2 more consecutive rounds of armor-piercing arrows at the crack. With such a set of offensive flow, it was surprising that it could perfectly shatter the insect shell of the stinging insects. Seeing the scene in front of him, Su Yang couldn't help but marvel at Li Xian's ability. Jabs generate more pressure from the attack because the contact surface is smaller. A single point of attack is much more effective against this fully armored bug shell. Also, the jab has a smaller range of motion than the swing, and can do multiple damage in a short period of time. Although Li Xian didn't understand physics, he keenly spotted the enemy's weakness, and reinvigorated and organized a counteroffensive. That's what generals exist for. With Li Xian's command, even the all-armored swarm failed to break down the Imperial armor unit. The soldiers managed to hold off the attack of the army of stinging insects. As the subsequent wave of insects surged more and more, the Heavenly Flame Guards, Fire Dragon Guards and even the Xian Iron Caravan all went straight down. Use your flesh to fend off the tide of insects and slow down their attack on the Imperial armor forces. Li Xian was killing left and right in the tide of insects, and the iron armor on his body was already etched with scars. Because it had not been upgraded, Li Xian was covered in iron armor, and even the power system was still steam-driven. His iron spear with its rotating armor-breaking ability also looked a bit less powerful in the face of these stinging insects. The stinging insects around him swarmed more and more, and he tried his best to stop more of them to slow down the pressure for the following Imperial armor troops, but he knew clearly in his heart that this was just slogging it out. It is impossible to win this war without subsequent reinforcements. Tap 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 tap. Suddenly, amidst the shrill whistles of countless xenomorphs, Li Xian heard the sound of a crisp mechanical hoofbeat. It was the sound of the hooves of the Organ Blaze colt, finally caught up. Su Yang celebrated in his heart. In Li Xian's viewpoint, Meng Tian rode a fiery red blazing colt and roared in. It was only when approaching the battlefield that Meng Tian, who was clad in a suit of steel battle armor, slowly stood up on the back of his galloping horse. This is the territory of Great Qin, so don't let the foreigners get away with it. He opened his arms wide and roared violently to activate his generalship skill, then leapt high from his horse to smash into the area where Li Xian was. Li Xian's eyes glared as he immediately dodged to avoid it. Boom! With a loud explosion, Monty, wearing battle armor and weighing more than a dozen tons, smashed into the swarm like a cannonball. Underneath him, 3 stinging insects were smashed into pieces with their shells shattering and their plasma spilling out. Immediately after smashing in, he got up, removed his large chest shield and raised his warhammer before charging forward. Warhammers with powerful killing power were the best armor-breaking weapons, and no stinging insects could resist the blasts of Monty's sledgehammer. The front line became more fluid for the Imperial armor sharpshooters because of the buffs given by Meng Tian. Seeing that Meng Tian's support was in place, Li Xian also reorganized his momentum and killed the swarm again. Monty's reinforcements eased the situation to a great extent, but it was far from being reversed. There's still a wait, and there's still a wait for key units to arrive on the battlefield. Su Yang switched the first viewpoint of the Xiantai car driver, and the figure of the battlefield had already appeared in the car window. The support troops finally arrived. Fully upgraded level 4 Imperial armor troops. SKRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRR drift at the end, driving a 25-meter-long behemoth using drifting. This operation almost shocked Su Yang's jaw. Who are the people on this team? After a spectacular drift, the rear of the basalt car moved forward and the doors came down with a bang. One of the Imperial Armor armies equipped with the new steel Imperial Armor quickly got out of the car and lined up in formation. The 60 Imperial Armor sharpshooters were in 3 rows at the front, and the 40 Imperial Armor crossbowmen were staggered in 2 rows at the back. After the formation was completed, Su Yang ordered the march. Boo! 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 Hundreds of troops in steel Imperial Armor marched in unison. Heavy steps on the ground sound like the heartbeat of the earth. Chapter 117 Fuel Chainsaw Sword, New Region Crystal Mining Area. The entire army retreats. Su Yang gave the order to the soldiers on the front line. Tell them to pull back from the front lines and make way for an army of level 4 Imperial Armor. The level 3 Imperial Armor soldiers quickly retreated backwards, and as they turned back they saw a line of level 4 Imperial Armor soldiers advancing in unison. Their silver-white steel Imperial Armor was extremely dazzling in the sunlight. Form up to meet the enemy, Su Yang ordered. Giggle. The Imperial Armor sharpshooters held their swords high. Fuel engines whirred, and black smoke poured wildly. The chainsaw on one side of the long sword began to spin wildly, emitting a fearful hiss. Sasha Sasha. The frontline soldiers retreated, but the swarm of bugs they were entangled with weren't about to let them go. They hissed and chased forward, their pale blue insect blades glowing with a cold light. Boom! The wave of insects crashed into the imperial armor of the sharp warriors who topped their heavy steel shields. They screamed and swung their insect blades in a frenzied attack. Whatever lies ahead, they are going to wash it away and tear it apart. However, this time they were no longer bumping into a level 3 imperial armor sharpshooter, but a fully upgraded level 4 imperial armor sharpshooter. The fuel-driven system roared, and countless piles of black smoke poured out. The imperial armor ranger at the forefront directly used his brute force to ram through the frontmost stinging insect, and while it was unsteady, the chainsaw sword struck out. The effect of the chainsaw sword slashing the insect shell instantly was not much different from a normal iron sword, and the shell did not crack. But the next moment, as the coarse chainsaw spun at a rapid pace, cracks instantly appeared in the insect shell that touched it, and the cracks continued to expand. A thud followed as the shell shattered and the chainsaw blade sliced inward, slicing in half from the stinging insect's shoulder right down to its leg. Pale blue plasma continued to spray, and the stinging insects that were still roaring instantly fell to the ground like mud. After the first row of slashing and killing, the next row of Imperial Armor warriors stepped forward to seamlessly connect with the next wave of insects. In such a round, the level 4 Imperial Armor troops were like a meat grinder that turned waves of incoming xenomorphs into mincemeat and muck. Its level 4 crossbowmen didn't have much room to play with, but as soon as they found an angle it was a barrage of armor-piercing arrows. As the Imperial Armor army advanced, the tide of xenomorph bugs collapsed in an instant. The basilisks, artillery units, and others that had completed their delaying mission returned once more to the rear of the Imperial Armor Rangers' defense line. The 100-man Imperial Armor unit advanced inexorably, like a bulldozer pushing the battle line forward all the way to the entrance of the worm nest cave. There were no tactics, pushing all the way across the field. This insect race, whose main advantage was armor, could only be reduced to wreckage and broken flesh in front of the chainsaw swords. The unity value surged madly on Su Yang's panel. Kill level 12 Terran Titanium Crystal Assassin Worm, variant. Plus 120 stats, 30% bonus. Kill level 11 Terran Titanium Crystal Assassin Worm, variant. Statistic value plus 110, 30% bonus. Kill level 11 Terran Titanium Crystal Assassin Worm, variant. Statistic value plus 110, 30% bonus. After drawing the battle line to the entrance of the worm nest cave, the Imperial Armor sharpshooters guarded the entrance and started the slaughter. In the end, after Meng Tian and Li Xian came up and added buffs, the Imperial Armor sharpshooters even put their shields away. Swinging directly with the sword in both hands, he could slice across 2 or even more stinging insects with a single slash. The plasma brought out by the chainsaw as it sliced into the body of the stinging insect splashed around, staining all around the hole. The front row of Imperial Armor sharpshooters could not distinguish the original color of their battle armor. It was all the plasma of the stinging insects. After blocking the entrance of the cave and slaughtering nearly 200 stinging insects, Li Xian Meng Tian led his team into the insect nest. The structure of the nest was not different from the other nests, except that they were all reinforced with some sort of light blue crystal. Based on the name of the stinging insect variant, Su Yang guessed that these minerals should be reatanium ore. It is a mineral form of titanium dioxide, usually in light blue square crystals. As you can tell by the name, titanium can be extracted from this mineral. Titanium is an extremely rare metal and in reality is generally used as a space material. Titanium can also be fused with steel to form alloy steel, a harder material. Su Yang's eyes flashed. It seemed that the next level of armor enhancement had a direction. The troopers continued deeper and saw the first sighting of a female worm with light blue veins in the mother layer. Inside the mother lode is a large vein of anatase ore, with rows of hundreds of iron eater-like units spread out above the vein. They continually secrete acid to dissolve the titanium ore, and when the ore is dissolved they swallow the solution back into their bodies. A fully absorbed iron eater returns to the mother bug to be broken down again into biomass and provides titanium to the mother bug. Magical mining method, Su Yang said in his heart. Apart from the mining method, there were many other points that made Su Yang puzzled about this insect nest. For example, its swarms are only one type of stinging worm, and the iron eaters that break down minerals are no more offensive at all than any other nest of worms. This made Su Yang wonder if the bug race was just like humans, with each nest having a different technology system. They will choose different types of soldiers and different fighting styles depending on their race and environment. Compared to the twin mother bug nest, this titanium crystal bug nest clearly went for the explosive soldier flow. Blast all melee units and don't order any other troops. Su Yang estimated that this female insect must have thought that the titanium crystal stingers were unbreakable and didn't need other soldiers. It's a pity, Su Yang lamented. Everyone is equal before the chainsaw sword. Giggle. Li Xin stabbed his gun into the motherworm's flesh wall, and countless plasma splattered. Kill level 13 Terran motherworm. Statistic value plus 1700, 30% bonus. Acquired specialist E-class drop. Heart of the nest. Significantly increase the speed of scientific and technological development and construction. Specialist D drop. Split synapses. Unlocks the xenomorph splitting device at the xenomorph experiment station, which is used to split the heart of the nest and the effects of its usage. A new area has been discovered. The crystalline mining district. A series of high-grade ores and a high level of insect swarms are located here. Achievement, Charming Eyes of the Flower World. Unity value plus 4000. Discovery of a new mineral species, anatase. Achievement, Above the Steel. Unity value plus 4000. 10 nesting mothers successfully destroyed. Achievement, Warmonger. Plus 5000 unity value. Specialist D drops. Su Yang's site captured the most important information. Split synapse, which can be used to split the heart of Wormtide and the effects of its use. It means that you don't have to use a whole heart of the worm's nest directly in the future. You can use it separately. That way you never have to worry about waste. For the frugal Su Yang, this technology is fantastic. In addition to the expert D drops, there are a series of achievements, the most important of which is the discovery of a new region, the crystalline mining district. This area is described as having many high-level crystal mines and high-level bugs. It seemed like there would be quite a few opportunities to come here in the future. Su Yang thought as he opened the resource panel. This battle was the one with the highest statistic value since entering the Forbidden Land. The kills alone gained 38,620 unity points, which came to 50,206 after a 30% bonus. Together with the unlocked achievement gained from the unity value, the presidential royalty value came to 63,206 points. 60,000 points of unity value in one battle. What an exaggeration! With this amount of unity value you can once again increase the combat power of your troops. After tallying the data, he was about to have his troops return when the territory-wide briefing message went off. Lord Su Yang of the Dragon Kingdom discovers a new mineral, anatase, unlocking the achievement, Above Steel. Lord Su Yang of the Dragon Kingdom discovers a new mineral, anatase, unlocking the achievement, Above Steel. Chapter 118, Territory Expansion. Birth of the Blood of Industry. Triggered a territory-wide notification. So it seems the discovery of new minerals is still a relatively important node. But come to think of it, technological breakthroughs in general can't be separated from material breakthroughs. The discovery of new minerals may be the point of entry into a new era. Su Yang's mind flashed, wanting to use shallow vein migration on the sharp titanium ore, targets that cannot be relocated. Advanced mineral mining technology not currently unlocked. As expected, this kind of high-level material wasn't that easy to obtain. Su Yang didn't dwell on it and closed the panel after marking the location on the map. He ordered Li Xin to lead his troops to continue clearing the site and for Meng Tian to return with his support troops. The first basilisk is running out of fuel, so it's time to point out the fuel tech. Biomass fuel tech still has 11 hours left, which would have killed me to wait before, because it's just not cost-effective to use the heart of the worm's nest for those 11 hours. This time, however, it gains the ability to split synapses, which can disintegrate the heart of the worm's nest and split to shrink time. Su Yang opened the Shinnong Creation Institute, the Alien Creature Branch, Technology, Xenomorphic Division Technology, Precision and Elegance, analyzing bug cell division and acquiring the technology to split the heart of the nest. Function, gain the ability to split the heart of a worm's nest. Able to split a large heart of a worm's nest into smaller pieces for use. The smallest unit is a block of meat that can be reduced by 12H. Any smaller unit of meat will lose the function of reducing time. Pre-existing technology, none. This is a malignant tumor-like substance that can continue to survive no matter how many pieces it is cut into. Unlocking consumption, split synapse *1. Uniformity value, 8000. Time of /. Split synapse research takes no time, so it doesn't take up space and can be ascended in seconds. Unity value, 8000. Research on xenomorph splitting technology completed. After the research was completed, Su Yang immediately cut the newly obtained expert-grade insect-tied heart. The expert level does a high energy reduction of 3 days with a minimum cutting unit of 12 hours. 12 hours to biomass fuel tech is just right. Only a few minutes wasted. Much better than the half a day and a day of waste that used to be the norm. Su Yang cut off a small piece as prompted for biomass fuel acceleration. Reduced the time needed for research and development by 12H by using the broken heart of the worm nest. Technological biomass fuel research completed and new building biomass smelting station acquired. Accelerating with a small piece of nest heart. Earned achievement, Caddy, +1 unity value. Can this also what to unlock achievements? And what the kind of achievement is this? Adding 1 point to the unity value? Su Yang's expression was puzzled. Wasn't the little system a bit unauthorized? How dare you mock me? Report the names of the 9 tribes and you'll have a good time. Su Yang shook his head and closed the panel. There's nothing to do with this alien system. The most important task now is to get the biomass smelting station working. Su Yang came to the industrial area within the territory and put down the biomass smelting station right next to the Great Qin Smelting Center. Yes, after Monty's planning, the territory now boasts a specialized industrial zone. While Li Xian was out killing the enemy, Meng Tian was not idle. He led his soldiers to thoroughly examine the surrounding environment, and then discussed and analyzed the current bug race's main attacking directions with Su Yang. Combining these conditions, Monty planned to expand out the current territorial boundaries. Compared to Su Yang's previous expansion a little bit outward, Meng Tim's expansion plan was a big one. Just like his bold character, he retained Su Yang's 50 by 50 lordship zone and then pushed all the walls outward by 50 meters with this as the center. The production area located on the west side is even more directly pushed 50 meters more than the other 3 sides. This brings the total footprint of the territory to 200 by 150, 30,000 square meters. The largest rectangular area of 150 by 100 to the west is divided into production and industrial zones on a 2-to-1 basis. The production area is still filled with vein miners and various production facilities. The industrial area houses the Daqin Smelting Center, refineries, and other buildings that further process raw materials to produce higher-grade materials. The west and east sides are separated by a wall that spans the territory, isolating it from noise. On this side of the wall is the Lord's Quarter and the Barracks Quarter and the Crusade Preparation Quarter. The Lord's residence and various research buildings still exist in the Lord's Quarter. Other war buildings like the Skyfire Tower and Sonic Detector were moved to the northern barracks area. Barracks areas were set up on the north and south sides to make it easier for soldiers to respond quickly to orders for defense. And the 50 by 50 area to the east, directly across from the East Gate, is zoned as a Crusade Preparation Area. The huge Gongju Heavy Weapons Battalion was set up here, so that in the future the soldiers could set off directly on the basalt wagons after assembling at the East Gate. The new territorial plan re-established nearly 800 meters of wall, which was an extremely horrible drain on resources. But the good thing is that Meng Tian has the passive skill of Great Wall Guard. The consumption when building and upgrading the wall is reduced by half and the length of the wall is doubled. Compared to before, only a quarter of the resources were now consumed to build a wall of the same length. Building a wall of 800 only consumes 200 meters of resources. It is worthy of the passive skills that the Chinese civilization, known as the infrastructure fiend, should have. In the end, it only cost 200 units of copper ore and 400 units of stone ore to complete the expansion of the territory and raise it to level 2. It cost the same amount of resources as his last tiny expansion. Giggle. A puff of steam and black smoke erupted as the biomass smelting station was constructed. Su Yang tapped in to check the exact details. The biomass melting station is capable of converting xenomorph corpses into biomass and then refining it into biocrude. Biocrude oil is then passed through a refinery for final refining into various chemicals and fuel oils. The body mass of 2 stinging worms can be converted into 1 unit of biomass, and 5 units of biomass can be refined to produce 3 units of biocrude. Refineries refine petroleum crude oil at a ratio of 2 units of crude oil to 1 unit of fuel oil, and the ratio of biocrude oil is not yet known. The stinging insect is the largest unit of the swarm, so the stinging insect body mass is used as the reference value. From the first collection of corpses until now, the soldiers had fought the twin mother nests as well as the crystal mine nests and a 3rd generation nest. The amount of compressed bug swarms collected by the basilisk carts is around 1,500 stinging bugs or so, and refined into biocrude is around 500 units of biocrude. Su Yang activated the biomass smelting station and sent soldiers to throw insect corpses from the feeder. The melting station melts bug corpses at a fast rate, and can reach a maximum capacity of 500 units a day. Soon, the warehouse panel appeared with a display related to biocrude oil. Su Yang again put biocrude oil into the Daqin chemical plant. With gusts of black smoke rising, the territory was about to give birth to its own production of industrial blood. Chapter 119, Full Upgrade. Dynamic Equilibrium. The biomass smelter and the chemical center operate simultaneously. Soon 1 unit of fuel appeared on Lord Su Yang's panel. The first drop of industrial blood. This means that the territory has broken through the most difficult fuel bottleneck in the early stages. The next step is to see how productive it is, and how well it can meet consumption by independent production. Su Yang cut close to the chemical center panel and made a slight calculation. 3 units of biocrude can produce 2 units of fuel oil, which is a higher output ratio than the 2-to-1 ratio of petroleum crude. Su Yang was very excited. He had thought that the quality of biocrude oil was not as good as petroleum crude oil, but who would have thought that the raw material that was transformed in just 10 minutes would beat the oil that took millions of years to precipitate? Su Yang's thoughts flashed as he quickly calculated the oil production ratio. At the current ratio of each substance, 1 unit of crude oil can be refined for every 5 stinging insects. A Gen 4 nest has about 400 to 600 body count of stingers, and attacking one will yield an average of 100 units of fuel. It currently costs 300 units of fuel to replenish all units of the force once. A single replenishment can support at least 3 battles, and these battles do not require all soldiers to be sent. So even at the maximum consumption of all hands on deck for every battle, the fuel production is able to meet the consumption. Then it's perfectly capable of balancing fuel as long as the right units of soldiers are allocated to each strike. And the swarm size will increase in the future as the force expands. Fuel consumption increases while the fuel gained from killing enemies increases. This means that there will always be a dynamic balance between fuel consumption and production in the territory. So it seems that the territory is completely self-sufficient in fuel, as long as the war effort is allocated to save as much as possible. This completely eliminates the possibility of being snagged by other countries. With the expansion of the army completed and the fuel issue resolved, both short-term goals have been perfectly addressed. Now only one last question remains: consumption of resources after the expansion of the army. Since ancient times, it has been easy to recruit, but difficult to raise soldiers. Many countries have been dragged down by wars because they could not afford to support the huge military expenditures. The army has expanded twice as much, and with that comes all the resource issues. First and foremost is fuel consumption, which is absolutely staggering for the current team. Su Yang made a quick calculation in his mind. It didn't matter if this didn't count. One calculation directly shocked him, counting just the Imperial armor sharpshooters and crossbowmen. At 4 units of fuel per day, that's 190 by 4. 760 units of fuel per day. Of course the consumption wouldn't have been so high if they hadn't been fighting all day, but the depletion was staggering. And that's just the Imperial armor soldiers, not counting artillery and carrier units. Overall, if the soldiers kept fighting during the day and had to fight defensive battles at night, they could consume 1,000 units of fuel in a day. If you keep daytime battles to 2 or less and don't trigger defense battles at night, then fuel consumption will stay in the 400 to 500 unit range. Currently, the territory's carbon mineral production is 255 units per day, far short of what is needed for consumption. This won't work. The miners in the territory will have to undergo a complete upgrade. It really shouldn't be the case that the main base is already at level 4, but the production facilities are all still at level 2. Level 2 miners cost 20 units of iron and 10 units of copper to level 3. Because of the 1,000 units of iron ore given by Elizabeth last time, the territory was quite rich in iron ore. With a flash of his mind, Su Yang upgraded all 10 mining machines in the territory at once. Iron ore 200, copper ore 100, steam miner *10 in the process of upgrading. The upgrade was quickly completed, and all miners came to level 3, increasing base production by 50% again, which was 100% higher than at level 1. The next step up from level 3 to level 4 will not only upgrade the miner to a steel miner, but the drive will also be upgraded to a hybrid. Each mining machine consumes 20 units of steel and 20 units of copper, and 1 unit of fuel per day to keep it running. The territory is also well stocked with steel, and adding an extra 10 units of fuel consumption isn't a problem at all. Although fuel must be used sparingly in the territory, this does not mean that the territory's fuel production is low. On the contrary, fuel production in the territories is definitely in the top tier. It's only the excessive consumption that leads to the need to use it sparingly. At the current stage, excluding oil-producing countries such as the Afghans, the maximum daily production capacity of other countries that can produce oil is no more than 50 units. Su Yang, on the other hand, can produce up to 200 units of fuel oil per day as long as there is enough biomass fuel. In comparison, this 10 units of fuel consumption per day for a level 4 miner really isn't that much. With a flash of his mind, Su Yang directly upgraded 10 miners to level 4. This upgrade delivers a 100% increase in capacity in a single pass, making it very cost-effective. Steel 200. Copper ore 200. Steam miner *10 in the process of upgrading. Soon all 10 miners were replaced with steel casings. The spurt of steam also changed from a single white color to a mix of black and white. The level 3 steam-powered miner was successfully upgraded to a level 4 hybrid miner. After 2 upgrades, the carbon mine's daily production capacity jumped directly to 510 units. Now, as long as the frequency of crusades is controlled, the stock of carbon ore can at least stay the same, not to say grow. After upgrading, Su Yang opened the Territory Resource panel. Territorial Resources. Water Resources, stock, 923 units. Production rate, 400 units/day. Quarry Resources, stockpile, 121 units. Production rate, 600 units/day. Coal Resources, stockpile, 653 units. Production rate, 510 units/day. Copper Metal, stock, 136 units. Production rate, 360 units/day. Metal iron, stock, 171 units. Production rate, 600 units/day. Iron and steel resources, stock, 113 units. Production rate, maximum 200 units/day. Nitrate resource, stock, 56 units. Production rate, 150 units/day. Alien bug body mass, 1436. Biological crude oil, 16 units. Production rate, max 500 units/day. Fuel resources, stock, 2 units. Production rate 200 units, maximum, per day. Territorial strategy, level 2 power to the world. Level 1 weapon of the state. Territory gain/degain effect, level 3 military power, duration, 111. Level 5 gaze of the abyss, duration/defense value, 63,877. After 2 consecutive rounds of upgrades, the production rate of all resources has been substantially increased, with the exception of coal resources, which are just above the subsistence level. The rate of production is entirely greater than the rate of consumption. After the expansion of the army was completed, there were still 50,000 points left in all of the unity values. Fuel food consumption had reached its limit, and those 50,000 points of fuel could not be used to summon soldiers. As could be noticed in the previous battle with the crystal mine mother nest, Li Xian was no longer able to fight with the same ease as before. Li Xian has returned with his soldiers, just in time to take advantage of the last bit of time for the military powerhouse to make a full upgrade. Chapter 120 Battle Armor Skill Module. Battle of Souls opens. Finally, the foundry was going to be activated. Su Yang took a deep breath. Previously, he had been trying to activate the foundry to upgrade Li Xian's battle armor. Unfortunately, there are just too many of each key upgrade, resulting in only being used to paint the blazing colt after unlocking the foundry. Now it's finally coming in handy. Su Yang's mind flashed and opened the foundry panel. Countless complicated options popped up. Su Yang skillfully closed them one by one, leaving only the few that could be upgraded. Foundry panels. Name, Iron Power Armor. Wearer, Li Xian. Quality, Ordinary. Loadable Skill Module, 1. Skill Modules loaded, 0. Power Core, Steam Power. Upgrades available, Internal Combustion Engine Drive. Modification Effect. Complete replacement of the power core to improve engine propulsion effect. Consumption, 20 units of steel. 10 units of iron ore. 5,000 units of defense value. Battle Armor Body, Iron Armor. Upgrades available, Iron War Armor. Modification Effect. Comprehensively improve armor protection attributes and increase flexibility. Consumption, 30 units of steel. 20 units of iron ore. 20 units of copper ore. 8,000 units of defense value. Mounted weapon, Silver Iron Lance. Upgrades available, Steel Lance. Modification Effect, Change Power Unit. Increase rotational torque. Increase damage and armor piercing attributes. Consumption, 20 units of steel. 10 units of iron ore. 5,000 units of defense value. Completion of the full set of upgrades can upgrade the armor to Iron Power Battle Armor, with no quality upgrade. Battle Armor Evaluation, a soulless assembly line battle armor. Recommended to be replaced as soon as possible. Currently all the resources were very sufficient. Su Yang directly invested the unity value to give Li Xian a full set of upgrades. Uniformity value, 12,600. Internal Combustion Engine Drive upgrade in progress. Iron Warrior Armor upgraded in. Steel Lance in upgrading. The foundry rumbled to life and the results were soon visible. Iron-powered battle armor, steam-powered, iron-powered battle armor, hybrid-powered. Battle armor gains passive effect, will to trap. The ability to store a portion of kinetic energy when charging, adding piercing damage to the next attack. Iron Power Armor upgraded. No upgrade in quality. Battle Armor Evaluation, slightly higher level, but still assembly line battle armor. Recommended not to wear. When the upgrade is complete, not only are all parts of the battle armor upgraded, but a battle armor effect is also unlocked. Unlike the effect of Meng Tian's battle armor that could absorb impact damage, Li Xian's battle armor effect was to charge to increase damage. This is indeed more suitable for Li Xian's position as the vanguard of the town's army. After upgrading the Li Xian battle armor, Su Yang suddenly realized that there was another upgradable option in the corner of the panel. Buildable Skill Modules. Module, Mimetic Armor. Effects, unlock the mimicry ability of the armor after loading. Consume a large amount of energy to let the armor enter the mimicry mode once for a short period of time. In mimicry mode, the armor will simulate all the surrounding environment to achieve the stealth effect. The more complex the environment, the better the mimicry effect. Build consumption. Mimetic Armor *1. Uniformity value 10,000. Detachable or not, yes. Mutually exclusive modules, all skill modules that make themselves visible. Not to say that almost all looked at this exciting mimicry armor. Su Yang's eyes flashed. This effect was still good, By killing Terran warriors with special abilities for loot, you can build the corresponding skill module. The stealth ability can greatly increase the combat ceiling and is a very nice addition. Su Yang didn't hesitate and directly invested the unity value. Uniformity value minus 7,000. Skill module mimetic armor upgrade in progress. Upgrade completed. Please select who to load. The stealth ability is still a better match for Li Xin, who specializes in surprise attacks. High power and strong offense can be said to carry out a decapitation operation easily and effortlessly. Monty fights with too much commotion, and stealth is probably not very useful. Loading target Li Xin. Selection complete. After the selection was completed, Su Yang upgraded all the level 3 Imperial armor units, spending a total of 400 points of unity value. He then equipped the Imperial armor ranger with a few pieces of alligator bone from his previous backpack. There are 3 alligator bones in total, equipping 30 Imperial armor sharpshooters at a cost of 15,000 and 10,500 unity points after mitigation. Finally he opened the tech tree and pulled the gelatinous liquid fuel from the Skyfire Guard into the Tower of 1,000 Machines. Uniformity value 5,600. Technology gelatin liquid fuel is being upgraded. Time remaining 1D. Rushed the last 5 minutes of the military power buff and ordered the last upgradable tech. With this, all the upgrades brought about by the level 4 home base regarding the war aspect are all over. The unity value is just a fraction of 1,000 points left. Perfectly used up. 3 days to kill swarms to get unity values. Expand the army, and upgrade technology. Su Yang felt that he had sort of used this military power buff to the extreme. In 3 days, this buff had saved the territory 40,000 or 50,000 unity values, to say the least. After ordering the last piece of technology, Su Yang was slightly relieved. Several short-term goals set earlier had been successfully accomplished, and he felt a great sense of relief and peace of mind. The only problem left in the territory now is the food reserves. The army expansion has further strained food stocks, and with the current population, food is expected to be completely depleted by next week. Relying on trapping is not a long-term solution. You still need to unlock agriculture in the future to sustain a large population. Now we'll just have to see if the scouts can make a dent in the dense southwestern forests. In the last few minutes of the third day, Su Yang opened the Lord panel. Everything that should be upgraded in a level 4 territory has almost been upgraded. So it's time to appreciate your results. Territorial panels. Territory, Qin. Lord, Su Yang. Affiliation, Dragon State. Main base level, level 4 Lord's Residence. Territorial buildings, resource type level 4 hybrid mining machine *10. Level 4 hybrid high pressure water pump *1. Solid resource warehouse *1. Liquid resource warehouse *1. Territorial buildings, industrial, level 1 Daqin smelting center. Level 1 Daqin chemical center. Level 1 biomass fuel station. Territorial buildings, science and technology level 4 Mosey 1000 machines tower. Level 1 public transportation heavy weapons battalion. Shinong creation center. Territory building, combat class level 4 imperial armor camp. Level 4 barracks *210. Territory building, defense level 2 stone wall, characteristic enhancement, *1050. Level 1 crossbow tower *4. Level 1 skyfire tower *1. Combat units, level 4 Great Qin armored ranger *110. Level 4 Great Qin armored crossbowman *80. Level 4 Great Qin 1000 mile scout *10. Level 1 Great Qin heavenly fire guard *4. Level 1 Great Qin fire dragon guard *4. Hero unit, level 2 General Li Xin. Level 1 General Meng Tian. Resources, water resources, 1. 363 units. Quarry resources, 786 units. Coal resources, 351 units. Copper metal, 253 units. Iron metal, 50 units. Territory gain/degain effect, level 3 military power, duration, 004. Level 5 Gaze of the Abyss, duration / uniformity value, 1853. Looking at the Lord panel, Su Yang's heart was filled with a sense of accomplishment. Not only did they raise all of the Imperial Armor Corps to level 4, they also raised all of the production facilities to level 4 as well. Carrier units, steel fuel, foundries, and even alien tech stations. Without even looking, it's amazing how much upgrades the territories received during the level 4 home base period. Su Yang nodded slightly, then closed the Lord panel. Having gone through several big battles in a row in the past few days, both he and the generals were a bit tired. Just in time to get all the upgrades done today and get a good night's sleep to rejuvenate. Su Yang returned to the Lord's residence just as he stepped one foot into the gate. A system message rang out. Special event triggered, spacetime turbulence. A rift in the universe has been opened somewhere. Time and rules are disturbed. Advent night event advanced. with a 00:00:46 left until the opening of the Battle of Souls. Special event. Advent night ahead of schedule? Su Yang's eyes were puzzled and thoughts surged in his mind. What's going on here? Chapter 121, Mysterious Incident. Handful of advantageous England League. Sudden situation. Su Yang looked at the countdown on the screen to calm himself down quickly. Although it happened suddenly, all the upgrades on his side had already been completed, and he could be considered a full level 4 home base. The Battle of Souls is triggered during the period when some of the lords have summoned heroic units, which is early in the level 3 main base. Right now their highest echelon is early tier 3 home bases, and it's difficult to get to the middle, let alone the later stages or up to tier 4. With this level of tech difference and the command of Li Xian and Meng Tian, the event was not too stressful. Thinking of this, Su Yang's mood slowly eased and quietly waited for the countdown on the screen to end. Time zeroed out and a system alert sounded. The Soul Simulation Tournament is now open and is entering the preparation stage. All lords are requested to return to their territories and ensure that your troops are within them. At the end of the preparation phase, a barrier will be raised around the perimeter of the territory, making it inaccessible to units located outside. Opening at the same time as the scramble is the Hall of Lords. Dharma Lord, what's going on here? Why was it turned on so suddenly? Anonymous, damn it, I'm still out on a crusade. I hope to get back in time. Lords of England, what kind of event is this? We don't seem to have recorded it. Lord Rice, a new event is not unusual, but the description of this event is a bit strange. With the cosmic rift being opened up, it feels like the result of human action. Lord Turkai, the Lord hears our voice and sends the gospel. Bear Country, we're in the ING Forbidden Zone, and you're still a god and a lord. How many missiles can your lord resist? Su Yang quickly browsed through the information in the Lord's Hall. It's basically safe to assume that none of the other lords were prepared for this event either. It was a completely random outburst. The Forbidden Land was indeed forbidden, not even allowing one to get a good night's sleep. At the end of the preparation phase, the system beep sounds to move on to the next phase. Preparation phase 1 ends. Preparation phase 2 begins. You can lead all types of soldiers into the Soul Simulation battlefield. The Battle of Souls event allows you to use any type of soldier at any level. You are only allowed to select the soldiers to be deployed at the beginning of the war and cannot do so after the war has started. A war will be fought between each alliance, and each alliance will need to fight 3 wars. Both sides need to deploy at least 1 hero unit in every battle, otherwise the whole alliance will lose. After the battle, the heroes and alliances will be ranked according to the winners and losers of the battle. Please note, each lord has the right to deploy 100 units of troops, which you can deploy in any of the 3 wars. The following are the units required for the deployment of each type of soldier in the Dragon State. Level 2 General Li Xian. Deployment requirement, 20 units. Level 1 General Meng Tian. Deployment requirement, 20 units. Level 4 Great Qin Armored Ranger. Deployment requirements, 2 units. Level 4 Great Qin Armored Crossbowman. Deployment requirements, 2 units. Level 4000 Mile Scout. Deployment requirement, 4 units. Level 1 Daqin Heavenly Fire Guard. Deployment requirements, 10 units. Level 1 Great Qin Fire Dragon Guard. Deployment requirements, 10 units. Level 1 Basalt Iron Heavy Armored Vehicle. Deployment requirement, 20 units. Level 1000 Mile Blazing Colt. Deployment requirements, 10 units. That's a lot of generals and strategic units to consume. Thought surged in Su Yang's mind. With 3 games in total, you need to take at least 2 to ensure you don't finish in last place. And with very limited deployment rights for 100 units, trying to send troops to all 3 games is obviously a bit insufficient. And only yourself and England have hero units in your alliance. That means there are 2 battles where you have to field a high number of generals yourself, leaving less deployment value to be able to send your army. After some quick thoughts, Su Yang formulated an initial strategy. That England fight can be watched from the sidelines, but the 2 fights you're in must be taken. Preparing for the end of Phase 2 and is entering the Soul Simulation battlefield. Territorial Protection Barrier opens. Live streaming of the Forbidden Land opens. Live streaming of the whole area opens. The lords are being summoned. The preparation phase ended, and the same purple-black barrier as last time fell from the sky, encircling the entire territory. Su Yang, on the other hand, once again transformed into a soul form and floated into the sky, entering that Xian Second's cosmic space. As a ray of white light floated in, the lords quickly took their places. Unlike last time, the lords Su Yang saw this time were all from the English Union. It seems that the Forbidden Land is intentionally splitting up the various alliances. After all, this is an alliance-based team game, so I'm afraid there will be a lot of tactical deliberation. Hello Mr. Su. Elizabeth greeted him next to him. Su Yang nodded in response. Boss, boss, boss. I missed you. And of course there's the not-so-smart-looking lord of the theater teeth. Our alliance is outnumbered, so we still have a big advantage this time. Su Yang opened his mouth. Luckily this time the rules are not alliance-based, with each alliance giving out 1,000 units as such overall. Instead, they are issued 100 units of deployment rights per person, on a lord-by-lord basis. This model is very advantageous to them who have the most lords. 7 lords of the Rice League, 13 lords of the Eastern League, and 9 lords of the Independent League, and they have a full 25 lords, almost as many as the other 3 alliances combined. This gives them a huge advantage in terms of troop numbers. While the strength of these lords may not be too strong, at least there is strength in numbers. After Su Yang finished speaking, the other lords also nodded their heads with relaxed expressions. It was obvious that everyone was still relatively confident. At least the rules are in their favor this time compared to the last Tournament of Nations. Su Yang was listening to the discussion of the lords while brewing in his mind what to say about his strategy. Let England give up and put their troops into their own too. It was the equivalent of asking her to quit the hero rankings and abandon her personal interests to pursue the alliance rankings. While he was still brewing, Elizabeth spoke up. Lords, I have a strategy for this event. There is no reward for the top 3 in the alliance rankings, just a penalty for last place. We just need to pick up 2 wins to make sure we don't fall into last place. My proposal is for everyone to drop the one I'm fighting in and fully support the 2 battles that Dragon Nation is fighting in. When Elizabeth finished speaking, Su Yang gave her an appreciative glance. It's really nice to have allies who are such a relief. Ah, is there 2 hero units in the Dragon Kingdom? How can you get out 2 games? This is developing too fast. It's enviable. Wouldn't that make England give up that ranking for heroic performance? As the lords were discussing, the system prompt appeared again. Soul simulation field is ready. The Battle of Souls begins. Battle 1. England vs. Rice. Please select the heroes and deploy the soldier units. Chapter 122. The situation reversed. The 3 forces united. The Dragon Kingdom. Late at night. A father had just put his son to sleep with a bedtime story when the Forbidden Land live stream opened. Sleep what sleep? He turned his hand and slapped his son twice to wake him up. Ming, there's school tomorrow. Learn his ass. The official live broadcast of the Dragon Kingdom. What the hell? Isn't the Battle of Souls the last day? Why has it been brought forward? Holy, a big victory for the stay up all night party. Finally we get to see our Master Shin make a move. Quickly, call out all the family members so that everyone can come and cheer for Su Yang. I've just woken up my son. Now go and call my wife. Dragon Kingdom rise and shine. Su Yang rise and shine. It's another team match. I hope the other lords don't drag their feet this time. Su Yang Chong, Master XI in charge. High-level conference room of the Dragon Kingdom. Less than 15 minutes after getting the news of the opening of the Battle of the Souls, all the generals and experts were already in position in the conference room. The generals were still well-groomed, but the specialists were a little worse for wear. What with coming in pajamas, wearing your clothes backwards, and forgetting your headgear. The crowd rushed to the conference room in a hurry against exhaustion for this crucial broadcast. Temporal turbulence. What kind of event is this? Never heard of it before. New events come every round. And that's not the key point right now. Various discussions were going on in the conference room as generals and experts stared at the rules of the competition on the screen and kept studying them. 100 units per lord. We have a total of 500 units. And neither the Rice nor the Independence Alliance has even passed 1,000. That's a big advantage. Not really an advantage. It should be considered even considering the general poor strength of the lords on our side. But at least there's no suppression of troop levels. And all of our Great Qin's powerful technology can make an appearance. That is indeed our advantage. But the deployment value of 100 units limits the number of troops that can be sent out. And it seems that our advanced troop types consume a higher deployment value. 100 units is really limited. And we still have to put out a general. So I hope Su Yang doesn't think about taking all 3. Right. Take 2 to secure the top 3 and have 1 to send fewer troops to build up for the other 2. The General-in-Chief of the military department spoke slowly after a long pause. Not a single soldier needs to be sent. If you give up more completely, without sending troops. That way if the enemy sends a lot of units, it'll still be able to deplete their war effort. The crowd nodded at the Generalissimo's words. Indeed waivers should be given up completely, and just send a general who doesn't get awarded a loss by the entire league. But in that case, the person who gives up is equivalent to giving up the competition for the hero ranking. Indeed, we are the absolute main force impossible to give up. We can only see if the other 2 lords have the dedication. That said, what other lords have hero units besides us in England? I don't know. I can only take one step at a time. The screen flickered as the lords discussed it. Soul simulation field is ready. The Battle of Souls begins. Battle 1. England vs. Rice. Please select the heroes and deploy the soldier units. It's starting. Cheer up. We have a big advantage in this one. I'll send the hero unit. Let's try this one first, Elizabeth said as she looked at the screen. Su Yang nodded slightly. The Mi alliance was the strongest. It was most cost-effective to give up here. Elizabeth stepped forward to deploy the unit as instructed. Deploying hero unit, Duke Wellington. Deployment of military units. None. Confirmed or not? Confirmed. Elizabeth chopped it up. It does have a queenly vibe to it. Su Yang lamented in his heart. Give up when you say you will. And so decisively. Seoul simulation battlegrounds are being generated. Hero unit in progress. Soldier unit in ministry. Civilizational identity loading. The first simulation competition is open. The tournament opens, and the simulated scramble field, located extremely large at the feet of the crowd, begins to change constantly. The dark brown land was densely covered with a trench ditch, with various sandbags and barbed wire spread out over the trenches. This is clearly a World War I/World War II war site. In trench warfare, the first party to capture an enemy position is considered successful. The battlefield is generated, and the lords have God's view but cannot command, nor can they deploy soldiers in the middle of a battle. Only the general unit of the Duke of Wellington, who was riding a warhorse, was seen in the gray position on his side. If the Rice side commits a lot of troops, it will lead to a lack of combat power in the latter two rounds. However, a gasp sounded and everyone looked to the Rice position. Su Yang also looked with him, only to see that there were no swathes of troops in the Mi position, only a general and a small team. This squad was rapidly advancing over a trench toward their own position. The MIB had predicted that they would forfeit the round and had sent just one squad out to fight. Su Yang's eyes flickered. The Mi alliance was equivalent to picking up a round of wins for nothing. This will directly change the current situation. In the high-level conference room of the Dragon Kingdom, everyone was surprised by the strategy of the Mi alliance. How could you be so precise as to take the battle with only one squad? Is this really prejudged? Or is there a spy in our alliance? Whether it's prejudging or spying, this changes things completely. Rice won a bloodless battle, and there's a high probability that the next two alliances will give up fighting them in order not to face the powerful Rice alliance. That makes 3 of the 6 victories go to the Rice League, and the remaining 3 leagues will have to fight for the only 3 remaining victories, and the competition will be extremely fierce. Our strategy of trying to save the battle for the last 2 games has completely failed, and 2 hard-fought battles will follow. The Su Yang one is still safe, but the other one is a hero unit of which country is not even known yet. How come you were dominant just a moment ago, and all of a sudden you're getting so tense? The Forbidden Land, the other side of the collar chairman. Unlike the English League, which is located in a separate space, here all the lords of the 3 major alliances, the Rice Alliance, the East Japan Alliance, and the Independence Alliance, were surprisingly all together. Well, let's just say I can guess their strategy. My friends, MacArthur grinned. Across from him, the bladdered lord of the Bear Country spoke. Who's your friend now? We're only in a short alliance. After getting Rikoku killed, it'll be your turn next. Ha ha ha. The Bear Country is indeed still hospitable, and I've already taken 1 victory from the Dragon Country. Next, you all work harder to make them feel the effects of the debuff that lasts for a week as well. Chapter 123, Li Xin invites to war. Desperate England Alliance. The 3 forces of Rice, Eastern Japan, and the Independence League have joined together to fight against the English League. In fact, when it is said that it is against the League of England, its main purpose is still to target the Dragon Kingdom. Originally, there were only 2 alliances of this force, led by Rice and Eastern Japan, and when the territory-wide notification of the discovery of the sharp titanium mine in the Dragon Kingdom rang out, the Independent Alliance, led by the Bear Kingdom, realized the threat of the Dragon Kingdom as well. Reitonite is rare but can be stumbled upon with a bit of luck up front, so just simply finding it doesn't mean anything. But what they care about is not the discovery of Anates, but the repeated key achievements of the Dragon Kingdom. All of the key achievements since entering the Forbidden Land had been obtained by the Dragon Kingdom, and it certainly wasn't simply a matter of luck. In the end, this, coupled with the strong performance of the Dragon Kingdom during the Tournament of Nations, made the majority of the Independent Alliance agree to work with the Rice Alliance to crush the Dragon Kingdom first. The 3 matches after the first were the Eastern League versus the Independent League, the Independent League versus the Rice League, and the Rice League versus the Eastern League. 3 of these forces each won 1 game, and all used the same tactic of a general with a small group of soldiers taking down a single general from the other side. This will maximize the war effort when fighting the Dragon Kingdom. When the 3 alliances are combined, all units can be deployed to each other, except for general units. So their strategy was to win 2 games each for each alliance, and then focus their efforts on crushing the English alliance afterward. This puts England in last place to eat the debuff. The screen flashed and the 5th battle appeared. Seoul simulation field is ready. The Battle of Souls begins. Battle 5. England League vs. East Japan League. Please select the heroes and deploy the soldier units. Finally, MacArthur looked at the screen and smiled. How so, guys? Do you guys guess if it will be the Dragon Kingdom out there this time? Tojo Inken's eyes flashed sternly as he spoke slowly. Definitely. This is going to be another loss and their whole league will collapse. But I don't think it makes any difference which country is playing. The Dragon Kingdom doesn't see itself maintaining its strength this round. Why? The soldiers of the Dragon Kingdom are strong. Are we sure we can handle them? Lord Tianju said. Those soldiers of the Dragon Kingdom are no longer strong after all. They have not transcended the limitations of the times. Such a high-tech soldier unit is still only using swords and crossbows. Those melee soldiers can't escape our machine gun fire even if they're fast. And crossbows can't match the power of sniper rifles even if they're strong. At the end of the day, it's a civilization with a completely crooked tech tree point. High tech and low energy. When Tojo Inken finished, MacArthur added with a smile. The Eastern Lords and I share the same opinion that the Dragon Kingdom isn't actually strong this round. Not only are his melee soldiers no threat to us, but its command side is even shorter. This is a recent war, and the heroic units of the Dragon Kingdom are reckless men who only order charges. With this kind of general in command, I'm afraid that the more we command, the more chaotic it will become, and it will be hard for us to lose. Ha 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 ha. The chiefs burst into laughter. Indeed, there is an unbridgeable gulf between ancient generals and modern warfare. On the battlefield, if the general can't do it, you've already lost half the battle. Tojo Injin slowly stood up and walked towards the deployment panel. Let me, the Great Eastern Empire, meet this boy who doesn't know the sky and the earth. Deploy hero unit, Matsui Ishigane. Deploy soldier units, all hands on deck. With that he slowly turned to face MacArthur and the other lords. Come on everyone, help me out here in the east. As soon as the words fell, the lords of the three major alliances began to commit their troops. Lord Rice, 2 heavy machine gun squads, 1 assault team. Afghan lords, 1 infantry platoon, 1 communications team. Lord Samba, 2 infantry platoons and a mortar squad. German lords, 2 platoons of bombardiers, 1 squad of howitzers. It could be said that this battle basically decided the course of the event, so the lords put in an extraordinarily large number of units. The East Japan Alliance had raised almost the entire alliance, and the Rice Alliance and the Independence Alliance had also put in numerous troops. Soldiers' deployment is complete. Is it confirmed? Confirmed. Tojo Inken said slowly. Seoul simulation battlegrounds are being generated. Hero unit in progress. Soldier unit in ministry. Civilizational identity loading. The 5th simulation competition opens. As the cue sounded, the simulated playing field began to change. The sandy terrain of the previous game disappeared into a woodland terrain. As he watched his units deploy batch by batch, Tojo Inken's eyes grew more and more vicious. This time the East will reverse the big picture and kill any possibility of an upward climb for the Dragon Kingdom for good. On the sidelines, MacArthur laughed even louder. With the 3 major alliances blocking the way plus the oil blockade, the Dragon Kingdom won't be able to escape this time no matter what. The high-level conference room of the Dragon Kingdom. The crowd of officers and experts were outraged. When they saw East Japan win the Independence League with a small team in the second game, they thought it was a coincidence. Seeing the same method used again in the third round, they began to suspect foul play. It was only when the fourth round was the same method again that they were sure the other 3 parties had strung it through. 3 in a row. 3 in a row of the same maneuver. There's definitely some kind of collusion between the 3 of them. They're saving each other's troops for the sake of winning 2 games of the English League and letting us eat the mitigation buff. This is a long-planned targeting. The other 3 forces already see us as a threat. What about this? Our hero unit is an ancient general. Can he organize a modern army? Ancient war logic and now are not the same. Li Xin is best to be a fighter, do not command. The more command, the more chaos. It's over. I thought it was an advantage at the beginning, but now it's become a desperate situation. What to do? What to do? As the conference room was in disarray, the Generalissimo slammed the table. You're getting discouraged before you even start fighting yourself. For Li Xin to be a general in the Qin dynasty, his talents and gifts are by no means extraordinary. Watch quietly and trust Su Yang's arrangement. The room went quiet. The Generalissimo looked at the screen and sat down slowly. Just now, he was just easing everyone's emotions. In fact, he himself was not very confident about the direction of the battle. Everything can only depend on Su Yang's handling. The official live broadcast of the Dragon Kingdom. The experts in the live broadcast room analyzed Li Xin's command and Great Qin's army structure in one pass. The final result was that Li Xin could not command a modern army and the Great Qin army could not adapt to modern warfare. Instead of gaining popular acceptance, this analysis was met with a screen full of abuse. What a bull ***** expert. My grandmother can analyze it better than you. Hurry up and crawl. We don't need a bricklayer. Master Shin still needs to command my ass. One man can single-handedly take on the entire army. Right. The heavenly flame guards and the fire dragon guards haven't even appeared yet. So what's the point of singing about the decline? Go Su Yang. Hit these experts hard in the face. Prohibited land. President of the League of England leader. After seeing the other three parties colluding to target them, the atmosphere inside the collar chairman had dropped to the freezing point. After seeing the curtains of the fifth round of England versus the Eastern Alliance, all the lords began to sigh. The strategy is completely ineffective, and it's also being jointly targeted, so it's really over this time. How are we going to win this? Our numerical advantage has been erased by their alliance as well. It was already off to a bad start, and if we take another week of diminishing returns we'll never be able to turn it around. It's over. Dragon lords deploy troop units. While the crowd was sighing, Su Yang silently walked to the deployment panel. Everyone's attention was drawn to the young man. Su Yang was not tight and his tone was forceful. 2 Great Qin Heavenly Flame Guards and 10 Great Qin Imperial Armor Sharpshooters. Dragon Nation deploys heroic units. Level 2 General Li Xin. After saying that, Su Yang turned to look at the lords. The eyes were firm and calm, as if the moment at hand was not a difficult one at all. He spoke slowly, one word at a time. Gentlemen, fight with me. Chapter 124, The Battle Begins. Class A War Criminals. Under Su Yang's call, the 25 lords invested a total of nearly 2/3 of their troops in this round. This is an extremely critical battle, and failure would be a serious blow to the situation and morale that would follow. The lords deployed. Su Yang confirmed his side's deployment, and the system blinked. Soul simulation battlegrounds are being generated. Hero unit in progress. Soldier unit in ministry. Civilizational identity loading. The 5th simulation competition opens. A pillar of light lit up in the huge soul simulation battlefield at his feet. Both sides of the battlefield were thrown into the fray in a continuous stream. From the number of light pillars, it seemed that the number of troops invested on the opposite side was not less than them at all. Su Yang's eyes moved slightly. It was impossible for the Eastern Alliance to have so many units. It seems that when these three alliances combine, they are still able to support each other's troops. This is another piece of bad news. After all, the only slight advantage your side has is the numerical advantage that comes from having more lords. Now the other side offsets that advantage by combining and also tipping the scales with better troop quality. The 5th Soul Simulation battle opens. Both commanding generals. E.J. Matsui Ishijin. He was the commander of the Japanese Central China Army and led the army to capture the capital of the Republic of China, Nanjing, and carried out a 2-month extermination campaign that killed at least 300,000 people. Rokoku, Li Xin, one of the youngest generals of the Qin dynasty, helped the king of Qin to unify the 6 kingdoms, hunted down the culprit in the assassination case of the king of Qin by thousands of miles, and was awarded the title of Marquis of Longxi for his merits. Information about both generals flashed on the screen and close-up shots of both generals were given from God's perspective. Li Xin stood still in his silver-white steel battle armor, steam rolling back behind him in the forest breeze. The opponent, Matsui Shigenori, was dressed in the standard Eastern Japanese clothing, and his eyes were full of brutality and joy in anticipation of the kill. The generals of both sides' battle records and information were in one place, and all the lords in the rear whispered about it. Killing 300,000 enemies. The commander of the East is too ruthless. Is this our general? Why is it no different from the Dragon Kingdom soldiers? It feels like an ancient kind of military general, one that has high combat power but can't command. What's the use of personal combat power in modern warfare? Is the Dragon Kingdom devoid of militarists? Su Yang ignored the voices from the back. The strings in his heart tightened from the moment he saw the Eastern general, Matsui Ishijin, a Class A war criminal of the Japanese invasion of China and the culprit of the Nanking massacre. The 300,000 figure in his battle record was not the enemies killed, but the unarmed people in Southview City. General Li. Su Yang conveyed a message to Li Xin in his head. The Lord is also able to have a final exchange with the hero units under his command before the war officially begins. Across from you is the evil spirit that once slaughtered 300,000 innocent people in my China. For the sake of the people who died innocently and tragically, this battle must not be lost. As soon as the words left my mouth, the screen flickered to an overhead view of my position. This view can only see your side's platoon, not the enemy. On the screen, Li Xion's thoughts surged, gaining command of all the units present in Su Yang's last message. He didn't know exactly who Matsui Shurgen was, but he could hear the indignation in Su Yang's tone. Since His Majesty has ordered me to do so, both gods and ghosts will be turned into dead souls under my gun today. The other side leads the president. The crowd marveled as the two generals' information came out. Wiping out 300,000 enemies. I didn't realize there was such a strong general in the East. MacArthur laughed. 300,000 people. This is too terrifying. With this kind of command let me on all win. Lord Tianju exclaimed. What's the situation with the one opposite? How come he's still wearing an iron pimple? He won't charge himself when he's in a hurry. Ancient generals? I'm afraid he'd be funny if he did a pre-battle call later. Arrange for a sniper to shoot him in one shot. The corners of Tojo Inken's mouth smiled lightly. Both sides were not in the same level not only in terms of battle power but also in terms of command. This battle was over before it even started to be fought. The Inferno takes no physical damage, but takes irreversible mental damage. After this battle, General Matsui will once again become a nightmare for the people of Rokoku. A grimness flashed in his eyes as he spoke slowly to Matsui Shurgen. Matsui-kun, start the slaughter. The screen flickers to the fifth soul simulation battle. It was also the first battle in the true sense of the event that finally began. Fifth soul simulation battle. Rokoku Lee Shin vs. Matsui Ishigen of Japan. Battle type, Annihilation. Victory is achieved by killing or destroying all the enemies. British Soul simulation battlefield. Li Xian stood in the center of the battlefield with his silver spear, carefully observing the surrounding terrain. It was a forested terrain with thick, tall trees. The trees would be great cover if doing a small group raid. The two heavenly fireguards provided by His Majesty as well as a squad of Imperial armor sharpshooters were covertly deployed at the very back of the battlefield. This is a deadly weapon capable of sealing the throat with a single blow, and must be used when the enemy leaks a hole. With a sweep of his mind, Li Xian currently had a large 200 soldiers under his command, and most of these soldiers are rifle units, which can be interpreted as single-shot, armorless crossbowmen with faster loading speeds. His Majesty said that the opposing side soldiers were generally more powerful than his own, and possessed cannons and high-velocity crossbow-type weapons. A strong war effort will surely make the other side lax and gullible. However, they would be wary of the Dragon Kingdom's Imperial armor soldiers while belittling their own large battle force, so the opponent's strategy is easy to guess. Until the Dragon Kingdom units strike, they do not deploy their main force and use their weapon advantage to deplete their side's combat power. Once the Dragon unit strikes in order to save the day, then they'll focus their firepower on attacking with all their might. With a flash of thought, Li Xian began to deploy his troops. The teams started moving at his beck and call. The Eastern Japanese side, Matsui Shurgen sent 340-man pioneer platoons on a small sting. He knew that in the early stages both sides must have been conservative in their scouting activities, and not too many people would have been deployed, and the purpose of his sending out such a larger team was to completely eat up the opposing scouting team. This enables absolute firepower to keep the enemy from passing on information, and it also deals a blow to their morale. Being the superior side, they just need to slowly grind like this to keep consuming their opponents. When the opponent is anxious, he will naturally reveal the cracks. After so many years of fighting, he was too experienced. Mutu mutu. Gunshots rang out in the forest. The fish is hooked. Matsui Ishigen excitedly connects to the intercom. Wipe them out. Not a single one of them. Chug chug. Sir, there are so many enemy. Everywhere. Chapter 125, Steel Battle Armor. Unstoppable Imperial Armor Rangers. Calm down. Calm me down. What's the situation now? Reporting on the situation. Chug chug chug. The enemy is in full assault. The enemy is in full assault. Matsui Shigenori's eyes twitched. How could that be? It's still a period of stabbing. So how dare you go on a full-scale attack? How dare you go on a full-scale offense without knowing all the factors of the terrain? The opposing general was commanding something. Retreat! Rapid retreat! Matsui Ishigen yelled into the intercom. Mutu mutu. The two armies met briefly, and the chaotic sound of gunfire immediately destroyed the silence of the forest. Forests are not like plains or trench warfare, where the view is wide open far enough to make a blockade against the enemy. The woodland vegetation is dense, so both sides will usually be very close before they can spot each other. At the beginning of the contact, the soldiers of the eastern side immediately suppressed the Dragon Kingdom side with their powerful firepower. They pressed on as instructed while advancing, trying to wipe out the enemy scouting squad. But soon they realized something was wrong as the enemies poured out as if they couldn't be killed enough. This isn't the size of a scouting squad at all. This is the size of a full-scale attack. Mutant. The platoon leader of the Eastern Charge Platoon held his submachine gun against him and kept suppressing the soldiers from the Dragon countryside that were surging up. Retreat! Retreat command received. All troops retreat. The moment Matsui Ishigen gave the order, he immediately ordered his entire team to retreat. If they hadn't evacuated they would have been completely surrounded and annihilated by the enemy. But as soon as the evacuation was out of the way, they could launch artillery support and bombard the enemy hordes. Bang! Bang! After throwing grenades for cover, the soldiers of the East Japan side quickly opened retreat. The three platoons began to withdraw according to the tactic of moving in two directions and covering on one side. The leader of the charge platoon took a grenade and knocked it to his head, then threw it into the dense forest. The opponent's tactic of coming up with an all-out attack really caught them off guard. Still, they overestimated their firepower and pursuit capabilities. With that kind of low-grade weaponry, it was simply delusional to want to leave behind their elite soldiers of the East. Just evacuate this. Giggle. The brigadier suddenly heard a strange noise coming from the jungle in his ear. Trees sway. Machinery crashes. Steam gushes. So fast. It's something. Enemy on the left side. On the left side there's. Giggle. A silver light lit up. The Eastern Great Captain only saw the woods in front of him being split open by a sword. And together with them, there was also an Eastern soldier standing in front of them. He, like the plants, was slashed from shoulder to calf with a sword. The front of that hilt was full of serrated teeth. Chopping the human body was no different from chopping grass without any obstruction. This is the super soldier of the Dragon Kingdom. Brain finally reacted as his teammates' blood sprayed in his face. Soldiers of the Dragon Kingdom. Zilla. Without waiting for him to voice the information, the steel warrior turned back with a chop. All he felt was a sinking feeling as his entire upper body slid downward. A mixture of blood, steam, and black smoke erupted. Giggle. The captain of Eastern Japan was cut off by a sword. The wound was from the shoulder to the abdomen, and the whole person collapsed like rotten meat. Chen Wu did designated location. After decapitating two people in one appearance, Chen Wu did not hesitate. Fuel propulsion spurted under his feet, charging straight at the remaining Eastern soldiers. Several Great Qin Imperial armor sharpshooters followed closely behind him. Chug chug chug. Enemy attack on the flank. Flank. Ah. Shoot. Shoot me. Silver-white sword shadows continuously lit up in the dense forest. The sound of steam surging was interspersed with countless hisses and screams. The moment Chen Wu led his team into the kill, the charging platoon began to rapidly attrition. The Eastern soldiers' submachine guns were simply ineffective against the steel Imperial armor. Bullets couldn't even leave scratches on the Imperial armor. On the contrary, the Imperial armor riders' hands rose and fell with their swords, and blood spurted out. In the eyes of the Imperial armor sharpshooter who usually cuts down bugs, human bodies are indeed no different than weeds. If they hadn't seen their blood spilling wildly, the sharpshooters would have wondered if they'd cut it. With just 5 Imperial armor rangers killing them, the left flank of the scout platoon completely collapsed. The same thing happened on the right flank, where Zhao Zhang had already led his team to kill. A large force of followers arrived right behind the Imperial armor sharpshooters. From the moment they entered the forest, the end of these soldiers was sealed. What's the point of this? Just order it. Full armored body coverage. Our fighters seem to have upgraded again. And this battle armor is still made of steel, so small caliber firearms are useless. Weapons and drive feel upgraded as well. This machine power is just superhuman. It's too strong. Who would have thought that modern warfare could be fought with swords? The moment he saw the Imperial armor riders appear in the jungle, the high-level conference room of the Dragon Kingdom boiled over. Previously, because the Imperial armor rangers were only protected in key areas, they were not equipped with armor all over their bodies. That's why the generals and the panel of experts agreed that they would have a hard time getting close to modern firepower. However, I didn't expect that in just a few days the sharpshooters would have upgraded to steel Imperial armor and still have full body coverage. This level of protection has no way to penetrate as long as it's not heavy fire. The General-in-Chief of the military department watched the screen as the Imperial armor sharpshooters hacked and slashed the Eastern Japan scouting team, and his eyes couldn't help but twinkle with light. What impressed him was not only the great battle power of the Imperial armor riders, but also Li Xian's command as a general. He completely saw through Matsui Shurgen's psychology and predicted his actions, and dared to go all out with zero known information. Thoughtful and decisive. Now who dares to say that ancient generals can't? The official live broadcast of the Dragon Kingdom. The live feed has been set off by a frenzied populace. Yes, yes, yes. Rage hacking the little days. This is so relieving. A little day in the life of a knife. Who wouldn't be confused watching this? It's simply a dream scene. Su Yang helped us realize our wishes. Have the sharpshooters' Imperial armor been upgraded? It feels all but invincible now. Made of steel and covered with a full body. It's not too much to call this a humanoid tank. Rice, no kidding. 10 Iron Men across the street. Chairman, how many levels of soldiers is this damn thing? How come it's so much stronger than the Tournament of Nations? MacArthur was filled with shock. On the simulated battlefield, the Imperial armor soldiers were like ghosts, killing the soldiers of the Eastern Japan side. All of the lords looked dumbfounded. The firepower of the Eastern Party simply couldn't do anything to the dragon soldiers with their full body of steel battle armor. This battle armor is simply not something that can be built with modern technology. Chapter 126, What is a real artillery? Use the cannon. You must use the cannon now. With a grim expression, Tojo Inken hissed at the simulated battlefield below. There must not be many of these soldiers. Just blow them up and you'll win. Use the cannon. Use the cannon for me. Tojo Inken could no longer contain his emotions. This forbidden mission is to crush the Dragon Kingdom. He couldn't stand the fact that he had fallen at the hands of the Dragon Kingdom again and again. Obviously a defeated dog about to die. Why should it be able to kill back on the back of a civilization that has no name? It's impossible. He, Tojo Inken, would not allow this to happen. Tojo Ingen's madness drew sideways glances from other lords. Generals could no longer receive information when they entered the battlefield. And Tojo Ingen's roar was just in vain. Bang bang bang. The next moment, a series of cannon blasts rang out in the venue. The two howitzer positions on the eastern side opened fire, and the area where the encounter had just taken place was instantly flooded with explosions. It really discharged. The lords of the nations exclaimed. But there are still our own people inside who haven't pulled out. Wouldn't this round of explosions kill even their own people? Seeing the explosion, Tojo Inken's face twitched as a smile surfaced. Good bombing. Good job on the bombing. Blow up these damn stinkers. As expected of an Eastern general? In this situation it's all about being decisive. MacArthur also spoke up. It's true that the soldiers on the front line of the Dragon Kingdom are strong, but they don't have artillery or heavy weapons. We don't lose anything at all by exchanging soldiers. As long as their frontline forces are abolished, there is no more possibility for the Dragon Kingdom to turn the tide. Bang! Bang! Intense explosions rang out through the forest, sending smoke and dirt flying. Li Xian had wanted to let the Imperial armor sharpshooters wrap up after killing almost all of them and withdraw the ordinary soldiers. I didn't expect the Eastern Japanese side to be so decisive, even bombing their own family members together. After a rain of howitzers fell, 3 platoons of the opposing side were wiped out, while their own side lost nearly 200 men. Some of those grenades that blew up close also hurt the armor of the Imperial armor sharpshooters by about 2%. These losses, however, were of interest, as the bearings of the enemy's artillery positions were thus obtained. That's the effect to have. Li Xian's eyes flashed as he swung his gun around. Heavenly Fire Guard. Prepare. The Heavenly Fire Guard is here. The Heavenly Fire Guard is here. Someone in the high-level conference room yelled out. They had all seen the powerful might of the Heavenly Flame Guard, and at this moment, they were very much looking forward to the Heavenly Flame Guard striking. This little kid probably thought we didn't have artillery. How dare he fire it so continuously? I hope they've got their artillery all set up so they can get Skyfire Guard in one pot. Other than that, with the accuracy of the Skyfire Guard, these field howitzers are definitely gone. Blow them up. Let them see the power of Great Sheen artillery. Official live stream. Woohoo! The Heavenly Flame Guards are here. This is going to be a good little day. A few 80mm field guns dare to bark. Let you see the heavenly might of my Great Sheen 500mm. Ha 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 ha. One shot straight to the sky for them to meet the tits. Come on. Fire on the little days. Skyfire rounds loaded. Target calibrated. Request to fire. Both Heavenly Flame Guards had been loaded, and the might of the Heavenly Flame could be launched in an instant. After firing a few rounds from the eastern howitzers and realizing that their side was not fighting back, they joined 2 more artillery positions. 3 artillery positions were now exposed to the bombardment of the Skyfire Guard. Originally, Li Xian had wanted to save the Heavenly Fire Guard for the end, but now it seemed unnecessary. Release! Li Xian shouted angrily. With a loud boom, 2 blazing heavenly fire bombs shot straight up into the sky. The bursts split when they reached their highest point, and hundreds of smaller bursts fell to the ground like a rain of fire. Boom! On the president of the 3 league leaders, the explosion of fire went straight to the eyes of the crowd, and they couldn't help but cover themselves with their hands. The monstrous flames directly wrapped the entire artillery position at the rear of the camp. The loud roar from the explosion almost shattered eardrums. Although the explosion occurred within the simulated battlefield, they felt like it was blowing up above their heads. Phew! Powerful shockwaves spread out. Trees toppled. Vegetation turned to coke, and the earth turned to scorched earth. The 2 artillery positions were completely disfigured, and the soldiers who landed in them no longer even recognized their mothers. MacArthur subconsciously pulled out his cigar and tried to light it but realized there was no fire, then put it down and wiped the sweat with his collar. Tojo Inken's smile was frozen on his face, and the color was draining from his face little by little. The Bear Nation and a host of independent powers were similarly silent, and the atmosphere in the leader's chair dropped to freezing point. Aha! MacArthur laughed miserably. Wasn't there some special event that was a meteorite from the sky? That shouldn't have been a cannonball just now. Boom! Another Skyfire round landed and the 3rd artillery position disappeared into the fire. Ha ha ha! MacArthur smiled with sudden relief, although he did not see it as clearly as the man who died. The chairman of England's collar also felt the powerful explosion. This was the power an artillery unit could have in this period? All the lords were dumbfounded. Especially those lords who had made skeptical remarks. They all secretly hoped in their hearts that Su Yan was not the type of person who counted. The Dragon Kingdom's performance from the beginning until now was telling the crowd just how foolish their suspicions really were. From the general's command to the strength of the individual soldier to the powerful artillery. The Dragon Kingdom was already way better than them. All they need to do in the future is just shut up and listen to the command. Elizabeth looked at the screen with shocked, incredulous eyes. That monstrous fire gave her more of a shock than the Imperial armor soldiers. Mastering artillery is mastering the future. So it seems that the Dragon Kingdom has a firm grip on the future. On the other side, the theater-toothed lord's expression was horrified as he looked at Su Yan with an expression that turned into awe. No! Those explosions in the worm's nest that were big enough to affect communications couldn't have been put there by the boss. The Dragon Kingdom was set ablaze by the power of the Heavenly Fire Guard. It really burns once you see it. Sky Fire Guard is blowing up on my heart's chin. What a real artillery. Man, I'd love to see the look on that side's face. I'm guessing it's already sweating. So what if the three alliances are combined? A true expert is not afraid of targeting. Too strong. Simulated proving grounds. After 3 rounds of Skyfire cannon, Li Xin felt that the world was cleared. He even felt that the gun in his hand was a bit weak. If only he could carry the Heavenly Fire Guard to kill the enemy. After 3 rounds of artillery, Li Xin reorganized his team. Although nearly 300 men had been lost, the Skyfire cannons had certainly done more damage to the opposite side. Li Xin's eyes flashed as he gripped his silver spear. Let's just end this fight while the enemy is shocked. Chapter 127, Stalemate? Li Xin goes into battle. All Matsui Shigenori felt was a jolt, followed by the sky brightening a few degrees. Baka Yalu. This is ed up. He stormed out of the command room, seeing only the rear of the base. Several artillery positions had been reduced to a sea of fire. Scorched earth as far as the eye could see. Heavenly punishment. Is this heavenly punishment? Did God know about his evil deeds in Southview? No way. That's impossible. Sir, the enemy is pressing in. Sir. The shouts of soldiers on the front line came over the communicator. Baka Yalu. Damn Chinaman. Matsui Shurgen shouted in anger. Hold your ground for me. There's no way we can lose. Chug. Countless fires lit up and bullets streaked through the forest. The bullets shot into the trees on the land, and wood chips and dirt tumbled. The England position was located on a hillside, and with the advantage of firepower and terrain, the large force of the England side easily repelled the attack of the Dragon countryside. But the Brigadier General, who was located in the front line of defense, felt that the enemy was not launching a full-scale attack. This round seems to be just a test and feint. Why did the enemy launch a full-scale attack when the first wave had no information whatsoever? And this round was just a test drive when they were dominant? What kind of tactic is this? Sir, the enemy seems to have withdrawn. Repeat, the enemy seems to. Without waiting for him to speak, a soldier next to him tugged at his shirt. Team, Captain, Sky, come something. The first captain looked up. His expression froze, and the intercom in his hand slipped to the ground. It was a rain of fire that covered the entire sky. And in the midst of the blaze he thought he saw his grandmother beckoning. Boom, cokes. With each explosion that could make the earth tremble, Matsui Ishijin could feel a group of soldiers out of his grasp. Enemy soldiers walked through the woods like ghosts, and as soon as they returned fire, the next moment was a bombardment of incredibly accurate artillery. How is this possible? What weapon could have that kind of accuracy? Troops had no chance to move under this artillery. Chug. Shots were fired in front of the command camp. The enemy had struck home. Matsui Ishijin violently drew his katana, his face full of Sundance. There is no way the great Eastern general can lose. There were also 200 elite soldiers and 2 heavy machine gun positions in front of the command campsite. The enemy's artillery could not bombard endlessly, and holding out until that moment was the beginning of the Eastern Empire's counterattack. Those steel soldiers. Someone on the intercom yelled. Boom. The 2 concealed heavy machine gun positions began to roar, pouring fire wildly down the hillside below. The cover of the trees had failed as the large caliber bullets were able to penetrate right through even the wide tree trunks. All of a sudden the mud flipped. Sand and rocks rose up in all directions, and the soldiers of the Dragon countryside at the bottom of the hillside fell to the ground like grass and weeds. Not even a sharpshooter in steel imperial armor could charge against that kind of firepower. The shooting stopped and the woodland returned to silence. Below the hillside a group of soldiers from the Dragon countryside had been shot to pieces even with their corpses, and 2 of the tall ancient trees had fallen. Soldiers from the machine gun squad were rapidly splashing the muzzles of their guns with cold water, which touched the reddish barrels and sent up streams of steam. Matsui Ishijin stared at the sky with a deadpan expression. For a long time the lurid flames did not reappear. The artillery is depleted? The artillery on the opposite side has been depleted. Hold your machine gun positions and watch your defenses on both sides. Their artillery is depleted. If we hold the machine gun positions we can win. Matsui Ishigane roared with his intercom as the troops reoperated under his command. Even in a desperate situation, the great Eastern general can find a way out. Matsui Ishigane's face surged with renewed anger and blood. When the war is won, he must ruthlessly torture the damned Chinaman general across the street. Is this still a chance? MacArthur said as he looked at the stalemated battlefield. Tojo Inkan's eyes twinkled as if he had seen the light of day again. We haven't lost yet. We haven't lost yet. The opposing artillery has run out of ammunition. So as long as they hold their machine gun positions they can keep wearing each other down. MacArthur nodded repeatedly. With two heavy machine guns in crossfire with each other, even though steel soldiers can't charge up, the other side simply doesn't have any other long-range firepower besides artillery at all. They can't do anything with us. After the two finished speaking, hope was rekindled in the hearts of the lords. Indeed, it's been almost 10 minutes since the machine gun position opened fire, and their artillery hasn't even fallen yet, so it must be depleted. Without artillery they can only rely on soldiers charging, and the one thing heavy machine guns are not afraid of is a mass charge. Steady, never rush. Use the heavy machine gun positions to wear them down first. The other side is exhausted, and next is the beginning of our counterattack. Heavy machine guns versus infantry. The advantage is mine. High-level conference room of the Dragon Kingdom. The minds of the generals and experts were whirling, trying to find a possible way to break the game. It's a pity that only 2 of the Skyfire guards are on board, or else the battle would have been resolved by directly blowing up these 2 machine gun positions. It seems like we're at a stalemate now. It's too dangerous for the sharpshooters to charge against heavy machine guns. We'll just have to wait for them to get out of position. It doesn't matter if we consume it. When the time comes we'll naturally win with a numerical advantage as well. Winning that way is a win. But it's just a little upsetting that I didn't kill the EAG general. The general-in-chief of the military department shook his head helplessly after staring at the screen for a long time and thought. It couldn't be helped. It was really difficult to take this position with the remaining configuration of the Dragon Kingdom's combat power. The safest way is indeed to stall. We can't attack, and the enemy doesn't dare come down. Dragging it out until the end of time can lead to victory by sheer numbers. It's true that it doesn't hurt that much, but it doesn't matter as long as you win. Hey, why is General Li Xian starting to move? Someone suddenly exclaimed. The general-in-chief looked to the rear and indeed saw Li Xinkai in his steel battle armor running quickly to the front. What's that supposed to mean? The commander is going to be on his own. But this is modern warfare. Relying on individual ability doesn't change anything at all. The hearts of everyone in the conference room lifted. Hey, calm down. If we just wear out, we'll win. Isn't Li Xian also a steel battle armor? If the soldiers can't rush up he surely can't rush up either. It's too impulsive. Don't make any situation out of it. The official live broadcast of the Dragon Kingdom. What's going on? Master Shin has started charging. I'm super handsome. This battle armor is so cool to run. What? The head coach is warming up. Master Shin, take care of yourself. Don't get into trouble. Master Shin must have his own plans. I trust him. Charge General Li Xian. Don't let the little day get away like this. Chapter 128, The Silver Spear Demanding Life. The completely despairing Eastern Japan. In front of the TOEI command camp, 200 soldiers dispersed everywhere as well as 2 machine gun squads stood at attention. The enemy is still a warrior with a high degree of mechanical power, and there is no chance of surviving if you are blitzed in the face. So being able to spot the enemy in time and finish the kill before they burst into their face becomes the key to this battle. In these final moments of the battle, everyone is on high tension. Any breeze would cause a flurry of shooting. Not even a fly could come in with such strength of defense, not to mention the steel soldiers who were clearly moving. After a while of this stalemate, the forest suddenly resounded with a series of steam spurts. Giggle, giggle. Thick white vapors mixed with black smoke erupted in various parts of the forest floor, and various gunshots were fired at the same time. The silence of the woodland was broken and replaced by the prelude to war. The enemy is about to launch a general attack. Frenzy flashed in Matsui Shurgen's eyes, waiting for this moment. Come on, charge against all odds. Let's show you what a real heavy weapon is. Fire! Matsui Shurgen ordered, and the 2 heavy machine guns began to hiss. Relentless bullets whizzed out, churning everything they touched to pieces. Boom boom boom. The machine gunners kept redirecting their guns, and any place where steam was rising was subjected to a frenzied barrage. He gripped the hilt of the gun with both hands and hissed and fired, his whole body vibrating in time with the machine gun. Baka Yalu. Come on. Baka Yalu Yalu Yalu. Giggle. As he was hissing frantically, an abrupt spurt of steam sounded. This steam spurt was different from all the others. This time it seemed to be coming out of his ears. What's the situation? Giggle. With a whirring sound, a spinning silver-white lance appeared out of nowhere in his face. The next moment, the machine gunner's entire face was reduced to bloody foam under the lance. In a flash of silver light, the heavy machine gun still firing was churned to pieces. A host of machine gun squad members, including the ammunition man, supply man, and observer, were also cut off. All the soldiers who saw it from the side were dumbfounded. Dressed in steel battle armor, Li Xian just appeared out of nowhere within the machine gun position. Giggle. Without waiting for these people to react, Li Xian's battle armor powered up to full power, and clumps of black smoke spewed out in wild gusts. His whole body rushed towards the second machine gun position like a stream of light. As the silver spear in charge's hand revolved faster and faster, it had turned into a phantom. Enemy attack! Enemy attack in the rear! The surrounding soldiers shouted in terror. The second machine gun squad reacted by turning their guns around. Unfortunately, everything is too slow, with the battle armor running at full speed. The distance of hundreds of meters between two machine gun squads was a matter of a breath. Boom! The machine gun didn't have time to turn, and Li Xian stabbed out. The heavy machine gun was directly stabbed and exploded, turning everything around it into ashes. Two machine gun positions were smashed, and the general attack officially began. The Imperial Armor Ranger led the way with his shield on top, and countless soldiers from the dragon countryside poured out of the woods. Bang! Bang! Mutu mutu! Explosions, gunshots, hisses, countless sounds mingled over the woodland. In the makeshift command camp, Matsui Ishijin's legs had begun to tremble. Where did this appear from? It's not even human. It's not even human. In shock, he suddenly felt a coolness creep up the back of his head from his cervical vertebrae. Li Xian looked straight at him from outside the tent. Protect me! Protect me! Matsui Shirgino shouted, trembling. Beside him two guardsmen raised their submachine guns and fired at Li Xian. Li Xian didn't dodge or avoid, slanting his lance and walking straight up. Tinkerbell! The bullets hit the steel battle armor with a series of crunching sounds. With that, Li Xian walked up to the two guardsmen with 6 pikes of bullets against them. The two guardsmen looked up at Li Xian's intact battle armor and down at the smoking barrel of the gun. Put! Not waiting for the two men to give their exit speeches, Li Xin two shot them and churned them into mincemeat. Matsui Ishijin collapsed to the ground, his lips pale, and his two legs kept fluttering, trying to move his body away from Li Xian. Li Xian stretched out his left hand and raised his middle finger high at him. It was something he'd learned from the Terran warriors, and his sire said it stood for wanting a one-on-one duel with the opposite side. But the enemy general seemed a little ungrateful, and insulted him one by one about his dead mother. Private Marseille, Private Mar. Li Xian stabbed Matsui Ishijin with his gun and spun the tip of the gun. Matsui Ishijin wailed and spun in the air, blood spilling out. It was a full 5 minutes before his screams stopped completely. At this moment, the front battlefield was also completely annihilating the enemy under the leadership of the Imperial Armor sharpshooters. With a flick of his hand, Li Xin throws the inhuman Matsui Ishijin into the corner. A little cruel, but not nearly enough for this kind of person. The 5th round of the Soul Simulation battle is over. Winner, Rokoku. Current league points, Rice League, 2 wins, 1 loss. English League, 1 win, 1 loss. Independent League, 1 win, 1 loss. Eastern Japan League, 1 win, 2 losses. The 6th round of Soul Simulation battles will begin soon. League of England vs. League of Independence. The battle ended, and Li Xian and a group of soldiers dissipated into streams of light. Chairman of the League of England leader, Li Xian ended up wrapping up the game, making all the lords gasp in surprise. Compared to the warriors and powerful artillery that were still understandable, Li Xian's final display of ability was beyond the realm of science. What the hell is this? Why can it appear out of thin air? To be able to be invisible. Where is the science in this? This is simply a myth. Invincible in melee and with powerful artillery. The commander is not only able to go into battle but is also the one who can fight the most. What kind of civilization is this Qin dynasty? It's either an alien civilization or a mythical civilization. This can't be from our blue star. Elizabeth stared blankly at the screen. The man numb. When she was saved by the Imperial Armor soldiers in the last round, she felt that those soldiers were simply heroic. And this time when she saw Li Xian's operation, she was even more at a loss as to how to describe it. A heroic play in modern warfare, which is all about firepower and coordination. What kind of strength is this? The theater-toothed lord standing behind Su Yang spoke to him in a demented manner. Boss, is it okay to trade the territory with you for a set of battle armor? Su Yang habitually ignored the madness of the theater-toothed lord as well as the other lords of the crowd. The victory in this battle is very important and relates to the overall morale of the later one. In fact, The direction of the battle was basically expected. But Li Xian's heroic rescue-like operation at the end really caught his eye. Throughout the entire battle, whether it was the use of tactics, the deployment of various strategic resources, and the final use of feints to cover themselves to complete the extermination, all of Li Xian's performances were perfect, worthy of being a military general who could be a general in Great Qin. This would never have gone so smoothly without Li Xian's command. Emotionally, he tapped the panel and checked up on the remaining deployment value. The battle isn't over yet, and this is not the time to celebrate. Only 40 deployment value left in the last game. This will be a great test of Monty's command. Chapter 129. I will bring victory back to the Independence League. The official live broadcast of the Dragon Kingdom. Too strong. Too strong. Master Shin is my god. So Master Shin is not only handsome in battle armor, he's even more handsome in person when he fights. At the end, those two soldiers were desperate. 2 shots didn't work at all. How to play with hanging. I still love the spinning the little life as a windmill bit. It's such a relief. The middle finger session was cool too. Okay. I'd like to hack a little life in a suit of steel armor. 555. It's a bit worrying. I hope the next handful of generals will be as bullish as General Li Xian. It's impossible. How can other country generals compare to Li Xian? Just please don't make a big mistake. Let's hope the generals give it a bit of a go in the next hand and pick up where they left off to take the game. High-level conference room of the Dragon Kingdom. The crowd of officers and experts were viciously shaken by Li Xian's final maneuver. Stealth ability. The general's battle armor actually has stealth ability? I didn't realize that our generals are great at commanding and even better at fighting. Too strong. It's really easy to not make a move. But when you make a move, it's a second kill. Too strong. If only the next hand was also commanded by Li Xian. Yeah, what should we do with the next hand? We don't know which country's general yet. And Su Yang has already used 2 heavenly flame guards. Will there be a shortage of firepower in the next round? Now is the toughest battle. We're still uncertain about our general's command and our troops' combat power. The crowd's excitement immediately subsided at the thought of the next round of fighting. If they don't get a win in the final round, they will still drop to last place. Tripartite Alliance Leader Chair. The last part of the battle was a roller coaster of emotions for the lords. Everyone cheered when they saw the heavy machine guns wailing. Seeing Li Xian appear out of thin air to second the machine gun position, everyone was dumbfounded. Everyone averted their eyes when they finally watched Matsui Ishigane being plugged in by Shin Li to play as a windmill. It's cruel and humiliating. Not only were they taunted with the middle finger, but they were teased to death. The most ridiculous thing is that this Matsui Ishigane did not raise his sword to the enemy at the last moment, but kept kneeling down and begging for mercy. In the face of death, the Bushido spirit of the East is a joke. Tojo Inkan didn't say a word and stood frozen in place with his face ashen. The bodies of the consciousness projections had all become unstable and kept flickering. The image of Li Xian appearing out of nowhere to pick off the machine gun position kept repeating in his mind. Damn! It's impossible to defeat them without using such underhanded tactics. MacArthur spoke up to break the silence. Stealth, decryption cards, relics, Fey Experiment Station. Rococo defeated that stealthy insectoid using the Fey Experiment Station to acquire stealth abilities, powerful artillery and the same stealth as the bugs. The birthpoint of the Dragon Kingdom is the heart of the worm's nest. And that mysterious man speaking in the Lord's Hall is the Lord of the Dragon Kingdom. After hearing MacArthur's words, the other lords also finally realized this. No wonder the Dragon Lords were able to pick up so many achievements and lord rankings along the way. Not only are their soldiers powerful, but they've been trading tech with the bugs. The faces of all the lords turned ugly at the thought. If this keeps up, there will be no one to stop the Dragon Kingdom. They must be taken out first. MacArthur spoke up. From now on, the 3 of us must be closely united. If we don't target them now, they'll have no chance at all when their technology takes shape. But I feel like there's no chance of that happening now. Someone said. There's still a chance. MacArthur shouted. Resource blockades and the weekly Advent night event. Most of the technology in the Dragon Kingdom is still only steam-driven. And there are no pure fuel carriers. As long as we lock in the bottleneck of oil, we can limit their further technological development. Coupled with the weekly events, whenever it's a team game, Dragon Nation will be dragged down by the garbage countries in their alliance. And this is the perfect opportunity for us to limit their growth. We still have a chance in the next battle. MacArthur looked furiously at the lords of the Independence League. England and Dragon generals have already been on the field. The next one will be commanded by the generals of those wasteful countries. Just seize the opportunity to get the next win and knock them down to last place. Let's stop watching each other's backs and make sure you all deploy your strongest combat units next round. After MacArthur's remark, the lords of the Bear Country, as well as the other great lords of the Independence League, looked at each other. It's true they didn't deploy their strongest units last turn, because in addition to dealing with the Dragon Kingdom, they had to hide their strength from the other lords as much as possible. And then now, as MacArthur said, it's no longer a case of being able to stay in the game. If we don't make a move now, I'm afraid we won't have a chance to do so in the future. Let's give the next round to us. Tianzhu Shanghua. The celestial lord Narendra Modi spoke slowly. As one of the world's leading powers, he is confident of completely shutting out the English League in the next round. The Bear Kingdom lord shouted angrily. Sukuber, stay where you are. MOD smiled evilly. Tianzhu is a first-tier military power. Previously it was only because we were peace-loving that we didn't put up much of a fight. Today I will show you all the mighty battle power of Tianzhu. The lord of the Bear Country was filled with disdain, his eyes looking towards the other countries of the Independence League, such as France. He himself, because he didn't want to reveal his strength, had sent his hero unit into the field long before the previous battle. The Bear Kingdom lords swept their sights, and with the exception of MOD of Tianzhu, none of the other lords had any intention of taking the field. According to the agreement, all the rewards for winning the battle would be shared equally, so there's no benefit to being on the field right now other than exposing your own strength and general strength. The other lords couldn't have been happier to have a Tennessean out of the way. Out of desperation, the Bear Lords eventually chose Tianzhu to fight. The generals on the opposite side of the final round won't be too strong, and they'll be able to take the victory by putting in strong soldier units. Obtaining permission from the lords, Morty confidently approached the deployment panel. He knows there's no shame in losing this round and no benefit in winning. The reason for the battle actually has its own considerations. That is to show what Tennessee can do with a crushing victory. England and Dragonland are already out of generals, and all that's left are stinkers. And Dragon has already fielded a depleted artillery unit in the second round, and it's unlikely to do so again this round. Weak generals coupled with poor army combat effectiveness. Such opponents are a joke in front of Tianzhu's powerful motorized forces. The strength of the Celestial Kingdom has always been underestimated, resulting in poor resources when it comes to trade. Today he will show the strength of Tennessee with a crushing victory to secure more trade resources for the future. Soul Simulation Field is ready. The Battle of Souls begins. Battle 6. League of England vs. League of Independence. Please select the heroes and deploy the soldier units. MOD spread his hands and smiled confidently. Gentlemen, I will bring victory back to the Independence League. Chapter 130, Meng Tian invites to battle. Final round of the Battle of Souls. Standing in front of the deployment panel, Celestial Lord Modi spoke confidently. Tianzhu Ace Motorized Special Forces. Deploy. The name of the troop is not detected. Please check again. A motorcycle company. A flash of embarrassment flashed across Modi's face, but it quickly disappeared. The system is so unintelligent, too, that it can't recognize a slight touch-up. Immediately following Morty, the lords also committed their troops one after another. While the total deployment value was less this round, the quality of the troops they put in was much higher. The rise of the Dragon Kingdom does not benefit those of them in any way. In order to press the momentum of the Dragon Kingdom, many countries have decided to stop hiding their strength. Rice Lords, 2M2 105mm heavy howitzers. Afghan Lords, a mortar position. Lord Samba, 2 elite infantry platoons. German Lords, 1 LoFH-18 105mm howitzer. 1 armored infantry platoon. After most of the lords had spoken, the Lord of the Bear Country deployed in the final finale. T-26 armored tank. Once this support came out, the other lords were all in a state of flux. Surprisingly, the tank was developed. The king of land warfare. This is a weapon that completely crosses generations. How is this battle going to be lost? On the side, Tojo Incan's face was very ugly. If they had sent out tanks in the previous round, they wouldn't have lost at all. MacArthur's eyes flickered as thoughts rolled through his head. It's only a relatively pre-existing light tank, but it's an unrivaled presence in this time period. Multi-terrain tracks. Side-by-side 45mm twin turrets. 2.7. 62mm auxiliary machine guns. Full-body steel armor coverage. The Dragon Kingdom's artillery units only cover a wide area and are not very powerful at a single point. Even if they could deploy another artillery unit, it would be impossible to stop the T-20 CXS advance. Armored tanks are just invincible in this day and age. God bless you. The Celestial Lord smiled with joy when he saw the Bear Lord put into the tank. Although he felt that his ace motorized unit would be able to wipe out the enemy, it was nice to have tanks as a bailout. Better let your God bless you. If you lose this one, tanks will roll into your territory tomorrow. Don't worry, my friend. Even if it's considered the god of war appearing in the world today, it won't be able to stop us. Lordship of England's seat. In the last battle, the lords used up all their deployment rights and eventually put together a team of nearly 900 or so. Although the number and quality of soldiers were not high, Su Yang knew that this was the best effort they could do. Su Yang slowly stepped forward and opened the final deployment for the final battle. Dragon Lords deploy heroic units. Level 1 General Monty, deploying soldier units. As he deployed, a voice in his head interrupted him. Your Majesty, my lord will only need one blazing flame colt. Su Yang raised his eyebrows and had a bad feeling in his heart. This Monty is probably going to start mangling again. There are now only 40 units of deployment value left, and summoning Monty consumes 20 units, and a blazing colt costs 10 units and has no offense. There was no way Su Yang would waste 10 units of deployment value just to fulfill Meng Tian's request. General Meng Tian, this war must not be messed up. We must focus on the big picture. It was carelessness on the part of the last general. There was some loss in Monty's tone. Su Yang sighed. Dragon State deploys soldier units. 1 level 1000 mile blazing flame colt and 5 great Qin imperial armor crossbowmen. Deployment complete. Confirmed or not? Confirmed. Su Yang opened his mouth, and in the end, he still chose to believe Meng Tian. Meng Tian acted in a seemingly reckless manner, but it was all considered. Besides, if you don't trust your own generals, who else can you trust? Seeing Su Yang's deployment, the other lords started discussing again, but after a couple of smacks in the face, none of them dared to issue another query. It seems that the last round was so depleted that I'm surprised there are only 5 crossbowmen left in the battle this time. Why is there another horse? Is the horse some kind of offensive weapon too? I can't read it, but I know that Lord Su must have considered it. Indeed, if you suspect the Lord is wrong, then it is you who are wrong. Come on, get this win. Soul simulation battlegrounds are being generated. Hero unit in progress. Soldier unit in ministry. Civilizational identity loading. The 5th simulation competition opens. The officers and experts were confused the moment they saw the Dragon Kingdom out of the war unit. How come we sent 2 hero units in a row? Weren't we the last round? The confusion lasted only briefly, and soon someone reacted. Su Yang has risen to level 4 and unlocked 2 hero units. So that's how it is. I told you the other countries don't even look like they have hero units. It's too strong, isn't it? All the other countries send them one by one, and we're on 2 in a row. As the second unlocked general, Meng Tian's overall ability should be stronger than Li Xian's. Then Monty's commanding abilities may be even more advanced. And I've already started this battle. More than the most notable new general units. Some officers noticed other units deployed by Su Yang. There are no heavenly flame guards in any of this round. Only 5 imperial armor crossbowmen. Was the last round so consuming? No. What is this horse for? We have very few units of soldiers this round, so it feels like it's hard to influence the battle. Just from the strength of the troops, this battle is a big disadvantage. It can only be made up by the command of the generals. I'm sure Su Yang had a good reason for letting Meng Tian have the grand finale. He should be a great master of the art of war in the Qin dynasty. Official live stream. Oh my god. It's our hero unit again. Meng Tian. That name sounds like a fierce general. Looking forward to another fierce general after Master Shin. I'm so excited to see the new battle armor. Will Monty have special abilities like invisibility too? I don't know if General Monty is the commanding or fighting type. Command the hell out of it. There's steel battle armor, just charge straight up and do it. Oh, you didn't graduate from elementary school, did you? You think you're in a movie? This is war. Isn't rushing straight up there a living target to die? Do you think the opposite side is a cutie pie? As strong as Li Xin, it was only through a stealth attack that he finally accomplished the kill. You can't win just by being reckless. We have very few troops this round, so everyone must fight with spirit and seriousness. Go General Meng. Go Dragon Kingdom. Punchy punchy punchy. Chapter 131, 105mm count as a gun? The deployment was complete, and the field lit up with a single pillar of light. Once again, information about both generals appeared on the big screen. Both commanding generals. Tianzhu, Liver Emperor. Liverpool, father of the Celestial Kingdom. Advocate of the philosophy of non-violence and pacifism, also known as Mahatma Liverpool. Rokoku, Meng Tian, famous general of the Qin dynasty, who fought against the Xiongnu, recovered Hunan province, presided over the construction of the Great Wall, and guarded the Qin borders for decades, also known as the first warrior of China and the shield of the empire. 5th Soul Simulation Battle. Dragon States Meng Tian vs. the Liver Emperor of Tianzhu. Type of combat, landing battle. Attacker, England. Defender, League of Independence. Victory condition, the successful side attacked the beach or the defending side annihilated the enemy. No, why is it still a dragon? A dragon general, Morty exclaimed, widening his eyes to double-check. After making sure that he was right, he was struck by lightning and stayed where he was. The scene of Li Xian abusing Matsui Ishijin in the last game kept coming back to his mind, and he felt a little tight in his asshole. Not only the celestial lords, but all the lords present were shocked. No one could have imagined the dragon could produce 2 hero units in a row. A level 3 main base could only summon 1 hero unit. And now the only explanation was that Dragon Kingdom had broken through to a level 4 main base. What a speedy upgrade this is! Is the Dragon Kingdom open? How is this upgrade speed possible? This general's order can't be any tougher than the last one. Imperial Shield. First Warrior of China. That title looks terrifying. In the midst of the confusion, MacArthur stepped forward to speak. This one isn't the same anymore. With armored tanks and 105mm howitzers. What waves can one general make? Although we had fewer people this round, the quality of the soldiers was even better than in the last round. No matter how hard they try, they will never be able to surpass us in terms of troop units. This is war, not a game of individual heroes. Immediately after MacArthur, Tojo Incan also came forward to speak. And it's a landing battle. We have a huge advantage as the defending side. Their fighters can't close in on us with the woods like they did last round. Our great firepower will be put to great use. The successive speeches of MacArthur and Tojo Incan stopped the lords from panicking. Think in terms of pre-banning balance rules. Even if the Dragon Kingdom was strong, it could not be stronger than their 3-party alliance. And right now all the countries have moved out their strongest fighters, which makes it even more unlikely that they will lose. The scenery on the simulated battlefield quickly shifted, switching from the previous woodland to a sandy beach. Spread out in the woodland on the beach side were their positions. The ocean side is the direction where the dragon side is about to launch its attack. Their position was secluded and safe with woodland cover. On the other hand, there was not only no cover on the open beach, but also numerous barbed wire fences that hindered progress. They had a huge advantage in this fight handily. British Soul's simulation battlefield. Monty and a group of soldiers were teleported to the shallow waters of the beach. The sea breeze rages, bringing in salty air. Waves that didn't go past the soldiers' calves washed over the troops again and again. Some of the shorter soldiers could barely stand. At this moment, Meng Tian, who was more than 3 meters tall and wearing steel battle armor, stood among the soldiers as if he was a mountain. It doesn't move even when the waves and hurricanes hit it. He looked out at the quiet dense forest in the distance as well as the various blocking fortifications along the road. And the words that Su Yang had said to him before entering the battlefield kept coming back to his mind. Keep it together. The high-level conference room of the Dragon Kingdom. The moment Monty appeared on the screen, all the experts' eyes went straight. Wearing battle armor, Meng Tian was not only taller than Li Xian, but his body dimension was also a few circles larger than Li Xian's. If you ignore Monty's head, the battle armor looks like a steel fortress from a distance. What kind of technology is this? Does it really exist? This is horrible. Isn't it the role of a general to command? Is it necessary to be armed to this extent? And that horse beside him, that's like a pure mechanical horse. My good lord, don't just look at the battle armor. We have a huge disadvantage with the terrain this turn. The opposite position is covered by woodland and is only used for defense. We have to attack and there's no cover all the way. A beach landing battle. That's a real problem for us who are outnumbered and outfitted. Don't say anything yet. Look first. We can never predict Su Yang's actions anyway. The midshipmen exchanged glances. None of their expressions too good. A beach landing is a purely competitive mode of combat, with little room for both commanders to maneuver. If the other side has heavy firepower and your side doesn't have a way to deal with it, this is a really bad battle to win. Boom. What was said came to pass. And as soon as the thoughts of several of the officers fell, there was an explosion in the woodland. The blackened shells came straight from the air towards their own landing zone. The beach was wide open, and the shelling began as soon as the enemy arrived. Phew! Smoke rolled and rolled, and 105mm grenades came in like death, without cover. This projectile can easily obliterate life at a range of 30 meters and deal powerful damage to creatures at a range of 100. This was a fatal blow to his side soldiers located on the beach. Just at the moment when the shell was about to hit the ground, a large figure appeared in the crowd's field of vision, wearing tens of tons of steel battle armor. Meng Tian leaped high into the air, using his right shoulder armor to top the cannonball, and an iron mountain leaning to intercept and detonate it in the air. Much smaller explosions and fires lit up and disappeared than the crowd expected. Monty landed with a thud, smashing 2 deep craters in the sand. Apart from the black smoke billowing from the right shoulder, there were no other signs that a 105mm diameter grenade had just exploded. What is this? The crowd of experts and officers was abuzz. Carrying shells hard. Who the hell taught him how to intercept? This is a 105mm fragmentation howitzer, one of the most powerful lethal weapons in land warfare during World War II. It didn't even leave a dent in him. What kind of battle armor is this? Is this really a weapon a human can possess? It was so shocking and exaggerated. I really can't believe my eyes. Incomprehensible. This is no longer science. Call a theologian. Call a theologian. The official live broadcast of the Dragon Kingdom. The populace was unsurprisingly ignited by Monty's crazy entrance. The screen was filled with more pop-ups than when Lee Xin finally assassinated Matsui Shurgen. This is our battle armor. This is our general. So handsome. So strong. Can't even find words to describe it. More power. What kind of gun is 105 millimeters? Ooh. Step on me. General Monty, please step on me. I was all ready to cover my eyes. Who would have thought that General Mang would have directly secured the cannonball? Great Chin's technology is so shocking that you can't even predict what crazy scenarios will come up. That's shocking. That's our extreme single combatant power. Counterattack. Counterattack. Take the victory. Crush them in one fell swoop. Chapter 132 T-26 debuts. Meng Tian vs King of the Land. Boom. With Monty stopping the 105mm howitzer boomed to the ground. The hearts of MacArthur and a host of lords snapped to the ground as well. Everyone's head was covered with 3 big black question marks. What? The scene at hand was a bit beyond their cognizance. Even any material made by modern technology would not be able to deflect a 105mm howitzer round this intact. This was a howitzer that could lift God's skull. How could it be stopped just like that? Is it possible? I mean, is it possible that that was just a dud? Morty said. That explosion spark just now was so small. It wasn't even as powerful as a howitzer should be. Boom. The screen shows Monty leaping up once again to slap a howitzer with his palm, as easily as if he were shooting a basketball. The blast of fire flickered out as if all the energy had been absorbed away. Ha ha, just kidding. MOD laughed miserably. Don't panic. MacArthur came out again to stabilize the army. It's just a demolition round that kills mainly by fragmentation and doesn't have much penetration power. We haven't gotten our armor-piercing rounds on yet. Let's see how arrogant he'll be once the armor-piercing bullets are on. Right. Right. MOD immediately followed. The T-26 tanks and my ace troopers aren't even out yet. And with no artillery units on the other side this turn, we have unlimited output from our howitzer positions. If you can't get through one shot, let's see if you get through a dozen. After receiving the 2 shells, Meng Tian had already locked on to the opponent's artillery position. A defense is not the way to go. Offense is the best strategy. Since His Majesty told him to be more stable, he will follow His Majesty's will. First one goes in and smashes the artillery positions. Then the followers can advance steadily. Chug chug chug. The distant sound of an engine's muttering resonated in the forest. The ace troops of the Tianju appeared on motorcycles, and right behind them was the gray-green king of the land, the T-26 armored tank. The tank was loaded with 2 45mm cannon tubes directly in front of it, with heavy machine guns above for cover. Although the gray-green heavily armored chariot was striking, it was the Tianju motorcycle unit that Monty was most interested in. While this ace special operations wing has over 100 men, they only have a dozen motorcycles. That is to say that each of the motorcycle armies now coming in great numbers carried 8 or 9 Tianju soldiers. They lined up in formation and fired their guns into the sky in a spectacle that made you wanna laugh. Not. Chill. Monty's eyes flashed. What a tactic. How come this 2-legged horse could carry so many people? Wouldn't that be more powerful than his blazing flame colt? Boom boom. 2 more howitzers fired. Monty looked into the sky and saw that these 2 shells were different from the previous ones. If you continue to carry it hard with your battle armor, there will be attrition. So be steady. He stood with his hands in front of his body and pulled it down, removing the huge shield. With that, he leapt into the sky against his giant shield, which unfolded in the air to stop the 2 shells firmly in their tracks. Monty landed on the ground, rolled over and leapt onto the blazing colt, charging towards the front of the battlefield. The blazing colt was at full power, and hot steam and rolling black smoke poured out. The 4 stubby mechanical legs ignored all the traps on the beach and went full speed ahead. Heavy machine gun positions hidden in the woodland showed up and fired at Monty along with the Tennessee Aces. All of a sudden the beach was littered with gunfire, with bullets of all types pouring in like no money. Wearing a suit of steel battle armor, Meng Tian topped his steel giant shield and straddled a blazing warcolt whose body was as red as a shooting star, charging forward all the way through the roiling lines of fire. Chug chug chug. The bullets flashed a little fire as they hit the steel shield. Boom. The T-26 tank's twin cannons fired at the same time, and the powerful armor-piercing rounds hit the shield, sending fire and smoke spewing out. But the very next moment the smoke gushed out. Meng Tian sped out on his blazing flame colt. The double cannons could only leave a few marks on the shields, and could not withstand Monty's charge at all. Outside the Forbidden Land, the entire population of the Dragon Kingdom was immersed in the art-like image. The populace let out a cheer with each round of T-26 bombardment Monty carried off. Boom! In their eyes these bombings were not just bombings, but also the suffering and humiliation suffered by the Dragon Kingdom in these years. Boom! And it wasn't just artillery that Monty broke through and traversed, but layer after layer of shackles on the body of the Dragon Kingdom. Boom boom! What Meng Tian was representing at this moment was also not just himself, but the dignity of the entire Dragon Kingdom. Every breakthrough round of bombing is a breakthrough layer of shackles, a breakthrough layer of suffering. Is the re-emergence of this great eastern country? It was Li Xin. It was Meng Tian. It was Su Yang who saved the country in dire straits. It was Great Qin that allowed the Dragon Kingdom to re-establish itself with dignity in front of all nations and in this world. Boom! Monty stood up on his horse and leapt high into the sky after taking down the last round of artillery. Charge! Charge! Blast them! Blast them! Kill! Great Qin is the strongest. In the air, Monty put away his giant shield and raised his steel warhammer high. All of the battle armor's previously built-up energy from the impact blast began to flow, flowing towards the heavy hammer. Boom! The thrusters at the back of the warhammer made a loud noise like the explosion of a skyfire bomb. The powerful thrust sent Monty with his warhammer straight down. Boom! The warhammer slammed into the top of the T-26 tank, and the flames instantly engulfed the hopes of this tripartite alliance. The whole beach sank down as if it had trembled. The blast shockwave lifted up dirt, sand and gravel, and all kinds of fortifications, surging wildly to engulf everything in the vicinity. The valiant Tennessee aces were blown down by the shockwave in large numbers, screaming and crawling through the wire circle. As the aftermath of the explosion dissipated, Monty rushed out of the sand with his warhammer in hand and remounted his horse. Behind him were the ruins of the armored T-26 burning with a blazing fire, dented almost to a discus from the top. The people of the Dragon Kingdom were abuzz. Ah! It's so cool. This is crazy. Awesome. I'm going crazy. General Meng Tian is awesome. Great Qin battle armor is awesome. Blasting heavy tanks with a single hammer. Just ask who else you have. It's like a dream. I can't believe it at all. Mom! In the high-level conference room, the members of the panel of experts hugged and cried bitterly with excitement. Even many of the generals had tears in their eyes. The general-in-chief of the military department looked at the large screen and at Monty, who was riding toward the woodland. The emotions in his heart could not be calmed for a long time. From today onwards, both inside and outside the Forbidden Land, the Dragon Kingdom will be subjected to all kinds of restrictions and targeting. But with Su Yang around, with Great Qin around, none of this was a problem. The Dragon Kingdom is back on its feet with the help of its ancestors. Chapter 133, Taking the Top 2. The era of farming begins? Tripartite Alliance Leader Chair. After seeing the T-26 heavy armored tank being smashed into scrap metal by Meng Tian's hammer, all the lords fell into silence. The strongest weapons were destroyed, which meant that they wouldn't have any chance to fight back next. At the moment they felt like primitive men who had seen a musket for the first time, like cavalrymen charging against a Maxim machine gun. That kind of shock brought about by the over-the-top technology, that kind of despair brought about by being crushed by the descending dimensions, for the first time fell on the heads of these powerful countries that had already ruled the Blue Star for 100 years. They never imagined that they would one day be backward countries. The screen shows Monty running through the various defenses of the three-way alliance, killing and destroying artillery positions along the way. On the front of the battlefield, 5 long-range unit soldiers, also wearing Imperial armor, led the army forward. Although they were holding crossbows in their hands, their range and power already far exceeded that of ordinary firearms. That strong crossbow bolt could even pierce through dozens of centimeters of thick reinforced concrete and directly shoot the machine gunner located in the bunker. Under their sniper-like precision, no strategic unit could survive. While Meng Tian easily destroyed the artillery positions, the front line of the tripartite alliance was also almost routed. The rest of the battle was in garbage time, just the English side of the soldiers constantly chasing down the tripartite alliance soldiers. After destroying the artillery positions, Montaigne was no longer even involved in frontal battles, but returned to the front line intending to test drive the motorcycles of Tianzhu. The battle came to an end after 5 or 6 motorcycles were blown up in successive sittings. The settlement panel popped up on the Lord's side as if in relief. The 6th round of the Seoul simulation battle is over. Winner, Rokoku. Current league points: Rice League, 2 wins, 1 loss. English League, 2 wins, 1 loss. Independent League, 1 win, 2 losses. Eastern Japan League, 1 win, 2 losses. Last place goes to the Independence League. Mitigating event triggered by country of origin, trench sickness. Soldiers are not able to withstand prolonged frontline combat, and all soldier units have their combat capability reduced by 15% for 1 week. Hero rankings are being tallied and will be announced soon. Their minds were filled with the terrifying battle power of the Dragon Kingdom, and they simply didn't have the heart to care about this unsuspecting ranking. There was a dead silence in the leader's chair, and no one knew what to do with the shocking information. Tojo Inkan's face was blue, and his fists hidden under his samurai uniform were clenched so tightly that his nails were embedded in his flesh. The faces of Bear Country and a group of independent alliances became even more ugly, not only because of the powerful battle force of the Dragon Kingdom, but also because this time the debuff fell on their heads. If they don't get into the muddy waters of rice in eastern Japan, they won't be able to take the debuff even if they lose the Dragon Kingdom. Gentlemen, the war has begun. To hold back the Dragon Kingdom we must unite. MacArthur spoke in a low voice. We have determined that the Dragon Kingdom is located in the heart of the worm's nest, and we would like you all to develop carriers to explore outward next. As long as we determine the direction where the Dragon Kingdom is located, we will be able to combine our efforts in the crusade, and the sooner we find out the crusade will be less difficult. The Dragon Kingdom is our common enemy. We must join forces in order to defeat this beast. The Bear Country Lord snorted coldly and directly withdrew, his consciousness projection dissipating, and a bunch of other independent alliance lords besides Tianju similarly opted out. In the present world they weren't in a hostile relationship with the Dragon Kingdom, and in the Forbidden Land they were at best competitive, so they have a choice in dealing with the Dragon Kingdom. And with the current strength displayed by the Dragon Kingdom, the benefits from cooperation were definitely greater. Even if the Dragon Kingdom doesn't choose to cooperate, being an outsider is still better than being a death wish and becoming an enemy of the Dragon Kingdom. MacArthur and Tojo Incan looked dead serious after the Independence League withdrew. Rice and East Japan could be considered rivals of the Dragon Kingdom both inside and outside the Forbidden Land, especially in the East. The East Fleet outside the Forbidden Land have all sailed into the territorial waters of the Dragon Kingdom, just waiting for the Dragon Kingdom to run out of full-scale attack. They don't have a choice. Either destroy the Dragon Kingdom or be destroyed by it. Bakayalu. Tojo Incan roared angrily. Great. Another round of trials taken. Following Longwei is simply the best decision I've ever made in my life. Even the tripartite alliance has been defeated. Won't the Dragon Kingdom have no more opponents? That's definitely the case in the short term. All the lords were beaming at the sight of the League of England in first place. Not only because of this first place, but also because of the great strength of the Dragon Kingdom. This round's performance by Dragon Nation has given them a big peace of mind. All the lords of the English League knew that for once they were on the right side. Su Yang wasn't interested in what the other lords were thinking. He only wanted to know what the reward for this ranking was. Soon, the screen flickered and the reward appeared on the screen. Heroes ranking. First place, Rokoku Li Xin. Second place, Longhua Mengtian. Third place, Zhukov, Bear Country. Fourth place, German Rommel. Fifth place, Smith Patton. Me. Reward for the first place, 30,000 points of unity value. The right to unlock hero buildings. Incentive event, Heroes Triumph, level 3. The power to materialize resources. Reward for second place, 25,000 unity points. 2 additional production facilities. Incentive event, Heroic Triumph, level 2. Resource materialization power. Third, fourth and fifth place get reward, 20,000 points of unity value. Incentive event, Heroic Triumph, level 1. New phase of the Forbidden Land unlocked, the Hordes. Starting today, the invasion and occupation of another country's territory will be highly rewarded. Whenever you destroy a country and occupy a piece of territory, you will not only get a high amount of defense value from the system, but you will also get a high amount of defense value from the system. It also has access to all production facilities and production-related civilization traits in the territory. New weekly domination rankings in addition to the lord rankings. The system will rank the domination of all the lords according to their invasion and occupation areas this week and issue the corresponding rewards. Let the flames of war spread throughout the world. Good luck! The final hero rankings were announced, and Li Xian and Meng Tian undoubtedly won the first 2 places. Su Yang directly pocketed all the rewards for the first 2 places. As the rankings appeared, the Battle of Souls was declared over. One by one, the lords withdrew from the ideology and returned to their respective territories. Returning to the Great Qin territory, Su Yang was about to scrutinize this reward when the scout's message came into his mind. They found edible plants in the southwest and discovered a new race of xenomorphs. Chapter 134 Heroic Architecture Ascendant Tower. Edible plants. Wouldn't that usher in the era of farming? For the current territory, food is the most scarce resource. If you can turn on the agriculture module, that would really solve a big problem. It was a good thing that the scouts had been given the option to continue scouting before entering the Imperium simulation, which allowed for good news as soon as they came out. Su Yang tapped on the panel to check the 2 new achievements that Scout had unlocked. Discovery of a new area. The Phantom Zone. It is home to a number of specialized plants and powerful insectoids that live in symbiotic relationship with them. Achievement, Baby Scared. Unity value plus 4,000. Edible plant fruits discovered. Achievement, Eating some grass is good for intestinal peristalsis. Unity value plus 5,000. According to the logs uploaded by the scouts, it looks like it's just plain dense forest all the way to the southwest. After about 100 kilometers out, they found an area shrouded in mist. After another 50 kilometers in that direction, They entered the Phantom Zone and found this edible food fruit. According to the description of the scouts and the image drawing, the fruit is apple-sized in appearance. While the taste is similar to a root crop like sweet potatoes, it is certainly unlikely that this strange land can be expected to grow earth crops. But this fruit is good news if it's a sweet potato-like crop. Potato crops are high-quality carbohydrates and can be eaten as a staple. The scouts are still on their way back, and we won't know until they bring it back whether or not it can be cultivated as a crop. Returning to the territory to obtain the possibility of opening agriculture, coupled with the rich rewards obtained from the Battle of the Souls, is simply a double blessing. Su Yang opened the panel and took stock of the rewards obtained from this special event one by one. The highest priority and most immediate is, of course, the unity value. Li Xian and Meng Tian lived up to their reputation by bagging the top 2 spots in this hero ranking. The first of these is 30,000 points of unity and the second is 25,000 points of honor. A single event directly provides 55,000 points of unity value, and that's just the most superficial of the rewards this time around, with second place offering 2 additional minors in addition to the unity value. The resource production facility was definitely the reward Su Yan wanted to see the most. With the presence of Dechin's powerful soldiers and technology, battle power and whatnot was not a problem at all. The most important thing now was the resources needed to support this massive war effort. 2 mining machines arrived. Su Yang did not hesitate. One for iron ore and one for stone ore. Iron ore is the top priority for all materials at the moment, while stone ore is a necessary resource for expanding outward to extend the road. There is no problem with placing additional miners on these 2 resources. After the resources came the reward that surprised Su Yang the most this time: heroic building unlocked. Normally, heroic buildings can only be built whenever the home base is raised 1 level, and with this reward, he could build another heroic building on the spot, without having to wait for a level 5 main base. If memory serves, the only heroic building left now is the Ascendant Tower. Regarding the resource aspect, tapping on the heroic buildings panel, sure enough the astrological tower column lit up. Hero building, astrological tower. Summoned hero profession, Chizo. The talents of Chizwa, with mountains and rivers as camps, stars and moons as formations, collecting the essence of the universe, controlling the greatness of heaven and earth, strategizing, and showing the way of the future. Architectural features. Unlocking the astrological tower will give you access to a series of encounter-related content such as special areas, event foreknowledge, probability prediction, etc. Development strategy, time and tide, star road, the foundation of the country's fortune, the reason of the universe, set up star officials, all the heavenly phenomena, detailed explanation of the starlight, the unity of the time, know the fate of the country, in order to wind and reign, and to settle the country. Strategy effect, all resource production facilities in the territory will be increased by 20%, and all loot will be upgraded by 1 quality level. The astrological tower gives access to a series of events regarding encounters, and the development strategy it brings is to level up resources. Both of these things fit very well with the territory's path of development now that it needs a major boost in productivity. This is simply the perfect time to order the Ascendant Tower. With a flash of his mind, Su Yang directly put down the Ascendant Tower blueprint in the Lordship area. Selection complete. Astrological tower under construction. When it comes to astronomy, many people think it's more high-end and specialized for foreigners. In fact, on the land of China, there have been records of divination based on celestial signs since as early as Yin and Shang. It is universally recognized that China has the earliest and most complete record of celestial events in the world. It was the most accurate civilization in Europe for observing astronomical phenomena before the Renaissance. From astronomy to geography, it can be said that the old ancestors have left extremely valuable treasures for future generations. Blueprints are placed and machinery roars. A hemispherical shape at the top and a tower-like structure rising up below. Surrounding the perimeter of the hemisphere are several copper tracks, connected by a precise structure that slowly rotates. The whole astrological tower looks solemn and advanced as it preserves the characteristics of the Qin dynasty while having many highly sophisticated instruments. More important than the appearance was the content. Su Yang instantly tapped on the Ascendant Tower panel. Astrological Tower panel. Pre-match predictions. Consume the unity value to make a prediction of victory or defeat in an upcoming battle, and provide a short-lived relief buff after the prediction. Consumption of unity value, 5,000 points. If you think this battle is unstable, then come to divination. Blessing from heaven, consuming the value of the royalty to make a prediction of the neighboring blessed places, and obtaining an unknown special place closest to the territory. Do you want my treasure? If you do, go to the fortune teller. Note, every time it is used, the consumption of unity value will be increased by 50. Consumption of unity value, 10,000 points onwards. Fate reconciliation. Consuming the value of unity to modify the quality of equipment. minerals, and loot that you already own. The probability of a single item being of good quality increases with the number of times it has been harmonized. Consumption of defense value, 2000 points onwards. After reading the panel, Su Yang raised his eyebrows. Other than that, the options were quite interesting. The first one can predict the direction of the battle, and if it's bad it will also provide a gain buff off relief and elimination. So if you're exploring any new packs next time, you can divine them first. The second heavenly blessing is also good for getting locations of special relic-like areas around the area. Ever since the last time the relics opened up a Fey research station, Su Yang's enthusiasm for the relics was very high, and he especially hoped that he would have any more strange encounters. The last item, Reconciliation of Fate, is even more powerful, resetting the quality level of a facility or item you already own, which is simply a wash. This is very useful later on for those extremely difficult to obtain trophies in scarce quantities. In addition to these three options, the Ascendant Tower comes with its own formula for improving production speed and loot quality. The Ascendant Tower is simply the most needed building in the current territory. Chapter 135, The Electric Age. A new bug race. Lay down the Ascendant Tower, and all resource production facilities in the territory directly gain a 20% permanent production boost, and all future loot gained will be upgraded by 1 quality. The value contained in this was immeasurable, and Su Yang was very satisfied with this. It is true that the products of Great Qin will be fine, and there is not a single chicken ribs in all the buildings. After the heroic building, there is 1 gain buff and resource manifestation power left for this event reward. Heroic Triumph, Level 3 reduce war consumption by 30% where a heroic unit leads. War consumes not only the fuel and ammunition of the soldiers' units, but also the fuel of the vehicles and the roads paved for their advancement. These consumption reductions are also very useful in greatly reducing military spending and speeding up the pace and range of exploration out there. A Level 3 UBFF and a Level 2 buff, both stacking for a total of 50% reduction in war consumption. It's just too flavorful. Finally, there is double resource materialization. One of Su Yang's embodied areas was chosen in a certain hub city in the southeast, and one was chosen in a rocket army unit somewhere on the southeast coast. The restoration of the hub city would allow the entire affected area to be rebuilt at a faster rate, while the restoration of the artillery units would restore the strength of the forces on the southeastern coast, just in case a country wanted to pressure the Dragon Kingdom outside the Forbidden Zone, thus influencing his choices inside the Forbidden Zone. There was a lot of that going on in the first 2 rounds of the ban. A small country may be given a special area address or an important trophy, and when the other big countries knew about it, they couldn't strike without knowing the location in the Forbidden Land, so they directly pressurized in the real world. If the resources are not surrendered, the country to which it belongs is directly attacked. Now this method was almost useless to Su Yang. Although the Dragon Kingdom had suffered many heavy blows, the thin dead camel was bigger than a horse, and its military strength was still not something that ordinary countries could contend with. And now Su Yang had re-established the Southeast Rocket Force position, allowing the Dragon Kingdom's military strength to recover a large portion again. Even if it was Rice or Eastern Japan that applied pressure, the Dragon Kingdom itself could have the ability to stall for time, and if they dared to apply pressure outside, then what Su Yang could do in the Forbidden Land could be more than just applying pressure. After completing the resource materialization, Su Yang was considered to have digested all of the rewards gained from this event, but the repercussions of this incident go far beyond that. First of all, there is the question of the situation, where relations between countries or between alliances will change dramatically as a result of this event. After this event, there will definitely be countries in the other 3 alliances for sure that will want to join their side. And will those 3 alliances continue to unite or disperse? Or maybe there are some countries that don't dare to be enemies of the Dragon Kingdom anymore. In short, relations between all these countries will change considerably. However, Su Yang didn't care much about this. The territory has now unlocked oil technology and is gradually developing agriculture. Other countries will have no effect on him either by boycotting the embargo or opening up trade, etc. Great Qin is completely self-sufficient, and apart from the change in situation, what's more important is that the Forbidden Land has unlocked a new stage, the Swarm. This is not a new event and has been seen in the first 2 rounds of trials. This stage opens whenever most countries have unlocked carriers, but of course it opens extraordinarily early this round. When you enter the Swarm stage, the Forbidden Land will offer great rewards for the war of aggression. It could be argued that the Forbidden Land is just willing to see them fight each other. From this stage on, countries like Rice East and Japan will surely start annexing indiscriminately. Finding and annexing other lords brings much more than just painting Fey. Not only do you get a reward for your unity value, but you also get all the resource output of that territory. It could be said that just by annexing a territory, one could directly raise one's strength by a notch. And therein lies the advantage of such aggressive civilizations as Rice East Germany. These countries are made for war. But the forbidden landscape is going to change this round, because there is a rebirth of a civilization that carved unity into the bones of the Chinese nation. In the days before the Meizos were born and the Tokyos still danced in grass skirts, Great Qin had then accomplished the historical task of unifying the Chinese nation. When it comes to conquest, when it comes to war, when it comes to domination, who dares to compete with Great Qin? Su Yan looked at the panel and laughed softly. What they thought was blowing the horn for a turnaround was actually a prelude to destruction. The various upgrades to the level 4 home base regarding the war have been completed, and it's time to put the level 5 home base on the to-do list next. Home base, Lord's Residence, rank, 4-5. Unlocked level 5 resource installations, level 5 defense facilities, level 5 research buildings, level 5 Imperial Armor Battalion, unlocked farm buildings, unlocked electromagnetic technology, required for upgrade, oil resources, 200 units, coal resources, 1000 units, copper resources, 1000 units, iron ore resources, 2000 units, steel resources, 600 units, quarry resources, 2000 units, unity value, 60,000 points, time, 7D. A level 5 main base could unlock farm buildings. Su Yang's eyes lit up. He was worried about how he was going to farm before. The current units in the territory were all warriors and had no knowledge of farming at all. Now that we know that level 5 bases unlock farms, there will definitely be matching farmer units. This sort of solved one of Su Yang's worries. Apart from the farm, what excited Su Yan was the electromagnetic technology that followed behind. It's finally time to unlock electricity and enter the electrical age. This in turn would take territorial development to a whole new level. The electric age paired with Great Qin's technology. There was no telling what horrific war machines would come out at that time. While upgrades are nice, the various resources required to upgrade are a bit of a headache. These are not small resources, especially the need for iron and steel and various fuels. The territory was now extremely depleted of resources, and it was difficult to save so many resources in a short period of time. If you can't buy it from an ally, you'll have to save it up a little bit yourself. That level 5 home base upgrade looks like a big job, but ascending the main base was in no hurry, and the most urgent task at hand was still exploring to the southwest. Determine if the kind of plants in the southwest can be cultivated into crops as well as determine the type of insect population in the southwest. Su Yang closed the panel and pondered over the 4th week's objectives in his mind. Yes, the Forbidden Zone went straight into its 4th week after the break from the event. The Battle of the Spirits only lasted 1 day, and they entered the simulated battlefield on the 3rd day of the 3rd week. So it is that 3 days of the 3rd week disappeared out of thin air, as if some force had erased them. Although this matter was highly suspicious, Su Yang had always been unwilling to work on such godly things. If it's gone, and it doesn't deduct his unity value anyway. After some thought, Su Yang determined the 4th weekly target. Identify the dense forest xenomorph population to the southwest and put a level 5 main base into construction. Xenomorphs that live in symbiosis with plants? Su Yang was full of interest in the new insect race of this southwest dense forest. Chapter 136, Battle Prediction. Approaching the Phantom Zone. Colloidal liquid fuel upgrades complete. Level 2 Great Qin Heavenly Fireguard can be unlocked. Early the next morning, Su Yang opened the panel to check the last troop upgrade of the level 4 main base. Troop type, De Qin Heavenly Fireguard. Troop type, Heavy Artillery Unit. Production requirements, Level 4 Imperial Armor Battalion. Prerequisite technology, Gelatinous liquid fuel. Description, acquisition of new type of artillery shells. Fuel shells. Fuel oil bombs have the same killing effect as sky fire bombs, but leave an indelible flame in the bombing area after the explosion. Summoning required, 3000 points. Base consumption, 5 units of fuel/day. 5 units of water concentrate/day. Maintenance consumption, 5 units of steel/time. 5 units of iron/time. Loading consumption, high explosive shells, 2 units of quarry, 3 units of coal, 1 unit of saltpeter/round. Firebomb, 3 units of quarry, 3 units of coal, 2 units of saltpeter/round. Fuel cartridges, 2 units of quarry, 3 units of coal, 2 units of saltpeter, 1 unit of fuel/round. Gummy fuel that can burn for a long time can have the effect of sealing off an area. This effect may work wonders at times. With a flash of his mind, Su Yang upgraded all 4 heavenly flame guards. Uniformity value 12,000. After upgrading the last batch of heavenly fireguard units, all the troop units in the territory were upgraded to full level. This is now a group of really full teams. Intelligence from the scout force has been returned and the route to the target area has been plotted. Early this morning Su Yang had eaten that special fruit that the scouts had brought back. Although it is a fruit, it does have the texture of a potato crop, and when roasted over a fire it still has a somewhat bread-like texture to it. It's hard to say what the nutritional content or anything like that is, but it's certainly edible. The next task is to travel to the target area and pick a large amount of fruit back to use as an emergency first. Then determine its growth cycle to see if it can be cultivated and what kind of environment is needed for cultivation. In addition to picking the fruit, there was also the task of determining what the new insect race in the dense southwest forest was all about. Considering that the new race might evolve some new means of attack, Su Yang decided to try out the Ascendant Tower before he set off. Open the panel and check the first war prediction. Unity value -5,000. War predictions open. Astrological projections in progress. The unity value is engaged. And the hemisphere at the top of the Ascendant Tower begins to rotate. And the orbits around it begin to intersect and operate. With the constant sound of steam and machinery, the deduction progresses step by step. Battle projection is complete. This battle is projected as stingy. Recommendations: avoid protracted battles, avoid in-depth planning, and be careful to cover your mouth and nose. Provides a relief gain. Body strength provides 10% poison resistance to the entire army. Deduced as stingy. If you follow the I Ching, it is 1 degree below G, indicating a somewhat difficult process. There are 6 degrees of good and bad fortune in I Ching divination. From good to bad they are auspicious, stingy, severe, regretful, blameful and fierce. From divination it looks like this battle will have some minor ups and downs but a good outcome. But divination doesn't mean absolute. Even if it's auspicious you need to use all your strength, otherwise you can't tell if you'll flip the car. In addition to the degree of good and bad fortune, the next suggestion and the uneasy buff made Su Yang very concerned. The advice means never to fight deep and long, and to fight with mouth and nose protection. Based on this suggestion coupled with the effect of the undoing buff, it's not hard to guess that this time the enemy will probably use some sort of poison as a means of offense. Su Yang's interest was aroused. If these insects were captured and studied to be able to create biochemical weapons, it might be possible. This was a terrifying weapon that even steel battle armor couldn't resist. In the future, if it can be used for a small time or certain countries, it will feel, not to mention how painful it will be. Thinking of this, Su Yang directly ordered to gather the team. Soon the troops were assembled in the crusade preparation area to the east of the territory. Monty was placed in front of the group all the way to pave the road. Li Xin, on the other hand, set out with 60 Imperial armor sharpshooters, 40 Imperial armor crossbowmen, 2 heavenly fire guards, and 2 fire dragon guards each. Because of the consideration of transporting the fruits back, Su Yang summoned another Xian iron heavy armored vehicle. A total of 3 basalt heavy armor vehicles followed the troops on this mission, which was the maximum number of basalt vehicles that could be summoned from a level 4 main base. Su Yang stood on top of the eastern city wall and waved his hand. Depart! The gates slowly opened, and a huge engine roared to life. The 6 lead scouts on blazing colts were the first to rush out, closely followed by Meng Tian, who paved the way. And then after that Li Xian led 3 roaring basilisk carts to rush out of the gate. The sound of steam gushing and engines intertwined and hovered over the territory, emphasizing the mighty battle power of this army. The Xian iron car followed the Qinshi road laid by Meng Tian all the way to the southwestern direction, countless sands and stones surging behind it. It's a path to a new region and the beginning of a new chapter. The addition of the new miner coupled with the square strategy boost from the Ascendant Tower has brought the production of stone mines in the territory right up to 900 units/day. Combine this with the 50% war consumption reduction buff given by the event to generals going out to battle. As long as Su Yang wanted, it was not a problem to let Meng Tian pave 180 kilometers of road in a day. At this rate of expansion outwards, they would soon be able to encounter other lords. The war of conquest has begun, and it's time for a new chapter in history. In less than 2 hours, the hordes had crossed nearly 130 kilometers to reach that new area. Through the foremost scout's perspective, Su Yang saw the true site of the Phantom Zone. The difference between the Far Shadow Zone and the Dense Forest Zone was extremely obvious, even more so than the difference between the Dense Forest Zone and the Bare Crystal Mining Zone. The difference was not only in the grayish-white, almost impervious mist, but also in the huge plants. The plants in the dense forest were odd-looking, but at least they were normal plant sizes, which didn't feel too bad. Yet it was as if the plants in this area had each been hit with too much growth hormone and were growing huge, carrying a single out are at least 3-story high, and even more have been deep into the sky mist, cannot see the specific height. Looking through the perspective, Su Yang could already feel the overwhelming sense of oppression. He had a premonition that the gray and gloomy forest would definitely bring unexpected rewards. Full speed ahead, Su Yang ordered. Chapter 137, Symbiotic Bug Race, Phantom Poison Mist. It was a forest of giant plants haunted by mists, and all heights above 10 meters were covered by gray mists. The sunlight struggled to shine through the mists with only its last breath when it hit the ground, and the entire forest was a grayish hue. Yet the lack of sunlight in no way affects the growth of plants in this mist. The diameter of the trees was pushing 5 meters, stabbing straight into the mist. and the tops could not be seen at all. The various shapes and sizes of umbrella mushrooms are 3 stories high, and you can feel the temperature change when you walk underneath. There are also a variety of flowers of equal height, with flower faces larger than 3 human heads put together. Su Yang did not doubt for a second that these flowers could swallow a person in one bite if they grew a mouth. But despite the oppressive feeling these giant plants brought, it wasn't too tough to navigate through them. The distribution of plants here gave the soldiers more room to walk through than in the dense forest area where the plants were all piled up together. Monty winds his way to pave the road to the scouts' designated spot. This is one of the more unusual areas of the forest zone where the soil changes from red to black. The black soil was strewn around with such equivocal purple-black trees with apple-sized purple-black fruits hanging from them. Seeing that the yield was not bad, Su Yang observed through Meng Tian's vision. You can probably eat 2 to 3 of these fruits to manage a meal. According to the amount of purple and black wood in this area, transporting all of it back for the entire army to eat for half a month was not a problem. That's the first piece of good news. Su Yang told Meng Tian to wait in place for the large force led by Li Xian, and had the scout units spread out for reconnaissance. Although the topography, visibility and other factors of the spectral shadow zone were even more complicated than the dense forest zone, Su Yang wasn't too worried, since the scout units were all upgraded to level 4. With a sonic detector in hand, they could effectively prevent bug sneak attacks. As the scout troop gradually moved away, Monty rolled off his horse and came to rest by a huge tree. The giant tree was at least 3 meters in diameter and plunged straight into the mist, making it impossible to see its height. Unlike other trees, this tree's exterior was covered in dark purple lines, and the branches that fell high to the ground were thick and sturdy. Monty casually picked 6 fruits and ate them while walking to the foot of the ancient tree, looked around to find a thick root system and sat down hard. Before he could sit down completely, there was a sudden rustling sound, and the half-meter-high root system unexpectedly jerked back. This time not only did Su Yang, who was substituting for the first viewpoint, get shocked, even the battle-hardened Meng Tian was a bit confused. Shalala, the entire ground around the ancient tree trembled, and those thick, python-like strips of paper began to move, and needle-like spikes began to fall above the mist. The tree was alive. Su Yang's eyes glazed over. No, trees are supposed to be alive. The tree is surprisingly aggressive. Information about the symbiosis of bugs and plants quickly flashed through his mind. Did these plants and the bugs feed together? The needle-like spikes landed on Meng Tian's battle armor with a series of crisp sounds. The rain of needles was extremely dense, and it would only take an instant for an ordinary soldier without steel battle armor to die under this attack. Somewhat unsure of the situation, Monty mounted his blazing colt and began to charge away from the ancient tree. The branches dancing in all directions didn't give him that chance. A purple-black branch full of tiny barbs came flying in at a speed completely unlike anything this size could achieve. The branches flew up the blazing colt's back, wrapping around like a python, followed by a tug. The blazing flame colt lost its balance and immediately toppled over, and Meng Tian leapt sideways to remove the huge shield in front of his chest. Do-do-do-do-do-do. 3 closely following branches struck the rigid shield with muffled thuds. Monty withdrew his shield and tugged one dead center, playing God, bring me my life. With a sharp tug, he ripped the branch, which was half a meter thick at its thickest, right off. Hiss! A burst of purple smoke immediately gushed out from the broken branch and emitted a horrifying sound like a baby's cry. Monty sensed something was wrong and immediately leapt out of the range of the purple mist with 2 healthy steps. Toxic! Meng Tian instantly reported this news to Su Yang, followed by 2 deep breaths to metabolize and consume the toxins in his body. Just then, the scout unit that had gone out to reconnoiter also sounded the alarm. Sire, bug activity detected. Bug activity detected. Su Yang connected to the scout's detection panel and saw that a large, dense swarm of insects was coming from the west. Sure enough, this ancient tree and the bugs were united in their hunt. The group of bugs advanced at a rapid pace, faster than any bugs they had encountered in the past. Monty, pull out of attack range. Su Yang ordered Meng Tian to withdraw from the attack range of the ancient tree. Monty was not equipped with sharpshooters or artillery weapons, and fighting the ancient trees was a pure waste of time. If you get caught up in an ancient tree here, the entire battlefield takes place in the area with the fruit. Since you can't damage the fruit, you can't use artillery weapons in this area, which is bad for your side. Monty must withdraw from the fruit zone and rejoin the larger force to engage the enemy outside the fruit zone. Monty was instructed to retreat quickly, leaving behind only the blazing colt that was firmly entangled in several branches. Li Xian, who was several kilometers away, received Su Yang's instructions and immediately called off his troops to start setting up a defense line. 60 Imperial armor warriors with steel shields and chainsaw swords lined up in front of them, with 40 Imperial armor crossbowmen interspersed behind them, fully loaded and ready to fire. The Heavenly Fire Guards and Fire Dragon Guards were arrayed on the flanks, always ready to support. Sasha. The sounds of the swarm were getting closer and closer, and the ground was starting to tremble slightly. Soon, the crowd saw a giant battle armor in the distance running wildly towards them. It was Monty who lost the blazing colt, and behind him was an army of dark purple xenomorphs that almost blended in with the ground. "Fire at me," Monty shouted. "These guys are poisonous. Can't let them get close." Lee Xin immediately waved his hand at the order, and the crossbowmen who had switched to explosive arrows began firing. The last time they fought crystal mines, they were unable to visualize the crossbowmen's firepower because they were fighting with the sharpshooters. And this was where Su Yang finally visualized the powerful firepower of the crossbowmen after their upgrades. The 40 Imperial Armor crossbowmen fire without interruption, each firing 10 consecutive crossbow shots possessing small explosions. It wasn't even a shooting, it was a bombardment, and it's still a longer lasting, more lethal bombardment than the Skyfire cannon. Whoosh! The exploding crossbow bolts formed a dense net in the air, enveloping the charging insects like death. Boom boom boom! A series of explosions rang out, and the wave of stinging insects that rushed at the front row was destroyed in an instant. Their torsos were blown apart, and countless dark purple smoke poured out from them. Chapter 138, Who Did I Invite? Kill Level 12 Terran Vesicle Assassin Worm, Variant, plus 120 stats, 30% bonus. Kill Level 11 Terran Vesicle Assassin Worm, Variant, statistic value plus 110, 30% bonus. Kill Level 11 Terran Vesicle Assassin Worm, Variant, statistic value plus 110, 30% bonus. Under the crossbowman's firepower, which was considered insane, the front row of stinging insects flew to the ground, and a series of hit alerts poured out on the panel, and along with the experience gushing out was the cloud of dark purple poisonous mist. As Monty said, these stinging insects are capable of releasing toxins. That's why it's important to move in and kill them all before they get close to the troops. It's a good thing the crossbowmen have enough firepower. Given this current situation, the wave of insects simply couldn't break through the intense firepower of the crossbowmen. Phew! Heaven! Lee Xin shouted. Su Yang borrowed Lee Xin's perspective to look at it. Only dozens of brain bugs with swollen bodies were seen slamming into the troops from the sky. "Don't kill them!" Su Yang's eyes flashed as he immediately ordered. These things are definitely self-destructing vipers that release a poisonous mist among the troops as soon as they are killed. As Su Yang wished, the soldiers all did not attack, but these brain bugs exploded directly on their own the moment they hit the ground. Bang bang bang! A series of poisonous mists exploded in the ranks, and the soldiers who were enveloped by the mists immediately experienced abnormal reactions. "Loyal warriors, protect my mountains and rivers of Qin!" Monty shouted angrily to activate his generalship skill. Firm as a wall. Unfortunately, this skill only boosts the soldiers' damage resistance and does not alleviate the abnormal reactions their bodies have already developed. Right now this situation is only resisted by the 10% poison fog resistance gained through divination. "Withdraw from the poisonous fog area," Su Yang ordered. Lee Xin and Meng Tian immediately led the soldiers to shift their positions. This shift in output couldn't be kept up, and the frontal wave of insects immediately surged up. Su Yang's thoughts churned. This brainworm's throwing method was similar to the Goblin One's stone thrower. It must be some sort of throwing tool. Bugs don't build tools, so what is capable of throwing? Su Yang's eyes suddenly lit up. It was the giant tree in the fruit area. Those thick branches could even drag even a blazing colt right along. Throwing a few brain bugs couldn't be easier. This wave of bugs didn't have the strong armor to handle the insane firepower of the crossbowmen. The only way they can win is to rely on the giant tree throw to generate a poisonous fog that affects your party's output. To take this fight you must first take the giant tree in the back. Giant tree bits and fruits together are impossible to bombard with Skyfire guards, and units must be sent to eradicate them at close range. Monty, escort the fire dragon guard on board. As all the soldiers were ordered to retreat, Su Yang ordered Meng Tian to return to fend off the wave of insects, giving the fire dragon guards time to board the Shin Iron Chariot. He was going to have the fire dragon guard kill him directly under the ancient tree and burn him to death. Monty was ordered to return with his shield on top of his righteousness. He was the best candidate for interception. His strong physical attributes and hardened steel battle armor would keep him safe from the swarm. Meng Tian rushed into the tide of insects like a cannonball, attracting most of the swarm's attention. In the rear, Lee Xin rode his Jedi Shadow Colt around to intercept those that had leaked over to the swarm. The two fire dragon guards smoothly boarded the Xian Tai car. The engines roared as the basalt car rushed forward into the tide of insects. The rear hatch was left open, and two fire dragon guards stood at the back of the basilisk spewing fire. Boom! Four high-temperature fire dragons erupted out, instantly encompassing a large swath of stinging insects. The stinging insects on fire continuously spewed out poisonous mist, which evaporated into steam when it came into contact with the flames, cooling the stinging insects at the same time. The flames were able to burn off those purple mists, but at the same time the damage to the stinging insects would drop. The crossbowmen in the rear, who had just shifted their positions, rearranged themselves to return fire on the wave of insects. It didn't take long to shoot, however, before a barrage of brain bugs fell through the air again. Unlike a raw general like Meng Tian, a soldier unit is almost as incapacitated as long as it is in the poisonous fog. This was still with toxicity resistance. If there was no resistance, it was feared that one would directly faint in the poisonous mist. Anyway, after the toxin sac brainworm fell, the crossbowmen once again lost their chance to attack and had to continue to move. The Xiantai car in front of them rushed all the way across the road, pushing away the countless waves of insects, and finally a 180-degree pirouette drift allowed the two fire dragon guards on the back to directly face the ancient tree. Preheating complete. Fuel loaded. Requesting ignition. Fire dragon guard requested the command. Su Yang's eyes flashed as he shouted an order. Gear 5. Ignition. Boom. The two fire dragon guards were on fire, and thick fire dragons spewed out. In Gear 5, the fire dragon guard is capable of spewing out tongues of fire up to 200 meters. And now that the ancient tree blocked all 4 tongues of fire, the blazing red flames traveled all the way up the thick trunk. The sounds of countless babies crying resounded in the surroundings, and the giant tree swung its thick branches in an attempt to topple the Xiantai Wei. Unfortunately, the Xian Iron Guard and the blazing flame cult weren't even on the same level, and this behemoth simply didn't move at all. The high-temperature flames continued to scorch, and the giant tree released countless purple mists trying to resist the flame damage. However, it didn't work well under the fiery dragon guard. Soon the flames swarmed up and instantly climbed over the entire trunk of the giant tree. Eeyore! The forest was filled with shrill screams of pain, and the branches lashed out in a frenzy. Ash had begun to fall from the sky. Without the threat of the poisonous cystic brainworms in the rear, the Imperial Armor crossbowmen rearranged their formation and began to counterattack. Round after round of explosive arrows rained down, and the tide of stinging insects fell in pieces. Eeyore! A final mournful scream rang out, and the giant tree finally collapsed under the baking of the fire dragon guard. The area of the branches and trunks that were directly baked by the tongues of fire were all carbonized, and the huge body began to slowly fall to one side without support. This time Su Yang saw the real height of this giant tree. The body under the mist only accounted for 1/2 of the giant tree. The whole tree up to 20 meters. Boom! The fall of the giant tree set off a violent dust storm that overwhelmed countless pieces of vegetation. At the same time a system prompt rang out on Su Yang's panel. Kill level 13 Terran motherworm, Wisteria symbiotic variant. Unity value plus 1700, 30% bonus. Acquired expert E-ranked drop item. Heart of the worm's nest, quality plus 1. Significantly increase the speed of technological development and construction. Note, figures shown here are before additions. For example, if you get 1700 for killing a Terran motherworm, you actually get 2210 after the bonus. Gain loot specialist E-ranked drops. Augmented to legendary E-ranked drops. Trigger event, Call of the Phantom, level 1. You've destabilized nature. Bug activity has increased in the current area. At the same time Su Yang triggered the event. Tang Ji, Lord of the Theater Tooth, also received the same prompt. Trigger event, Call of the Phantom, level 1. You've destabilized nature. Bug activity has increased in the current area. All the soldiers were honestly stationed in the territory of the Troop Teeth. Lord Tang Ji was dumbfounded. There was a blank look in his eyes. Who did I invite? Chapter 139, Colonization Strategy. Happy Theater Teeth. Kill level 13 Terran motherworm, Wisteria symbiotic variant. Unity value plus 1700, 30% bonus. Acquired expert E-ranked drop item. Heart of the worm's nest, quality plus 1. Significantly increase the speed of scientific and technological development and construction. Acquired expert D-ranked drop item. Nature's eclipse, quality plus 1. Poisonous enchantment can be unlocked at the Fey experiment station, which can cause a poisonous effect after dealing damage to an enemy. You've destabilized nature. Bug activity has increased in the current area. Trigger event, Call of the Phantom, level 1. Discovery of a new insect population, natural. Achievement, destroying the environment is everyone's responsibility. Defense value plus 2000. The giant tree fell and a series of achievements gushed out, which surprised Su Yang. Is it possible that the mother bug and this giant tree are symbiotic and the giant tree is the mother bug itself? As the giant tree fell, the rest of the swarm was instantly confused. The crossbowmen were on fire, and it took another 10 minutes to finish off the rest of the varmints. The poisonous mist drifted upwards and quickly dissipated into the mists above. The battle ended. Indeed, as divination had predicted, with some minor hardships but a victory, and even the mitigation buffs given were perfectly utilized. Su Yang was very satisfied with the accuracy of the astrological tower, which was much more accurate than the kind of blind fortune-telling on the side of the road. As for the reason this battle was tough, it was mainly because the Imperial armor forces had no protection against the poison in question. Even in their steel imperial armor, soldiers need to breathe. The poisonous mist contained in the air was something the imperial armor could not defend against. Against the poisonous mist, Su Yang anticipated two means. One is to enhance the soldiers' physique with drugs, or provide them with relevant poison resistance, so that they can become monsters of the Monty Python variety. The other is to equip the imperial armor with a gas mask type of protection that can insulate it from various toxic substances. The poison wasn't too strong this time, and there would only be some mental fatigue as an after effect after quickly leaving the range of the poisonous mist. In the future, if they continue to go deeper in the Phantom Zone, they would definitely run into more toxic races. At that time, if there was no protection from the poisonous mist, the front row of Imperial armor sharpshooters would not be able to fight against the insects at all. Despite the twists and turns, the loot this time made Su Yang very satisfied. The kill stats are at 32, 900 points, and after the bonus comes to 42, 700 points. The first battle in the new area when you come to the new area takes a significant reward. What is certain is that the Phantom Zone is the same high-level bug area as the Northern Crystal Mining area. Exploring these two areas can certainly lead to many unexpected rewards. Apart from the loot, the most important harvest of this battle was the edible fruit. Even if you don't plant it and ship it all back, you can still solve the problem of the territory's food reserves for half a month. If techniques for rational cultivation can be researched in the future, the value brought by these fruits will be even more amazing. Su Yang ordered the soldiers to carry the fruits to the Xian iron cart. That's it for today's exploration of the Phantom Zone. There are too many variables if we continue further. The Lord's Hall opened at the time of the portage, and Su Yang opened the Lord's Hall to check it out as usual. After the last battle, the enemy-friend relationship between the alliances was further defined, which led to a significant decrease in the activity level of the Lord's Hall. Everyone is afraid that speaking in the lobby will reveal relevant information, except of course for certain people. Lord of the Playhouse Tooth, my god, who knows what's going on here? All of my soldiers are in the territory and haven't gone out to fight, but today the threat level has actually grown by 1 level. Does the threat level automatically increase as time grows? That's not scientific. Lord Rice, oh, it looks like Brother Su Yang is close to joining you already. Lord of the Theater Teeth, huh? What's that supposed to mean? Lords of England, you stop talking and talk privately. Su Yang's eyes flickered. It seemed that he had already entered the area of the insect race where the troop of teeth was located. That's good news. Allies meeting can certainly help a lot, though the help provided by Theater Teeth is certainly limited. This guy hasn't figured out that the mysterious man in the heart of the worm's nest is himself even now, and also told the news of his proximity in the Lord's Hall. This allowed the other lords to roughly deduce the extent of his current exploration, which was a not-so-subtle piece of information to expose. If it wasn't for the sake of being an ally, Su Yang was already planning to be the first to destroy him. The message flashed, and the Lords of England created an England Alliance group chat independently of the Lord's Hall. Once you enter the group stage, the system provides you with more ways to chat than just the Lord Lobby and private chat. If there is a need, each Lord can pick any target to pull up for a group chat. Lord of England, Mr. Tong Gi, you are forbidden to speak in the Lord's Hall from now on. Lord of the Theater Teeth, ah, why? Lord of England, the one who descended with you in the heart of the worm tide is Su Yang. You've exposed his current exploration range? Lord Theater Tooth, ah, it's Big Brother who's in the bug nest with me. How is this possible? If it was Big Brother, he would have come to rescue me long ago. Alas, Su Yang sweated. It would be better to destroy this guy. Lord of the Dragon Kingdom, describe the terrain around your territory and I'll send troops to scout it. Lord of the Theater Tooth, ah, brother, is it really you? Why didn't you say so earlier? My god, the bitter days are finally over. It would have been better to say it earlier. Su Yang raised his eyebrows, but it's hard to say if your days of misery are over or not. Su Yang certainly didn't send his soldiers over to be a babysitter for nothing. He was looking at the production resources of the theater's teeth. While Theater Teeth offer no military help, their production facilities are invaluable. At that time, a direct colonization strategy will be adopted, with me providing you with protection and you providing me with cheap labor and various resources. The old ancestors of the Theater Teeth must have never imagined that the Theater Teeth, which once had colonies all over the blue planet, would one day be colonized by someone else. Lord of the Theater Teeth, I'm in a depression here, with dense forests on all sides, and nothing further out has been explored, so I don't dare to go out at all. Su Yang laughed. He was still in the most common dense forest area. It seemed that this kid really didn't dare to take a step out of the territory. It's a shame that Theater Teeth don't have a closed door policy, or it would certainly be appropriate for him to use. Lord of the Dragon Kingdom, can you see the mist in the sky? Lord of the Theater Teeth, yes, there's an area in the northeast corner that's been shrouded in mist. If it was indeed the same Phantom Zone, then the Theater Teeth should still be to the southwest. Su Yang quickly determined the area of the theater troops' teeth in his mind. Great Qin's territory can finally be expanded. Chapter 140, Territory Expansion. Swarm Attacks. Lord of the Theater Tooth, come on, Boss Su. I'm scared here every day. Lord of the Dragon Kingdom, don't worry. I'll be there soon. Lord Theater Tooth, as expected of a boss, allies are meant to help each other. When you come I'll be sure to treat you with the most scrumptious food. Food? Su Yang's thoughts flashed. Yeah, how are they going to solve the food problem since the theater teeth have been staying around the territory and not daring to go out? Your own side's preliminaries were all you could do to snatch food from the mouths of the bugs. Lords of the Dragon Kingdom, how do you get your food? Lord of Theater Teeth, my territory is full of breadfruit, thorns, and a bunch of fruits. And there are often big birds that come to eat the fruits, so I can't even eat all the food. With this luck, Su Yang was silent. He himself had crossed over 100 kilometers and fought the bugs for so long before he managed to take some fruit. It's amazing that he was born straight out of the orchard. This had to take down the theater teeth. The area where he was now picking fruit was actually not densely populated with fruit trees, scattered all over the place. This would indicate that this area, while it can grow, is not well suited for this type of fruit tree. And according to the description of the theater teeth, his side of the family is simply a rich and fertile land. All kinds of plants and animals are available, so not only do you get enough to eat, but you don't even have to think about the nutritional mix. Lords of the Dragon Kingdom, is there a more specific description? I'll rush over there today. Lord of the Theater Teeth, Big Brother is really too good to me. I can't thank you enough for your kindness. Elizabeth's eyebrows jumped up and down as she watched the two men's conversation. Is this the real-life version of leading the wolf into the house? There was no reason for Rikoku to be in such a hurry if it was simply to help the theater group teeth, and to make Su Yang so interested. It must be that the theater troop teeth had something good. The simple troop of Tooth Lords thought that the Dragon Kingdom had only come to help him. However, with both sides as allies, Elizabeth felt that Su Yang wouldn't do anything that would directly destroy the troops' teeth territory. And there are actually ways for both countries to gain more than destroying territories if they don't have a deep grudge. Colonization. This is a strategy that can only be adopted by civilizations with conquering characteristics such as England, Rice, and the East. When you defeat a country, instead of destroying it, you can choose to colonize it. This allows that country to continue to develop and you gain ownership of all resources and research facilities in that country except the military. You can send troops to garrison the territory and build various defense or research buildings in the territory. The new resources and facilities brought by upgrading the main base of the territory are all under your control. Destroying a country is like killing a chicken to get all its resources at once, and colonizing a country is all about planting seeds, paying for certain resources and time up front to gain more benefits in the future as it grows. Colonization would have been a better choice if there wasn't a hate or a timely need for it. Although it was a bit humiliating to be colonized, Elizabeth felt that being colonized by the Dragon Kingdom was actually not too bad. At least Su Yang's character wouldn't really do anything to humiliate the colonized, and you only need to provide resources to get a strong army to protect you. Although this will not be able to compete for a higher ranking, it will at least ensure that the country does not suffer from natural disasters. The small, underdeveloped pre-existing countries in the alliance would surely be happy to be colonized by the Dragon Kingdom. There is another problem though, and that is that colonialism is not for all civilizations. Only conquering civilizations have a colonization option. General civilizations only have a destruction option. Did the Qin dynasty have the same conquest attributes as civilizations like England? Elizabeth was a bit puzzled. Wasn't the Dragon Kingdom a peace-loving civilization? After Su Yang and Tang Ji discussed some more details, Elizabeth spoke. Lords of England, the Dragon Kingdom and Theater Teeth have given us a good example. And now you can all explore outward and put out information about your areas as soon as possible. The era of conquest has begun and we must unite quickly in the large map or we may encounter other alliances in the future. Su Yang nodded. Elizabeth had a point. This is not the time to hide in the early stages. The weaker countries need to find allies quickly to build connections. If one waits until other countries unite into a larger force, then it can be easily destroyed. It's a good thing most of the lords aren't big smarts like Tanji. Everyone has more or less spoken out about the news in their area. These messages are really limited though, as none of them have developed carriers yet, and the scope of exploration is really limited. Su Yang felt afraid that many lords would be eliminated in this round of alliance. The discussion ended and Su Yang exited the Lord's Hall. Upon exiting he told the scout force all the pertinent information and told them to set out directly to the southwest in search of Theater Teeth territory. The sooner you discover the Theater Teeth territory the sooner you can earn additional resource income. The rest of the troops Su Yang did not intend to let them return, but simply stayed behind to stand by. Once the scouts had discovered the Theater Ban Teeth territory, this group of troops could march right in to take over the Theater Ban Teeth territory. The maximum distance traveled by the basalt car is more than 300 kilometers if the return trip is not taken into account. This distance should ensure arrival at the Theater Teeth territory. When you arrive at the territory of Theater Banjar, you can directly go through the colonization procedure to convert it into a Dichin stronghold. Various resources will then be interoperable, and troops will be able to be resupplied in the Theater Teeth territory. There are so many benefits to be gained from colonizing a territory. Not only can it be made a supply point, but it can be used as a staging area for conquests to explore farther regions and expand the reach of the force. You can also obtain the ownership of all resources and the right to operate various facilities within their territory, increasing the income of the territory. With their own protection, the Theater Teeth would have absolutely no need to develop an army to research any technology. Directly upgrade the main base all the way upgrading resource buildings to provide logistical support for the Great Qin expedition. Theater Teeth gained protection and Dichin gained resources. The best of both worlds. Su Yang's face was full of smiles. It was true that a distant relative was not as good as a close neighbor. If we hadn't made a good impression on the troop, they wouldn't have been so enthusiastic in inviting us over as guests. With an abundance of food resources, extra mineral resources, he was a bit impatient to be a guest of the Theater Troop Teeth. Thinking back to the old days when those Western powers, with their advanced science and technology and military power, fought and colonized all over the world and seized countless resources. Now that the times have changed and they have become the biggest power, then they must not give up this opportunity to make the foreigners experience the majesty of this from the east. As he floated around, an alarm suddenly flashed in his head. The two scouts left to explore the north monitored a massive swarm heading towards the territory. Su Yang's eyes flickered as the insect tide attacked during the day. Chapter 141 Biochemical Weapons. Tough Battle. A joint chat room between the Rice League and the Eastern League. All the lords of the two major alliances plus the independent alliance of Tianju are here. Lords of the East, it's saying that the Dragon Kingdom hasn't unlocked the oil, hasn't unlocked the carriers, and they've crossed at least 100 kilometers. Lord Rice, if the Independence League didn't provide the oil, they extracted it themselves. Ilako, impossible. Who else but us, the 6 Middle Eastern countries, could have such a large production? Lord Rice, this is the Dragon Kingdom. Their units have stealth and their units can take tanks hard. We can no longer judge them by any previous standards. Dichin is not in the same technological tree as us at all. Dharma Lord, what should we do then? So it feels impossible to fight them at all. Lord Rice, I said to join forces and unite against the enemy. In the Battle of Souls we only have 100 units per country. That's not even our full strength. If we open up the battle lines, how can we not defeat them with the firepower of our 3 alliances? They have only 1 general, while we have no upper limit for building tanks and artillery. Can he carry 1 artillery piece and 1 tank? Can he carry dozens of tanks or dozens of artillery pieces? Turkey, by giving our lives, the Lord will forgive us our faults and give us strength. The oceans have been formed. Next are the stars. He's getting closer and closer to us. Lord Rice, Mr. Edem, are you mentally ill? We're talking business. Lord Terranova, there are also biochemical weapons. Even steel armor can't withstand biochemical weapons. Anthrax, bubonic plague, cholera bacillus, smallpox virus, mustard gas, hydrogen chloride, view neurotoxin, whatever it takes. TOEI will wash away its humiliation. Tojo Inkan's utterance of bioweapons was somewhat appalling. And the lords were aware that the option of bioweapons did exist in the East and in some countries. This kind of gruesome killing weapon was an extremely terrifying existence even in the Forbidden Land. After a short silence, Lord Rice spoke up to break the silence. Lord Rice, the way to deal with them can be discussed later. For now all lords must make exploration their first priority. Only by exploring the map of this round of Forbidden Land as soon as possible can we make subsequent deployments. Now, if the lords will communicate the information of their regions, I will summarize it. Sasha. Countless foreign bugs sped through the dense forest again, heading in the direction of the Qin dynasty's territory. 2 scouts on blazing ponies followed closely to the side. Su Yang turned to the scout view and the scene in front of him gave him a great shock, only to see a giant bug race that was at least more than 15 meters tall at the back of the sea-like tide of bugs. It walked on 2 legs as thick as giant trees, and every step it took was a landslide. Upwards were 4 huge insect blades with serrated teeth the size of a man's head. The most exaggerated was its head. A huge hammer-shaped hard object encased in a thick light blue crystalline shell. Aside from his head his entire body was also encased in a hard light blue crystalline shell. Aside from a huge siege beast and an ordinary team of stinging worms, Su Yang also saw a new species at the back. The group behind them were more like praying mantises than the stinging insects that were more like spiders. The important thing is that they move in a completely different way than stinging insects, all of which use jumping. And their jumping height is amazing. Normal marching can be about 6 meters high. A swarm of tuffaceous worms in a crystal mining area. Su Yang's eyes flashed. This was quite a big formation. At this rate the wave of insects will reach the territory in another hour. The team led by Meng Tian and Li Xin could not make it back even if they ran their lives away. He can only command himself in this battle. It was fortunate that the ranks had been expanded in the previous week, or the territory would have been screwed if it had stayed with only 20 soldiers like before. Excluding the teams that had already been dispatched, there were still 50 Imperial Armor sharpshooters, 40 Imperial Armor crossbowmen, and 2 each of the Heavenly Fire Guards and Fire Dragon Guards left in the territory. The size of the ranks of the defense team is almost the same as the size of the team sent out to the conquest. Although there is no general in command, the territory also has defense tower facilities, and from the experience of fighting the crystalline mining area bugs, they preferred to charge with melee units. What with units like jet nematodes, crypt giants, and crusaders not appearing in their ranks, this eliminates the need to use the single combat power of a hero unit to deal with any special units. It was a head-to-head hard-fought battle between both soldier units. Considering the appearance of the jumping bugs and siege bugs, Su Yang didn't dare to slack off on the city wall project anymore. He flashed his mind to put iron ore resources into the city walls and quickly upgraded the periphery of the walls. The original gray and red copper walls began to change rapidly as resources were invested. The height rises to 16 meters, and the appearance changes from reddish copper to ink black iron walls. As soon as the iron walls appeared, the temperature in the territory dropped by 3 degrees. The entire city became even colder and more majestic. In addition to the walls are the defense towers. In fact, every upgrade adds crossbow turrets. But because Su Yang's focus had been on going out on crusades, the follow-up crossbow turrets simply hadn't been built in time. With a large army at hand, it is important to maximize all the efforts that can be made. There were 10 crossbow turrets in total, and Su Yang placed them evenly in the north, east and south, 1 in each of the 3 corners and 2 placed in the center of each wall. This gives you 4 crossbow turrets to the north alone to provide damage. With 10 crossbow towers and 1 skyfire tower, Su Yang still had a lot of confidence in this defensive battle. Faith is faith, and divination is still indispensable. Su Yang opened the astrological tower panel. This thing had magic powers. When you unlock it, you want to divine everything, especially this kind of take no prisoners stuff. Unity value -5000. War predictions open. Astrological projections in progress. Battle deduction complete. This battle is deduced as night. Suggestion for deduction: do not strike forcefully, but take it by force. Penetrate deeply into the bone marrow, and kill in a moment. Provides a relief gain with a hidden secret: 20% faster spreading of poison after damage inflicted on all soldiers in the army. The divination result is night. Su Yang's eyes flickered as his vigilance rose. It took 2 martial artists, Li Xin and Meng Tian, to go to battle together to unravel the stingy result, and this time it turned out to be night. That's a bit of a danger level indeed. Based on the relief gain below, the key to this one is using poison. Chapter 142 Revamped Crossbow Lance, a divine weapon against high armor. With poison, facing high armor units means using armor-ignoring attacks. Su Yang quickly reacted and directly opened the Divine Gnome Creation Institute panel. That battle with the natural species of bugs just dropped poison-related modifications. Tap into the symbiotic weapons section of the Xenobiotic Research. Sure enough, one of the technologies lit up. Obtain Specialist D-Rank Drop Item. Nature's Devouring, Quality +1. Poisoning enchantment can be unlocked at the Fey Experiment Station, which can cause a poisoning effect after dealing damage to an enemy. Technology, Toxic Crossbow. My arrows are coated with poison. Research into the poison sacs of the natural races has resulted in their toxin-producing capabilities being transplanted into crossbows. Function, organically combining a natural poison sac with a crossbow to form a symbiotic weapon. The upgraded crossbow has neurotoxin attached to each shot, which can paralyze the enemy's senses and quickly incapacitate them. Legendary quality bonus, neurotoxin's durability is increased, and it causes irreversible mobility reduction to the target. Pre-existing technology, Level 4 Dachin Imperial Armor Crossbowman. Only experienced crossbowmen can control a living weapon. Unlock consumption, 1 Nature's Eclipse / per 20 transformations. Unity value, 600 unity value per transformation. Time, 5 seconds. Symbiotic crossbow gun with neurotoxin attached. Su Yang's eyes lit up. With this modification, it is possible to paralyze an enemy just by shooting them. This can greatly reduce the speed of the advancing tide of bugs and has a strong effect on the bug siege behemoth dreads as well. And because of the Ascendant Tower's founder's strategy, the quality of Nature's Devouring was raised by 1 level to Legendary. Legendary trophies give a trait boost whether they are used or transformed. Crossbow neurotoxin durability is enhanced after a legendary trait boost, and even if the enemy recovers it gains irreversible mobility damage. The legendary quality certainly further enhances the effectiveness of the crossbow, and this enhancement effect doesn't cost anything. It's as good as nothing. Su Yang's thoughts flashed and he excitedly invested in the unity value. He felt that the modification was simply tailor-made to deal with high armor units. Uniformity value 12,000. Technology toxicity crossbow gun remodeling in. Uniform values were invested and the remodeling was completed quickly. Su Yang's eyes widened as the modified crossbowman walked out of the barracks. It's a symbiotic weapon. After a modification, a device was added to the front of the heavy crossbows in the hands of the crossbowman. It wasn't a mechanical device, but a lavender-colored living substance attached to the front of the barrel. Crossbow arrows are shot through a living substance at the muzzle of this gun, thus being attached to a neurotoxin. Although it is a living substance obtained from studying bugs, it's not as disgusting looking as bugs. It has a smooth, streamlined appearance, with a lavender body that blends perfectly with the heavy crossbow's body. It looks like a skin for the crossbow. Whether it was from the appearance or performance, Su Yang was very satisfied with this remodeling. All preparations have been made, and the next step is to meet the attack of the worm wave. Su Yang mounted the Iron City wall and personally supervised the battle. 50 Great Qin Imperial Armor sharpshooters and 40 Great Qin Imperial Armor crossbowmen were evenly placed at the northern wall to stand by. With the sonic detection device, Su Yang didn't need to place troops on all four walls to prevent sneak attacks. It's perfectly fine to concentrate in one place now and dispatch units if the bugs make a detour and try to break through the other walls. They certainly can't get around the outside of the city as fast as the soldiers can walk a straight line weaving between the walls. In addition to the Imperial Armor Rangers unit, the Heavenly Fire Guards and Fire Dragon Guards were also deployed. Although the artillery units were not significantly effective against the Grey Rock clan, Su Yang still let the 2 Fire Dragon Guards mount the city walls. The 2 Skyfire Guards were then located below the city walls ready to maneuver the Skyfire Tower. This is a defensive battle with no turning back, even if the effect is not strong. News from the scouting scouts came in that the swarm was about to enter the range of the Skyfire Tower. With a flash of his mind, Su Yang had the Heavenly Flame Guard soldiers below the city wall operate the Heavenly Flame Tower to activate it, and switched the viewpoint to the frontline scouts. In the scouts' viewpoint, the Grey Rock clan stinging insects with a light blue glow were speeding forward. Large swarms of stinging insects covered the ground like a sea of blue. The Skyfire Tower had a range of 3,000-8,000 meters, and the swarm was indeed almost in range. Heavenly Flame Tower, activate, Su Yang ordered. The 2 Skyfire Guard soldiers quickly took their positions and activated the Skyfire Tower. Buzz. The Tower of Heavenly Fire emitted a humming sound that was louder than ever, and the thick heating coils grew redder and redder with it. Stand by for rift bombs. A huge meteorite-like boulder with a diameter of 1.5 meters rolled into the launch bay of the Skyfire Tower. The Heavenly Flame Tower was an enlarged version of the Heavenly Flame Guard, with the same effect, only with a more terrifying caliber. The Skyfire Tower's counterpart to the Skyfire Guard Skyfire Bomb is the Burning Sky Bomb, while the counterpart to the High Explosive Bomb is the Cracking Earth Bomb. Since the flame heat had little effect on the Grey Rock clan, Su Yang chose the small range but more powerful earth-splitting bomb. Skyfire Tower deployed. Rift bombs loaded. Target calibrated. Request to fire. The soldier responded. Su Yang calmly stared at the insectide's trajectory of action and waited for the best time to launch. Launch! Su Yang ordered as the tide of insects reached a certain point. Boom! The Tower of Celestial Fire was launched, and a great roar rang out. The entire earth sank with it. The ignited fracking shells rose into the sky toward the target location. The scouts that received the launch message quickly withdrew, the power of the Skyfire Tower not allowing them to observe the situation any closer. Boom! It didn't take long to pull back, and the crack bombs fell. The fire formed by the explosion was like a newborn sun, directly engulfing the explosion area. Everything within 50 meters of the landing point was directly shattered by the explosion, followed by an intense and incomparable shockwave. The center of the circle was the point of landing, and it flew outward. A circle of crystal spores around the landing was shattered, and even more were uprooted. Even the scouts who had withdrawn almost 1 kilometer felt the strong impact. Kill level 13 Terran Tai Titanium Crystalline Assassin Worm, variant. Plus 130 stats, 30% bonus. Kill level 13 Terran Tai Titanium Crystalline Assassin Worm, variant. Plus 130 stats, 30% bonus. Kill level 12 Terran Tai Titanium Crystal Assassin Worm, variant. Plus 120 stats, 30% bonus. This blast hit the center of the front end of the bug wave money force. A series of kill prompts instantly flooded Su Yang's panel. At least 50 stinging insects died as a direct result of this explosion, and countless more were severely injured. High armor? Impact protection? It's just an excuse for lack of caliber. Chapter 143, 5th Generation Bug Wave. Fierce Attack. Seeing the level 13 titanium crystal stinging worms, Su Yang understood that this round of attack was feared to be a wave of Generation 5 worms. Generally, stinging insects are located in the lowest rank of the generation and are unlikely to be of the same rank as the female. A fourth-generation female insect is at level 11 to 13, and it is unlikely that the stinging insects it produces are at level 13. So the level 13 titanium crystal stingers are obviously produced by females from higher generation lines. I'm afraid that this battle will be his first time fighting a 5th generation bug wave. The bombardment of the Skyfire Tower ended, and the two soldiers immediately withdrew and repiloted the Skyfire Guard onto the city walls. Skyfire Towers takes a full 5 minutes to cool down after each shot. That's more than enough time for the swarm to rush under the walls. So for every siege, the Skyfire Tower basically only fires once. As the Heavenly Flame Guard ascended the city walls, the figure of a giant object slowly emerged in the distance. Buggy siege behemoths. Su Yang cut back to his own view. The target was obvious. There was no need for the scout view now. Prepare the Heavenly Flame Bomb. Su Yang ordered again. The Skyfire Guard shells caused limited damage to the titanium crystal worms. Therefore, Su Yang did not intend to use them to kill the enemy, but rather, he intended to use them to restrict the enemy. Release. After the wave of insects entered the designated range, Su Yang ordered the Heavenly Flame Guard to fire. The Skyfire projectile rose deep into the sky before landing with a booming explosion. Unlike in the past when the land was turned directly into scorched earth after the bombing, now there will be a sea of fire lingering in the area after the explosion dissipates. It was a sea of fire consisting of burning gummy fuel oil spread over the ground. These substances burn extremely well and there is virtually no way to extinguish the flame except by burning it out. The explosion power of the Skyfire bomb is not enough to kill the stinging insects directly, but the swarms that pass through the fire will be covered in fuel oil, covered in fire, and subjected to constant high-temperature baking. Boom boom boom. Shot after shot of Skyfire landed, spreading a sea of fire across the swarm's path of advance. The originally light blue swarm of insects all burned up into a red tide. Soon, one after another, more kill prompts appeared on Su Yang's panel. Those xenomorphs whose armor was shattered by the shockwave could no longer endure the scorching heat and soon died in the flames. After bombardment and flames, the angry swarm finally approached the city walls. But it's not the fat that's waiting for them that's within reach. Instead, it was the 18-meter black iron great wall that towered like a mountain and the deadly rain of armor-piercing arrows. Release the arrows. When the wave of insects entered the firing range of the crossbowmen, Su Yang ordered. Whoosh! The crossbowmen, who were ready to fire, fired instantly, and one armor-piercing arrow after another poured down from the walls. Su Yang had the crossbowmen who had undergone modifications and the ordinary crossbowmen alternately shoot. This is so effective that a crossbowman with a living crossbow gun only needs to shoot the xenomorphs with cracks in their crystal shells. The neurotoxin then rushes rapidly into the body along the cracks. Combined with the accelerated rate of toxic diffusion given by the Ascendant Tower, a stinger bug that is shot will instantly fall to the ground within 2 seconds, and the stun paralysis will last almost the entire 5 seconds or so. The toxin is even more effective than when released by the nature swarm on the Imperial armor soldiers. The modified crossbowmen are responsible for keeping the front row of stinging insects down, while the regular crossbowmen are responsible for shooting the paralyzed bugs completely through the armor. 5 seconds is more than enough time for a crossbowman to shoot these stinging insects twice. Even if some of them managed to escape the mending, their mobility became much worse after they got up. Not only do they slow down, but some of them rush in the opposite direction. The sharp armor-piercing arrows combined with the extremely accurate shots of the crossbowmen made it impossible for the stinging insects whose armor had already cracked to escape. Under the alternating fire of the two types of arrows, the tide of insects stopped outside the territorial area and could not advance at all. This situation was not broken until a new type of bug appeared. Immediately following the flame-burning titanium crystal sting bugs were the new types of bugs that were capable of making jumps. Upon approaching the walls, they exerted even more amazing mobility. In addition to their terrifying ability to jump up to 10 meters, they can also spread their wings and glide briefly through the air. And unlike the rampaging stinging insects, they would consciously change their forward trajectory to disrupt the crossbowman's aim. These hoppers easily crossed the area where the stinging insects were blocked and flew towards the territory. Formation. Meet the enemy. Su Yang ordered with a roar. He didn't doubt for a second that these guys could make it to the walls. Giggle. The 50 Imperial armor sharpshooters who were lined up in formation on the city walls simultaneously took out their fuel chainsaw swords. The engine started, and the chainsaw at the front of the blade spun wildly, hissing horribly. The sharpshooters took a step forward to the edge of the wall, and the hybrid systems began to operate. The propulsion units at each joint beginning to build up power. Instead of using shields, they took an all-out offensive stance with swords in both hands. An army of sharpshooters in this form was a terrifying killing weapon, capable of quickly crushing all incoming enemies. Boom! The jumping bug troops approached the walls, and the two fire dragon guards on the flanks spewed out fiery flames. Flames met over the walls and engulfed the hoppers. In the next second, these jumping insects leapt out of the flames, lent their strength in the middle of the wall, and ascended the wall directly. Kill! Su Yang shouted angrily. The great Qin sharpshooters swung their swords at the enemy, not waiting for the jumping bugs to hit the ground. The fast-spinning chainsaws had already struck. The interlocking blades of teeth quickly shattered their crystalline shell armor and proceeded to decapitate their bodies. The hoppers screamed back, their insect blades bigger and sharper than the stinging insects. A slash was even able to cut right into the steel imperial armor of the sharpshooters. At Su Yang's command, the crossbowmen gave up the hard-to-target jumping insects and set their targets on the front row of stinging insects. The frantic hoplites broke through the arrow defenses to take on the imperial armor sharpshooter troops at the top of the walls. Steam gushing, chainsaws spinning, cutting, insects chirping, hissing, countless sounds mingled and poured out. Thick white mist, burning black smoke, sparks cutting steel, limbs and blood flying everywhere. Chaos and brutality played out in every part of the city walls. Fiery flames and swarms of insects hissed as the entire imperial armor team was caught in the middle of a fierce battle. The insectoid siege behemoths roared onto the scene at this moment. It blocked arrows with its large and heavily crystallized covered head pointed overhead. Then he leaned down and launched a charge at the north gate, the awkwardly large body exploding with incomparable speed. Boom! 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 The ground shook. The siege bugs charged towards the walls one step at a time. Su Yang felt that the entire city wall was trembling. Chapter 144, City Breaking. Titanium Crystal Crusher. All shift targets and shoot the siege worm legs, Su Yang ordered. And the sudden acceleration of the siege bugs caused him to miss a period of firing time. Luckily, the crossbowmen responded quickly enough and immediately shifted their target. A black rain of arrows falling in moments. Whoosh! Intense cracking sounds rang out, and it felt like the eardrums were going to be cut open. Hundreds of high-speed armor-piercing arrows fired at the siege worm's knee joints. The armor in that area can't be too thick for mobility. The arrows shot against the crystal shells with a sharp clinking sound. Sensing the crossbowmen's firepower, the army of jumping insects that kept surging up the walls changed their target of attack. They abandoned the fight against the sharpshooters and all flocked to the crossbowmen. Even at the cost of your life, stop the crossbowmen from firing even for a moment. They're covering the siege bugs, and they're going to let the siege bugs crash through the gates. Defend with all your might. Su Yang shouted with vigor. Hopelessly, his shouts couldn't add any buffs to the soldiers. With this situation at hand, Su Yang further realized the importance of generals. Thud! A strong shock hit Su Yang, and he almost didn't stand still. At the last minute the crossbowman failed to penetrate the siege bug's armor, sending it crashing headlong into the iron gate. It was a good thing that the gates had been upgraded once, and this end of the siege bugs had only deformed the top half of the gates without actually completing the breach. The siege bug that was almost as tall as the wall stood its ground and continued to hit the iron gate with its head mallet, and as it did so it swept its massive insect blade across the upper part of the wall. Many sharpshooters and crossbowmen could only jump off the walls in order to avoid it, and with a height of 18 meters plus the self-weight of the imperial armor, this jump almost scrapped the imperial armor, and the attack on the walls weakened further, and it became longer to shoot through the siege bug armor. Luckily, without the boost of sprint kinetic energy, the damage done to the walls by the siege worm headbutt was also very limited. Su Yang was incredibly glad that he had chosen to upgrade the city walls, which gave him time to salvage the situation. Boom! Boom! Siege bug headbutt after headbutt slammed into the gates. The sheer force of it caused the iron gates to wail, the metal reaching the limit of the deformation it could withstand. Soon this massive gate will collapse and the swarm will swarm in. Su Yang was escorted by two sharpshooters and quickly transferred to the ground through the elevator. At the same time he pulled up his panel and quickly switched to the Imperial Armor Battalion module. Although he wasn't likely Xin or Meng Tian who could lead a team to kill the enemy, but he also has abilities exclusive to the Lords. Kryptonite if you can't beat it. Unity value, 52,000. Level 4 Daqin Imperial Armor Sharpshooter * 40 in summoning. Level 4 Daqin Imperial Armor Crossbowman * 20 in summoning. Su Yang tearfully threw himself into the Unity value, and the Imperial Armor Camp rumbled into operation. Because of the fuel restriction, the number of soldiers the territory could carry had reached its limit, so Su Yang didn't choose to call for soldiers at first. But now that the city gates will be broken, where to care about that much? Unity value all pokies. The newly summoned troops rushed out from the Imperial Armor Camp and quickly took their positions according to Su Yang's instructions. All troops in formation, Su Yang ordered as he stood on the wall of the inner city of the Lord District. In front of him, the 40 newly summoned Imperial Armor Sharpshooters and 20 Imperial Armor Crossbowmen were already in place. The crossbowmen on the outer city wall also followed Su Yang's order to evacuate the north in full force and regroup on the west and east. The north side was left to the sharpshooters to fight off the jumping bugs, who were tasked with working with the newly summoned soldiers to fend off the xenomorphs that were about to flood the walls of the city. Buzz The gates let out one last wail, and were then smashed open headfirst by the siege bugs. The huge gears and mechanical parts behind the door instantly collapsed and flew out in all directions. Two pure iron gates nearly 15 meters high and 2 meters thick came crashing down inward. Boom! A powerful impact exploded, followed by a huge dust and shockwave. This was the first time the gate had been breached since the territory had built its walls. Roar! The siege beast let out a hiss that resounded through the heavens and earth, blowing the final attack of the insect race. Losing their crossbowmen to block them, the stinging insects swarmed into the city in a tidal wave. They were bathed in fire, like demons from hell. Kill! Su Yang roared. All the crossbowmen released their arrows at the same time, the preferred target still being the siege bugs. This behemoth could not win this battle without going down. Whoosh! Arrows shot out from all sides, aiming straight at the thick legs of the siege bugs. The 40 newly summoned Imperial Armor sharpshooters stepped forward with their shields to deaden the tide of stinging insects. The battle between the humans and the xenomorphs shifted from in front of the city walls to within them, and the intensity did not diminish in the slightest. The tide of insects became frantic with the roar of the siege bugs, surging towards the Imperial Armor sharpshooter line in waves, and the Imperial Armor soldiers burst forth with absolute resilience at the last moment, returning the attack with all their might. In the midst of the arrows that covered the sky, there was suddenly a bang. It was like the crunching sound of lake ice frozen for 1,000 years breaking up. Only a gaping hole was seen in the back of the knee of the attacking bug's left leg. With that gaping hole as the source, countless spiderweb-like cracks quickly emerged. Finally broken, Su Yang's eyes trembled. The moment the siege bug defense shattered, countless poisoned arrows pierced into the gap. The toxin quickly surged along the cracks, acting on the massive body of the siege bug. It seemed to notice the abnormality and let out a miserable howl, but the screaming soon subsided. The neurotoxin had already invaded its body. It shuddered, and without warning, its left leg instantly fell to its knees. This was followed by the left side of the body and then the entire body. In no more than 5 seconds from shattering to reaction, a 15-meter-tall behemoth fell to the ground with a thud. Without any hesitation, the crossbowman's arrows enveloped the bodies of the attacking insects like a dragnet. Until there is a crack in the crystal shell, the only way to do effective armor-breaking damage is to focus one attack, and after a crack appears in the crystal shell, shooting that spot anywhere in the body can speed up the collapse of the crack. Countless arrows fell, and the cracks on the surface of the siege bug's body became more and more dense. With a final blast, the crystal shell shattered completely. The crossbowmen quickly switched explosive arrows. In an instant, countless explosive arrows were shot into the body of the siege bugs to send out explosions. Bang bang bang. Explosions rang out and black and blue blood mixed with gunpowder flowed from all parts of the body. The giant siege bugs that dominate the 5 generations of the wormwave have finally met their end. Successfully kill level 15 Terran Titanium Crystal Smasher, variant. Unity value plus 1800, 30% bonus. Chapter 145, The Road to Reunification opens. Level 5 main base. Successfully kill level 15 Terran Titanium Crystal Smasher, variant. Unity value plus 1800, 30% bonus. Normal C-class drop. Titanium Crystal Shards. A series of technologies such as titanium mining and titanium crystal defense can be unlocked at the Fey Experiment Station. No prerequisite technologies have been unlocked yet. Successfully killed the giant siege unit smasher. Unlocked achievement, Tarzan Meteorite Fall. Unity value plus 4000. The kill and achievement prompts popped up and the crusher went down with a thud. In the exact same instant, the crossbowmen turned their target in full force, and the continuous firing of crossbows and arrows surged directly towards the army of stinging insects that had attacked the city. Whoosh! Without the crusher's hold, the Imperial Armor Army was able to exert its full power. The sharpshooters kept swinging their swords and slashing, and the defense of the titanium crystal stinging worms was like papier-mâché under the chainsaw swords. The crossbowmen fired with all their might, and the stinging insects in the territory fell to the ground in pieces. Soon, the army of stinging insects in the city was wiped out, and the battle entered the closing stages. Su Yang ordered the soldiers to spread out to clean up and hunt down the remaining xenomorph troops. The remaining xenomorphs were already routed without the Shredder's command. It was quickly overwhelmed by the pursuit of the Imperial Armor soldiers. Kill level 13 Terran Titanium Crystal Assassin Worm, variant. Plus 130 stat value, 30% bonus. Kill level 12 Terran Titanium Crystal Assassin Worm, variant. Plus 120 stats, 30% bonus. Kill level 13 Terran Titanium Crystal and Brainworm, variant. Plus 650 to unity value, 30% bonus. Kill a level 13 Terran Titanium Crystal Hopper, variant. Plus 195 stats, 30% bonus. The closing phase of the battle is over, and the thrilling siege is finally over. After this time, Su Yang didn't rush to check his harvest, but rather, he conducted a review at the first opportunity. As the territory grows, The strength of the city's defenses should be increasing. It really shouldn't be that the trial was at this stage and there was such a dangerous city defense battle. As for the emergence of this dangerous situation, the brunt of the reason is the increased threat level and the possibility of large-scale attacks by the swarms during the day. And currently, because of the increased exploration distance, it is impossible for the outgoing troops to return to the defense quickly. This leads to the same thing as this one, where territories are forced to meet the enemy with an incomplete force and without a general. It's not a singular problem. As the number of territories colonized increases in the future, other territories will need to be defended as well. So troop strength will certainly no longer be able to be concentrated in one place as it is now. What is it going to take to solve this problem? Su Yang's thoughts turned over. The easiest thing to think of is definitely having a standing army in the territory. This group does not engage in foreign combat, only defense within the territory. And the number of personnel and battle strength must match the current enemy. This method will consume a lot of resources and unity values though, because bugs certainly don't attack cities as often as they go out to battle. So standing armies wouldn't be able to consistently produce the resources and unity values that outgoing combat units do. In most cases they are simply consuming resources. And to ensure that the standing army has the same combat power as the current swarm level, a certain number must be guaranteed, which in turn will increase the consumption of maintaining the standing army. Because the defense summoned new units this time, the rate of fuel production in the territory could no longer keep up with the rate of consumption. If this method was used all the time, the consumption of all resources for the future territorial evil would definitely be a big problem. The other thing that can be thought of, apart from the standing army approach, is to minimize the time it takes for the soldiers to return. For example, increasing carrier speed and building better performing carriers. Further exaggeration could even be done by establishing teleportation points directly in each territory, which would allow soldiers to return quickly. Of course this method can only be thought about at the moment. Teleportation, this kind of black technology, even Sheen, is hard to say whether there is. Even if it does, it definitely requires a ton of prerequisites and can't be upgraded until later in the game. So the only way to do it now is the stupid way, which is to create a standing army, and a standing army with sufficient war power. It takes a lot of resources to raise that many troops. It's no longer enough for the territory to produce this resource on its own. It has to find a way to grab it from another enemy. Su Yang's eyes flashed. Living under my great Qin's land, how can I not make some offerings? After almost a month of dilly-dallying, it's time to start the journey to unification. At that time, the countries obedient to Great Qin will be directly subjugated and then make regular offerings. Countries that are enemies of Great Qin are simply crushed, enslaved, and forced to make offerings. As for some petty criminals, then we will slaughter the city for 3 days and 3 nights, kill his 9 clans, and then collect all the resources. The corner of Su Yang's mouth curled up slightly when he thought of this. This is the way of doing things in Great Qin. This is what is called Great Qin. Pressing down the emotional ups and downs in his heart, Su Yang returned to the analysis of this city defense battle. If you want to expand outward and accomplish the great cause of unification like Emperor Shi Huang, you have to keep your old home. In addition to the problem of the first territory's lack of combat power to deal with daytime engineering, there was another problem with this breach. That's where the armor-piercing damage of the troops needs to be further increased. The only long-range units with armor-piercing abilities now are the crossbowmen's armor-piercing arrows. Because of the emergence of the Grey Rock race, which was able to gnaw on higher crystal ores to generate crystal shell defenses, this armor-piercing damage had been significantly insufficient. The territory desperately needs better technology and armor-piercing weapons. The cap of level 4 home bases has been reached, and there is now one and only one way to boost your battle power: upgrade your home base. Level 5 main bases will unlock electricity, a new type of technology, and according to the technological characteristics of Great Qin, it will surely develop electricity into an incredibly powerful weapon as well. The Greys rely on ingesting metal to reinforce their outer shell protection, and metal is an excellent conductive material. So would electromagnetic weapons be effective in killing them? Su Yang's mind floated, but he quickly interrupted his thoughts. It's no use just thinking about it. The most important thing is doing it. If you want to know what level 5 home base will bring in terms of boosts, then just go ahead and upgrade. Su Yang opened the panel and scrutinized the various resources required for a level 5 main base. Home base, Lord's residence, rank, 4-5. Unlocked level 5 resource installation, level 5 defense facility, level 5 research building, level 5 Imperial Armor Battalion, unlocked farm building, unlocked electromagnetic technology, required for upgrade, oil resources, 200 units, coal resources, 1000 units, copper resources, 1000 units, iron ore resources, 2000 units, steel resources, 600 units, quarry resources, 2000 units, unity value, 60,000 points, time, 7D, Chapter 146, The Sea of Dreams. Theater Teeth Territory. After checking the various resources required for the main base, Su Yang opened the territory's current resource statistics panel again. Territorial resources. Water resources, stock, 1,532 units. Production rate, 400 units/day. Quarry resources, stockpile, 1,516 units. Production rate, 900 units/day. Coal resources, stockpile, 261 units. Production rate, 510 units/day. Copper metal, stock, 861 units. Production rate, 360 units/day. Metal iron, stock, 1,336 units. Production rate, 900 units/day. Iron and steel resources, stock, 501 units. Production rate, maximum 200 units/day. Nitrate resource, stock, 213 units. Production rate, 150 units/day. Alien bug size, 416. Biological crude, 12 units. Production rate, max 500 units/day. Fuel resources, stock, 361 units. Production rate, 200 units, maximum, per day. Territorial strategies, Level 2 Power to the World. Level 1 Weapon of the State. Level 1 Time and Fortune. Territory gain/degain effect, Level 3 Heroic Triumph, duration, 56 to 43. Level 2 Heroic Triumph, 56:43. Level 5 Gaze of the Abyss, duration/uniformity value, 71. 352. Comparing the two resource panels, Su Yang quickly calculated the difference between the two in his mind. First is the oil resource, which requires 200 units to upgrade. As stated before, the capacity through biorefining is horrible. The fuel reserves in the territory are now sufficient for upgrading. If you don't take into account the need to replenish fuel when the troops return, it is unlikely that any country other than the 6 Middle Eastern countries can counteract this kind of capacity. Then next is the need for 1,000 units of coal and copper mines. The consumption of copper ore is low and you only have to wait a day to reach this demand. And the coal mines don't look like they have a high stockpile, and that's because the troops haven't returned for refueling. A conservative estimate of 600 units would be consumed by this force to return for refueling. So at the current rate of coal production, there's no way to save up to 1,000 units unless you keep your soldiers out of combat. Want to trade? Coal mines shouldn't be a very valuable resource when all is said and done. Wait, Su Yang suddenly thought of something. It will soon be time to take control of the theater's teeth, and the resource output of the theater's teeth will then be counted in the territory. There must be a lot of theater teeth in a basic resource like a coal mine. A mere coal resource. And you want me, Sheen, to trade it? Why don't we just get the other countries to supply it? Su Yang smiled. His own concepts really needed to be changed. The next two items are iron ore resources and quarry resources that require 2,000 units each. Both of these resources, while in high demand, are equally productive. Just need to wait until tomorrow to be able to finish as well. Lastly, there is the steel resource with a demand of 600. As a building with upgraded civilization characteristics, the capacity of the Great Qin Smelting Center is also very impressive. A capacity of 200 units/day is possible in the early to mid-term period, a figure beyond the reach of the vast majority of countries. With a current stock of 500 units and a production of 200 units a day, excluding the consumption of repairing armor and replenishing ammunition, the same standard can be reached in a day. Lastly, there is the unity value in build time. With a build time of 7 days, Su Yang now possessed a legendary great insect nest heart that had been upgraded by Fang Liao. The legendary heart of the worm's nest has a legendary trait that directly reduces the time it takes to research or build by 5 days. It's a full 2 days more effective than the expert level heart of the worm's nest, which can be scaled down by 3 days, coupled with the square strategy state-of-the-art feature, which reduces the build time by 20%. 7 days becomes 6 days. So all it takes is one more low-grade bug nest heart, or waiting half a day to complete the level 5 home base upgrade straight away. As for the statistic value, there was no need to worry about it, and this defensive battle was extremely dangerous while at the same time setting the highest statistic value income. The kills alone had reached 350 unity points, which came directly to 65. 455 after the 30% unity value boost from Feng Rui, plus the achievement of 69,455 directly, nearly 70,000 points of unity value in a single battle. And many countries might not even be able to exceed this number of presidential unity value gained by killing enemies so far. Because of the Imperial Armor Legion's powerful battle strength, the unity value had always been the last thing Su Yang had to worry about. After the statistics were finished, Su Yang was very satisfied with the result. At most tomorrow afternoon, the territory would be able to open the level 5 main base upgrade. both technology and defense will then be taken to a new level. The new technology is also bound to make the road to unification of Great Qin even faster. As the sky darkened, Su Yang closed the panel to repair all the walls of the territory. The soldiers were then told to simply clean up the battlefield and retreat back into the city. There were two great battles today, and both of them were fought against the higher bug race, and they were richly rewarded. The rest of the day was spent waiting for resources to build up and for scouts to reconnoiter to the southwest. As soon as the scouts found the territory of the theater-class teeth, Great Qin could drop the first footprints on the road to conquest. At that time, both the mineral food resources provided by the theater teeth territory and its strategic significance as a stronghold will bring great help to the development of the territory. He wanted to be awake to greet the good news from the scouts, but the bed inside the mansion was too comfortable, so Su Yang fell asleep. He had a dream that he led the Great Qin Legion to conquer the entire Forbidden Land, and later killed his way into the Hellmouth, and even pierced through the multiverse. Exterminators, Belials and the like were all killed in seconds, and later were about to fire their neutron-killing lasers at Rudraksh when word came in from the scouts. Have found the theater troop teeth territory. Su Yang woke up with a jolt, spared Rulai's little life and switched to the scout view. The perspective changed, and a gorgeous world instantly flooded into Su Yang's eyes. Although he was in the bug nest himself, he had never seen this kind of view before. The scouts stood at the top of the hill, a sea of plants laid out in a variety of colors below, including the wisteria tree. A wide variety of plant fruits emitted an incomparably shocking light. Unlike the harsh light of the crystal spore that was like an incandescent lamp, the light of all the plants here was very soft. The various colors are strung on top of each other like a ribbon lingering at the bottom of the hollow. Such a scene could hardly be better described as dreamy. The only beautiful thing is that the theater teeth territory is also located in it. The humble territory is like a bald patch, placed across the ocean of dreams, but ugly as it is, the value it brings is immeasurable. Su Yang told the scouts to return to meet the large troop while sending out a private message. Lord of the Dragon Kingdom, my friend, the benefits will be here soon. Chapter 147, Never Give Up. Theater Teeth's Honor. The news came late at night, and the Lord of the Theater Teeth sprang from his wooden bed in anger. It was the first time he had ever slept at night without fear. Previously, the territory's level 1 walls were only 3 meters, which was easy for the bugs to cross. That's why he never dared to sleep at night, but only took a nap after dawn. It's been a few days since I'd managed to upgrade the 6-meter level 2 walls, and I'm thinking that I'll finally be able to get a good night's sleep at night. Who knew that someone would even send him a message in the middle of the night? Demons. Simply evil. Tanji growled angrily. I swear to God that whoever sent the message will be my Tanji's eternal enemy. Open the panel. Lord of the Dragon Kingdom, my friend, the benefits will be here soon. My God. Tanji exclaimed, then beamed with joy. Lord Theater Tooth, God bless. You've really come. Big brother, when will your troops arrive? Lords of the Dragon Kingdom, early tomorrow morning. Lord of the Theater Teeth, oh my God. Thank you big brother. The Dragon Kingdom is a friend of the Theater Teeth forever. As soon as the panel was closed, Tanji jumped out of bed onto the floor with excitement and danced around. Asterisk 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 God and duty sleep. At this moment, Tanji has been all out of sleep, and directly opened to the Theater Ban Tooth military notification of this good news. He knew that the Theater Bantam Teeth military branch and the people had never been very receptive to him, but as of today, those perceptions will shift completely, because he attracted such a powerful ally as the Dragon Kingdom through his charisma. Early tomorrow morning, the Dragon Kingdom will send troops to the Theater Teeth territory as protection. Climbing onto the thigh of the Dragon Kingdom, he, Tang Ji, would lead the Theater Troop of Teeth to scale new heights. To the dear Department of the Army, I am Lord Tanji. Late at night, the Theater Troop Dental Military Headquarters. All the red warning lights came on and the military headquarters building was lit up. All the top brass of the Playhouse Dental Army are assembled. Asterisk 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 ing asshole? How did we pick such a loser? Don't talk about useless things. Now that the Dragon Kingdom is leading an army here, it definitely doesn't have good intentions. Damn it, how did the Dragon Kingdom find us so quickly? Surely this stupid guy took the initiative to reveal his position. He actually thought that the Dragon Kingdom was simply giving him support troops. How is this possible? With this disparity in battle power now, we have no bargaining chips at all against the Dragon Kingdom. Don't talk about negotiations. It would be nice not to be colonized. No, the Theater Banjar Empire, must not be colonized. The General-in-Chief of the Theater's Dental Military Department slapped the table angrily. In the hearts and minds of these honorable and bloodthirsty generals, as the country that shared the Sunset Empire with England, the Troop of Teeth is one of the greatest civilizations on the planet. It must not be colonized by other countries. Is colonization really an option for the Dragon Kingdom? It seems like I've never heard of them having any history of conquest. Why are they in such a hurry to come running without the colonization option? Are they really going to support us? No matter what, the door must not be left open for the Dragon Kingdom to enter, the General-in-Chief said angrily. It's only just getting into the middle of the season, and anything that can travel this far must be a light carrier that can't carry many soldiers. Our walls have been upgraded, and our troop size is approaching 400, with some soldiers upgraded to level 2. They can't transport their artillery units, and with only a small amount of infantry we can rely entirely on the walls for defense. Now send a message to that coward, the Chief General of Theater Teeth said. Figure out the intentions of the Dragon Kingdom. If you want to colonize it, defend it resolutely, and fight with all your might even if you are outmatched. Weaker than a weak man is a cowardly weak man. Take resistance even if you lose, you can make the other side look high in the subsequent negotiations. Anyway, we can't just do nothing and let the Dragon Kingdom in. Early the next morning, Tanji, Lord of the Theater Tooth, stood on the 6-meter-high copper-clad edge of the city wall. In a trance, he almost even lost his soul when he saw that message last night. Letting him defend the Dragon Kingdom? What's the difference between that and letting him go straight to his death? What's so important about this honor? So what if the Dragon Kingdom wants to colonize them? Without dragons' help to win 2 team games, the territory wouldn't even be level 2 now. Thought so, but Tangji still arranged all the soldiers above the city wall. The boss came in about the time the live stream opened. It will be watched live by the entire country and his family and friends. If he really did nothing and let the troop of teeth be colonized, even if he won the trial he wouldn't be a hero when he returned, but would instead become an object of scorn. He doesn't want to be reviled. He wants to be a hero. Tang Ji stared blankly into the distance. He hoped that Su Yang's trip was just worrying about his safety and came to support him. Forbidden Land Live is on. The official live streaming room of the Player's Tooth. My god. I heard that the Dragon Kingdom is going to invade us today. No way. Why did I hear it was coming to back us up? Anyway, it won't be a war with the Dragon Kingdom. That's really ed up. The big screen flickered, and the theater band Tooth territory appeared, with Tang Ji leading a group of soldiers on the city wall. My god, this is ready for engagement. It looks like the Dragon Kingdom is really coming to invade us. How dare this coward defend the Dragon Kingdom? Tang Ji must have followed the advice of the higher-ups, or else there's no way his character would have dared to defend the Dragon Kingdom. Why fight? It's impossible to win. No fight? You're just going to let them run amok without a fight? It's not necessarily unwinnable. The top brass must have thought long and hard about it if they dared to give the order to defend. The Dragon Kingdom is experiencing a long journey and can't be leading many troops, and we've also upgraded the city walls to defend. Even if the defense doesn't work out, the subsequent negotiations Dragon Kingdom will know that we, theater banjos, are not soft and will relax some of our conditions, and if we just give up on defense, they're sure to smoke us out. Believe in the brass, believe in Tanji, and guard the honor of Theater Teeth. Lord Tanji add cheer and defeat the evil invaders. Tap tap tap. Tanji heard voices, heard the sound of treading ground coming from above the hillside. The Dragon Kingdom troops are here. The Dragon Kingdom troops are here. Tangji's heart tightened and his face became grave. He didn't know what to say to Su Yang. What he was doing now was not hospitality at all. But on one side is the honor of the country, and on the other side is the big brother who befriended. He simply didn't know what to choose. Tap tap tap. The voice was getting closer. Tanji stood on top of a 6-meter-high wall looking down. The previous level 1 walls were no more than 3 meters in height. No different from a fence to the bugs. Now that the walls had been upgraded to a height of 6 meters, there was nothing that could go right over them anymore. But who knew that the first enemy blocked by this new wall would be the big brother who had helped him? Tap tap tap. The ground trembled as the tall figure rushed out of the dense forest with a crash. The visitor wore steel battle armor across a fiery mechanical horse. Without waiting for Tang Ji to react, 1 person and 1 horse came to the foot of the city wall in an instant. With that, the warhorse leapt up and easily rode across the top of Tanji's head. Ha! Chapter 148, The True Strength of the Dragon Kingdom. Boom! The huge figure rode a warhorse and landed directly in the territory. Tanji turned in horror, her eyes filled with shock. The visitor was none other than the general that the Dragon Kingdom had sent in the 3rd game of the Battle of Souls, Meng Tian. Previously, he hadn't felt it from God's perspective, but now that he had seen it with his own eyes, Tang Ji felt that Meng Tian was simply a giant. The Monty in front of him and his steel battle armor possessed a height of nearly 3 meters, and his crotch blazing colt did the same. Even if Monty was sitting, the combined height of man and horse was nearly 5 meters, so although Tang Ji was standing on the city wall, he felt that Meng Tian was looking at himself flatly. It's a 6-meter high wall. 6 meters, how is it possible to be leapt over in a single bound? Tanji's eyes were dull and her legs couldn't stop trembling. The words "no trespassing" that came out of his mouth stuck in his throat. How is this going to make him fight back? The strongest wall that had just been upgraded was just seconded. General good. Tang Ji bitterly smiled and stifled a sentence. What hero glories or forget it. He didn't want to be stomped into a meatloaf by Meng Tian. Monty nodded slightly and looked around. What's a fence around the edge of your territory for? Ha ha. Tang Ji laughed and then fell into silence. Monty didn't care about the flow of his emotions, and with a wave of his raised hand, the 10-meter-wide Qinchi Road was instantly spread to the entrance of the troops' teeth territory. Seeing such a road, the Tangiers were even more dumbfounded. What level of road is this? How is it that it's only in the middle of the season and it's so wide and extremely flat? Boom buzz. The road had just been paved down when Tang Ji felt a tremor coming from the ground. It's the sound of the carrier running. Meng Tian was just the one who opened the way. The Qin troops were still behind. Tang Ji reacted, staring dead ahead into the distance. There's absolutely no way this sounds like a light carrier. Boom buzz. No sooner had Tang Ji's thoughts dropped than a behemoth appeared from the top of the hill at the end of the road. It was a steel chariot, its silver-white shell gleaming in the sunlight. The engine roared like a beast, and thick white steam and black smoke continued to pour out. The steel chariot flew closer and Tang Ji was able to make out more details. That chariot was over 20 meters in length, with a front end nearly 6 meters wide and a body that was taller than the city wall he was standing on. And there wasn't just one of those steel chariots, but 3 whole consecutive ones. How is this possible? How is this possible? What kind of horrific capacity does it take to produce so many behemoths? The 2 hegemony tournaments only showed the tip of the iceberg of the Dragon Kingdom's strength. The reality of them is even more terrifying. Giggle. The ear-piercing sound of brakes rang out, and 3 Xian iron heavy armored vehicles stopped in a vertical line at the entrance of the Playhouse Tooth territory. Tang Ji couldn't help but swallow his saliva as he looked at the roof of the car that was as tall as the city wall. He felt that the walls of the theater tooth were purely toys in front of the Dragon Kingdom. Giggling. A series of steam spurts sounded, and the carriage doors of the first 2 basalt wagons opened. Steam-aligned Imperial armor sharpshooters and crossbowmen stepped off the first cart, while the Heavenly Fire Guards and the Fire Dragon Guards stepped off the second Basilisk cart. At the sight of this steel unit, Tang Ji smiled. Resistance? Against what? Why did you resist? People's Dragon Kingdom kindly brought powerful technology and civilization to their backward and barbaric place. They can't even thank the opera troops' teeth enough. And they want to resist? Stupid to the core. Only he, Tang Ji, is really smart in the whole troop of teeth. Open the city gates. Greet the boss. Tang Ji completely gave up his heart to resist and ordered his soldiers to open the city gates. He was still more afraid of just dying here than he was of being called a coward back in reality. At Tang Ji's command, the gate of the theater troops' teeth territory, which was not yet as wide as Qin Shi Dao, slowly opened. Finally, the scouting force led by Li Xian arrived, and all of the Dragon Kingdom's expeditionary forces converged on the territory of the players' teeth. Theater Dental Upper Level Conference Room. Looking at the Dragon Kingdom troops gathered on the big screen, the high-level conference room of the theater teeth was silent. The general-in-chief, who had just angrily scolded Tang Ji for being a coward and not daring to fight Meng Tian alone with 400 troops, fell into silence after seeing the entire force of the Dragon Kingdom. His entire body seemed to shrink in size, and his eyes slumped into the chair with a lifeless look. The various expert officers in the surrounding area were all dumbfounded as well. No one could have imagined that it was just in the middle of the period. How the Dragon Kingdom had built such large transportation vehicles. Originally, I thought that only a small team was coming, but now it seems that the Dragon Kingdom is afraid that they have pulled all of their troops over. So many soldiers. Look, it looks like they're definitely going to take us down today. So what else can we do? People don't even care about our walls. Why is the gap so big? Obviously both were born in the heart of the bug nest. It's over. The theater teeth will be colonized in disgrace today. What if they're here to cooperate? It's not like all civilizations have conquering traits. 3 options popped up in front of Su Yang's eyes after Li Xian arrived at the theater troops' teeth territory. Troops detected as having fully conquered the territory of another country. The following 3 options are available according to the characteristics of the Great Qin civilization. Please choose one of these to send a message to the conquered party's lord. Overwhelmed. I will burn the flames of war to the entire world. Gaining warmonger gain. Requirements: kill the lord, destroy the main base, and permanently erase the territory. Reward: all resources, loot and production facilities of the territory. Note: production facilities obtained by this method cannot be upgraded. Conquest: I came, I saw, I conquered. Gaining world conqueror gain. Requirement: complete conquest of the territory and signing of a treaty of vassalage with its lord. Reward: turn the territory into a vassal state and gain ownership and control of all resources and buildings in the territory except barracks. Note: countries that have been turned into vassal states can still upgrade and develop normally, but lordships can also be manipulated if they wish. Note, the sovereign is obliged to protect the vassal state. And in the event of the destruction of the vassal state, the sovereign will suffer a reduction. Cooperation. Coming together is the beginning. Uniting is progress, gaining peacemaker. Demand met, treaty of peace and friendship with a territory. Reward, profit according to the content of the contract between the two sides. Note, states that are the first to violate the content of the treaty will receive a reduction in benefits. Su Yang roughly scanned the options and clicked down without thinking. Is it certain that you have chosen to overthrow the country? Chapter 149, Han Treaties, a great country style. Is it certain that you have chosen to overthrow the country? Oops, slipped and clicked the wrong one. Su Yang's mind flashed and switched back to the conquest option. In terms of long-term benefits, the conquest option certainly brings more than the overthrow. It would be a big loss to pick Overwatch. Is it certain that you have chosen to conquer the country? Yes. Successful selection. Vassal state-related treaties have been generated. Please edit your message. If the lord of the conquered country rejects the treaty, only two other options are available. Su Yang's thoughts flashed. There was still the option to refuse? The Imperial armor troops had already marched into the Theater Teeth territory, so Tang Ji shouldn't have any thoughts of refusing. And the conquering character of Great Qin was to make it a vassal state, not to colonize it. Although the resources of a vassal state are controlled, it is still able to develop independently on its own. That is to say that the Theater Troop Teeth will be asked to pay tribute only when there is a demand for them. And when there is no demand, they will be left to develop on their own. That's a lot more merciful than the self-proclaimed civilized bureaucrats. If colonized, resources must be surrendered, not to mention sending troops to support the sovereign in battle. Out of people and out of resources, an entire country is eaten up. To be colonized is to be reduced to slavery from the national level. On the contrary, vassal states not only could develop on their own, but also gained the protection of the lord state. If the status was reversed, Su Yang thought he would not hesitate to become a Dragon Kingdom vassal. Tapping on the private chat panel, Su Yang began to edit the conquest message. As Great Qin's first territory in the Forbidden Land, the sense of ceremony must be drawn out. Tang Ji suddenly shivered as if death was approaching, and goosebumps exploded all over his body. It was good that the feeling came and went so suddenly and quickly, as if someone had played a joke on him. It didn't take long for a system message to be sent over. Now that I, Great Qin, aspire to open up our borders, I would like to take Theater Panya as a vassal of Great Qin, so that we can share in the prosperity and peaceful coexistence. With Qin's protection, you can keep your homes peaceful and your people rich. If we are sincere and honor our treaty, we will share our prosperity with the Qin Empire. If you don't want to join us, you'll be an enemy of Qin, and you'll bring about your own destruction. I hope you'll think twice before you act to protect the country. The system thoughtfully translated Su Yang's message into Spanish and also sent the treaty to become a vassal state. Becoming a vassal state, the territory maintains its sovereignty and can continue to develop, except that the sovereign state has the right to mobilize directly all resources and buildings in the territory, except barracks. Becoming a vassal state allows you to gain asylum in the lord's country. If the vassal state falls, the lord state will suffer a reduction in the penalty. Is it confirmed to be a vassal state of the Qin dynasty? Tanji looked at the treaties, and sure enough, it was time to come. Surprisingly though, it wasn't a colony, but a vassal state that I had never even heard of. And the conditions of this vassal state don't seem like they're that hard to accept. Not only can you get protection from the Dragon Kingdom, but you can continue to develop your territory? That doesn't seem as humiliating as being enslaved? Without thinking for a long time, Tanji chose okay in her mind. Originally he had given up resisting. Now he found that the conditions for giving up resistance were surprisingly good. That was even better. The moment the choice was finalized, the global briefing rang out. The Dragon Kingdom successfully conquered the theater of the Banya, and both sides signed a vassal treaty, unlocking the achievement toward a new world. The Dragon Kingdom successfully conquered the theater of the Banya, and both sides signed a vassal treaty, unlocking the achievement toward a new world. High-level conference room of the Dragon Kingdom. The vassal treaty sent by Su Yang was besides sent to Tang Ji. It was also synchronized to appear on the screens of all those who were watching the live broadcast of the Forbidden Land in the Dragon Kingdom and the Theater Teeth. Inside the high-level conference room, all the people who saw this edict inside were in tears. The edict begins with a vision of shared prosperity and peaceful coexistence. It is hoped that the two sides will achieve a mutually beneficial relationship as a clan. The advantages and benefits of affiliation are enumerated along with the consequences of non-affiliation. Word for word, it shows both the temperament and power of a great nation. This is what a great nation should have. It had been a long time since the Dragon Kingdom of this world had made such a sound to the outside world. It's time for the nations to hear the voice of our Dragon Kingdom again. The first two rounds were out by this time, and this time we're the first country to complete the conquest. And this vassalage strategy, unlike colonization, seems to be a trait that is exclusive to us. The vassal treaties are more focused on development than a colonization policy that eats people dry. We provide protection. And the troubadours focus on resource production, in turn giving back to us for mutual benefit. Yes, by both sides entering into a vassal relationship, not only will we have a lasting and developable benefit, but the theater teeth will also have strong protection. When they also possess transgenerational war power, those foreign devils in small days did everything to try to eat other countries dry. Their mouths were ugly to the core. And Great Qin is worthy of the Huaxia civilization, bringing to other weak countries a real common development, with pattern and boldness, which is what a great country should be. The Generalissimo sat at the table and nodded silently. This time Su Yang's performance was indeed perfect. The edicts issued not only conveyed a desire for peace, but also demonstrated a thunderbolt, giving face to the other side while showing the boldness of being a powerful country. And the reason why Su Yang was able to be so comfortable was that in the end, he had the powerful strength of the Qin dynasty to back him up. The theater teeth were only the first step in the conquest, and he was already looking forward to the follow-up more and more. How far would the end of the Qin dynasty actually grow? The official live broadcast of the Dragon Kingdom. When the people of the Dragon Kingdom saw the edict issued by Su Yang, the whole nation was abuzz. It's so handsome. This is what I had in mind for the Dragon Kingdom. Those who obey me will prosper and those who go against me will die. Too domineering. I love Su Yang. I love the Qin. I love chicken. Am I the only one who thought it was cool when the army marched into the theater teeth territory? That scene was just too shocking. Ha 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 ha. Substituting for a bit of the troop of tooth lords that doesn't feel so good. Weak and helpless. JPG. Our army is just too dominant. I wish I could see them drive into the territory of Eastern Japan one day. It's definitely not far off. And when it is, we'll be sure to the little days hard. The Dragon Kingdom is mighty. Great Qin is mighty. Theater Dental Upper Level Conference Room. The crowd of officers and experts were incredulous after analyzing the vassal treaty. This is impossible. How is this possible? Why offer such a good deal when you've already conquered them? Chapter 150, Solving the Coal Emergency and Mutually Beneficial Clan Strategies. The top brass of the theater teeth can't figure out what this vassal treaty of the Dragon Kingdom is all about. Once occupying a small half of the blue planet, they invaded a country and then plundered it to the best of their ability. And when it came to here in the Dragon Kingdom, not only did they provide protection, but they also allowed the theater teeth to grow, and they also allowed the theater teeth to have their own army. That doesn't seem like something an invader could do in any way. Is it a trick? The theater dental executives were puzzled. All the experts gathered to analyze the logic that followed this decision of Manhwa. They don't believe that the Dragon Kingdom will really help the theater group dental development like the treaty. The official live streaming room of the player's tooth. The theater tooth populace is also completely clueless as to how the Dragon Kingdom operates. This treaty doesn't seem to be so bad for us. At least there's the possibility of moving on. And there will be repercussions for the Dragon Kingdom if we have an accident. And they will definitely do their best to help us defend. Yes, after becoming a vassal state, we'll never have to fear an invasion from the bugs again. It looks like the vassal treaty is turning us into a resource-producing country. The Dragon Kingdom sends its army to protect us, while we fully develop our production facilities and feed resources back to the Dragon Kingdom. Mutually beneficial. When you put it that way, it's true that vassal treaties are so much better than the colonial kind of unilateral plunder. It feels good. Now we'll see if the Dragon Kingdom is sincere with us. Dragon Kingdom territory. Su Yang sat inside the Lord's residence and checked a series of information on the panel. A large section of stuff popped up on the panel right after the theater Banjar was confirmed to be a Great Qin vassal state. Various achievements, hints, and most importantly a range of resources for the theater troops' dental territory. Successfully conquered and made a vassal state out of the theater. Unlocked achievement, toward a new world. Unity value plus 10,000. Successfully conquered a country. Gained gain. World Conqueror. World Conqueror, 20% bonus to all resources from vassal state tribute. You have obtained the teeth of the theater troop of the vassal state, and can now edit them. Clan country panels, territory, theater teeth. Lord, Tanji Cod. Dominion, Rokoku. Main base level, level 2 presidential palace. Territorial buildings, resource type level 1 stone quarry asterisk. Level 2 coal quarry asterisk 1. Level 1 copper quarry asterisk 1. Level 1 iron quarry. Level 1 water well asterisk 1. Warehouse asterisk 1. Territorial buildings, industrial, level 1 blacksmith store asterisk 1. Level 1 gunpowder factory asterisk 1. Territorial construction, combat category, unnoticeable. Territorial building, science and technology level 1 research institute asterisk 1. Territory building, defense level 2 stone wall asterisk 200. Level 1 watchtower asterisk 2. Combat unit, undetectable. Production unit, level 1 miner asterisk 200. Resources, water resources, 231 units. Quarry resources, 316 units. Coal resources, 561 units. Copper metal, 161 units. Iron metal, 336 units. Saltpeter resources, 36 units. Territory gain/degain effect, level 2 Call of the Phantom, duration/ undetectable. Good man. He's here to help the poor. After looking at the various resources of the theater troupe's teeth territory, Su Yang was directly shocked. In their case it can only be said that thieves come to donate some money with tears in their eyes. Su Yang didn't realize that the theater troupe's teeth territory had only just risen to a level 2 main base now, and all resources were also developing extremely slowly. It looks like Tanji is focusing her entire territory on exploding soldier defense in defense of the bugs. This resulted in the logistics of the entire theater troupe's teeth territory not being as wealthy as Su Yang thought it would be. The mines in the theater teeth territory were not like the Qin dynasty where they were fully automated mining machines. They needed to use human labor for digging. So in addition to raising soldiers, the theater teeth must also raise a group of miners. With a limited number of stats, more soldiers on defense naturally produces fewer miners. So Su Yang's first request to Tang Ji was to immediately demobilize 3/4 of his troops. 100 soldiers were left behind and all others were converted into miners and put into production. Su Yang was unable to directly control the soldier units, so this operation needed to be performed by Tang Ji. Luckily, Tang Ji was quite sensible and his identity changed quickly. Honestly, following Su Yang's request, after having a new batch of miners, Su Yang immediately invested his own resources to build a new mine for the troop of teeth and upgraded the old one. Because it spans several home base levels, these consumed resources don't consume anything at all for the Dragon Kingdom. Soon, all the production facilities at the level 2 main base were topped off. The mining system of the theater teeth is different from that of the Dragon Kingdom, and both their workers and mine levels affect the production rate. Upgrading a mine is about upgrading the size and better mining facilities, which will allow the mine to accommodate more workers at the same time and increase production capacity. And worker upgrades are all about improving mining proficiency, allowing workers to gain upgrades to their own abilities. A combination of the two is necessary to maximize the output of territorial resources. Counting the 300 converted by soldiers, there are now 500 level 1 miners, and all the level 2 mines in theater teeth now add up to exactly 500 people. Su Yang then asked Tang Ji to use all of the unity value that was originally reserved for upgrading troops to upgrade the miners. With a full complement of level 2 miners plus level 2 mines, the production capacity of the theater Bantooth territory had reached the maximum of a level 2 home base. One of the most needed coal resources in Su Yang reaches a capacity of 200 units per day. The coal plant is the largest mine, which has a whole 200 units of level 2 miners working on it. Without Su Yang sending soldiers to protect them, it would have been almost impossible for the players' teeth to reach this capacity while ensuring their defense. After completing the upgrades of each production facility, the next step is the tribute setting. Theater teeth, unlike the Dragon Kingdom, don't have a high demand for coal mines. Su Yang directly asked for 80% of the daily production, 160 units/day. With the added benefit of the World Conqueror, the territory's coal resources equate to an increase of nearly 200 units of capacity per day. The territory was not lacking in all other resources, so Su Yang reduced the percentage of tribute. The richly productive stone mines of the theater band that asked for 50%, the copper mines 20%, and the more scarce gunpowder and iron ore resources did not ask for tribute. Then for the construction of the level 5 main base, Su Yang had Tang Ji voluntarily offer 550 units of coal mine inventory. This will offset the team's fuel consumption, and the main base upgrade will take place today as planned. I have to say that the vassal strategy is really excellent. Even the level 2 theater teeth bring a lot of resources to the territory. Su Yang's eyes flashed. With the mineral resources in hand, the next step was to solve the territory's pressing food problem. Chapter 151, Establishment of New Positions. Expansion of exploration scope. The reason why Li Xin and the scout troop arrived the latest was because Su Yang had asked them to scout the situation outside of the theater troop's teeth territory first. The abundance of resources outside the theater teeth territory was simply staggering compared to the poverty inside the theater teeth territory. The depression in which the troop's teeth territory was situated was the only area within a few dozen kilometers where edible plants grew, and there are all sorts of fruit-like plants here, in addition to the wisteria fruit that can be used as a staple. It can be said that one area can fulfill all the nutritional needs of the body. Moreover, Su Yang realized that the land in this area was all purple-black. It is possible that the crystal and spore plant cannot grow on such land, which is why it allows room for other plants to grow. With the food output of this area, it is entirely possible to meet the current demand in the territory. In the future, we only need to research the cultivation method and plant it scientifically, and we should be able to solve the food reserve problem completely. After exploring the resources, Su Yang immediately asked Meng Tian to cooperate in the remodeling of the theater troupe's teeth territory. In addition to serving as a vassal state, the theater of the bands will also serve as a stronghold for Great Qin's foreign expansion. That's why Su Yang wanted to build some necessary buildings in Theater Tooth so that the team could obtain supplies without having to return to the territory. First up is the barracks, the building where soldiers rejuvenate and refuel. Su Yang transferred 50 barracks to the Theater Teeth territory, which allowed the soldiers to take turns to resupply and rest. After that comes the workshop, the building where carrier units are repaired and refueled. Su Yang shifted a large workshop that could refuel the Xian Iron heavy armor vehicle and the Blazing Flame Colt. Ending the fuel supply issue, Su Yang proceeded to work on the expansion and wall upgrade of the entire Playhouse Tooth territory. With the Monty Python skill boost, the entire Theater Banjo's territory was expanded by one round by consuming only half of the resources, and the circle was a level 3 iron wall in line with the Dragon Kingdom territory. After that, Monty also partitioned the various buildings of the Theater Teeth, and the building rows became well organized from the previous poor scribbles. The whole territory is as if it has been reborn and renewed. Thus the first vassal state of Great Qin and the first stronghold was built. Using the Theater Teeth as a source, it is possible to extend the exploration by several hundred more kilometers in all directions. The establishment of a new stronghold had fully doubled the explorable area of Great Qin. Su Yang's thoughts flashed and he expressed great satisfaction with Great Qin's first vassal state. Not only does it solve resource shortages and long-standing food headaches, but it also expands the scope of exploration. It has to be said that the gain of this first step of conquest by Great Qin is too great. Originally, it was the resources of one territory that supplied the Great Qin army, but now it was two territories at the same time. This one gave the army a basis for expansion and would further accelerate Great Qin's path of expansion. While Su Yang was happy, Tang Ji was a bit confused. Upon seeing one high-tech building after another, as well as towering steel city walls rising up from the ground, Tang Ji, who was standing on the sidelines, was dumbfounded as a whole. I thought that the dragon's army was already impressive enough, but I didn't realize that the dragon's buildings were equally so exaggerated. Does the Dragon Kingdom really live in the same world as them? Tang Ji looked aside at the Iron City wall that was 16 meters high and paired with a steam-powered elevator, and his heart was shaken. Not to mention the height. The wall craftsmanship just doesn't feel like it's on the same level as theirs. Both the width of the wall and the various defense constructions on the wall have been done to an extreme. Without the Dragon Kingdom, Theater Teeth wouldn't have been able to build this kind of wall even if they had risen to a level 6 main base. With this kind of wall in place, there's no need to be afraid of the bugs. Theater Dental Upper Level Conference Room. Seeing the ring of towering walls expanding around the periphery of the territory, the theater group's dental executives no longer had anything to say. The Dragon Kingdom seems to be really serious about protecting the Theater Teeth. They didn't go back on their word. They are really following the treaty. Many people in the conference room were already convinced by what the Dragon Kingdom had done. Not only have we upgraded the resource buildings but also the city walls. It seems like the Dragon Kingdom is genuinely trying to help us. And while there are taxes to be paid, the taxes are targeted. For the resources that we are not scarce, the Dragon Kingdom took a lot. While iron, a vital development resource for us, the Dragon Kingdom didn't take any at all. The co-development that comes out of their mouths is serious. It's not just talk. The Dragon Kingdom not only has great strength, but also the aura of a king. This time it was we who really misread the situation. Clinging to the Dragon State is indeed the best choice. It wasn't long after Su Yang finished remodeling the troops' teeth territory that the Lord's Hall opened. The crowd of lords in the hall was extraordinarily active today, and were largely discussing him and the troop of teeth. Because of the full board briefing, everyone knew that the theater group teeth had become a vassal state of the Dragon Kingdom. Lord Rice, I really did strike. And the poor troop of teeth was enslaved. Lords of the East, this is the true face of the Dragon Kingdom. Even allied nations will be turned into their slaves. Lord Dharma, my good brah, you're eating too ugly. All what to even invade your own allies. Lord Agonton, if you do this to your own allies, you can't imagine how you'll do it to other nations. Lords of Australia, all of you of the English Alliance, I hope you'll wake up in a hurry and rejoin the side of justice. Lord of the Theater Teeth, what are you talking about? I'm doing just fine. A vassal state is not a colonial state like yours. Geranium Lord, poor guy, he's been completely brainwashed by the Dragon Kingdom. Lords of the East, the Dragon Kingdom is a giant leech. They rely on sucking the blood of neighboring countries to survive today. And the East has been plagued by the scourge for thousands of years. Su Yang quickly flipped through the messages, and all of them were clear of the other three-party alliances leading the tempo to boycott the Dragon Kingdom. It says that the Dragon Kingdom is a demon from the East, and that all nations must unite to boycott it. Su Yang smiled. This was their old tradition. When there is a certain country that is about to rise to power, they do their best to demonize it, and eventually unite to wage war and pillage. What with the Crusades, the Great Voyage of Discovery, and all sorts of wars of aggression, all of it was violence under the guise of justice. There is enough of this false justice. The rules of the world need to be changed. One nation must stand up for true justice. Su Yang looked at the chat box where more than 50 country names were constantly flashing, and felt that his eyes were a bit blurry. There are too many country names to really keep track of. We're all humans. We're all one species. Why do we need to get so many countries out? Chapter 152 Level 5 Main Base. A new era dawns. We're all one species. Why do we have to make so many countries out of it? Su Yang expressed doubt. It's not like it's beneficial to have so many countries, and when there are more countries there are more disputes. Today I trespassed on your territory land. Tomorrow you trespass on mine. It's easy to get into a fight when you're talking, which can lead to war. And what with the race issue, the faith issue, the gender issue? It's all caused by too much clutter. All these things should be united and unified. And with global unification, war will disappear and love and justice can come back. And if there really is a civilization that can unify the globe, that civilization must be and can only be the Chinese civilization. After all, the first emperor had demonstrated 1,000 years ago that unity was engraved in the blood of the Chinese nation. Su Yang felt that as a member of the Chinese nation and with Great Qin as his backer, he should take on this responsibility. He silently opened the public chat box and sent a message in the Lord's Hall. He did not explain the difference between a vassal state and a colony, or the difference between the Chinese civilization and other regressive European civilizations, nor did he describe the current state of the theater's tooth territory to ease the concerns of other allies, much less condemn the words of countries like Rice. He issued only one sentence, 8 words. Lord of the Dragon Kingdom, those who obey me will prosper. Those who oppose me will perish. The moment these words came out, the Lord's Hall instantly exploded. All the lords were shocked by Su Yang's arrogance. Even the first 2 rounds of the great late-stage power of the United States did not dare to say such things to cause public anger in all countries. It's just now midway through the season. The dust is still settling, and Dragonland is but a little ahead of the game. Su Yang then dared to openly challenge all the countries. It was simply arrogant to the extreme. Don't want to die. Lords of the East, Su Yangkuan is so bold. I hope you can keep it up. Lord Rice, you see, what a country this is. Lord Agonton, stop consorting with demons and join us on the side of justice. After sending the message, Su Yang exited the Lord's Hall. He didn't care what attitude the other countries had. Not long after exiting, Elizabeth sent a private chat message. Lord of England, Mr. Su, isn't your statement a bit inappropriate? As some lords in our alliance have already shown their willingness to withdraw. Lord of the Dragon Kingdom, don't worry about it. My Dragon Kingdom has already saved the alliance twice, and the way we treat our allies is even more in the open. If you can't see the situation at this stage, you don't want those allies. Just one thing, make a note of all the countries that are pulling out now. They will pay for their behavior. Lords of England, I see. After returning to England's news, Su Yang returned his attention to the development of the territory itself. The creation of the Playhouse Tooth Clan solved the problems of home base upgrades and food shortages. The next most important thing to do is to upgrade your level 5 home base. The level 5 main base will bring farm and power tech, which in turn will give the territory a great boost once the upgrade is complete. With the coal mines from Theater Teeth, the most lacking coal mining resources for the main base upgrade have been filled. Just wait until the afternoon and all resources will be up to date and the upgrade will be completed. Everything is moving forward on the set path. Su Yang's side waited at ease, while the player's Teeth side had Li Xian Mengtian lead his troops after a short rest. Mengtian returned to the territory at the head of a basalt cart filled with various fruits. Although he had restocked his soldiers, Su Yang felt that he still needed a hero unit at home to feel more at ease. Li Xian led a group of scouts and combat units to re-enter the Phantom Zone to conquer. 10 of the Imperial Armor sharpshooters and 10 of the Imperial Armor crossbowmen stayed in the Theater Bantooth territory as guards. The poison mist of the Phantom Zone bugs was troublesome, but it was weaker fire and less armored than the Crystal and Mining Zone bugs. And the reason why it was more dangerous last time was that the mother worm parasitic tree was located in the fruit area. And Su Yang didn't dare to let the Heavenly Flame Guards get their hands on it and blow it up. Now without these concerns, with the Heavenly Fire Guards troops in the Spectral Shadow region, they could simply walk sideways. In the afternoon, Li Xian's team captured another small bug nest and a bug squad, and 60,000 points of unity value were recorded. By late afternoon, all resources were in place. Su Yang's mind flashed to put the unity value into the main base. A new era is coming. Petroleum resources, 400 units. Coal resources, 1,000 units. Copper resources, 1,000 units. Iron ore resources, 2,000 units. Steel resources, 600 units. Quarry resources, 2,000 units. Unity value, 60,000 points. Level 4 Lord's Residence being upgraded. Time required, 5 days and 15 hours. The time and age of plenty formula is triggered with only 5 days and 15 hours remaining in the days. Su-young first used a piece of legendary grade insect nest heart to directly reduce the time by 5 days. Used the item heart of the worm's nest to shorten the time needed for research and development by 5D. He then used the xenomorph splitting technique to cut off half of a piece of the expert grade heart of the worm's nest that he had acquired in the afternoon. Use it to get the remaining 15 hours straight through. Use of the item heart of the worm's nest to shorten the time needed for research and development by 15H. Level 5 Lord's Residence upgrade complete. A pleasing mechanical remodeling sound rang out as the Lord's mansion began to be upgraded. The materials of this upgraded mansion were not changed, but it was re-expanded from the original. The height and footprint of the mansion gained an increase, becoming more grandiose and atmospheric. And judging from the fact that the materials had not changed, Su-yang guessed that the focus of this main base upgrade was not on the materials, but on the technology. This upgrade should bring a lot of brand new tech in buildings. After the upgrade was completed, Su-yang was the first to open his backpack to check the newly added buildings. First up is the resource production facility. 2 new mining machines. Since the territory was not currently lacking in resources, Su-yang decided to arrange for these 2 mining machines afterward. After the miner was the farm that Su-yang had his heart set on. Generally, unlocking a farm means unlocking knowledge about it and gaining farmer units. This is similar to the production model of the theater teeth mine and miners. But considering that he was a technological Dachin template, it certainly wouldn't be that simple. As expected, when Su-yang tapped on the farm to check the details, the Great Qin trait triggered. Farm building detected. Dachin heavy industry feature triggered. Farm, Dachin breeding base. Chapter 153 Electrical Age. Sci-fi Great Qin Empire. Chariot factory building detected. Dachin heavy industry feature triggered. Farm, Dachin breeding base. The Dachin breeding center has a fully automated breeding line, which can be fully automated and efficiently bred with only the crop-related information. Front-end technology, electromagnetism, principles of power generation, principles of computers, automation technology, artificial intelligence, fully automated incubator. Su-young touched his chest. Fortunately, he had prepared in advance. Otherwise he would be shocked again. He did not expect that the Great Qin's agriculture was as much as the mining industry was. It come straight on fully automated technology. It's important to realize that there are so many more details to cultivating crops than mining. And this fully automated technology is more complex and difficult than mining. Once realized, however, a fully automated farm will be better than a human farm in every way. Throwing out capacity for a moment, the biggest difference between fully automated and human labor is production stability. Factors such as people being tired, in a bad mood, etc., can affect capacity, and it is important to rest. Even the social animals, cows and horses that are so oppressed in modern society still get 6 hours of sleep a day. Machines, on the other hand, can run continuously 24 hours a day, and as long as the energy source is constant, how can continue? In the case of the mines in the theater's teeth territory, a level 2 mine, operating with a full complement of 200 people, theoretically produces 200 units of coal in a day. This production was actually more than Qin Dynasty's secondary mine, but this was only in a theoretical state. First of all, without Su-yang's protection, it would be impossible for the theater teeth to send out so many people to dig for mines in order to maintain their strength. And in the event of a battle, the miner units will basically stop digging and run to the arsenal, ready to carry guns to the front lines, and will not be producing all the time. Furthermore, these miners are spirited people and constant work will make them less energetic, thus leading to a drop in production. In summary, automated mechanized facilities are so much better than just human labor. So when Su-yang saw that the farm was fully automated, he was very excited. The only thing is that the farm has an exceptional amount of pre-existing tech, a whole 5 brand new techs that have never been seen before. Su-yang obediently switched to the 1000 machine tower panel and invested resources to upgrade the 1000 machine tower directly. Resources are invested, and 1000 towers are BAM upgraded. Like the Lord's Residence, this 1000 mechanical towers upgrade has further expanded the footprint, and this upgrade gives the tower of 1000 opportunities another tower. This means that a level 5000 chance tower is able to support 3 technologies being researched at the same time. Su-yang opened the 1000 mechanisms tower panel and entered the technology resources section. A range of new technologies appeared before his eyes, and all of this technology is centered around one element: electricity. Science and technology, electromagnetism, specium rays, an in-depth study of electromagnetism and related branches, yielding a series of cases related to electromagnetism. Unity value, 15,000 points. Duration, 2D. Science and technology, principles of power generation. Shattering the darkness with thunder, in-depth study of the principles of electromagnetic conversion to unlock a range of buildings and technologies related to power generation. Uniformity value, 12,000. Time, 36H. Front-end technology, electromagnetism. Technology, high-efficiency electromagnetic towers. The electric light of your fingertips is my life's faith. In-depth study of the principles of electromagnetic induction and power transmission to unlock transmission technologies that can cover an entire area with power. Uniformity value, 12,000. Time, 36H. Front technology, electromagnetism. Principles of power generation. Technology, high-energy capacitors. Backup hidden energy. Delve into the principles of electrical energy storage to unlock capacitors capable of storing huge amounts of energy. Uniformity value, 12,000. Time, 36H. Front technology, electromagnetism. Principles of power generation. Science and technology, computer science. Playing with computers for fun, in-depth study of computer theory. Acquisition of mathematical models. Programming languages. Intelligent algorithms and a series of computer knowledge. Uniformity value, 15,000. Duration, 2D. Front-end technology, electromagnetism. Technology, automation technology. Wow! A red stone. In-depth study of automation technology, modern control theory, and unlocking a range of automated production as well as defense buildings. Uniformity value, 12,000. Time, 36H. Front-end technology, computer science, technology, artificial intelligence. Your intelligent butler, in-depth study of intelligent algorithms to unlock artificial intelligence capable of sophisticated computational analysis. Uniformity value, 12,000. Time, 36H. Front-end technology, computer science, opening the power branch. A series of upgrades hooted and hollered as they flooded onto Su Yang's panel. And that's just the part about electricity. There's so much other tech before it even exists. It was just as he expected. The main focus of the level 5 main base was a tech upgrade. This huge pile of technology gushing out gave Su Yang a shock. The technology that went into the field of electricity was significantly more esoteric than the technology that came before it. After all, this was the epical discovery that started the second industrial revolution of mankind. Su Yang pressed his temperament and carefully analyzed the technologies. The first is electromagnetism and the principles of power generation, which needless to say must be on point. Without those two there wouldn't be this whole massive power system. Su Yang's mind flashed and ordered these two technologies first. Uniformity value, 27,000. Science and Technology, Electromagnetics Research Center. Remaining time, 1D. 15H. Science and Technology, Research on Principles of Power Generation. Time remaining, 1D. 5H. After these two techs are the high-efficiency electromagnetic tower and the high-energy capacitor. Despite their racy presentation, they are actually wires and batteries that have been improved by Daqin Heavy Industries. High-energy capacitors are, needless to say, oversized batteries that store electricity without loss. Efficient electromagnetic towers are much more sophisticated than wires that need to make connections to be effective. Electromagnetic towers do not require a physical connection and can transport power anywhere in the region by electromagnetic induction. Wide-range wireless power, a technology only seen in science fiction movies. As the territory developed, Su Yang felt that Great Qin's technology had become more and more sci-fi. At this rate of progress, we won't really get any ancestral dragon battleships at a later stage. Chapter 154, Level 5 Imperial Armor Army. Plan states encountering the enemy. After sighing at the shock of Great Qin technology, Su Yang continued to upgrade. Among the electromagnetic towers and capacitors, Su Yang prioritized the electromagnetic towers. He selected the high-efficiency electromagnetic tower into the 1000 mechanical towers panel, and then used the remaining heart of the worm's nest. Uniformity value 12,000. Technology, high-efficiency electromagnetic tower under study. Time remaining, 1D. 5H. Use of props to shorten the time needed for research and development by 48H. Technological electromagnetism research completed. Remaining time for technological power generation principle, 20H. The remaining heart of the worm's nest can be scaled down for a total of 3 days. After the input, the electromagnetism study was completed and the power generation principle gained a 9-hour reduction. After the column of electromagnetism research was empty, Su Yang ordered the high-energy capacitor on the 1000 Opportunities Tower again. Su Yang estimated that waiting for the completion of the research of these 3 technologies in the 1000 Machines Tower, the relevant technologies for carrier and troop upgrades would also be unlocked. After the first 4 technologies are the more advanced electronically derived technologies: computer technology, automation technology, artificial intelligence. According to Su Yang's thinking of martial arts before literature, these three technologies would not be prioritized very high, unless they would be associated with subsequent upgrades. Su Yang would not order these three technologies in the near future. After all, it's not like there's an imminent need for a big Qin incubator strongly related to these three technologies. At this point, all of the tech upgrades that can be viewed have now been looked at. The next aspect is the resource aspect. And the most important aspect of the resource aspect is the production facilities. The capacity of all production facilities will be directly doubled as long as they are within the grid coverage area. Includes all mineral mining machines as well as steel smelting and petrochemical plants. In other words, as long as the power grid was connected, without having to upgrade the facilities, the resource production in the territory would be directly doubled. This is the explosion of productivity brought about by technological advances. After the resources came the Imperial Armor Battalion that Su Yang was most concerned about. The most important thing about each upgrade is, of course, what new units the Imperial Armor Battalion will unlock. With a flash of his mind, Su Yang invested his resources into committing to the Imperial Armor Camp. This was the only resource left in the territory. And after that, buildings such as the General's Palace and the Heavy Weapon Battalion could only wait until tomorrow to be upgraded. Resources were invested and the upgrading of the Imperial Armor Battalion began. This time the upgrade had more than just the sound of gears spinning for mechanical operation. There was also some more zipping sound of electric current. From time to time, lightning-like currents would gush out from the top of the Imperial Armor Camp. So it seemed that this upgrade was definitely not related to electricity. After a fine sound of surging electricity, the Level 5 Imperial Armor Battalion completed its construction. Su Yang tapped on the panel and surprisingly did not find any new troop units. All other units of the Imperial Armor Battalion have seen upgrades related to electromagnetism. Though, it seems that the electromagnetic technology of Level 5 home bases has not yet been developed to the point of being able to make single weapons, and can only be used to aid and augment existing units. But supplementing and augmenting existing units doesn't mean they don't give the team a strong boost. The firepower of the troops is actually sufficient at this stage. The most important thing is to upgrade the mechanics and expand the means of offense. The advent of electromagnetic technology accomplished just that. Su Yang tapped into the 1000 Mechanisms Tower Troop Type panel and checked out the various upgrades in detail. Technology, Deflector Shield. The bullet that can kill me hasn't been made yet. Upgraded unit, Daqin Imperial Armor Sharpshooter. Deeply solving the principle of magnetic field and force field transformation. Providing the surface of the sharpshooter's armor with an energy shield of charged particle fields, capable of deflecting and reducing various types of damage. Uniformity value, 12,000. Time, 36H. Front technology, electromagnetism, high energy capacitors. Technology, electromagnetic propulsion. Forward 4. Upgraded unit, Daqin Imperial Armored Crossbowman. Deeply analyzing the principle of electromagnetic fields acting on metal objects. Improving the crossbow's mechanism and adopting a new electromagnetically accelerated barrel to further enhance the damage of crossbow arrows and provide new magnetic storm arrows. Uniformity value, 12,000. Time, 36H. Front technology, electromagnetism, high energy capacitors. Technology, electromagnetic guns. I am the sun. Upgraded unit, Daqin Heavenly Fireguard. In-depth analysis of the principle of electromagnetic fields interacting with metal objects. Upgrading of the gun barrels with electromagnetic gunpowder mixing acceleration. Further increasing the range and providing new magnetic storm shells. Uniformity value, 15,000. Time, 36H. Front technology, electromagnetism, high energy capacitors. Technology, electromagnetic storm. When thunder strikes, it destroys everything. Upgraded unit, Daqin Fire Dragon Guard. In-depth analysis of the plasma principle. Adding charged particles to the flame to form a magnetic energy storm. Further enhancing the destructive power. Uniformity value, 15,000. Time, 36H. Front technology, electromagnetism, high energy capacitors. All 4 types of units receive electromagnetic enhancements. And sharpshooters gain energy shields to further boost their defenses. And the crossbowmen, Skyfire Guards and Fire Dragon Guards all received enhancements on the offensive end. Crossbowmen not only improve their crossbows and get electromagnetically accelerated barrels, but they can also fit new magnetic storm arrows. The Skyfire Guard barrels directly then improved to electromagnetic cannons, utilizing advanced electromagnetic acceleration principles to further increase range, and also gained new magnetic storm shells. The Fire Dragon Guard does not use electromagnetic propulsion, but mixes charged particles into the flamethrower to enhance the flame damage effect. Simply put, this upgrade is an electromagnetic enchantment for 3 units. Although the exact effect and power of it was still unclear, Su Yang guessed that this enchantment would greatly increase the killing ability of soldiers against high armor units, especially an enemy like the Grey Rock Clan who were keen on using metal armor for protection. The newly added electromagnetic enchantment will be a great threat to their defense. Su Yang's thoughts flashed. The highest priority task right now was to lay the power grid in the territory, doubling the speed of production of all kinds of resources in the territory with the power boost. What followed was upgrading various military units to deal with the threat of the Greystone clan to the north, and the activity of those guys got more and more intense. Next up are upgrades to the general's house and the heavy weapons battalion, where new hero units and new carriers are waiting for him. While pondering which unit to prioritize for upgrading, a system prompt suddenly appeared in Su Yang's mind. The Japania clan is under attack. Offense? A Generation 1 swarm beating a Level 4 Imperial Armor army led by Li Xin? Chapter 155, Great Qin is the true god. Electricity coverage. It was late at night, and the overcast wind was blowing so hard that it hurt my face. The Royal Armor army led by Li Xin raised bonfires in various parts of the territory and ate roasted fruits and bird meat to relieve their fatigue during the day. Tang Ji was a little anxious that the group of soldiers had no intention of going up to the city wall to keep an eye on the defense at all. The bug's attack could come at any time. Will it be too late to prepare for it? General, it's coming. A scout unit with less imperial armor protection walked up to Li Xin and handed up a piece of meter in his hand. Tanji noticed that it was a radar-like screen that showed small white dots that were rapidly moving toward the center of the gauge. The white dots were close to 100 densely packed. It's a swarm. Tanji's eyes widened. That number could be a full double of what he had encountered before. Is this the escalation of offense that comes with a higher threat level? Have Chen Wu Zhaozhan bring a squad over and stop them at the periphery to dispose of them. Don't harm the fruits, Li Xin ordered to the scouting unit beside him. And with that, the two Imperial Armor soldiers got up and ordered a group of 30 men and left the territory. Tanji blinked and stood up. General Li Xin, is this party going to scout the enemy? They'll just crush the swarm, outside the fruit tree zone. But I think I only saw a couple dozen of them, and the radar map is showing hundreds of xenomorphs. Tang Ji was a bit flustered. His previous 400-man force could only manage to defend against a 50-sized swarm without injury by virtue of the city walls. Now they have to deal with 100 xenomorphs by sending only 30 people? Wouldn't it be unsafe? If the Imperial Armor soldiers incur casualties, it wouldn't be cost-effective. The soldiers need to rest, and 30 men at this level is more than enough. After saying that, Li Xin inserted 3 more plucked strange birds and put them on the fire to roast them. Lord Tanji, there's nothing to do, you can go back to sleep. With us the xenomorphs can't fight their way in. Seeing that Li Xin didn't want to talk to him anymore, Tang Ji swallowed and turned to leave. Although he believed in the battle prowess of the Dragon Kingdom's Imperial Armor soldiers, this was after all his own territory. The safety of the territory was closely related to his and the entire theater troupe's safety. He followed the lift pod to the top of the iron walls, which were 16 meters high and gave a great view. Although it wasn't the first time he had ascended the city walls, every time he came up Tang Ji was blown away by the amazing city building techniques. Stepping out of the lift pod, he walked quickly to the edge of the wall. The view fell through the dark wall stacks into the distance, where a large swarm of insects like a tidal wave was advancing rapidly, and only less than a third of its Imperial Armor soldiers stood in their way. Is this really going to work? Tang Ji knew that Su Yang's team would never act recklessly, but right now the gap between these two forces was too great, and there was no city wall protection in between. Will it really work? Tang Ji saw the crossbowmen located at the back row of the line release their arrows. The black pressurized arrows surrounded the tide of insects like a big net. Is that a crossbow? A crossbow can reach that kind of firepower? Tang Ji's eyes flashed. The firepower was no different from a machine gun. Whoosh! The sound of arrows breaking through thousands of meters of air reached his ears. The stinging insects in the front section of the wave fell to the ground in response like grass. Is this a stinging insect? It's one of those stinging insects with a polychitin shell. Tang Ji simply wondered if these stinging insects were the same ones she fought against every day. After a baptism of crossbows and arrows, the remaining remnants of the stinging insects crashed into the array of Imperial Armor sharpshooters. The sharpshooters' hands rose and fell with their swords, and the tide of stinging insects was reduced to a puddle of limbs and blood foam. Finally, a few scout soldiers on horseback killed and chased the fleeing brainworms, and 30 Imperial Armor soldiers returned to the territory. The horrible wave of insects that terrified him every night was wiped out in less than a minute, and it's still a field encounter without walls, and with only 30 soldiers. Strong, too strong. Smelling the putrid odor of stinging insects coming from the air, Tang Ji couldn't stop his heart from shivering. Compared to the Battle of Nations and the Battle of Souls across the screen, this feeling of fighting directly in front of the Imperial Armor is even more shocking. In this moment Tanji's faith changed. Damn, God never answered his prayers. Su Yang and the Imperial Armor sharpshooter were the ones who really helped him. God. From today Qin is his god. Name, MT. Li Yanfutai. Type, industrial building. Facilities that use coal or oil to generate electricity. 10 units of electricity per unit of coal fuel. Each unit of fuel produces 20 units of electricity. Name, Yosen Mikado Pavilion. Type, industrial building. Facilities for generating electricity by wind power. Facilities that generate electricity in response to changes in wind power. Average daily generation of 50 units of electricity in the current region. The completion of the 3 tech studies regarding electricity has unlocked 2 more industrial facilities in the industrial building zone. 1 thermal power plant and 1 wind power plant. Where thermal power plants consume fuel oil resources, wind power is entirely dependent on the weather. After both buildings are unlocked, the wind resources around the territory are not abundant, and the wind speed and volume are both pitifully low. Therefore, Su Yang could only choose to build a thermal power plant, the Yoshin Yanhua Terrace. Oil is an important strategic resource to be used as a mainstay for generating electricity is definitely not okay. At most it can be used in times of extreme power shortages. So at present the most important fuel for generating electricity is coal resources. 3 coal mine miners after the power addition to the base capacity again increased by 100%. The total output came to 680 units per day. That amount leaves about 100 units of coal left after the coal consumed to sustain the troops. That means relying on thermal power plants with an electricity capacity of 1,000 units per day. Of this amount, 100 units of electricity/day are consumed to maintain the operation of the various mining machines, and 200 units/day are consumed to maintain the industrial facilities. The consumption of electricity by the various production facilities alone amounted to 1,400 units, exceeding the capacity of the territory to generate electricity. With a flash of his mind, Su Yang put the additional mining machine provided by the level 5 main base into the coal mine. The daily capacity of the coal resources was raised again to 860 units per day. This will give the power an average capacity of about 800 units per day when you take out the soldier consumption. It is able to meet the needs of resource production facilities, but wants to meet the needs of the next soldier units and more buildings that need power. It will be necessary to increase the average capacity of electricity. Thermal power has reached its limits and now areas need to be found that can support wind power. Su Yang's mind flashed and opened the ascendant tower panel. He had to divine the area where the wind farm could be erected. Chapter 156, Key Supply Carrier. Great Qin Iron Cavalry? Open the ascendant tower panel. Blessing from heaven, consuming the value of the royalty to make a prediction of the neighboring blessed places, and obtaining an unknown special place closest to the territory. Do you want my treasure? If you do, go to the fortune teller. Note, every time it is used, the consumption of unity value will be increased by 50. Consumption of unity value, 10,000 points onwards. Theoretically the Skyfall option can only divine random special locations, but by paying money, that is, by using double the value of the unity you can divine the specific clue you want. Of course, divination accuracy will change depending on the difficulty of your needs. If you're divining some kind of destructive weapon, the odds are that the divination will turn out to be false. Su Yang invested the entire 20,000 points of unity value to activate the heavenly blessing option. It was a necessary drain. The technological research for the crossbowmen, Skyfire guards and fire dragon guards would be completed by tomorrow, and the power problem must be solved before then. Having scouts out exploring would be a waste of time, not to mention that wind resources are not best explored by people. First of all, the strength of the wind changes constantly over time, and the wind resource in a given area must rely on the average winds over a day or even a period of time, and the scouts obviously couldn't stop for that long in one area, so they could only feel the instantaneous winds in a certain area, and the probing wasn't accurate. So in order to obtain wind power generation as soon as possible, these 20,000 points of unity value must be used. Unity value 20,000. Skyfall fortunes launched. Special regional push in. The dominance value is invested, and the hemisphere at the top of the ascendant tower begins to rotate, and the surrounding orbits continue to intersect and operate. With the constant sound of steam and machinery, the deduction progresses step by step. Specialized areas have been demonstrated. This time, the Wailing Mountains. Dry position. Tianmen, 400 kilometers west-northwest. At the edge of the crystal mining district, the higher bugs are hibernating here, and gusts of wind and debris are ravaging the area. The Wailing Mountains, a no-go area for life, a dance floor for death. 400 kilometers northwest? Su Yang tapped the map in his mind, and now the exploration in the northern crystal mining area was only about 100 kilometers. This time, it was surprising that they had to travel 400 kilometers directly to the northwest, which was already more than the maximum distance that the current basalt car could travel. To reach the Wailing Mountains you must first upgrade the heavy weapon battalion to upgrade the carrier. It seems that more preparation is needed before relying on wind-powered white-horing power. With a flash of his mind, Su Yang put the steel that had been reproduced today into the heavy weapon camp. It's time to get those big guys upgraded. A dull, thunderous sound rang out as the heavy weapon battalion began to escalate amidst the roar. Compared to a series of building upgrades such as the Imperial Armor Battalion, the heavy weapon battalion will always make the most noise. The sound was like carrying a heavy hammer and pounding on your eardrums. Boom! With a loud pop, the heavy weapon battalion upgrades were complete. Like the Imperial Armor Battalion, devices capable of inspiring lightning appeared at the top of the heavy weapon battalion. Su Yang couldn't wait to open the heavy weapon battalion panel. The highest priority to enter the eyes was a brand new carrier. Heavy weapon battalion panel. Machine, Sheen Wolfsmoke. Machine type, supply vehicle. Power drive, hybrid. Production requirements, Level 2 Public Transportation Heavy Weapons Battalion. Prerequisite technologies, electromagnetism. High energy capacitors. Description, a multi-terrain long-distance transportation vehicle capable of resupplying various types of resources. The Wolfsbane has 5 compartments, each with a capacity of 200 units, capable of storing up to 5 types of resources. Note, electricity can be stored in 1000 units. Summoning requirements, 10,000 points. Maintenance consumption, 10 units of steel/time, 10 units of copper/time. Base consumption, 150 units of electricity/trip, 30 units of fuel oil/trip, 15 units of fuel/trip, 15 units of water concentrate/trip. Note, machine gun units traveling on off-road surfaces will suffer fuel consumption and movement speed penalties depending on road conditions. The Daqin Wolfsbane, a resource supply vehicle. Su Yang's eyes flashed. This was a very crucial carrier. Now the furthest distance the Xian Tai heavy armored vehicle could reach without considering returning was about 300 kilometers. You can't reach the Wailing Mountains in this situation no matter what. And the Wolfsbane came along and solved that problem perfectly. As long as they were resupplied in the middle of the journey, the basalt wagons could continue to run and deliver the troops to the Wailing Mountains. And the advent of the Wolfsbane solved more than just that problem. With the addition of the resource supply vehicle, soldiers don't have to return to their territory to get fuel supplies. This will further increase the speed and frequency of the team's expeditions. It could be argued that the addition of the Wolfsbane turned the long-range force right into a mobile territory. Carriers and soldiers can be resupplied or repaired anywhere around the Wolfsbane. Each Wolfsbane can carry up to 1,000 units of capital. To play it safe, Su Yang directly summoned 2 wolf smoke horns. Electromagnetism and black smoke poured out at the same time after a burst of operation from the heavy weapon battalion. A steel chariot slowly pulled out. The first thing that caught Su Yang's attention about the wolf smoke was the multi-terrain tracks underneath. With the multi-terrain tracks added, the Wolfsbane is not as dependent on the road as the Basilisk. It easily adapts to a wide range of terrain and is subject to fewer movement penalties. Of interest after that is the Wolfsbane's huge tiered rear compartment. Above is a huge storage area with 5 subsections, and below is a variety of outfeed areas. To cope with the various resources that may be stored, the Wolfsbane is equipped with different outlets. For example, for liquid resources such as oil or water, there are tools underneath the compartments similar to the gas guns of the previous world. And for solid resources like coal or metals, the refueling gun is replaced with a dosing gun with a thicker spout. Electricity is then transmitted directly through an arm-sized plug device. In addition to these resources, the Wolfsbane has a special repair shop at the rear as well as 2 repair engineers that accompany the ship. They are responsible for doing all the work needed by the troops. And Imperial or battle armor, weapons or vehicles can be repaired on site. This ensures that the team is not weakened by damage during expeditionary battles. Such versatility was aggregated in one vehicle, making the Wolf Smoke the second most important summoning object in the territory after the Basalt vehicle. However, compared to the wide, long, and heavy Shin Tai car, the Wolf Smoke was obviously a bit more compact and agile. After summoning the Wolfsbane, the upgrades to the Basalt carriage and Blazing Colt followed immediately. These 2 upgrades were even more eye-catching to Su Yang, which were both very crucial upgrades. Among them, the Blazing Flame Colt's upgrade even made Su Yang's fantasy of forming a cavalry team possible. Chapter 157 Electricity Coverage. Explosive Capacity Increase. Machine, Heavy Armored Vehicle. Machine Type, Transportation Vehicle. Power Drive, Hybrid. Production Requirements, Level 2 Public Transportation Heavy Weapons Battalion. Prerequisite Technology, Radar Detection. Description, a large transport vehicle equipped with large radar detection instruments, combining transportation, material collection and range reconnaissance. The space above the Basalt car can hold 100 units of soldiers, and the compressed space below can hold 500 units of various resources. Summoning requirements, 8,000 points. Maintenance consumption, 10 units of steel/time, 10 units of copper/time. Base consumption, 200 units of electricity/trip, 10 units of fuel oil/trip, 5 units of fuel/trip. 5 units of water concentrate/trip. Note, machine gun units traveling on off-road surfaces will suffer fuel consumption and movement speed penalties depending on road conditions. Machine animal, 1000-mile blazing colt. Org type, multi-terrain vehicle. Power drive, hybrid. Production requirements, Level 2 Public Transportation Heavy Weapons Battalion. Prerequisite technology, deflector shield. Description, a machine beast equipped with an accumulating shield that can increase its ramming power by moving and absorbing damage. Summoning requirements, blazing foal, 5,000 points. Improved blazing foal, 1,500 points. Maintenance consumption, 5 units of steel/time. 5 units of copper/time. Base consumption, 100 units of electricity/trip. 5 units of fuel oil/trip. 5 units of fuel/trip. 5 units of water concentrate/trip. Note, Tier 2 Heavy Weapon Battalion will provide improved blazing ponies that are better suited for ordinary soldiers to ride and more maneuverable for soldiers. Note, a blazing colt can carry 1 general or 3 soldier units, and an improved blazing colt can carry 1 soldier unit. The 2 old units, the Basilisk and the blazing colt, have not been upgraded in terms of power, and EM gives them a whole new ability. The Basilisk's new ability is radar detection, which has a greater range and clearer target acquisition than sonic detection. It is also capable of detecting stealth units similar to the last Terran Vulcans, and loading the radar will further enhance the unit's ability to fight in the field. Unlocking the Level 2 Basalt Wagon requires the radar detection technology, which is likewise a prerequisite tech for upgrading the sonic detectors in your territory. Compared to the mobile radar on the Basalt car, the territory is a state-of-the-art phased array radar, and the maximum detection range has been directly increased from 5 km for sonic detection to 100 km. And radar detection can not only monitor the ground, air and underground are also in the scope of reconnaissance. It can be said that within 100 kilometers of any wind and grass cannot escape the eyes of the radar. Just point out the radar detection technology that will make sneak attacks a thing of the past for good. After the Shen Iron Cart was the improved Blazing Flame Colt that made Su Yang even more excited. Previously, when the Level 1 Heavy Weapon Battalion opened the Blazing Flame Colt, Su Yang had wondered if he could equip a cavalry team. However, considering the expensive cost of the Blazing Colt and the fact that it was too large to be handled by ordinary soldiers, the idea of forming a cavalry had to be abandoned. However, now an improved version of the Blazing Colt has appeared. Not only has it been reduced in size to make it more suitable for the average soldier, but the price has been lowered as well. What's more, the Blazing Colt was equipped with an accumulating shield that, like Li Xin Mingtian's battle armor, was capable of absorbing and accumulating the absorbed damage to produce even stronger ramming damage. This is literally technology made for warhorses. The appearance of the improved Blazing Flame Colt made Su Yang's idea of forming the Great Qin Iron Cavalry Regiment possible. There is no doubt that cavalry is more powerful than infantry, and more importantly a cavalry team can offer more tactical possibilities to the generals. It's a double boost to combat hardness and tactical diversity. Looking at this one upgrade, Su Yang's heart was already a bit impatient. There are simply too many upgrades that need to be made, yet time and resources are limited. And it is important to find the most accurate path in silence. The Great Qin Iron Cavalry Legion was certainly overbearing, but it was not a matter that could be considered at this time. The most important thing at the moment is still to fulfill the territory's power needs first. Thermal power plants have been commissioned and electricity is being produced at a steady rate. High-efficiency electromagnetic towers and high-energy capacitors have been studied. Su Yang selected the high-efficiency electromagnetic tower and placed its blueprint in the center of the Lord's area. The blueprints were put down, and slender, efficient electromagnetic tower buildings rose from the ground. It is close to 10 meters in height and has a square tower base of about 2 meters. At the top of the spire is a complex and sophisticated electrical discharge device, from which electromagnetic fields invisible to the naked eye shoot out and expand outward. Electromagnetic towers are capable of powering all buildings within a kilometer that need electricity, as long as the power supply is available. The moment the electromagnetic tower was activated, all the miners in the production area lit up. The roar of the mining machine was punctuated by the additional sound of a thin surge of electricity. All production facilities, as well as all plants in the industrial zone, received a 100% increase in base capacity. Thunder and lightning, the power of the celestial gods, were mastered by mankind from this moment on. After putting down the electromagnetic tower, Su Yang put down another high-energy capacitor. The capacitor will store the unused power for a rainy day. Of course, capacitors are basically useless right now, with power being extremely scarce in the territory. Su Yang opened the resource panel to check the various resource data after the power boost. Territorial resources. Water resources, stock, 1,532 units. Production rate, 1,150 units/day, 20% bonus. Quarry resources, stock, 862 units. Production rate, 1,440 units/day, 20% bonus. Coal resources, stockpile, 814 units. Production rate, 1,150 units/day, 20% bonus. Copper metal, stock, 531 units. Production rate, 575 units/day, 20% bonus. Metallic iron, stock, 456 units. Production rate, 1,440 units/day, 20% bonus. Nitrate resource, stock, 362 units. Production rate, 240 units/day, 20% bonus. Iron and steel resources, stock, 56 units. Production rate, maximum 400 units/day. Ectoparasite body mass, 698. Biological crude, 3 units. Production rate, max 1,000 units/day. Fuel resources, stock, 163 units. Production rate, maximum 400 units/day. Electricity resource, stock, 0 units. Production rate, maximum 5,000 units/day. Vassal tribute resources. Quarry, 200 units/day. Carbon ore, 200 units/day. Copper, 50 units/day. Territorial strategies, level 2 power to the world. Level 1 weapon of the state. Level 1 time and fortune. Territory gain/loss effect, level 5 gaze of the abyss, duration/uniformity value, 72. 651. Opening up the territory resources again. You can see that the production capacity of all minerals has increased tremendously compared to a few days ago. The biggest contributor to this is, of course, the power boost that comes with a level 5 home base. The second is the resources brought in by the Fonzillo and Theater Teeth tribute. In the case of coal, for example, after power additions and new miners, coal production came to 960 units per day, which has nearly doubled the previous capacity. Then it goes through the 20% additions of the time and year and the tributes of the vassal states. The territory's daily coal production directly exceeded 1,000, coming to a staggering 350 units per day. The upgrade of the level 5 main base allowed for an explosive increase in territory productivity. Chapter 158 Great Qin Supercomputing Center. Lu Buwei, Xiangbang. Total carbon mine capacity of 350 units per day. And after the unit has been expanded and upgraded, the unit consumes 200 units for a single resupply. Expeditionary forces are essentially fueled once a day because of the long hours of movement and combat. The city defense forces, on the other hand, consume less fuel, and would consume less if there were no bugs attacking the city. According to the frequency of siege twice a week, Su Yang estimated that the average daily consumption of the current territory should be around 1,000 units. This is only a rough guess, though, and if something unexpected comes up it can skew the results dramatically. Now, the production and consumption of various resources in the territory had become too complicated. Relying on Su Yang himself was simply unable to accurately calculate these production and consumption relationships, and could only do a rough speculation. Although this also ensures that things are generally normal and that there are no major resource shortages. However, every time a projection was performed, it would consume a lot of Su Yang's energy, and it was impossible to perform real-time calculations. Nowadays, a lot of consumption and resource production changes in real time, and real-time calculations are very important. For example, iron and steel are both necessary resources, and 2 units of iron are converted into 1 unit of steel. Too little conversion can lead to insufficient steel production, while too much conversion can lead to insufficient iron raw materials. And the demand for steel and iron in the territory changes in real time and there is no defined ratio, which requires the overlord to constantly adjust the conversion rate. The same goes for fuel resources. Put too little into thermal power plants and there's not enough power. Put too much into thermal power plants and there's not enough supply for soldiers. These require real-time adjustments to the ratios, which are difficult to accomplish by human labor. Moreover, when an unexpected event leads to an increase in a particular demand, the relationship between resources can be instantly disrupted, leading to a series of problems. With the increase of various resources in the territory in the future, it will be more and more difficult to project the consumption of the territory by human labor. The inability to monitor the data in real time would not only make the territory's resources less resistant to risk, it would also make Su Yan lack a sense of control over the situation. Perhaps relying on human calculations is outdated? Can the AI brought in by a level 5 home base solve this problem? Between flashes of thoughts, Su Yang directly opened the 1000 Opportunity Tower panel. After the study of the 3 pieces of electricity today, Su Yang dragged the 3 brothers, Crossbowman, Heavenly Flame Guard and Fire Dragon Guard, into the 1000 Machine Tower again. Science and Technology Electromagnetic Propulsion Research Center. Remaining time, 19H. Technology Electromagnetic Cannon Research in progress. Remaining time, 28H. Technology Electromagnetic Storm Research Center. Remaining time, 28H. This morning Lee Xin led his team to take down another hard battle in the Phantom Zone, destroying a 4th-generation bug nest. Therefore, Su Yang now held a legendary great insect nest heart in his hand, which could shorten the research and development time by 5 whole days. He had wanted to wait until the subsequent emergency to use it, but now just seemed to be the more important moment. Su Yang had already told Lee Xin to return to the territory, and the troops would march towards the Wailing Mountains tomorrow after resting in the territory tonight. All 3 upgrades should be completed before then, and make sure that at least the Heavenly Fire Guard and the Fire Dragon Guard complete their upgrades. In addition, because the power system was added, the calculation of the territory's resources further increased, and Su Yang needed the assistance of other forces in order to control the whole situation. Use it early and enjoy it. Su Yang took out the heart of the worm's nest utilizing the splitting technique to split it into 2 and 3 day portions. He first invested 2 days worth of volume to finish researching the crossbowman's electromagnetic propulsion and the Skyfire Guard's electromagnetic cannon tech. After that, I ordered up computer science and artificial intelligence, and put 3 more days worth of portions into it, and it finished rising in seconds. There were 5 techs in total, 4 of which were completed instantly, leaving 1 tech with only a dozen hours left. This is the charm of legendary props. Use of props to shorten the time needed for research and development by 48H. Research on electromagnetic propulsion is complete. Level 5 Dachin Armor Crossbowmen have been unlocked. Research on the electromagnetic cannon is complete. Level 3 Dachin Heavenly Fire Guard has been unlocked. Uniformity value 27,000. Science and Technology Computer Science Research Center. Technology Artificial Intelligence Research Center. Use of the item Heart of the Worm's Nest to shorten the time needed for research and development by 72H. Research in Scientific and Technological Computer Science completed. Technology AI Research completed. Technology Electromagnetic Storm Research Center. Remaining time, 14H. AI loading detected. Dachin Heavy Industries characteristics triggered. Artificial Intelligence Base Station Dachin Supercomputing Center. AI Chan Louis Xiangji Brain. Real-time monitoring. Sustainable forecasting. Early warning of shortages. Adjustment of transfer ratios. And other fine-grained control of resources in territories and vassal states. Supercomputing Center. Lu Xiangji Brain? Su Yang's eyes flickered. An AI modeled after Lu Buwei. The Prime Minister? Lu Buwei, a merchant by birth, was a vassal and a Prime Minister in the state of Qin. He not only left behind various legendary deeds, but also authored LV's Spring and Autumn. More importantly, the name Policy of the Laborer came from the hand of Lu Buwei. It can be said that the Qin dynasty's military industry was powerful without Lu Buwei's monitoring. With the assistance of such an AI, wouldn't he or she be able to be a handful? Su Yang tapped the panel and placed the new building Dachin Supercomputing Center in the technology column in the Lord's area. The blueprints were placed in soon a new building and also the most sci-fi building in the territory at the moment was assembled. The Great Qin Supercomputing Center was a supercomputer. Silver-white steel with light blue engravings. The cylindrical base shrinks upwards, and at the very top is a suspended translucent sphere. It has a footprint of over 20 square meters and a height of over 6 meters. It's hard to imagine that this is even the size of a computer. As soon as the supercomputing center was put down, the lights of the many mining machines in the territory went straight out. It was only after Su Yang increased the fuel input of the thermal power plant that the lights of the mining machine came on one after another and operated again. Such a huge power consumption? How powerful a computer like that should be in terms of arithmetic. Su Yang tapped the panel and entered the AI page. A string of mechanical sounds instantly appeared in his mind, while corresponding subtitles surfaced on the panel. Your Majesty, I am Sangbang 001. The first generation of supercomputing AI from Dachin Industries. Chapter 159, Sagittarius Brain. Magnetic Cannonball. Sagittarius is applying for permission to test resources. Sangbang is applying for resource allocation authority. Sangbang is applying for authority to manage fuel for the force. Sangbang is applying for. The thinking brain sent out permission requests to Su Yang one by one, and Su Yang excitedly confirmed them one by one. It was hard to mix up a prime minister, so he could finally make it easier for him. As a line of authority opened up, Su Yang also became more aware of what this super assist could do. The first was resource management and real-time monitoring. And what Su Yang couldn't accomplish was just the basic operation of the smart brain. The next step was to predict and adjust the ratio of each secondary resource production in the territory in real time according to Su Yang's strategy. Then there is the emergency response, which is able to quickly respond to all kinds of emergencies. Lastly, there is the control of some of the facilities in the territory, such as automated farms and the like. It's basically certain that with the aid of an intelligent Sagittarius, logistics in the territory will never be a problem again. Store as much power as possible while ensuring fuel resources. Su Yang gave the order. Mandate established. Troop movements are being monitored in real time and troop fuel losses are being monitored. Current coal fuel reserves are good, and it is recommended that the ratio of thermal power plant inputs be increased in order to provide a power reserve for the expeditionary force tomorrow. Seeing this, Su Yang nodded his head. It was really a brain with predictive ability. It had even taken tomorrow's expeditionary mission into consideration. Team expeditions require filling the Wolfsbane with resources for use on the road, so a number of inputs into the Wolfsbane will certainly have to be consumed in advance, including power. When the expedition departs tomorrow, if it is not prepared in advance, then it will not provide enough for the team to use on the expedition road when the time comes. If it wasn't for the brain to mention it, Su Yang himself had forgotten to consider this matter. I'm afraid that he'll only have to wait until tomorrow before he departs before he realizes that the territory won't be able to get the hundreds of units of power that he'll have to store in advance towards the Wolfsbane. Increase the input ratio according to the expedition's needs, Su Yang said. Expedition destination Wailing Mountains. Target 423. 67 kilometers from territory. Calculations of possible consumption in relation to road conditions are being carried out. Occasional factor weights being calculated. Being calculated at. After a thorough and careful analysis, the Sagittarius intelligence brain listed a data table on Su Yang's face. A brief list of possible losses for various scenarios is given above with data and images. And it's not just electricity. Several different colors represent different resource consumption. Just now Su Yan wanted to try the strange bird meat transported over by the theater troupe's teeth at night. The brain has taken all possible factors into account and listed the consumption of all resources in all possible scenarios. What kind of terrifying arithmetic power was this? Su Yang's expression was stunned. In his previous life he knew that the major powers were committed to researching supercomputers in order to handle the extremely difficult and complex task of missile interception. Now that he had seen the performance of the brain, Su Yang finally understood the reason why countries had to develop computers even if they had their heads bashed in. This kind of super arithmetic beyond the reach of mankind is nothing short of insane. According to the detailed list given by the brain, Su Yang could accurately control the planning of various resources without using his brain or thinking. A level 5 home base brings not only an explosion of productivity, but also a liberation of physical and mental energy. In addition to the current resource consumption report, Wise Brain follows up with a list of resource scarcities of various types for the coming period. Among them, iron ore, quarry and carbon ore remain in the top 3 in terms of consumption, with carbon ore resources remaining the most scarce, and of the secondary resources power, fuel, and steel the most tightly consumed is currently power. The wisdom predicts that this will change to steel being the most scarce in the later stages of a level 5 home base. Su Yang allocated the current stage of resource input based on the data and roughly understood the future direction of resource consumption. It was only after unlocking the thinking brain that Su Yang finally felt like he had the feeling of being an emperor. The brain is his cabinet collection. He only need to give instructions. The cabinet will be all kinds of data, all kinds of situation statistics well presented. He then adjusts the territory strategy or shoots down a decision based on the cabinet's data and recommendations. With the aid of a brain, you no longer have to painstakingly calculate all kinds of data on your own. Su Yang felt a kind of physical and mental relief. After all, he really doesn't like math. After resolving the resource issue, Su Yang once again opened the Imperial Armor Camp panel. Here are 2 new troop units that have just been upgraded. Imperial Armor Battalion panel. Troop type, Dachin Imperial Armored Crossbowmen. Type of troops, long-range infantry. Production requirements, level 5 Imperial Armor Battalion. Description, modify the crossbow firing structure and use electromagnetic barrels instead of crossbow strings to further increase the muzzle velocity of arrows. Provides a new electric crossbow that releases a high-voltage electric current that causes heat burns and paralyzes enemies when it hits them. When hitting metal armor or shells, it can cause local short circuits, thus rapidly destroying the metal structure. Unlocking the pre-science technology allows you to upgrade your crossbowman's crossbow, increasing the strength of your long-range attacks. Summoning required, 1000 points. Consumption, 5 units of fuel/day. 5 units of water concentrate/day. Maintenance consumption, 5 units of steel iron/time. 5 units of copper/time. Loading consumption, 20 units of electricity/trip. 2 units of steel/trip. 1 unit of saltpeter/trip. 1 unit of fuel oil/trip. Troop type, Dachin Heavenly Fireguard. Troop type, Heavy Artillery Unit. Production requirements, Level 5 Imperial Armor Battalion. Description, obtained an electromagnetically accelerated gun barrel to further increase range and a new magnetic explosive shell. Magnetic Storm Bomb has the same power as the Skyfire Bomb, and will cause a wide area electromagnetic storm when it explodes at the target location. Within the electromagnetic storm, all electronic equipment will be disabled. Metal structures will be destabilized, and all units will suffer paralyzing damage. Summoning required, 5,000 points. Base consumption, 10 units of fuel/day, 10 units of water concentrate/day. Maintenance consumption, 10 units of steel/time, 10 units of iron/time. Loading consumption, high explosive shells, 2 units of quarry, 3 units of coal, 1 unit of saltpeter/round. Firebomb, 3 units of quarry, 3 units of coal, 2 units of saltpeter/round. Fuel cartridges, 2 units of quarry, 3 units of coal, 2 units of saltpeter, 1 unit of fuel/round. Magnetic storm shells, 40 units of electricity, 3 units of quarry, 3 units of coal, 2 units of saltpeter/round. The metal structure was destabilized, and Su Yang quickly captured the focus in the upgrades of the crossbowman and the heavenly fireguard. It seems that after ordering the EM upgrade, the Greystone clan's shell defense will no longer be an issue. A powerful magnetic storm will open the way for this expedition to the Wailing Mountains. Chapter 160, Greater East Asia Co-Prosperity. Magnetic flame. Late at night, the moonlight is gloomy. A cold wind blows through the strange stone forest. A city is hidden among the strange rocks that stand there. Bang bang bang. A series of field artillery booms exploded, shattering the quiet of the late night. The stone walls fell apart instantly in front of the 105mm field guns. After a few rounds of flak, the gates fell to the ground and the walls crumbled. The terrified-looking defenders didn't see the enemy at all, and could only fire blindly into the darkness. Bang bang bang. The artillery fire was followed by a barrage of sniper rifle fire. The defenders on the crumbling walls would welcome death if they dared to show their heads. The smell of smoke and death spread through the stone forest. A completely crushing massacre. Unwilling to be crushed like this, the defenders flanked the city with 2 squads trying to make a surprise attack in the night. Shortly after stepping outside the gates, the roar of heavy machine guns rang out from the flanks of the stone forest. The defenders' last-ditch counterattack was crushed. 2-wheeled armored vehicles with 2 armored personnel carriers slowly pulled out of the stone forest from the front. An unstoppable breakthrough was made, with vehicle-mounted heavy machine guns whistling and pulverizing the last remaining defenders. Soldiers occupied the walls, and a large force emerged from the stone forest to pour into the city. Long live the Emperor! Long live the Emperor! Tojo Incan stepped out of the armored car to the cheers of the soldiers and looked with delight at the prisoners kneeling in a line before him. Malayasi teeth! Traitors to the League of England! It is entirely your own doing that you have come to this point. I've already given you an ultimatum. Why do you have to take chances? Are you questioning the strength of my great Eastern Empire? Or are you expecting assistance from England or the Dragon Kingdom? Tojo Incan drew his katana from his belt and placed it on the neck of Lord Malayasi Teeth. Colonized or destroyed? Spare me, please spare me, the Malaysian Tooth Lord wailed. It seems you're not stupid enough to lose your mind. Tojo Incan's mouth smiled coldly as he slowly withdrew the katana that was resting on Lord Malayasi Teeth's neck. Halfway through retracting it, he suddenly changed his face and swung his sword forward with both hands. The blade flashed as the katana blade slashed into the neck of the officer next to Lord Malayasi Teeth. The blade caught in a gap in the bone, and bright red blood spurted out of the wound, spraying Lord Malayasi Teeth in the face. I surrender. I surrender. Why? The Malay lord shouted in horror. Tojo Incan, for his part, was filled with disgust, yanking his katana back and forth violently before finally pulling the blade from the officer's neck. Kill all the rest except the lords. He drew his sword and took a step back, dodging the subsequent fountain of spurting blood. If the shot had been in place, a slash to the neck would have prevented the blood from spraying around like it was now. Unfortunately, it had been too long since I had used my sword, and now my swordplay had taken too much of a back seat. Giggle giggle giggle. The EJK soldiers bayonet all the soldiers who surrendered from Malaysia to death. After roughly wiping the blood from his body, Tojo Incan sent the Greater East Asia Co-Prosperity Strategy to the Lord of Malaysia. This was the slogan of the New Order in East Asia proposed by Japan during the Second World War. They advocate that membership in the Greater East Asia Co-Prosperity Sphere will enable their countries to become a region of coexistence, co-prosperity and self-sufficiency. It was declared that each region produces what is best suited to its production and obtains from other regions what it lacks. Of course, this is just the rhetoric of the East to plunder the resources of the East Asian countries. Any country that is forced to join the Greater East Asia Co-Prosperity Sphere will be the target of the unlimited and endless plundering of all kinds of resources launched by TOEI in order to enrich its national power. For this reason they have appointed themselves as the representatives and saviors of Eastern culture. The countries of East Asia are asked to consciously collaborate with TOEI for the revival of the Eastern culture, so that the Eastern culture will surpass the Western culture. Eventually, a Greater East Asian cultural self-sufficiency will be established in the context of the Greater East Asian Co-Prosperity Sphere. To put it bluntly, this is a packaged colonization strategy. Take it or leave it. The lords of Malaysia confirmed their acceptance of colonization by the East. With the lives of the entire nation behind him, he must take every opportunity to live. Malaysia has become a colonial city of the East, earned the conqueror of civilization achievement. Colonies cannot continue to be upgraded and all resource output goes to the overlord country. Greater East Asia Co-Prosperity Trait, 30% bonus to all resources produced from colonies. Looking at one of the bonuses that popped up on the panel, Tojo Incan smiled. It's true that the war of aggression is the home of the East. The Dragon Kingdom is now isolated and is left to find other territories on its own. And with the countries in their alliance cascading into each other, it's much easier to get information about the country's orientation. By capturing territory faster and grabbing resources from the colonies, they could certainly reverse their current disadvantage. It's a shame Matsui Ishijin got stabbed silly by Rokoko's damn martial arts general in the last battle of the spirits. They can't dual front until they unlock a new hero unit. But none of this is a problem. The powerful colonization strategy of the East can make up for it. Research on the electromagnetic cannon is complete. Level 3 Dachin Heavenly Fire Guard has been unlocked. The next morning, in time for the expedition to begin, the Magnetic Fire Dragon Guard upgrade was completed. Su Yang tapped on the Imperial Armor Camp panel to check the details of the Fire Dragon Guard. Troop type, Dachin Fire Dragon Guard. Troop type, Heavy Infantry Unit. Production requirements, Level 5 Imperial Armor Battalion. Prerequisite technologies, electromagnetism. High energy capacitors. Description, improvement of the fire-breathing device by adding charged plasma particles to the flame to emit magnetic flames on the enemy. High-energy plasma particles have terrifying temperatures, capable of instantly melting metallic armor with good thermal conductivity. Summoning required, 5,000 points. Base consumption, 10 units of fuel/day. 10 units of water concentrate/day. Maintenance consumption, 10 units of copper/time. 10 units of steel/time. Loading consumption, 200 units of electricity/trip. 3 units of petroleum fuel/trip. Plasma magnetic flame? Looking at the Fire Dragon Guard panel, Su Yang's heart felt a sense of gratitude. Luckily the departure was delayed to replenish power. Otherwise the remote team is going to miss out on the big kill of the Fire Dragon Guard this time around. He had originally thought that the magnetic blaze of the Fire Dragon Fruit would be similar to the magnetic cannonballs of the Heavenly Flame Guard. The power increase is small, and it mainly creates a magnetic energy storm of a secondary nature. However, after upgrading, you look at the panel and realize that magnetic flame and magnetic storm are not the same thing at all. The charged plasma in magnetic blaze is not an aid, but a weapon of destructive proportions. Su Yang opened the Royal Armor Battalion panel and was about to think about how to upgrade when a mechanical voice sounded in his head. You have been equipped with the best upgrade program based on the current unity value and conquest requirements. Chapter 161, The Expedition Begins. A whole new era. Tapping on the Smart Brain panel, a whole bunch of data and various analytical projections popped up. The analysis includes the various bugs that may be encountered along the way and the current power tally value reserve. It could be said that all the factors that Su Yang could think of that he could not think of were taken into consideration. Su Yang finalized its scenario after roughly reading the Smart Brain's analysis. I have to say it's just nice to have AI assistants to save a lot of energy. Command values are invested and the selected unit returns to the barracks for upgrades. Soon, the upgraded 4 Fire Dragon Guards, 2 Heavenly Fire Guards, and 30 Great Qin Imperial Armor Crossbowmen walked out of the barracks. Seeing the upgraded units, Su Yang's eyes directly lit up. While the exterior of the Imperial armor is still made of steel, the electromagnetic upgrades make the soldiers' Imperial armor look more sci-fi. Many of the original steam oil period transmission drives were replaced with units that relied on electricity. The Fire Dragon Guard's original massive fuel-fired flamethrower was improved by adding a cylindrical plasma generator to the center of the barrel. Inside that light blue device a series of reactions will take place, creating plasma particles capable of devastating strikes. The Skyfire Guard's original power provided by gunpowder was improved, and the entire barrel was turned into an electromagnetic acceleration device. The original Bakelite has also been improved, using a steel casing to encase it, and its appearance looks to be edging towards that of a modern missile. The metal projectile will be shot at an astonishing initial velocity after being accelerated through the layers of the electromagnetic gun tube. After the upgrade, the range of the Heavenly Fire Guard had reached 4 times its previous range. Lastly, the crossbowmen are upgraded, more so than the dual guard upgrades. The iconic crossbow string has been removed from the crossbow and replaced with a new electromagnetically accelerated barrel. Metal arrows accelerated in the barrel will gain a stronger initial velocity, stronger kinetic energy, and compared to crossbow strings that need to be filled, the electromagnetic crossbow gun has a more terrifying rate of fire, which is close to semi-automatic firearms. Seeing the improved forms of the units, Su Yang's heart rose with great anticipation for their real-world effects. Soldiers are upgraded. And the next step is the preparation of the expedition to resupply energy. Su Yang continued to load resources into the 2 wolf smoke horns according to the ratios given by the brain. Each wolfsbane has 5 chambers, each with 200 units of capacity and the ability to store 1000 units of stored power. Su Yang first deposited a total of 1,800 units of electricity into the 2 chambers. This is the maximum power the territory can provide outside of meeting its own needs, with 1,800 units able to support the entire army for 1 resupply. Su Yang felt that it was about right. And the program given by the brain is also that all resources can satisfy the troops for at least 1 resupply. This is followed by the largest head of carbon ore resources, which is the most consumed resource in combat. Su Yang directly invested a whole 600 units of carbon ore, stuffing 3 whole chambers. After that, the remaining 5 compartments held various types of combat consumable resources: 200 units of fuel oil, 100 units of steel, 100 units of iron ore, 100 units of copper and 100 units of saltpeter. With the resource supply portion of the expedition thus prepared, the next step is to move the troops. Monty and the scouting squad continued to serve as the trailblazers without question. Li Xin, on the other hand, formed a large force with the entire 100 Imperial Armor sharpshooters, 60 Imperial Armor crossbowmen, as well as all 4 Fire Dragon Guards and 2 Heavenly Fire Guards. On the carrier side, in order to load more xenomorph corpses, 3 xenomorphs were deployed in full force, plus 2 Wolfsbane to form a steel chariot unit. The entire unit selected assembles in the Eastern Crusade preparation area. Su Yang Battle was reviewing the troops on the city wall. This is the farthest current crusade in the territory, and as far as the edge of the crystalline mining district. And according to the system, the Wailing Mountains were probably the division between the heart of the Worm's Nest and another advent zone. This was another reason for Su Yang to open this expedition besides establishing the wind power station. Once you enter the group stage, it is more important to explore other areas outward. In addition to exploring within your own descent zone, it is important to determine where you are on the larger map. This determines whether you will be able to join forces with your allies or whether you will be surrounded by enemies. By determining the orientation information earlier than other countries, the subsequent strategic arrangements can be made earlier, and getting out of the area beyond the bugs might lead to some different kind of encounter. Su Yang pondered while looking down at the neatly arranged line below. This Imperial Armor unit is now taking shape. The future will be written by them. Depart! Su Yang waved his hand and shouted. The wide mechanical iron gate opened slowly under hydraulic drive. The sound of steam gushing and engines roaring exploded over the territory. Kill the enemy and slay the enemy. Today, in the name of your majesty, raise the might of our great Qin. Meng Tian raised his arms and rode out of the gate first, followed closely by the scout troops, and then after that the steel chariot unit led by Li Xin. Watching the troops drive out of the territory, Su Yang's heart raged. A new era is being unveiled. Outside the Forbidden Land, the entire population of the Dragon Kingdom watched the marching ceremony via live stream. Expanded units and new upgrades and carriers dazzled the crowd, and Monty's call to arms before he left for the battle ignited the atmosphere of the live broadcast. So strong, it feels like we've upgraded from the days of the Battle of the Souls. This all-out attack won't be another expeditionary war. That's too strong. Raise the might of my great Qin. Raise the might of my great Qin. High-level conference room of the Dragon Kingdom. Having not seen the state of the territory for a few days, this sudden look drove the panel almost mad. It's only been a few days. Why does it feel like all the facilities in the territory are powered by electricity? That lightning tower in the center of the territory can't be some kind of wireless power supply, can it? This can be technology that just entered the electrical age? What electrical age? Haven't we been in the sci-fi age for a long time? The troops seem to have gotten new upgrades as well. And there are 2 new carriers. So I'm curious to know what the features are. With such a large-scale outing, it looks like Su Yang is about to launch another expedition. It's the right call. The more you explore outward at this stage, the more you can gain a head start. More than the panel of experts being blown away by the powerful technology, the officers were blown away by the momentum of the soldiers going out to war. At this moment all the officers' hearts were flooded with the impulse to follow the great Qin generals to go to war together. The formidable strength and unrivaled vigor of the Sharpshooter Legion ignited their fervor as soldiers. Strong strength and strict military authority. This was what they had in mind for the Dragon Kingdom's army. Shortly after the troops departed, Elizabeth sent a message to Su Yang. Lords of England, an unfortunate news. Malaya has been colonized by the East. We also have many allies who have received ultimatums of war from the Tripartite Alliance and will be destroyed if they don't surrender. Looking at the message sent by Elizabeth, Su Yang fell into thought. This mode of war of occupying territory was indeed the power of many. Although Great Qin could be said to have an overwhelming battle advantage over the other countries, it was indeed still slow to try to extend outward from the heart of the Worm's Nest on its own. Although the tripartite alliance was not as strong as himself, he was still able to casually take on these weak countries like the English alliance. It wouldn't be long before all of the descent zones except for the heart of the worm's nest would probably be taken over by the tripartite alliance. It's time to have to determine how the big map is lined up. Lords of the Dragon Kingdom, is the big map information out yet? Which are the descending zones that the lords within the alliance are located in? Lords of England, it's too difficult. Most of our lords should be scattered around the tripartite alliance countries, and most of them chose to join the tripartite alliance as a cooperative in order to save themselves. And our alliance lords are currently too weak to open up their own territories to complete exploration, which makes it impossible for us to put together a large map. Dragon Lord, roger that. My troops are heading out of the heart of the worm's nest and will be able to get information on the advent zone northwest of the heart of the worm's nest at that time. Lords of England, this is the most dangerous time for the alliance, and I'll appeal to the lords to hold out as long as they can. Closing the panel, Su Yang let out a long sigh. The sigh is not because of the proclivity of these lords. Water from afar couldn't put out a fire, and moreover it was distant water that he didn't even know how far away it was. He sighed because those countries in the east, Japan, and Rice would surely not let go of the surrendered countries easily. With all the talk of cooperation, at the end of the day it will surely still be overrun and thus colonized. After becoming a colony, all development in the territory is stagnant and you will eat a lot of persistent negative buffs even if you are liberated in the future. Vassal income would be the big head of income for the territory in the future, and Su Yang didn't want to see his vassal state being ravaged. However, he could not do anything about these countries because of their geography. Moreover, by this stage Su Yang realized that the size of the force was still not big enough, and he could only launch an expeditionary force now. If 3 or 4 expeditionary armies could be launched at the same time, then the rate of expansion might be able to match the three-way alliance. All they could do now was to expand outward as quickly as possible and try their best to keep up with the expansion of the three-party alliance. The hordes are on their way, and crossing the Wailing Mountains may be the first time the Dragon Kingdom leaps out of the heart of the worm's nest. Su Yang hopes to see new opportunities there. As his thoughts flashed, he summoned the Sagittarius intelligence brain. Report each technology and facility in the territory that is not currently upgraded. In order of importance. Under analysis. The following content is organized according to its relevance to territorial conquest strategies. Conquest technology and facilities. Upgrade of Level 5 Dachin Armor Rangers. Level 2 Shintai Heavy Armored Vehicle and Level 2000 Mile Blazing Colt. Upgrade of Level 3 General's Residence. Level 2 Foundry and Astrological Tower. Note, Level 2 Foundry and Astrological Tower upgrades will summon related hero units. Logistics technology and facilities, upgrading of the Great Qin Incubation Base and upgrading of the Vassal State's main base and resource production facilities. Shinnan Genshinsho Titanium Mining, Bioinformation Recognition Device. Defense technology and facilities, Level 4 Steel Walls, Level 5 Grid Walls, Reconnaissance Radar, Electromagnetic Automated Crossbow Towers, Magnetic Skyfire Towers, Storm Towers. The above are all the current unlocked technologies. There are no actionable paths for those who want to expand their forces quickly. Under analysis, it is recommended that priority be given to upgrading the Level 3 General's Residence and the Level 2 Foundry. Level 3 General's Office can unlock the Qin Dynasty military system, so that soldiers can be summoned and upgraded according to the formation units, saving a lot of imperial values. Level 2 Foundries can unlock standardized production, allowing for large-scale modification of troops and upgrading of weapons on a large scale. The Great Qin military system turned out to be hidden here. Su Yang's eyes flashed. With the military system in place, future recruiting and upgrades won't have to be done one by one. That's simply too small for Great Qin. And according to the system description, there will also be a reduction in unity value when troops are upgraded according to their formation. This was of great significance in the rapid formation of the Second Expeditionary Force. Perhaps before Li Xin Mengtian returned, Great Qin's Second Expeditionary Army would be able to be formed. Both the General's House and the Foundry upgrades require 300 units of steel, and the Foundry also requires a power supply. Because a lot of resources had been loaded into the Wolfsbane, the territory couldn't get those resources now and would have to wait until tomorrow. It just so happened that the unity value had also been depleted. So after Li Xin Mengtian beat back the unity value today, building upgrades and troop summoning could be synchronized tomorrow. In addition to the military establishment, Su Yang also noticed the titanium mining and bioinformation recognition device of Shinnon Creation Institute. One of these two items is titanium ore to further enhance armor capabilities, and one is biometrics to enhance reconnaissance. When the Second Expeditionary Force was established, Su Yang would consider ordering these two technologies. After the expedition and logistics modules come the base defense technologies and facilities. In addition to the huge boost electromagnetism gives to expeditionary forces, the boost to territory defense is huge. Once you unlock the automation technology, All of the crossbow turrets above the walls can be upgraded to automated turrets. No more manpower is needed. The whole process can automatically recognize and shoot the enemy. The level 5 walls are also fully retrofitted with power grids. And after the upgrade, whether it's jumping bugs or stinging bugs, the photoelectric grids are enough to make them drink a pot of water. Apart from these, the storm tower among the newly unlocked buildings aroused Su Yang's interest. Not for anything else. The name just seems so racy. Unfortunately, storm towers can only be unlocked once all of the territory's outer walls have been raised to level 5. This will consume a lot of resources and is certainly not cost-effective for the territory. So even if Su Yang was curious about the storm tower, he could only wait until later. The priority now is still the expedition of Li Xian and Meng Tian. As long as the expedition goes well, all matters will progress steadily afterward. Chapter 163, Encountering the Swarm Again, Joint Siege. I only posted 2 chapters yesterday, so I made up for it this morning, and the previous chapter was updated to 4,000 words, so remember to return to it before you pick up the chapter. Big guys, Tripartite Alliance Talks Hall. Lord Rice, everyone's progress is good this week. We've basically explored half of the big map. Lord Tianju, it's a pity that the heart of the worm's nest hasn't been explored yet. Damn Dragon Kingdom. I must have my revenge. After the last battle, all of my motorized troopers are so stupid that they're no longer afraid to ride motorcycles. Lords of the East, Battle of the Spirits retains mental damage, and my hero units are affected. Lord Rice, at this stage, we have a great advantage. Although the Dragon Kingdom's soldiers are powerful, it's still difficult to move forward without resources. As long as we unite to occupy as much territory as possible to plunder resources, the Dragon Kingdom will soon lose all its advantages. Lord Agonton, we have forces in most of the large map, but mainly the lower center is still blank, and the heart of the nest must be in it. Lord Rice, last time Australia said they were going south. How is it going? Lords of Australia, there can't be a country to the south, and even if there was, it's impossible to get through. There's a mountain range, and the storms are so strong in the mountain range that even armored vehicles have trouble getting through. Lord Rice, it's good for you that the Heavenly Peril is a better defense than any man-made facility. Lord of Australia, indeed. It is a pity that my valiant Australian soldiers will not be able to serve as frontline troops against the Dragon Kingdom. Lord Rice, all you have to do is guard the minerals in your territory and you'll be doing your best to support the alliance. Although Australia did not find the heart of the worm's nest, but as a large resource country, it is really good to have such a heavenly danger to protect it. MacArthur was more interested in keeping them well produced in the backcountry than in sending them into battle. If we can't get in from the south, then we'll go in the other direction. As long as the Dragon Kingdom is located in the lower center of the large map, then they will be under siege from the 3 alliances. At that time, a joint attack by multiple countries would surely make Su Yang pay for his arrogance. Lords of France, have the Fae in your region suddenly gotten stronger? Lords of the East, what does your excellency mean? Lords of France, the threat level in our region hasn't risen in nearly a week, but the Fae are getting harder to deal with. Lord Rice, the generation system has been upgraded, right? If it's upgraded too fast, you can stop attacking first and expand your troops or upgrade your main base. Lords of France, this enhancement is not normal. Does Lord Turkai feel this way? The enhanced Fae I encountered here all came from the east, and Turquoise should be ahead of us. Lord Agonton, that little cutie, long gone from the Lord's Hall. Nearly 6 hours after the expedition had set out, and halfway through its journey, the scouts returned the first intelligence of an encounter with the enemy. A nest of bugs was stationed in the path of the troops' advance, and according to the intelligence sent back by the scouts, the size of this swarm had already exceeded 1,000. This was the largest swarm that Su Yang had encountered so far. Not even the twin mother bug nests are on this scale, because the unity value was all used up. Su Yang was unable to activate the astrology walk to divine good and bad fortune. However, he believed in the battle power of the upgraded Imperial Armor unit. Whether the enemy is large or not, you can not only gain a lot of unity value, but also test the results of the soldiers after upgrading. Su Yang sent out his entire scouting team to conduct reconnaissance and told Li Xian and Meng Tian to fix their teams and prepare to meet the enemy. Switching to the scout's viewpoint, Su Yang realized that there was a valley in front of him. For the troops to advance they would have to follow the river in the valley, and this nest of worms was located on both sides of the valley. If the scouts didn't spot these bugs ahead of time, the troops would be under siege again once they entered the valley. Like all 5th generation nests, the valley sector nests have numerous wormholes, with holes of varying sizes growing like honeycombs in the mountain walls. Sasha, closer to the valley. The scouts could already hear the swarm's activity. Su Yang ordered the scouts to return. The terrain had been probed. The next step was to greet the neighbors. The magnetic storm bomb didn't have an increased power compared to the Skyfire bomb, But the wave of the magnetic energy storm after the explosion was very wide. That was why Su Yang waited until the scouts had withdrawn a long way before asking the heavenly flame guards to start preparing. After the scouts withdrew from the wave, the Skyfire Guard barrels began to recharge. The orientation of the large force was more than 10 kilometers away from the bug nest, and the upgraded Skyfire Guard bombardment distance was far more than that. Buzz. Electricity surged, and the magnetic cannon tubes at the back of the Skyfire Guard began to charge up in a circle, the light blue light illuminating in a circle. The magnetic energy projectile, rimmed by metal, was already in the chamber, and after being accelerated by a high-energy magnetic field it was headed for high altitude. Skyfire Guard recharged. Magnetic rounds loaded. Requesting launch. Fire. Su Yang ordered. Bang. Buzz. Skyfire Guard shells are now both electromagnetically and gunpowder-driven. The gunpowder explosion gives the projectile its initial velocity, after which it is further accelerated by a high-energy electromagnetic field in the barrel. After an accelerating hum, the magnetic storm shells flew out of the barrel instantly. The magnetic storm that shot up into the sky quickly shrunk to a point and then disappeared into the clouds. The speed was so fast that it was impossible to notice if you weren't concentrating. Su Yang quickly switched to the frontline scout view, only to see the metal magnetic storm bomb disintegrate in the air into countless small missiles shooting towards the ground. Boom! The magnetic storm bomb landed ahead of the road into the valley with an explosive boom. This time the explosion produced no longer pure fire, but a magnetic energy blast laced with electricity. An explosion rang out, followed by a light blue storm that expanded outward with the shockwave. This is a high-energy magnetic storm carrying countless amounts of plasma, also known as a magnetic energy storm. Zlara. The magnetic storm expanded outward at a rapid pace, kicking up mud and sand, scraping across valleys and enveloping everything on the surface in magnetic turbulence. Sasha Sasha. Sasha Sasha. The sound of swarming insects came from deep in the valley, and the natives of this area felt a friendly greeting from their neighbors. Countless pale blue stinging insects poured out of the holes on either side of the valley, and they swooped along the rock walls, ready to tear apart their unwelcome guests. The incoming swarm charged along the rock wall. However, just as they reached the halfway point, the front ranks all fell to their knees as if they were being manipulated by a mysterious force. Unable to keep their balance on the steep cliff face, they rolled down the valley in unison. Chapter 164, Magnetic Energy Storm. This scene looks downright hilarious. A swarm of incoming insects collapsed halfway up the hill before they could see their enemy, rolling down like bowling balls. Although there was some humor, Su Yang knew that this was the effect of the magnetic energy storm. The bug's metal alloy shells are good conductors of electricity, and absorb large amounts of current as soon as they enter the magnetic energy storm. The turbulent currents are transmitted from the shells into their bodies, paralyzing their nerves and destabilizing the shells, resulting in a change in movement posture that produces an exaggerated fall effect. The swarm that had tumbled down to the bottom of the valley regained its footing after acclimatizing, and then charged again in the direction from which the shells had come. Li Xian and Meng Tian had already organized their teams to prepare to meet the enemy. 100 Imperial armor riders were in 2 rows, and their fuel chain saw swords were already on and spinning. 50 Imperial armor crossbowmen in the rear were fully loaded and ready to go, with crossbows and spears in their hands already prepared. Buzz. Boom. Without waiting for the hordes to strike, 2 magnetic storm rounds landed in the direction of the advancing army of the first stingers. Magnetic energy explosions shot up into the sky, and a fine surge of electricity sounded. A series of kill prompts instantly sprung up on Su Yang's panel. Kill level 13 Terran Titanium Crystal Assassin Worm, variant, plus 130 stat value, 30% bonus. Kill level 12 Terran Titanium Crystal Assassin Worm, variant, plus 120 stats, 30% bonus. Kill level 13 Terran Titanium Crystal and Brainworm, variant, plus 650 to unity value, 30% bonus. After being strengthened, the Heavenly Flame Guard could also inflict wide-range kills when facing the titanium crystal stinging insects. It was important to realize that the Heavenly Flame Guards had almost lost their usefulness when they first encountered the swarm of titanium crystal worms, and based on this kill, Su Yang also detected the reason why the Heavenly Flame Guard had recovered its killing power against the titanium crystal bug race. The initial shot of the magnetic storm bomb did not result in a kill, but the resulting magnetic energy storm caused the shell structure of the swarm to go into an unstable state, losing its original protection. And it was the explosions and shockwaves created by the 2 magnetostorm rounds that fell afterward that were able to directly address the large swarm. That is to say that the magnetic energy storm is equivalent to a large-scale armor-shattering effect, and the titanium crystal insectoids in it will lose their armor protection. Buzz. 2 more magnetic storm rounds landed, and a large number of kill alerts poured out as the first wave of bugs were almost completely wiped out, and the magnetic energy storm blocked almost all roads in the direction of the worm-tied hole to the main force. Sasha Sasha. The swarm would not give up, though, and they would never be tolerant of enemies who trespassed on their territory. Soon, a larger swarm buzzed and a second, larger wave began to pour out of the cave. This time they no longer swooped straight down into the valley floor, but charged along the cliff face to either side. They want to avoid the residual areas of the magnetic energy storm. Sure enough, the bugs are bugs and will quickly adjust their strategy based on the outcome of the battle. Their strategy of avoidance failed though. The coverage of the magnetic energy storm was too large, almost reaching about 2 kilometers. While the edge's effects taper off, they can't completely avoid the magnetic storm as long as they're trying to launch an attack on a large force. But they did escape the area of the central road where multiple magnetic energy storms were stacked on top of each other. The magnetic field in this area would render them outright immobile. This batch of swarms were not just stinging bugs, but also jumping bugs with a more agile stature. After a brief period of paralysis to adjust to the edge storm's magnetic field, the second swarm force began to march towards the larger force. Su Yang ordered the Heavenly Fire Guard to release the last magnetic storm bomb in front of the large army. The magnetic energy storm unfolded in front of the group as a magnetic field defense. Hiss ah! The swarm kills, and at the front of the pack is not the first of the stinging bugs, but the faster-moving jumping bugs. However, compared to the previous jumping insects that could ascend the walls in 2 steps, these jumping insects obviously jumped lower and were not as agile as before. Whoosh! The 20 level 4 crossbowmen were on fire, and the armor-piercing arrows were fired in rows. The slow-moving jumping insects could no longer swing around to dodge as before, and were shot through their bodies and dropped to the ground. Below them, the Imperial Armor Sharpshooters topped the army of titanium crystal stinging insects with their fuel-filled chainsaw swords. To the sharpshooters, these stinging insects with magnetic field-weakened armor were almost mollusks. Between the swings of the chainsaw swords, the troops of stinging insects fell to the ground like grass. The army of 100 sharpshooters lined up in 2 rows, alternating their shots and continuously decimating the swarms that were coming up. Looking at the fragile swarm in front of him, Su Yang felt that they were not titanium crystal stinging worms, but just those ordinary stinging worms in the early stages. Kill level 13 Terran titanium crystal assassin worm, variant, plus 130 stat value, 30% bonus. Kill level 12 Terran titanium crystal assassin worm, variant, plus 120 stats, 30% bonus. Kill level 13 Terran titanium crystal hopper, variant, plus 195 stats, 30% bonus. The second wave of bugs was wiped out without doing any effective damage. It was on a larger scale than the first wave, but there was no difference in the end result. There was no manipulation, just plain old decapitation. The Skyfire Guard cannonballs had run out, and they were guided by Su Yang back to the Wolf's Moat for ammunition resupply. With the presence of the Wolfsbane, the battlefield was equivalent to the presence of a mobile base. Anytime any resource is missing, it can be resupplied directly. If it were before, after 2 days of Heavenly Fire Guard putting the cannon out basically, they would only be able to use their flesh to beat up monsters. Yet now they only need to turn back a bit to reload and get back into the fray. Boom, boom, boom. The earth trembled and the ground bounced with gravel and mud. Su Yang knew this feeling. He had experienced it once before during the siege battle. The Titanium Crystal Crusher, a large siege unit of the bugs. The first time it was encountered, the entire base started shooting from the moment it charged and didn't penetrate the defenses until the gates broke down. How much time will it take to deal with the crushers now that the troops have been upgraded? Li Xin willed his hand to wave, and the level 5 crossbowman holding the electromagnetic crossbow gun stepped forward, replacing the level 4 crossbowman's position. The sound of the electromagnetic crossbow gun recharging had ended, and the next moment was the test of firepower. Boom! The cliff wall on the right side of the valley was directly washed away, and a huge creature that was more than 10 meters tall and resembled a Tyrannosaurus Rex rushed out. Chapter 165, Destructive Flame. Mighty Crusher. Not bad for a shredder. Even his own home. Boom boom. The earth gave a shudder as the giant shredder advanced. No matter what the era, the shock that a giant object brings to a person is unparalleled. Perhaps in the future, Great Chin's battle armor would also be able to reach this insane scale. As the smasher approached, Su Yang realized that this smasher was not the same as the one that had previously attacked the city. That crusher has a huge crystal headbutt on its head, while this one doesn't. It is characterized by its forelimbs, with dozens of giant spike launchers resembling jet nematode wormtails strapped to each arm. That's a long-range offensive weapon. This shredder is not a siege unit, but a strong firepower output unit. While Su Yang was being stunned, information from the scouts came back from the front line. There are a large number of units underground that are advancing towards the bulk of the force. Subterranean units. The Crystallites have developed subterranean units as well? Passing through the ground can greatly mitigate the effects of magnetic energy storms, and these xenomorphs will suffer no armor weakening. Li Xin, Meng Tian, lead the team to meet the enemy. Su Yang gave an order to Li Xian Mengtian to give them all the command of the front line. Sasha Sasha. The sound of the crushers marching, the surge of the underground xenomorphs, and the last wave of the army of stinging insects coming out of the distance. After 2 rounds of testing, the bugs unleashed a final massive wave of offense against them. Li Xian and Meng Tian also led their teams to get ready for the final duel to begin. Buzz. Boom. The resupplied Skyfire Guard once again shot magnetic storms into the sky. The magnetic storm projectile flew out at high speed and then disintegrated in the air, falling into the rear ranks of the stinging insects. Although they are intentionally dispersed to avoid widespread bombardment, but while they may be able to avoid blast damage, they can't avoid magnetic storms. Where the storm raged, the swarm fell to the ground paralyzed in large swaths, and then lost their crystal armor. In front of the battlefield, dozens of large white dots in the scout panel were speeding towards the troops. This was the only swarm that was able to evade the effects of the magnetic energy storm and approach the larger group with full armor. Just as they approached the front line of troops, the 4 fire dragon guards began to recharge. Li Xian, who had dealt with crypt giant worms many times, would never let them successfully break into the center of the group. Pre-charge complete. Magnetic blaze loaded. Gear 3. Requesting ignition. Light the fire. Li Xian ordered as he found the right moment. Boom. Blue-purple magnetic energy flames with plasma particles erupted. The moment the flames touched the ground, they didn't bounce off like normal flames. Instead, the surface of the earth is instantly melted and burned through to the ground. The screams of the xenomorphs immediately came from below the ground, and the white dots on the scout panel were rapidly decreasing. Surprisingly, it melted the soil layer, an inorganic substance, right off the ground. Moreover, those xenomorphs equipped with complete crystal shells underneath the earth layer could not resist at all in front of the magnetic energy blaze. It turned into ashes almost the instant it touched the flames. Zlara. The fire dragon guard swung and adjusted its angle, and countless currents of surging blue-purple flames penetrated deep into the earth to turn the xenomorphs' subterranean troops into charcoal. In front of the magnetic energy flames, there is no difference between combustible and non-combustible materials. As long as they touch, everything will be turned into coke. Kill level 13 Terran Crystal Scorpion, Mutant. Unity value plus 325, 30% bonus. Kill level 13 Terran Titanium Crystal Assassin Worm, Variant. Plus 130 stat value, 30% bonus. Kill level 13 Terran Titanium Crystalline Brainworm, Variant. Plus 650 to Unity value, 30% bonus. Kill level 13 Terran Crystal Scorpion, Mutant. Unity value plus 325, 30% bonus. Magnetic Storm in the front. Magnetic Flame in the back. The 2 electromagnetic weapons combined their efforts to turn the swarm into a single kill prompt. In less than a minute, the swarm's underground troops were completely vanished. Su Yang didn't even know what exactly they were capable of yet. The magnetic flame stopped, and a huge gully appeared in front of the 4 fire dragon guards. All of the mud and sand inside was turned into a molten substance like magma, and those poor underground units of the bugs had been reduced to puddles of black matter. It seems to have been baked right into bioworm oil. Isn't that firepower a bit much? Boom. A strong shock pulled Su Yang out of his shock. Crushers are about to enter crossbow range. The other smaller units had largely been wiped out, and now only this behemoth remained. The magnetic storm, while slowing the advance of the shredders, is not at all as effective as the other smaller units. The size of the xenomorph has a lot to do with the resistance to magnetic energy storms. Without waiting for Li Xian to order a shot, the crusher took the lead. The 2 bundles of insect stinger launchers on its arms activated, and a series of large insect stingers erupted out. When a crossbowman was struck by an arm-thick crystal-strong insect stinger, and his entire body flew out, the steel battle armor value instantly drops below 20%. Line up shield defense, Li Xian ordered. The sharpshooters immediately deployed their shields, shielding themselves and the crossbowmen all behind them. The insect spikes slammed down like rain, shooting against the steel shield with a sharp crash. The insect spikes made of titanium crystals were extremely powerful, and even steel shields couldn't resist them for long. Under the stormy attack, the sharpshooter's shield durability was rapidly decreasing, and they were almost on the verge of collapse. Such powerful and dangerous firepower leaves no room at all for the crossbowmen to output either. At this moment, Li Xian and Meng Tian no longer waited and directly charged at the crushers on their warhorses. The crusher saw someone charging and lowered an arm to launch himself at them. Meng Tian raised his shield high to take all the attacks, while Li Xian kept waving his spear to dodge the insect spikes by his stance. The 2 quickly kill at the feet of the crusher. Monty's giant shield leaps high into the air and switches his warhammer in the air to slam down on the crusher's knee. Li Xin then transferred the full kinetic energy of his charge to the tip of his gun, and pressed down to jab at the crusher's ankle. Hiss ah! The crusher wailed in pain and then turned both arms around. aiming its full firepower at Li Xian and Meng Tian. And in doing so, it gave the frontal crossbowmen a chance to counterattack. 30 electromagnetic crossbow guns finished charging, and were directed in unison towards the massive shredder. Destruction is coming. Chapter 166, War Power Harvest, New Technology Upgrade. Buzz. A circle of accelerating magnetic rails on the barrel flickered continuously, emitting a light blue glow. By eliminating the cocking operation, the crossbow has reached the rate of fire of a semi-automatic firearm. Crossbow arrows accelerated by electromagnetism shot phantom-like out of the muzzle and connected in the air. The arrow moved at a high speed with a powerful kinetic energy and shot at the smasher, and the entire arrow directly deformed and twisted at the moment of contact. The defense of the crystalline shell was too thick for the arrow to penetrate, and the powerful impact in turn destroyed itself. But the deformation didn't end after that, as currents as fine as snowflakes surged out of the arrows, causing localized short circuits on the surface of the crystal shells, further destroying the structure of the shells. Countless crossbow bolts hit the crystalline shells and then shattered, releasing electric currents, a grid visible to the naked eye spreading out as the arrows were fired at the crushers. The thick crystal shell began to change. The originally solid crystal structure gradually loosened under the strong current, and the blue surface was turning purple piece by piece. Hissing, Crusher sensed that something was amiss and tried to redirect his gun. It was too late, however, and in just a few seconds the crystal shells at the joints of the legs had all turned purple. There was a crunching sound as the defense was pierced. Buzz. Level 4 crossbowmen also joined in the firing, with 60 crossbowmen firing in unison. Countless arrows swarmed, as if bloodthirsty wolves. One of the crusher's legs was pierced, and a powerful current surged through its body, paralyzing half of its body instantly. Roar! It wailed and fell to the ground, trying to raise its other hand to fight back. There was a loud boom, and the other leg was pierced as well, and electricity surged through it. The crusher loses its ability to fight back, and its massive body slowly collapses to the ground, like a whole mountain tipping over. Boom! The crusher fell to the ground, and countless dust gushed out in all directions. The crossbowmen didn't stop their output. Joints, skulls, chests, arrows are shot at various deadly angles and emit high-energy currents. The massive creature could no longer stop death. Successfully killed level 16 Terran Titanium Crystal Smasher, ranged mutant. Statistic value plus 1920, 30% bonus. Obtained a normal C-class drop item. Titanium Crystal Fragment, quality plus 1. A series of technologies such as titanium mining and titanium crystal defense can be unlocked at the Fey Experiment Station. No prerequisite technologies have been unlocked yet. Kill a level 16 Terran Motherworm, plus 2400 stats, 30% bonus. Acquired Expert E-ranked drop item. Heart of the Nest, quality plus 1. Trigger event, Abyssal Gaze, level 6. You've become a nightmare for the bugs, who are constantly trying to assassinate you and destroy you. Note, the current swarm will attack more aggressively and by any means necessary. The crushers fall to the ground and the largest encounter ends. Again, elite units and females died at the same time. The same as what happened to the twin mother nests. Compared to the first encounter with the titanium crystal bug race and the last thrilling battle of defending the city, the Imperial armor soldiers were clearly at ease in this battle. The electromagnetic bonus rendered the titanium crystal bug's armor nearly useless, and the rest of the units except for the crushers were unable to break through the Imperial armor army. The first battle after moving up to a level 5 home base. A good fight. While Li Xian Mengtian was organizing his team to collect corpses and tidy up the battlefield, Su Yang opened the panel to check up on what he had gained this time. The massive battle has also brought unprecedented gains to the territory. The total number of dead bugs surpassed 1,000, and the mountains of corpses almost filled the compressed space of the 3 basilisks. The unity value generated from the kill alone amounted to 136, 200 points, and after a 30% bonus it came to a terrifying 177. 060 points, 170,000 unity values in one battle. That's almost twice as much as the largest previous battle. There's no way the team could have chewed through such a massive bug without the EM upgrade. After entering the level 5 main base, the territory has not only gained a significant increase in technology, but the ability to acquire unity value has also been raised by a whole grade. Farming solves the food problem. EM upgrades solve the battle power problem, and threat leveling takes the unity value out of the equation. All that was needed next was to obtain more vassal states to further increase resource production, and nothing would be able to stop Great Qin's expansion. Keep moving and reach the Wailing Mountains before the sun sets. Su Yang gave the order and the expeditionary force, which had ended a great battle, once again advanced towards its destination. At the same time, Su Yang opened the panel. 170,000 unity values arrived and had to spend a wave. The battle was certainly going well, but it hadn't reached the point of complete crushing. The final crusher attack reminded him that the force was nowhere near invulnerable. While electromagnetism was able to disintegrate titanium crystal defenses, it couldn't withstand insect spikes made of titanium crystals. As the threat level of the swarm increased, the steel Imperial armor was no longer as strong as it had been previously. It's time to upgrade your ability shields and mine advanced metals to create more powerful Imperial armor. Steel is still being forged, and upgrades to the General's House and Foundry Battalion will need to come later. All you can do now is point out as much unfinished tech as you can with the unity value. The last remaining tech in the Imperial armor camp is the Imperial armor shield. Technology, deflector shield. The bullet that can kill me hasn't been made yet. Upgraded unit, Dachin Imperial armor sharpshooter. Deeply solving the principle of magnetic field and force field transformation, providing the surface of the sharpshooter's armor with an energy shield of charged particle fields, capable of deflecting and reducing various types of damage. Uniformity value, 12,000. Time, 36H. Front technology, electromagnetism, high energy capacitors. Energy shield is a new defense mechanism that is different from the steel battle armor, whether it's a soldier's royal armor or a general's battle armor. It can't be repaired in time when it suffers damage in battle. However, energy shields can be constantly repaired as long as you make sure you have a good supply of energy. This not only improves the soldier's defense, but also greatly improves their ability to sustain combat. And the level 5 sharpshooter upgrade matches up nicely with the level 2 blazing colt upgrade, both of which are about energy shields. This made Su Yang's mind unconsciously conjure up scenes of cavalry charging. A cavalry team loaded with energy shields is fully shielded on every charge. What a terrifying fighting force would this be? Uniformity value 12,000. Technology deflector shield research in progress. Uniformity values are invested and research begins. Su Yang switched panels to the next upgrade. Advanced mineral mining. Chapter 167, Only the Weak Make Choices. A newly upgraded scout team. Advanced mineral mining is a technology that can only be unlocked once you enter the electrical age. The technology and processes involved are more complex than ordinary mineral mining such as iron ore. Prior to all technologies is radar detection, which is a knockout for electronic scanning technology. After that comes the advanced mineral scanner adapted for scouts and the advanced mineral analyzer essential for mining. Scanners are responsible for discovering higher minerals that are more scarcely distributed, while analyzers are responsible for resolving the structure of the minerals so they can be mined. In addition, high-grade minerals are not amenable to shallow vein migration techniques as these are invariably deep minerals. Moreover, high-grade minerals are not like iron ore and copper ore that can produce a constant stream of output, and the output of one vein is extremely limited. Using advanced mining technology to dig out the ore is only the beginning, and the subsequent research and modification is also a big project. Fortunately, the Great Qin Smelting Center was able to support the synthesis of various alloy materials, which saved the territory a great deal of effort. After melting the higher minerals and steel into alloy steel again, you have to unlock a series of methods of using the materials at the Shinnon Creation Institute. It took so many tedious processes for the higher minerals to be transformed into imperial armor or weapons for soldiers to use. Higher mineral mining is a really tedious process than just upgrading a deflector shield straight away. Su Yang didn't intend to do it all in one step. These technologies could be unlocked step by step. First up is the obligatory point out of radar detection. One of the key technologies that comes with level 5 territory. Information is a top priority, and with the radar loaded, the force's reconnaissance capability will go straight up a notch. Su Yang's mind flashed, allowing the thinking brain to unfold all the technology related to radar detection. Technology, radar detection. God never pays to watch, because people do what people do. In-depth analysis of electromagnetic wave detection principles. Unlocking radar detection technology. Uniformity value, 12,000. Time, 36H. Front-end technology, electromagnetism, high-efficiency electrical energy tower. Technology, advanced mineral scanner. Treasure map? In-depth analysis of electromagnetic wave detection principles. Unlocking advanced mineral scanning technology. Uniformity value, 12,000. Time, 36H. Front-end technology, radar detection. High-efficiency electrical energy tower. Technology, advanced mineral analyzer. The path to higher dimensions. In-depth analysis of the principles of electromagnetic wave detection. Unlocking advanced mineral analysis techniques. Uniformity value, 12,000. Time, 36H. Front-end technology, radar detection. High-efficiency electrical energy tower. Science and technology, titanium mining. Harder and stronger. In-depth analysis of titanium crystals and acquisition of advanced devices and technologies for mining titanium. Uniformity value, 12,000. Time, 36H. Front-end technology, radar detection. High-efficiency electrical energy tower. Science and technology, biometric identification devices. Male, female, or helicopter? Upgraded unit, Dachin 1000-mile scout. Function, deeply analyze the principle of electromagnetic wave detection, and equip all Dachin scout units with devices capable of accurately recognizing biological species. Front-end technology, radar detection. Unlock consumption, swarm brain, uniformity value, 30,000. Time, 36H. Technology, titanium crystal armor. Diamonds. Looks alike. Function, deeply analyze the crystalline shell structure of the titanium crystalline bugs, and unlock advanced titanium crystalline armor for soldiers, which increases armor defense and improves resistance to explosive blasts and acid corrosion. Pre-existing technology, advanced mineral analysis. This is a very scientific technology. Consumption for unlocking, 1 titanium crystal / per transformation. Unity value, 1000 unity value / per transformation. Another flurry of tech options. From mineral mining to mineral use to radar-derived tech. If it was done before, Su Yang would definitely have a big headache on which technology to upgrade. But now he had everything he needed. Whether it was a unity value or a high-level bug nest heart. With a flash of his mind, Su Yang put a piece of technology into the 1000 Machine Tower or the Divine Farmer Creation Institute. The heart of the worm's nest, which could shrink the time by a full 5 days, was then put in. There's no need to save any unity values or carefully consider the order of tech placement. It's the weak that make the choices, and the winner always takes it all. Unity value 90,000. Science and Technology Radar Detection Research Center. Technology Advanced Mineral Scanner Research Center. Science and Technology Advanced Mineral Analyzer Research Center. Science and Technology Titanium Mining Technology Research Center. Science and Technology Bioinformation Recognition Device Research Center. Automation Technology Research Center for Science and Technology. Use of legendary item Heart of the Worm's Nest. Research time reduced by 5D. Research completed on Deflector Shield. Unlocked Troop Type Level 5 Dachin Imperial Armor Riders. Unlocked Vehicle Level 2000 Mile Blazing Colt. Technology Radar Detection Research is completed. Unlocking the Carrier Level 2 Heavy Armor Vehicle. Unlocking the Building Detection Radar Tower. Technology, Advanced Mineral Scanner Research completed. Unlocking Troop Type, Level 5 Dachin 1000-Mile Scout. Research on Bioinformation Recognition Devices is complete. All Scout units will be upgraded immediately upon return to their barracks. The heart of the worm's nest is invested, and a large portion of the research is completed instantly. There are still advanced mineral analyzers, titanium mining, and automation technology left, which will take 2.5 days less a day. These are follow-up techs. Shield upgrades and detection are both techs that need to be acquired immediately. A large string of upgrades were completed, directly costing 90,000 unity values, which was almost impossible in the past. The first item is Sharpshooter's Shield, and the next 3 have to do with scouting. Among other things, radar detection allows troops to improve their reconnaissance of enemy forces, and the last 2 are all modifications for scouts. Advanced mineral detection allows them to better detect advanced minerals. Biometrics will allow them to better detect the strength of the enemy during reconnaissance missions, so that their own troops can make a strategy for targeting in advance. Scouts will take their scouting abilities to the next level after this round of upgrades. After performing the upgrade, Su Yang tapped on the Vassal States panel again. The player's tooth has reached the requirements for upgrading the level 3 main base in all resources except for the unity value. Upgrading your main base will enable you to upgrade your production facilities, thus bringing more resource income to your territory. It's a great deal for Dragonland. Su Yang flashed his mind and sent 10,000 points of unity value to Tang Ji. Chapter 168 Wailing Mountains, Perilous Ruins Quest. The engine of the Basalt Iron heavy armor vehicle roared as it sped down the road. The dense forests on both sides of the road were quickly abandoned to disappear behind them. The sky is darkening, as is the earth. Although the Xian Tai car rode on the stone road all the way, the land on both sides of the road changed. I don't know which boundary I entered to begin with, but the stone forest in the crystal mining area began to dissipate. The grayish-brown earth faded, and the ground began to take charge of a darker color. The dirt vegetation that was still vaguely visible completely disappeared, and the ground was all turned into rock. If it wasn't for the fact that the uneven ground would affect the speed, Su Yang could have even asked Meng Tian to stop paving the road. The party was moving in the direction where the sun had died, and the tops of the mountains in the dark clouds kept lighting up with lightning. The Wailing Mountains, the northwestern edge of the heart of the worm's nest, the junction of the descent zone. According to the information coming from the top, the situation at the junction is generally very extreme. Either the wind is calm to the extreme, there are no blocks or boundaries, and you pass through at will. Either the lightning flashes and the earth collapses, and the difficulty of penetrating it is comparable to that of ascending to the heavens. The situation at hand is naturally the second. And the difficulty is comparable to that of reaching the sky. The closer we get to the Wailing Mountains, the faster the winds blow. Now that the party was nearing the foot of the mountain, the raging storm made it impossible for the soldiers to communicate with each other through words. Su Yang was responsible for conveying the messages that he wanted to convey between the units through his mind. The wind whistled in his ears as debris and gravel scraped against the steel Imperial armor. An hour into the Wailing Mountains area. Except for the shielded Monty, the armor of Li Xin and all carrier units exposed to the storm wore out. 1,000 Terran crystalline bugs didn't even wear out the Imperial armor of the troops. This naturally occurring storm did. If one was exposed to this gale mixed with countless debris without Imperial armor, it would only take a few minutes to grind one into bloody foam. Su Yang could feel the oppressive and horrifying atmosphere of the mountain range area even through his perspective. Heavenly dangers indeed. Heavenly dangers that would be impassable to any other nation. If the heart of the Worm Tide was surrounded and protected by the Wailing Mountains, then absolutely no one would be able to attack it, and their troops would be wiped out before they crossed the border. But Great Qin is different. The people who can build the Great Wall and the Spirit Canal are not afraid of the dangers of the sky. Not only did they have to ascend the Wailing Mountains, they had to cross them. It's even going to build wind power plants on the Wailing Mountains to tame the surging storms. Buzz. Deeper into the hinterland of the Wailing Mountains, a stronger storm surged. The scouting party, the Basalt Wagon and the Wolfsbane were at full power. Meng Tian and Li Xin led the way, diving headlong into the center of the storm. Phew! More powerful gusts of wind used to. Su Yang felt like there were 10,000 vicious wolves roaring in his ears. You've trespassed on the forbidden land of mortals, the land of God's birth. Leave quickly. You've trespassed on the forbidden land of mortals, the land of God's birth. Leave quickly. As soon as the troops entered the storm, Su Yang heard a series of ancient mechanical sounds ringing in his head. That voice was not affected by the storm and was able to pass straight into Su Yang's ears. The land of God's birth? Su Yang's mind was reeling with thoughts, and for a while, he was unable to guess what had happened. The brain panel popped up. Troops have entered the relic zone. Continuing further will result in the departure of the relic mission. Relic quest? Su Yang's eyes flickered. He still remembered the rewards from the first relic quest. The Alien Research Station is also the building that was later upgraded to the Shinnong Creation Institute. That's a relic that has helped the development of the territory immensely. But relic quests flounder. And difficulty and rewards don't correlate. And relic quests don't always have good rewards. Just because the rewards were great last time doesn't mean they'll be the same this time. And there was no decryption card for this mission, so he couldn't know the exact mission details and rewards. Nope. Su Yang suddenly remembered something. He didn't know nothing about this relic. He also has the Ascendant Tower. Su Yang quickly cut back to the panel. As soon as we left the storm area, the surrounding area immediately quieted down and our thoughts gradually regained their composure. The astrological tower is capable of divining good and bad fortune, as well as predicting what will be gained. And it is simply an amphibian substitute for the decoder card. He quickly opened the Ascendant Tower panel and invested the Unity value. Unity value minus 5,000. War predictions open. Astrological projections in progress. The Unity value is engaged. And the hemisphere at the top of the Ascendant Tower begins to rotate. And the orbits around it begin to intersect and operate. This time there is a light blue current added to make the scene more sci-fi. With the electric current humming and mechanical sounds running, the deduction progresses step by step. The battle is projected to be over. This battle is projected to be, repent. Suggestion for deduction. Brightness is born from darkness. Existence is born from death. And only those who are close to the truth can turn danger into safety. And get thick hide by crossing the darkness. Provides a relief gain. And provides 20% mental resistance to the entire army. Remorse? It's one notch worse than the last defense of the city as a result of the push. Su Yang could hear his heart fluttering. The last push for Night's Keep nearly toppled the entire territory. Is this push for a remorseful fight still to be fought? Su Yang's thoughts churned, and in an instant countless ideas jumped in his mind. If they fought, the survival of the large force and the two generals Li Xin and Meng Tian would be put to the test. If you don't fight, both the wind power station and the chance to get out of the heart of the nest will be lost. What is the choice? In the middle of thinking, the ancient and heavy mechanical tone sounded again. You have angered the ancient god, and his wrath will consume the intruder, sinking in great psychic energy and becoming a vassal of the devil. Well, there's no need to think about it now. Su Yang's eyes flickered as a solemn killing intent surged. Since the beginning of time there has been no smooth sailing for those who have accomplished things. You have to pay a price to get ahead. This is true of ordinary endeavors, and even more so of the path to dominating greatness. It would have been less interesting to have the twists and turns if it had been Yoshi all the way. Su Yang cut back to the frontline view, and the storm's whistling immediately flooded into his ears. The earth was infested with darkness, and lightning swam through the air like silver snakes. They have stepped into the land from which there is no turning back. Since there's no turning back, then keep moving forward. Wherever the sun and moon shine, it is the territory of Great Qin. He would like to see today what place dares to prohibit the iron hooves of Great Qin. All generals, full speed ahead. Chapter 169, Spiritual Energy Forever. The second battle of the ruins opens. Intruder detected. Is the sentry unit activated? Intruder detected. Is the sentry unit activated? Only one holographic projection unit was lit in the dark. All metal room. A holographic image composed of light blue light presented none other than the Wailing Mountains. The image flickered, and a group of people darted into the range of the projection. The light instantly changes from blue to red with high-frequency flickering. Two more sources of light suddenly flared up in the darkness. The glow from the cryopods activating. The light blue liquid is slowly pushed inside by hydraulics at either end of the cryopod. The outer edge of the upper oval hatch gradually lit up with a circle of blue light. Giggle. After the blue light swirled around the periphery in a circle to connect them, the airtight hatch opened and a puff of thick white gas flowed out of the gap. Intruder detected. Is the sentry unit activated? Intruder detected. Is the sentry unit activated? Alarms flashed and heavy mechanical sounds continued to ring through the room. The thick white mist gradually dissipated, and two humanoid creatures in close-fitting metal battlesuits emerged from it. They are essentially identical to human bodies, with limbs and appropriately sized heads. The head is diamond-shaped and wears a helmet synthesized from a material similar to the crystalline shells of the Greystone clan, with a diamond-shaped device at the top of the helmet. Their limbs were all encased in some sort of form-fitting armor, the material seemingly liquid and tightly bonded to their muscle lines, looking as if they were wearing a straitjacket. Awakened by the shrill alarm, the two humanoids showed no surprise. It was as if in their long slumber this was something perfectly ordinary. The two got up from the cryopod and walked towards the holographic projection while unplugging the various nutrient delivery tubes attached behind them. A humanoid creature stepped under the holographic projection and waved his hand around, conjuring up a holographic control keyboard. The other seemed to be of a higher rank and went straight to the machine directly in front of the holographic projection to view the information. Under the operation of the humanoid creature, the perspectives and the holograms in the room began to switch constantly, presenting projections of the intruder from every angle. What is it this time? The higher-ranked creature didn't even look up as he opened his mouth to ask. The Lost Direction Yunkai Stoners or the pack of lava lizards? Pilot officer. This time it seems to be. The humanoid soldier kept switching holographic projections, his facial expression gradually becoming puzzled. It seems to be the Blue Star human race. The human race? That lowly carbon-based race? Is this some new idea for a joke? No, pilot officer. This body form is the Blue Star people, and it's not a chance intrusion. They have a whole army. The humanoid operator zoomed in on the holographic projection and extracted the creature in the front of the charge that was in a riding position. The humanoid creature known as the pilot officer looked up, taking a brief look around before pulling up the information for comparison. It is indeed the Blue Star people, and they were able to resist the storm? The operator continued to zoom in on the holographic projection, and a scanning ray swept across the image before a panel of data unfolded to the side. Steel armor, plastic shields, steam fuel hybrid. This is human technology? They can make a hunk of scrap steel move with fuel and steam? The pilot officer had no facial expression, but his tone revealed his surprise. He quickly unfolded the information about the Blue Star people on the sidelines. In the two available low-level forbidden trials, their tech tree never showed battle armor. Intruder detected. Is the sentry unit activated? Intruder detected. Is the sentry unit activated? The red light flashed and the mechanical tone came on once again. Pilot officer, do you activate the sentinel? They've crossed the perimeter. Wake up the dogs. Those guys shouldn't have eaten in decades. How many of them are left? 305 of them. Pilot officer. All level 10 titanium crystal sting bugs with top-notch killing ability. That should be enough to deal with this strange human race. The pilot officer removed a couple of clear tubes from the mechanical table and inserted them into his helmet. I'm going to upload the information to the observer, and you have full command of the battle. Be sure to make these lowly creatures will pay for their foolish behavior. Spiritual energy forever. Spiritual energy forever. Phew. Wind. Gale. Endless gale. The troops had entered the depths of the Wailing Mountains, the terrain soaring upwards and the winds becoming more violent. Scout units exposed to the storm with lower armor values have worn down 20% armor across the board. It was unprecedented damage for a scout unit. Although the damage was staggering, they had to travel on the front line of the line as a reconnaissance unit. The terrain of the mountainous area was extremely complicated, and they had to scout out the most suitable road for walking for Meng Tian to pave. The sand and gravel reduced visibility to a very low level, and the howling winds rendered sonar detection completely useless. The storm had sent the scout units back to a primitive period, where they had to rely almost exclusively on the naked eye to scout the roads. Giggle. Suddenly there was an extremely short mechanical sound. The blue light of the mountain wall on the side of the scout flickered, and the originally hard rock disappeared as a large hole presented itself. Sasha Sasha. The shrill chirp that belonged uniquely to the bugs rang out. Enemy encounter. Enemy on the right. The information entered Su Yang's mind, and he quickly switched perspectives. Only the right scout unit was seen to be rapidly withdrawing, and following them was a large swarm of Greystone clan bugs. Swarm? Guardians of the Wailing Mountains relics or bugs? Su Yang was a bit surprised. He thought he would encounter a new Fey unit. It was good that it was an insectoid though. At least he was experienced in dealing with these old friends. Swarm encountered on the right. Close ranks to the center and prepare to meet the enemy. The storm blocked the sound from spreading, and Su Yang directly passed the message to the crowd through his consciousness. Upon receiving the order, Meng Tian, who was at the front of the group, led the scouting team back. Li Xian called a halt to the army and had all units step off the basilisks to prepare to meet the enemy. Without giving them much time, the swarm swarmed. Even with the storm covering them, the swarm could still be seen coming down the hillside like a tidal wave. The scouts' probes failed to detect the exact number of insects in the swarm, but visually there was definitely no more than the last encounter. If that's all there is, how can the divination show remorse? Buzz. Two magnetic storm bombs exploded in the center of the swarm, an electromagnetic storm spreading rapidly through the storm. The second battle of the remnant opens. Chapter 170, A Whole New Race. Observation outposts. The electromagnetic storm unfolded quickly along with the hurricane. A powerful electromagnetic field closing off all paths of advancement for the swarm. The electromagnetic crossbow guns then lit up, and a dense net of arrows fell in the center of the swarm. Buzz. Electromagnetic crossbow bolts shot by level 5 crossbowmen exploded in the swarm, and countless strong currents surged out. The front row of insects fell like grass, and the surging sea of insects instantly fell into chaos. Hit alerts pop up on panels like crazy. Kill level 11 Terran Tai Titanium Crystal Assassin Worm, variant. Statistic value plus 110, 30% bonus. Kill level 10 Terran Tai Titanium Crystalline Assassin Worm, variant. Plus 100 to unity value, 30% bonus. Kill level 10 Terran Tai Titanium Crystalline Assassin Worm, variant. Plus 100 to unity value, 30% bonus. Just plain old titanium crystal stinging bugs? And the level is not as good as the swarm they just encountered in the encounter. Is this the battle power of the Relic Guardian? Is he upgrading too fast for the bugs to keep up? Buzz. Countless arrows were spewed out at an accelerated rate via the barrels of the electromagnetic guns, and the swarm had no chance of getting close to the front of the group. Su Yan could tell that the swarm still had tactics as they attacked in different directions, and after sensing an electromagnetic storm, they will consciously avoid the range of the storm. However, the hard power gap between the two sides was too great for any tactics to be effective in the face of absolute strength. Without giving the bugs any chance to catch their breath, Su Yang ordered the sharpshooters to advance, sweeping through the entire swarm at once. While the Razor advanced, he had the Basilisk car follow closely behind, cutting down the xenomorphs in front and collecting the corpses in the back. This swarm doesn't even do as much damage to the troops as the wear and tear damage from the storm. Su Yang felt that this was only the strength of the gatekeeper troops, and there would definitely be even more powerful enemies as they continued to go deeper. The battle isn't over. Keep moving, Su Yang ordered. After the basilisks collected the swarm's corpses, the party resumed their journey on the storm road. Inside the Wailing Mountains, the operator slowly removed the data tubes on the sides of his helmet. His face was expressionless, but the glint in his eyes showed surprise. That group of humanoids had annihilated his insect army without any effort? How is that possible? The insects were nothing more than lowly creatures in their eyes though, but definitely several dimensions above more inferior humans. The entire swarm is controlled by the mother nest, highly centralized and absolutely unified, with strong individual combat power and bloodthirsty berserkness. Humanity, on the other hand, boasts of its intelligence but is immersed in internal struggles and is scattered and fragile. How could a swarm of level 10 titanium crystal worms, capable of sweeping through all the races in the low-level zone, be defeated by a single human colony? Trespassers have entered the mountain range. Please open defense. Trespassers have entered the mountain range. Please open defense. A holographic projection flickered and an electronic voice sounded in the operator's head. He looked back at the pilot officer, who was still in the psychic connection. Directly interrupting a psychic connection causes damage to the pilot officer. He decided to take care of the outside problem himself. He had made a mistake before. He had underestimated the battle prowess of this group of humanoids. Being able to pass through the dense forest of the Worm's Nest and through the Wailing Storm to reach the mountain range area meant that this group of humanoids possessed abilities they hadn't expected. the operator rewired the psionic link at the helmet, and the diamond-shaped device at the top of the helmet lit up. The watchdogs can't stop these people, and it's time to activate a device that hasn't been activated in this area for 100 years. Amidst the raging storm, the troops continued to advance. The closer you get to the center of the range, the steeper the road becomes, with certain grades approaching almost 45 degrees. If it wasn't for the strong power of the Shintai car, these slopes would have been impossible to accomplish. After the troops crossed a small hill, Scout intelligence came back that a metal castle had been spotted up ahead. Switching to the scout view, Su Yang really saw a metal fortress at the end of his sight. The fortress seemed to have been there for a long time. The mottled metal facade seemed to be stating history to the people. If nothing else, this is the relic fortress. Bugs were a race without buildings. They couldn't build such a fortress anyway. What race could this be from? Su Yang's mind flashed and sent out scout units to scout. Li Xian and Meng Tian, on the other hand, were gathering their troops in a bearing far away from the castle. The enemies in the metal fortress are definitely not enemies that can be dealt with simply. Buzz. As Su Yang's thoughts flashed, a red laser shot out from one of the turrets on the metal fortress. The lasers hit one of the scouts, causing his armor to quickly go to zero, and then pierced through his body. Loss of a level 4 Great Qin 1000-mile scout. Boom! The Imperial armor was shot through, and the steam unit behind it exploded instantly. Retreat! Su Yang's eyes flashed as he instantly ordered. Several more lasers came in, and the remaining scouts quickly reversed direction and withdrew. It was a good thing that the lasers weren't moving fast enough to catch up with the scouts at full speed, or more casualties would have been incurred. Su Yang frowned. This was the first time the team had incurred casualties. War produces casualties. He had prepared himself mentally, but seeing units die in battle for the first time still made him furious. Su Yang had the two heavenly flame guards directly connect the delivery tube to the output end of the wolf smoke. This way they don't have to think about ammo stockpiles anymore. All the resources in the two Wolfsbane ships are their ammo. Sky Fire Guard prepare. Ammunition liberated. Full firepower. Blow them up for me. Buzz. Without ammo limitations, the two Skyfire Guards were like perpetual motion machines constantly putting magnetic storm bombs into the metal fortress. A magnetic storm exploded, and the layers of electromagnetic storms kept building up energy. Ancient city walls are deformed by powerful electromagnetic forces. The turrets that were firing lasers at the scouts were either blown up outright or rendered completely obsolete by electromagnetism. After this, Su Yang first let Meng Tian go up to test the metal fortress's other means of offense. After making sure there was no danger, the crossbowmen stepped forward with their electromagnetic crossbow guns and fired wildly at the fortress gates. The sharpshooters transported ammo between the Wolfsbane and the crossbowmen, and they were also given unlimited firing rights given by Su Yang without having to think about ammo resupply. The crossbowmen were on fire. An electromagnetic crossbow formed a rain of arrows that kept blasting into the fortress gates. Countless lightning bolts surged across the fortress gates. Silver snakes dancing. The powerful electric current and magnetic energy storm generated by the crossbow explosion acted simultaneously, constantly eroding the metal structure of the fortress gate. Under the dual firepower of the crossbowmen and the Skyfire Guards, the fortress's metal gates of unknown material finally crumbled, and exaggerated deformations appeared everywhere. Monty charged forward against the giant shield and slammed it against the gate like a cannonball, blowing it right open. Inside the fort, the operator yanked off the data tube violently, a horrified light flashing in his eyes. Pilot officer! Pilot officer! He rushed over to the pilot officer, who was still psychically connected, and shook him frantically. The connection was forcibly broken and a jumble of information flooded into the brain of the creature known as the pilot officer. Ignoring his confusion, the operator on the sidelines brought the holographic projection closer, flashing back to the images of the battle that had just taken place. Looking at the currents and magnetic storms that filled the screen east of the mountain, the pilot officer woke up instantly. How is that possible? Aren't the lower humanoids creatures that utilize gunpowder weapons? This batch is different. Pilot officer, we can't hold them off. What about negotiation? Send them a request for negotiation. It won't work. Panic showed in the manipulator's eyes. I just killed one soldier with a psionic ray and they unleashed dozens of storm bombs on the fortress. Their commander is absolutely nuts and we've pissed him off. The pilot officer's eyes flickered and he spoke after a moment of contemplation against the holographic projection. Upload all observations, turn on the psionic matrix, and let's abandon this observatory. Yes. The operator quickly returned to turn on the operation. He didn't want to be a prisoner of these lunatics. The pilot officer, in turn, called up his own operations panel, hooked up the data tube, and opened the last line of defense for the observatory. Boom! Monty made a cross-country dash to crash through the alloy gates and stormed inside the fortress. Within the walls was a huge disc-shaped metal building. As he was about to rush forward and blast the doors and enter, a radar-like device rose from the top of the building. In a flash, he felt a burst of invisible energy pass through him. Various indescribable images came to mind, and a voice vaguely told him to start killing. In the rear battlefield, the troops that were about to fully enter the fortress stopped without Su Yang's order. In the next moment, the sharpshooters drew their swords, the crossbowmen raised their guns, and turned toward their fellows at their sides. This is? Su Yang's eyes flashed. Mind control? He recalled the relief buff provided by divination, which increased the mental resistance of all warriors by 20%. Without this buff, perhaps the soldiers would have already slaughtered each other. Li Xin. Su Yang drank. Li Xin, whose consciousness was gradually getting lost, was awakened by Su Yang's words. He immediately understood and turned on his generalship skills. Demonic words and delusions. Retreat quickly. The general skill is activated and the entire army receives a 30% morale bonus. While not entirely mental specific, morale boosts also gain additional mental strength. After Li Xin's roar, the soldiers picked up their consciousness and put down their weapons, but the powerful mind control remained, and he had to remain calm to prevent the mind invasion. Any other action could result in the mind being controlled again. As the general in charge of morale, Li Xin's mental power was the highest in the group, and he was the only one still able to move freely in the mind control field. Su Yang had Li Xin rush straight into the interior of the fortress based on the information that Meng Tian had sent back, and stabbed through the radar-like device with a single shot. Mind control is finally cancelled. This one was so thrilling that any mistake in it could lead to soldiers engaging in mutual slaughter. Not to mention the weapons of the Heavenly Flame Guards and the Fire Dragon Guards that could directly annihilate the regiment. Even if the sharpshooters slashed at each other, it would cause extremely horrifying casualties. Buzz. Shock transformed into fury as Su Yang ordered the soldiers to open fire and bombard the metal cabin doors. Soon, another alloy gate was destroyed under the team's horrific firepower. Monty blasted open the gate with a hammer, and into the crowd's eyes was a huge holographic scene. The holographic projection was followed by a purple pillar of light, with two creatures in strange armor standing on either side of it. Upon seeing Monty pass in again, the two creatures walked quickly into the pillar of light. The pillar of light flickered and their figures disappeared in an instant. And then the pillar of light went out and darkness returned to the chamber. A teleportation pillar? What race is this? Su Yang's eyes flickered. There was no information about this group of communities in all the Forbidden Land related information. As his thoughts churned, a series of achievement alerts surfaced on the panel. Relic mission completed, High Observer. Mission reward, position building, observation outpost. Special props, fragments of a lost civilization. New area discovered, Wailing Mountains. New face species discovered, Starling. Gain the achievement, Our Journey is a Sea of Stars. Unity value plus 8,000. Discovery of a new substance. Psychic energy. Unlocked achievement, Physics doesn't exist anymore. Unity value plus 8,000. Visit 2 ruins and complete the ruins quest. Achievement, Go deeper. Unity value plus 8,000. Starling. Psychic. Higher Observer? Su Yang captured the key information in the achievement, and his thoughts turned over in his mind. He had inexplicably gotten a familiar feeling when he had just seen the two humanoid creatures through Monty's perspective. He ordered Li Xin Meng Tian to thoroughly investigate the fortress while he himself took a moment to scan his mind for memories. Although Su Yang himself didn't like thinking or memorizing inexplicable clues, but his brain gave out, and anything that crossed his mind left a memory. After that, whenever something triggered a memory, he was able to quiet his mind and find out the relevant memories. After searching meditatively for some time, he found the source of the familiarity. It is the first relic exploration. After the first quest to defeat the swarm and enter the ruins, this strange humanoid creature was inscribed on a mural inside the mother lair, and based on the mural, the bugs seemed to be worshipping this group of humanoid creatures as gods. The things carved on the mural were the same guys he saw today, the Starlings, a race of people who can use psychic powers and specialize in mind control. And according to various descriptions, this group seems to be designated as a higher group. Why are there higher communities? Who defined them? And where do humans fit in? After a moment's reflection, a series of questions came flooding back. Never mind. Su Yang stopped to think deeply. There was nothing to think about in God knows what. The most important thing was what rewards this relic gave. Su Yang was very interested in the device that could fire a pillar of teleportation light. If one could unlock teleportation, then Great Qin's path to conquest would rocket straight up. With a flash of thought, Su Yang opened the panel. The reward for this relic quest is the observation outpost, which is this entire metal fortress. This metal fortress was directly transformed into a Diqin stronghold, becoming yet another operable territory for Su Yang. This was an unexpected surprise to Su Yang. Chapter 172 New Stronghold Established. Bountiful Relic Reward. The previous chapter made up to 4K words, so if you didn't read it, you'll have to go back and read it to pick up the chapter. Not to mention the rest. even if the outpost is nothing. It's just a bare stronghold. And the rewards are generous this time. This is because the strongholds are able to build supply depots to resupply expeditionary units. This is the equivalent of giving the expeditionary force a fresh start. For example, the Wailing Mountains in the territory are 400 kilometers apart, and the team arrives after being resupplied via the Wolfsbane. The remaining fuel will only support them for another 100 kilometers of exploration. And if no country establishes a stronghold for 100 kilometers of exploration, then the team will stop. Next, the Wolfsbane would have to be sent again from the territory to provide supplies, which would be a waste of resources and waste a lot of time exploring. And with the acquisition of this stronghold in the Wailing Mountains, the expeditionary force will be able to refuel in the stronghold and get back to the condition they were in before they left. This gives the expedition another 500 kilometers to explore. Next, as soon as the country is found within these 500 kilometers, the expeditionary force can advance again. This cycle is the basic step of outward conquest. It could be said that the establishment of this stronghold alone gave Great Qin a great advantage in the northwest. Its importance was almost on par with the conquest of the Theater Banjar that made it the first vassal state. More importantly, this stronghold is not just a stronghold. All facilities left behind by the Star Spirit race within the stronghold were returned to Great Qin. These never-before-seen facilities are the true rewards of this relic quest. Su Yang asked Li Xin to touch those strange facilities in turn to check the details. The first is the metal device below the holographic projection imaging area. Facility, Spiritual Holographic Imager. Civilization, Starling. Information, a lost psionic facility with advanced surveillance equipment for reconnaissance, detection and scanning. Function, through psychic energy supply. Using a psychic helmet to connect to obtain a holographic god's perspective within a certain range, and be able to scan the relevant units in detail. A holographic projector that provides God's view and detailed scanning capabilities. A more advanced 3D imaging technology than 2D images like radar sonar. But while this technology is advanced, the energy that drives it is psychic energy. This was something that Su Yang hadn't currently come into contact with, and there was no record of it at all in the information about the Forbidden Land. That is to say that he could not use the instrument even though he had acquired it. At least not until he had access to psychic energy resources. The follow-up instrument wouldn't be the same, would it? Su Yang asked Li Xin to continue to go deeper and check out the other facilities. Next is a mechanical facility resembling a half-encased lectern directly in front of the projection area. Facility, Psychic Mastermind. Civilization, Starling. Information, a lost psychic energy facility. The Observatory Control Center, capable of controlling all facilities in the observatory and uploading and downloading relevant information. Functions, powered by psychic energy and connected using a psychic helmet to gain control of the observatory's facilities. Capable of exchanging information with other masterminds. A psychic mastermind, simply understood, is a computer that controls an entire outpost. All the instruments in the entire outpost are operated without manual labor, only by this computer. In the future, if you want to activate a psychic device, you must activate this psychic mastermind first. Stepping up the rotating steps, Li Xin came to the plane on which the mastermind platform stood. At the back of the mastermind platform was placed the light pillar emitter that Su Yan was most interested in. Facility, Psychic Matrix. Civilization, Starling. Information, a lost psychic energy facility. A device capable of transdimensional teleportation. Functions, powered by psychic energy. A teleportation matrix can be activated by setting the teleportation coordinates through the mastermind, enabling teleportation to another coordinates point with a matrix. Just as Su Yang had expected, this was a hyperspace teleportation device. If the previous technology was understandable from a human perspective, this teleportation was completely incomprehensible black technology. Point-to-point teleportation, which is a more powerful form of transportation than rail. Just get access to the construction method of the spiritual energy matrix and spread it throughout the Forbidden Land. All transportation problems, supply problems, defense problems, even future management problems will be solved. This was simply a divine weapon. Su Yang's eyes flashed. Unfortunately, it was now just a matter of obtaining the relevant instruments, which could not be activated at all without psychic energy. To activate these instruments, one must focus on the acquisition of psychic energy at a later date. After the psionic matrix came the two dormant pods at the end of the row. Facility, Spiritual Sleeping Chamber. Civilization, Starling. Information, a lost psionic facility capable of maintaining biological activity for a long time. Functions, energy is supplied through psychic energy, and a lasting supply can be obtained by lying in the psychic armor. Refrigeration, or cryogenic dormant chambers, are also more advanced technology. But Su Yang's focus was not on the technology, but on how long these guys had actually been lying here. He had originally thought that the Forbidden Land was just an area temporarily generated by the system for them to develop and explore. But if it's just a temporarily generated place, what the hell are these guys doing with a hibernation pod? That's how much you like to sleep? Doubtful Su Yang asked Meng Tian to dismantle a few scrap defense machines outside the metal cabin and bring them in. 1 mind controller. 6 psychic ray generators. All of them have been scrapped and can no longer be used even if they are supplied with psychic energy. At this point, all psychic facilities in the outpost have been viewed. Based on the purpose of these devices and the only words about the Star Spirit race, Su Yang's mind roughly conjured up the appearance of a race. It was a technologically advanced group, at least more advanced than any other human civilization and Fae except Great Qin. Their underlying energy source is not fuels like coal and oil, but something called psychic energy, used as a weapon. This device can be turned into a ray, or even a wide-range mental disturbance. They were not directly involved in the Forbidden Land fight, but were observing with some purpose in mind. The races of the Forbidden World might be more than what they were seeing now, Su Yang concluded. The first conclusion that popped into Su Yang's head after coming to the conclusion was, can you beat it? From this previous battle, the starlings themselves did not participate in the battle, but rather defended themselves through domesticated swarms and mechanical devices. Needless to say, that little swarm wasn't enough for the current Imperial armor forces to stuff their teeth. The psychic devices did cause problems for the troops though, even causing the first casualty in the force. Psychic rays are energy weapons that virtually ignore armor defenses, though they won't have to be feared in the future when energy shields are unlocked. The other mind ray is a bit trickier, with the mental level attack useless for any defense. However, generals like Li Xin and Meng Tian are not affected much, plus the undoing buff can barely resist. But with the comprehensiveness of Great Qin's technology, it might be possible to directly develop devices to resist mind control in the future? Chapter 173, Power Liberation. Heart of the Worm's Nest exposed. After a comprehensive analysis, although the Star Spirit race has a lot of spiritual energy in its hands and boasts of being a high civilization, but it is not much advanced in front of Qin heavy industry. If that's the upper limit of their civilization and technology level, then Su Yang predicted that he would only need to upgrade his main base one more time to fully surpass the Star Spirit race. It's a pity that these two ran fast today, or else they would already be lying in the Shinnong Creation Institute waiting to be dissected. Although it was far from a threat, the appearance of the Star Spirit race was considered a wake-up call for Su Yang. The water in the Forbidden Land is far deeper than it appears. Taking down the bugs or conquering other nations was not the end of the trials. There were races more powerful than these things waiting for him. It must develop moment by moment, constantly upgrading its technology and growing the power of the Qin dynasty. There is no need to think about anything else. The only thing that matters is development. Su Yang closed the panel. These spiritual energy facilities were useless until they obtained spiritual energy resources. The most important thing now is still to build wind power plants on the Wailing Mountains. Although he couldn't use spiritual energy devices, just like the theater troupe Teeth territory, Su Yang was able to establish various supply measures in this stronghold. The location of the stronghold is almost at the highest point of the mountain range, and the brain analysis shows that the energy provided by the storm here completely exceeds the wind turbine capacity. This means that the current level of wind turbine capacity has reached its limit, and even if you look for areas with more wind, you won't be able to generate more power. So Su Yang directly asked Meng Tian to build the wind power station at the ridge close to the metal fortress. The blueprints were placed and a behemoth of over 100 meters rose from the ground. Su Yang was shocked. He didn't expect the wind power station to be so big. Only a few dozen meters of huge blades rotated in the gusty wind, and a steady stream of electricity began to be generated. Su Yang also had Meng Tian place electromagnetic towers and capacitors in the fortress area for transferring and storing electricity. With that, he clicked on the wind power station specific information. Name, Yosen Mikado Pavilion. Type, industrial building. Facilities for generating electricity by wind power. 5,000 units of electricity generated on average per day in the current region. 5,000 units of daily capacity, a full 100 times more than the territory's daily capacity of 50 at the time. Same capacity as a thermal power plant running at full capacity for a day. A thermal power plant consumes a full 500 units of fuel to produce 5,000 units of electricity, while a wind power plant consumes none at all, with an average daily capacity of 5,000 units. Even shutting down the thermal power plant is perfectly adequate for current territorial consumption, and by occupying this gale force zone, subsequent acquisition of wind power plants can be built directly here. What a waste of time for the troops to come across hundreds of kilometers to this area. The capacity of the wind power plant made Su Yang very satisfied. With the constant influx of electricity, Su Yang also established various supply buildings within the fortress area. These buildings not only allow soldiers to be resupplied, but they are also able to give them upgrades. After building the supply building, Su Yang then used a circle of level 3 walls to enclose the fortress area, including the Royal Wind Pavilion according to Meng Tian's plan. Not only do the walls keep the storms at bay slightly for the soldiers, but they are also the symbol of the Great Qin stronghold. This would later be the first stronghold of Great Qin established in the northwest. It was already late into the night after completing this, and Su Yang let the soldiers rest inside the stronghold. Today's 2 battles have greatly depleted their energy and it's time to take a break. Su Yang himself cut out of view and returned to the room. The sound of the storm in his ears disappeared and everything was quiet. Today not only yielded a new stronghold and an array of psychic devices, but also unveiled some brand new information. The first day of the expedition was so rewarding. What will happen next? Su Yang couldn't help but look forward to it in his heart. Tomorrow the steel stock will be enough to upgrade the general's house, and the few remaining techs will be upgraded. The territory could then see another wave of significant increases. Late at night, 3 light tanks traveled through the woods, followed by a battalion of light infantry. Hakimi, Lord of Bolan, advanced in a mountainous command vehicle. Like Australia, he was given the task of exploring south by a tripartite coalition led by Rice. Various unity values and supplies were transferred to Bolan territory to support his exploration progress. The Aussie side had lost the ability to continue because of the mountain range blocking it, while his Bolan side could be considered unimpeded. If he could really be allowed to discover the heart of the worm's nest first, then the countries tilting their resources toward him would be even greater. By then, after dealing with the Dragon Kingdom, wouldn't he, Bolan, become the most powerful group of countries in the Forbidden Land? The corners of Hakimi's mouth couldn't help but turn up at the thought. Zigzag. The radio went off, and information came back from the armored cavalry regiment that had been sent out to scout the area from afar. Sir, an area suspected to be a dense forest of bug nests has been spotted ahead. Hakimi slumped down behind a mound of dirt and looked off into the distance with his binoculars. The lens is a dense forest of oddly shaped plants. Those plants contain liquid inside and grow in extremely strange postures. There it is. It's really a dense forest of bug nests. Hakimi couldn't hide the joy in his heart. He and Aussie explored deeper in 2 different directions, southwest and southeast, respectively. Australia is blocked by tall mountains and he has a clear path in front of him. With only a small stream standing between him and the dense forest of bug nests, it was a godsend. He could pass this piece of information on to the Tripartite Alliance when tomorrow morning rolled around. Bolan will be the first line of resistance against the Dragon Kingdom, thus gaining a steady stream of support from various countries. People sit at home. Money comes from heaven. Bolan could leap to power with this one discovery alone. Forward. Forward. Hakimi laughed. Hakimi Nastaf, will be the first man to set foot in the heart of the worm's nest. Hakimi led the army forward and soon came to the demarcation between the descent zone and the heart of the worm's nest that he was in. The creek is the obvious divider, with the land emerald green on one side and piles of decaying vegetation on the other. Near the dense forest of bug nests, a strong putrid odor came from the area. In Hakimi's eyes, though, it wasn't a stench, it was a scent. It's a flavor that celebrates Bolan's imminent emergence as a world power. You are nearing the edge of the descent zone. Proceeding will open the sector. You are nearing the edge of the descent zone. Proceeding will open the sector. To open up a boundary is to allow 2 regions to connect to each other to have an impact. Fae on both sides will invade each other and the natural environment will interact. Hakimi didn't care about the alarm and drove straight across the creek. Who cares about a few bedbugs when it's already midway to having modern weapons? Chapter 174, Blitzkrieg on the Worm's Nest. A big step for humanity. Buzz. A car drove across the creek, a ripple rippling through the water, driving into the dense forest, into the area that would make Bolan great again. Hakimi honked excitedly. Blah blah blah. Blah blah blah. He stopped the car just before the caravan was about to enter the dense forest. With that, he opened the car door and stomped on the humus-covered ground. Ah! He looked up at the sky in ecstasy. How wonderful! This area flowing with milk and honey. He was the first man in the Tripartite Alliance to set foot in the heart of the worm's nest, the first to conquer the land. His accomplishments are as great as Columbus and Gagarin. No, maybe even greater? It's a small step for me, but a big step for humanity. Hakimi looked smugly at the adjutant beside him. What do you think? Sir's bravery is unmatched, the adjutant said. Ha 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 ha. Hakimi laughed, while looking over at the bug nest. You take a squad in there and catch a few bedbugs and come back. That might get the alliance to tip the scales in favor of more resources for us. The Tripartite Alliance had done a lot of research against that perverted battle power of the Dragon Kingdom. One of the studies pointed out that the Dragon Kingdom likely became stronger and stronger by studying each other in their battles with the bugs. There are also countries in the alliance that have opened up research buildings, and they are in great need of bug corpses for research. They believe that since the Dragon Kingdom could get stronger and stronger in the battle with the bugs, so could they. the adjutant was ordered to lead 2 platoons of light infantry into the dense forest. Their mission was to sneak into the dense forest and then sneak out to catch 2 bugs. Hakimi, of course, knew he could march in with a large force and blast the bedbugs to pieces, along with their nests, but if the process is too easy, he won't get further support from the League. It was necessary to show that the front line was strained in order to claim more resources. A few light armor tanks could not support Poland as a power. If the pioneer force couldn't even defeat the watchdogs in the heart of the worm's nest, then how were they going to attack the Dragon Kingdom? Hakimi laughed and tapped his horn to escort the adjutant's squad into the dense forest. Bolin will ascend the throne to the cheers of the nations, and will step on the blood of the Worm and Dragon Kingdoms to ascend the throne. Hakimi Nostaf will make Poland great again. Blah blah blah. Blah blah blah. Sasha, Captain, there seems to be a sound? The soldier with the automatic rifle spoke up and inquired. The deputy signaled the crowd to be quiet. They should be entering swarm territory. This was a pack of bloodthirsty beasts that should not be taken lightly by any means. He knew it was the wrong choice to just take the soldiers into the dense forest, but he couldn't refuse the order. Don't even think about capturing them alive. This group of creatures certainly won't give you. The lieutenant choked in the middle of his sentence as the soldier who had just spoken to him was cut down the middle. Blood spurted out and the field clattered to the ground. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! He hissed as hard as he could while firing his gun. Sasha. Ah! In a flash countless insect chirps rang out in the dense forest. The sound of bullets being discharged and the screams were endless. What the hell? Hakimi jerked up from the open command car. He looked into the dense forest, and there were faint screams coming out in the distance. What's that sound? The screams of the xenomorphs? Hakimi turned to inquire. The soldier next to him shook his head and gripped the gun in his hand. Tell them to keep it down. Don't you know? What if it attracts the bug hordes? Phew! As Hakimi was shouting, a black mass was thrown from the sky and landed on the front hood of Hakimi's car. It was the half-formed body of the adjutant he had sent in to direct the battle, who died with his eyes on Hakimi. How can it be? How can it be? Hakimi was so shocked that he crawled away from the command car. I give you the best automatic rifles and you can't even deal with a few ING bedbugs. Bunch of losers. Bunch of losers. Sasha. Thin insect chirps emanated from the dense forest like a death knell. Formation. These ING bugs. Hakimi grabbed a gun out of the soldier's hand and ran for the rear tanks as he yelled. If the bug hordes hit, it would be safest only in an armored tank. The soldiers around him were in close formation. A battalion of nearly 500 automatic rifles all loaded. In addition, there are 3 tanks and 2 machine gun squad positions. Hakimi looked at this powerful firepower in front of him, and the fear in his heart gradually dissipated, and the emotion that replaced it changed to anger. The scene of the lieutenant's half-formed body being thrown out kept replaying in front of him. He wasn't so much angered by the death of his lieutenant as he was by the swarm's provocation. And the provocation had alarmed him and embarrassed him in front of the soldiers. He's the leader of Poland. How can he run away? At that thought, Hakimi stopped and turned back to face the dense forest. A few newly enlightened people also dare to threaten him. You've gained confidence from playing against the Rococo guys. All hands on deck. Hit me hard. No need to save ammo. No need to. Hiss ah. Countless hissing sounds rang out, and swarms of insects that looked like a tidal wave surged out of the dense forest. Those foreign bugs were different from the ones seen in the Tournament of Nations. Their shells seemed to be wrapped in a layer of blue crystals. Mutation. The soldiers opened fire and countless bullets spewed out. The 2 heavy machine guns of the machine gun squad howled frantically, spewing a steady stream of fire. However, in front of this dragnet of bullets, the tide of insects unexpectedly showed no sign of stopping. The xenomorphs charged against the rain of bullets until they reached the first row of soldiers when cracks appeared in their shells. The 2 armies met and the slaughter began. Armorless soldiers were no different than lambs in front of the xenomorphs. As soon as the insect blades swept, the soldiers were cut off, powerless to fight back. Bang bang. 3 tanks fired armor-piercing rounds, finally making a dent in the swarm. Hakimi was dumbfounded by the scene in front of him, and the sound of shells exploding brought him back to reality. He dropped his gun and ran frantically for the tank. And tanks, as long as there are heavy tanks, the bugs can't do anything with him. Boom! The explosion came as a xenomorph, even larger than a tank, broke through the ground. It toppled the light armor tank directly over the side, and then opened its mouth full of serrated teeth, aimed at the turret and bit off half of it in one mouthful. Buzz ironclad armor shapeshift let out a wail. Chapter 175, Bugs Out. Boom boom. In quick succession, several more giant bugs rushed out to topple the remaining tanks. Tank armor is as vulnerable as soda crackers under the mouths of these giant xenomorphs. I'm through with your Virgin Mary. Hakimi was dumbfounded to see 3 tanks turned into scrap metal. He moved violently, running headlong toward the other side of the creek. The river is the border between the two regions, and fey creatures generally don't easily leave areas where they can live comfortably, so by crossing the creek, he could get away with it. The army lost here was nothing, and he would surely be able to rise again when he returned to the territory. Mutation. Hiss ah. Behind him, the battlefield had been turned into a sea of fire. The battalion of 500 men was engulfed by the swarm, and the machine gun squad was smashed by the fey emerging from the ground. Fuel tanks of various vehicles and ammunition depots exploded with a loud bang. Hakimi rushed towards the creek with all his might, and when he finally reached the edge he leapt with all his might. The slightly affluent body landed on the opposite bank in a graceful arc across the creek. Being back on normal ground, Hakimi just felt like she had regained her life. Anger welled up as he once again looked across the river at the infernal-like scene. Damn stinkers for destroying his army like that. When he gained more military funds, he must bloodily cleanse the heart of the bug nest. Fuck you. Hakimi stood up and gave the middle finger to the opposite side. Suddenly he saw the space in front of him flicker. Blurred vision? Not waiting for him to be confused. An alien bug with a body size of 3 meters upwards and standing upright in human form appeared before his eyes. It has a triangular head with a pair of protruding horns on top of its head as elaborate and large as reindeer antlers. The whole body is covered with a light blue crystalline shell, with bone spurs growing prominently from all joints. In his right hand he holds a giant bone blade, while his left arm is made entirely of vine-like plants. A Terran warrior. Hakimi was dumbfounded. His breath stopped the moment the Terran warrior appeared. The middle finger of his right hand, held high, slowly collapsed, but the expected scene of himself being slashed with a knife did not appear. He realized that the xenomorph had been standing on the opposite bank without making a move. It hadn't realized that the regional passage was open. Hope was renewed in Hakimi's heart. Bedbugs are just bedbugs no matter how good they are, and it is impossible to compare their intelligence and adaptability to that of humans. Leaving the comfort of one's birthplace is a move against one's ancestors against biological instinct. Bedbugs can't violate. Tap. There was a splashing sound as the Terran warrior on the opposite bank put one foot into the creek. Hakimi laughed bitterly. Wanting to wash his feet? Tap. After 1 foot in, the Terran warrior seemed to notice something and took 2 steps forward directly over the creek. Go to hell. Go to hell. Die for me. Hakimi's last nerve snapped and he raised his assault rifle and swept it forward. The gun vibrated. Fire flashed, and bullets whizzed out. The Terran warrior didn't duck and cover, taking automatic rifle fire all the way to Hakimi. Bullets were constantly bouncing off its light blue chest armor and shooting in other directions. Ah! Hakimi collapsed to the ground with a scream as a bullet shattered his kneecap and penetrated his thigh. Don't! Don't! He stared dead in the face of the slowly approaching Terran warrior, shaking his head frantically and shouting. Fear had completely engulfed him. The samurai crossed the river and stepped onto the ground of another birthplace. The surroundings seemed more appealing to it than the boring creature screaming on the ground. Sweeping the perimeter in a complete circle before it lowered its head to look at Hakimi, it raised its left hand. 3 fingers made of mauve colored by vine man twisting and contorting. They twisted around each other and kept stretching forward, and soon crawled up to the rifle on the ground that Hakimi had discarded. Fujiman hooked onto the rifle and quickly recovered it, engulfing it whole into his arm. The engulfment was complete. The Terran warrior stabbed Hakimi in the right ribs and lifted him off the ground. Hakimi clutched the bone blade with both hands, his legs constantly shaking. Don't! I was wrong. I was wrong. Don't kill me. Here you go. Here you go. As Hakimi screamed in agony, the samurai raised his left arm again. An arm made of vines opened outward after writhing, and a rifle-like structure stuck out, though similar to a gun. Its entire body is glued together with some sort of biological tissue. The muzzle of the gun widened several times, and the body of the gun continued to rise and fall with the swing of the Fujiman, as if it was breathing. Mutation. The gun growing out of the samurai's left arm slammed into action, spitting a barrage of crystal-cased bullets into Hakimi's head. The powerful firepower shot his head off in an instant, lifting the entire lid of the sky. Along with the sound of Hakimi's screams stopped the battle in the rear. All of the human soldiers had been wiped out, and the alien bugs of all colors were lying on the ground, frantically gnawing on the corpses. Hiss ah! The Terran warrior hissed as he raised his bone blade high and pointed it at the newly set foot on the continent. The army of xenomorphs was ordered to stop feeding, to step on the corpses and charge forward. The army crossed unobtrusive streams and surged like a tidal wave into that brand new continent. Lord's Hall opens. Tripartite Alliance Conference Room. Lords of France, these Fae are definitely not a normal evolution. Killing them will drop something called psychic energy in addition to their stats. Lord Rice, spiritual energy? Is it a material or an energy source? Lord France, I don't know yet, but a Fae that drops psychic energy is much more powerful than other ordinary Fae. Lord Rice, perhaps some kind of key technical resource. I'll send a research team there. Lords of the East, I will also send a research team. Now we must seize every possibility to surpass the Dragon Kingdom. Aussie Lord, this morning my scouting unit noticed what appears to be an additional elongated structure in the Wailing Mountains. Lord Rice, man-made structures? Didn't you say it was impossible to ascend the Wailing Mountains? Lord Australia, absolutely impossible. Winds at the bottom of the mountain range are at least 11 gusts. It's unimaginable to go any higher. Lord Rice, what was that all about? Reconnaissance error or some refraction phenomenon? Lord of Australia, I've sent 2 squads to reconnoiter, and I'll report back tomorrow. Lords of the East, speaking of which, there should be no mountains in the way of Bolin. How is the situation on his side? Chapter 176, Level 3 General House. Famous General Wang Jian. Lords of the East, Mr. Hakimi, come out and say something. The chat panel fell into stasis as the lords waited for Lord Bolin to reply. Some time passes and nothing is heard. Lord Rice, Jailbird? Dharma Lords, what's the situation? How can we lose one connection a day? Lords of Australia, it's not true that he found the heart of the worm's nest and then got chewed on by the xenomorphs. Is it? Lord Rice, impossible. Even if the heart of the worm's nest is found, it's impossible to enter it directly. Lords of the East, Hakimi is so greedy that it's not impossible to force his way into the dense forest. Lord Rice, then it's unlikely that he'll die at the hands of a peripheral swarm with the army configuration we've given him. Lord Tianju, has it been destroyed by the Dragon Kingdom? Lord Rice, even less likely. The extermination or colonization of countries at this stage will be communicated globally. Lord Aganton, another one who disappears. Just like that Turk. Lord Turkai, it is you who are missing. We are walking with the Lord. Lord Aganton, fraudulent? Lords of France, is there an anomaly in the Turks? The Fae in the French territories are getting harder and harder to deal with. Turkish lords, praise the Lord and embrace him. Lord Rice, wait for tomorrow's news from Australia and Boland. South of them is likely to be the Dragon Kingdom. As soon as it's confirmed that it's the Dragon Kingdom, the territories will immediately send troops to the south and gather their forces, and will try to take them down this week. The Alliance of Nations is basically established, and the public Lords' Halls will be largely free of speakers. Therefore, Su Yang entered the Lords' Hall less and less often, and even the inter-alliance meetings were rarely joined. Everything league news is basically England contacting him privately. Union of England, counting automatic and forced secession. We have lost 15 Union states. Here's a map of the last 9 remaining Confederates and related information that I've summarized. Elizabeth sent a picture with a few images lined up sparsely, rarely connected. With this information there is no way to determine the layout of a large map. Hopelessly this was the best they could do. There are now only 10 countries left in the English League including himself. Other countries either seceded voluntarily or were forced to do so for fear of being exterminated. The rest of the country doesn't even dare to explore beyond it. Except for him. This is because exploring outwards is likely to encounter other allied nations, and there is then a risk of being exterminated. With this information now, Su Yang didn't even know where the heart of the insect nest was located on the large map. It seems that there is no doorway within your own alliance, and the only way to get more information is to hit a country in a 3-way alliance. Lord of the Dragon Kingdom, my team has reached the border of the heart of the worm's nest. I'll convey information tomorrow if I have it. Lord of the Dragon Kingdom, also tell the remaining lords in the alliance to do their best to hold out if they can. I, the Dragon Kingdom, will not treat them poorly. Lords of England, received. Closing the panel. Su Yang let out a long breath. The situation on the big map is not good, with numerous territories that could have been turned into vassals being captured by other alliances. Either it will be colonized or it will be a puppet state. These countries, even if he regained them afterward, would have a persistent debuff present, and resource output would be greatly affected. Still needing to speed up the expansion, Su Yang opened the panel. The fastest way to speed up expansion is to boost the number of expeditionary troops. Now that the territory had 2 additional strongholds, Li Xin Mengtian explored northward from the Wailing Mountain stronghold, and in the south the stronghold of Theater Teeth could support an expeditionary force. According to the brain, a level 3 general's mansion was able to provide the military system of the Qin dynasty and was able to summon troops on a large scale. Now that the territory is in the expansion phase, it can be said that this feature is extremely needed. It just so happens that steel resource production is in place today to support the general's upgrades. While we're at it, let's see what level 3 generalships can bring. Steel resources, 300 units. Iron ore resources, 300 units. Copper resources, 300 units. Level 3 general's residence being upgraded. Resources were invested and the general's office began to be upgraded. This upgrade from the blueprint stage had left Su Yang astonished. The footprint of this general's residence had directly expanded by as much as 10 times. Before it was just the size of a standard quadrangle, but now it could fill up the entire lordship area. It couldn't fit in the lord's area, so Su Yang could only transfer it to the industrial area that still had empty space first. Blueprints are placed and various mechanical operations are heard. The main building of the level 3 general's mansion had not been enlarged. And the reason why the area had become so much larger was because the martial arts arena had been expanded out of the side of the general's mansion. The drill ground was a place for training and reviewing soldiers in ancient times. What is the use of the drill ground in the general's house? Quietly waiting for the expansion of the martial arts field to be completed, Su Yang opened the general's palace panel. This time the general's panel is very different from before. Before there was only the general's panel. Now there is also an additional soldier's panel. General's house panel. General, Li Xin. Type of general, town vanguard. Upgrades available, level 2 level 3. General skill, ordering the vanguard, active effect. Boosts morale by 30%, boosts morale by 40%. Unity value, 30,000 points. Required level of generalship, level 3. General, Meng Tian. General type, Imperial Shield. Upgrades available, level 1 level 2. General skill, Great Wall Guard, passive effect. Triggered when building and upgrading the Great Wall. Triggered when building and upgrading all infrastructural facilities. General skill firm as a wall, active effect. Increase damage resistance by 20%, increase damage resistance by 30%. Unity value, 50,000 points. Required level of generalship, level 3. General, Wang Jian. Type of general, Jinguishan General. Summoning requirements, 100,000. General's office level required for summoning, level 4. Upgrade to see more generals. Completion of all upgrades to the current level of general's office will result in an increase in the effectiveness of the strategy. Strategy power to the world, 30% increase in the value of the command value gained in battle 40%. After reading the panel, Su Yang's eyes lit up. The next time you upgrade again you can summon the famous General Wang Jian, along with Bai Qi, Li Mu and Lian Pa. Wang Jian is known as the 4 war gods of the warring states. The first emperor's battle to break up the 6 kingdoms. Except for the beginning when he fought Korea did not participate. The remaining 5 kingdoms all fell into the hands of the Wangs. Wang Jian is a calm and prudent general with a deep understanding of the situation. Wise but not violent. Courageous and resourceful. It was a typical great general in the Qin dynasty and even in the history of China. If we can get Wang Jian to assist us in the future, then Qin will be even more unstoppable. Chapter 177 Great Qin Military System. Expeditionary First Unit established. General Wang Jian is strong, but he can't be summoned until level 4 generalship. The main focus now has to be on the upgrades that are currently available. The generals panel about generals hasn't changed. It's about upgrading the general's skills. The active skills are the same as the previous upgrades, both boosting the skill effect by 10%. Monty's passive skill is then shifted from the Great Wall to all infrastructures. This means that the cost of paving roads will be further reduced in the future as well, which is a huge plus. However, these upgrades are icing on the cake upgrades and do not play a decisive role in force expansion. While completing all the upgrades gives you a boost to the Fong strategy effect, that's not the current focus. After roughly checking it out, Su Yang flipped the panel to the martial arts field module. Drill Hall. Strategy, Qin Military System. The Qin Army, with its clear system, was able to call up and train soldiers in large numbers. Reconnaissance units are organized in squads of 10s, cavalry units in squads of 10s, and infantry units in squads of hundreds, with a 50% reduction in consumption for squad-based call-ups and upgrades. Note, soldiers summoned and upgraded in teams cannot be split up, and future battles and training will be carried out in units of 100 people. When the team incurs casualties, the replenishment consumption will not be reduced. Note, summoned units can also be teamed up, and different levels will not affect the teaming. Note, soldiers who form a team can train as a team in the drill hall to obtain team bonuses in different directions. Expeditionary Infantry. Whenever the troops are pointed at, they are invincible. Training an infantry unit to conquer an enemy country. The expeditionary force will receive a series of benefits when it is far from the Qin dynasty's territory. Effect, Expeditionary Spear. 20% increase in morale. 20% reduction in fuel consumption. 50% increase in ammunition capacity for long-range units. Training fees. Each expeditionary infantry unit consumes 50,000 stats. Upgrading the general's house to unlock stronger types of expeditionary infantry. Expeditionary Cavalry. Whenever the troops are pointed at, they are invincible. Training a cavalry unit to conquer an enemy country. The expeditionary force will receive a series of benefits when it is far from the Qin dynasty's territory. Effect, Expeditionary Spear. Morale increased by 20%. Machine beast locomotion increased by 20%. Energy shield repair speed increased by 20%. Training costs. Each expeditionary infantry unit consumes 50,000 stats. Upgrading the general's house to unlock stronger types of expeditionary cavalry. Special Forces. Forbidden Army. The Forbidden Army is the guard of the Son of Heaven, training a force to defend imperial territory. The Forbidden Army will receive a series of favorable effects when fighting in the Qin dynasty's territories. Effect: Wall of the Forbidden Army. Morale permanently increased by 30%. Energy shield repair speed increased by 50%. Long-range weapon reloading speed increased by 50%. Ammo capacity expanded by 100%. Training fees, 100,000 Imperial Valor per army. Upgrading the general's residence to unlock stronger types of forbidden troops. After looking over the contents of the martial arts field, Su Yang's mood was extremely uplifted. This was the effect he wanted. The most needed gain for the territory at the moment. If the general's palace was an upgrade for general units, then the drill hall was entirely an upgrade for soldiers. First of all, the upgrade brings a brand new party strategy, the Great Qin military system. Unlocking this strategy allows you to summon and upgrade your soldiers by formation, and you gain a 50% reduction in the consumption of your stats. 50% consumption reduction. What a horrible number. I think the reward for first place in the Tournament of Nations was only a short-term 30% reduction in military expenses. And now you can get a 50% permanent reduction in military costs just by calling up soldiers in formation. As an example, 100 units of Daqin sharpshooter costs 200 units for a level 5 Daqin sharpshooter. According to the past, if he wanted to summon 100 units of Great Qin sharpshooters, he would need to consume a whole 120,000 unity values. However, with the Great Qin military system strategy, he only needed to consume 60,000 unity values to complete the summoning, and the cost was directly halved. And all future upgrades around soldiers are done in formations, with one upgrade radiating over an area of at least 100 units of soldiers. And in addition to the square strategy, the drill field brings a whole new element of army preparation training. The units are given their respective roles through intensive special training in the relevant areas. While the social division of labor is a sign of intelligent beings, the military division of labor is a symbol of a strong and professional army. According to the current division of labor, the general direction of the force is divided into two types, the expeditionary force and the forbidden army. Expeditionary armies gain bonuses when out raiding territories, while Praetorians gain bonuses when defending territories. Under the broad classification, the expeditionary force was also subdivided into two branches, the infantry branch and the cavalry branch. The infantry branch includes a range of infantry units including sharpshooters, crossbowmen, scouts, skyfire guards and fire dragon guards. Cavalry, on the other hand, can be a series of units equipped with machine beasts, sharpshooters on horseback, crossbowmen on horseback, and scouts on horseback. Both upgrades give troops a boost in relative effectiveness. It would be confusing to analyze it just in your head. Su Yang directly got his hands on it and practiced it. The first step was to upgrade the expeditionary force led by Li Xian and Meng Tian. The appearance of the Star Spirit race made Su Yang realize the importance of energy shields. In front of them were the poisonous gas attacks through the air of the phantom insects, and behind them were the energy rays and mind control of the Star Spirits that ignored armor. As future enemies are strengthened, the attacks become more varied. Therefore, if you want to enhance the defensive ability of troops, you can not only enhance the armor, but also expand more means of defense. Su Yang opened the panel and started dividing the teams according to the system prompts. The expeditionary force was 100 sharpshooters, 60 crossbowmen, 10 scouts, 4 fire dragon guards and 2 skyfire guards. According to the system, all infantry units can be organized into the same ranks, and scout units can be organized into infantry ranks even though they are mounted. One soldier counts as one soldier for a sharpshooter crossbowman scout, while one unit equals 5 soldiers for the fire dragon guard and skyfire guard. Based on the number of troops, Su Yang began to divide them with a flash of his mind. He split all the units in half and then each teamed up. Each team is 50 units of sharpshooters, 30 units of crossbowmen, 5 units of scouts, 2 fire dragon guards, and 1 skyfire guard, just in time to put together 2 100-man expeditions. It's almost as if the forces have arranged it in a meditative way. The team formation was completed and Su Yang named them Expedition Team 1 and Expedition Team 2. The 2 centurions were set to 2 of the earliest soldiers to follow them, Chan Wu Zhao Zhang. Since then, the first batch of Great Qin into the establishment of the team was formed. This was the sign of the standardization of the Great Qin military industry, and the starting point for the Great Qin army to start its explosive expansion. Chapter 178, Great Qin Iron Cavalry. Full Match Expeditionary Army. After forming the 2 expedition teams, Su Yang instantly started upgrading. Unlike the previous way of upgrading a single individual troop type, now he only needed to operate on one team, provided, of course, that all units in the team meet the upgrade requirements. All upgrades are now unlocked for the Imperial Armor Battalion, so all units meet the requirements. Su Yang's mind flashed and invested in the unity value. Is it confirmed that all units of Expedition 1 and Expedition 2 will be upgraded to the current maximum level? Yes. Uniformity value -95. 500. Expedition 1 upgrade. Level 5 Dechin Imperial Armor Ranger *50 in upgrade. Level 5 Dechin 1000 Mile Scout *5 in upgrade. Level 2 Improved Blazing Colt *5 in upgrade. Expedition 2 upgrade. Level 5 Dechin Imperial Armor Ranger *50 in upgrade. Level 5 Dechin Imperial Armor Crossbowman *30 in upgrade. Level 5 Dechin 1000 Mile Scout *5 in upgrade. Level 2 Improved Blazing Colt *5 in upgrade. In the Wailing Mountains Stronghold, all selected units enter the barracks or carrier depot in turn for upgrades. The upgrades of nearly 200 units of the two expeditionary forces consumed a total of 95,500 unity points. No more than 100,000. If the cost of this upgrade was nearly $200,000 at the original price, the territory's unity value was simply not enough. This is the amazing effect brought about by the Great Qin military system strategy. With this formula, the speed of Great Qin's military expansion was directly doubled. Soon two full complement 100-man Imperial armor units completed their upgrades. All of the Imperial armor sharpshooters were equipped with full body-covered energy shields. This is a shield that uses a powerful electromagnetic field as protection. By providing electrical energy through an on-the-go capacitor, an invisible layer of electromagnetic protection can be provided outside of the armor. Metal bullets or any charged ion beams fired at the shield are subjected to a strong magnetic field, which weakens the damage or even rebounds it completely. In addition to the defense mechanism of the energy shield being different from the armor protection, its repair principle is also completely different. Armor is a real substance that exists in a physical sense and cannot be repaired in time for damage on the battlefield. Repairs can only be made by returning to the repair room. If the armor materials and repair facilities are available, and an energy shield isn't a substance, it's made entirely of energy, and theoretically it can always be there as long as electricity is supplied to it. So even if energy shield depletion occurs on the battlefield, you only need to wait for the magnetic field to repair it, and the shield will be restored as before. The addition of the energy shield not only gives sharpshooters resistance to energy damage, but also greatly enhances their ability to sustain combat. It also reduces the consumption of materials for logistically restoring the armor, as the energy shield will always protect the Imperial armor as long as it doesn't suffer great damage in a short period of time. The addition of the energy shield takes the frontline strength of the team up another notch. In addition to the upgrades for all the Reavers, the scouting unit, Scout, also received a new upgrade, and this time it wasn't even one. The first was the most crucial advanced mineral exploration ability. After unlocking the radar detection technology, Su Yang tapped the advanced mineral scanner. This is a key tech for upgrading a level 5 scout, allowing the scout to detect advanced minerals located in the deeper layers. The Mutant Smasher's titanium crystal insect stinger reminded Su Yang that ordinary steel Imperial armor was no longer enough. Next, if you want to improve the physical protection of the Imperial armor, higher level minerals are a must. And in addition to the mineral scanner, the scouts were given a bioinformation recognition device developed by Shinong Genesis. This device allows the scouts to accurately analyze all sorts of information about the Fae. Various information such as class, race, affiliation, abilities possessed, and so on. In the old days, scout reconnaissance was all about looks and skins. Exactly what class, what type, and what abilities they possess would require fighting or even killing the opponent to gain access. And this scouting gives minimal information. However, after equipping the bioscanner, Su Yang could be informed of all the enemy's biological information in advance and target accordingly. It could be said that as far as the bioscanner was concerned, it was a scouting artifact that Su Yang had wanted to unlock when it first came out. Unfortunately, radar technology was not available at the time, so it has been delayed until now. But it's not too late, or you could say it's just right. The bioscanners are not just for bugs. Any Fae or even plants can be scanned. In the age of upcoming inter-regional battles, knowing about other regional Fae and abilities is extremely important to combat. After all the upgrades and supplies were completed, Su Yang ordered Li Xin Mengtian to continue to the northwest. After leaving the Wailing Mountains, there was a whole new area over there. That would be the first territory the Qin dynasty would set foot in besides the heart of the Worm's Nest. Li Xin and Meng Tian led their team out of the Wailing Mountains stronghold and headed towards the new area with all their might. One thing worth mentioning was that after any stronghold was established, Su Yang could set up defense facilities in it. Moreover, the defense facilities of the stronghold and the Qin dynasty territory do not affect each other. Now at level 5 main base, the territory is able to place defenses capped at 10 crossbow towers, 1 skyfire tower, 1 storm tower, and 1 radar detection tower. Of course, after unlocking automation technology, The crossbow turret has been upgraded to an electromagnetic crossbow turret. Like the crossbowman, the redundant crossbow string mechanism has been replaced with an electromagnetic barrel. And the crossbow turret has 2 new EM barrels that fire small crossbows in addition to the EM barrels that load the giant crossbows. This means that the crossbow turret is now a machine gun turret and a turret in one defensive device. Simply put, it's a multi-purpose turret capable of firing armor-piercing shells like a tank as well as machine gun fire. And the meaning of territories and strongholds defense facilities not being affected was that as long as there were enough resources, Su Yang could completely set up the same defense facilities as territories and strongholds as well. After unlocking automation, Su Yang didn't even need to send in troops. He only needed to set up electromagnetic towers and automatic turrets to complete the defense of the stronghold. Not only are they able to defend against the Fae, but other lords in the stronghold can be shot outright if they don't do as they're told. This saved both manpower consumption and reduced Su Yang's energy consumption, which would be of great help to the future defense and management of the Great Qin stronghold. Once the resources were in place, Su Yang was planning to transfer back the guards of the Playhouse Tooth and switch to automatic turret defense. The Wailing Mountains didn't need to be defended. After all, this harsh environment wouldn't be visited by many Fae. After completing the Expeditionary Army upgrade, the territory still had 80,000 unity value left. This 80,000 Su Yang will use to form the first cavalry team of Great Qin. Great Qin Iron Horsemen. Chapter 179 Great Qin's True War Power. First Ranger Army. Although it was cool to form the Great Qin Iron Horsemen, Su Yang realized that it wasn't that simple. As a heavy cavalry type, the Iron Horsemen need heavy armor as well as the all-important mounted lance. However, infantry units nowadays use chainsaw greatswords, which cannot be used for charging. According to Brain's analysis, if you want to assemble mounted rifles for your troops in bulk, you need to unlock the Level 2 Foundry and start industrialized production. Upgrade Level 2 Foundry. Batch manufacture of mounted guns all consume a lot of steel resources. It was necessary to wait for the territory to produce enough steel resources before upgrading, so the idea of the Great Qin Iron Cavalry could only be put on hold. But now the territory needed a force to explore in the direction of the Theater's Tooth stronghold, and a team had to be summoned. After a moment of rummaging through his thoughts, Su Yang found the perfect solution. Iron Riders are certainly dominant and powerful, but ultimately they are still close to the battle impact. And the troop teeth direction is mainly Phantom Zone bugs, which don't have much armor and don't need too intense damage to kill. The trickiest thing about dealing with the nature swarms in the Phantom Zone is the poisonous gas they produce after they die. Based on the experience of previous battles, melee units simply couldn't cope, and would inhale the poisonous mist as soon as they got close enough to kill the enemy. A better solution would be a crossbowman, shooting at long range via a crossbow gun. However, the crossbowman troops don't move at a fast rate, and without front row protection, they're vulnerable to a devastating blow from a xenomorph's sudden face. So now there is a need for a team that has both long-range damage and flexible mobility for pulling. The answer cries out for mounted units. 500 cavalrymen can form a cavalry unit to gain the effect of square strategy reduction. And this cavalry doesn't just mean charging gun cavalry. Any unit on horseback can be considered a cavalry unit. And with the crossbowman plus the improved blazing colt, that's a mounted unit capable of launching both long-range attacks and high mobility. Placed in ancient times, the nomadic riding and shooting soldiers on the grasslands were in existence that caused headaches for all generations of Chinese dynasties. And now, after all this time, the Han is me? But the fact that it gave so many dynasties a headache is a testament to the power of mounted units. Think of the absolutely invincible existence of such a unit killing the Phantom Zone. Saying that he would do it, Su Yang's mind flashed and directly opened the Royal Armor Battalion panel to start batch summoning. The first thing was to summon the soldier units. 50 soldiers. Su Yang intended to use 48 crossbowmen with 2 scouts. A scout is a necessary unit for a team, and 2 scouts for a team of 50 is no more, no less. Formation summoning, 50% reduction in defense value. Uniformity value, 30,800. Level 5 De Qin Imperial Armor Crossbowman * 48 in summoning. Level 5 Great Qin Potential Scout * 2 in summoning. The Imperial Armor Battalion rumbles and runs. Su Yang watched as the soldiers walked out of the mechanical gate in formation row by row. The sounds of mechanical operations and steam surges were constantly intertwined. I have to say that this bulk summoning scene is so much more shocking than the previous one that came out one by one. And with the added square strategy present, 50 level 5 units only cost 30,800 unity points. In the past this would have been impossible. After the soldier summoning is over comes the main event, the warhorse. The blazing colt has been improved to be not only more agile, but also fitted with an energy shield to further enhance its defense capabilities. The stat value is put in, and the heavy weapon battalion begins to roar. The first batch of Great Qin cavalry is about to be born. Unity value 37,500. Level 2 improved blazing colt *50 in summoning. Anon. Soon, a large group of mechanical horses galloped out of the heavy weapons camp. With a hiss, gusts of steam poured out of his nose. The crossbowmen and scouts that had just been summoned rolled onto their horses, and the cavalry was officially formed. Su Yang named this mounted unit as the Great Qin Expeditionary Rangers First Team. After the Rangers were formed, Su Yang organized the soldiers in the territory into a team. 30 sharpshooters, 40 crossbowmen. For Skyfire Guards, 2 Fire Dragon Guards. Guard units are better suited to defending a city by increasing the weight of long-range units over expeditionary units. By now all the units in the territory had completed their organization, and now Great Qin had a total of 4 teams. 3 of these are 100-man infantry units and 1 unit of 50-man rangers. All 3 expeditions, except the guards, are fully loaded and fully ranked. This current scale has reached the upper limit of the territory's resource output, especially with the addition of a full 50 units of improved blazing colts. The troops were already consuming more than 600 units per fuel resupply. The chemical center is now producing up to 400 units of fuel per day, and at a frequency of replenishing fuel once a day and a half. It has almost consumed more than it produces, and the capacity of a chemical center is fixed and cannot be changed. Even if more xenomorphs were killed, it would only increase the production of biocrude, and the process of converting biooil into fuel was stuck in the chemical center. So in the future, if you still want to form a cavalry or expand the force further, you will have to get more sources of fuel. You can't upgrade the chemical center until you get a level 6 main base. Other than that you have to grab resources from other countries. If we can grab Afghans or other Middle Eastern oil powers, then the oil problem can be solved. I don't know which country is on the region over the Wailing Mountains. I hope it's a big resource country, Su Yang thought in his mind. Finally he switched to the army panel, which neatly displayed the 4 teams currently in the territory. After a morning of finally completing the preparation of the Great Qin troops, Su Yang felt immensely satisfied. There is nothing more exciting than watching territories and armies become stronger step by step. Today is already the 5th day of the week, and the end of the week brings the group's lord's ranking. To get a ranking you must conquer as much territory as possible. It's important to grab the rest of the time. Without further ado, Su Yang directly dispatched the newly formed expeditionary rangers to the Phantom Zone in the direction of the Playhouse Teeth. The rangers don't need Monty to open up the road, as the Blazing Colt is a versatile carrier that doesn't have a traveling penalty even in complex terrain. Moreover, the Blazing Colt's speed and range was almost double that of the Basilisk. This means that the rangers have a faster rate of exploration and a greater range of exploration than the infantry. The city gates opened and the first group of rangers whistled and rushed out of the city gates, disappearing into the dense forest under Su Yang's watchful eyes. Now there are 3 teams in the territory, 1 south and 1 north, and the speed of exploration has increased greatly. It was time to break out of the heart of the insect tide and let other countries feel the true battle power of Great Qin. Marshal Hakimi, please respond to, if you hear me. Marshal Hakimi, please respond to, if you hear me. The Bolan territory. Inside a European-style castle, Bolan's treasurer general is sitting in front of his radio calling constantly. Chapter 180, Bug Blitz. Marshal Hakimi, please respond to, if you hear me. Marshal Hakimi, please respond to, if you hear me. Mambo, the Bolan treasurer general, kept repeating this over the radio. Their lord has been out of touch with the territory since last night. The last message he sent back before he was lost was, "Get the wine and food ready and come back for dinner." Mambo couldn't fathom why the marshal would be out of touch after posting a piece of good news. He is the hero unit of Boland, but not in military terms but in financial and logistical management, because Hakimi felt that all the generals in the history of Boland were losers, none as good as he was at leading his own army. Solely he chose a heroic unit in logistics, in charge of logistics and finance. Now Mambo was very agitated in his mind, and without a lord he could not participate in the lord's meeting, and could not claim resources. The territories are overdrawn with large amounts of resources to summon armies, and must ask the alliance for various resources on a daily basis to keep functioning. With each additional period of time that Marshal Hakimi was lost, the burden on the territory's various resources increased by 1 layer. Any more delay and the territory will be depleted of food, and once the food runs out, the army's morale will gradually decline, and even the possibility of desertion will arise. "Sir!" A communications officer rushed in and shouted, "The reconnaissance units we sent south have all been lost, and not a single word has come back." What? Mambo's eyes fluttered and the walkie-talkie in his hand fell on the table. Even though he was only a logistics supervisor, he could sense that something was wrong with the atmosphere. First the lords were lost, then the various scouting squads were lost, and something was definitely happening to the south. Mambo steadied his glasses and left the Lord's castle to rush up the outer walls. Bolin, as the front line of the anti-dragon nation built with resources provided by the Alliance, has almost full facilities at this stage. The outer walls are built entirely of ironclad masonry, up to 8 meters high, in a tight circle around the territory. The walls are equipped with 8 WZ-13 105mm cannons, 6 mortar positions, 6 Maxim M1910 heavy machine guns and various city defenses. There is also an infantry battalion in the territory, all of whose members are equipped with semi-automatic or fully automatic rifles and have ferocious firepower. Line up! Form up! Mambo yelled as he raised his binoculars to look into the forest to the south. The Dragon Kingdom attacked? Or what's the situation? Mambo's palms were sweaty and his mind was full of thoughts. Whatever the case, he had to assume command until the marshal returned. Soldiers in the territory mobilized by Mambo mounted the walls and quickly took their positions. All artillery was loaded. Machine guns and rifles were fully loaded. A sense of solemnity rose in the territory. Looking at the strong defensive firepower, Mambo's mind settled a little. With the support of the alliance countries, Poland's military strength has reached the forefront of the Forbidden World. According to the marshal's words, it's the Dragon Kingdom that fights over, and it won't be able to do any good on us. He knew that the marshal's words might have been a bit exaggerated, but Poland's military might no longer needed to be questioned, especially in this kind of city defense battle. With the powerful firepower coupled with the advanced city walls, it was impossible for any force to directly break through them at this stage. Turn on the military radar. All hands to level 1 alert. 2 diesel engines went off in the center of the territory and the military radar next to it became operational. Various signals began to come back on the comms officer's dashboard. Large number of high-speed mobile units approaching from the south. Comms in shouted. Mambo held up his binoculars, cranking them up to maximum magnification, trying to check out exactly what was coming. If that thing really had something to do with the loss of the marshal, then it would probably be a threat to the territory as well. Target approaching. 10 kilometers. 9 kilometers. 8 kilometers. The correspondent began to report the bearings of the anomalous signals aloud. The reporting intervals are very short, almost every 10 seconds or so. What a terrifying speed to cross a distance of 1 kilometer in 10 seconds or so. 3 kilometers. 2 kilometers. 1,800 meters. The comms reported faster and faster, and Mambo's grip on the binoculars in his hand grew more and more deadly. How could it be? How can it be? About 2,000 meters is well into the visual range of the telescope. So why can't he see anything? 1,000 meters. 800 meters. The numbers were getting smaller and smaller, but he still hadn't found anything. Where the hell is the enemy? 400 meters. 200 meters. Into the territory. Boom boom boom. With a series of pops, several giant-sized xenomorphs broke out of the ground. They pointed directly at several mortar positions in the center of the position, swallowing the mortars in one gulp before charging underground. And in the hole they had just broken out of, countless light blue alien insects poured outward. Sharp insect chirps instantly resounded throughout the entire dense forest, and the territory was instantly turned into a sea of blood. The bugs. Why are the bugs in the Bolin territory? Ground troops. Fire. Fire. Mutation. Mambo did not lose his head and calmly turned the soldiers defending above the walls. Automatic rifles roared and countless bullets spewed out. The 6 heavy machine guns also turned at the same time, firing at the 2 openings in the cave. Because of the quick response combined with the limited size of the hole, the Bolin side fire suppressed the swarm that kept coming out. Strong firepower prevented them from drilling out the hole easily. Alternate fire. Don't let the machine gun overheat. Mambo's eyes flicker as if he's holding on. Boom. 3 shells exploded above the walls. The explosion was almost destroying his ears. The strong explosion was followed by countless crystal fragments shooting out. The explosion alone had destroyed 2 cannons, 2 heavy machine guns and nearly 30 soldiers. Subsequent blast debris took the lives of at least 80 more soldiers. In an instant the troops had lost a fifth of their fighting strength. What's this? Mambo wiped the dust off his lenses and turned around to see 3 xenomorphs glowing purple and black or something. Those things didn't look like xenomorphs at all. And while their lower bodies were still bug feet, their upper bodies were surprisingly turret-like. Mutation. Firing sounds similar to gunshots rang out from the dense forest, and countless purple and black insectoids appeared out of nowhere and fired at the walls with their arms raised. They shoot spiked bullets that are extremely powerful. Surprisingly, it was able to directly penetrate the walls and shoot the soldiers in the rear. A rain of bullets came, weaving a web of death in the air. Mambo's lips were white and his eyes were dull. It's over. Chapter 181 Eye of the Earth. A whole new region, north of the Wailing Mountains, highland landscape. A small army stands out in a rocky world of chert granite quartzite. General Thomas. Further on is the territory of the higher rock monsters. We can't go any further. Have the scouts detected what's on the Wailing Mountains yet? No, General. The distance is still too far. Get the probe to talk to me. Damn it. Thomas was a little annoyed. As a hero unit of the Aussie nation, he was ordered by Lord Gauss to scout for anomalies on the Wailing Mountains. But after a full day of probing, none had yet discerned what that sudden vertical shape was. And because of the blockage of the higher rock monster in front of them, they couldn't move on. The Advent Zone in which Australia is located is the eye of the Earth. The Advent Zone with the richest reserves of mineral resources in the Forbidden Land. Along with the abundant resources comes a powerful race of rock monsters. Although they're not as famous as the Terran Worms and the Yunkai Stonesmen, the Rock Monster clan is also a Fae in the first tier of strength. Especially in wilderness encounters, the ability of rock monsters to merge into the ground is terrifying. The current threat level of the area in which Australia is located has reached level 3. And the intensity of the rock monsters has come to the highest level of the 3rd generation and the 4th generation range. With the current Aussie army, it will be very difficult to have a field battle with a rock monster. So with the higher rock monsters blocking them, they couldn't get any closer to the Wailing Mountains. The good news, though, is that the rock monsters don't have a strong desire to attack. Even when reaching the 3 threat level, very few sieges take place. General, the probe trotted up to Thomas. Debriefing. Yes, the probe saluted. The target is too far away from us to detect specific information, but based on our analysis of the relevant parameters, we can deduce that it wasn't a man-made product. The environment of the Wailing Mountains is extremely harsh, and ascending to the highest point and then also constructing an object nearly 100 meters high cannot be humanly possible. And what did you say it was? Did a tree grow out of that one night? Thomas scorned. We're speculating that it's a forbidden artifact, possibly an area boundary marker, or a signaling connector or something like that. Or maybe it's some kind of device for the next stage. Thomas rubbed his chin and thought. That's a valid point. Forbidden land creations or technology are not uncommon. What with the shallow vein migration technology? Activating the protective shield before every ring match is a forbidden creation. To be able to build a giant structure in that kind of situation in the Wailing Mountains is absolutely impossible with the current general level of human technology. Alert the team and prepare to return. Thomas ordered. That's all the detection that can be done right now, and there's nothing extra to be gained by continuing to wear it out. And as the Rock Monster clan was able to block them from exploring outward, they were also able to block outsiders from exploring inward. Even if someone did come over there, they'd still have to get past the rock monsters before they could threaten Aussie territory. Soon the troops were assembled and Thomas led the bulk of the force back, leaving only a small group as an outpost scouting force. You are nearing the edge of the descent zone. Proceeding will open the sector. You are nearing the edge of the descent zone. Proceeding will open the sector. The system prompt rang out in Su Yang's mind. The first 2 teams of the expedition led by Li Xin Mengtian were about to leave the Wailing Mountains and enter a new area. It was finally going to arrive. Anticipation rose in Su Yang's heart. Looking at a towering mountain in the distance, his heart was even more excited. Mines, mines, mines. There are mountains to be mined. This area is resourceful at first glance. The country that sits in this resource-rich area is surely a fat sheep as well. At least its resources and whatnot are certainly stronger in every way than the theater teeth. Su Yang ordered to speed up the advance. Perhaps the war with the humans will really start today? Boom boom. The huge engine roar of the basalt car echoed across the valley. Monty opened the way, and the army followed the road through the rugged valleys. This highland terrain is more difficult to navigate than the dense forests of the bug nests, which are still fairly flat. Even the laying of the Chinchi road could not continue the previous method of laying in a straight line, and it was necessary to make a detour around some large mountains. Luckily, the Blazing Colt can travel over all terrain, and scouting and exploring operations are not affected. The march took some twists and turns, but it went very smoothly. The only thing that made Su Yang feel strange was that it had already been almost 2 hours since he entered the new area, and he had yet to run into an indigenous race even once. Are the Fae in this region peace-loving? And no traces of human activity have been found, except for the indigenous races. The Advent area is simply too large, and finding the country by luck will consume a lot of time if there are no traces or clues. He cuts to Monty's viewpoint and enters a rocky mountain terrain before him, with rocks of various odd configurations blocking the path of progress. Monty circled a small rocky hill and paved the road. Suddenly, there was a sound of debris hitting the ground, and a rock of about half a meter fell from a rocky hill of a dozen meters. The stone smashed into the high-speed advancing Monty and exploded into pieces with a bang. Kill a level 9 Grey Plain small rock monster. Statistic value plus 30% bonus. Monty turned back in confusion. Su Yang, on the other hand, his eyes flashed as the kill prompted. That rock just now is the Fae of this area. Scan the surrounding rocky mountains. Su Yang ordered to the scout unit. The scouts turned on their bioscanners to scan at the forest of small rocky mountains, and soon a large pile of data was presented on Su Yang's panel. Bioscanning panel, level 9, Fei, Ashigura Iwaki, ethnic group, Greyfriars, generation, 3 generations, highest level, type, ordinary infantry unit, characteristics, uses ramming as the main source of damage, possesses high resistance to sharp weapons, and is completely rocky and undetectable when stationary. Grey Plains rock monsters, indigenous Fey of the Earth's Eye descent zone. This is really rich. Su Yang's eyes flashed. The Eye of the Earth was arguably the richest area of mineral resources in the Forbidden Land. Wow! While Su Yang was agitated, a strange change occurred on the battlefield of the Expeditionary Army. The Grey Rock Forest, which had been peaceful and quiet, began to stir after the first rock monster touched the ground and was run over. All the Rocky Mountains began to tremble as one small Grey Plains rock monster after another fell from above. Only now did Su Yang see their exact appearance. These little rock monsters were each about half a meter in size and had a variety of odd shapes, roughly square in shape. They don't seem to have 5 senses and other body parts are hard to recognize. The attack is to spin around and charge the enemy, dealing charge damage. The troops had fallen into the surroundings of the rock monsters, and in theory the situation should have been more critical, but in Su Yang's eyes, the current scene was a bunch of stones bouncing and dancing around the Shantai car. The little rock monster's charge does no damage to the steel armor, but pulls full damage on themselves. Each impact dislodges a portion of their bodies made of rock. Compared to the Terranworm swarm, Su Yang even felt that this group of rock monsters was a bit cute. Chapter 182, Crushing Momentum, Great and Small Grey Protolithic Monsters. Bundang Bundang. Dozens of small rock monsters surrounded Monty, punching the steel battle armor with a crisp rattle. Each impact would send them flying far away, and the impact area would turn into a rustling mass of debris. They made a loud clicking sound and kept on attacking Monty, as if they were avenging the death of their companions. After looking at it somewhat helplessly for a while, Monty took out his warhammer and swung it round in a circle. Bang bang bang. Cute little rock monster gets hammered right through with a warhammer. The rock monsters exploded into powder one by one as far as the giant warhammer went. Kill a level 9 Grey Plains small rock monster. Statistic value plus 30% bonus. Kill a level 9 Grey Plains small rock monster. Statistic value plus 30% bonus. Kill a level 9 Grey Plains small rock monster. Statistic value plus 30% bonus. A series of kill prompts sprang up, and those who didn't know it thought it was a bombing kill. Form up to meet the enemy, Meng Tian ordered with a swing of his hammer. Although he felt that none of the other party could be called an enemy, the only thing that would happen to him if he blocked Great Qin's advance was extinction. Huffing and puffing, the hydraulic metal hatch of the basalt car was lowered, and the Imperial armor troops stepped out in formation. Giggle. The sharpshooter's fuel chain saw sword activated, and gouts of black smoke poured out. The little rock monster crashed the basilisk car to the point of confusing itself, and as soon as it saw the soldiers walk out it immediately surged up. You can't hit a tin truck, and you can't hit a man? Bang bang bang. Countless rock monsters collapsed into rubble, and another series of kill prompts popped up. Chainsaw swords capable of shattering insectoid crystal shells were descending blows against these rock monsters. Even if they had sharpshooter resistance, this would not come in handy in the face of absolute strength. The small rock monsters couldn't even touch the bodies of the sharpshooters, and just as soon as they got close, they were chopped into powder by the chainsaw swords. They rolled forward and back, trying to pile up the army of sharpshooters with their numbers. The result is predictable. The faster you rush, the faster you die. The kill tips on Su Yang's panel surged like flowing water. Looking at the one-sided scene on the battlefield, Su Yang couldn't help but feel sorry for the rock monster. They are not really weak, and are in the first tier of the Fey. Against an ordinary human army, an onslaught of this magnitude could certainly pose a significant threat to them. The high physical resistance from the rock itself combined with the sharpshooter resistance trait allows them to take a lot of gun damage. Only armor-piercing rounds or explosive shockwaves can effectively kill an army of rock monsters. Artillery weapons are limited, and rock monsters only need numbers to break through frontline fire to make a big kill. A rolling stone half a meter in diameter combined with ramming damage can be devastating to an unarmored soldier. Unfortunately, the Imperial armored troopers were not unarmored soldiers. They were heavily armed and heavily armored soldiers. In the face of great single strength, the rock monsters' close rushes were somewhat humorous. They're not vegetables, they've met the wrong opponent. Rumble. After the unilateral slaughter continued for some time, a loud noise came. The giant Rocky Mountain located in the center of the Rocky Mountain suddenly shook. The surrounding Rocky Mountains had all been halved in size due to the rock monsters shedding. Only this central Rocky Mountain volume remains. The earth began to tremble with the Rocky Mountains, and countless dust and debris spewed outward. Those little rock monsters suddenly stopped charging to their deaths and quickly retreated. the surrounding rocky mountains shattered piece by piece, and the falling rocks latched onto the surface of the small rock monster. The small rock monster absorbed the rubble and grew larger at a rapid pace, quickly transforming into a large piece of stone with a diameter of nearly 2 meters. This is, like, a big rock monster? Su Yang's thoughts flashed as the scanning information from the scouts unfolded on the panel. Bioscanning panel, level 9, Fei, Ishigara Orochi, ethnic group, Greyfriars, generation, 3 generations, highest level, type, elite infantry unit, characteristics, formed by a combination of small rock monsters, capable of launching a supercharge, highly resistant to sharp weapons, and with a limited lifespan. It really is a big rock monster, and the name of this species is pretty easy to understand. Without letting Su Yang spit out a few words, the synthesized big rock monsters started charging at the troops. This 2-meter diameter stone is not the same magnitude as a half-meter diameter stone. It was no longer a volume that the sharpshooters could stop single-handedly. Buzz. As the great rock monster charges, the crossbowmen at the rear of the sharpshooters finish their formation. The power supply activates and the electromagnetic barrel begins to charge. Switch explosive arrows and release. Su Yang ordered. Whoosh. The crossbow arrows accelerated by electromagnetism shot out at high speed, leaving a trail of phantoms in the air. The arrow exploded instantly upon contact with the surface of the large rock monster, creating a shockwave. Rock monsters differ from the crystalline shell defenses used by the insectoid greystones. The crystalline shell consists of the bug's own outer shell and devoured metal, which has a metallic component. And the rock monster's defense is all rock, with no metal content whatsoever. The current of an electromagnetic crossbow bolt will neither damage the rock monster's defensive structure nor paralyze its nerves. That's why Su Yang had the crossbowmen choose explosive arrows, utilizing shockwaves to inflict damage on them. Arrows are sharpshooter damage, and even with more kinetic energy it is difficult to do effective damage to rock monsters. That's why only the shockwave is the most effective against it among existing weapons. The overpressure shockwave is only capable of ignoring the exterior and penetrating deep into the interior to cause a concussive killing weapon. Shockwave must be the best choice for such hard exterior objects. The direction of the battle was also exactly the same as what Su Yang had expected. The exploding crossbow bolt creates countless shockwaves in the large rock monster panel. The shockwave penetrates deep into its interior, causing intense vibration damage. Under the impact of the successive explosions, the large rock monster, which was originally a patchwork, could no longer hold on. The huge body collapsed in an instant and turned back into countless small rock monsters. The sharpshooters stepped forward with their chainsaw swords held high for another kill. Kill level 10 Grey Plain Small Rock Monster. Unity value plus 35, 30% bonus. Kill a level 9 Grey Plain Small Rock Monster. Statistic value plus 30, 30% bonus. Kill a level 9 Grey Plain Small Rock Monster. Statistic value plus 30, 30% bonus. That rocky mountain in the center kept trembling, trying to resynthesize into a large rock monster. But in the shockwave concussion, it was very difficult for those small rock monsters to even gather together. The Grey Plains rock monsters' attacks were ruthlessly neutralized by the crossbowmen, and the battle resumed its crushing momentum. Is that an explosion? Noticing the burst of loud noises coming from the sky, the Australian outpost squad was immediately alerted. How could the sound of explosions come from the south when the only thing to the south is the endless mountains except for the Grey Plains rock monster? Go check it out, the squad leader ordered. The group immediately organized their equipment and straddled the mountain motorcycle in the direction from which the sound came. Chapter 183, One Shot. 1 second. What's there to say? Isn't this the Dragon Kingdom army? The scout team members exclaimed. The Australian reconnaissance team quickly touched down near the battlefield after the explosion. Just halfway up a hill the Qin dynasty troops were spotted. How did the Dragon Kingdom army get in here? How did they appear here? Did they cross the Wailing Mountains? How is this possible? We must report back quickly so that the Alliance can give us support. The scouting squad members were all dumbfounded and emotional. Take it easy. They're in trouble. The scouting squad leader pulled them back. They're in the Rocky Mountains, and they've been surrounded by big rock monsters. The squad members looked down when they heard it. True to the captain's words, the Dragon Kingdom army had fallen into a Rocky Mountain trap and was currently surrounded by large rock monsters. There are actually a dozen or so large rock monsters. This is the higher rock monster clan. Entering the Rocky Mountain trap is only a dead end. They're going to be wiped out here altogether. The Rocky Mountains are a typical trap for the Grey Plains rock monster community. Small rock monsters will gather together to form a rocky hill, creating a huge rocky mountain area. As soon as the enemy enters, they dislodge themselves from the rocky hills to launch a fierce attack on them. The rock monsters' melee charge damage is nearly insurmountable, and no troops are able to escape. And the fact that they were able to form a dozen or so large rock monsters proved that they had encountered the highest third-generation pack. The great rock monster is a being that even heavy machine guns have trouble dealing with, and large caliber shells must be used. It can still be handled during a siege battle, but it can be very tricky once you encounter a large rock monster in the wild. Whenever their troops fought the rock monster clan in the field, the appearance of one or two large rock monsters would cause them to suffer heavy casualties. Not to mention the fact that right now the Dragon Kingdom was surrounded by a dozen or so large rock monsters, and it was only a matter of time before they were routed. The Aussie Scout team leader's eyes flickered. The raging dragons would never have expected to be on the receiving end of a fay. Although the rock monsters weren't as famous as the insects, their battle power was definitely not something to be underestimated. Long Gui is kind of. This time. Bang bang bang. As his thoughts flickered, the shock damage accumulated by the large rock monsters reached the threshold and began to collapse one after another. What? The Australian Scout team leader's eyes almost glazed over. The group of Aussie players around him were struck by lightning, and each of them was speechless. The front row of large rock monsters' massive bodies collapsed before they realized the source of that explosion. Those explosions turned out to be coming from the rifles of long-range units. What kind of gun is this that shoots bullets that explode? This is not a gun. This is a missile launcher. Right. It's over. It's finished. The rock monster can't stop them at all. Hold your horses. The scout leader chimed in. The big rock monsters blew up. There's still a sea of people from the smaller ones. Before the words fell, the Imperial Armor sharpshooters advanced in formation, chopping all the small rock monsters created after the disintegration of the large rock monsters into powder. Turn around and look for a signal. We must send back the news of the Dragon Kingdom invasion. The captain twisted his head and intended to lead the crowd away. One of the team members pulled him back. Captain, doesn't the Rock Monster King have an ultimate trap? Bang bang bang. Under the intense fire of the crossbowmen, the large rock monsters exploded in turn and reformed into smaller ones. The sharpshooters lined up and moved forward, not giving the little rock monsters another chance to catch their breath. The sound of chainsaw swords swinging and cutting rang out, directly sweeping across the group of rock monsters. After destroying and ending the lives of the small rock monsters, the party began to advance towards the massive rocky hill in the center. The rocky mountain was still vibrating, trying to summon the little rock monsters to gather. However, there were no more rock monsters for him to drive. Based on its various behaviors, Su Yang guessed that this was the same role as the insect mother insect. As the team approached, the scout scanning information appeared on Su Yang's panel. Bioscanning panel, level 10, Fei, King of the Greyfriars, ethnic group, Greyfriars, generation, 3 generations, highest level, type, community parent, characteristics, the mother body of the Ishigaru rock monsters is able to manipulate the rock monsters in various combinations to unleash attacks, and is good at making traps. While the mother body itself possesses considerable combat power, making traps and having a battle power of your own, this mother seems to be a bit more beatable than the mother bug? Boom! Suddenly there was an earth-shattering muffled sound, and Su Yang's field of vision was instantly flooded with debris and dust. What's the situation? He quickly switched viewpoints, but the vast majority of the soldiers in the group had their viewpoints obscured by dust. After slicing through a dozen or so units, the battlefield was finally visible from the viewpoint of a scout on the flank, only to see that with the huge rock monster king as the center, the surrounding ground all collapsed downwards, and all the hard rock layers were sand petrified. Those debris were like quicksand in the desert engulfing the Imperial Armor Troop, and even Li Xian and Meng Tian were deeply involved. Because there was no point of gravity, the soldiers couldn't get out at all. They could only keep sinking downward, and the more you struggle like Monty, the faster you get stuck. The Imperial Armor Troops were all caught up in it, and even the 2 Shen Tai vehicles were affected. Only the 2 Skyfire guards located at the end of the line were not plunged. The Rock Monster King was still vibrating, and as it did the sand and rocks continued to flow, gradually swallowing the group like the mouth of an abyss. Halfway up the hill, the scouting party that was about to leave stopped again. Got it. Ha ha ha. The Rock Monster King got it. It really is the king of rock monsters. Even God can't save us if we fall in. There's no way they could have gotten out with all their soldiers wearing iron armor and weighing themselves down. The Rock Monster King is awesome. He stopped the Dragon Kingdom troops all by himself. Where is this stopping them? This is a direct regimentation of them. At the sight of this scene, the leader of the reconnaissance squad did not go away, and led his team back to watch the whole thing again. Write down the coordinates and come here to dig up the loot when you've wiped them out. This is all good stuff. Watching the constant flow of sand and rocks engulfing the troops, Su Yang's mind reeled with thoughts. Soon he noticed that both the beating of the ground debris and the flow of sand and gravel in the trap were all related to the Rock Monster King's vibration frequency. It is the vibrations of the Rock Monster King that cause the rocks to sand, and the vibrations keep sanding the bottom rocks and sinking the upper layers of sand and gravel. The sand petrification and the Great Rock Monster Gathering are both operated by the Rock Monster King, Who can be stopped from sinking the troops by killing him? Grandma, give you face. Su Yang's eyes flashed with a stern color. Heavenly Flame Guard. Prepare the high explosives. High explosives are single-point blasters that are powerful against a single, and are perfect for dealing with the Rock Monster King. High explosive rounds loaded. Target calibrated. Request to fire. Blast it. Boom boom. 2 metal high explosive rounds were shot out via electromagnetic acceleration, aiming directly at the constantly vibrating Rock Monster King. Boom. High explosive shells landed, and fire shot up into the sky. A huge roar resounded through the sky, and the dust storm kicked up by the shockwave engulfed everything in an instant. Kill level 10 Grey Plagioclase Monster King. Statistic value plus 1,200, 30% bonus. The entire Aussie recon team halfway up the mountain was dumbfounded. That powerful shell made them feel their souls tremble. The power of the shells was visible from high above. The sky-high fire, the sky-high explosions, the huge dust storms raised by the shockwaves. They didn't even dare to think about what would happen if such a shell landed in the territory. Go! Move! The scouting squad leader shouted angrily. Send the intel back to the Alliance for troop support. Ahead of the battlefield, a scout purposely started forward to avoid the explosion. The dust storm from the explosion obscured the view, leaving him to advance through the probe. And on the probe, in addition to the huge blast aftermath in the center, he spotted a few small white dots moving around the edges. Chapter 184, Rich in Resources, Perfect Object of Conquest. In the center of the Rocky Mountain, the earth-shaking stopped with the death of the Rock Monster King. The sand and gravel, which had been constantly flowing, also stopped sinking, and the fluid sand and gravel re-emerged as a solid substance that could lend its strength. With a bang, Monty jumped up from the sand pit as he leapt to the body of King Iwatani and hammered the few remaining chunks to pieces with his warhammer. Li Xian and a group of Imperial armor soldiers also jumped out of the sand pit. More troublesome were the 4 Heavenly Flame Guards and the 2 Xian Iron Chariots. These big guys were sinking extremely deep in the sand pit because of their excessive self-weight. As Su Yang commanded his troops to work together to help a few big guys out of trouble, a message from a scout was sent. Said he spotted a couple of active targets on the edge of the detector. Su Yang's eyes flashed. Was there an extra surprise? Theoretically, the spacing between 2 heterogeneous communities would not be so small, so it's likely that the target of this activity is humans within the Advent Zone. Without clues, finding a territorial stronghold in the huge Advent region is as difficult as finding a needle in a haystack. If you can find signs of human activity or just catch a couple of tusks, then things get a lot easier. Without delay, Su Yang immediately sent Li Xian to set out with a scouting squad to ascertain information about those targets. Li Xian ordered up 5 scouts and rode the blazing flame colt into the mountains and forests in a flying manner. With the scouts' reconnaissance device and the blazing pony's off-road capabilities, it was quickly apparent what those things were. After sending out the hunting squad, Meng Tian continued to preside over the rescue of the Xin Tai Che and the Fire Dragon Guards. Su Yang, on the other hand, opened his panel and checked out the harvest from this battle. First up is a series of achievements and loot. Coming to a new area to defeat a new pack. Various achievements are definitely in order. Kill level 10 Grey Plagioclase Monster King. Statistic value plus 1,200, 30% bonus. Acquisition of expert E-ranked drop item. Source of earth veins, quality plus 1. Permanently increase the output of a particular mining facility by 50%. Obtain normal D-ranked drop item. Earth vein core, quality plus 1. Unlocking the Ash Plains Rock Monster Clan branch in the Fey Experiment Station unlocks technologies such as Earthshock. Discovery of a new descent zone, the Eye of the Earth. Discovery of a new Fey race, the Greyfriars. Achievement, it's a wonderful world out there. Unity value plus 2,000. Successfully slayed the Ashigara Monster King. Unlocked achievement, I also popped out of a rock. How come I'm not a monkey? Defense value plus 500. Successfully killed 10 Ashigaru Orochi. Unlocked achievement, my blocks are falling apart. Plus 1,500 unity value. 1 large-scale trap attack. Unlocked achievement, soldiers are not deceitful. Plus 1,000 defense value. Trigger event, Earth Tremor, level 4. You've angered the Greyfriars. Prepare for the wrath of the earth. Note, the frequency of rock monster attacks on territories has increased, and the number of rock monster traps in the field will further increase. Since this batch of Fey was not of a high grade, Su Yang just roughly swept a glance. Originally, I thought it was just some common achievements and unused loot, but he didn't expect the first drop to take him by surprise. Rock Valley King drops are not the same as Mother Worm drops. The heart of the nest dropped by the Mother Worm can increase the speed of technology and building development, and the source of earth veins dropped by the Rock Monster King serves to boost the production of the miner. With this comparison, Su Yang realized that great gene technology could not grow so fast without the help of the insect race. The gain of the heart of the worm's nest providing scaled-down research and construction time is just too buggy. saving Dragonland an unknown amount of time. Although there would be similar props in other descent zones, the effect was definitely not as good as the heart of the nest dropped by the mother worm. This is because the theory is that the relevant props dropped by the Matrix will be the best in their category. Just like he couldn't open a yield-boosting prop in the worm's nest that had a better effect than the Earth Pulse source, it's unlikely that any other regional lord would open a research time reduction prop in the same class as his. It was because of the existence of the heart of the worm's nest that Great Qin's scientific research capabilities were always ahead of their time. Thinking of this, Su Yan was even glad to have descended into the heart of the insect nest. If it descended on other regions, even if Great Qin was strong, all kinds of technological research would waste a lot of time. Of course, this also has to do with the base war power of Great Qin. If the same level can't beat, the bugs also can't develop at all. But the source of Earth veins was far less helpful to the development of the territory than the heart of the worm's nest though. However, its ability to increase the production of the mining machine was what Su Yan needed the most at the moment. The Great Qin military system solves the problem of command values, and the upcoming farms will also solve the food problem. The only thing limiting the development of the army now was the resources, which was the key reason why Su Yang was going to launch an expedition outward to initiate hegemony. Who would travel so far out of the territory if they could get resources just by playing with the bugs in the territory? As of now, the Eye of the Earth was simply the perfect conquest for Su Yang. Rich vein resources, able to drop props that increase production. By taking the countries in this region, the problems with resources can be solved to a great extent. Su Yang was in a rather excited mood and continued flipping down the page. In addition to the Earth vein source, the Rock Monster King also dropped the Earth vein core. Being able to open up the research lines of the Rock Monster clan at the Fei Experiment Station, also known as Shinon Creation. This was not something Su Yan was really interested in. After all, the troops' current need for battle power was not high. And more than battle power, he already has the strongest bugs for research. Continuing to scroll down is a variety of strange and bizarre achievements. And I do not know whose bad taste will give these names to the achievements. But Seymour will get used to it. Because the Rock Monster King is not very high level. The corresponding achievement does not give much in the way of unity value. It's kind of dropped a notch from the fight in the heart of the worm's nest. Finally, there is the acquisition of unity value, which is 306 points for pure combat harvest. After the addition of the square strategy, and counting the various achievements, a total of 906 points of unity value were finally harvested. That unity value is a bit green for troops, not to mention the encounter of 170,000 unity value before the benchmarking into the Wailing Mountains. Compare that to the highest-ranking third-generation swarm fought at the ruins, and this fight was only half the 40,000 of that one, and that one didn't have such a high square strategy bonus. However, Su Yang had anticipated this point. For the same level of battle, other advent areas might need 2 or even 3 or 4 battles to catch up with the bug nest for one. Coming out of a 6th threat-leveled lair into a new descent zone, the amount of stats gained is sure to drop off a cliff. And these are a necessary payoff for leaving the lair and exploring outward. After all, the troops come out for the sake of not unity value but resources. As long as the resources in place, unity value is not a problem. And it wasn't like Su Yang didn't have any troops left in the bug nest. There was also a team of rangers fighting in the bug nest to gain unity values for the troops. After summarizing the harvest, all the troops were also extricated from the gravel pit. The fight didn't cause any damage, just ended up being delayed by the trap for some time. Su Yang asked Meng Tian to straighten up his team and prepare for departure. Meanwhile, Li Xian sent back a message. They have confirmed that the suspected targets are none other than humans. Su Yang's eyes were glowing with the great gift that was delivered to his door. Chapter 185, Rapid Pursuit. The Australian Lord who got what he wanted. Buzz. Several light motorcycles traveled quickly through the mountains and forests, splashing sand and gravel. The Aussie reconnaissance team is evacuating the Dragon combat zone at full speed. As the driver flew along, the communications officer was constantly tuning the radio signal, trying to reach headquarters. The sooner they contacted HQ, the sooner they could send a request with the Alliance to set up a line of defense. With that horrible war power of the Dragon Kingdom, a lot of artillery had to be mobilized for defense. Captain, I think I heard a sound coming from behind. The team member writing at the very back said nervously. Don't worry, there's no way anyone can catch up with us. The Australian squad casually swept back and said. The reason why he dared to take his squad to explore close up and did not choose to evacuate at the first moment he discovered the Dragon Kingdom troops, all because he was confident enough in the speed and cross-country ability of the scouting squad. This is the Eye of the Earth, highland mountainous terrain. The road is rough and the obstacles are extreme. Only their team of skilled drivers and equipped with advanced off-road motorcycles could navigate through it at will. Although the group of tin cans from the Dragon Kingdom were powerful in battle, It was impossible to compete with the speed of the Australian elite scouting team in the mountains. He dared to bring his troops to explore at close range. That is, he was confident enough to shake off any tracking. Focus on the road. As long as we keep our speed up, it's unlikely anyone will be chasing. Puffing and puffing. A thin and sharp murmur suddenly appeared over the roar of the motorcycle. The Aussie captain looked shocked. What was that noise? Click here for more information. Click here for more information. The sound was approaching at breakneck speed, growing louder and one clearer. The Aussie squad leader panicked and kept looking back. How could that be? How could something still be closing in on them at the speed the squad was going? Team, Captain, up there, above us. A member of the team suddenly shouted in terror. The squad leader jerked his head up, only to see a warrior in full silver armor galloping above them on a dark blue mechanical horse. The road is rough up there. There's almost no landing spot, and that guy is literally flying through the air. How is it possible? How is it possible? The scout leader shouted in horror. How can a horse outrun a motorcycle? How can a horse catch up with them? His worldview completely collapsed. Buzzing, the mechanical horse made a staccato leap, strands of steam erupting behind it. The flow of time seemed to slow down as the scouting crew watched the mechanical horse pass over their heads like a shooting star. With a bang, the mechanical horse landed in front of the crowd, sealing the way. The warrior gave a tug on the rope and the mechanical horse raised its front hooves high and let out an A. High-temperature steam reservoirs gushed out furiously. The Australian reconnaissance team let out a wow, braked sharply and turned around, wanting to escape in a different direction. When they drifted back, several more warriors on mechanical horses appeared before them. All routes of retreat have been blocked. The Aussie captain shouted to his communicator in alarm. Is the signal on yet? Send the message out. ZZ. The radio did come through as the correspondent fiddled anxiously. Whoosh. Sharp air-braking sound exploded. A plucked silver gun directly stabbed the radio to nail it to the big tree at the back. The team member with the radio in hand was thrown out, while the radio motor emitted black smoke and occasional flashes of electricity. Turning back, the warrior in silver armor spoke slowly. All of you, stop. His Majesty has an invitation. The Australian territory is situated in the middle of a mine. Various large-scale mines were extracting minerals in a steady stream, and dust and black smoke lingered over the territory. Aussie General Thomas had just returned to the territory and was reporting back to Lord Gauss on the reconnaissance. Clank. The loud roar from the workings of the mine made them have to speak at the top of their voices. What? Forbidden land creation? Nothing to do with the Dragon Kingdom? Gauss listened to the report with a disgruntled face. Bloody hell. Who's willing to support our military expenses if we can't use it as a frontline battlefield? As a major producer of minerals, Australia is naturally an important source of resources for the countries of the Alliance. But paying resources outward will not get you a good ranking in the Lord's ranking. You have to be strong in your army. Originally, Gauss expected to meet the countries of the English Confederacy down south, making Australia the front line of battle. This way the countries of the Alliance will have to support them with troops, having both high resources and high battle power. Then when the Dragon Kingdom is overthrown, Australia will naturally become a dominant party. But now the Wailing Mountains stretched across the south side of the territory and could not be crossed. The anomalous conditions at the top of the mountain range were again recognized as non-human made. This completely dissuaded Gauss from making Australia a battleground to absorb the strength of the nations. Australia is too safe to be anything but a resource warehouse for other countries. Out of an alliance agreement, he had to provide support to the fight against the Dragon Kingdom. If Australia is not the front line, it means they have to keep exporting out of the country. Bloody hell. Those vampires are just trying to suck us dry. Gauss cursed. I wish I could send the coordinates to the loners so they could just come and attack us. Marshal, you can't really expose the coordinates. The Dragon Kingdom's battle power is no joke. General Thomas hurriedly admonished. Gauss gave a teasing smile. Of course it's just off the top of my head. A little tiny dragon country can scare you, but even if we tell them, so what? The Wailing Mountains are our greatest protective barrier. They can't even fly over if we give it to them. As a general you're a bit too eager. Or you need to learn more from me about being calm no matter what comes your way. Yes, Marshal, Thomas shouted. You go to the factory district and order a shipment. The Alliance wants a shipment of resources sent to Boland immediately. The Bolanders seem to be able to go straight south on their side. What a ing stroke of luck. ZZ. The radio in the Lord's room went off rapidly as Gauss spoke. What the? Gus asked. Thomas's eyes flickered. I've left an outpost squad. Maybe a message from them? But with such a quick interruption, it could just be stray signals. Ugh. Thought there was some kind of surprise. Gauss looked disgusted. Just as he was about to adjust the intercom position to see if it was a murmur or a real message, a system alert popped up. Trigger event, Earth Tremor, Level 4. You've angered the Greyfriars. Prepare for the wrath of the Earth. Note, the frequency of rock monster attacks on territories has increased, and the number of rock monster traps in the field will further increase. What? Gauss jumped up, his voice shaking. How did the threat level since automatically raise? Chapter 186, Going to War. Great Qin's Mercy. How did the threat level go up? Isn't the damn army all in the territory? Gauss shouted in horror. Thomas flickered, and in his mind he wondered what was happening. Marshal, does the threat level increase naturally? Like over time? How is that possible? Gauss exclaimed. The first 2 rounds of the Forbidden Lands had nations that were 1 threat level by the late stages. Then we have to consider that there are other forces invading. Thomas's expression grew grim. That murmur just now might actually have been a recon unit, but they were interrupted just as they got through. How could someone invade? Isn't the Wailing Mountains to the south? Didn't you say there were no traces of humans at all? I'll bring my troops forward to explore the situation. Please request support from the Alliance immediately. It's now necessary to kill at least the highest-ranking 3rd-generation rock monster to get the threat level up. If someone is really invading, then their strength is absolutely terrifying. And we can't rule out the possibility that it's the Dragon Kingdom. Dragon Kingdom. Aussie Lord Gauss's legs directly softened when he heard the word Dragon Kingdom and he sat down on the ground. Quick! Marshal, request assistance. I'll try to buy time. Thomas left a message and then stormed out of the conference room. LeBlanc Mine, a huge coal and quarry mine. In front of the mine is the road to the Australian territory. Thomas had placed almost the entire war effort of his territory here. If there was indeed an enemy invasion, then this area would be the best choice of battlefield for them. First of all, they were on top of the mine, occupying an elevated position with everything in front of them. Secondly, the Aussie forces have a large number of artillery units because they are fighting rock monsters, and this terrain maximizes combat effectiveness. Thomas held his binoculars up high and looked down at the end of the road. Based on the distance from the outposts to the territory, the enemy should be almost there if they don't stop for a moment. All units stand by, Thomas shouted. 16 field guns were pulled up the hill, 10 of which were basic 105mm howitzers and 6 were 128mm PK-44 anti-tank field cannons. These huge artillery pieces, which need to be towed by trucks, are the very same big guns that Australia uses to fight the Rock Monster clan. Excluding the artillery positions, Australia had only 400 soldiers, and half of them were attached to artillery units, which were primarily responsible for loading artillery. The remaining half of the half belonged to the machine gun squad, and finally to the ordinary soldiers. Light infantry were almost non-existent in the Australian forces, and the few that did exist were only used for reconnaissance. They were up against a rock monster race with extremely high armor, and light weapons were of no use at all. If it was really the Dragon Kingdom troops that came, Thomas clutched his binoculars. He had seen the Dragon Kingdom forces fight in the battlefield of the British Souls. They unleashed what could be described as a frenzy of carnage on the Alliance with their high armor units. The thousands of light infantry sent by the Confederates could not penetrate their defenses. But not Australia. The Australian army he led didn't use infantry. They were all heavy firepower. As long as continuous bombardment was carried out while the Dragon Kingdom hadn't reacted, even though steel armors couldn't withstand the power of the armor-piercing bullets, the Dragon Kingdom was fighting a long-distance battle, so it definitely couldn't bring its full strength, and after a long journey, its soldiers were definitely at a low point in terms of energy. Perhaps 2 rounds of sudden artillery would demoralize them as well. Thomas's eyes twinkled at the thought, his mood long past the nervousness he had felt before. After careful and calm reasoning, he perceived that the Dragon Kingdom was not invincible. Even if he couldn't truly defeat the Dragon Kingdom troops, he was still confident that he could hit them hard enough to buy time for the following troops to arrive. The dragons can't get supplies, and Australia has a strong tripartite alliance at its back. A war of attrition can also wear them down. In any case, the LeBlanc mine will be their graveyard. Monty rode his horse at a gallop down the narrow path, covering it all with the wide chinchilla. Following him were Li Xian in 3 Shin Tai wagons as well as 2 wolf smoke horns. Although the exterior didn't look any different from before, the difference was actually inside the 3rd basalt car. The interior of this transport vehicle used to carry wisteria berries and various animals was loaded with 6 guests, members of the Aussie reconnaissance squad. We leaked the information. The marshal will definitely kill us if he knows. A member of the team brought out a sobbing voice. Even if we don't tell them, they'll soon discover the main road. It feels like the marshal doesn't stand a chance. He'll probably be annihilated by the Dragon Kingdom forces first. Don't talk nonsense. General Thomas will surely be able to save the day and get us out. Whimpering. As several people were talking, the metal pod hatch opened and the general who had captured them back and was known as Li Xian was standing in the doorway. You are pardoned. Mount your horses and return to the territory. Tell your lords that the Great Qin forces are approaching. Give up all resistance and His Majesty will be lenient. Pardoned? The crowd of Australian players looked at each other in disbelief. Several soldiers in battle armor boarded the carriage and threw them out with their motorcycles. While the scout leader was still confused, Li Xian stepped forward and picked up his collar. Tell your troops stationed in front of you to turn their guns in the direction of the return voyage and be spared. Mutation. The Australian reconnaissance team rode back on their motorcycles in amazement. Su Yang, who was cut close to Li Xian's perspective, took it all in. Having had the experience of being spotted by a scouting party once, he made it a point to have the scouts take the lead on subsequent marches, traveling about 10 kilometers ahead of the larger group. This ensures that a large force will definitely be spotted first by a scout unit before it is scouted by the enemy. The strategy worked quickly, and the scout unit spotted a unit deployed on the traveled road ahead of time. After approaching and exploring the area, they realized that the other side had good firepower and dominated the terrain. After the exploration was completed, the scout troops sent back all the coordinates, bearings and army configurations of the enemy positions. Su Yang did not intend to kill indiscriminately, and excluding a few countries with blood feuds, the rest could be appropriately tolerant. So he had the bulk of his force stop at a distance of about 30 kilometers from the target, releasing the reconnaissance team to go forward and persuade them to surrender. 30 kilometers is a land where enemy artillery cannot set foot, but it is the starting distance for the Skyfire Guard electromagnetic cannon. This is the last mercy he gives to his enemies. After a wait, a figure finally appeared in Thomas's shot. When they got closer, he was surprised to find that it was the scouting party he had left behind. Chapter 187, The Road to Great Qin's Conquest. A completely shattered fantasy. What's going on here? What have you come across? Thomas asked after sending a team to pick up the scouting team. It's the Dragon Kingdom. The Dragon Kingdom troops. They captured and released us and told us to come back and persuade us to surrender. They said they could let us live by turning the guns away. A couple of the scouts broke off. Thomas listened, and a stern look instantly flashed in his eyes. What a bunch of Dragon Nation yokels. Where did they drop you guys off? Give me a bearing. It's far away. At least 30 kilometers away. The artillery can't reach it. The scout leader replied. Thomas grunted. Thought it was so powerful. Didn't you stop this far just to be afraid of our cannons? I, a warrior of the great Australian nation, would rather die in battle than surrender and leave before the battle has even begun. Get the artillery units ready for a round of maximum range bombardment to show the dragons what we're made of. Long, sir, the scout leader said. We've seen the artillery of the Dragon Kingdom. I've seen the artillery of the Dragon Kingdom too. Thomas pointed one hand directly into his face. A parrying artillery barrage is simply no match for our cannons in terms of range. The leaking of territorial bearings will be counted afterward. And if I hear another offer of surrender, shoot on the spot. Outside the command tent, all 10 105mm field guns and 6 128mm anti-tank field cannons were ready. Thomas stood in the center of the artillery position, looking straight ahead of the position. He knew that the Dragon's reconnaissance units were watching them, so he wanted to show the attitude of the Australian military. Originally, he had a few scruples about the Dragon Kingdom, but judging from the fact that they had parked their team 30 kilometers away and didn't dare to drive into the range of the Australian artillery, this Dragon Nation team is definitely weaker than expected. They're afraid of combat, so they're trying to force Australia to back down with their previous performance. The radio came on, and Lord Gauss listened to the report and agreed with Thomas. In their opinion, if the Dragon Kingdom really had that strength, it would have crushed it all the way here long ago, so how could it still be bothering to talk about it? After receiving a clear order from his lord to go to war, Thomas decided to declare war on the Dragon Kingdom by firing a cannon into the air. Surrender? That's ridiculous. If you want the great Australian state to surrender, first ask this line of artillery if it is willing. Fire the cannon, Thomas shouted angrily. Bang bang bang. 16 cannons fired in unison, and a great shock struck. The roar of the discharge echoed in the sky, the powerful recoil kicking up countless sand and dust. This is the power of artillery. This is the power of the Australian forces in battle. Thomas flickered, looking at the shells as they quickly disappeared into the clouds. As soon as the dozen or so shells had disappeared, 2 more small black dots suddenly appeared in the clouds. What's that? The shells are coming back? Thomas blinked and looked again as the 2 small black dots grew larger and larger extremely quickly. Those 2 unknown things are approaching the position at a very fast speed. That's something. A cannonball? Impossible. The distance is so far. How can the Dragon Kingdom hit? That's not true. That's really a cannonball. All lie down. Boom. The moment he reacted, the shell landed. He saw the artillery position on his right instantly engulfed in flames. A loud roar and dust storm followed, obscuring all senses. The powerful shockwave lifted him off the ground, and his entire body was in severe pain, like his bones had shattered, and his internal organs were bleeding. How can this be? How can this be? He collapsed to the ground, his eyes staring blankly at the sky, the apocalyptic explosion repeating over and over in his mind. All illusions of fighting against the Dragon Kingdom and gaining victory were crushed with a single shot, and they couldn't even see the Dragon Kingdom's army. How can? Put. A mouthful of blood spurted out, and in his trance he saw two more black dots approaching at breakneck speed. Boom! A sky-high roar rang out, accompanied by a fine surge of electricity. The shockwave swept through. Radios detecting radar. All electronic equipment self-destructed and exploded in the storm. Consciousness is instantly engulfed by a cold tide. ZZ. Thomas. Please respond if you hear me. Thomas. Please respond if you hear me. ZZ. Boo. Damn it. There was an explosion over the radio, and Goss flung the intercom straight up in shock. How did the fried Dragon Nation blow itself up? What's going on here? As he was puzzled, a series of prompts sprang up on his panel. Not a kill alert, but a death in action alert. Hero Unit Thomas Bremen has been killed in action, cannot be resummoned. Class 1 128mm PAK-44 anti-tank field cannon *6 destroyed. Class 2 105mm WZ-13 field gun *10 destroyed. Level 3 Browning M1919A4 heavy machine gun *6 destroyed. Class 1 968A military carrier truck *18 destroyed. Level 3 communications scout *32 killed in action. Level 2 auxiliary engineer *58 killed in action. Level 3 frontline assault infantry. Looking at the prompts that instantly sprang up on the panel, Gauss's entire body was struck by lightning. How can that be? It's almost their entire war effort. How could they all be killed in such a short period of time? No way. That's impossible. Alarmed, Gauss opened his panel and tuned into the private chat channel with Rice. Lords of Australia, the Dragon Kingdom is coming. The Dragon Kingdom is coming. Buzz. Monty led the way. The basalt wagons roared, and the troops were speeding past the LeBlanc mines. The ruined Australian position came into view as we passed the top of the mine. Blown up. Scattered cannon parts on the ground. Melted barrels. The corpses of soldiers carbonized directly by the heat and flames, as well as various limbs crushed by the shockwave. 2 Skyfire bombs and 2 electromagnetic bombs completely obliterated the Australian army. Li Xin Meng Tian and a group of Imperial armor soldiers did not feel anything about this. They were already battle-hardened warriors before they came to the Forbidden Land. These human corpses in front of them weren't very different from xenomorph corpses in their eyes. It was just that Su Yang, who was separated from the viewpoint, felt a little shocked. This was the first time Qin Chao's troops fought against human troops, and in his eyes humans and xenomorphs were still different, but he knew this was war and death was the norm. More and more soldiers than this will die in the future on the road to conquest for Great Qin. Besides, he had given the chance to live, but it was a pity they hadn't taken it well. The troops sailed through the mines and made rapid progress toward Australian territory. After Su Yang quickly adapted to his current emotions, he refocused his attention on the road ahead. Australia, one of the highest producers of blue star minerals. Such a country is then paired with the Eye of the Earth Advent Zone. What an exaggerated capacity it will have. Chapter 188, My door is always open. Second Clan State. Lords of Australia, the Dragon Kingdom is really coming. You have to believe me. Lord Rice, didn't you have the Wailing Mountains in your way? How could you have been breached so quickly? Aussie Lord, I don't know. Send me the defense value. I need to call for troops. Lord Rice, you will be held accountable for your words and actions, and the Alliance will take disciplinary action if you cheat. Aussie Lords, hurry. The troops I went out with have been wiped out. Lord Rice, Rice's 50,000 unity points have been conveyed. Hold on. More unity points will arrive next. Lords of Australasia, hurry, or else. Lord Rice, confirmation of the receipt of the value of unity? Overlord Rice, do you copy? Rice Lords, Gauss. I command you to respond to me now. Aussie territory. Lord Gauss no longer had the heart to care about the message that popped up on the panel, for a silver spear was already at his neck. Li Xin dives right into the Lord's Tower with his stealth attack ability to take down Gauss. Abandon resistance. No need to add more casualties. Li Xin said. I give up. I give up. Spare my life. Spare my life. The Aussie Lord immediately gave up his resistance and begged for mercy with his hands raised. What else can you do when everyone else is general? Hearing the plea for mercy, Li Shin grabbed him by the back of his collar and carried him out of the command room. The 2 guards on duty at the door were dumbfounded when they saw the Lord being carried out like a dog. Tell the guards to all drop their guns. Li Xin carried Gauss out of the Lord's Tower. Drop your guns. All drop your guns. Without any hesitation, Gauss yelled at the territorial crowd. Boom buzz. Loud engine roars resounded outside the territory as the Great Qin forces were rapidly approaching the Australian territory. A feeling of gratitude surged through Gauss after he saw the 10-meter-long heavily armored chariots from afar. Perhaps it was good that there was no resistance instead. or the consequences would have been simply unpredictable. Crossing the Wailing Mountains and spiking a large force led by Thomas. Hell, I don't know where the cap is on the Dragon Kingdom forces. Thinking about it, Gauss fawned and looked back at Li Xin. Should we open the gate and welcome the Dragon Kingdom troops? A look of contempt appeared on Li Xin's face. This person really had no backbone at all. No, that's fine. As soon as the words fell, the basalt iron carriage stopped in front of the territory's main gate, and the sound of mechanical operations rang out. Boom! Several clouds of fiery flames laced with electric current erupted out, instantly piercing through the half-meter-thick iron gate. Gauss saw it, and both eyes flashed up wildly. The center of the territory's gate is made of heavy granite, and the exterior is clad in pure iron protective armor. Even taking the few anti-tank guns in the territory and blasting them against each other would take half a day, and the fiery flames in front of him, which he didn't know what it was, had directly melted the iron door. As the flames twisted, the portion of the iron door in contact with it dissipated in moments, easier than the wind blowing away sand. The iron gates melted and Monty broke through, followed by the Imperial armor troops in formation. Seeing the heavily armed Imperial armor troops up close and seeing the appalling weapons of the Fire Dragon Guard Heavenly Fire Guard, in his mind, Gauss was a million times more glad for the choice he had just made to give up his resistance. Only a retard would choose to fight this force. The Imperial armor force entered the gate and quickly took over the territory. All of the remaining defenders were confiscated their weapons and centralized for supervision in the center of the territory. Even if they surrendered to Australia, they were still an enemy force, and it was impossible for Su Yang to treat them the same way he treated the theater teeth. Li Xin carried Gauss back into the Lord's Tower and began the final handover. A message was sent to Gauss's panel, sent by the Dragon Lord. Now that I, Great Qin, aspire to open up the frontier, I would like to take Australia as a vassal of Great Qin, in order to share in the prosperity and peaceful coexistence. With Qin's protection, you can keep your home safe and your people rich. If we are sincere and honor our treaty, we will be gracious and share in our prosperity. If you don't want to submit, you'll be an enemy of Qin, and you'll bring about your own destruction. I hope you'll think twice before you act to protect the country. Following Su Yang's message was a series of treaties to become a vassal state. Become a vassal state and maintain semi-sovereignty over its territory, with the possibility of continued development in all areas except military. The right of the administering power to mobilize directly all resources and buildings in the territory. And vassal lords may not have any armed force other than their private guards. Becoming a vassal state allows you to gain asylum in the lord's country. If the vassal state falls, the lord's state will suffer a reduction in the penalty. Is it certain that it will become a vassal state of the Qin dynasty? Gauss skimmed through the treaty, surprised that there was even a right to development in becoming a vassal state. That's a much more lenient condition than their colonial policy. Just can't the military develop at all? Doesn't the Dragon Kingdom need the Australian military in order to grow its war effort? Lord of Australia, Honorable Lord Su Yang, the artillery units of Australia are very powerful, and if needed, they can completely strengthen the war power of the Dragon Kingdom. Seeing the message from Gauss, Su Yang grinned. That little artillery isn't even powerful enough to tickle the Crushers and grow the Dragon Warriors? The terms of vassalage he gave to the Lords of Gauss were different from those of the Theater Teeth. He retained the power of the army of the Theater Banjar as it was an allied country and Tang Ji was a trustworthy person. But Australia is a hostile country, and this Gauss is still oily and small-minded, and it is impossible for the military power to remain in his hands. So Su Yang added some new options to the vassal state treaty finalized by the system. As long as it doesn't violate the treaties that the system forces to be finalized, it's fine to increase it by as much as you want. Lord of the Dragon Kingdom, your artillery unit was completely annihilated without even seeing the shadow of Great Qin's army. How do you want to grow our army's combat power? Sign the treaty now, or I'll cut out your tongue and feed it to the dogs if you say another word. As soon as this message was sent, Gauss really didn't dare to say anything else and directly chose OK. Su Yang laughed lightly. Dealing with this kind of life-hungry villain, intimidation was the most effective method. After Gauss confirmed it, a series of achievement information flashed on Su Yang's panel. Successful conquest of Australia and its transformation into a vassal state. Unlocked achievement, minor achievements, unity value plus 15,000. Successful conquest of a second country. Gain. World Conqueror gain increase. World Conqueror, level 2 30% bonus to all resources from tributes paid by vassal states. You have been granted a vassal state, Australia, and can now edit it. Chapter 189 Powerful Capacity. Important strategic points. After the display was completed just after that, all kinds of information about the Australian territories came pouring out. Resources, troop strength, scientific research, and building information were all displayed densely on Su Yang's panel. This time, Su Yang didn't need to bother combing through it himself and directly summoned his thinking brain. Statistical information on each resource and summarize key nodes. Statistics are being compiled for each resource in the Australian territory. Statistics complete. Open vassal state panel. Clan country panels. Territory, Australia. Lord, Brown Goss. Dominion, Rokoku. Home base level, 3 Monarchs Court. Territory building, resource type level 2 quarry *1. Level 3 coal quarry *1. Level 2 copper quarry *1. Level 2 iron ore gathering ground *2. Level 2 nitrate mining ground *1. Level 1 oil rig *1. Level 3 water well *1. Water tank *1. Warehouse *1. Oil storage tank *1. Territorial buildings, industrial type, level 2 military manufacturing plant *1. Level 1 steel mill *1. Level 1 oil refinery. Territorial buildings, combat class, outpost bunker *8. Sniper tower *4. Territorial building, science and technology level 3 research institute *1. Territory building, defense level 3 stone wall *2000. Level 2 watchtower *4. Combat units, level 2 heavy machine gun squad *2. Level 2 field cannon squad *2. Level 3 engineer *136. Level 3 scout *58. Level 3 infantry *184. Production units, level 3 miners *2400. Resources, water resources, 1. 326 units. Quarry resources, 8. 916 units. Coal resources, 3. 563 units. Copper metal, 865 units. Iron metal, 4. 562 units. Nitrate resources, 689 units. Iron and steel resources, 1. 016 units. Petroleum resources, 663 units. Territory gain/degain effect, level 4 earth tremor, duration/ uniformity value, 53. 162. The vassal state is in the middle of tier 3 and has a strong resource production capacity. Self-escalation is fast, and a small investment of resources can yield a large return. In real-time capacity in the near future statistical territories, 3,000 units of coal resources, 4,000 units of iron ore resources, and 1,000 units of steel resources. Are all the light stocks in this Aussie country so rich? After reading the data tallied by the intelligence brain, Su Yang was directly shocked. Since entering the Forbidden Land, the inventory within the Great Qin territory had never reached such a stock, worthy of being a resourceful country. The amount in this inventory alone was enough for him to consume for a while, and apart from the basic minerals, there was another point that made Su Yang very surprised. That is that Australia is surprisingly capable of producing its own oil as well. This could provide important assistance to the force's subsequent development. The rock monster clan in the eye of the earth cannot be used to refine oil like the swarm. The Great Qin forces were supposed to maintain fuel consumption through combat, but fighting against the rock monsters becomes all consumption, no acquisition. As you go out on campaigns for longer and longer periods of time, fuel is going to be a big problem that will hold the troops back. But Australia, which can produce its own fuel, solves this problem. With the addition of oil miners, the fuel problem is solved. In addition to the stockpile of rich and abundant stocks, the production capacity of Australia is also breathtaking, though they, like theater teeth, are mined by human labor, and are certainly not as stable as automated machinery. But with a large enough mine and enough people, the human mine has a much larger cap than the automated miners. Such a model, if used as an autonomous state, would require the Lord to choose between workers and soldiers. If you just go for capacity and don't train your soldiers, then the territory will have serious security problems. Conversely, if you worry too much about security, keeping too many soldiers and too few workers can affect production. How to make the trade-off between these is the Lord's dilemma. But now that Australia has become a vassal state of Great Qin, security is hardly a concern. All manpower can be put into resource production so that capacity can be lifted right to the top. Soon the real-time production capacity and resources needed for upgrading of the smart brain about Australia was displayed in front of Su Yang. The current level of each mine and the number of workers are all displayed. According to the data given by the brain, the resources within the territory were completely capable of allowing the mine level to rise to the highest level. Su Yang guessed that the reason why Australia didn't choose to upgrade must be because it needed to stock up on goods to give to other countries in the alliance. According to the logic underlying the Union state, surely those who have money among the nations contribute to it, and those who have power contribute to it. The most important thing that a large capacity country like Australia can do for the Union state is to get out resources. Then this strike of his own belongs to the bottom of the three-way alliance. Su Yang laughed in his heart, and then asked Gauss to put all his resources into the major mines and worker summoning. Summoning a level 3 worker costs 30 units of unity, and level 3 mines hold up to 800 workers each. There are 6 mines in total. so the maximum number of workers needed for the territory is 800. Currently 400 people. Summoning an additional 400 people costs 72,000 unity value. This unity value was almost astronomical to other countries, but to the current Su Yang it was already nothing. He invested all 50,000 points of unity value in the Australian warehouse, followed by another 58,000 points of unity value himself. It allowed Gauss to summon 600 new workers directly, and the number of territorial workers came directly to 6,000. Of these, 800 are the number of people working in the plant in real time, and an additional 200 are used for shifts and special situation replacements. This will further ensure the degree of stability of artificial mineral mining. Tired and sleepy direct replacement, to ensure that the veins are mined around the clock. A population of 6,000 brings with it a huge demand for food, in addition to an increase in production. This point Su Yang is not worried. Australia itself food production is also more abundant. The lack of part can let their own farms to fill. After a round of upgrades, the mines and workers in Australia are pulling right up to full capacity, and the territorial capacity is about to reach an exaggerated level. The capacity of the artificial mine changes in real time, and workers are still being summoned one after another. The mine couldn't go into full operation, so Su Yang couldn't check the maximum production capacity of Australia yet. While waiting for the production capacity to reach its limit, Su Yang had Meng Tian turn on the territory transformation. All level 3 normal fences were upgraded by 1 round, and a full 10 electromagnetic auto-crossbow turrets were added to all sides of the territory. Australia is arguably the most important current stronghold of Great Qin, and its capacity is of great strategic importance to the troops. In order to make sure that nothing was wrong, Su Yang pulled the Aussies' territorial defense straight to full strength. The walls were set up and an electromagnetic tower and capacitor were placed in the center of the territory. Capacitors can be connected to the territory's central power grid, and electromagnetic towers spread power throughout the territory to satisfy the consumption of automatic crossbow turrets. Inside the Aussie territory, the sight of the series of sci-fi worthy upgrades had Gauss in an increasingly exuberant mood. He felt that he was just too smart, realizing early on that the Dragon Kingdom was powerful in battle, thus choosing to compromise with dignity. And in the negotiations with the Dragon Kingdom, he was not condescending and gave Australia the right to maintain its development. This can be seen in the actions of the Dragon Kingdom in building defensive walls and upgrading mines for Australia. The Dragon Lord had been overwhelmed by his personality. Rice, the Tripartite Alliance. The Dragon Kingdom is worthy of being an ally of Australia. Only a lord like Su Yan was qualified to be on par with him. Gauss, Lords of the Dragon Kingdom, there should be information on the big map, right? Lord of Australia, Lord Su Yang, it was prepared for you a long time ago. All known information is here. Chapter 190, Advancing to the East. Dogged Sacred Body. Gauss had no reservations, and a large map with detailed information was sent directly to him. After seeing the large map, Su Yang's eyes flickered in slight surprise. The first was surprised at the detail of the information on the large map. The three-way alliance had already explored a large part of the area. The second was surprised at how quickly and how deeply this gauche had gone down. Even Tongji, who had previously been an ally, had some hesitation before the theater teeth became a vassal state. And this Gauss, who was completely on the opposite side of the spectrum, completely fell on his sword as soon as he was conquered, with no regard for any dignity or honor. It's almost like being born doggedly saintly. Although Su Yan couldn't look at this kind of person from the bottom of his heart, he had to say that he had saved himself a lot of things. Tapping on the large map, a dense variety of information presented itself. The map is clearly a machine map. That is, a mechanically assisted drawing. From that you can tell that the Tripartite Alliance should also have countries that have entered the electrical age, though there may be a slight gap between their electrical age and that of the Dragon Kingdom. Based on the location of Australia on the large map, Su Yang determined the location of the heart of the worm's nest on the large map. It was information that had been previously wondered about but not available, and the League of England countries were too weak to support outward exploration at all. The heart of the worm's nest as a whole is located in the lower middle part of the large map. To the northwest is the Eye of the Earth, separated by a wailing mountain range. To the northeast is the Savage Woods, the Bolan Descent Zone, with nothing in between. Seeing this, Su Yang thought to himself that if he marched to the northeast to knock out Bolan, wouldn't he be able to accomplish a historical achievement? Thinking about it, Su Yang was still very satisfied with the current situation. Apart from being a famous place to visit, Boland is completely outclassed by Australia in every other resource. If we go to Boland first, the Tripartite Alliance will surely greatly strengthen the defense of Australia after determining the heart of the worm's nest. At that time it would not be possible to take this treasure of resources so easily. The heart of the worm's nest is blank in the south except for 2 countries in the north, with a high probability of being the Confederate States of England. After looking at the neighboring territories, then the more important information is a few of the more threatening countries. One of the leaders of the tripartite alliance, Rice, which was leading the fight against Great Qin, was located in the northwest corner of the large map. They were a long way from the heart of the worm's nest, spanning at least 4 descent zones in between. The east is closer to the heart of the bug's nest, located to the northeast, and only 2 descents away from each other. Further down the line are countries like Bear Country in French Germany. The Bear Country is located in the northernmost part of the entire large map, while France and Germany are in the easternmost region. Looking at it as a whole, Great Qin was located almost right in the center of the entire map, bordering at least 5 regions and surrounded by numerous countries. If you look at it from a defensive standpoint, the orientation is simply as bad as it gets. In the case of the Eye of the Earth, which has just taken Australia, the surrounding country is bordered by a republic of 4 regions. 3 are hostile countries and 1 is not yet known. This situation would allow the enemy to organize forces to launch from at least 3 possible directions if they wanted to attack, which would greatly increase the defensive pressure. But as bad as it gets from the defensive side of the ball, it's also as good as it gets from the offensive side of the ball. Facing enemies on all sides meant that Great Qin was free to launch attacks in any direction, hitting wherever it wanted. It couldn't have been better for the battle-hardened Qin. The best defense is to attack and keep expanding outward to break down the enemy so they don't even have time to organize a fight. Looking at the neighboring countries, the biggest threat to Great Qin is naturally the East. A 3-way alliance can support any country with unity values to grow their forces though, but a weak army is useless even if it is large in number, and only a country with a strong military can make the best use of its command value. The Eastern Afghans are located in the Nome descent zone, and the Nome and the Eye of the Earth are connected by the Land of Extreme Darkness. There are 2 nations spread across the Land of Extreme Darkness, Tianju and Argontan. After conquering Australia today, the tripartite alliance will be able to pinpoint the exact location of Great Qin. A great deal of resources would then be poured into the east, as well as its southwestern neighboring Tianju and Argontan. The resources that poured into Tianju and Argontan were definitely used for defense, to block the Great Qin attack as much as possible. The resources pouring into the east, on the other hand, would surely all be invested in the military. The resources of the entire tripartite alliance combined with the military capabilities of the East could certainly create a force of considerable strength. The later it is delayed, the more resources pouring into the East, the greater the resistance will be. So even if you remove a series of factors such as ethnic hatred, the East is currently the highest priority target for attack. Su Yang's eyes flashed as he determined the next direction of the troops' march. Set off straight northeast into the Land of Extreme Darkness and fight the Tennessee and then the Argonauts. After that, we'll go straight into the Land of Extreme Darkness and take the East and the Afghans. Of course the actual situation will certainly not go as smoothly as projected. Around the Land of Extreme Darkness, excluding Australia, there were 5 whole regions that bordered it. Entering this area would mean a joint attack by at least 5, if not more, countries. With the current strength of the 2 expeditionary forces, a fight against the allied forces of the 2 countries could be almost harmless, but this number could potentially put the expeditionary force at a disadvantage if it continued to grow and became bogged down in a protracted battle. If you want to be on the safe side, then you need to expand the expedition to at least 5 teams before marching towards the Land of Extreme Darkness. With a flash of his mind, Su Yang asked the brain to prioritize all the current goals and keep a tally of the resources needed to accomplish them. The first step was to stabilize the Australian defenses and ensure that the Australian mines could operate at full capacity, and that has largely been accomplished. The next step is to summon 3 new expeditionary armies, and you need a lot of unity values to complete this one. A standard expeditionary force according to a 1 or 2 team configuration is 50 Imperial Armor Sharpshooters, 30 Imperial Armor Crossbowmen, 5 Scouts, 2 Fire Dragon Guards, 1 Heavenly Fire Guard, 1 Shen Iron Chariot, 1 Wolf Smoke Horn, and 5 improved Blazing Flame Colts. After scaling down the formula, the cost of summoning such an expeditionary force was at 65,000 unity points, and 3 units would require nearly 200,000 unity points. If placed in the heart of the worm's nest, this value can be obtained in 3 or even 2 battles, but now that the bulk of the army is in the Eye of the Earth, it will take at least 8 battles to take that number of unity values. So to accomplish this goal, it must be aided by a Ranger expeditionary force. The large force stayed in the Eye of the Earth to kill the enemy, while the Ranger expeditionary force fought in the territory. By combining the 2 lines, you will be able to complete the acquisition of the unity value quickly. The third point is to explore to the south and clarify which countries are in the blank areas on the large map. After completing the above tasks, the final goal remains It's also the ultimate goal of Great Qin in the short term, an expedition to the north to take the east. As long as they took down eastern Japan, there would no longer be a power in the entire center that could fight against Great Qin. At that time, even if a big country like Rice wanted to fight, it would not be able to send troops directly due to the distance. They could only invest their unity value into some militarily weak countries which could not stop the advance of Great Qin at all. After determining the short-term goals, the workers in the territory also took their positions one after another, and the real-time production capacity of each mine gradually climbed to the maximum. The brain summarized all the data and presented it on Su Yang's panel. The moment he saw the data, Su Yang's eyebrows jumped. This is rich. Chapter 191, Special Event Triggered. Dragon Kingdom cannot hide its decline. There are a total of 6 large mines at the Australian Level 3 main base, each of which can accommodate up to 800 people working at the same time. After Su Yang had invested his unity value to gather them, the workers in the territory reached 6,000 whole people. Not only are there 4,800 people working in the mine, but there are 1,200 waiting outside. When you're tired and sleepy, you can just replace it without wasting any time at all. Except for necessary sleep breaks, the mine can almost always be in full operation. In this state, the mine's production capacity reaches peak level 3 home base. Each item opens Su Yang's eyes. First, coal mining resources. A level 3 coal mine with 800 people working at the same time can have a real-time production capacity of a full 200 units/day. Excluding worker breaks, the average daily production capacity is roughly 1,000 units per day. This was still just a level 3 mine, and the peak capacity was already greater than the combined base capacity of the 4 level 4 miners in the territory. The same applies to the iron ore mines. The 2 iron ore mines combined can reach an average of 2,000 units per day. It goes without saying that minerals such as quarry, copper, and saltpeter are simply not used up. Most importantly, Australia is also capable of smelting steel and producing oil on its own. However, this kind of facility that cannot effectively increase its capacity by manpower is not considered a lot of capacity in Australia. Steel mills can reach a maximum capacity of 200 units per day, and oil rigs the same 200 units per day. It's not a huge amount, but at least people have it. And the abundant production of other resources can solve the problem of consuming the vast majority of minerals in Great Qin. After looking at the capacity is to choose the tribute ratio of Australia. To them Su Yang will not have to be as polite as to the theater teeth. Pull all of them while keeping the territory base consumed. After the adjustment, Su Yan let the brain count all the data, presenting the current consumption of all the resources in the territory. Territorial resources. Water resources, stock, 4,631 units. Production rate, 1,150 units/day, 20% bonus. Quarry resources, stock, 9,365 units. Production rate, 1,440 units/day, 20% bonus. Coal resources, stockpile, 5,104 units. Production rate, 1,250 units/day, 20% bonus. Copper metal, stock, 3,841 units. Production rate, 575 units/day, 20% bonus. Metallic iron, stock, 4,763 units. Production rate, 1,440 units/day, 20% bonus. Nitrate resource, stock, 1,416 units. Production rate, 240 units/day, 20% bonus. Iron and steel resources, stock, 513 units. Production rate, maximum 400 units/day. Alien bug size, 431. Biological crude, 3 units. Production rate, max 1,000 units/day. Fuel resources, stock, 652 units. Production rate, maximum 400 units/day. Electricity resource, stock, 1,362 units. Production rate, maximum 10,000 units/day. Vassal tribute resources, clan, theatrical teeth. Quarry resources, 350 units/day, 30% vassal state bonus. Carbon ore resources, 350 units/day, 30% vassal state bonus. Copper mining resources, 100 units/day, 30% vassal state bonus. Vassal state, Australia. Quarry resources, 1,500 units/day, 30% vassal state bonus. Carbon ore resources, 1,300 units/day, 30% vassal state bonus. Copper mining resources, 600 units/day, 30% vassal state bonus. Iron ore resources, 2,600 units/day, 30% vassal state bonus. Nitrate resource, 400 units/day, 30% vassal state bonus. Steel resources, 200 units/day. Fuel resources, 200 units/day. Territorial strategies, level 2 power over the world. Level 1 Qin Military System, Level 1 Weapons of State, Level 1 Time and Fortune, Territory Gain/Degain Effect, Level 2 World Conqueror, Duration / Level 6 Gaze of the Abyss, Duration / Level 4 Earth Tremor, Duration / Defense Value, 16,362. After looking at the current resource income of the entire territory, Su Yang only wanted to say that he had never fought such a rich war. After a wave of ruthless plundering of Australia, the stock of all resources in the territory instantly reached an all-time peak. Even if all mines were to shut down now, the troops would be able to sustain themselves for a while on this stock of resources. And even more exaggerated than the massive stockpiles was the explosion in production of the territory's various resources brought about by the accession of Australia, one of the key carbon ore resources that determines the size of the force. After Australia joined the tribute, and the upgrade of the theater's tooth production capacity, the total production came directly to 2,900 units/day, nearly tripling from the previous 1,200 units/day. According to the Brain's rough prediction, this production would allow the current territory to sustain the consumption of up to 10 standard expeditionary armies. It can be said that the addition of Australia, a resource powerhouse, has ushered in an increase in production capacity for Great Qin that is even more insane than that of the electrical age. Of course, there are more resources than just carbon ore that get a bonus. As the most important material resource at the moment, the total production of iron ore comes to 4,060 units per day. This is an even crazier addition than carbon ore, and since then it's safe to say that iron ore is not a concern at all. In addition, the resources of stone mines, copper mines, saltpeter mines and so on are even more. Needless to say, the consumption curves on the Brain are all green. That is, there is no need to worry about the problem at all. Lastly, there are the steel and fuel resources, which are not considered to be big boosts that Australia brings to Qin. Australia is a major raw material resource country, and these are secondary resources that need to be processed, so they don't get to eat the bonus of Australia's strong capacity. To be liberated on these two resources, it would be necessary to take an industrialized country and an oil country. The target is close at hand. The Terra Nova and the Afghans of the Goblin Mines, a military power and a major oil resource country. Taking them down would allow Great Qin's resources to be completely liberated. After tallying the resources, the sky had turned deep black. Su Yang closed the panel with satisfaction. I didn't expect to get so much out of my first outing conquest. Earth's Eye Advent Zone, a vassal state in the top tier of resource output. Large map info. These additions would further increase the speed of Great Qin's expansion, and the unification of the Forbidden Lands was just around the corner. Inside the Australian territory, Li Xin Mengtian had already settled his troops to prepare for rest. Su Yang also cut out the view and prepared to end the day. A buzz sounded and a system alert popped up. Special event triggered. Time and space are intertwined. A rift in the universe has been opened somewhere. Time and rules are disturbed, and worlds affect each other. Advent night event ahead of schedule. Upcoming opening of the Group Lords ranking, 1 minute and 32 seconds. Su Yang frowned. Advent night had advanced again. Last time it was reduced by 3 days. This time by 2. Appearing once could be considered a Forbidden Land special event, but appearing twice in a row felt a bit uncomplicated. What does this cosmic rift refer to and where does it appear? What did it mean that the worlds interacted with each other again? Su Yang's eyes flashed. Since meeting with the star spirits, he had learned that there was far more than just humans and Fae in the Forbidden Land. Is this event perhaps also related to some particular ethnic group? The panel popped up between thoughts. The 4th week of the Horde's phase is over, and the Lord's ranking will now begin. The 4th week of the Horde's phase is over, and the Lord's ranking will now begin. Tripartite Alliance Conference Hall. The group chat had just unlocked, and MacArthur immediately sent a message. Lord Rice, Goss, is Goss here? ING talk back. Lords of the East, what's happening? Dharma Lords, don't panic, we're all here. Lord Rice, Gauss is out of contact. His last message to me in a private chat said that the Dragon Kingdom forces had called in. Lord Agonton, I thought Australia was the safest region. Without waiting for the three-way alliance crowd to chat for a few moments, a system message popped up. Rokoku successfully conquered Australia and both sides signed a vassal treaty. Unlocking the achievement, World Conqueror. Rokoku successfully conquered Australia and both sides signed a vassal treaty. Unlocking the achievement, World Conqueror. Geranium Lords, we got our asses stolen. Lords of the East, how is this possible? The Dragon Kingdom can only enter from the direction of the Wailing Mountains. Did they cross the Wailing Mountains? Lord Afghan, Australia is an important strategic resource country. We must take it back. Lord Rice, being able to cross the Wailing Mountains. I'm afraid their technology has advanced again. Damn Dragon Nation guys. I also voted for the entire 50,000 unity value of Australia, and now it's all gone into their pockets. Lord Ukraine, so the Wailing Mountains are on the side of the heart of the worm's nest. And then our wild woods are likewise adjacent to the heart of the worm's nest. Lords of the East, the Bolan territory is in the southern part of the wild woods and is not blocked. They should have realized that this area is the heart of the worm's nest long ago. Why haven't they reported it? Lord Agonton, Hakini didn't attend the last meeting. These cuties, what the hell are they doing? After a short exchange between the lords of the countries, the panel pops up and the third lord ranking opens. Elimination list announced. Boland, territory destroyed. Lords dead. Hero units dead. Natural disaster, earthquake, extinction level. Cuba, death of lord. Natural disaster, earthquake, extinction level. Night of Advent ends. Third lords ranking opens. This week's lords ranking content, conquest ranking. The system will analyze a range of conditions for territorial expansion and conquest. The system will rank the top 5 conquering lords of the week according to the dominance index after analysis. The top 5 lords will all receive a statistic and a bonus. And the first place will receive a strategic calculator. Lord Rice, Bolan is destroyed? How did Bolan get destroyed too? Lord Tianju, my god. All the hero units of the lord's territory have been wiped out. It's a Bell clan massacre. German lords, the German army is not out. It's none of our business. Lords of the East, a waste of space. After taking so much value from us, we've been annihilated. Lord Ukraine, how could the Dragon Kingdom just be destroyed? Wouldn't colonization be a way to gain more resources? Lord Agonton, unlike Australia, Poland has resources that can be utilized, so it's more convenient to destroy the country directly. The East Asians are all twisted perverts. Lord Ukraine, then we must be the target of the Dragon Kingdom's next attack. Lord Rice, it won't be the Dragon Kingdom. With the current troop size, the Dragon Kingdom can't fight on 2 fronts. I'm afraid this side is the forces of the other allied nations of England. Below the heart of the worm's nest are basically all English allied nations with dense territories, making it easy for them to quickly build up their troops. Great Lord Garland, can't it be the bugs? It feels like only a swarm of bugs would start a war of extermination like this. Lord Ukraine, you were just caught off guard by the first 2 weeks of the wave, when there were no heavy artillery, so it was a slight struggle to deal with the swarm. At this stage, tanks and armored vehicles as well as all kinds of artillery have been unlocked, and a few bugs are not a problem at all. Lords of the East, after entering the middle stage, the main enemy of each country will gradually shift from Fae to humans, and even the strongest Fae in the early stage are now just props for brushing the value of unity. Lord Ukraine asks for your assistance. We will fulfill the unfinished business of Bolan. Believe us, no matter who our opponents are, the wild woods will be their resting place. Lord Rice, I believe in you. But there are so many areas that need resources invested in them right now that we're going to have to weigh them before we consider them further. Lords of the East, let's look at the domination rankings first. The Dragon Kingdom may not be able to grab the top spot in this ranking. Dharma Lords, really? The Dragon Kingdom doesn't take first place every time. The system flickered, and the 4th week of the Lords rankings, also known as the Conquest rankings, came out. Conquest ranking, 5th place, Bear Country, gained 15,000 bonus points of unity value. Trigger incentive event, military conquest, level 1. Morale of troops fighting away from the territory is increased by 20% for 7 days. Conquest rankings, 4th place, Ukrainian, gained 20,000 bonus points of unity value. Trigger incentive event, military conquest, level 1. Morale of troops fighting away from the territory is increased by 20% for 7 days. Conquest ranking, 3rd place, Rokoku, gained 25,000 bonus points of unity value. Trigger incentive event, military conquest, level 2. Morale of troops fighting away from the territory is increased by 30% for 7 days. Access to resource manifestation authority. Conquest ranking, 2nd place, Yanaguni, gained 30,000 bonus points in defense value. Trigger incentive event, military conquest, level 2. Morale of troops fighting away from the territory is increased by 30% for 7 days. Access to resource manifestation authority. Conquest ranking, 1st place, Eastern Japan, 40,000 bonus points of unity value. Trigger incentive event, military conquest, level 3. Increase in morale of troops fighting away from the territory by 40% for 7 days. Acquisition of technology item, strategic actuator. All military-related technologies in the territory receive a 30% time reduction. Access to resource manifestation authority. Once the Lords rankings were released, all the Lords of the Tripartite Alliance were energized. No one could have imagined that Dragon, which used to be ranked first time and again, would only be ranked 3rd this time. 4 of the top 5 are tripartite coalition countries, with the East and the U.S. in 1st and 2nd place. Chapter 193 War opens. The previous chapter expanded to 4K words. so go back and read it before you can pick up the chapter. There's one more chapter being rushed today. I've had a lot going on the past few days and it's late, so I'll be back to normal soon. Eastern Territory. Tojo Inkan sat at the end of the table looking at the panel with a smug light in his eyes. The number 1 ranking of this week's Lords on the panel clearly says Eastern Japan. Looking at Eastern Japan, which was in first place, Tojo Inkan felt a thrill in his heart of breaking through his bonds. This round of Forbidden Land has been from the beginning, and the East has been stomped on by the Dragon Kingdom. Watching a sickly waste of a country get back on its feet, or at the hands of him, Tojo Inkan. This made him, Tojo Injin, make the whole Easting face. In order to surpass the Dragon Kingdom to retrieve his dignity, he used his best efforts in every Lord ranking. Finally, he gets the win on this one. Stomping on Dragon's head to take first place. The conquest rankings are not spoken of explicitly, but secretly there are some unspoken rules. He was not only comparing the number of countries conquered, but also the level of fear that the conquered countries had for the Lord's country. TODI also conquered just 2 countries this round, Malaysia and Cuba. After the conquest, he exterminated and massacred both countries. Not only the soldiers, but even the mine workers were killed one by one, and the lords had to be abused as well. One of them, Lord Cuban, was killed accidentally because of his rigid character, so he hit him slightly harder. It was because after so much hard work that he was able to make TOEI stand out from the crowd and take first place. This time, the first one has a prop that permanently reduces research time in addition to the unity value and gain bonus. This will greatly increase the speed of developing military capabilities in the East. Tojo Inkan's eyes flickered as his cold, blade-like gaze continued to shoot out. Starting from this lord's ranking, he will not give the Dragon Kingdom any more chances to breathe. No one can stop him from doing what he wants to do. The lords of the tripartite alliance countries on the panel were very excited. At a time when key countries are losing ground one after another, this lord's ranking gives them a peace of mind. It made them realize that the Dragon Kingdom was not invincible. This lord's ranking victory was the result of their countries passing information to each other and providing support to each other. Lord Tenzin, it's so awesome. Big East. We've finally taken first place for once as well. Lord Rice, fantastic. This first strategic actuator is an extremely important prop for us. Lord Ukraine, the Dragon Kingdom is only in third place, and with us joining forces, they're finally showing their fatigue. Rue-style Lord Ukraine is strong too. I can't believe he's ranked in the top 4. Lord Ukraine, the strength of our Ukrainian warriors is unquestionable. With your support, we can hold the wild woods and even attack the heart of the nest. Lord Rice, we now have 2 battlefields, one in the eye of the earth and one in the wild woods. Being able to cross the Wailing Mountains, so the ones in the eye of the earth are definitely the main force of the Dragon Kingdom. On this side, we'll use East Japan as our main force, so that they can fully produce troops to fight against the Dragon Kingdom. The wild woods are likely to be Confederate of England forces, possibly mixed with a small number of dragons. On this side we should trust Ukrainian. As an offshoot of the former Soviet Union, their military strength is definitely stronger than the humor of Bolivia. The above is our next focus. To the west we will end the Dragon Kingdom's army in the Land of Darkness, and to the east we will stop the advance of their allied forces in the wild woods. Gentlemen, the war has begun. This time we're going to strike with all our might without reservation. Turkish lords, boring game. On the day of God's descent, everything will be reduced to ashes. Lord Turkai has been banned. Lords of the East, the warriors of the East will live up to their name. And this time we will crush the Dragon Kingdom outright. Lord Tenshu, rush. The Tianju elite maneuvering force is ready. Lords of France, France needs reinforcements too. The Fae are getting stronger. Lord Agonton, what a Dragon Kingdom. I've had enough of them for a long time. Kill them all. Lord Ukraine, Ukraine, will do my best. I hope to meet you all at the heart of the worm's nest. In the Dragon Kingdom territory, Su Yang quietly watched the discussion in the meeting hall of the English Union. When the conquest rankings appeared this week, the lords of the various countries all panicked at once when they saw that the Dragon Kingdom was only ranked 3rd. Lord Samba, I can't believe Dragon Country only ranked 3rd this time. Lord Yanan, why? Is the tripartite alliance targeting still working? Lord Mengiala, I hope the Dragon Kingdom can hold out. Our alliance depends on the Dragon Kingdom. Lords of England, conquest ranking doesn't mean power ranking. No need to panic. Lord Barkistan unconditionally believes in the strength of the Dragon Brothers. And no matter what, we stand on the same side as you. Lord Selvia, no matter what, Selvia will hold out until Lord Suyang arrives. Lord Yanan, ridiculous. This is war. You don't win by holding out. Suyang didn't care about the concerns of the countries within the alliance. This time, the Lord's ranking was located in the 3rd place was also expected by him. First of all, the tripartite alliance has a much larger sphere of influence and is faster than they are at getting information on the big map. so this ranking could be said to have fallen below itself from the start. The second is that this conquest ranking doesn't correlate very well with national strength. It's not a pure power match like the Battle of Nations or the Battle of Souls. There's an element of luck. Therefore, Su Yang didn't care too much about the rankings of this Lord ranking. He was satisfied to be in the top 3 to take a secondary gain buff. And the reward for first place this time is a reduction in research time. This was really good for the countries in other regions, but it was almost optional for the Dragon Kingdom, which was located in the heart of the worm's nest. Because of the heart of the worm's nest, he hardly ever agonized over research and build time. This ranking, Su Yang was more concerned about the overthrow of 2 countries. The first is the overthrow of Cuba, a country that in reality was a diplomatic friend of the Dragon Nation. It is also one of the countries that still maintains friendly relations and provides assistance after the Dragon Kingdom has suffered many trials and tribulations. Originally, Su Yang planned to protect all the friendly countries after Great Qin went out to conquer them. Too bad Cuba didn't last that long. The destruction of Cuba made Su Yang feel sorry, and the destruction of the second country made him feel puzzled. The destruction of Poland, because Poland was located in the southern part of the Wild Woods, it was the closest country to the heart of the worm tide. Theoretically, as long as he doesn't make a move, none of the other countries should have the possibility of attacking Poland. And how was Poland destroyed? Chapter 194, the Great Map opens up to a whole new phase of war. What happened to Poland? Su Yang's thoughts flashed and suddenly thought of a somewhat terrifying possibility. When someone crosses 2 advent zones, it breaks the biological boundaries between the advent zones. This means that in addition to humans being able to commune with each other, the biological and environmental systems between the 2 descent zones will also intermingle with each other. While most of the time it won't be a problem, occasionally there will be a more significant change. In the first round there was the case of desert areas that eroded and desertified an entire oasis. Intermixing in natural environments will generally be more obvious. Not so much between Fae. This is because Fae generally do not readily leave the descent zone where they are best suited to survive. For example, sand people don't leave the desert, and fire lizards don't leave lava hot springs. But that's just the general case. The threat level of this round of forbidden swarms is already too high, and chances are that if they don't get their hands on them, they'll head to another area for a chance. Of course that's just a guess, and it would feel a little scary if it were true, because even under the suppression of Great Qin, the swarm grew extremely rapidly. Once they leave the heart of the worm's nest, not only will the other countries not be able to stop them, but they will become the swarm's sustenance. It seems necessary to send troops to the northeast to reconnoiter during the Eye of the Earth campaign. After settling the Lord rankings, Su Yang was about to exit the conference hall. After seeing that the lords in the conference hall were still worried, he decided to release the information of the large map in his hand. Future battles would gradually take on a multi-front nature, and he would need the strength of the allied nations before the size of the Great Qin forces could be expanded. Even if it can't be used as a primary combatant, it can help explore the map. With a flash of his mind, Su Yang had his thinking brain scan the large map and add some new information before posting it in the Alliance conference hall. Lord Yanan, it's like a big map message? Is it just coming out now? Lord Barkistan, the Dragon Kingdom may have just acquired it as well. Why are you so nosy? Lord Yanan, can't I ask? It's all in the interest of the Alliance. Lords of England, shut up guys. We don't have time for infighting. Lord Samba, it's so important that there's even big map information in the Dragon Kingdom. Lord Dragon, this is the information of the large map seized from Australia, on which is the information of all the known districts of the Tripartite Alliance. As you can see below, the heart of the lair is a large blank area, which is likely to be the area where the countries of our alliance are gathered. I hope that all the lords who are not in the upper part of the city will explore outward as soon as possible and map out the lower part of the city, so that it will be easier for us to gather our strength. As for the lords appearing in the upper half, please minimize your exploratory activities and wait for the Dragon Kingdom to come to your aid. If you're found out, please don't fight to the death. I don't want another tragedy like Cuba's. After sending the message, Su Yang exited the England conference hall. He had done all he could to help, and it was time to see how they acted on their own. As soon as he exited the conference room, Elizabeth's private message turned up. Lords of England, thank you for the information on the large map of the Dragon Kingdom, which is extremely important to the Alliance. Lord of the Dragon Kingdom, I've been fighting a three-way alliance, and it's hard for me to have time to care about the alliance, so I hope you can organize them and pull up the troops when I need them. Lord of England, don't worry, I'll do my best to maintain the alliance, and hopefully it will come in handy when needed. On the bearing of England, the reconnaissance units I sent to the north and south eventually reached the sea, so I suspect that England is not part of the continental zone, but a stray island. England can't influence the war in the continental zone for a short time, but we're building up our fleet at full speed. Lord of the Dragon Kingdom, it's good to have sea power. Good luck. After sending the message, Su Yang closed the panel. Elizabeth is in charge of matters within the alliance, and the resources within the territory are coordinated by the brain. The war in Earthbrain was left entirely in the hands of Li Xin Mingtian, and now his only remaining task was to command the Ranger Expeditionary Force located in the Phantom Zone. No matter how far out the troops go, there will never be another area that has more unity values than the heart of the Worm's Nest. Currently, the territory's greatest need was to gain unity value to expand its troops, so the roaming cavalry unit under his command was a top priority. The Ranger Force is resting in Playpen Tooth territory, and early tomorrow morning they will travel north deeper into the Phantom Zone to fight for the unity value. Week 5. Early morning on the first day, the sun pierced the clouds. Goss had just gotten out of bed when a message from the Aussie High Command rushed into his head. Australian military. Shame. Shame. How dare you let Australia fall into the hands of the barbarians of the East? You have tarnished our honor. You are. Goss read 2 sentences before pulling the whole message closer to the recycle bin and shredding it. It doesn't take much to know that the following is still a bunch of bull **** about honorable beliefs. He didn't care about these vain things, he just wanted to live. There is no truer feeling than being able to live to breathe the air, eat a piece of barbecue, and punch at the sun every day. Goss quickly washed up and stuck to the time when the Forbidden Land livestream was about to open to ascend the 16-meter-high iron ramparts with power elevators. At this moment, the Dragon Kingdom's Imperial armor forces were assembling right in front of the territory, and it couldn't have come at a better time for Gauss. He's going to show those glory-filled bull **** bigots how right the vile Goss was in his choices. Australia's high-level conference room. The Australian executives sitting around the long conference table were all seething with anger. They couldn't believe that they woke up and that Goss had given away the entire Aussie territory, and the person who gave it away was no one else but the arch-enemy of the three-way alliance, the Dragon Kingdom. This is undoubtedly working against the Tripartite Alliance. By the time the Tripartite Alliance takes the Dragon Kingdom, the fate of Australia will be unpredictable. Governor of Australia, shame, shame. I can't believe that Australia has been reduced to a vassal state of the Dragon Kingdom. It would be fine if the Dragon Kingdom could keep suppressing the Tripartite Alliance. But now that they can't even get first place in the Lord rankings, it's already hard to hide their decline. Right. If he could have held out a little longer, or discovered the Dragon Kingdom invasion trail earlier, and waited for the Alliance to support him, the Dragon Kingdom would have naturally lost. After listening to the speeches of several people, the governor of Australia was so angry that he slapped the table. This Gauss is such a loser that he can't even hold the fort for a day. If we had experienced generals, we would never have been overrun. And damn the Dragon Nation guys for using such a despicable tactic as a sneak attack. Nasty. Shameful. Such a country can never reach the top. Australia, will never succumb to. As the governor of Australia broke into song, the screen flashed and the Forbidden Land livestream opened. Through Gauss's overhead view, the remodeled Aussie territory and the Imperial armor troops in full gear were presented to the eyes of the top brass. The Australian governor's mouth turned into a big O as he was swearing. Chicken thrasher death. Corys. My God. This is a miracle. The moment the Forbidden Land livestream lit up, a crying gasp erupted from the Aussie conference room. In their eyes, the original short and poor grey city wall transformed into a high and handsome. What made them most marveled was not the doubled height, but the fact that it was all the same iron walls. Why is it that after the Dragon upgrade, no matter the overall texture or detailed construction, it can storm 360 degrees without dead angle to beat the original that rustic contraption? The top of the wall has all kinds of supporting defense facilities, which is perfect. There were even 10 super cannons that looked like they came from the hands of the Dragon Kingdom, with technology on their barrels that even an arms expert couldn't discern. Down the walls were a dozen or so mechanical power-controlled elevators, and heavy gates of precise construction. The entire wall surrounded the territory in a circle, resembling a giant black dragon. This is simply a work of art. The line of sight continued to move to the Imperial armor troops that were assembling in front of the metal gates. The early morning sunlight sprinkled down, blooming a dazzling light on the silver-white steel battle armor. Under the command of the two generals, the soldiers boarded the huge steel-armored vehicles in formation and in unison. At the end of the line were the Heavenly Fire Guards, whose cannon barrels could fit a whole person, and the Fire Dragon Guards, who wielded giant fire-breathing guns. It's not impossible for this force to cross over and hit the Australian mainland, not to mention hitting the Australian territories. All the senior management are dumbfounded. So it seems that the Tripartite Alliance, that group of people, are not all day farting. A moment the Dragon Country resources are limited, hard to hide the decadence. A moment the Dragon Country allies are lost, hard to hide the decadence. It's hard to hide the decline of His Virgin Mary Grandma Jessica. It seems like the ones on that city wall aren't ordinary artillery, but electromagnetic cannons. Electromagnetic cannons are all still understandable. That tower in the center of the territory feels like a wireless power supply unit. This is too much. The technology of the Dragon Kingdom has reached a level we can't understand. What kind of technology tree is this Great Sheen? It can't be an alien civilization. As the crowd marveled, the Australian governor, who had been silent for a long time, coughed twice and reopened his mouth. As you are aware, we in Australia have a history of being quite close to the Dragon Kingdom. The spirit of the people of the Dragon Kingdom commands our respect, and the excellent culture of the Dragon Kingdom fascinates us. Becoming a vassal state is not a shame, but a symbol of friendly communication from the Dragon Kingdom to us. I propose to re-establish diplomatic relations with the Dragon Kingdom as of today. The conference hall applauded at these words. Good, good, good. I've been saying for a long time that I want to establish diplomatic relations with the Dragon Kingdom. The Dragon Kingdom has always been a good friend and brother to Australia. I raise my hands and 3 legs in favor. In order to disseminate advanced technology to us, Manhwa has gone to great lengths to travel thousands of miles across mountains. And this spirit is touching. Establish diplomatic relations. Establish diplomatic relations. Long live the friendship between Australia and 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 long live. Australia's top management is still drumming up the establishment of diplomatic relations at the same time. The Australian people have long since discovered that Australia's major networks have been able to connect with the Dragon's Theatre Dental. Originally, when the Forbidden Land began, communication between countries would be completely blocked in order to prevent off-site information from leaking. Even being an ally will not lift this embargo. But now the Dragon Kingdom has established vassal treaties with both the players' teeth and Australia. This was not a verbal treaty of the kind that allies can turn against anytime, anywhere, but a strong connection certified by the Forbidden Land. Colonization and vassalage, which have a forced binding between the two countries, are all considered strong connections. The strong connection is opened and the information blockade located between the two countries is lifted. Thus, people in different countries can connect with each other through the internet. The people of Australia who found out about this situation instantly flooded the major Dragon Nation online platforms. The powerful and cool troops of the Dragon Kingdom sent shivers down the spine of the Aussie people, who were desperate to search for any information about the Dragon Kingdom troops. However, after boarding the Dragon's online platform, they realized that things were not as simple as they had imagined. Too much info on the Dragon Force and most of it doesn't seem too decent? Wrestling slightly, which general is more handsome, Li Xian or Meng Tian? Hashtag, handsome men, hashtag great Qin generals, hashtag valor, hashtag steel armor, hashtag Shake Silver, Li Xian cross-dressing challenge. Did you love such a general Meng Tian? Hashtag mecha cross-dressing, hashtag supercharged, hashtag hot-blooded, hashtag Dachin, hashtag Jihu. How many gym students can one level 5 Imperial Armor sharpshooter beat? How do you evaluate General Li Xian Meng Tian's command choices in the Battle of the Souls? Snappy, simulating a matchup of 5 Imperial Armor sharpshooters versus 10 Imperial Armor crossbowmen, who would win? I simulated Monty against 10 Tiger tanks. Tomato novel, waking up to the Forbidden Land coming down. I choose the most powerful Qin civilization and push across the alien race. UC browse, shocker. A small detail actually helped General Meng Tian take the battle. Shocking. 10 secrets you didn't know about the Imperial Armor Force. The complete list of black silk types. Guess your favorite. Panther Puff, favorite Great Qin troop score, most feared bug score. After a bunch of Dragon cyber culture, finally some Aussie people found a proper analysis of the Dragon soldier types on a platform called Sticky Bar. A forum in the Sticky Bar called Great Qin Heavy Industry Bar listed all the types of soldiers that had appeared in the Dragon Kingdom so far, as well as detailed information about the types of soldiers. The barkeep will compile all the eyewitness details from the netizens and do his best to summarize the abilities and upgrade process of each troop type. The Qin Heavy Industry Bar. This bar prohibits the release of shibboleths, advertisements, wars, and all other disruptive behavior. Prohibits the release of any information unrelated to the Great Qin War. Violators dismissed. Essence Great Gale of the 8th level. Organize and summarize the detailed information of each level from 1 to 5 of the Dachin Imperial Armor Sharpshooter, including detailed descriptions of appearance and weapons. Essence, Frying Sky Gangmaster, analysis of the types of ammunition and arrows of the Qin Imperial Armor Crossbowmen and Heavenly Flame Guards. An analysis of the relationship between Great Qin's science and technology and weapons. Hot handsome to the point of being chopped ET. Analysis of electromagnetic tower construction and new city defense artillery. Analysis of future territory defense. A huge wave of Aussie people flocked to the major online platforms in the Dragon Kingdom, joining the various topics of discussion on the Great Qin soldiers along with the theater Banshee Teeth netizens. The netizens of the 3 countries gathered together, and the already hot platform became even crazier all of a sudden. And even the official live broadcasting room of the Dragon Kingdom suffered a foreign invasion. After discovering that the Dragon Nation had banned live streaming, The people of Australia and the theatre teeth immediately abandoned the ban live streaming in their countries. Their lords rarely went out to fight, so most of the time they could only look at the boring territory and stare at it. And surprisingly, the viewpoint of the Dragon Live is not only locked to the territory, but also able to switch around. This is simply unheard of for the people of Australia and the theatre benders. Chapter 196 Ranger Expeditionary Army. The Dragon Kingdom is really strong. The previous chapter was double expanded to 4K again, so go back and take a look at it after you refresh. Then pick up this chapter. There are 2 more shifts today, as the young author catches up on work, so I'll be sure to return to regular updates tomorrow. With the influx of Aussie and theatre teeth populace, the live stream pop-ups began to gradually run away with them. Congratulations to Fat Choi. Congratulations to Fat Choi. I love the Dragon Kingdom. The Dragon Kingdom loves me. Auspicious eunuch. The technology of the Dragon Kingdom is just fantastic. I love the Dragon Kingdom. What does that say? What are these people up to? Because Su Yung took the 2 vassal states, the strong connection was opened and the blockade between us and the 2 vassal states was lifted. There's been a lot of geezers coming in since last night, and I have to say these guys are quite amusing. Ha ha ha. Watching them post Chinese has a crappy feeling of how they learned English in the first place. Chinese should be made a world language and all foreigners should come to learn Chinese so that we never have to learn English again. Go Su Yang. As long as Great Qin has more and more vassal states, this matter of popularizing the Chinese language may really succeed. At this moment, the live broadcast perspective cut to the Dragon Kingdom territory, and the various sci-fi buildings immediately caused the foreign populace to gasp in amazement. Oh drop old god, is this the Dragon territory? All this technology is just fantastic. Crazy. Crazy. I want to live in that fort so bad. It's the safest place in the world. Ha ha ha. These foreigners are so funny. Just love how they look like they've never seen the world. Congrats Fat Choi. I'm super excited to see the Dragon soldiers in action. It's definitely over the top. Oh my crooked friend. Soldier combat is rarely seen even by us. Lower expectations. I recommend you download the Tomato Fiction app, or someone has written down in words all the combat we've seen. Oh my god. That's definitely a congratulations novel. As the people are having a good time, the live view switches again. This time it cuts straight through a dense gray forest. Gray fog filled the dense forest, and a force fully equipped with warhorses was speeding forward. My god. Is this place hell? It feels very scary. The heart of the worm's nest is too horrible. It's not rich at all. These members are all riding horses. I didn't realize that the Dragon Kingdom with such powerful technology had cavalry units. While the foreign netizens were twittering, the Dragon netizens caught the point at a glance. A cavalry unit galloping through the dense forests of the Phantom Zone. This is a brand new Dragon Kingdom troop. Cavalry soldiers. Is this a new type of soldier? Shouldn't be a new troop type. This feels like a combined unit of crossbowmen and blazing colts. The long-range combat power of the crossbowmen coupled with the locomotion of the blazing ponies. This unit feels strong. The trickiest thing about the Phantom Zone bugs is the poisonous mist that comes out of their deaths. And this unit feels like it will solve that problem completely. I wonder if we'll encounter the enemy today. I'm so excited to see them fight. Tap tap tap. The horses' hooves stamped on the ground, splashing mud and sand. The Imperial armored crossbowmen held ropes made of composite material in their hands and carried half-height electromagnetic crossbow lances, bending down to press against their horses' backs. The blazing colt ran with all its might, spewing thick steam from its nose with every stomp of the ground. The entire formation was in a sharp triangle, like a sharp blade stabbing into a dark gray fog. Su Yang substituted into the perspective of a soldier in the front ranks of the Rangers and controlled the direction of the team's advance. To the left and right of the unit are 2 scouts, which provide constant feedback to correct direction. Early in the morning the Expeditionary Ranger Force had departed from the Theater Teeth territory and traveled north in search of the swarm. Yet it was about 2 hours and nearly 150 kilometers away. The troopers met only sparse swarm squads along the way. Not a single nest. This may have something to do with the fact that the threat level in the Phantom Zone isn't high yet. And right now the Phantom's calling buff is still only level 1. Your Majesty, an insect race has appeared ahead. The intelligence from the scouts came back. Su Yang's eyes flashed. There was finally news. He synchronized the panel of scouts, and sure enough, dense white dots appeared at the edges. The bioscan message came through. Bioscanning panel, level 14, heterozygote, Terran vesicle stinger, variant, ethnicity, natural bugs, generation system, Goshiro's highest level, type, insect infantry, characteristics, bug infantry variant with faster movement speed, generates a slow stagnant poisonous fog after death. Inhaling too much of it can cause permanent damage. Typical bug unit in the Phantom Zone. Though the highest class of the 5th generation requires a bit of attention. That last battle where one harvested 170 000 unity values was also against a 5th generation bug. Su Yang had the scout unit probe deeper into the size of this wave of swarms, while he himself kept adjusting his troops in preparation to start micromanaging. The Wolfsbane couldn't keep up with the Blazing Colt's speed, so the Ranger unit wasn't currently equipped with logistical supplies. If you want to exterminate this swarm quickly and efficiently, you'll have to maneuver a little. The scouts probed deeper and quickly came up with the approximate size of the swarm. The number of swarms was similar to the last one, totaling close to 1,000 xenomorphs. Learning this piece of news, Su Yang was in a great mood. More xenomorphs meant more unity values. And what the territory lacked the most right now was unity values. Not seeking to reach the height of 170,000 last time, there is a 100,000 or so. Su Yang will be satisfied. Along with the debriefing, the scouts reported on the phenomenon of overlapping biosignatures. That is, a large portion of the white dots on the detector are overlapping. This situation implies that this swarm is also differently distributed in the vertical direction. Either they're stepping on each other the same way they stacked on each other during the siege, or they just still have caves in the ground. Based on several previous encounters with the Nature Clan, this group seemed to be less inclined to dig. After all, they even have mother bugs that are directly exposed and exist in symbiosis with certain giant plants. So they're stepping on each other? They're not having some kind of weird party, are they? Su Yang shook off some strange images in his mind and commanded his troops to slowly approach the swarm. Whether they're partying or jerking off to something, they must now make some time to say hello to their friends. Sasha. As the Rangers approached, the swarm was immediately alerted. Sharp chirps spread through the dense forest. Tap. The Rangers approached the swarm and immediately staggered back and forth and merged into a long line. After reaching some distance from the swarm, they don't approach or fire, but instead begin a circular motion around the center of the swarm. The swarm sensed the enemy's presence and immediately surged outward. Their shrill insect calls completely drowning out the sound of steam gushing out. They appeared in wave after wave and kept pouring into the Ranger unit. However, the speed of the stinging insects could not catch up with the mounted group at all. They were startled by the head Rangers and chased them for a while before being left behind, only to change their target to the soldiers in the center. Once they were almost close to the Rangers, the only targets they could chase were the soldiers at the end of the line. The swarms just swarmed up and were left behind. The Rangers moved around them, allowing the originally loose swarm to gradually come together. This was similar to the way a sheepdog manages its flock, but it used scare while Su Yang used lead. The purpose of the sheepdogs bringing the flock together is to facilitate guidance. Su Yang's purpose, on the other hand, was to clear it at high speed. Seeing that the swarm had almost gathered, Su Yang made a thought. Fire. Chapter 197, Aerial Raid, Brand New Bug Unit. Explosive arrows at the ready. At Su Yang's command, the electromagnetic guns in the hands of the crossbowmen began to store energy. The electromagnetic barrel gradually turned blue from end to end, completing its charge in a hum. Fire. Buzz. The acceleration of the metal arrow in the electromagnetic barrel sounded, and a dark shadow shot out of the barrel at speed, leaving only a light blue electromagnetic trail. Like the Skyfire Guard artillery shell upgrade, the crossbowman's ammunition has been upgraded across the board. The explosive rocks in the arrow are polymerized into a cylindrical metal container at the rear of the arrowhead. When the arrow hits the target, the impact detonates the blasting stone, causing a small, violent explosion. Bang. A series of flames surged through the swarm, accompanied by a muffled sound. Explosive arrow's blast is restrained but powerful. The unarmored natural xenomorphs had no resistance at all against the ranged explosions. The fire engulfed them and the shockwave tore them apart. Bang. The crossbowmen kept firing, releasing one death arrow after another. The trajectory of their circling was like a death cage, imprisoning this group of xenomorphs. Death came in an instant, mowing the grass and taking their lives mercilessly. On Su Yang's panel, the kill prompts kept flashing, and the unity value rose crazily. Kill level 13 Terran Vesicle Assassin Worm, variant, plus 130 stat value, 30% bonus. Kill level 13 Terran Vesicle Assassin Worm, variant, plus 130 stat value, 30% bonus. Kill level 14 Terran Vesicle Assassin Worm, variant, plus 140 stats, 30% bonus. Blood spurted, limbs flew apart, and a cloud of poisonous mist from the death of the alien insects converged in the center. The poisonous mists were tricky, but they could never catch up to a crossbowman on a blazing colt. Ranger units don't circle in place, they move away from the trajectory of the previous circle with each lap. This allows you to avoid the effects of poisonous fog while gathering swarms to brush up on your stats. The xenomorphs fell in batches, not even having the chance to fight back. Su Yang's eyes flashed. Even he didn't expect the monster attraction tactic to be so successful. At this rate of progress, He would be able to exterminate an entire swarm of Generation V bugs without injury with only a unit of 50 people. Rukoku official livestream, international version. A generous gift. Shat. Buddha bless. This swarm seems to be very weak. I can't tell anymore whether the swarm is weak or the Dragon Kingdom is strong. Anyway, this is too cool. Su Yang's troops have too much firepower. Is that a rocket launcher they're holding in their hands that shoots rockets? This group of geezers would actually think the swarm is weak. I really want to pull their troops over to give the bugs a beating. There's no way. This scene is just too crushing. The firepower of the new Rangers' electromagnetic crossbow guns is too fierce. If I were a gringo, I'd think the bugs were trash too. The combination of blazing colt plus electromagnetic crossbow gun is so vicious that these xenomorphs can't even fight or chase them. Su Yang is simply a genius to assemble such a maneuver unit. If crossbowmen can be combined with blazing ponies, what about the other troop types? If paired with gunmen, wouldn't it be possible to form a great Qin Iron Cavalry? As long as Rangers aren't a troop type, but are combined by mechanism, then the future is a real possibility. That's really cool. Head-to-head gunfighting is a man's romance. Load magazines, shoot, return magazines. Load magazines, shoot, return magazines. The crossbowmen repeated this maneuver over and over on the speeding blazing colt. The swarm following their asses became less and less. It was a crushing battle with no suspense, and the expeditionary rangers were basically invincible in the low armor zone. The number of bugs left in the swarm was only less than half of what it was in the first place. Just as Su Yang was planning to narrow the encirclement and enhance the firepower to end the battle in one wave, intelligence came in from the scouts, who noticed that there were white dots that were generally moving faster than normal stinging insects. They were able to catch up with the crossbowmen traveling in circles, but never attacked. Su Yang turned on the detector again, and sure enough, he found a group of stray white dots beyond the dense white dots. They moved quickly, constantly weaving in and out of the white dots representing the troops. It's obviously not a flat unit with the Rangers, or they would have died at the muzzle of a crossbow gun long ago. Is that a unit in the ground? Su Yang's eyes flashed, but how could traveling through the ground be so fast? The speed was hardly like drilling in the ground, but more like flying through the air. Wait a minute. Su Yang's eyes stagnated, as if electricity was drilling through his mind. Air. Just in the moment when his intention flashed, the white dots in the detector had already converged on the traveling path of the Rangers. They hadn't struck before, were anticipating the Rangers' trajectory. Su Yang quickly switched viewpoints, and through the soldier's field of vision, he could only see a huge swath of basketball-sized transparent spores falling from the gray mist. They landed impartially in the path of the Rangers' travel, and were detonated with precision the moment the Rangers entered. A large mass of hissing, smoking, thick green liquid spilled out in no time. Dodge! Su Yang's mind flashed and forced his way into the minds of the soldiers attacking the drop zone to give orders. The middle zone Rangers under Su Yang's control directly slammed towards their teammates on both sides. The line was broken down the center and the formation instantly collapsed, but at the same time it allowed the troops to avoid the airborne assault directly. Hiss! The smoking liquid spilled onto the ground, corroding everything it touched. The land mixed with mud and sand instantly disappeared into the solution and drifted away as a gas. Su Yang didn't doubt for a second that the liquid had the same effect on the iron battle armor. Scout units had no armor reinforcement, no energy shield, and the consequences were unimaginable if they were showered fire into the air. Su Yang immediately changed his strategy and reset the target for the two teams that had just been separated by avoiding the attack. One team continued to shoot ground-stinging insect units while the other team was guided by scouts to shoot insect air units. Instead of using explosive arrows, the crossbowmen firing into the sky switched to magnetic storm arrows. With the gray mist obscuring, the crossbowmen can't shoot directly at the target. They have to be guided, because it's not a real-time shot, and because the target is moving quickly. It can greatly reduce the hit rate, and once the magnetic storm arrow is shot, it will constantly generate electric currents with a paralyzing effect in the surrounding area. This current spreads out again over a wider area in a mist composed of small particles of liquid. This way, even if it doesn't hit the target directly, the ranged current has a high probability of paralyzing the xenomorph. Against ground units, paralysis is nothing more than a slight stall for a while, and it won't be a big problem. But for sky units, this short stay would cause them to lose power and thus fall. Zilla! A magnetic storm arrow lingering with electricity pierced into the gray mist. Chapter 198, Passing the Levels Without Injury. Mighty Ranger Force. Zilla! The current network of magnetic storm arrows penetrated deep into the gray fog. The gray mist that had been dark began to shimmer like a thundercloud, whether they were directly hit by an arrow or paralyzed by a web of electricity. All those airborne xenomorphs hiding in the gray mist had only one path to fall. The magnetic storm arrows were extremely effective, and soon a xenomorph shaped like a hornet began to fall from the gray mist. They are only half the size of a man, with two pairs of thin wings on their backs and translucent abdomens. The underside of the chrysalis-like abdomen is covered with poison sacs in which those spore bombs are brewed. Dark purple xenomorphs fell from the sky, the electricity paralyzing their nerves and destroying the thin insect wings. Once removed from the protection of the gray mist, these alien insects without the protection of armor would become living targets for the crossbowmen. Whoosh! Crossbows intercepted the falling flying xenomorphs with precision in the air. The arrow pierced through, and the corrosive venom filled with corrosive liquid splashed around. The flying insects paralyzed by the electric current went to hell without even having a chance to struggle. The two ranger teams raised their guns and fired, and the kill alerts once again swiped across the panels. Kill level 14 Terran Vesicle Flycatcher, variant, plus 160 stats, 30% bonus. Kill level 13 Terran Vesicle Assassin Worm, variant, plus 130 stat value, 30% bonus. Kill level 14 Terran Vesicle Assassin Worm, variant, plus 140 stats, 30% bonus. Kill level 15 Terran Vesicle Flyer, variant, plus 170 stats, 30% bonus. Having suffered a surprise attack, the defense of the following troops against flying insects was much improved. The spore bomb wasn't falling too fast, and even if it was seen after it left the gray mist, it could be avoided perfectly with the blazing pony's speed. With a little defense, this rudimentary air unit is not a threat. After a short storm, the next battle was once again in crush mode. Countless crossbow bolts shot out from the electromagnetic crossbow guns, storming the remaining swarms and destroying them all. After clearing all the xenomorphs, the troops went deeper into the swarm's gathering area. In the center of the gathering area they found a huge pod. The bioscanning rays fell. Bioscanning panel, level, 16. Heterozygote, Tyrannosoma, boneless flower symbiotic variant. Ethnicity, natural bugs. Generation system, Goshiro's highest level. Type, community parent. Characteristics, the mother of the Terran bugs, a symbiotic being with the poisonous boneless flower, capable of releasing poisonous mist to create a highly poisonous field. With the experience of almost being buried alive last time, Su Yang didn't let his troops approach this mother body rashly. After scanning the area, it is true that this guy is not honest and releases a strong poison when the enemy is near. Su Yang didn't give it a chance to die heroically, letting the crossbowman shoot it all over the place from a distance of 1,000 meters and shoot it alive. Buzz the mother bug wailed, her massive body slowly collapsing to the ground. Achievement and unity values appeared on Su Yang's panel. Kill level 16 Terran motherworm, boneless flower symbiotic variant. Unity value plus 2,400, 30% bonus. Acquired expert E-ranked drop item. Heart of the worm's nest, quality plus 1. Significantly increased the speed of scientific and technological development and construction. Acquired rare C-rank drop item. Venomous insect gland, quality plus 1. Toxin decontamination device can be unlocked at the Fey experiment station. Trigger event, Call of the Phantom, level 3. Your behavior has aroused the steady wrath of nature, and more communities will join in the crusade. Toxin glands, toxin purification devices? Su Yang's mind flashed and opened the Divine Farmer's creation to view the specific contents. Technology, toxin purification devices. I've blown through the evening breeze that you blew through. Does that count as a close connection, an in-depth analysis of the swarm's ability to create and produce toxins, and an analysis of how toxins work? Function, to analyze the principles of toxin action and equip all units with toxin decontamination devices capable of neutralizing most of the toxicity of neurotoxins. Pre-technology, internal circulatory system, and advanced technology. Unlocking consumption. Viper gland *1. Uniformity value, 100. 000. Duration, 2D. The ability to neutralize the vast majority of the neurotoxin's toxicity is a good thing. Neurotoxins are a large branch of toxins, and being able to access the protection of a neurotoxin is at least decent protection against a swarm of naturals. However, unlocking the toxin purification device requires unlocking the inner circulation technology, which is not available at this time. In addition to the toxin purification device, Su Yang also paid attention to the fact that the threat level had unexpectedly increased by 2 consecutive levels. It went straight from the original level 1 to level 3, and it seemed that this boost was positively correlated to the size of the packs he had killed. The number of dead natural insects this time was nearly 800. Not as many as the battle in the crystal mining area, but still very considerable. The unity value gained through the kills amounted to 94,500 points, which came to a terrifying 122,850 points after a 30% bonus. Nearly 130,000 unity points were gained in a single battle, and compared to the configuration of the 2 full expeditionary armies, this time he had only fielded a 50-man roving force. The crossbowman combined with the blazing colt is a supermodel combo, capable of eating almost any ground unit without injury. What's more is their ability to march quickly, ignoring the terrain, and a whole lot faster than a standard expeditionary force. Such excellent machine power could quickly fulfill any warlike needs of Su Yang. Any time, any place, expeditionary force, mission accomplished. It could be said that after maneuvering so once, Su Yang had fallen in love with the ranger troop type that possessed great mobility. The battle was over, and instead of wasting the rangers' time cleaning up the battlefield, he had them continue north. For cleaning up the battlefield, he summoned 2 new basilisks from the base as well as a wolfsbane. The rangers only need to kill the enemy in the front, and there are specialists in the rear who are responsible for traveling to the marked sites to clean up and collect xenomorph debris. After the rangers got back on the road, Su Yang cut his vision to Li Xian and Meng Tian's zone. They each took a unit to fight in the eye of the earth. In the course of the morning, the 2 descent zones gained a total of around 140,000 unity values. This was a big step forward from Su Yang's goal of forming a force to attack the land of extreme darkness. It was true that as long as one was fighting the swarm, all issues regarding the statistic value ceased to be a problem. At this rate, within the next day, the force will have accomplished its expansion goals. After accomplishing this goal, Su Yang already had his next plan in mind. Almost all of the boosts brought by level 5 home bases in the current territory have been upgraded. Also yet to be upgraded are the territory defenses, advanced walls as well as storm towers, battle armor for 2 generals, and a foundry. These upgrades are of the icing on the cake type, and are not currently a must-have. In other words, the territory has basically reached the ceiling of a level 5 home base, and it's time to pull a level 6 home base up on the agenda. The bugs had already seen a breakthrough air unit, and naturally, Great Qin couldn't lag behind. What will a level 6 main base bring, and what heights will it allow Great Qin to reach? Su Yang's eyes flashed as he opened the main base panel. Chapter 199 Level 6 Main Base. Air Unit, Home Base, Lord's Residence, Level 5-6. Unlocked Level 6 Resource Installation, Level 6 Defense Facility, Level 6 Research Building, Level 6 Armor Battalion, Level 3 Heavy Weapon Battalion. Unlocked Anti-Gravity Technology. Required for upgrade. Oil resources, 800 units. Coal resources, 2,000 units. Copper resources, 2,000 units. Iron ore resources, 4,000 units. Steel resources, 1,000 units. Quarry resources, 4,000 units. Electricity resources, 10,000 units. Unity value, 150,000 points. Time, 10D. Anti-gravity technology? Is it true that level 6 home bases really dominate air unit upgrades? Su Yang's eyes flickered, and the idea of upgrading his level 6 main base grew stronger in his heart. The significance of air power for future warfare cannot be overstated. The importance of air control is emphasized by the statement that modern warfare is all about air control. From the development of World War II to modern warfare, all military operations have been conducted without the cooperation of air units. Whether it's scouting for the enemy, air raids, or bombing strategic targets, air control is an indispensable force. It's not just the bugs, but the tripartite alliance countries will soon develop air power as well. The Skyfire Guards haven't evolved to the level of launching missiles yet, and the crossbowman's range is slightly less than adequate against the air. If the enemy takes the lead in air control in such a situation without adequate air-to-air combat power, then the troops will not only be subjected to constant enemy harassment, they will also fall into an information warfare disadvantage. Even though the current enemy might not be able to form an extremely powerful air force, Su Yang was not willing to give them that chance. A few flies in the air can be distracting, let alone these big birds flying in the sky. The appearance of the flying insects gave Su Yang a wake-up call that air control was extremely important. Important enough that the task of upgrading the level 6 main base needs to be put before expanding the army. Having air units will also make ground units twice as effective in combat. And if the enemy is the first to unlock air rights, then your own troops will be at a great disadvantage if they rush out. That's why the order of objectives has to be adjusted. And prioritizing the unlocking of the level 6 main base is the most logical choice. And upgrading the main base also upgrades new troop types in addition to getting new units. This allows you to follow up by summoning level 6 units directly, without wasting the unity value of summoning level 5 units. Thinking of this, Su Yang immediately checked the specific resources required for the upgrade. The resources needed to upgrade a level 6 home base are more than double that of a level 5 home base. If it were before, the thing that caused Su Yang the most headache would definitely still be the large amount of resources needed for upgrading. But this time is different. After taking Australia as a vassal state, you can directly upgrade your base just by using their inventory. With Australia's massive stock and strong production capacity, the last thing you need to worry about when upgrading your main base is the resource problem. Of course, these resources have to be removed from secondary resources like fuel and steel. Australia has also brought in fuel and steel production capacity, but nowhere near as much as it has for other resources. Fuel and steel are two of the most important resources for marching operations in weapons construction, and the territory consumes them greatly, with stocks never going up. Currently, the territory's stock of primary resources and the total amount of defense value fully satisfy the upgrade requirements, except for fuel and steel. But the good thing is that the last time I raided AUS I still gained some, so I'll be able to point out a level 6 home base by tomorrow night or early the morning after. This interval is just enough time for the troops to acquire a unity value and a worm's nest heart. This battle with the Nature Clan had resulted in the capture of another expert grade worm's nest heart, which had been upgraded in quality and transformed into a legendary grade. The legendary grade was able to directly shorten the research time by 5 days, so all that was needed in the next 2 days was to obtain another legendary grade insect nest heart, and then when upgrading the main base afterward, he would be able to kill it in seconds. This shows that the rewards from the last round of Lord's ranking were simply dispensable for Dragon Kingdom. The 20% upgrade for military research and buildings was put on this main base upgrade, which was also scaled down by 2 days, leaving 8 days left, and 2 worms nest hearts directly by themselves in seconds. Simple and rough. Currently the primary goal, accumulate unity values in bug nest hearts, and kill the main base in seconds before unlocking advanced troop types and summoning them. It was only after the conclusion of these tasks that the force was expanded to conduct a full-scale attack on the enemy. The completion of this process will consume at least 3 or even 4 days, during which time the enemy will certainly not sit still. Fuel consumption is tight right now, and once the war starts it will affect the progress of the territorial upgrades. That's why Su Yang decided to avoid war these days. He planned to only let the Ranger Expeditionary Army kill the enemy outside. Li Xian and Meng Tian, on the other hand, retreated to the Australian territory with the 1st and 2nd Expeditionary Armies to fight a much less exhausting defensive war. Expedition 1 and 2 armies are too consuming to travel, and the Great Plains rock monster unity value drops are so low that field combat is too cost-effective. What's even deadlier is that killing these contraptions can't be used to refine oil, which is basically more than it's worth to the Qin army, which feeds on war. That's why Su Yan planned to have Meng Tian on standby in Australia to defend against the possible arrival of a Fey attack, or a 3-way alliance infestation. Li Xin then returns to the Playhouse Tooth territory to build his farm and erect defenses for him. If you want to upgrade the facilities that are already available in the Theater Teeth territory, just let Tanji operate them. But remodeling the walls or building a non-Theater Tooth facility like an automated crossbow turret would require his personal presence or that of a hero unit. The land around the Playhouse Tooth is the most suitable area for growing wisteria berries as well as a range of plants. Therefore, Su Yang intended to make it the agricultural base of Great Qin, responsible for the food production of the entire empire. After planning a bit in his head, Su Yang closed the panel and began to dispatch his troops outside the Forbidden Zone. The official Dragon Kingdom live broadcast, International Edition. The Forbidden Ground live feed was cut off after the crossbowman shot the symbiote mother. However, even in the face of a pitch-black screen, the number of pop-ups in the live broadcast remained unabated. The Aussie and Theaterbenders populace were thrilled to see the Imperial Armored Forces in action for the first time. Used to their own troops cowering before the Fae, the violent Rangers drove them mad. I don't know. This is simply too much of a loss for a thief. The Dragon Kingdom soldiers are also too handsome. Thick gift thanks. I wouldn't even dare to kill Gon like this at home. Is this really a swarm from the Theater's Teeth area? And why is the situation completely reversed when we're fighting it? It's so painful to watch the soldiers of the Dragon Kingdom in combat. It's like shoving a bomb inside your asshole. Unlike foreigners, the people of Longwei have concerns in addition to excitement. This ranger is just too handsome. It doesn't feel like it would have won with such ease and panache if a large force had come. Indeed, the rangers are simply unrivaled in this complex terrain. But the bugs have developed air units, and it feels like we need to speed up as well. Yeah, at the rate the bugs are going, it won't be long before they produce air units with some threat. Aside from the bugs, other countries should be able to produce airplanes almost as well. I don't know if there are any airplanes in Great Qin's technology tree. It feels like it's hard to think of people still being able to fly in the sky in ancient times. Something like that, eh? The Imperial Armor is an upgrade of ancient armor. The Xian Iron Chariot and the Blazing Flame Colt are upgrades of ancient chariots and horses. The Great Qin technologies are all upgrades of the original things. And the air units aren't really a sure thing. Anyway, believe it first, predictions about Great Qin basically hit the face. I believe in Great Qin's technology. Yeah. Sit and wait for the air units to appear. It feels like Da Qin's air units will be super racy. Chapter 200 Yanan's Conspiracy? Da Qin Incubation Base. Late at night, a group of soldiers in camouflage uniforms were moving quickly through the jungle. After advancing rapidly for some time along the vegetation-ridden woods, an extremely brilliant light appeared before them. Pushing through the last of the jungle, On the side bounded by the creek was a dense forest of unparalleled splendor. The lead officer's eyes flashed and he immediately had his men telegraph the news back to. Amidst the jungle of rugged roads and complicated terrain, a territory stood quietly. In the center of the territory is a palace-like building skillfully constructed out of bamboo. In the middle of the palace, Lord Yanan left the chutes having just received a telegram from the front. The northern border has been scouted and identified as the heart of the worm's nest. Seeing the telegram, a complex smile appeared on Leaf Shoot's face. With a flash of his mind, he opened the panel and entered the private chat interface. After opening it, he skillfully closed the private chat of England, which was in the first column, and tapped on Rice, which was in the back. Lord Yanan, it's confirmed. Directly north of us is the heart of the Dragon Kingdom's worm's nest. Lord Rice, good. Tell me your plan. Lord Yanan, when the time is right for Yanan to move his troops to the west, he will be able to attack with the Italian allied forces and take Bangladesh south of the Eye of the Earth. In this way, 5 of the 6 regions bordering Australia will be our territory, and the pressure on the Dragon's defense will be greatly increased. After taking Italians, I will return to Yanan and launch an attack on the troops' tooth territory south of the heart of the worm's nest. If he moves his troops back to defend the theater, you'll be able to take Australia while you're at it. If he doesn't return to the theater teeth, then as soon as you guys initiate support, I'll be able to take down the theater teeth and make the Dragon Kingdom suffer a negative detriment. Lord Rice, true to form, I recognize Yanan's military might, but how do I know you're not lying to me? Rococo hasn't lost a head-to-head battle so far. I don't believe you'll leave the English Union so easily. Lord Yanan, the Dragon Kingdom people are insidious to the extreme, and that Su Yang is even more dictatorial and arrogant. Not only do they never attend Union meetings, but they have transformed the Union state into a vassal state, and the people of Yanan will no longer let anyone step on their heads. Lord Rice, words do not convince. My friend, I need to see action. Lord Yanan, I don't need any payment for the battle to take Bangladesh, and the colonization rights can all be given to Italy. Before that, I'll gather the southern troops under the pretext of supporting the Dragon Kingdom, then I'll eliminate them together, and Yanan will have no choice but to join the three-party alliance. Lord Rice, if you can really accomplish this, the tripartite alliance will recognize you. It's just that all of your plans are based on the fact that there is only one large force in the Dragon Kingdom, and the large force is located in Australia. Are you sure about that? Lord Yanan, the Lords of England clearly mentioned in the Union conference room that the Dragon Kingdom had led a large force into the Eye of the Earth and taken Australian territory. In addition, the Lord of the Theatre Teeth has also mentioned the situation where the Dragon Kingdom's large force conquered it and then left. And compared with Australia, the Theatre of the Teeth is not worth sending troops stationed. The Dragon stayed in the south even if there are troops or small units. Not to be feared. Lord Rice, so what do you want from the tripartite alliance? Lord Yanan, we want permanent autonomy, and I need the tripartite alliance to provide assistance if Yanan enters the theater or is counterattacked by the Dragon Kingdom. Lord Rice, will you hold up if the Dragon Kingdom strikes back? And how do I know that the unity value I've invested won't go down the drain? Lord Yanan, our birth point is the Purgatory Rainforest, a tropical jungle. The Dragon Kingdom's maneuvering forces will be unable to move an inch in the jungle, and I'm sure you should clear the Yanan forces' combat power in the jungle. Lord Rice, Lord Yanan, will help the Tripartite Alliance take the entire southern region of the heart of the worm's nest, and combine our efforts to overthrow the Dragon Kingdom. Lord Rice, on behalf of the countries of the Tripartite Alliance, I welcome Yanan. Zizi. With the end of the private chat with Rice, Lord Yanan departed from the chutes and turned to open another private chat with England, sending information about the area he had just scouted. Lord Yanan, today the Yanan Reconnaissance Force identified 2 locations. We are located in the Purgatory Rainforest, with the heart of the worm's nest in the Dragon Kingdom to the north, and the Valley of the Tigers in the Manjara Kingdom to the east. According to this distribution, the northern part of Bangladesh must be bordered by the Eye of the Earth of Australia. As the next step of the Tripartite Alliance will surely be to retake Australia, I suggest that the Confederate countries send their troops to gather in Manjara immediately. I will open up the southern borderline for our troops to cross, and once assembled, we will be able to support Australia and fight the Tripartite Alliance with the Dragon Nation. Lords of England, you're doing a great job, but the Dragon Kingdom doesn't necessarily need our power. I'll ask the Dragon Lords tonight, and we'll make a decision at the Alliance meeting tomorrow. ZZ. The private chat page closed, and a satisfied smile appeared on Offshoot's face. The results of this Lord's ranking indicate that the era belonging to the Dragon Kingdom has passed. Next, Su Yang and Great Qin would pay a painful price for their arrogance. Early the next morning, the official message of the week was sent. Rukoku official. The 4th week of resource materialization has arrived, and the 4 southeastern provinces have basically resumed operation. Poland is nearly extinct and has entered a state of anarchy. Cuba was declared extinct. And the Cuban High Command sent us a message before the apocalypse, the Eastern Japanese army that destroyed the Cuban territories. And the Cuban lords didn't succumb even at the end of the day. The information blockade between Australia and the Opera House has been unlocked. The conquest of the countries and the people are cooperating well. And the last idea of flogging their lords can be put on hold. The next period is the most critical. After checking the message from the official, Su Yang was about to close the panel when the England alliance meeting started again. Su Yang did not intend to participate. After all, the matters within the alliance had all been handed over to Elizabeth. But Elizabeth sent a message indicating that this meeting was more important. Entering the chamber, England spoke generally about Lord Yannen's idea of advocating a build-up of forces to support the Australian region. Su Yang was a bit surprised by this. These lords had never had much of a voice, but they had come forward at this critical moment. However, the Australian territories had Li Xin and Meng Tian assistance, and did not need the assistance of the alliance. Now that two areas have been scouted out, it's a good idea to just hold on to the Mongala country and hold on to this only gap in the south to the outside world. Lords of the Dragon Kingdom, the Eye of the Earth battlefield is too far away to travel long distances for aid, and we suggest that you hold the Valley of the Tiger in Bangladesh to guard against enemies from the bordering districts to the west. Lord Yannen, good. I think that's a better strategy. Worthy of a dragon lord. Lords of England, if the lords have no objections, then from today all the lords of the southern district can begin to gather their troops to the Yannan territories. Lord Pakistan, support Su Yang's decision. Pakistan sends troops immediately. Lord Sylvia will also send troops immediately to do her part for the alliance. Not expecting this group of lords to be quite active, Su Yang closed the panel. Especially this Lord Yannen, who had been a prick with a lot of opinions before, but this time he even volunteered to work for the alliance? A little strange? Doubts rose in Su Yang's heart for no reason. Strange as it is, this thing he's opening up is a good thing. Mobilizing other lords to motivate and rally troops to defend the Valley of the Tiger in Bangladesh. The Valley of the Tiger borders the Eye of the Earth to the north and the Tripartite Alliance's Italians to the west. It is the only area in the southern region that borders the outside and can be considered a pass area. The fact that the Union Army was able to gather and hold here on its own accord saved him a number of troops. After all, he didn't want the Tripartite Alliance to make small moves in the rear when he was deeper to the north behind him. As for Lord Yannen's rather strange behavior, Su Yang tentatively recognized it as a guilty conscience. After all, the Yannan territory was close to the heart of the worm's nest, and he didn't think Lord Yannen would dare to engage in any death-defying behavior. Closing the panel, Su Yang switched his viewpoint to Li Xin, who was already on standby in the Theater Teeth territory. After nearly half a day of running around yesterday, Li Xin successfully arrived at the Theater Troops' Teeth territory last night. The Ranger Expeditionary Force is also currently resting in the territory. After a big battle yesterday, the Rangers followed up by taking down several smaller swarms. Yesterday's one day's chopping of the Rangers alone reached 190,000 in unity value, plus the two infantry expeditionary armies. A total of 220,000 unity values and one legendary and one expert level worm's nest hearts were harvested in one day. All resources except fuel and steel are now available for the main base upgrade. Once the two resources are in place tonight, you can just unlock the level 6 main base. With Li Xin around, Su Yang directly opened up a remodeling plan for the Theater Troops' Teeth territory. First up is the automated farm that hasn't been enabled since the upgrade. Because the abundance of food production around Theater Teeth made him lower the priority of establishing a farm. Now, however, with the increase in the number of clans, it is necessary to support not only the soldiers but also a very large group of workers. If we don't develop agriculture, even if the production of Theater Teeth is high, it will run out one day. Su Yang summoned his thinking brain and asked it to analyze the surrounding land, monitoring the establishment of the Dakin incubator, water source soil testing in crop type analysis, in environmental climate analysis, outdoor cultivation area being planned, Dakin 01 crop breeding area, estimated floor area, 1000 m max 1000 m, projected plant species and corresponding area, wisteria fruit, type, potato crop, staple food, projected cultivation area, 50%, honeydew fruit, type, fruit, projected cultivation area, 13%, rubber fruit. After analyzing the situation, the thinking brain planned a total of 1 million square meters of land to the north, south, and west of the Playhouse Tooth territory. A total of 8 crops were grown, ranging from staples to fruits. But what surprised Su Yang the most was the cultivation base's land area. 1 million square meters, nearly 500 acres. This is way beyond the footprint of the territory. Such a large footprint must be a huge drain on resources. Su Yang checked the resource consumption and it was really amazing. More than the consumption of upgrading the main base. However, The resource consumption of incubation centers is mainly focused on stone and iron ore resources. Sand and gravel resources appear to be used for processing into glass, while iron ore resources are used to generate a variety of instrumentation. In addition to this, the incubation center requires a full supply of electricity to be operational. These three resources the territory is not at present deficient in, and Australia brings in large quantities of stone and iron ore. Electricity is fully affordable with fully operational wind and thermal power stations. After the planning was completed, Su Yang directly commanded Li Xin to start laying the cultivation base. The name Cultivation Center sounded like it made Su Yang think that it was a mega building, only to find out that it wasn't when it was actually constructed. It is made up of modules. One module covers an area of 100 by 100 and has a total of 100 such modules. A standard module is constructed from a metal frame and all sides are enclosed by high-grade glass with adjustable light transmission. The module is equipped with mechanical equipment for automatic cultivation, temperature and humidity regulation, fertilizer spreading, automatic harvesting, and so on. The 100 standard modules are in turn connected by pipelines to a distribution center located in the theater's dental territory. This is the equivalent of a fully automated crop warehouse, where outputs from all modules under the control of the brain are automatically sent to the warehouse. In addition to receiving output, the warehouse also sets aside fruit to be reinvested into the modules for seeding, and also transports crafted fertilizers to the appropriate modules. According to the brain's calculations, the original growth and maturation time of these crops was around 1 season. With the scheduling of the Daqin Cultivation Center, the crop growth and maturation time will be reduced to about 10 days. This time can also be shortened to a minimum of a week if you can save enough fertilizer. Harvesting a wave of fruits in a week. This capacity Su Yang didn't even dare to imagine. After letting the thinking brain calculate, the prediction it gave was that at the cultivation base's optimal capacity, the 1 million acres of land could support a total of 50,000 people. Seeing this number, Su Yang's eyes directly lit up. It seemed that after building out the cultivation center, the future food production would definitely not have to worry. As Li Xian walked around the perimeter of the territory, a standard cultivation module was created. Precise mechanical equipment with advanced light transmitting glass gives the incubator module a sci-fi look. After working all morning to build the 100 modules in order, Li Xian returned to the theater Troop Teeth territory to raise the electromagnetic tower. As the electromagnetic tower was established, the cultivation molds outside the territory lit up with glowing blocks activated in turn, as if revived. The deployment center in the territory was activated with a humming sound, and the fruits that had been located in the Playhouse Tooth warehouse were introduced to the deployment center and sent to the modules. Several mechanical arms inside the module operated at a rapid pace. They harvested the original fruits under the control of the brain and turned the land over to resow the seeds. No need for workers, no need to think, just connect to electricity and run fully automated. Standing on the city wall to watch Tang Ji envy miserable. He is still every day coaxing the workers to work in the mine. Did Qin even use fully automated intelligent production? He felt that now the theater group Teeth with the great Qin then are not backward. This is simply not in a level of dimension. Chapter 202 Clash. The beginning of the storm. The old synthetic 4K from the previous chapter is up, so the big guys will have to go back and read it to pick up the chapter. After the Daqin Cultivation Center was put into operation, Su Yang asked Li Xian to give an honorable and important task to Tang Ji. Place the raw material for making fertilizer, bug corpses, into the blending center. Yes, xenomorph carcasses have been developed to be a fertilizer for these crops, because the fuel capacity for conversion is only 400 per day. The swarm corpses, even if there are more of them, will only pile up in the crude oil stage and will not be converted into fuel. Su Yang felt that instead of piling up, it would be better to convert the excess corpses into fertilizer to increase the production of the cultivation center. Although the incubation center is fully automated, the delivery of things to the incubation center cannot be fully automated. After the basilisk carts returned the swarm corpses, there was still a need for someone to carry and convey the corpses into the redeployment center. Su Yang did not hesitate to give this task to Tang Ji. To be able to be utilized in this way, I think he will be very touched. After constructing the cultivation center, Su Yang immediately had Li Xian run to the double mother bug nesting area that he had previously taken. The advanced mineral mining techs have all been unlocked and completed, so it's time to mine the anatase there. As long as titanium alloy could be developed, energy shield plus titanium alloy imperial armor, I'm afraid that the tripartite alliance really couldn't even break through the Ruishir's defense. Li Xian departed after handing over Su Yang's task to Tang Ji. Originally, Su Yang had also planned to have Li Xian upgrade the crossbow cannons in the territory to automatic crossbow turrets to enhance defense. However, after learning that the southern sector was Yan'an territory, and with the presence of a highly mechanized ranger unit, he didn't waste that resource. Upgrading an electromagnetic crossbow turret consumed a whole 150 units of steel resources, which was not a small amount. Even more so now when you need to stockpile steel resources to upgrade your main base. You can't afford to waste them. As Li Xin left the city, Su Yang also switched his viewpoint to the Ranger Expeditionary Force unit. Yesterday 2 scouts in the Ranger Force reported that they had found a dead female bug during combat in the Phantom Zone, and that there were signs of a massive swarm migration in its vicinity. This point made Su Yang a little concerned. After all, the swarms were all around the mother bug in a certain area. Like this, even the bugs ran away with their mothers for the first time. That's why Su Yang sent an expeditionary force to follow the migration trail today to kill the enemy while going deeper north, hoping to discover the reason for the swarm's migration. Mutation. Toward evening, a train of light troop-carrying trucks drove along the rough road all the way into Yan'an territory. This was the English Union force that came to rendezvous in Yan'an, led by Pakistan. Barkistan is located in the southern core, and the neighboring territories each send their own troops to meet at Barkistan, then work their way north to meet at the Yan'an territory. 6 nations sent nearly 2,000 troops to Yan'an, with dozens of light trucks and towed artillery of all kinds built by England in support of the unity values and supplies. Welcome to all of you. Vietnam welcomes you all. The Vietnamese lord, leaving Shoots, was all smiles as he stood on the city wall to welcome the alliance troops. The formation of light trucks stopped in front of Yan'an's territory and units of soldiers from various countries got out. Off-shoot welcomed General Akam, the commander of this allied army and the hero unit of Pakistan, at the gates of his territory. Of the 6 countries that provided troop support, only Barkistan managed to rise to a level 3 home base with England's support. So this time out it was only the hero units of Pakistan. Inside the territory of Yan'an, a feast was ready. The alliance troops smelled the aroma of roasting meat before they even stepped through the gates of the territory. Leaving the Shoots laughed. The Black Mountain Pig, a specialty of the Purgatory Rainforest. I hope you all will enjoy it. As soon as they heard the words roast pork, the soldiers who had been running around all the way started to look at each other with glowing eyes. Not all of the descent zones have wild animals that can be eaten, and many of the local lords and soldiers may not have even seen meat since they entered the Forbidden Zone. Stepping into the territory, nearly 100 bonfire tables were set up in the square, with different parts of the Black Hills hog stuck on them, turned and roasted by specialists. The tender pork is roasted over an open fire and the grease is overflowing with a tantalizing aroma. It was the discipline of being a soldier that pulled the soldiers back. Otherwise they would have swarmed. Let's eat, folks, and get some rest tonight, and tomorrow we'll run to the front. The seemingly unsmiling Akam gave the order, and the soldiers who were instructed to do so cheered and ran to the campfire, unloading their gear and hugging and gnawing on the roasted meat. Offshoot smiled and handed Akam a piece of pig's hind leg. Grains of oil could be seen jumping on it in the light of the fire. The Barkistan Advent Zone is the area where there is no wildlife, and they feed on the roots of a special plant. Thank you, Off-Lord. On behalf of the Alliance forces I would like to express my sincere gratitude for your hospitality. Leaving the Shoots laughed lightly. We are all fighting for the Alliance. There is no need to say anything about thank you or no thank you. After a short exchange of pleasantries, Akam ate with the soldiers as well. Li Shoots, on the other hand, stood aside to make polite remarks from time to time. What no one noticed was that his eyes and fingers never stopped. After the wine and food, Leaving Shoots smiled and brought Akam up to the city wall, giving him a glimpse of the Yan'an territory. After a full meal, Akam gradually let down his guard and talked and laughed with Lei Shao. After walking a bit, Akam realized that the only people enjoying the food were the alliance troops he had brought with him, and none of the defenders in Yan'an's territory had eaten. And there was a look of complete readiness. Are the Fae of the Purgatory Rainforest powerful? It feels like the Yan'an soldiers are nervous, Akam said as he turned around. And the moment he turned around he froze. The muzzle of a blackened pistol had been pressed against the side of his head. Lordly, what is this? He stiffened, his brain waking up instantly. One by one, those moments that hadn't mattered at the moment came to mind. Exaggerated feasts to welcome and guide them to unload their equipment. Heavily armed guards, troops coming in and out during meals. He glanced with his afterglow to the communication card outside the walls, the only device they had to contact the lords. On the flank of the vehicle, the liaison officer had fallen in a pool of blood, while the side was filled with Yan'an soldiers. General Akam, eat your fill and be on your way. Bang! The sound of gunfire exploded over the territory, instantly breaking the silence of the night. The bullet entered Akam's head through the brain and spun out the back of his head. The soldiers of the Territory Central Alliance woke up instantly as they watched Akam fall off the walls on his back. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! They gasped and tried to pick up their gear, but all they heard was the sound of heavy gunfire ringing in their ears. The 4 heavy machine guns on the city walls turned towards the interior of the territory and fired wildly at the unsuspecting Alliance forces. Heartbreaking screams echoed over the territory. leaving the shoot with a smile on his face. He sent a private chat message like Rice. Lord Yanan, I have resolved the Confederate Army of England. The operation has begun. Chapter 203, Serious Mistake, Destruction of Bangladesh. Mutation. The whine of the heavy machine gun finally ceased, white smoke rising from the barrel. 2/3 of the 2,000 Union troops in the center of the territory died instantly. The remaining portion has been demoralized and is on its knees begging for mercy, leaving the shoots to gather the troops to put all the remaining soldiers in the dungeon that had been dug. He then personally led 800 soldiers onto light trucks driven by the Union Army and headed for the Bangladesh Adventist region as planned. They will take Bangladesh together with the Italians coming from the east. He sent another message to England on his way to the country of Manhwa. Lord Yanan, the Alliance Army is under attack by a wave of Fae. I'm on my way to rescue them. In the territory of Pakistan, the sleeping Lord Pakistan suddenly woke up with a start. A series of parade alerts appeared on his panel. Hero Unit Akam has been killed in action, cannot be resummoned. Level 2 Field Infantry *86 killed in action. Level 1 Field Infantry *221 killed in action. How is this possible? Lord Barkistan was struck by lightning. The hero general he had only just unlocked had died in battle just like that. How could 2,000 Confederates have such damage in Yan'an territory? In the midst of the near frenzy, a message from England was sent. Lord of England, Lord Yanan has sent word that the Alliance forces have encountered a massive Fey wave in Yan'an territory, and the battle is fierce. Lord Barkistan's eyes flickered. How was this possible? The Fey of the Purgatory Rainforest didn't even belong to the powerful class, and there were a whole 2,000 of them. So how could so many of them have died in such a short period of time? Lord Barkistan, it's impossible. My soldiers were all killed in action without a single message being sent back. Lord Yanan has been out of sorts for the past few days. Something is wrong with him. Something is definitely wrong with him. Late at night, the Valley of the Tigers in the country of Mangala. As the name implies, the Fae here are powerful mutant tigers. Tigers are nocturnal animals and basically all attacks occur at night. That's why Bangladeshi soldiers are particularly well defended at night. In the darkness, the soldiers on the level 2 walls stood at attention, wary of any attacks that might come in the darkness. Mutation. Suddenly from the east came the sound of engines roaring. The Bangladeshi lords who had not yet slept immediately ascended the walls. To the east was the bearing of Yanan's territory, and the Confederates agreed to rendezvous at Yan'an and then proceed to Bangladesh. Then the sound of this automobile traveling must be the Union Army. The Bangladeshi lord was beaming with joy. As a member of the alliance, he also hoped to contribute to the alliance for the Dragon Kingdom. However, the Dragon Kingdom was overpowered and was basically fighting against the entire tripartite alliance on its own. There were times when they, the weaker countries, had no chance to intervene in aid if they wanted to, and now that the big map has been explored, the alliance forces can form a decent fighting force after converging in the country of Manhwa. Although they could not follow the Dragon forces to the front line, they could hold Bangladesh against the enemy to the west. Holding Bangladesh, the southern pass, will allow the Dragon Kingdom to fight its enemies in the north with confidence. The Lord of the Manjala Kingdom's expression flickered, and as he was about to have the gates opened, a message came in. Lords of England, the Union Army is in distress. Anyone who comes near Bangladesh is an enemy. Hold your position. The Union is moving troops. Hold your position. The Lords of England have sent you 10,000 points. Boom. Without waiting for the Bangladeshi lord to digest the news, a shell exploded a short distance in front of the wall. The whole army is assembled. All troops gather. Enemy to the east. Enemy to the east. The Bangladeshi lord shouted. Several fires ignited in the darkness as a barrage of cannonballs came in and exploded over the walls. The lord of the Manjara kingdom immediately retreated from the walls, and with a flash of his mind he used the unity value given by England to summon units of soldiers. Bangladesh is not a military powerhouse, and the most powerful unit that can be summoned from a level 2 main base is a light machine gun squad. In the face of an artillery siege, all he could do was fight a protracted battle with the other side using numbers. Boom, boom. The simple level 2 walls could not resist the artillery barrage, and soon the walls were bombarded with several openings. The Bangladeshi leader had long ago told his troops to retreat to the walls and defend the opening. The enemy is a direct fire artillery and cannot shoot soldiers around the walls. The only way to enter Bangladeshi territory is for soldiers to attack through the openings, and by charging in the flesh, one is sure to encounter Bangladeshi firepower suppression. It wasn't like the other countries had armor like the Imperial armor soldiers of the Dragon Kingdom, who were only flesh and blood even if they had a high rank. Although Bangladesh is slightly less well armed, it has enough men and occupies a dangerous position that the enemy cannot easily break through. Boom, boom. Shells continued to fall and explode on the walls. Although the defense of the level 2 walls was not strong, the opponent's artillery power was also limited. Only part of the hole can be blown out. Not the whole section of the wall can be brought down. The eyes of the Bangladeshi lord flickered. The alliance army was in danger. So surely the ones who could reach him were the traitors who had created the danger. No matter what, today he must help the alliance take down this traitor and give an explanation to the soldiers in distress. Bang bang bang. A series of explosions rang out, and countless pieces of broken debris and mud shot up from behind them. A soldier tackled him to the ground, and by the time he rolled over and got up, the soldier was dead with shrapnel all over his back. Mortars. Attack from the west. The enemy also has mortars. Bang bang bang. Another barrage of shells fell from high in the air, and fire erupted in all directions. The Bangladeshi lord was blown away, his gaze gradually blurring. West side. West. There are enemies too. At the last moment of his will's imminent demise, he types a message into the chat box. Lords of Bangladesh, attacking both sides. Uniting enemies, taking vengeance. Manhwa. In the English territories, Elizabeth is sending out unity values to countries to reorganize their troops. A message came flooding into her mind, and the moment she saw it her brain jolted violently. It was a premeditated attack, and they were still too late. Elizabeth was in a trance and managed to keep from collapsing by bracing her hands on the table. Both the Pakistani and national forces suffered heavy losses, with almost 2/3 of the soldiers killed in action at the same time. And Lord Yanan disappeared after leaving only a message that the alliance forces had encountered a wave of Fae. The lords of the countries all thought that it was Yanan who had betrayed the alliance, and it was she who had suppressed the suspicions of the people before not reporting it to Su Yang. She believed that Lord Yanan would not betray without reason, and insisted on probing the situation before jumping to conclusions. As a precautionary measure, she sent 10,000 unity value to Manjala's country, and all resources and unity values in the territory were sent out so that they could redraw up a force to go to Yanan to find out what was going on. Maybe the last Confederate army really did experience a wave of Fae? Her unconditional trust in people was shattered when the news of Lord Manhwa came. The two teams arrived in Bangladesh at the same time for a joint attack. It was a premeditated attack. Yanan betrayed the alliance. With the loss of Bangladesh, Australia would be under total siege in the truest sense of the word. It was her judgment that delayed the battle and led to the success of Yanan's scheme. Elizabeth grimaced and tapped on a private chat message to Longwei. Lord of England, Jonan's betrayal. Allied forces wiped out. Bangladesh lost. The newly formed Union Army is heading for Jonan's territory. We'll take Jonan. Chapter 204, the guards are on the move. 2nd Expeditionary Rangers. The sleeping Su Yan was awakened by the message that stabbed into his mind. With a frown, he clicked on the information panel, and the more he looked at it, the harder his frown became. I can't believe I made such a mess once I woke up. Yanan rebelled? How dare he rebel? Su Yang got up violently, put on his clothes and walked out of the territorial residence. The damn Yanan had a real knack for picking his moments, too, and the Expeditionary Rangers happened not to be back in the Theater Teeth territory tonight. He told them to go all the way north to explore the cause of the swarm's migration and spend the night in the field tonight. It would now take a full 8 hours to summon them back to full speed. In the meantime, if Yanan launches an attack on the Theater Teeth, that would be a big problem. He had not upgraded the electromagnetic crossbow turrets for the Theater-class Teeth territory because he was trying to save money, and the soldiers that were originally stationed there had been transferred, leaving only a few crossbow turrets in the territory. And the Theater Teeth hadn't upgraded their military forces since he'd taken over, and there simply wasn't time to do it again now. Even if you invested more unity value to stack the numbers, you would only die after the city broke. On the contrary, Yanan defected to the Tripartite Alliance after the rebellion, and the Tripartite Alliance surely could support them with a lot of firepower. Although the Theater Teeth had a level 3 wall, it simply couldn't carry the hours in front of the heavy artillery. If the Theater Teeth is breached, then Great Chin will suffer a permanent reduction penalty. It can only be done by transferring troops from the territories. Su Yang's thoughts flashed and he immediately ordered the guards within his territory. Have them board the basalt wagon and depart immediately for the Theater Troops' Teeth territory. Su Yang then flashed his mind and opened the Royal Armor Camp panel. It would also take nearly 5 hours to drive there on the basalt train, and this was too slow and perhaps delayed, and he didn't want to take the punishment of the overthrow of the vassal state. A new army must be assembled. A faster army. Su Yang opened the private chat with England to input a message. Forming troops consumed time and the message had to be sent out in advance, stopping as many of Yanan's troops as possible from advancing to the theater. My troops are on their way. Closing the panel. Su Yang couldn't care less about upgrading the host's unity value and resources, and instantly began to summon troops. Formation summoning, 50% reduction in defense value. Uniformity value, 30,800. Level 5 Dechin Imperial Armor Crossbowman *48 in summoning. Level 5 Great Chin Potential Scout *2 in summoning. The Imperial Armored Battalion rumbles and runs. The Imperial Armored Crossbowmen came out of the mechanical gates in a line in formation. The sounds of mechanical operations and steam surges were constantly intertwined. The end of soldier summoning is the warhorse, and the establishment of cavalry units will bring about a large consumption of fuel and steel, which will have an impact on the main base upgrades, but it was the only option at the moment, and it was the price to pay for his earlier carelessness. The stat value is put in, and the heavy weapon battalion begins to roar. The second batch of Dachin's cavalry is being put into production. Unity value 37,500. Level 2 improved blazing colt *50 in summoning. Anon. With a neighing sound, a large group of mechanical horses galloped out of the heavy weapon camp. The crossbowmen and scouts that had just been summoned rolled onto their horses, and the second contingent of expeditionary rangers was formed. Su Yang named this mounted unit the Great Qin Expeditionary Rangers 2. After the summoning was completed, the Rangers 2 team ran out of the territory one by one under Su Yang's command. Both the crossbowmen and the blazing colt took time to summon, and at this point nearly an hour had passed since the departure of the guard troops. Standing on the city wall looking at the Rangers disappearing into the dense forest, Su Yang's eyes became gradually glazed over. Betraying the alliance, attacking Bangladesh, and disrupting his upgrading rhythm. All these crimes combined were already enough to kill Lord Yan'an several times. Originally, he wanted to leave the first kill of the Great Qin to the east, but he didn't expect someone else to cut in. They will pay in blood for their mistakes. Buzz. A dozen or so light trucks sped across the road, away from the chutes that were on fire to return to Yan'an territory. His own betrayal may have been exposed, and it was likely that the Dragon Kingdom had already sent troops back to help. The 20,000 unity value from Rice had arrived, and he summoned new troops directly from Yan'an towards the Theater Teeth. His current mission is to attack the Theater Teeth in conjunction with the Tripartite Alliance's attack on Australia. If the Dragon Kingdom sent a large force back to Australia, then he would just take down the Theater Teeth to give the Dragon Kingdom a painful blow. If the Dragon's large forces are attracted back to the Theater Teeth, the Tripartite Alliance will be able to retake Australia. That way the Dragon Kingdom would suffer a double whammy of diminishing returns and resource shortages. And he didn't have to worry about the Dragon Kingdom's furious vengeance. He would take back the Lord's Mansion and retreat to the rainforest with the Rice's unity values and fight a guerrilla war with the Dragon Kingdom. The Purgatory Rainforest was the domain of Yan'an soldiers, and it was unlikely that the Dragon Kingdom would be able to settle the battle here quickly. As long as they stalled the Dragon Kingdom, the large forces of the three-party alliance in the north would be able to drive in and end them once and for all. Offshoot's eyes flickered, and the corners of his mouth hooked into a contemptuous smile. At the end of the day it's nothing more than a traitorous luck. Ignorant brat who got to where he is by technology. Being powerful in battle is not all. Hearts and minds and strategies are the most powerful forces in this world. Only those who can read hearts and play with strategies can survive in the Forbidden Land until the end. ZZ. The sound of electricity came from the radio, and Offshoot picked up the communicator. My lord, we've encountered a heavy fire hold and are unable to continue the mission. What firepower? It's the Dragon Kingdom's troops. Leaving the Shoot's heart jumping. How could the Dragon Kingdom troops come back so quickly? Looking at the firepower, it's not Dragon Kingdom troops. It should be Alliance troops. Confederates? Leaving Shoot's eyes flickered. It seemed that he still hadn't killed them off once before, and he had even pulled together another team. He purposely had to bring together a wave of allied forces to kill before attacking the country of Mongala just because he was afraid that these guys would impede the operation as they were doing now. But he didn't expect these people to be able to organize another group so quickly, and to arrive at Yan'an territory so quickly. It seems they haven't been fooled long enough to be too stupid. As long as it wasn't the Dragon Army, it was a good thing that the Alliance forces had no chance against the Yan'an forces in the Rainforest Zone. And judging by the Alliance pulling up troops to stop them, the Dragon's big forces were indeed in the north. Too late to support them. The smile floating at the corner of the mouth away from the Shoots. Let Yan'an come to blow the first sound of the horn of the overthrow of the Dragon Kingdom. Let's get rid of these losers first, then we'll take down the Theater Teeth. Chapter 205 Ghosts in the Jungle. Lord Barkistan goes all out. Mutation. Water-cooled heavy machine guns poured out bullets and countless rounds of fire poured into the light trucks in front of the road. Hand-sized machine gun bullets can easily pierce truck shells, penetrate tires, and even point fuel tanks. 3 light trucks traveling in front of the road stopped instantly, with flames rising from the area of the fuel tanks that had been shot. When the Vietnamese soldiers in the trucks abandoned them and fled, they were met with another round of heavy machine gun fire. Because of England's full assistance, Pakistan was able to create 2 of these big killers. At the moment Lord Barkistan was standing in the rainforest in full command of this ambush. He reacted to all of Yan'an's anomalies the moment the Confederates initialized, so he insisted on asking for reinforcements, despite Elizabeth's admonitions, and chose to lead the attack himself. He was going to exterminate the damn traitor himself. Retreat into the rainforest. Seeing that the road ambush had been successful, he immediately told his squad to put away their heavy machine guns and move into position. The members of the machine gun squad quickly ceased fire, splashed water to cool down, wrapped their guns in insulating cotton and moved deeper into the rainforest. Lord Barkistan already knew about Yanan's alliance with Rice, and knew that they would surely receive a large amount of equipment support. So instead of fixing heavy machine gun positions, he hit and ran to avoid being bombarded by local artillery units. As much as he wanted to destroy the traitors himself, he knew he couldn't crush the enemy from the front with this freshly pulled together force of only 500 men. The Dragon Kingdom's forces were on their way, and all he needed to do was to slow down the enemy's advance as much as possible. Boom! The fuel tanks ignited with a violent explosion, and the 3 front trucks were completely scrapped in a puff of black smoke. After General Yanan's unit reported the situation to Leaf Shoots, he immediately led his troops out of the car to meet the battle. By the time they got out of the car, however, the enemy strafing had ceased and the heavy machine gun positions had been withdrawn. The Yanan general's eyes flickered, and he didn't know whether to call the other man stupid or smart. Call them stupid. They also knew to withdraw their machine gun positions early to avoid mortar bombardment. Call them smart. They ran off into the jungle again. The jungle being the domain of the Yanan warriors. 2 scouts returned from the road front and reported back to General Yanan. General, nearly 500 meters of road ahead has been destroyed by the enemy. They also have a dozen or so trucks placed across the road to block it. It will take time for our side to clear it. General Yanan looked out into the jungle on either side of the road and after a moment's thought gave orders to his troops. Repairing the roads now will surely be harassed. Send troops to push into the rainforest to see if they can crush the flies first. Yes. The communication soldier was ordered and immediately conveyed the message. The Yanan forces were informed and quickly formed into small guerrilla formations. They discard all heavy equipment and most soldiers carry only AK-47M assault rifles or K-50 submachine guns. Jungles are the realm of light weapons, and these 2 assault-type weapons, while inexpensive to build, have a great ability to adapt to the environment, which makes them a natural fit in jungle terrain. The assembled Yanan forces poured into the jungle, wearing camouflage uniforms that blended in with the jungle the moment they poured into it. Contempt flashed across the faces of the Yanan generals. The jungle was the domain of the Yanan people, and any trespassers had historically suffered the most brutal punishments. Sasha. The dense undergrowth was rattling with constant rattling. Pakistani troops in earth-colored uniforms galloped through the jungle. Followed yet. Lord Barkistan took the intercom and talked to the communicator. Heel. The brigade has entered the jungle. Good. On my command. Make sure the mission is accomplished. ZZ. The radio hung up and was replaced by a series of currents. Lord Barkistan led the machine gun squad in 2 squads in a rapid retreat after completing their blocking mission, returning to the large position of his troops in the rainforest. They're going to draw the enemy hordes into the rainforest and hold them off here. Machine gun squads redeployed their heavy machine guns and silence fell over the entire Pakistani position, just waiting for the enemy to arrive. Sasha appeared. The sound of approaching troops. The nerves of Lord Pakistan and the soldiers instantly tightened. He knew that Yanan troops were known as the ghosts of the jungle. With the jungle mountainous terrain, they were even able to defeat the Mi army, which had several times the combat strength of Yanan. He knew that fighting Yanan soldiers in the jungle had little chance of winning, but it was the only solution at the moment. Sasha. The sound of marching was getting closer and closer, and the machine gunners were gripping the grips of their guns, the bullets already loaded. Sandy. Just as Lord Barkistan was about to give the order to fire, the sound of the marching suddenly stopped, and all sound faded instantly. Lord Barkistan's eyes flickered as beads of sweat rolled down his forehead in quick succession. Even though the sun hadn't been out for long, the humid heat of the rainforest was already unbearable. Where could the enemy forces be? Boom boom boom. The sound of shells discharging broke the silence as a volley of mortar shells landed in the Pakistani position. A series of explosions rang out, and countless mud and bomb fragments shot outward. Lord Barkistan realized at this moment that he had made a mistake, and that in the jungle one must always move and never fight a positional battle. The machine gun position that had just been deployed was instantly destroyed under mortar fire, and dozens of soldiers died horribly. 3rd Company, stay behind for cover. The rest of you retreat with me. Lord Barkistan spat out the mud from his mouth, ignoring the blood at his deep shoulder, and shouted. The position was broken, and to continue the delay it was necessary to give up one of the men. The captain of the 3rd Company, receiving his orders, rose with his rifle and fired furiously into the rainforest ahead of him. All hands on deck. Recapture the heavy machine guns and hold your positions. Boom boom boom. Another barrage of mortar shells fell, muffling the cries of the company leader. Lord Pakistan and the remaining troops continued to retreat backward, while at the same time he got on the radio again. Action! Action! The squad leader gave the order and an assault platoon, coated in mud and hidden in the jungle on the other side of the road, showed up. They rearmed a heavy machine gun and strafed several trucks transporting heavy weapons behind Yanan's forces. Mutation. Countless bullets spurted out, and several trucks instantly burst into flames. Chapter 206, The Final Battle. Arrival of the 2nd Expeditionary Army. Mutation. Machine gun blasts came from behind them, and General Yanan's tiger-like body jerked his head around. Son of a... There's even an ambush. Kill them all. Kill them all. As he watched the back row of trucks being engulfed in flames, the anger in General Yanan's heart was completely ignited. The soldiers who stayed behind to assist the convoy quickly poured into the jungle and charged that machine gun position from the flank. Chugging clucked. The heavy machine gun, which was firing bullets, suddenly went off and the chain jammed in the barrel. The supply clerk off to the side ignored the smoking barrel and went straight to work fiddling with the bullet chain. But no matter how much fiddling was done, the machine gun could not resume firing. This heavy machine gun is simply not suited for combat in a rainforest environment, where near 90% air humidity can cause rapid rusting of various structures. Captain, it's time to retreat. The enemy forces are coming back to kill. The raid platoon leader looked at the 6 burning trucks in front of him, his mind reeling with thoughts. The Lord's orders are to destroy all heavy weapons transports and to destroy as many truck vehicles as possible. Yet now there are only 6 units. Not enough. And that's not enough. Can't retreat. Must blow up all the rear trucks. Everyone, charge with me. The assault platoon leader rose with a yell and charged the center of Yanan's convoy with his submachine gun. Following him were 3 dozen mud-covered Pakistani soldiers. It was a suicide attack. Mutation. The assault platoon charged recklessly, strafing the truck's fuel tanks and tires as they approached. Grenades, earth bombs, incendiary bombs, everything that could be used went into the trucks. As he managed to take 2 more trucks, the troops assembled in front of Yanan killed them. The powerful network of firepower swept in, instantly killing half of the soldiers and preventing the rest from advancing half a step further. The commander of the assault platoon fell in a pool of blood, looking straight ahead at the communications officer carrying a radio in the distance. He wanted to give his lord a report on the battle, but a chill spread quickly from the soles of his feet. Grade 1 DKZ-82 B10 recoilless gun *10 destroyed. Level 2 DSHK-12. 7mm heavy machine gun *6 destroyed. Level 1 RPG-7 *23 destroyed. Class 1 968A military carrier truck *13 destroyed. Level 3 field assault infantryman *136 killed in action. Level 3 newsletter. Lord, the troops have been raided. 13 transport trucks and a large number of heavy weapons have been destroyed. I'm afraid we can't continue our raid on Theater Teeth. Waste. Offshoot yelled as he looked at the battle damage on the panel. This hasn't even fought the Dragon Kingdom yet, and it's surprising to be beaten by the Burkistanes. Crush that group of Pakistanis and take them back to the territory alive if possible. I want them to live and die. I don't know how long they had been running through the jungle, but Lord Pakistan and the soldiers following them were all exhausted. They were soaked, covered in weed mud and red cells from the bites of unknown insects. Rustling sounds rang in the ears from time to time, and every time it rang a teammate would disappear into the dense forest. He found that from a certain period of time, the enemy was no longer seeking to kill them, but was ready to take them alive. It had been a long time since any news had come back on the radio, and he wondered if the frontline ambush team had succeeded or not. Another soldier's scream rang out behind him, and Lord Barkistan could no longer stand to have his team members taken away from him one by one like this. Each take cover and prepare to meet the enemy. Lord Barkistan spoke loudly. The group of less than 100 men left quickly stopped retreating on command and sought cover for cover. Lord Barkistan leaned against an old tree and panted heavily. Blood from a plant cut on his brow mixing with sweat into his eyes. Attract large enemy forces deeper and arrange ambushes to destroy enemy transportation convoys. If the strategy worked, the Dragon Nation's large force should be able to arrive at the Theater Teeth territory before Yannan. If the strategy didn't work, then he'd like to be able to delay it for at least a little while. In short, he had done everything he could think of strategically, and every step of it had been done with the lives of his soldiers. He has abandoned too many soldiers for the mission. He will not abandon anyone else next. He will finish the final battle with his soldiers. The moment he decided to personally run to the front line to command the battle, he never thought of retiring in one piece. After raising the territory to level 3, he ordered the hero unit that required the least amount of unity value to manage logistics. After pointing out a hero unit, the Lord will not be declared defeated by the system even if he dies. Hero units may take over the lordship in the next natural week and continue with the trial. The situation only allowed him to order logistics, and if he ordered general units, then none of the 500-man teams could be organized. So in order to expand his war effort, He chose to order the hero unit with the least amount of demand and run to the front line himself. This way, even if he dies himself, he will not expose Pakistan to a natural disaster in reality. Sasha Sasha. Sasha Sasha. The ghost-like voice sounded again. Lord Barkistan jerked the bolt and chambered around. Come on. Barkistan high-level conference room. There was no sound in the conference room, and all the top counselors and generals were sitting upright. It took them a long time to figure out the situation with Lord Barkistan when the Forbidden Lands live stream opened, followed up on the moment when it was revealed that he summoned logistical heroes and led the attack himself. All ceased to speak. Silence was their highest tribute to the hero of Pakistan. The official Barkistan live stream. The two sides inside the Forbidden Land had entered the final battle. Through the lens of Lord Barkistan, the bullets coming from all directions were reaping the lives of the soldiers one by one, eating away the last of Pakistan's strength little by little. You will always be remembered by the people of Pakistan. Can you run away and not die? Rashid, my child, someone save him. You are nearing the edge of the descent zone. Proceeding will open the sector. You are nearing the edge of the descent zone. Proceeding will open the sector. Su Yang ignored the prompt and let his troops charge straight into the rainforest. Tap tap tap. Iron Hoof stomped deep pit after deep pit in the dirt. The blazing colt was at full power, ignoring the complex terrain and moving at full speed. Chapter 207 The Purge begins. Yan'an frontline generals followed their troops deep into the rainforest to the final siege site. Sparse gunfire rang out as a steady stream of Pakistani soldiers were dragged from the forest floor. The perimeter of Yan'an's makeshift camp was full of dead Pakistani soldiers. Some are already dead bodies. Some are still breathing, and those who are still alive will suffer a worse fate. How's it going? General Yan'an asked the field brigade commander. Report, sir? About 50 captured alive. 30 left inside resisting. After all the time you've been given, how come you've captured 50 of them? General Yan'an's brows tightened. He had already made a major blunder. And if that fate didn't please the lords, his own fate would not be easy to say. The brigadier skimmed his lips and laughed. These guys are a little too brittle to rub and die. But those 30 in there are pretty much about to have a mental breakdown. They should all be able to be captured alive. And they seem to be commanded by Lord Barkistan. There are lords. General Yan'an's eyes lit up. Make sure you capture them alive for me. I'll give you another 10 minutes to get this place done. And the dragon forces will be here in another 2 or 3 hours if they want to provide support. I guess. Dragon forces? Coming to the jungle for support? The first captain gave a meaningful look. Sir, do you really think any team can beat us in this area? What do you mean? General Yan'an revealed a puzzled expression. The Lord said that the Dragon Kingdom troops are the most capable troops in this world in terms of infantry combat. How many more wars has Lord experienced? We had defeated what was then known as the most powerful countries in the world in succession, and the Dragon Kingdom was one of them. We're unrivaled in the rainforest, and besides, we've already made a big mistake, so there's no way we can go back like this, right? Lord Yan'an narrowed his eyes, his gaze flickering as he spoke after a long moment of thought. Quickly take down the people inside, take up the favorable terrain, and we'll meet the guys right here. There's still 2 hours left, enough time to deploy the war effort. The field marshal pulled his tactical dagger from his belt, the corner of his mouth quirking up slightly. Make them pay in blood. Bang bang bang. The gunfire was fading. The enemy had begun to come in close to get them. Lord Pakistan and the remaining soldiers had all fallen into a trance-like condition. The high temperatures had caused them to sweat profusely and all of them had become dehydrated. This, coupled with the fact that the Yan'an soldiers move through the jungle like ghosts, and their teammates disappear without a word, keeps the soldiers' spirits high. The environmental factors and the pressure given by the enemy have left the remaining soldiers on the verge of a mental breakdown. Even when the Lord personally supervised the battle, there were soldiers who completely gave up resistance and knelt down to pray. Sasha. A murmur sounded at his side, and like a startled bird raising his hand, Lord Pakistan swept at the trees. A sweeping shot was followed by the realization that the source of the sound was actually his own guard. A tremendous amount of pressure swept over him, and Lord Barkistan only felt like he had been hit in the head with a hammer blow. He looked at the bullet hole-riddled body of his guard and staggered 2 steps to the ground. Sasha. There was a murmur of voices, and a Yan'an soldier with a dagger in his hand burrowed out from where he had just swept. Lord Barkistan pulled the trigger, realizing that the shot he had just fired was already done. This is the man who made the murmur that allowed himself to accidentally kill the guard. Scum! Lord Barkistan lifted his pale lips and cursed breathlessly. He reached behind his back and tried to reach for his pistol. If you can't destroy Yan'an's troops to avenge the fallen Confederates, you should at least kill the man in front of you to avenge the dead guardsmen. Giggle. The Yan'an soldier grinned broadly and threw the dagger in his hand violently, stabbing it in the right hand of the Pakistani lord as he tried to reach for his gun. He then stepped forward and swung his fist, knocking Lord Barkistan straight to the ground. Kinda tough. Still has a little action when you're dying. I like to get tough guys like you. He leaned in and whispered in Lord Pakistan's ear, casually jerking the dagger stuck in the back of his hand. The stinging pain hit and Lord Pakistan almost fainted. It's all over. Active target detected. Active target detected. The scouts reported back that white dots were appearing around the edges of the probes that were synced back. Full speed ahead. Su Yang ordered. None of the troops that Jonan had attacked toward the heart of the worm's nest were encountered along the way. Either they had no intention of doing that, or the Confederates really did stall them halfway across the country. If the latter was the case, the Confederates would have absolutely paid dearly with the equipment they had. Hopefully, we'll get there before they're crushed. The blazing Colt went full speed ahead, flying close to those white dots on the probe. At the speed of the Rangers, it would take only a few minutes to cross the distance on the probe. Cut to the front row crossbowman's view, with the vegetation on either side receding as fast as streams of light. The white dot on the probe was getting closer and closer, about to come into visual range. Buzz. A handful of electromagnetic crossbow guns began to recharge. A figure snapped before the crossbowman's eyes. Even if he was well camouflaged, it was all for naught against the detector localization and the eagle eyes of the crossbowman. Suspicious target sighted. Requesting fire command. Suspicious target sighted. Requesting fire command. It was the Yan'an soldiers. Su Yang's eyes flashed. Fire freely and eliminate all targets of that camp. Buzz. A steel crossbow bolt was fired across a distance of 1,000 meters, shooting through all obstacles to hit the fleeing Yan'an scout with precision. Command received. 2nd Expeditionary Army. Clearing operation commenced. Sir, it's all done. This is really Lord Barkistan. Grand Captain Yan'an threw the nearly unconscious Lord Bakistan in front of the general. Now we don't have to worry about the Lord's reprimand. A living lord is a heavy bargaining chip. With a sinister grin on his face, Yan'an jerked his leg and kicked at Lord Bakistan's neck. Damn! How dare you disrupt my plans? After the kick he turned toward the first officer, a smile on his lips. Take the team and get ready. Set up positions. We're going to welcome the next group of guests here. Take all the remaining RPGs. Suddenly a faint scream rang out in the distance, accompanied by a strong gusting sound of some kind. What the hell? The Yan'an general snapped his head to the brigadier and a smile froze on his face. Chapter 208, The Beginning of the Massacre. The Battle of the Jungle. I thought I said it was all done. What the is this? Lord Yan'an's eyes widened. I don't know. I'll take a look now. The field captain flung his gun in front of him and dove headlong into the jungle. General Yan'an vaguely felt that something was wrong. The Dragon Kingdom troops had arrived? Normally it's not a couple hours away. How is this possible? You too. Get him out of here and get the prisoners up and moving toward the convoy. General Yan'an called up a few soldiers and told them to return to the caravan carrying Lord Bakistan, with 1,000 field troops in front of them. Even if something did go wrong they would be able to evacuate in time. Giggling. Screams mingled with the sound of heavy instruments stomping on the ground as they rang through the jungle. The Yan'an field captain leapt into the trench and found the communications officer beside him. What a situation. What's going on now? I don't know. The calm soldier is holding the intercom, which is nothing but current murmurs and occasional screams. How could it be? The field captain looked stunned. The Yan'an soldiers, even if they couldn't fight with firepower, couldn't be beaten like this with their concealment skills in the jungle. This was in the jungle, the domain of their Yan'an warriors. It would be the greatest insult to them to lose a battle in the jungle. Rally the remaining troops. Follow me. The field captain shouted angrily. He put on his camouflage hat, wiped a few handfuls of dirt on his face, and led 2 assault platoons to the front line. As they quickly went deeper, the screams and stomps ahead became clearer and clearer. Their troops are being unilaterally massacred. He wanted revenge. He wanted to kill all these damn intruders. Charge me. Kill all. Giggle. As he shouted angrily, a mechanical horse leapt out of the jungle in front of him. Those iron hooves stomped deep pits in the ground, and steam rolled out of their nostrils. Sitting on top of the warhorse was a soldier wearing silver and white battle armor and holding a silver gun. Wearing face armor, he could not see any expression. Only the blue glow of the big gun in his hand's body became brighter and brighter. What is it? The field team leader shuddered and froze in place. The remaining half of his roar stuck in his throat, unable to be shouted. Buzz. The large gun's light rose to its zenith, and the next moment countless silver-white arrows were shot at them from the gun's muzzle. Bang bang bang. The moment the arrow hit the soldier it sent out an explosion, the entire body exploding from the inside, chunks of blood and flesh flying everywhere. Just that instant of meeting, before even firing a gun. Half of the nearly 50 men he led were then blown to bits. In the scarlet rain of blood and debris, the soldier continued to charge forward. The fervor of being a warrior in that moment overshadowed the shock and fear in his heart. The tragic deaths of his comrades turned into his courage to die generously. Come on. Me. He shifted toward a boulder on the flank while strafing the soldier with the K-50 submachine gun in his hand. Flames erupted from the muzzle of the gun as 7.62mm pistol rounds whistled out, then shot out with a clinking and crunching sound on the soldier's armor. Finished? Completely useless? The field team leader was instantly dumbfounded, and the hot blood that had just welled up was instantly half-cooled. To die? Going to die for your country? Giggle. Just as he was ready to die, he only saw the soldier riding his horse and quickly leaping over him. The glow of the big gun in his hand was zeroed out and still recharging, so he leapt over them without looking back. There was no turning back to reload. No cheers of victory over the enemy. Not even caring about the bullets they sent. He completely ignored them and didn't seem to think of them as opponents at all. Shooting his comrades around him seemed like just a pastime game, like shooting a few chickens on the way. The enemy galloped through their territory, slaughtering their comrades like chickens, but they could do nothing, not even break through the iron armor of those soldiers. The captain of the Yan'an field team slid to the ground against the boulder, and all of a sudden a strong wave of humiliation surged through his heart. Wouldn't even turn around to make up for the shot. Wouldn't even give him the chance to brazen out his death. This is the greatest insult to a warrior. Giggle, giggle, giggle. All of a sudden, there was another clatter of iron hooves on the ground and a gush of steam. The Vietnamese field captain was shaken and couldn't stop his hands and feet from trembling. No way. No way. Buzz. The death-dealing electric current buzzed, and countless explosive arrows once again came from the rear. The field team leader could only see the surrounding teammates who were hiding behind the big trees, crouching in the jungle and lying down in the dirt, being hit by arrows one by one, and then exploding. The remaining half of his teammates were all killed in a matter of seconds, the soldiers' bullets ignoring any concealment and able to pinpoint where they were hiding. It's how? Maybe. Giggle, giggle, giggle. 3 soldiers on horseback once again leapt over the perimeter of the boulder where he was hiding. No. Didn't see me? The desire for life surfaced on the face of the field captain. Buzz. An arrow shot pierced through the boulder and pierced his chest, impaling it on an old tree in the distance. His mouth was wide open, his body twitching, his hands desperately covering the gushing blood in his chest. Your Majesty, the first wave of enemy troops have been completely destroyed and are executing deep combat. Yes, as you wish. Tap tap tap. The field team leader collapsed to the ground in convulsions, watching the last soldier disappear without looking back. The official Barkistan live stream. The people of Pakistan were enraged by the brutal way the Yan'an soldiers fought. Instead of killing their enemies painfully, they gradually sap their spirits and break them down before killing them brutally. That's not fighting. That's abusing Pakistani soldiers. After seeing Lord Pakistan shoot his own guardsmen and subsequently being captured alive, the people of Pakistan were completely outraged. Damn you to hell. Man, the gods will not forgive them. They're not people. They're livestock. They're livestock. I pray to the Almighty to save Pakistan and bring the murderer to a severe punishment. God, save them, save these poor children. As the people of Pakistan prayed in agony, the Yan'an soldiers on screen, who had been enjoying the slaughter, suddenly went on alert. Faintly in the distance came screams of pain as Yan'an's forces rejoined the battle. General Yan'an then began to retreat with Lord Pakistan and a group of captives. Why? What happened? They seem to look nervous. Has someone come to our rescue? Has the God of heaven really descended? The screams on the live feed became clearer and clearer, and the pace of those Yan'an soldiers withdrawing became more and more panicked. God, save them. Chapter 209, Tricked? Jonan's underground fortress. The sudden change in the situation in the live feed gave hope to the people of Pakistan. God, save them, save them. The screams on the screen became clearer and clearer, accompanied by gas gushing and stomping on the ground. Those retreating Yan'an soldiers looked back with increasing frequency and acted with increasing panic. Already some were beginning to abandon their struggling captives and spread their legs to escape. It was as if some kind of life-suppressing evil spirit was following them. Someone is really coming to the rescue. I hear troops marching. A miracle has come. Someone has really come to save us. Giggling. Amidst the prayers of the populace, the silver-armored rangers charge into the picture. The blazing colt flashed through the jungle like a phantom, and the crossbowmen on their warhorses raised their guns and fired. Crossbows and arrows whizzed out with no bullets, and the Vietnamese soldiers could not hide or run. Even if they turned around and counterattacked, they simply couldn't shoot through the steel battle armor on the crossbowmen. Even without energy shields, the crossbowman's steel armor, comparable to that of a heavy Titan, was no threat to a small-caliber submachine gun. From the live overhead view, the ranger troops poured into the deep green jungle like a silver-white wave, a blood-red flower exploding wherever they went. The Vietnamese soldiers who were still rapidly withdrawing were instantly reduced to puddles of corpses. No, puddles of broken flesh. The Pakistani populace in the livestream was abuzz. The Dragon Kingdom troops. It's the Dragon Kingdom troops. They're coming to save us. The Dragon Kingdom troops are the messengers of God. They are the saviors of Pakistan. Kill them all. Kill those damn animals. Thank you Dragon Kingdom. Thank you Lord Suyang. The people of Pakistan will never forget. Barkistan High-Level Conference Room. The originally dead silent conference room instantly resounded with an angry cry. The officers violently banged on their desks to vent their emotions. The Dragon Kingdom is here. The Dragon Kingdom troops have come to save us. We did it. We held out until the Dragon Kingdom troops arrived. Pakistan has not fallen. We have not succumbed. Kill them all and avenge your fallen brothers. Ah! Bang bang bang. The screams, the hoofs on the ground, the shots, the steam spurts in the ears of the Yanan general panicked and raised his rifle to fire. However, the rangers on their warhorses flashed by, not giving him a chance to aim. Blood rained down from the sky, and the shredded flesh of the internal organs fluttered in the air. The original emerald green jungle has now turned into a blood red, just like purgatory. What kind of troop is this? What kind of troop is this? Why they didn't even have a chance to fight back? It's impossible. How is this possible? Bang! There was an explosion, and the soldier dragging Lord Pakistan not far away was reduced to bloody foam. The Yanan general shook violently, trembling as he crawled toward the Pakistani lord. He pivoted away from the only half-formed body in front of him and pulled Lord Barkistan into his arms in a death grip. It was his hostage, and as long as he held it he could still live. Lord Barkistan, who had been tugged into his arms, laughed. Ha! Ha ha! All of you, damn, traitors, Lord Suyang will not let you all go and pay for your sins. Pay the price. Stop screaming. Stop screaming. General Yanan slammed the butt of his rifle into Lord Barkistan's abdomen, causing him to spit blood from his mouth. You're the one who's going to die first. UING. I won't die. I won't die. Giggle. As he shouted, an iron rider stopped steadily in front of them. The Ranger 2 captain sat on his horse looking down at the Yanan general, his steel visor unreadable. Stay back. Stay back. General Yanan jerked up Lord Pakistan and held him in front of him with his gun to his head. This is Lord Barkistan. If you dare to make a move I'll kill him. Your Majesty. The enemy command has been spotted. The captain of the second team pressed down on the helmet's flank communicator to relay information to Su Yang. Do you hear me? Do you hear me? I'll kill him. General Yanan slammed the muzzle of his rifle twice against Lord Pakistan's temple and shouted angrily. Leave him breath first. Yes, sir. Receiving Su Yang's command, the captain of the second team closed the communication and rolled over to dismount. Listen to the man who doesn't listen. You dumbass. I'll kill him. I'll kill him. The captain ignored General Yanan as he advanced all the way, while raising his hand in a gesture. Don't come any closer. I'll shoot. I'll kill. Aha! Buzz. 2 arrows came flying through the jungle. One shot from the front flew through General Yanan's gun hand, and one from the side went through the knees of both his legs. The Yanan general screamed miserably and his entire upper body fell to the ground. The captain of the second team stepped forward to pick up Lord Barkistan and quickly loosened the ropes behind him. His Majesty Su Yang honors the Pakistani soldiers. Great Chin will not forget your dedication. Lord Barkistan nodded heavily at his words, 2 lines of hot tears sliding down his face. I still have soldiers in their hands. Help them. Don't worry. We'll take care of the rest. The captain of the second team nodded, placing Lord Barkistan flat on the ground. He then stepped forward to pick up the Yanan general who had lost an arm and 2 legs. He followed Su Yang's instructions and had his men find the special radio equipment of Yanan's troops. ZZ, doing what I say can leave a life. How's it going? Did you solve that swarm of flies yet? Lord Yanan's voice came over the intercom. Lord, my lord, here, out. There's a small situation. What's going on? What could possibly go wrong in a fight against a bunch of pheasant troops? Lord Su Yang has orders. Said for you to run. He'll press your head. Press it into your asshole. What Su Yang? What are you talking about? I said, don't kill me. Boom. ZZ. The communication was cut off, and Lord Yanan clenched the intercom in his hand in a death grip, his expression gradually becoming grim. How dare the damn Rokoku guy provoke him? What's the point of knocking out one of Yanan's troops? Can you keep the theater teeth? You can still keep Australia. Thinking they've won big, they've actually fallen completely into their own trap. Stupid as hell. Gather the troops and evacuate to the tunnels with all hands. He sent orders to the comms officer, and then opened the private chat panel with Rice. Lord Yanan, the Dragon Kingdom's large force has shown up in the Purgatory Rainforest and can launch a full-scale attack on Australia. Lord Rice, Roger. The follow-up value has arrived. Hold back the Dragon Army as long as possible. Lord Yanan, don't worry. No one will be able to break through Yanan's underground fortress. They'll be in deep. Closing the panel. Lord Yanan's eyes flashed sinisterly. He had been preparing for this day for a long time. he would relocate the entire Yan'an territory into underground fortifications that had been prepared for half a month. Even the artillery of the Dragon Kingdom couldn't penetrate their solid crypts that went more than 10 meters deep into the ground. A three-way alliance will take down Australia as the Dragon Nation hordes tangle in the jungle. He could already imagine the brat's panicked expression. Let's see if he's still in the mood to issue taunts then. Chapter 210, The Guards Arrive. All-out war begins. Rukoku official livestream, international version. After watching the Rangers' one-sided slaughter of Yan'an, a cheer rang out in the broadcast room. Ami Jin. That's crazy. The Dragon Kingdom Rangers are simply crushing the infantry. With the best cross-country ability and the most accurate shooting, the Rangers are simply the strongest unit on the ground. Watching the Dragon Kingdom fight is just too good. Fighting everything is crushing. Crushing all the way. I want to be crushed too. Since the influx of foreigners in the live broadcast, the pop-ups of the people of the Dragon Kingdom had become normalized, though it was a great relief for them to see the Rangers do a great job. But as dragons, the pride brought by the Great Qin army made them feel that they couldn't be as unseen as foreigners. Not only do they fight bugs, but Rangers are simply crushing against unarmored land units. Well fought. This group of Yan'an ghosts are really 3 days without a fight. Yan'an is old and traditional, and doesn't know who he is when given a little color. Barkistan is such a good brother. This is a good battle. Luckily saved Lord Barkistan. Don't want to lose any more allies. Keep going deeper and end Yan'an's lair in one fell swoop. The Yan'an territory wouldn't be located underground. That would be a bit hard to deal with. I measure. That's hard to fight your way in without a big army. High-level conference room of the Dragon Kingdom. Watching the Ranger troops successfully save Lord Bakistan and rout Jonan's forces, the officers all breathed a huge sigh of relief. It's a good thing that the support from the Ranger troops was fast, or else the consequences of letting them capture Lord Bakistan would be unimaginable. Unfortunately, it wasn't fast enough, and the damage done to the alliance by this Yan'an rebellion is incalculable. Yeah, Bakistan lost a heroic general and all of his battle power. It's probably going to take a large period of time to recover. It's something that couldn't have been predicted. The mechanics of the Forbidden Land made the betrayal come too easily. The Yan'an lair must be taken down and Lord Yan'an severely punished to serve as a reminder to other allied nations and future vassal states that still have small minds. I don't know what kind of construction the main Yan'an base is. If it's a tunnel, it's a problem. It's a pity that all of Great Qin's heavy weapons are deployed in Australia, making it difficult to return. The chief general of the Rococo looked at the screen and nodded. The Yan'an were world-renowned for their tunnels. The longest Cu-Chi tunnels of the Vietnam War era ran 250 kilometers and reached depths of more than 10 meters. The passages inside are narrow and full of various mechanisms, and only small Jonan soldiers who are familiar with the terrain are able to navigate through them. Yan'an's tunnel warfare and jungle warfare succeeded in stopping the Rice advance, leaving them deep in the war. While the Rangers were unbeatable on land, the Yan'an were really difficult to deal with if they went deep underground. How exactly will Su Yang operate? The Generalissimo stared at the screen, and the next moment the view switched to follow the scout unit to a road. Boom! The loud roar of the engine resonated through the jungle. Did it say? The Generalissimo's eyes lit up. As the view shifts, a basilisk heavy armor vehicle at full speed pulls into the screen. The conference room erupted in exclamations of surprise. My God! Su Yang actually moved the big forces back. No! It's either a garrison or a newly summoned unit. In any case, Su Yang should have considered the complexities of Yan'an in advance. Too strong. With the heavenly flame guards and the fire dragon guards present, Yan'an what with the tunnel jungle is over. Boom! In the screen, the basalt iron heavy armored vehicle was moving at full speed, facing the light trucks spread out on the ground without avoiding it at all, and crashing into them head-on. The huge impact directly knocked the truck into a deformed and misaligned position. Steam and fuel gushed out at the same time, and the basalt car hissed like a beast as it barreled down the road. The Aussie, theater teeth populace in the live room was once again abuzz. Thick gift shay. What a big, cool chariot. Is this Optimus Prime? Optimus Prime is just a little Lego toy by comparison. This is the real chariots of destruction. All those cool soldiers from the Dragon Kingdom wouldn't be hiding in there. I can't even imagine how cool that would be. As a theater toothman of the Dragon Kingdom's first vassal state, I'm telling you it is indeed the Dragon Kingdom's super army in there. As an Aussie who can provide the most resources vassal to the Dragon Kingdom, I say this is so cool. Ha ha ha, why are foreigners even competing for favor? It's fortunate that Su Yang sent a large force, otherwise it would have taken a bit of time to eradicate Yan'an. They'd be miserable if they really had tunnels. The fire dragon guards could roast them into suckling pigs. It's okay to relax. A little sweat is normal. Quickly, try to take down Yan'an before the next broadcast. Boom! The basalt car broke through various obstacles and drove along the road all the way to Yan'an territory. After the scout reconnaissance, Su Yang knew that there was no one left in the Yan'an territorial congregation. At this moment, the gates of the Yan'an territory were wide open, and the Lord's building and numerous facilities were gone. Leaving Shoot had already led the remaining troops to escape, and even the main base had already moved away. Driving up to the entrance of the gates, a shocking scene presented itself to the crowd. The commander of the 1st Confederate Army to go to Yan'an, the unit of generals of Barkistan, is at this moment nailed to the top of the city gates. His head was decapitated and hung on his chest, and his hands were manipulated into a pointing device that appeared to be pointing in the direction of the fleeing Yan'an troops. Within the city gates, the corpses of the 1st Alliance Army were piled up into a small mountain, and blood covered the ground. Seeing this scene, Su Yang secretly clenched his teeth. To be honest, because of Great Qin's blessing, he had basically had a smooth ride since entering the Forbidden Land. Aside from a couple stinger bugs jumping in his face in the early going, he hasn't had too many emotional ups and downs. However, today this Lord Yan'an managed to enrage him. If provoking others counted as an ability, then Lord Yan'an must know it well. Leave 50 infantry soldiers to dispose of their bodies and the rest of the unit to move on. The ranger units are fully separated and exploring. Find me the direction of their escape as fast as you can. A gust of anger flashed in Su Yang's eyes. Even if the gods descended today, they wouldn't be able to stop him from taking Lord Yan'an's dog's head. You are nearing the edge of the descent zone. Proceeding will open the sector. You are nearing the edge of the descent zone. Proceeding will open the sector. Rumble. Vocal armored units are crossing the border and advancing towards the Australian advent. It was a heavy armored force led by Lord Italary himself, assembling the forces of 5 nations. Riding in the command car, Lord Italary easily stroked his 2 cocked octogenarian beards. With the presence of the Dragon Nation's large force in the Yan'an territory, the Australian defense was bound to be incredibly weak. Taking down Bangladesh last night and then being able to take down Australia today, the happiness just came too suddenly. Lord Yadali laughed out loud. This Lord of the Dragon Kingdom was really fooled. Without a defense force, let's see how he blows through the walls of Australia. Forward, forward, forward to victory. Ha 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 ha. Known large map area, partial. Chapter 211 Underground Fortress. Confidence of the people of Yan'an. Amidst the heavily vegetated jungle, the Yan'an sappers were in full swing. They are laying all kinds of traps in the jungle. Bamboo stakes, barbed wire traps, pressure-activated mines and wire mines. These traps are located every few meters and are extremely stealthy, using dirt and vegetation as cover. My lord. 5,000 mines have been laid and various iron traps have been covered. Beneath the dense jungle, Offshoot sat in the command room of Yan'an's vast underground system taking messages. Send another squad back to check for guidance instructions on the road. And when you're done, all hands enter the tunnels and prepare for battle. Hanging up the ground communication. Lay shot connected to the command units at all levels one after another to put them into a state of combat readiness. Hanging up the communication. Leaf Shoots flashed a grin with ambition. As an expert in tunnel warfare, Yan'an has an exclusive tunnel civilization trait. The construction of underground facilities has been accelerated. Resource consumption has been reduced and underground defenses have been reinforced. However, because the tunnel system is still primarily used as a means of defense, this powerful ability of Yan'an's is not very palatable in the Forbidden Trial, which advocates going out and expanding. Yan'an didn't get a chance to show off their powerful tunnel warfare skills in either of the first 2 rounds of the Forbidden Trial, but today, they will hold back the main force of the Dragon Kingdom and in doing so, once again show the world the wisdom of the people of Yan'an and the power of Yan'an's tunnel warfare capabilities. Back then, Elder Yan'an had almost single-handedly dragged down the unstoppable Mi Kingdom, and had later dealt a heavy blow to the Dragon Kingdom, which had come to invade the country. They relied on the spirit of heroic resistance, intelligent tunneling tactics, and the favor of the jungle gods. Now he is away from the Shoots will replicate this feat again in the Forbidden Trial. So what if you have a great army? What about having great firepower? Utilizing the terrain, utilizing the environment, utilizing intelligence. These are the decisive forces. Today, he was going to show the arrogant Longboy guy what the wisdom of the people of Yan'an was, leaving the Shoots to tap the walls of the conference room. This fortification reinforced with advanced technology from Yan'an was extremely sturdy. This extensive tunnel system spans nearly 5 kilometers, with the deepest command going 12 meters underground. The tunnel system is divided into a total of 4 tiers according to function and depth. The first level is the numerous traps located above ground, as well as the extremely hidden tunnel entrances and observation ports. Originally, most of Yan'an's traps were snare traps and a few earthen bomb traps. However, with the support of Rice's tally value, they were able to intersperse mines in a large number of earthen traps. These are hidden killers that can make heavy tanks scrapped outright. And this ground level alone is enough to make the Dragon Force eat a pot. And besides mines, Yan'an's earthen traps were no child's play. Although the former nightmares of these Mii soldiers were unable to inflict effective kills on the soldiers wearing steel battle armor in the Dragon Kingdom, it was still easy to play a restricting role. And when the infantry soldiers of the Dragon Kingdom have gone through all the trouble of getting through the surface defenses, they will find that the nightmare has only just begun. The second level is located 3 to 5 meters below the surface, where the top passages of the tunnels are distributed. The tops of the channels are all triangular or arched and reinforced with anchors. These robust defenses are capable of withstanding 50 tons of weight pressure as well as several hundred kilograms of bombardment. Even with the current firepower of the Dragon Kingdom, it was impossible to directly break through such a hardened fortification. Without blowing up the fortifications, the dragon soldiers would have to enter the tunnels alone. They would then find that the tunnel entrances were extremely narrow, with an average height of less than 1 meter 6, and that only the Yan'an soldiers were able to pass freely through them. To go deeper, they would have to widen the tunnels as they advanced, which would take a lot of time. And the tunnel system is extremely complex, with all sorts of switchbacks as well as traps, so it's easy to get lost or fall into a trap. This is followed by the third level, located 5 to 10 meters below ground. As the living quarters and combat zone for Yan'an soldiers, the complexity of the area will be taken to another level. Traveling through this tier, they were subjected not only to various large traps but also to endless attacks from the Yan'an soldiers in the darkness. The intrusion of soldiers would annoy them, the various traps would keep them on their toes, and the endless darkness would terrify them. These three combined would send the soldiers in them into meltdown, even with the strongest armor protecting them. Such was the wisdom of their Yan'an warriors, attacking not only the flesh of the enemy, but also the spirit of the enemy. Finally, the fourth level, located 10 meters down, is where the command room, granary, and various logistical locations are located. It's going to be a protracted battle, and they're going to be tangling with the loners here for a long time. A strong logistic force is then an important guarantee for them to fight against the Dragon Kingdom. Rice's support combined with Yan'an's own stockpile allowed them to last as long as a month underground. The Dragon Kingdom troops had traveled a long distance and were unfamiliar with the rainforest environment, and access to food was definitely a serious problem for them. ZZ, the intercom rang. My lord, the guiding route is ready, and the return to the fortifications is underway. Each squad at the observation port is equipped with a communications team. I want them to report back in real time on the fiasco in Dragonland. Yes. The intercom shut off and offshoot leaned back, leaving his upper body in darkness. He interlocked his fingers, the corners of his mouth slightly curving into an arc. Good show. Yan'an high-level conference room. Normally the Forbidden Lands live feed would follow the lords and be an overhead semi-god view. When a lord is located underground or in a building, the viewpoint can create a see-through effect, piercing through the earth to lock onto the lord. Because of this mechanism, officers watching the livestream were able to visualize Yan'an's extensive underground system. Viewing their own tunnels with this perspective was a fresh experience for them as well. It's worthy of our tunnel system. This level of complexity, this level of refinement, is definitely the pinnacle of human-made art. How can a longer wall on the ground be considered one of the 7 wonders of the world? Our tunnels are the light of humanity. Even if the Dragon Kingdom is strong, breaking through our tunnels will take at least 2 weeks, and in 2 weeks' time they might have their old homes terminated. It's hard to say in the old country, but surely Australia can get back into the tripartite alliance anyway, and then they'll suffer huge reductions. I'm afraid they won't dare to fight to the death and return to the territory with their tails between their legs after a slight setback. Impossible. With that smug and arrogant attitude of the Dragon Nation guys, they will never easily accept a defeat. Indeed, in their eyes we are probably just a bunch of unenlightened monkeys, and they surely don't want to be thwarted. Humph. The Dragon Kingdom would have had a chance to take this round of trials. It's just a pity that they met us, and they want to turn the whole world into vassal states. What era do they think this is? Even if they are crushed, Yan'an cannot become enslaved. Get them killed. This will be our chance to rise. Boom. The basalt iron heavy armored vehicle made its way along the trail, the loud sound of its engine echoing over the jungle. According to the scouts' reconnaissance, not only did the Yan'an not cover up the evacuation route, but they made a lot of directions, as if they were worried that they wouldn't be able to find it. Su Yang was puzzled by this. Were these people in such a hurry to reincarnate? Enemy stronghold sighted. Stronghold is in range of fire. The forward scouts sent back detection images, on which densely packed white dots were concentrated and gathered in one area. Still playing tunnel warfare? Well, let's see if these old Yan'an holes in the ground aren't a little better than the worms. Prepare to commence artillery strikes. Su Yang ordered. Chapter 212 Artillery strikes begin. Prepare to commence artillery strikes. Under Su Yang's command, the convoy stopped. The rear doors of the Xian iron car fell down, and the 4 heavenly flame guards slowly stepped out. They and a supply wolfsbane began to prepare for long-range artillery strikes. and the Basilisk car carried 2 Fire Dragon guards to follow the Ranger unit as it continued to go deeper. After the Skyfire guard fire covers them, they will approach the battlefield to give the enemy a final blow. Giggle. The Xian Iron car departed, and the 4 Heavenly Flame guards and Wolf Smoke horns fell into position one after another. Great Qin's artillery positions began to operate with the sound of gears turning. This unit was the Great Qin Guards, and compared to the 2 expeditionary units, Su Yang had purposely strengthened the proportion of long-range heavy firepower. Compare that to the standard expeditionary force configuration of 1 Skyfire guard and 2 Fire Dragon guards per unit. The guards had 4 Heavenly Fire guards and 2 Fire Dragon guards, quadrupling their long-range heavy firepower directly. This was originally considered more important when defending the city with long-range artillery strikes, and Su Yang didn't expect it to come in handy today. Giggle. Hydraulic buffer on. Ammo resupply conveyor chain on. Fine targeting system on. Skyfire guard has entered bombardment mode. Finally, the manipulator connected the output of the Wolfsbane directly to the ammunition compartments of the 4 Heavenly Fire guards, and the formation of the Great Qin artillery positions was complete. Skyfire guards connected to the Wolfsbane were free from the 3-round ammo limit, and were able to fire indefinitely as long as they had enough inventory. Let's start with a round of EMPs to knock their eyes out. Electromagnetic bombardment ready, Su Yang ordered. Buzz. The giant electromagnetic cannon tubes behind the Skyfire guard began to recharge, and the hydraulic levers activated at the same time to begin adjusting the elevation angle. Electromagnetic charge complete. Magnetic rounds loaded. Target calibrated. Request to fire. Hopefully Lord Yanan will live until the end of the bombardment. He can't die that easy. Su Yang's eyes flashed. Fire. Buzz. With a command, the light of the large electromagnetic cannon tube skyrocketed. A blue light flashed across the barrel, and the magnetic energy shells shot out of the barrel in a stream of light amidst the sound of a fine electric current, shooting high into the sky. Is there a situation yet? In the underground command room, Offshoot shouted into the communicator with some impatience. There are no anomalies at this time. My lord. The surface observation port crew responded. Why isn't it here yet? These guys can't be so stupid as to go in the wrong direction even though there are road signs, right? Li Shou cursed. According to the marching speed of the Dragon Kingdom should be almost here. How come there is no situation until now? They're not going to run away, are they? The guard beside Offshoot asked. How can that be? I've already done this. There's no way they won't come for revenge. As long as one is a man, one can never swallow this breath. Unless that kid from Longhua. Boom. In the middle of leaving Shoot's words, a loud muffled sound came, and the entire underground conference room shook. What love? Boom boom. Without waiting for him to react, another continuous muffled sound came, and the entire foundation began to tremble. The dragon bombing has begun. How is this possible? His reconnaissance post was 15 kilometers away from the base, and there was no way the Dragon Kingdom could have bombed them without the post being scouted. Contact the observation port. Contact the observation port. Offshoot yelled. The guard swooped down to the radio, and just as he picked it up, he felt a surge of electricity rush through his body from the palm of his hand. Zilla! Boo! In the next moment, the originally intact radio equipment spontaneously combusted and exploded directly in front of them. How the hell? What the hell? Boom! 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 In the midst of the shock, one by one the mine tunnel lights outside the conference room blew up. The entire underground command was instantly plunged into darkness. What happened? Report back! Report back! Boom! Boom boom! There was a cannonball in the darkness, and away from the chutes he felt sand and gravel being dropped overhead. Yan'an high-level conference room. Officers of all ranks in Yan'an looked at the screen in boredom. The Dragon Kingdom troops they had waited so hard for had not yet appeared. I didn't expect the Dragon March to be so drawn out. I was hoping to see their initial trap area dilemma before the broadcast ended. There's no need to be anxious. The odds are that this is going to be a protracted battle, and we're not going to be bored in the aftermath. Humph. This view we have not only sees them get blown up at ground level, but also how they collapse when they enter the tunnels. It's such a relief to see the Dragon Kingdom suffer. It's time for these condescending fellows to fall completely. I, about the Southern Empire, am about to rise to prominence in the future. Boom! Violent explosions rang out, and fire laced with pale blue currents shot up into the sky above the Yan'an tunnels. The shockwave lifted the surrounding vegetation and sediment to a height of over 10 meters, mixing with the electric current to form a huge storm of magnetic energy. The shock of the explosion seemed to travel out of the screen, making the conference room start to shake, and the wild storm of magnetic energy made the big electronic screen start to flicker. All the officers present were all dumbfounded, and they didn't have time to make faces as the follow-up magnetic shells landed. Boom boom! The successive explosions caused the magnetic energy storm to grow further, and the entire screen was enveloped in a furious surge. This infrasound wave literally traveled off the screen and cracked the glasses in the conference room. What is this? What is this? How is it possible? How can the power be so great? There's something wrong with the Dragon Kingdom. There's definitely something wrong with the Dragon Kingdom. This isn't even normal might. The officers in the conference room all stood up from their chairs, the expressions on their faces changing from their previous ease to extreme trepidation. Will it hold? Can their fortifications hold up to an explosion of this intensity? The smoke cleared a bit and the ground conditions appeared. All vegetation within the bombing range was seen to have disappeared, and the soil layer all seemed to have been turned over 3 times. The perspective view shows that a large portion of the tunnel in the 3 to 5 meter area has collapsed. The soldiers who were guarding the first 2 floors were either directly torn apart by the explosion or shocked to death inside the tunnels by the shockwave. With only 1 round of bombardment, their first 2 layers of defense completely collapsed. How is this possible? Seeing this scene, this group of knowledgeable officers could not stand it. It's over. It's over. What to do? What to do now? Don't panic. The General-in-Chief of Yannan's military headquarters shouted. Haven't we seen it before in the Battle of the British Souls? Their artillery ammunition is limited. They can't be carrying tons of ammo after traveling so far. Maybe the bombing will be over by now, and the next step is for us to return fire. Boom boom boom. 4 fuel bombs landed, and an inferno of fire lit up. A sea of fire burned above the entire tunnel as the explosion spilled gummy fuel oil in all directions. The light of the fire reflected through the screen on all the officers' faces as if it were the fires of hell. Our tunnels are wide, and their bombardment can't possibly cover them all. Just hold out until they run out of ammo. Boom boom boom. Boom boom boom. Chapter 213, Fire Dragon Guard arrives. Final attack. Boom boom boom. Boom boom boom. The bombardment on the screen didn't stop for a moment, the shells falling like no money. And those shells weren't indiscriminate. They were precise. After a dozen rounds of bombardment, all areas where the Yannan tunnels spread were baptized with shells. The originally dense jungle area was now alive with no grass. 1,000-year-old trees fell to the ground in a blaze of fire, and the land covered with layers of vegetation was turned into scorched earth. The whole world was nothing but coke and flames, and smoke and soot filled every corner of the air. A large crater had been made right in the center of the bombing zone, and a layer of earth up to 5 meters thick and a series of fortifications had all been lifted. Those sturdy top-floor tunnels had all collapsed under the bombardment of the heavenly fire guard. There was silence in the Yannan conference room. All the officers' mouths wide open, unable to make a sound. When they saw the first shell hit the ground, they reacted with shock. When they saw the second and third shells land, they reacted with horror. More and more shells followed and landed, and their reaction gradually transformed from horror to despair. Until now, their reaction changed to numbness. The tunnel warfare that was expected to hold off the dragon for at least 2 weeks was not expected to be blown through 2 lines of defense in just 10 minutes of bombardment. The defense in front of them had fizzled out. So what about the next 2 layers? How long can they hold out against the onslaught of the Dragon Kingdom? Seeing the atmosphere grow silent, the General-in-Chief of Yannan's military department swallowed and opened his mouth. It's not over. We haven't failed. The tunnels were designed with this kind of massive bombardment in mind, so we set up a lot of exhaust facilities. That's as far as the dragon's firepower has gotten. The blasts and shockwaves can't penetrate as far as the bottom 2 levels. With excellent ventilation systems and logistical supplies, we still have the capital to wear them out. The Dragon Kingdom will have to go deep underground if they want to settle the battle once and for all, and the tunnels that have just been blown down will just happen to be their biggest obstacle. The Dragon Kingdom has shown its decadence. The victory belongs to Yannan. The victory belongs to... Boom! Amidst the black smoke and flames, a giant steel chariot rolls onto the screen. The originally silent conference room once again let out a gasp. Seeing the more than 10-meter-long basalt iron heavy armored vehicle for the first time, all the officers in Yannan were dumbfounded. The General-in-Chief of the military department was so scared that he took 2 steps back and fell on his butt in the seat. What's this? What's this? What the is this again? Tap tap tap. Immediately following the basilisks were the troops of rangers. Ranger troops clad in silver armor and riding steel warhorses similarly dazzled the crowd. The Dragon Kingdom forces had gone far beyond their understanding. Giggle. Steam spurts sounded, and the hatch of the basalt iron heavy armored car slowly fell down. 2 fire dragon guards with giant fire-breathing guns came out of the carriage. Seeing the huge size of their fire dragon guards that exceeded that of ordinary soldiers and the huge guns in their hands, the officers in the conference room all secretly gulped. It's not good. It doesn't feel good. My lord. My lord. The guards lit a kerosene lamp and pulled up the departing chutes, which had collapsed in a corner and were covered in mud and sand. Leaving the chute to partially cover the bright light with his hand, he said after violently spitting out 2 mouthfuls of sand. What's going on up there? The messenger who ran down from above said the whole top floor tunnel had been blown down, and all the appliances have failed. So we'll have to burn the torches. Have the Laneros gone into the tunnels yet? No one has spotted the dragon soldiers on the second floor yet, and there's been no sound from up there since the bombardment ended. Damned Dragon Nation guys, if you have the guts, come and fight head-on. You only dare to hide in the distance and let off steam. Leaving Shoot cursed angrily. Surprisingly, they were able to collapse their carefully fortified tunnels. The power of the Dragon Kingdom's artillery far exceeded his imagination. The vents and wells haven't been blown down, have they? The well remains intact. The vent is partially blocked. Send down torches and kerosene lamps to all combat units. It doesn't matter if the ground and first floor collapses. Our strongest defense would have been on the second floor. Send 2 engineer teams to get the blocked vents open. As long as there's air and food, we can wear out the Laneros even if we have to. Yes. The guard turned his head and passed out the order to leave the chute. Despite the absence of radio communications, Yanan's human intelligence network is still operational. The Yanan messenger navigated the intricate tunnels, quickly delivering the offshoot's orders to every corner. Soon, 2 teams of engineers set off for the upper levels, where they quickly traveled to several blocked vents. Air circulation is the most basic indicator of the functioning of underground fortifications. With the vents blocked, the oxygen levels in the ground would gradually drop, which would make it impossible to continue to hold out. And with the use of torches and kerosene lamps accelerating oxygen depletion, they had to dig through several slightly larger vents as fast as they could. The engineer squad quickly reached the designated spot, hung up their torches and began digging the passage. As they dug further and further upward, they faintly heard voices coming from above the earth. Discover. Ventilation. Please. Attacking. Ventilation. Vent. Attack. Command. Hush. The captain of the engineering team immediately pulled the team members who were still working and gave a silent gesture. There are enemies above the earth. They're trying to attack underground. But why would you choose a vent, where you can't get in at all? The junior captain couldn't understand that the vents in the Yanan tunnels were no more than a few dozen centimeters wide. It can only be used for ventilation and is not passable at all. The enemy couldn't have gone through the vents even if they wanted to go underground. So what did they want? Put. While wondering, the earth above his head was suddenly pierced by something. Faint sunlight pierced in and they saw that it was a tubular object cast in iron. The earth breaks open and the sound clears. Preheat complete. Fuel loaded. Requesting ignition. Gummy fuel. Gear 5 ready. Buzz. The inside of that tubular muzzle lit up with a little red light, and that red light got brighter and brighter as time went on. Team, Captain, should we run? The team turned around. The captain of the engineers nodded. Boom. Fiery red flames erupted, engulfing the engineer squad in an instant. In less than 2 seconds, they were reduced to coke. After that fire dragon surged wildly down the vent, straight into the depths of the tunnel. Chapter 214, Unconditional Surrender. The Real Purgatory. Boom. The blazing sun poured into the tunnels along the vents and traveled through the various canals. With 5 levels of firepower, the fire dragon guard has a flame jet distance of 200 meters in open terrain. As the flames surged underground, however, the narrow tunnels effectively prevented the energy from spreading and being lost. The flames traveled down the tunnels and were able to reach more than 1,000. The Yanan's elaborate tunnel fortress had now been transformed into a giant furnace that had become their graveyard. The blaze reached right down to the ground and then followed various passages. All the dark passages, organs, and forks in the road. All of them couldn't fool the flames. Wherever there was air movement, flames roared in and burned everything. Ah! Heartbreaking yet briefly innocuous screams echoed through the tunnels. The Yanan soldiers hidden in the tunnels were burned to a crisp almost the next moment they saw the flames and felt the pain. Yet these soldiers who were directly charred by the flames were arguably the luckiest ones in this horrific massacre. For those who were lucky enough to escape the scorching flames will suffer a torment worse than death. Some of the soldiers in the tunnels escaped the center of the flames and were not burned directly by the flames. Yet what awaited them next was not the hope of life, but pain and despair. The fiery outpouring of flames leaves behind a gelatinous fuel that is known as the never-ending flame. They don't kill the enemy directly, but attach themselves to the enemy and keep burning, penetrating deep into the bone marrow. A soldier with gummy fuel tried to extinguish it by rolling it over. However, this only allowed the fuel to evenly coat his entire body. The flames will consume all the oxygen in the tunnels while leaving behind the gelatinous fuel. Oxygen-deprived soldiers can't help but speed up and increase their breathing. Yet they are inhaling heated, superheated gas. These gases infuse the airways and lungs with your breath and will cause unimaginable pain. In addition to the soldiers in the tunnels, there were also some soldiers hiding in dark rooms. They managed to escape the flames by quickly closing the stone door of the dark room after seeing the flames. However, they thought they had escaped death, but in fact, they had missed Su Yang's last mercy. The flames roared, taking the oxygen from the tunnels and leaving a gelatinous fuel in the passage. The fuel will keep burning, consuming all the oxygen that is subsequently squeezed in. So when the oxygen in the small dark room is depleted, the person hiding in it will die of oxygen deprivation. But it was a death that could only be reached by luck, and large numbers of soldiers would die before the oxygen ran out in the dark room. The stone door could block the flames, but not the high temperature left behind by the flames, which would penetrate the stone door and conduct to the dark room, turning it into a furnace. The gummy fuel left in the tunnels will continue to burn, constantly maintaining the temperature inside the fireplace. Soldiers hiding in dark rooms will then experience a baking that is worse than death. Boo! No, don't! The Dragon Kingdom is not human. The Dragon Kingdom is not human at all. It's a massacre. It's a holocaust. He'll go to a war tribunal. The crowd in Yanan's high-level conference room was in a frenzy. They had a bad feeling when they saw the Fire Dragon Guard come out, as it was obvious that a unit of that size was not going to go into underground combat. As they watched the Fire Dragon Guard approach the vent step by step, the vigilance and uneasiness in their hearts grew heavier. Their hanging hearts finally exploded when they finally saw the Fire Dragon Guards spewing out flames and the fire dragons making their way down the passageway. In their perspective view, they could clearly see the Yanan soldiers in the tunnels dying horribly in the flames. The fire dragons surged wildly through the tunnels, turning everything into charcoal wherever they went, and even the iron nails in those traps were turned into iron in an instant. However, dying in flames is the luckiest way to die. They also saw some of the surviving soldiers struggling in the gelatinous fuel and wailing in agony in the hot dark room. The heart-rending screams in the tunnels were endless, and scenes like Shura's purgatory were staged everywhere. This is what happens to people who betray. And this is the consequence of disobeying the Dragon Kingdom. The various top echelons of Yan'an were in complete despair, and there was no longer any thought of struggle in their hearts. The power of the Dragon Kingdom's technology and the ruthlessness of Su Yang's methods far exceeded their imagination, far exceeding the consequences they could bear. Send a message to the top of the Dragon Kingdom. Send a message to the top of the Dragon Kingdom. The General-in-Chief of Yan'an's military department trembled and shouted, "We surrender." Yan'an surrenders unconditionally. Make them stop. Make him stop. We were coerced by Rice. Spare our lives. Spare our lives. Ah! The screams came from the tunnel above, and the constant trembling of the kerosene lamp carried by the departing chutes. What happened? What happened? Fire! Big fire! Boo! The guards rushed in. Run! My lord! The fire is pouring in. The fire's coming in. How? Offshoot grabbed the guard by the hand. How can there be a fire with Watergate around? How big a fire can there be? Offshoots couldn't believe how many water seal closures their tunnels had made at the turns. These are the tunnel's protection against attacks like gas and smoke. How could the flames break through so many water gates and burn to his lowest layer? There's no water off. It's all over. The correspondent, not wanting to explain any further, pulled violently away from the chutes. Come on, my lord. Let's escape through the well. No way. How can we be finished? Offshoot stumbled out of the command room, just a few steps up. When the screams came, two soldiers, covered in fire and burned black, ran out from the end of the tunnel. Their skin was already carbonized, and as it tore away from them as they ran, the newly exposed muscle and blood was quickly scorched by the flames again. They tore their hearts and lungs screaming, running towards the departing chutes like harsh ghosts demanding for their lives. Ah! Ah! Leoshoots was so frightened that he threw away the kerosene lamp in his hand and turned around to return. Wells? Where are the wells? Above the surface. The ranger units are responsible for spreading out to find ventilation openings or tunnel entrances. The scouts, on the other hand, guided the fire dragon guards to spray fire by detecting the crowd gathered underground through the radar detectors on the basalt car. The fire dragon guards immediately adjusted their position to continue spewing fire after one mouth spewed fire, ensuring that the flames would cover the entire tunnel system in Yan'an. This was the method Su Yang had developed while baking the insect caves. The heavenly flame guard opened the way. The scouts reported the point. The fire dragon guard burned. And finally the infantry harvested the remnants. In this battle against the Yan'an tunnels, Su Yang also had the fire dragon guards increase the burning ratio and decrease the gelatin fuel ratio out of humane considerations. This enables most soldiers to be burned directly to a crisp by the flames, rather than being roasted alive in the constant burning of the gelatinous fuel afterwards. Su Yang sometimes felt that he was still too merciful, but this method of warfare, while efficient and convenient, is a great drain on resources. He didn't actually want to use this method if the Yan'an tunnels themselves weren't complicated and time was of the essence. After all, Lord Yan'an was still down there, and it was really cheap to die like that. Your Majesty, the scouts have found signs of activity at the surrounding wells. Should we kill them outright or stay? I want the man who escaped from the well alive. Su Yang's eyes flickered. With such a cunning character as Lord Yan'an, he should leave himself a way out, right?